Family, can you believe it? I, Hatake Kakashi, have been reborn in the Douluo Continent and dared to curse the Haotian Douluo Tang Hao as garbage. In my previous life, I was constantly attending funerals, and after being reborn, my chakra still had issues. I hunted for money, sold pigs in the city, and after a busy day, I returned home only to find a tall figure on my doorstep. The follow-up is too intriguing. Let me tell you, that legendary Haotian Douluo Tang, how in my eyes he is nothing but a complete piece of trash. A qualified son? He drove his father to death. A qualified brother? He almost ruined his brother's sect. A qualified husband? He couldn't even protect his own wife and had to rely on sacrifices to save his own life. A qualified father? Please, if it weren't for his son being a transmigrator, he would have long been finished under his fatherly love as heavy as a mountain, but sliding down upbringing. So when you ask me about Haotian Douluo, I only see a coward, a useless person, an absolute piece of trash. Hey, don't be so quick to criticize me. Family, who understands? There's a reason I say this. This matter must start with me, Hatake Kakashi, mysteriously reborn in this place called Douluo Continent. Let's not even mention my past life. My life was all about sending off people. My biological father committed suicide due to depression. My best buddy was turned into a meat pie by a rock while trying to save me. Another female teammate sacrificed herself to avoid dragging the village down, and my teacher, the famous Yellow Flash, the fourth Hokage, also died while sealing the Nine Tails. My whole life was basically rushing from one funeral to another, and just when the war ended, I saw my silly disciple Naruto about to become Hokage, and I thought I could finally take a break. But the moment I closed my eyes and opened them again, I was reincarnated. I, the sixth Hokage of Konoha, Hatake Kakashi, turned into a 5-year-old kid. Fortunately, my chakra was still there. This thing is my lifeblood. Without it, what's the difference between me and a salted fish? Unfortunately, I discovered something outrageous. The basic techniques of a ninja school, like the replacement jutsu, shadow clone jutsu, and transformation jutsu, were all rendered useless. I couldn't use any of them. I couldn't even manage them. Instead, I could barely produce a small flame with the great fireball technique, which required some skill. I was puzzled. Is the physics engine of this world a bit off? This is not scientific. While I was contemplating this, a father and son moved into our little village. Let me tell you, I was startled. The father was scruffy, bearded, and reeked of alcohol, looking like a junkyard owner, but that aura, Tiske, you couldn't hide it. It was a murderous aura that only someone who has rolled through a sea of corpses could have. Definitely a tough guy. But his son, named Tang San, looked about 5 or 6 years old, and his gaze was simply that of a little adult. He was surprisingly composed, completely lacking the innocence a child should have. I could tell at a glance that this kid had the soul of an adult inside him. Interesting, very interesting. I originally just wanted to quietly regain my strength and live happily in this world without KPIs or wars. But the appearance of this father and son stirred my ninja DNA. My intuition told me that these two would definitely be the center of future storms. Before I knew it, I had grown to 5 years old in this world, where I lived. A bare house with minimalist decor. To make money and to train my little body, I had to return to my old profession and hunt in the mountains. You wouldn't believe it, though there were no soul beasts in the mountains, there sure were plenty of wild animals. I was lucky today. I ventured deep into the forest and stumbled upon a wild boar and a striped tiger fiercely fighting each other. I hid behind a big tree, thinking, this is my KPI for the month. I can't let you two ruin each other's quality. The tiger pounced and tore 2 gashes into the wild boar's back. The wild boar, furious, let out a roar and charged at the tiger. I thought, this won't do. If that charge goes through, the perfect boar skin will be ruined. Boar skins are worth a lot. Without wasting a second, I swiftly drew my bow and shot. The arrow hit the wild boar's hind leg accurately. It lost its strength and fell onto the tiger. Although the tiger narrowly escaped, it got 2 holes poked in its belly by the boar's tusks. Opportunity. As the tiger was about to counterattack, I released 3 arrows from my bow bang. All 3 arrows hit its neck, pinning it firmly to the tree behind it. The injured wild boar, seeing the tiger was down, tried to come in for a kill, but I quickly shot another arrow and finished it off. Done. I took out a scroll from behind me, an essential tool for any ninja. I formed hand seals and slapped it on the ground, sealing jutsu. With a puff, the 300-pound wild boar turned into smoke and was sucked into the scroll. There was no choice. My chakra was too low, and using a sealing technique made me break out in a sweat. As for the tiger, its size was manageable, so I performed the earth release, light and heavy rock technique on it, making the several 100-pound tiger as light as a pillow. I hoisted the tiger onto my back, grabbed the scroll, and quickly ran out of the forest. The smell of blood was too strong, and lingering too long would attract other troubles. Once I reached the edge of the forest by my old donkey cart, I tossed the light tiger onto the cart. I had to let the wild boar out of the scroll quickly, otherwise, if too many people gathered, my trick of making a pig appear out of thin air wouldn't be easy to explain. I took out the scroll, formed hand seals with one hand, and shouted, "Release." With a puff, a wild boar weighing at least several hundred pounds fell out of thin air onto my antique donkey cart. Let me tell you, after all that, my little Bodis blue bar was almost empty, and I was exhausted, quickly sitting down to recover my chakra. Fortunately, my chakra control is top-notch, and my recovery speed is impressive. Back in the day, I modified Chidori into Raikiri just to save on chakra, so this skill is no joke. As my chakra slowly recovered, the feeling of being drained began to fade. Unfortunately, this little kid's body hasn't fully developed its meridians, otherwise, my recovery speed could be 10 times faster. After catching my breath and feeling like my chakra had recovered enough, I formed another hand seal and slapped the dead pig with my hand, earth release. Light and heavy rock technique. I applied a long-lasting weight reduction buff to it, otherwise, my little donkey cart would fall apart on the spot. Done. I untied the rope from the donkey, jumped onto the cart, and whipped the donkey's rear end. Let's go. Family, who understands? I, the Copy Ninja Kakashi, have now fallen to driving a donkey cart. I originally had a horse, but the bumpy mountain road couldn't accommodate the horse cart. So in the end, I swapped it with a family in the village that was preparing to move to the city. They thought the donkey cart was embarrassing and slow, so it was a perfect match for us. If it weren't for fearing too much spectacle, I would have wanted to carry this several hundred-pound pig to Notting City myself. You know what? Although this donkey is as slow as an old man taking a stroll, it looks pretty plump. I wonder how it tastes. After a slow journey until the afternoon, I finally saw the city gate of Notting City. I had been here several times, and the guards at the gate were quite familiar with me. As soon as they saw me, they greeted me from afar. "Kakashi, you brought so many prey again. Your dad is really amazing." Yeah. Daring to venture out at such a young age, you'll definitely be stronger than your dad in the future. I felt a jolt in my heart, but I put on a smiling face. My dad, the father of my world, whose bones are almost cold. But what could I say? I could only habitually squint my dead fish eye and reply in a soft voice, "Thank you, uncles." Upon entering the city, I headed straight to my old customer, a butcher's shop run by the former butcher. Goodness, every time I see this guy, I have to hold back a soul-searching question. "Brother Pig, how long have you been cultivating in a human form?" With his figure and that bulging belly, every time he takes a few steps, all that meat shakes along. He forced a smile through his chubby face, and let me tell you, that could scare a child out of their electronic heart. He enthusiastically greeted me. "Kakashi is here? Come, have a drink of water first, and it'll help you weigh this big fellow." I silently replied in my heart, "How about I weigh you? You're definitely sturdier than this pig." But I still had to be polite. After all, I was there to make money. So when I opened my mouth, I almost slipped. "Thank you, Zheng Xianfei Shangzhu." Oh my. Luckily, I reacted quickly and managed to correct myself. He called a few helpers to move the wild boar down. Once it was on the scale, 387 pounds. "Kakashi, well, call it 400 pounds this time. Remember to come back next time." It was the same old tactic to win people's hearts, and I felt itchy inside, really wanting to ask him, "How long have you been memorizing that line with your pig-like brain? How many whips did your dad give you before you learned it?" But I held back, almost slipping again. "Don't worry, Uncle Zheng is stupid." Damn, I quickly corrected myself. "Uncle Zheng, he'll come again next time when I catch prey." With a small bag containing over 80 silver coins, I felt instantly wealthy. Riding my donkey cart, I hurried to the tailor's shop to pick up the lead weights for my leg bindings that I had ordered before. Then I turned to the blacksmith shop, paid, and took away 12 rectangular iron blocks. After a flurry of operations, as fierce as a tiger, by the time I returned to Holy Soul Village with my little donkey, it was already dark. After settling the donkey, I patted my rumbling stomach and suddenly remembered I hadn't eaten or drunk anything all day. I took out my key to open the door, lit the oil lamp by the moonlight, and just as I was about to close the door, my movements suddenly froze. At the entrance, a burly figure was swaying back and forth, clutching a wine bottle. The sight was. In the next moment, I felt as though I might collapse onto the ground. But trust me, my instincts as a seasoned shinobi were going off like a siren. This man is truly formidable. The overwhelming pressure he exudes is akin to what I experienced when facing someone of Orochimaru's caliber in my previous life. He is undoubtedly a top-tier expert. Although he currently seems unsteady, he appears completely oblivious to my presence. Upon observing his despondent demeanor, it became clear to me. Friends, allow me to analyze. This fellow has undoubtedly lost his wife, and it was at the hands of another. Why? With his strength. How could his wife have perished during childbirth? It would be a jest of the highest order. Thus, he is here lamenting his insufficient power, drowning his sorrows in alcohol, and wallowing in despair. I promptly closed the door, not daring to breathe audibly. Those in the know understand that one must not make direct eye contact with a top-tier expert. Otherwise, a mere thought from them could spell your demise. Although I was uncertain if such a rule existed in this world, it was evident that this disheveled blacksmith named Tang possessed power that far surpassed my previous pinnacle. Truly at the shadow level. I dared not dwell on this further, and entered the kitchen, retrieving a fish I had caught the day before from the water bucket. In a matter of moments, I prepared a delicious pan-fried river fish. It a kamasu. This habit is one I cannot seem to shake, nor do I wish to. After finishing my meal, I ventured into the bedroom and retrieved a sealed scroll from beneath the bed. Forming a single-handed seal, I uttered the word release. With a puff of smoke, a wooden box from my modest treasury materialized. I poured in the money I had earned today, then counted all my coins. The gold coins were pitifully few, having accumulated only a mere dozen over a year and a half. With today's earnings, I had 162 silver coins and 134 copper coins. In this lifetime, my mother perished during childbirth, and my hunter father vanished 2 years ago while hunting in the mountains. For the past 2 years, I have relied on the bow and dagger he left behind, along with my own skills to survive. While others set traps to hunt, I engage in direct combat with beasts, ensuring that whenever I strike, I return laden with spoils. To avoid revealing my true capabilities, I employ the technique of weight reduction to lighten my catches, allowing them to regain their original form en route, making the performance extraordinarily convincing. After securing the money, I pondered my next steps. In the coming days, I would need to feign failure a couple of times, pretending that I could not catch anything substantial. Otherwise, it would be too conspicuous for a child to return home with a full bounty consistently. Alas, I feel so constrained, and that Tang is akin to a ticking time bomb in our village. My skills and intelligence gathering as a seasoned shinobi were not granted without purpose. Over the course of several days, I managed to extract from the village elders a comprehensive understanding of the power hierarchy in this world. Soul warriors, soul masters, great soul masters, all the way to the highest tier, known as title Douluo. Upon reflection, it was clear that Tang was undoubtedly a title Douluo, his strength comparable to our shadows. For him, a shadow-level expert, to hide away in this desolate place. His adversaries must be colossal entities like the Spirit Hall or the 2 great empires. Should they come searching for him one day, would our Holy Soul village not be accused of harboring a criminal, resulting in our swift capture and utter annihilation? But what could I do? Leave him a note urging him to flee? No, who knows if there exists some canine spirit in this world capable of tracking scents. Confront him directly? What if he resented my meddling and silenced me in the night? Targeting his son? I shuddered at the thought. A man who has lost his wife would hold his son dear, and should I dare to lay a finger on him, I would surely face a gruesome fate. Thus, I resolved to mind my own business and let things unfold as they would. Days passed, and I began my daily routine of physical conditioning. In the mornings, I refined my chakra, then donned heavy lead weights before heading up the mountain. To maintain the pretense, I had feigned failure during this period, capturing only a handful of wild rabbits over the course of several weeks. Simultaneously, I embarked on a grand project to create military rations. Allow me to tell you, this is an essential item for any ninja. I ground carrots, buckwheat flour, and wheat flour using the village chief's stone mill, producing over 50 pounds, which I soaked in several jars of potent liquor. This mixture must steep for a full 3 years. Once the alcohol evaporates, I will roll it into balls. And by consuming 3 each day, I will no longer have to worry about stamina. Moreover, I have uncovered a staggering secret. The son of Tang, a little boy named Tang San, is also a transmigrant. Fellow compatriots, it is a case of old acquaintances meeting. Although he is merely 2 years old, I can sense a unique power circulating within him along a distinct path. In an instant, I comprehended that this was yet another independent cultivation system. Should this child continue his practice in this manner, by the time he awakens his martial spirit at the age of 6, he will undoubtedly possess what is referred to as innate full soul power. Occasionally, I would bring a wild rabbit to visit them, providing the father and son duo a taste of meat. After all, we share a kinship and ought to look out for one another. Tang Hao did not say much in return. As a titled Douluo, he was perceptive enough not to notice the chakra within me, and thus, our families maintained a cordial relationship. A year swiftly passed, leaving only 2 months until the martial spirit awakening. The weight I carried on my legs had increased to over 20 pounds, nearly matching my own weight, and I dare not add more. Should I injure my legs, I would be at a tremendous loss, as I lacked medical ninjutsu. My mind was in turmoil. On one hand, I was filled with curiosity about the profession of Soul Master. On the other, should I awaken my soul power, I would have to attend the primary Soul Master Academy. What then would become of the precious military rations I had been soaking for more than a year? And what of that Tang Hao, that ticking time bomb, and his son, Tang San, who was as pure as freshly fallen snow? I could tell that Tang San likely had been an orphan in his past life. The look in his father's eyes was one of deep respect, devoid of any disdain. This child is far too innocent. He is bound to face hardships in the future. Most importantly, as someone who has transmigrated into this world bearing the Sharingan, will I even be able to awaken a martial spirit? The Sharingan in my left eye was bestowed upon me by a Rebirthto, infused with the power of the first Hokage cells, ensuring I would never go blind. Yet the question remains, does my constitution allow for the existence of a martial spirit? Finally, the day of the martial spirit awakening arrived. I packed all my money into a small bag, securing it tightly around my waist. After verifying that my chakra remained stable at a normal level, I made sure not to have too much or too little, fearing any mishap. Now, everything was in place, and I awaited the arrival of Old Jack, the village chief, to knock on my door. "Kakashi, it's time to come out." Old Jack's voice resonated from outside. I had been waiting behind the door, and as soon as his voice fell, I swiftly opened it. Seeing my eagerness, Old Jack assumed I was anxious to escape my current hardships and consoled me. "Child, do not worry. Once you become a soul master, your struggles will be a thing of the past." I was taken aback by his words. Struggles? Huh. I quickly realized he thought I was impatient to live a better life. I refrained from explaining, merely nodding and replying, "All right, I understand, Old Jack." Upon arriving at the village's spirit hall, which was essentially a larger wooden house, all 6 children slated for awakening had gathered. The village children were somewhat wary of me, as I had spent my days battling beasts in the mountains while they were still playing in the mud, creating an inexplicable distance between us. Aside from our group and the village chief, a young man was also present. He appeared to be in his 20s, handsome, clad in white attire, with a black cloak draped over his shoulders. A soul character the size of a fist adorned his chest, giving him an air of superiority. Old Jack respectfully bowed to him, addressing him as the master of battle spirits. That young man, exuding pride, impatiently declared, "I have little time. Let us commence without delay. I have passed through 6 villages, and not a single individual possesses soul power." Old Jack sighed and shook his head as he exited the wooden house. The young man, named Su Yun Tao, turned his gaze toward us, his demeanor softening somewhat. "Children, stand in a line. I am Su Yun Tao, a level 21 great soul master, and I will guide you. Now, I will awaken your martial spirits one by one. Remember, do not be afraid, no matter what transpires." As he spoke, he opened his package from the nearby table, revealing 6 glossy black stones and a shimmering blue crystal orb. I must tell you, this fellow arranged those 6 dark stones on the ground, much like a ritual, forming a hexagram, and then pointed at the first child, instructing you, "Step inside." The child, terrified, felt his legs weaken, while the man consoled him, "Do not be afraid. Close your eyes and truly feel." In the next moment, astonishingly, before our eyes, he transformed into a werewolf. His eyes gleamed with intensity, and he growled, "Lone wolf, possessed." I watched in awe as a green light surged into his forehead, his black hair instantly turning gray and wildly lengthening, first sprouting from his hands, and his entire body expanding with a loud pop, muscles straining against his clothes. His eyes glowed an eerie green, his fingernails sharpened like blades, and two halos of light, one white and one yellow, spun around him. My friends, you cannot fathom the visual impact of this scene. The first boy who stepped inside was so frightened that he wet himself and screamed, attempting to flee, only to be seized by the werewolf, who commanded, "Stay still. This is my martial soul. If you wish to be impressive in the future, you too can achieve this." I, Kadian, remained remarkably composed amidst the chaos. I assure you, I was not afraid. My mind raced, calculating how long it would take me to dispatch this individual in his current state. The conclusion? Although small in stature with a knife in hand, defeating him would pose no challenge. My curiosity was piqued. This martial soul possession bestowed the abilities of a wolf, did it not? The profession of soul master was merely a means to wield one's martial soul to its fullest potential. With this thought, I eagerly anticipated discovering my own martial soul. The werewolf clapped his hands, and 6 beams of green light shot into the stones, a golden light shield enveloping the child. But what was the result? The ceremonial atmosphere was palpable, yet utterly futile. The next 5 children awakened, not as anything formidable, but instead as agricultural tools, each one a mere farmer, lacking any soul power. Finally, it was my turn. I confidently stepped forward, radiating poise. A burst of golden light flashed, and this time, the number of light points surpassed the combined total of the previous 5. The werewolf's eyes widened in disbelief, sensing he was about to witness something extraordinary. His hands trembling with excitement. This was his key performance indicator for promotion and pay raise. Indeed, this time it was not a farming tool. A gleaming silver short knife materialized in my hand. My goodness, my friends, do you comprehend the significance? The weapon was none other than my father's blade. Kakashi was stunned. How could this blade, which had shattered in the battle at Shunwu by Qiao, now be my martial soul? Is this script truly unfolding this way? It was perfect. In my past life, I had been hindered by the absence of a blade, my swordsmanship rendered ineffective, and lacking the Uchiha lineage. My Sharingan had been burdened with immense strain. Now, with the blade returned and the Sharingan evolved into a complete form without side effects, I was ready to soar. The werewolf was beside himself with joy, urging me as if he had just won 5 million. "Quick, child, measure your soul power." Kakashi approached and placed his hand on the crystal orb. An odd occurrence transpired. Upon touching the orb, he felt the chakra within him clash with a newly awakened soul power, causing his CPU to overheat. Chakra was the essence of his being. He could not afford any complications. Without hesitation, he closed his eyes and exerted all his might to suppress the upheaval of chakra. In this decisive moment, the faint light that had just emerged from the crystal orb was extinguished. When he opened his eyes again, he found the werewolf's expression utterly despondent, transitioning from ecstatic to defeated in a mere second. Regrettably, there was no soul power. The werewolf sighed, lamenting that he had overestimated the potential of this small, insignificant village. Elder Jack entered just then, and upon hearing the results, he too wore a face of disappointment. Kakashi was bewildered. How could it be that he had distinctly felt the presence of soul power only for it to vanish? That sensation had dissipated into thin air within the few seconds it took for him to blink. The werewolf, Su Yuntao, had not observed Kakashi close his eyes. After all, Kakashi had perpetually dull eyes, and from his angle he saw nothing. Utterly disheartened, the werewolf departed, while Elder Jack sent the other children home, personally escorting Kakashi back. Along the way, he offered consolation, assuring him that becoming a good hunter was also a worthy path. Upon returning home, Kakashi casually dismissed Elder Jack, promptly closed the door, and, following Su Yuntao's instructions, summoned Baiya. Grasping the blade, he felt an emptiness within. The sensation of soul power was entirely absent. Just as he was grappling with this perplexity, a deep and familiar voice suddenly resonated in his mind. "Stop pondering and come in." In the next instant, darkness enveloped Kakashi, and he collapsed onto his bed. When he regained consciousness, he found himself standing in a dimly lit sewer, the only sound being the dripping of water. He calmly surveyed his surroundings and walked towards the sole source of light. As he approached, a massive entity, confined by railings, emerged, sporting 9 tails and a vibrant crimson hue. Indeed, the 9-tailed fox. And what was Kakashi's reaction? He casually tapped the railings, smiling as though greeting an old friend. Yo, QB. Long time no see. Surely, no one in this world can perform the Shiki Fujin technique, right? What is going on? The 9-tails scoffed, asserting that no one in this world could seal it. Kakashi chuckled. Your sudden appearance does not surprise me. After all, the Sharingan chakra and even Baya have all returned. If you hadn't shown up, the plot would be incomplete. The 9-tails then entered an explanatory mode, addressing the myriad of questions swirling in Kakashi's mind. Why had the Sharingan returned? Because it had merged with his nerves over nearly 20 years of use. And with the Kimui experience card bestowed by Obito before his demise, it had become a complete form without side effects upon reincarnation. Why had the 9-tails come as well? Because during the 4th Great Ninja War, Naruto had shared chakra with him, and later, Obito had revived him with remnants of the 10-tails chakra, thus establishing a source of 9-tails chakra within him. After reincarnation, this source gradually strengthened, expelling the remnants of the other 8-tailed beasts. What was this seal? The 9-tails explained that it had sealed itself. Utilizing Kakashi's Mangekyo Sharingan and the power of the first Hokage cells, it had transformed into Kakashi's second martial soul. To harness its power in the future, he would need to add soul rings. Each soul ring would unlock 1 tail, though without any soul skills. Why was Baya his martial soul? Because a martial soul is the projection of what is dearest to a person. His father had gained renown in the ninja world through that blade, and Kakashi, as a child, had wielded it daily, leaving an indelible mark. Most importantly, where had the soul power gone? The 9-tails revealed that Kakashi's chakra was so powerful that it had compressed the meager new soul power into Baya, storing it within the martial soul. It had not vanished. Rather, it had logged in from another location. Whenever he utilized his martial soul, the soul power would return intact. Finally, the 9-tails offered him a piece of advice: to create a simple seal for himself, separating his chakra from soul power, establishing a dual system. Otherwise, the two energies would inevitably clash within his meridians, leading to disastrous consequences. Kakashi also inquired about the village's alcoholic, Tang Hao. The 9-tails chuckled, remarking that the man was intriguing, harboring tremendous resentment within and possessing formidable strength, ranking among the elite in the spirit Douluo realm. Upon exiting the spiritual realm, only a few seconds had passed in the outside world. Kakashi sat cross-legged, beginning to apply the sealing technique taught by the 9-tails. Extending his right hand, he exerted tremendous effort to ignite small flames at the tips of his 5 fingers, his entire arm nearly bursting. He could not afford to hesitate. With a swift motion, he slapped his palm against his abdomen and shouted, 5 elements seal. For years swiftly passed. Kakashi grew to the age of 10, and during this time, he and Tang San had revealed their true selves to one another. Of course, he did not disclose the matter of the 9-tails, nor did Tang San teach him the Shintian skill. However, he became aware that Tang San possessed the ZGMO Tong, and Tang San was also informed that his left eye was the Sharingan. In this realm, the Sharingan cannot replicate soul skills or physical techniques, and illusions are ineffective against those without chakra, rendering it essentially a sophisticated observation eye. Both being traversers and recognizing each other, their bond was remarkably strong. Kakashi frequently hunted and shared his catch with Tang San's family to enhance their meals, while Tang San imparted some rudimentary cultivation techniques to him. Kakashi calculated the days, realizing that Tang San would soon turn 6 and be eligible for this year's Wuhan Awakening. He understood that once Tang San departed, Tang Hao would inevitably leave Shunghun village as well, rendering his own presence here purposeless. The dilemma was, for years prior, he'd been deemed devoid of soul power, precluding his admission to the Soul Master Academy. Thus, he sought out Tang San. Outside Tang San's residence, he pulled Tang San into the shade of a tree and whispered, Xiao San, during your assessment, you must surely possess innate full soul power. When the time comes, tell that great soul master that I felt something similar back then, and request a reevaluation. Tang San nodded. All right. However, the awakening is still over a month away. Why bring this up now? Kakashi merely smiled apologetically, remaining silent. Just as Tang San was puzzled, Kakashi before him suddenly transformed into a puff of white mist and vanished. To his astonishment, the Kakashi he had been conversing with was merely a shadow clone. At that very moment, 100,000 miles away in the forest, the real Kakashi, clad in ninja attire, was sprinting atop the treetops. He had just dispelled the shadow clone and received the news from that side, muttering to himself, "That side is secure, but I need to hasten here." He retrieved a military rations pill from his pouch and popped it into his mouth, his speed surging once more. For 17 relentless days, he ran, ultimately arriving at his destination, Wuhan City. Standing in the woods outside the city, Kakashi gazed at the sacred city of soul masters. After a brief rest to tidy his hair, he ambled towards the city gate like an ordinary child. Upon reaching the entrance, he feigned bending down to scratch an itch, swiftly glancing back to ensure no one was watching. As a gust of wind blew, momentarily distracting the crowd, he transformed into a blur, slipping past the guard's line of sight. Once inside the city, he did not loiter, but immediately sought a shadowed corner atop a tall building, leaping into the darkness. Tonight, being the end of the month, the sky was devoid of even a sliver of moonlight. This eerie weather seemed tailor-made for me. I thrive in such pitch-black nights, moving like a ghost upon the rooftops. In no time, I reached the core of the Wuhan Palace, the Pope's chamber. This place was situated halfway up the mountain, and leaping from an adjacent building was out of the question, especially with no one around to provide cover. Anyone daring to linger here would likely have been treated as an assassin. I swiftly formed hand seals, the final snake seal completed, and executed Doton. My form instantly melded into the earth. The positioning of the palace knights was indeed meticulous, yet even the most formidable formations have their blind spots. I zeroed in on the unfortunate guard stationed at the edge and suddenly emerged right beneath his nose. Upon seeing me, his mouth gaped wide, just as he was about to call for help. Alas, it was too late. I swiftly removed his forehead protector, aiming my crimson three-tomo Sharingan at him. In an instant, he was incapacitated, his gaze akin to one connecting to a server. I strolled past him nonchalantly, even leveling the hole I had emerged from, leaving no trace of my presence. To my comrades, you must understand, that moment was almost my undoing. This fellow turned out to be a soul emperor. With formidable mental prowess, it took all my strength to subdue him, proving the potency of the Sharingan's illusion. The greater the risk, the higher the reward. Before me now lay a clear path. Why take the risk of emerging from the ground? Because beneath the Pope's chamber, there was a barrier. A forceful entry would reveal my presence. Now I pressed against the wall, moving silently like a gecko into the grand entrance. Once inside the chamber, I quickly sought a corner to sit cross-legged, beginning to sense my surroundings. Although I was not a sensing-type ninja, I could discern the presence of strong individuals to a degree. However, the sheer number of masters within made the atmosphere indistinguishable, leaving me unable to identify the Pope. Lacking alternatives, I resorted to my previous tactics. I waited at a corner for another unsuspecting guard to pass by. Upon lifting his gaze, he met my captivating eyes. "Where is the Pope?" I inquired. "In the council chamber," he replied mechanically. "Let me there." "Yes." I followed closely behind him and took the opportunity to ask, "Is anyone else in the council chamber?" "No, just the Pope." "Perfect." Arriving at the council chamber's entrance, I took advantage of the Pope's name to deceive the guards, then strode confidently inside. Upon entering, I beheld a woman of formidable presence seated in the main seat, her brow furrowed in irritation, clearly displeased with my unexpected arrival. I dismissed the guard I had controlled, who turned robotically to leave. Once he returned to his original post, all memories of this encounter would be completely erased. Upon witnessing the situation, Bai Bai Dong's expression shifted, revealing a hint of curiosity. "Who are you?" I gestured to the character on my forehead protector, stating directly, "If I must categorize myself, I am a ninja from overseas." What followed was my verbal duel with the Pope. I spoke candidly, expressing my desire to discuss a collaboration. assessing the value of our ninja profession in your realm. The decision rests entirely in your hands. Should you refuse, I shall vanish, ensuring the term ninja never resurfaces. Her interest was piqued. Your ability to infiltrate my Pope's chamber undetected already attests to the value of ninjas. Speak. I proceeded to paint a grand picture, explaining, you soul masters thrive in the light, revered by the masses. Yet we ninjas? We toil in the shadows, the blades of the unseen, burdened by darkness. We are your covert operatives, handling tasks you prefer to avoid. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue, though she still harbored reservations, particularly regarding my 10-year-old appearance juxtaposed with such extraordinary combat prowess. I quickly reassured her, half-truthfully claiming I had utilized a forbidden technique developed by a great figure, allowing me to be reborn in this body with significant side effects. I was the sole successful case in my village, a chosen one. Furthermore, our homeland was isolated, preventing any escape, ensuring absolute security of information. With that, all her doubts dissipated. Seizing the moment, I presented my core proposition. I explained that anyone could become a ninja, as the entry requirements were low. Only a steadfast will and sound body were necessary. Should ninjas proliferate, they would inevitably threaten the status of soul masters, leading to inevitable conflict. Thus, to prevent such a scenario, I alone possess the capability to train ninjas across the continent. Moreover, the command of this ninja force will be vested solely in you, the Pope. I must say, the Pope truly demonstrated resolve. Upon realizing I was entrusting her with the command of the ninja force, she decisively agreed. All right, just like that. Her response was incredibly straightforward. She even encouraged me to continue as my Hokage, pledging her full support. Thus, the matter was settled. She inquired what I needed, to which I replied, provide me with 300 orphans under the age of 7. I then slapped the meticulously drawn blueprints for kunai and shuriken onto the table, asserting that these weapons must be crafted in secrecy. No problem, she assured. I'll await your return for training in a year. After concluding our discussions, I performed Doton right before her, sinking into the earth, and made my swift exit. How splendid! Unfortunately, my swagger lasted only 3 seconds before I resurfaced to add, oh, and remember to instill loyalty in those children to you, before completely disappearing. To my dismay, I found myself lost. The Pope's chamber was exceedingly vast, and no matter how I wandered, I could not locate the exit. Exhausted from the considerable mental exertion of employing my illusionary powers, I felt on the verge of collapse. As dawn approached, I urgently sought a refuge where I could conceal myself. After navigating a convoluted path, I finally discovered an absolute dead end, a place so secluded that sunlight could not penetrate. Hastily, I retrieved 2 soldier-s rations and consumed them, forcing myself to refine my chakras. I must emphasize that if I failed to recuperate before daybreak, amidst the throngs of people, discovery would spell disaster. Just as I was regaining my strength, I unexpectedly encountered a couple engaged in a melodramatic breakup. The young man's cheesy lines were relentless, while the young woman's expression seemed almost theatrical, as if she were merely acting. In that moment, I concluded that their fate was sealed. After enduring the tension until nightfall, my chakras had nearly restored, and my spirits were lifted. However, as I attempted to exit, I became disoriented once more. This wretched place resembled a labyrinth. After much effort, I finally discerned the path outward and utilized the earth escape technique to lighten my body, propelling myself over 100 meters with a single leap, silently slipping down the mountain. Yet, as soon as I landed, I found myself frozen in place. Before me stood a stunning blonde, her beauty and figure reminiscent of a character from a video game. The moonlight, nay, it was not the moon, but rather the aura she radiated, blinded me momentarily. I was so entranced that my mind felt like it had overheated. The moment she glared at me in anger, her gaze sharp enough to kill, I quickly bowed at a 90-degree angle, apologizing profusely. See me, Miss San? See me, Miss San? No, she wouldn't understand Japanese. So I swiftly switched to Chinese. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. My timid demeanor seemed to temper her anger slightly. Yet my uncontrollable gaze began to assess her figure. What an impertinent fool I was. Unable to contain herself any longer, she raised her hand, conjuring a sphere of golden light. Instantly, I realized that this woman was formidable. I quickly donned a smile, my eyes crescent-shaped. Sister, I merely ventured out for some fun and accidentally stumbled here. It's all a misunderstanding. Remarkably, my calling her sister had a calming effect. The golden light in her hand diminished. How easily the denizens of this world could be deceived. As I contemplated my escape, her golden light flared back to life, accompanied by a playful smile. Goodness, she was toying with me. I thought rapidly, continuing to babble. Sister, you've already devised a countermeasure in your mind. Haven't you? I suddenly pointed behind her and shouted with all my might. Look, a flying saucer. She instinctively turned, releasing the golden light from her grasp. Seizing the moment of her distraction, I hastily fled in the opposite direction. By the time she realized what had occurred, I was already a considerable distance away. I heard her furious shout, followed by a terrifying aura erupting behind me. When I glanced back, my soul nearly fled in terror. The blonde beauty was enveloped in a resplendent golden light, and 4 pristine white wings unfurled from her back, with 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, shimmering beneath her feet. My word, a 5-ring soul king. With a powerful flap of her wings, she launched herself toward me like a cannonball. At that moment, I was paralyzed with fear. While my legs pounded the ground in a futile escape, she soared through the air as if equipped with turbo boosters. How could I possibly compete? Moreover, this desolate place lacked even a single tree, leaving me with no refuge for a substitution technique. I could only yell as I ran. Hey, Angel Sister, can we negotiate? Please go easy on me when you strike. She flew behind me, her voice oddly calm. Sure. Stop running and clarify everything, and I shall spare you. I didn't trust her for a moment. I continued to engage her in conversation. Angel Sister, you truly want to punish me? Rest assured, as long as you clarify everything, I swear by the name of the 6-winged angel martial soul that I shall never renege. This clever girl nearly had me convinced. I calculated that if we continued this game of endurance, surely one of us would falter first. The Soul King's flight would surely deplete her soul energy, and I refused to believe she could pursue me indefinitely. It wasn't about mistrust. It was about survival. I persisted in delaying the inevitable. She seemed to catch on to my strategy and ceased her chatter, silently accelerating. I could sense the distance between us gradually diminishing. A child around 10 years old was managing to outrun her at full power, and, judging by my voice, it seemed I wasn't even out of breath. I could almost feel her CPU overheating with frustration. She must have been thinking, this kid is truly remarkable. At 10 years old, without any soul energy, he can outrun me with sheer physical prowess. If he were to join our martial soul hall, he would surely ascend. I saw through her intentions immediately. Did she wish to recruit me? As Kakashi, having lived 2 lives, I had witnessed my fair share of manipulative tactics. The moment she began to pursue me, I anticipated this strategy. Perfectly, I wanted her to waste her breath. After all, this would buy me more time. As I ran, I discreetly scanned my surroundings with my one good eye, feigning curiosity. So, how do you plan to deal with me? I mused internally. Where are the trees? I need a forest. Once I entered the woods, I would be home free. Her grand wings would be rendered ineffective within the confines of the trees. To my surprise, she fell right into my trap, immediately painting an enticing picture. I want to punish you. Not only that, but I'll also offer you great power and riches, provided that you clarify everything. Her insistence on clarity was merely an attempt to undermine my resolve and sow discord within me. Oh, how naive. Did she think she could engage in psychological warfare with me? I complied by slowing my pace. I was certain that once she realized I had played into her hands, she would refrain from breaking the carefully constructed atmosphere of success she had built. Thus, we proceeded as if in a theatrical performance, maintaining a balanced speed to conserve our respective energies. Yet inwardly, I was cursing my misfortune. What kind of place was this? After running for what felt like an eternity, there was not a single sign of life, let alone a forest. Sure enough, it wasn't too long before Qianren Shue's astute mind caught on. While she could soar effortlessly, high-speed flight consumed soul energy at an alarming rate. Meanwhile, I was in a state of perfect harmony with my breath and footsteps, minimizing my energy expenditure. Realizing this, she made a decisive choice and abandoned the charade. Her magnificent wings surged with renewed power, and with an explosive acceleration, she shot above my head. In an instant, her first soul ring flared to life, and a shimmering golden hand, accompanied by a rush of wind, reached for me. I had no time to think. To withstand a strike from Soul King would surely mean my demise. I had to gamble, sacrificing an arm in the process. My right hand crackled with erratic lightning as I hastily unleashed an incomplete Chidori, hoping merely to avoid total destruction, praying it could be salvaged in the years to come. However, as we focused on the impending collision of our hands, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. I, Kakashi, stumbled over an unknown object beneath my feet. With a stagger, I lunged forward. The scene was almost surreal. Her golden hand and my electrifying grasp barely grazed each other by mere millimeters. My incomplete Chidori flickered out as my concentration faltered. I must say, that stumble was nothing short of cataclysmic. What was poised to be an earth-shattering duel transformed into a comedic spectacle. Qianren Shui stood in disbelief, her exquisitely crafted visage etched with shock. Instinctively, she slowed her descent, landing steadily a short distance away. As I rose from the ground, the atmosphere fell silent. She gazed upon me, the calmness from earlier replaced with icy resolve. Little brother, I can afford to wait for you once more. Will you join the Martial Soul Hall or not? The situation on the Martial Soul Hall S side had descended into chaos. A few elderly gentlemen, akin to legendary warriors, hurriedly made their way back to the Pope's palace upon hearing that the young lady had fled, causing an immediate uproar. Without hesitation, a dozen or so flying spirit masters took off like startled pigeons, soaring into the sky in search of her. Meanwhile, I faced her, whose icy demeanor was as unyielding as a glacier, and laid my cards on the table. I apologize, but I deceived you. You should return. I will not accompany you. The moment these words left my lips, a shock likely reverberated within Qianrengshu's mind. She must have thought, this script is incorrect. You refuse me, and yet you are so blunt about it? Am I to be denied any semblance of dignity? Her golden hair flared with rage, radiating an overwhelming aura that bore down upon me like a mountain. If that is the case, I shall have no choice but to take action. My heart sank, realizing that she meant business. With a sigh, I casually remarked, it seems there is no other option. She, misinterpreting my demeanor, tentatively inquired, are you willing to join us? In her eyes, no matter how formidable I appeared, I was merely a child who could be intimidated into submission. I grinned. I initially thought I could escape without conflict, but you saw through my ruse. Now this complicates matters. Upon hearing this, she utterly lost composure. Wasn't this blatant mockery? She felt as though I, this little imp, had toyed with her, exhausting her spirit energy, only for me to act as if nothing had transpired. She attempted to offer me one last chance. Honestly, I cannot bear to eliminate someone of your caliber. I promptly interrupted her. Very well, I shall consider it. This sudden shift left her momentarily stunned. Then, before her eyes, I turned my upper body away, spun back, and swiftly formed the tiger seal. Although she could not comprehend the gesture, an ominous premonition sent shivers down her spine. As my right hand rested on the edge of my mask, her intense curiosity clashed with a profound sense of danger, ultimately yielding to her instinct for survival. Just as I was about to lower my mask, her wings flared, propelling her skyward in an instant. She made the right choice. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball, 2 meters in diameter, erupted from my mouth, soaring close to the ground for dozens of meters, marking the earth with a charred trail. Qianrengshu, observing from above, was left dumbfounded by the power and distance, especially since not a single spirit ring illuminated my being. I gazed up at her and the rapidly approaching lights in the distance, aware that her reinforcements had arrived. Slowly, I picked up a handful of ash from the ground, retrieved a piece of white cloth, and began to manipulate it for a moment before setting it aside. I called out to her, while it is certain I cannot defeat you, a 5-ring spirit king in a fair fight, if I employ this technique, I have confidence in overcoming you. The next moment, as astonishment filled her gaze, my energy surged forth. The 8 gates of Douluo. First gate open. Boom. My aura escalated to the level of a spirit master. She was left speechless, but I was not done. Second gate, rest gate, open. The incredulity in her beautiful eyes deepened as my presence approached that of a high-tier spirit master. Third gate, life gate, open. With gritted teeth, she knew if she did not activate her domain, she would surely fall today. Fourth gate, injury gate, open. With this activation, my power surged beyond hers. Her mind buzzed, consumed by a singular thought. It was over. She could not contain me. Seizing the moment while she was momentarily dazed, I dashed forward, brushing past her, whispering softly in her ear, "If we cannot engage in battle, I can only offer you my compliments." By the time she regained her senses, I had already fled, leaving behind only the piece of cloth. My maneuver was nothing short of a textbook example of a stealthy retreat. The front of the cloth bore the words in ash, "I apologize for not being able to duel. I have disappointed you. However, you are the first girl I have chosen to command." It sounded rather pure and romantic, didn't it? But upon flipping it over, 4 grand characters adorned the back. Bing Ji Yun Gu. Do you understand my meaning? A true master of verbal banter. Qian Ringshu's icy visage flickered momentarily. What girl does not relish a compliment? Yet, she quickly realized that this little rascal was teasing her. She tightened her grip, crumpling the cloth into a ball, only to release it moments later with a snort. "The next time we meet, I will surely capture you, masked imp." And I, having long since vanished from sight, had already nestled beneath a great tree outside the city, shedding the state of the 8 gates of Douluo, feeling as limp as a dead dog, gasping for breath. The 4th gate was indeed the limit of my current physique. I spent 7 arduous days weaving through the forest, subsisting on raw fish caught with the imperceptible water prison technique when hungry, and quenching my thirst with dew. Eventually, I stealthily returned to Shenghan village. Upon entering my home, I felt utterly spent. I pushed open the door to find the room impeccably clean, clearly having been tidied by Tang San. A warmth spread through my heart before darkness enveloped me, and I collapsed, the weight of exhaustion crashing down upon me like a mountain. When I next awoke, it was to Tang San shaking me awake, his expression filled with concern. "Kakashi, you are awake. Do not move. You have been asleep for a full 2 days." I attempted to prop myself up, but my hands gave way, and I tumbled back onto the bed. Lying there, a single thought echoed in my mind. The consequences of pretense are painfully evident. Yet, beside me, Tang San continued to frown, chiding me like a maternal figure, lamenting how we ninjas have been reckless, ruining our own bodies. I thought to retort, "Hey, do you have X-ray vision? How do you know the state of my body?" He had not inquired about my experiences, but had simply concluded that my physical condition was dire. Good heavens! This was tantamount to revealing that his spirit energy functioned like a portable X-ray machine, capable of scanning internal injuries. This was far superior to our ninja's sensory abilities. We could merely sense chakra, but who could directly see internal damage? This intelligence was duly noted. Seeing me silent, he continued, "Just rest. I will prepare some porridge for you and bring it over." After saying this, he scurried out of the room. Moments later, he returned with a steaming bowl of porridge. While I pondered the wonders of spirit energy, his next words left me speechless. He said, "Kakashi, your mask is inconvenient. Shall I help you remove it?" Help me remove it? Who understands the implications of that, my friends? His hand. It came directly toward me. My heart plummeted, and my mind erupted with chaos. I, Kakashi, who had traversed the ninja world for years, had evaded the efforts of Naruto and his friends, who had struggled mightily to remove my mask, was now about to fall victim to this boy's casual gesture over a bowl of porridge. My illustrious reputation was at stake. I watched as that hand drew closer. 20 centimeters, 10 centimeters, 5 centimeters away. My body froze, lacking the strength to move. It was over. My mysterious and suave persona was about to collapse before a bowl of bland porridge. Just at that critical moment, "Kakashi, Grandpa is here to see you." Good heavens! The voice of old Jack, the village chief, sounded like a heavenly choir from outside the door. It was my lifeline. Tang San's hand, mere centimeters from my mask, froze midair, creating an incredibly awkward scene. My mind raced, and with all my might, I managed to squeeze out a sentence. "Little San, please go greet Grandpa Jack." Simultaneously, I retracted my head, burying my face deep in the blanket, refusing to emerge. Tang San responded with an "oh," likely bewildered by the sudden turn of events, and reluctantly turned to leave. Seizing the opportunity while he was gone, I bolted upright, grabbed the bowl of porridge, and gulped it down without a second thought. Ignoring the heat, I devoured it in a flurry, leaving not a single drop. Then, I quickly lay back down, placing the empty bowl aside, and resumed my act of being a helpless, bettered patient. When Tang San led Lao Jieka inside, what greeted them was merely an empty bowl and my jaw, still faintly chewing beneath my mask. I could sense him freeze in place, likely overwhelmed by thoughts racing through his mind. Unbelievable. So close. Lao Jieka, however, remained oblivious to this. He settled down, grasped my hand, and inquired about my well-being, mentioning that he had heard from Xiao San that I had been lying down since my return, leading him to believe I had fallen gravely ill. Observing my closed left eye, he sighed, lamenting its mysterious scar and inability to open. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of Tang San, filled with resentment, and nearly chuckled. "You wish to see my true visage, don't you? You are far from that." After Lao Jieka offered a few more words of concern, he departed with Tang San. I lay back on the bed, releasing a long sigh. I must say, while my near brush with death upon my return was indeed perilous, the real danger lay in almost having my mask removed. In the days that followed, I devoted myself to recuperation. Once my health was restored, I began preparations for this year's Wuhan Awakening ceremony. According to the script, Tang San would awaken with innate full soul power today, and then it would be my turn to shine. As anticipated, it wasn't too long before someone summoned me, stating that village chief Jieka wished to see me. The ensuing events unfolded as I had foreseen. Tang San revealed a blue silver grass, a seemingly worthless martial spirit. Yet his innate full soul power astonished the entire assembly. When it was my turn, I discreetly manipulated the apparatus, causing a malfunction. Ultimately, the Soul Master Su Yuntao could not ascertain whether I possessed innate full soul power, but due to my impressive skills, he granted me a position as a work-study student at Notting Academy. The plan was a success. Having settled everything, I contemplated visiting Tang San, as companionship would be paramount in our schooling. Carrying a wild rabbit and a mountain chicken I had hunted the previous day, I made my way to his blacksmith shop. However, from a distance, I could hear a heated argument within. It was Lao Jieka and Tang San's inebriated father, Tang Hao, embroiled in a dispute. I quickly found a corner and eavesdropped openly. Lao Jieka, with sincere concern, pleaded, "Tang Hao, this opportunity is rare. Our Shenghan village offers but one spot each year. Xiao San possesses innate full soul power. With just one soul ring, he could become a true soul master." Yet, Tang Hao, in a state of despair, coldly retorted, "What use is a soul master? Blue silver grass is a useless martial spirit. What can it achieve? If he leaves, who will cook for me?" My fist clenched in frustration. Was this truly his father? Lao Jieka trembled with anger while Tang Hao maintained a dismissive demeanor, urging him to leave him be. Ultimately, it was the understanding Tang San who emerged to mediate, assuring Lao Jieka that he would not pursue it, asking him not to be upset. Lao Jieka sighed deeply, casting a disappointed glance at Tang Hao before departing. I remained pressed against the wall, and upon Tang San's entry, Tang Hao suddenly queried, "Are you also disappointed? Wishing to become a soul master?" To my surprise, Tang San, displaying remarkable maturity, responded that being a blacksmith was also quite satisfying. This prompted Tang Hao to erupt in a fit, declaring that soul masters were of no value and that even the strongest were worthless. I felt an urge to intervene and deliver a few punches. How could he dismiss everyone simply because of his own shortcomings? At that moment, I overheard the most pivotal statement. Tang San softly remarked, "But I have another martial spirit." What? Did I hear correctly? Another martial spirit. Those who understand, this signifies twin martial spirits. Isn't this akin to starting with a royal flush? While I was diligently gathering intelligence, he possessed a built-in advantage. There was a brief silence in the room before I heard Tang Hao, with an exceedingly complex tone, instruct, remember, in your future, you must use the hammer in your left hand to protect the grass in your right. Always. Using a hammer to safeguard grass? The hammer in the left hand. The grass in the right? My mind raced, and I quickly grasped the meaning. Once the room fell silent, I entered carrying my game. Upon seeing me, Tang San awkwardly said, Kakashi, I'm sorry, but I may not be able to attend the academy with you. I smiled and placed the rabbit and mountain chicken down. Perhaps. However, I overheard your conversation just now. Tang San looked puzzled, and I candidly added, I apologize for eavesdropping while leaning against the wall. I then directly asked, Xiao-san, what is your other martial spirit? I sensed a heavy atmosphere in the room. He replied that it was a small hammer. At that moment, Tang Hao emerged and, upon seeing the meat I brought, unexpectedly smiled and offered to assist in preparation. During dinner, I observed Tang San's dejected expression and directly stated, What are you saying? Uncle Hao has already consented to your going. Why are you hesitating? Both father and son froze, staring at me in unison. Tang San eagerly inquired, Kakashi, when did my father agree? I cleared my throat and began my deduction. Didn't Uncle Hao say you must use your left hand as hammer to protect your right hand as grass? ISNT, this indicating you should grow stronger and acquire the power to protect? If you don't go to the academy, how will you become strong? Upon hearing this, Tang Hao silently turned away, finishing his meal before retreating to his room, which was essentially an acknowledgement. Tang San, still unable to comprehend, foolishly asked, How can you be so certain that that's what he meant? I shook my head in exasperation. You are far from understanding. He emphasized the left and right hands. Is your hammer not from the left hand? Is the grass not from the right? He wasn't referring to just any hammer. He specifically meant your martial spirit. ISNT, the implication clear enough? Tang San's eyes widened in realization. After finishing our meal, he returned to the room, clinking away at the anvil. I, with nothing else to do, followed him in and discovered his hammering technique was chaotic, relying solely on brute strength. Unable to bear it any longer, I halted him. Xiao-san, let me give a try. Taking the hammer, I inhaled deeply, engaging my legs, twisting my waist, and channeling my entire strength into my arms, delivering a powerful strike. The resounding clang echoed, more effective than his dozens of blows. Then, utilizing the rebound from the iron block, I pivoted my body and struck again. Each blow became heavier and faster. Tang San stood by awestruck. Hastily activating his ZG magic, I, barely grasping that I was employing body coordination and recoil to maximize the force of each strike. Just as I was in the throes of my rhythm, Tang Hao entered, drawn by the sound of my hammering. I feigned further practice, striking a few more times before stopping at the perfect moment, maintaining my energy and excitement. Tang Hao approached, bypassing any commentary on my technique, instead inquiring about my heart. Internally, I scoffed. It wasn't about the heart, but rather the point of force. He then called Tang San over to try, subsequently beckoning me outside. Kakashi, I have a favor to ask. Tang Hao's expression was gravely serious. I didn't wait for him to finish and replied directly, I will take good care of Xiao-san. A flicker of surprise crossed Tang Hao's eyes, followed by a wry smile. You are truly an exemplary child, one without flaws. Xiao-san, while a talent in his own right, still falls short in comparison to you. He then analyzed my hammering method, noting that while I had discovered the technique, my thinking was confined to blacksmithing, lacking a combat perspective, indicating a lack of ambition. So this was his test of me. Thus, you entrusted Xiao-san to me because of this? I found it hard to believe. That alone is sufficient. Tang Hao stated calmly. I cannot allow him to become a greenhouse flower. His I understand brought me a sense of relief. I accepted this esteemed elder's trust. As a gesture of gratitude, Tang Hao unexpectedly demonstrated the secret hammer technique of their Haotian sect. Right then and there, I must tell you at that moment, I yearned to activate my Sharingan and copy it directly. This technique held immense research value. Alas, the time was not yet ripe. In the subsequent 3 months, Tang San became utterly absorbed in the chaotic art of the Chaos Hammer, while I, on the other hand, devised an exceedingly rigorous regimen of physical training for myself. I activated the self-hypnosis mode of my Tei Kai. Youth is but a blaze. Running 100 laps around the mountain, if I failed, I would resort to doing 3,000 push-ups, kicking a tree stump 3,000 times, and if I could not manage that, I would hunt down a soul master. Each day, I imposed such outrageous command upon myself, driven by fervor. 2.5 months swiftly passed, and the day to embark for Nuoding Academy arrived. I organized my 2 sealed scrolls, one containing daily necessities and currency, the other filled with various ninjutsu scrolls. I secured a newly acquired short blade in my waist, strapped on a bag of changes of clothing, locked the door, and set off to rendezvous with Tang San and the others. After bidding farewell to Tang Hao, the 3 of us, Tang San, Old Jack the village chief, and I, set forth on the journey to Nuoding City. Along the way, Tang San looked back frequently, clearly reluctant to part. Old Jack comforted him, saying that the outside world was vast, and at the academy, he would acquire abundant knowledge and forge numerous friendships. Gradually, Tang San's emotions settled. With 2 lifetimes of experience, his yearning for the outside world finally overshadowed the sorrow of parting. Curiously, he inquired Grandpa Jack, "Could you tell me about the academy? What exactly is that place?" "I tell you, the academy is indeed a topic of great interest." Grandpa Jack began to enlighten us, explaining that the academy is divided into various tiers. We, as work-study students, are essentially free labor, earning the privilege to attend classes in exchange for cleaning duties, with tuition and accommodation fees waived, emphasizing self-sufficiency. I'm amused that this was merely a form of work-study. Grandpa Jack further expressed disdain for my father, exclaiming that he absurdly suggested I work as a blacksmith, claiming I was not even as tall as a hammer, and questioning which blacksmith shop would accept me. I thought to myself, "Grandpa, you do not understand. I am not forging iron, but rather enhancing my proficiency in the Xiantian treasure record." Then, Grandpa Jack began painting grand visions, stating that this Beginner Soul Master Academy is merely a starting point. A 6-year program with simple graduation requirements, soul power reaching level 10, and acquiring a soul ring. However, to achieve prominence, one must enter the Intermediate Soul Master Academy, which necessitates substantial financial investment. As for the Elite Advanced Soul Master Academy, Grandpa Jack's eyes sparkled with excitement as he revealed that there are only 2 in the entire empire, admitting fewer than 100 students annually. Graduating from there guarantees immediate elevation to nobility. I was astounded. It was akin to the Tsinghua and Peking University of the Soul Master realm, an ultimate stepping stone to change one's destiny, reliant solely on this. As we conversed, we reached Nuoding City. The academy's grand entrance was truly impressive. A 20-meter wide stone archway, with a pitch-black wrought iron gate bearing the 4 characters Nuoding Academy. It was evident that such stature was beyond our humble Shenghun village. However, just as I approached the entrance, we were halted by a gatekeeper. The fellow scrutinized us from head to toe, his eyes scanning us like a scanner, finally settling on our patched clothing. With a sneer that seemed to overflow with disdain, he questioned, "What brings you country bumpkins here?" My blood pressure instantly surged. Who could understand the plight of my family? Grandpa Jack quickly donned a smile, explaining that we hailed from Shenghun Village and were this year's work-study students. Upon hearing this, the gatekeeper chuckled sarcastically. "Oh, a golden phoenix can't emerge from a grass hut? It has been years since we had work-study students. You aren't frauds, are you?" Grandpa Jack's face turned crimson with anger, yet he restrained himself and presented the proof from the Wuhuan temple that Su Yuntao had provided. The gatekeeper took a glance, amused, and pointed at my name, declaring, "Wuhuan, Blue Silvergrass. Innate full soul power? Ha ha ha. This is the funniest joke I've heard in 2025. Blue Silvergrass with full soul power? This proof must be fake. You." Grandpa Jack was utterly enraged, snatching back the proof. "You are deliberately making things difficult. Just wait. I will seek out the officials from the Wuhuan temple. I tell you, this gatekeeper was nothing but a blatant bully, and seeing that he could not profit, he muttered behind our backs, "Shenghun Village? More like Beggar Village." That remark triggered Grandpa Jack's outrage. The old man spun around, striding back with fervor, His demeanor was such that I feared he might unleash his woohooing on the spot. The gatekeeper, startled, took a step back, yet quickly regained his composure, shouting defiantly, "What? Did I say something wrong? Look at this little pauper, all patched up. Get lost. New Oding Academy is not a charity." As he spoke, he even attempted to shove Grandpa Jack. In that moment, I sprang into action. My sole thought was, "You dare touch my grandfather?" I leaped between them, deftly redirecting him with my left hand and guiding him away with my right, while subtly tripping him with my foot, a simplified version of Tang Sect's control crane capture dragon. Executed seamlessly. With a thud, that arrogant bully landed squarely on the ground. Xiao San, even Grandpa Jack, was left dumbfounded. The gatekeeper scrambled to his feet, his face reddening like liver, bellowing, "You little brat, are you seeking death? Stop!" A voice, somewhat hoarse yet languid, suddenly rang out. I turned to see a middle-aged man of average stature, appearing rather disheveled, standing there unbeknownst to me. To my surprise, upon seeing him, the gatekeeper transformed from a ferocious beast to a subservient dog in an instant, nodding and bowing, exclaiming, "Master, you have returned." It was a transformation swifter than the Sichuan opera's face-changing act. This master paid no heed to him, directly requesting Grandpa Jack's proof to examine. He scrutinized me from head to toe. His gaze, though not piercing, seemed capable of seeing through to one's very essence. After verifying the authenticity of the proof, he unexpectedly bowed slightly to Grandpa Jack and stated, "On behalf of the Academy, I apologize for the earlier incident. This child, I shall take under my wing." Grandpa Jack had never encountered such a situation and, flabbergasted, entrusted both myself and Kakashi to him. Upon entering the Academy, I politely said, "Teacher, thank you." The middle-aged man shook his head, replying, "I am not a teacher at the Academy." I was taken aback. "Then who are you?" "Just a guest who enjoys free meals and drinks. They all call me Master. You may do the same." He paused, and his eyes suddenly shimmered with intensity. "Unless you truly wish for me to be your teacher." At that moment, I remained silent. My experiences from 2 lifetimes taught me that silence was the wisest response. Indeed, the master smiled, a somewhat stiff smile, yet his gaze brimmed with admiration. "A clever child. It seems I must be persistent. After all, you're the 3rd individual in a century with a twin martial soul." Boom! My mind exploded at that revelation. A twin martial soul, my greatest secret laid bare before him. The master shook the proof in his hand, stating, "Others may fail to discern the flaws, but if I cannot, I would not deserve the title of master. I have studied over 600 blue-silver grass martial souls. None have exceeded level 1 in soul power. Yet you possess innate full soul power. According to my theory of the 10 core competitive advantages of martial souls, this is utterly impossible. Therefore, you undoubtedly harbor another martial soul, a remarkably powerful one." In that instant, I gazed at him as if witnessing divinity. Knowledge. This was true knowledge. Without hesitation, I stepped back, knelt on both knees, and respectfully bowed 3 times. "Teacher." The master assisted me to my feet and turned to Kakashi, inquiring, "What about you? Do you wish to become my disciple?" My companion, embodying aloofness, hesitated momentarily before ultimately shaking his head. He likely thought to himself that this master's power was merely in the 20s, and he would fare better discovering his own path. The master did not press the matter, leading us to the Academic Affairs office for registration. The teachers, in the master's presence, were exceedingly courteous, but once he departed, they began to cast disparaging remarks behind his back. Indeed, the master was invincible, at least in theory. His theory of martial soul competitive advantage was nothing short of a farce. He was merely a renowned jester. I listened with furrowed brows, yet my resolve only strengthened. My 3rd brother was correct. A master imparts knowledge, not strength. Those who fail to grasp even this fundamental truth are unworthy of being called teachers. We were assigned to the 7th dormitory, designated exclusively for work-study students. Kakashi habitually set off to scout the terrain first, while I entered the dormitory ahead of him. Just as I set down my belongings, I found myself embroiled in a confrontation. By the time Kakashi returned from his leisurely stroll and peeked in, he was met with a scene of utter chaos. A super cute little girl with scorpion braids was employing a form of jujitsu so astonishing that her legs were scissoring around my neck. And with a sudden exertion of strength, I was brought down. Kakashi stood there, dumbfounded, likely pondering how I could be bested by a mere child. This little girl, named Xiao Wu, was the leader of the 7th dormitory. After defeating me, she boldly pointed at Kakashi, who had just entered, and declared, "Hey you, fight me. And if you win, you'll be the boss." Kakashi glanced at her and simply sidestepped her as he walked further inside, saying, "Forget it. I have no desire to be the boss." "Kakashi, that's just how things are here. You should agree," I urged him quietly. Seeing all of us staring at him expectantly, Kakashi sighed in resignation. "Fine." Xiao Wu leapt up in excitement, and without a second thought, launched a kick aimed at Kakashi's head. Her legwork was swift and fierce. Kakashi reached out to grab her, but the moment he caught hold of her calf, he recoiled as if electrocuted, stumbling back several steps with a perplexed look on his face, as if to say, "This sensation feels off." Xiao Wu wasted no time, pressing her attack wave after wave. Despite Kakashi possessing superior speed and strength, he was forced to retreat repeatedly, unable to strike back, relegating himself to a defensive stance. This girl, Xiao Wu, had an extraordinarily peculiar physique, just as she executed another flying kick toward his neck. Kakashi had no choice but to raise his left hand to block while awkwardly ducking his head. But in the next moment, I was taken aback. Kakashi suddenly withdrew his strength, leaped back, and raised both hands, shouting, "I concede." I was utterly bewildered. This guy had been fighting like a warrior one moment and then surrender the next. But upon reflection, it made sense. He was still burdened with that crippling weight, and Xiao Wu's attacks came at him like a machine gun, relentless, giving him no opportunity to form seals or catch his breath. If this continued, Kakashi would be worn out for sure. This was a tactical surrender, not a disgrace. Seeing him drenched in sweat, Xiao Wu recognized he had truly reached his limit and finally ceased her assault. With the fight concluded, it was time to address the main matter at hand. Xiao Wu surveyed our stunned group of work-study students and cleared her throat. "So, who could provide an introduction to our academy situation?" It was Wang Sheng, the former leader of the 7th dormitory, who stepped forward. He spoke rapidly, detailing our arduous daily lives as work-study students. In essence, we were the academy's free labor force, responsible for cleaning in exchange for meager meals. We attended cultural classes and martial spirit theory in the mornings, only to toil in the afternoons. Wang Sheng also divulged our backgrounds. He himself possessed a 9th-level soul power, just a step away from the next threshold. After hearing this, Xiao Wu turned to Tang San and inquired, "What about you? What level are you? You seem quite strong." Tang San, being forthright, replied, "I have innate full soul power." Innate full soul power. I tell you, the moment those 5 words left his mouth, the entire dormitory erupted. Everyone understood the significance. It was akin to drawing a hidden SSR card in a game, truly legendary. All eyes were fixed on Tang San, as if he were a rare beast. Xiao Wu's gaze then shifted to Kakashi. Kakashi scratched his head, slightly embarrassed, and admitted, "I'm currently at level 10, but I don't think it's innate." Just as we were processing this astonishing revelation, the door creaked open, and a man in his 30s walked in, cradling a blanket. He scanned the room and asked, "Where are the new work-study students? Which one is Tang San?" Tang San, Kakashi, and Xiao Wu quickly stood up. The teacher introduced himself as Mo Hen and handed the blanket to Tang San, explaining it was a gift from the master. I leaned in for a closer look. What a pristine blanket. The master truly cared for Tang San. Mo Lauscher then began assigning tasks. "Tang San, Xiao Wu, you two will be responsible for cleaning the garden on the south side of the playground, earning 10 copper soul coins a day. Remember, if you dare to slack off, you'll be expelled immediately." He pointed at Kakashi. "Your situation is special, but you are still a first year. You will also perform your duties." After outlining the time for the opening ceremony in the classroom, he left the rest to Wang Sheng, instructing him to explain the rules to us. Once Mo Lauscher departed, Xiao Wu was left in a daze, fixating on the new blanket in Tang San's hands. How awkward. We work-study students were all from impoverished backgrounds, and our blankets were tattered. A few quick-witted students immediately pledged their allegiance. "Boss, You can use mine. Boss, you can have my blanket. Xiao Wu waved her hand dismissively. Don't call me boss. It makes me sound old. From now on, call me Xiao Wu Jia. As she spoke, her eyes darted toward Tang San. Hey, how about we discuss something? Kakashi, sensing the impending scene of Xiao Wu trying to extort Tang San for his blanket, lost interest and chose a bed, placed his belongings down, and walked out. A short while later, he returned, astonishingly holding a brand new blanket. It turned out he had anticipated the need for a blanket and had custom ordered a set in the city, which had just arrived today. His mind was sharp, calculating every possible scenario. Once he set up his bed, we all felt hungry and made our way to the cafeteria. Along the way, Wang Sheng informed Xiao Wu about the old custom of the 7th dormitory's leader standing up for the work-study students, to which Xiao Wu confidently agreed. However, as we reached the cafeteria entrance, we heard mockery echoing from the stairs. Poor folks will always be poor. They'll never be able to eat on the 2nd floor. Xiao Wu's temper flared instantly, and she was ready to retaliate. One of the work-study students beside her quickly held her back, whispering, Xiao Wu Jia. The 2nd floor has a separate menu and is very expensive. We truly can't afford it. The upperclassman who had been mocking us lit up upon seeing Xiao Wu emerge behind Wang Sheng. Oh, what a beautiful little girl. But a pity she is just a poor thing. Wang Sheng replied, Today I'm in a good mood. I'll let you off this time. With that, he turned and headed up to the 2nd floor. Xiao Wu could not tolerate such an insult and prepared to chase after him, but Tang San pulled her back. Let it go. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Xiao Wu shot him a disdainful glance. Why are you so cowardly? Tang San said nothing and silently queued up. Just then, there was a series of loud thuds from the 2nd floor, followed by cries of dismay. Everyone on the 1st floor was startled, looking up in unison. There, casually perched on the railing of the 2nd floor, was none other than Kakashi. He had somehow removed the weights from his legs and waved at us. His voice not loud but clear to all. Come up. Today, I'm treating you. We'll eat on the 2nd floor. We work-study students stood there, dumbfounded, exchanging glances. Ultimately, it was Xiao Wu who took the lead, and we reluctantly made our way upstairs. As we passed those upperclassmen who had been so arrogant just moments ago, we saw them sprawled on the ground, bruised and moaning. At that moment, several members of the Academy security team arrived, frowning as they asked, What happened here? Tang San wore an expression as if to say, See, trouble has brewed, and was about to step forward to take the blame. However, Kakashi pulled him behind him and approached the security team, unfazed, explaining, It's nothing. The cafeteria floor was too slippery, and they accidentally fell. The security team, not being fools, could easily tell a fight had occurred among students. They were too lazy to intervene and simply offered a few casual warnings before departing. That meal was one of triumph and elation. Kakashi was truly generous. Although we were all considerate and ordered nothing expensive, he still ended up spending a significant amount on over 10 of us. After the meal, everyone expressed their gratitude to him, and Xiao Wu even patted his shoulder, exclaiming, Kakashi, well done. You truly are my little brother. This left Kakashi speechless. After dinner, the master summoned Tang San and Kakashi. In the Master S room, he requested Tang San to reveal his 2nd spirit, the hammer. When a master laid eyes on that hammer, his expression was as ecstatic as someone who had just won the lottery. Kakashi, observing from the side, began to jot down notes in his mind. Hammer spirit, surname Tang. Something is amiss here. I must investigate. Then, the master announced a momentous piece of news. Tomorrow morning, he would take the 2 of them out of the city to hunt soul beasts and obtain their first soul ring. Upon hearing this, both Tang San and Kakashi's eyes lit up. That afternoon, Tang San returned to the dormitory to absorb the knowledge imparted by the master. Kakashi, confident that he understood the theories, ventured out to familiarize himself with the academy's layout. He pondered whether to continue wearing his weighted gear, fearing retaliation from the cafeteria crowd, but then reasoned that fights in the academy were usually agreed upon, not ambushes, and he could always remove the weights later, so he strapped them on again. Meanwhile, the dormitory was abuzz. Tang San informed Xiao Wu of his plans to leave the next day, which displeased her greatly. Who will do the work? Tang San had no choice but to sign an unequal treaty, promising to handle all the chores for this semester upon his return, sharing half the payment with her, which finally placated the princess. Later that evening, when Kakashi strolled back, he found both Tang San and Xiao Wu absent. After inquiring around, no one knew their whereabouts. Kakashi's heart sank. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Alarm bells rang in his mind. That kid Tang San, with a soul that resembles a nearly 30-year-old man, shouldn't be out alone with a girl at this hour, right? I'm gonna stop him. This is too wicked. He rushed out of the dormitory, only to find Wang Sheng and his group murmuring. What could they be doing out at this hour? Could it be that San Ge has some peculiar preferences? Wang Sheng, in an effort to maintain his image, claimed they were just out for fun, but once the lights dimmed, he stealthily let a few others out as well. They all set off to indulge in gossip. Kakashi searched through the small woods and found no sign of them. Eventually, he discovered Tang San and Xiao Wu in the most unlikely and open space, the playground. Just as he was about to approach, he noticed a few figures lurking in the corner, Wang Sheng and his companions. Kakashi quietly crept over, asking in a hushed tone, "How did you know they were here?" One honest fellow replied, No matter what they're doing, the playground is spacious and convenient, isn't it?" Kakashi was taken aback, thinking to himself, well, that backfired. My CPU is overheating for this? He decided to crouch down alongside them to observe. Under the moonlight, in the center of the playground, Tang San and Xiao Wu were playfully tugging at each other, with Xiao Wu even climbing onto Tang San's back. Wang Sheng and his companions watched with great interest, whispering, "That's flirting." Initially, Kakashi was apprehensive, fearing that Tang San might engage in some inappropriate behavior. However, as he continued to watch, his attention was abruptly captured. It turned out that Tang San was practicing his hidden weapon techniques, with Xiao Wu serving as a moving target. The stones in his hand could trace arcs in 3 different directions without colliding. This technique was remarkably exquisite. After observing for a while and deeming it safe, Kakashi quietly returned to the dormitory before Tang San and Xiao Wu did. The next morning, before dawn, the master set off with Tang San and Kakashi. Their destination was the Hunting Soul Forest, located 400 miles northeast of Notting City, a place designated for breeding soul beasts. Along the way, the master began his lesson, explaining that soul beasts are categorized into 5 levels based on their age: 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, and 100,000 years. The corresponding colors of the soul rings are white, yellow, purple, black, and red. The older the soul beast, the more significant the enhancement the soul ring provides to the soul master. For instance, a 10-year soul ring grants you 10 points in attributes, while a 100-year soul ring directly adds 100 points. The disparity is astounding. Upon entering the city, the master did not rush to leave, but instead took them shopping. They purchased 3 large bags of water and a pile of cured meat and bread, which were quite ordinary. However, the most absurd item was 20 pounds of white radishes. Tang San and I exchanged puzzled looks while holding that heap of radishes. Fortunately, the master had hired a carriage. Once aboard, he pulled out a belt from his pocket and handed it to Tang San. The belt was dark and adorned with 24 milky white jade stones, exuding an air of luxury. The master explained that this was a top-tier storage soul guide, with each jade stone providing 1 cubic meter of storage space. Tang San accepted the belt and gave it an exceptionally artistic name, 24 Bridges on a Bright Moonlit Night. Kakashi glanced at it and inwardly scoffed, thinking it was flashy and impractical, wishing he had a more utilitarian ninja tool pouch. After a day and night of travel, they finally arrived at the Hunting Soul Forest. The outskirts of the forest were bustling with a lively town, filled with soul masters calling for teams to hunt soul beasts. The master looked disdainful and remarked that the prices here were exorbitant, and these makeshift teams were utterly unreliable. A genuine hunting team must consist of members responsible for supplies, healing, reconnaissance, damage absorption, and damage output, and, more importantly, they must trust each other implicitly. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's expression changed. It was clear he was reminded of his former teammates. As they passed through the town, they finally reached the entrance to the forest. Lo and behold, a towering steel fence stood over 10 meters high, topped with spikes, while a battalion of heavily armored soldiers patrolled outside, creating an intimidating atmosphere. The master lowered his voice and said, "This place is not open to everyone. One must possess an official decree issued by the Spirit Hall. If anyone dares to sneak in and is caught by the enforcement team inside, they will face dire consequences." As he spoke, he produced a black token from his pocket, engraved with a sword, a hammer, and a beast. He warned them to refrain from inquiring about the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the state, as the situation was quite complex. I must tell you, there was much more to this token than met the eye. The master held the black token and began a small lecture. He explained that it was divided into 6 levels, which could be determined by the symbols on it. The lowest level featured a sword, while the next level included a hammer. I thought to myself, wow, this is just like leveling up in a game. The master also emphasized that one should not listen to the outside chatter, claiming that weapon spirits were inherently superior to beast spirits, as that was mere ignorance. He stated that the strength of a spirit relies on 2 main factors: how much soul power one possesses upon awakening and how one trains thereafter. Before level 30, it might seem that beast spirits had the upper hand, but as one progressed, it all boiled down to individual skill. He then proudly waved the token in his hand. Mine is of the 3rd tier. Besides the sword and hammer, it bears the image of a blue lightning tyrant dragon. This creature ranks among the top tier in beast spirits. It is legendary. With this token, I can traverse most of the hunting soul forest in the Tiendo Empire without hindrance. I noticed that when he mentioned the dragon, his expression momentarily became complex, a fleeting look of melancholy crossing his face. There was undoubtedly a story there, and I made a mental note to investigate it later. As we conversed, we reached the entrance of the hunting soul forest. The soldiers at the gate, upon seeing the Master S token, were immediately attentive, their demeanor shifting from indifference to reverence. As they quickly cleared a path for us, allowing Tang San and me to follow without uttering a word. Once inside the forest, the cacophony of the outside world vanished, replaced by the refreshing air. The master did not rush forward. Rather, he surveyed the surroundings like a scout. Tang San, the ever-enthusiastic scholar, was once again at it, inquiring about the titles of the esteemed spirit Douluo inscribed on the Master S badge. The master retorted sharply, "Is this truly the moment for such inquiries? Focus. Stay close to me, and do not wander off." "Yes, master." Tang San immediately stood to attention. In the next moment, the Master S aura shifted dramatically. He clasped his hands before his chest and then forcefully spread them apart, bellowing with vigor, "Come forth, Luo San Pao." With a resounding pop, a creature materialized before us. How shall I describe it? It resembled a dog, yet its physique was akin to that of a pig, measuring approximately 1.5 meters in length, with a waistline to match. Its body was adorned with a faint purple coat, tiny ears drooping, and large, innocent blue eyes blinking adorably. As soon as it appeared, it scampered over to rub against the Master S leg, its plump behind wiggling in a most comical fashion, a sight too delightful for me to behold. Shortly thereafter, 2 yellow rings of light emerged beneath the Master S feet, century-old soul rings. He affectionately patted the purple-skinned pig dog, saying, "Xiao San, this is my martial soul, Luo San Pao." Tang San's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. "Master, is this not a beast martial soul? Why does it not attach to you?" Luo San Pao seemed to understand, letting out a couple of disgruntled grunts in response to Tang San. I suddenly recalled something and spoke up. "Is it a mutation?" At this, the Master S face turned bittersweet. Indeed, it was a mutated martial soul, and regrettably, it had transformed for the worse. When it first awakened, my soul power was merely half a rank. In this lifetime, no matter how hard I strive, I shall never reach the 30th level. Alas, who understands the pain of a theoretical monarch, only to find oneself reduced to a mere bronze rank? The master waved his hand, urging us not to dwell on it, and led Luo San Pao ahead. As we ventured deeper, we encountered numerous soul beasts, but the master dismissed them as too low in age and unworthy. As night fell, we found a suitable spot to camp. The master produced some medicinal powder and scattered it around, claiming it would repel the soul beasts. The 3 of us nibbled on some rations, and the master advised Tang San to rest against a tree. I informed the master of my desire to explore the surroundings. Seeing my eager expression, he likely recalled my previous escapades with a group of mischievous children and deemed it acceptable for me to wander alone, cautioning me not to stray too far and to return promptly if danger arose. I verbally agreed, but the moment I turned, my pace quickened. Once at a safe distance, I leaped into the trees, darting swiftly among the branches, embodying the very essence of a fleeting breeze. However, misfortune struck as I inadvertently stepped upon a black snake. After a struggle, I managed to dispatch it, only to discover it bore a 10-year soul ring, of no use to me, and merely a stroke of ill fortune. Just as I contemplated moving on, a thunderous noise erupted from the direction of the master and Tang San. My heart raced. Had something gone awry? Almost instantly, the chilling howls of wolves echoed around me, one after another, reminiscent of a grand concert. I pondered that the battle on the Master's side must have ceased, and returning now would be too late, yet the wolf howls hinted at a significant gathering. Perhaps there lay some treasure. Thus, I redirected my path toward the source of the howls. Along the way, I effortlessly dealt with several waves of Yinming wolves rushing to provide assistance. All mere 10-year soul beasts. I employed my instantaneous movement technique to have them collide with one another, rendering them unconscious. Upon my arrival, what a scene unfolded. A vast clearing where two large packs of wolves faced off, one comprised of gray Yinming wolves, the other of dark green swift-wind demon wolves, totaling dozens of wolves, encircling a quivering white little fox. At that moment, I cannot fathom what compelled me. Upon seeing the fox's pitiful state, I impulsively rushed forward to rescue it. Alas, this decision made me the target of both wolf packs, swiftly surrounded and trapped. It dawned on me that this little fox was no ordinary creature. It possessed an inexplicable allure, captivating not only the wolves, but ensnaring my own senses. Were it not for my strong willpower, I would likely have succumbed to the urge to battle the wolves in its defense. Frustrated, I realized escape was no longer an option. I glanced at the trembling little white fox now perched on my shoulder and sighed. There was no choice, having rescued it. I must protect it, even if it meant kneeling. At that moment, a spark ignited in my mind. Something was amiss. Why was I so compelled to protect it with my life? I swiftly pulled my headband down, closed my right eye, and when I reopened it, my left, I had transformed into the crimson Sharingan. As the Sharingan awakened, the world became crystal clear. The previous intoxicating sensation vanished. From a swift wind, demon wolf side, several wind blades were already hurtling toward me. Instantly, a wall of earth rose beneath my feet, propelling me into the air and effortlessly dodging the attack. Perched atop the earthen wall, I surveyed the battlefield with my Sharingan, instantly comprehending the situation. There were 26 Yinming wolves, 3 of which were a century old. The swift-wind demon wolves numbered 31, with 5 being of the century rank. Both sides had recently clashed, each bearing injuries. Glancing at the little white fox on my shoulder, I understood. This little creature was unconsciously emitting an alluring charm. The wolves were drawn into conflict because of it, and so was I, driven to madness by its presence. However, it also proved beneficial. I discovered that my Sharingan could directly discern the strength of soul power in this world, a fortuitous turn of events. While I contemplated my escape, the swift-wind demon wolves grew increasingly impatient. I surmised their reputation was less than favorable, making them my target. Now was the time. As a new wave of wind blades surged forth, I vanished from the earthen wall, reappearing above the swift-wind demon wolves. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. A barrage of fireballs rained down upon them. Upon witnessing my attack, the Yinming wolves howled and charged forward. The chaos ensued, and the 2 wolf packs descended into utter disarray, engaging in a fierce clash that alleviated some of my burdens. The opportunity presented itself. I raised another earthen wall, retrieved a scroll from my ninja tool pouch, and hurled it into the sky. Water release. Water surge. A torrential downpour inundated the battlefield, soaking the wolves to the core before they could react. I pressed my hands to the ground. Lightning release. Earth walk. A cacophony of crackling electricity surged through the water, coursing through the 50-plus wolves. both Yin Ming and Swift Wind, rendering them convulsing and howling as they collapsed, all losing their combat effectiveness. I had no time to dawdle. Such a ruckus would surely attract attention. I swiftly utilized Earth Release to create a massive hand, capturing both the century-old Swift Wind Demon Wolf King and the Yin Ming Wolf King, knocking them unconscious and securing them beneath my arm. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king, thus preventing them from awakening and continuing the fray. Clutching the two Wolf Kings and the little white fox, I hastily returned to the camp. Upon arrival, I found Tang San busily tending to the master, who lay on the ground, his complexion ashen. What happened to the master? I inquired anxiously. He was bitten by a mandala snake and is now poisoned. However, I have already treated him, and he is not in grave danger. Tang San replied calmly. I glanced at the enormous snake corpse not far away. Its soul rings now absent. You absorbed your first soul ring? Indeed. Well then, guard us. Without hesitation, I sat down, swiftly dispatching the Swift Wind Demon Wolf King, preparing to absorb my first soul ring. By the time we returned to Nuoding Academy, several days had passed. Under Tang San's care, the master had nearly recovered from a poison. I brought the little white fox back to my dormitory. This little creature, as the master described, was at least a 4,000-year-old soul beast, currently weakened due to a mental trauma. I placed it on my pillow, increasingly curious about the nature of the mental attack that could incapacitate a fox of such age. Thus, I pulled down my headband, aligning my Sharingan with its eyes, activating an illusion technique to delve into its mental realm. The moment I entered, I was taken aback. It was a realm of chaos, where a massive white fox phantom floated in agony, while above it, a swirling mass of colorful light relentlessly eroded its essence. Though beautiful within my Sharingan, I could perceive the intense, murderous intent emanating from it. I realized that unless a victor emerged from this clash, the little white fox would remain forever trapped in its plight. With the understanding that this little creature might soon become my companion, I resolved to act decisively, targeting the swirling mass of radiant light. Time seemed to lose its meaning as I vaguely sensed a dampness in my left eye, as if something warm and soft were gliding back and forth, almost as though it were licking my eye. With great effort, I managed to pry open my right eye, only to be greeted by an exuberant voice exclaiming, "Hey, Kakashi Gij is awake. Jo, Zuya, Sanji, Kakashi Gij is awake." In an instant, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Wang Sheng, along with a throng of students, crowded around me, all chattering excitedly. I must tell you, the moment I opened my eyes, I was nearly overwhelmed. A sea of heads surrounded me, their incessant chatter ringing painfully in my ears. My eyelids felt as heavy as lead, and after much struggle, I managed to lift them just enough to see a fluffy creature dancing before my eyes. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was a small white fox, its bushy tail sweeping across my face. I coughed lightly, propped myself up, and surveyed the group around my bed. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Wang Sheng were all present. I forced a sheepish smile and remarked, "Isn't this a bit of an overreaction, everyone?" Wang Sheng pointed at the small white fox nestled in my arms and asked Kakashi, "Where did this little creature come from?" As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Wu snatched it from me, cradling it to her chest and affectionately rubbing her cheek against its smooth white fur, retorting, "What little creature? Its name is Fu Fu. Just listen to how adorable it is." Goodness, I had barely lost consciousness, and they had already bestowed a name upon it. The little white fox, however, was not content to remain in Xiao Wu's embrace. It leapt back onto me, nuzzling my face with its small head and tickling me with its little nose. I instinctively held it close, marveling at the softness of its fur, and internally conceded, "Fine, Fu-Fu it is. It suits you quite well." This little fox was all about companionship, sticking by my side wherever I went. Just as I was relishing the moment, Xiao Wu smacked my shoulder, yanking me back to reality. "We need to talk," she said with a serious expression. "Because of the trouble you caused last time, tomorrow we, the work-study students, will officially confront those upperclassmen." Upon hearing this, I thought it was not a big deal and felt inclined to lie back down and continue sleeping, dismissively replying, "Isn't that just what you wanted? All right, I'm tired. I want to sleep now. Sleep? You've already slept all afternoon. Xiao Wu exclaimed, shaking me vigorously. Come on. Give us a clear answer. What are we doing tomorrow? And what happened to your eye? Why is there a scar? Wang Sheng chimed in, yeah. We want to see what you really look like. But this little creature, Fu Fu, 1T let us touch your mask. I glanced at Fu Fu and thought, well done. I'll reward you with a chicken leg later. Then, I began to concoct an elaborate tale. My eye? It was injured in my childhood, and I can't open it. Fu Fu? I found it. It's one of us now. That is all there is to it. No more questions, just tired. In truth, I was well aware that I had overexerted my mental energy while helping Fu Fu break through that illusionary light barrier, and I had collapsed as a result. My head was still buzzing as if I were at a dance party, and there was no way I could participate in the upcoming confrontation tomorrow. However, I felt no anxiety. Quietly, I confided to you that my 5 years of traversing this world were not spent in vain. Relying on the exceptional perception of natural energy granted by my Nine-Tails chakra, I had secretly acquired 2 soul rings, one from the 500-year Gale Wolf King and another from the 700-year Nether Wolf King, boosting my soul power to level 22. While these younglings were still striving for 10-year soul rings, I was nearly becoming a great soul master. How impressive is that? Before I knew it, a semester had passed, and the academy was on break. Tang San was packing his belongings to return home and visit his wine-loving father. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, resembled a forlorn creature, stating she wouldn't be going home and would rather stay at the academy. Who understands family? This little rabbit swiftly latched onto Tang San. Xiao San, how about I come play at your house? Tang San, being the honest person he was, replied that his family was poor. Yet, Xiao Wu, hands on her hips, confidently retorted, you save up your monthly allowance. Are you afraid you can't host me? Tang San chuckled and extended his hand, saying, speaking of allowances, I believe someone still owes me 6 silver coins. Xiao Wu's face flushed with embarrassment. This little rabbit was indeed extravagant, living as a typical spendthrift. She had gotten into the habit of borrowing money from Tang San whenever she ran out. She insisted that she would repay him once she received her allowance. And after some persuasion, Tang San reluctantly agreed. I was nearby, tidying my things, fully aware of the situation. This Xiao Wu was undoubtedly hiding something from us. Her body was as flexible as a noodle, and she had no concept of money. She certainly did not resemble an ordinary work-study student. However, I was too lazy to expose her. After all, there would be plenty of time in the future. Suddenly, Tang San, with a unique train of thought, turned to me and said, Kakashi, don't you live alone? Why not let Xiao Wu stay at your place? What could I say? I merely nodded, sure. Just ask Village Chief Jack for the key. I have no objections. Tang San was taken aback. Aren't you going home? I shook my head, flinging my ninja tool pouch over my shoulder, and coolly replied, I'm not one to go home. I need to venture out and pave the way for you novices. With that, I stepped out, leaving the academy, exiting Nodding City, and diving into the small woods, swiftly traversing the treetops with Fu Fu perched on my shoulder. You wouldn't believe it. Fu Fu, being a 4,000-year-soul beast, was remarkably stable on my shoulder, joyously yapping away. 10 days later, I arrived in Wuhan City. I was not foolish enough to storm in directly. I first created a shadow clone to sneak in and deliver a message to Pope Bibi Dong. You won't believe what happened next. As soon as my clone entered the city, it encountered a figure enveloped in dark energy, radiating an overwhelming aura. The individual introduced himself. I am Ghost Douluo Guime. Goodness, the title Douluo personally came to greet me? What a display. Before long, my shadow clone found itself in the Pope's palace meeting Bibi Dong. She did not put on airs. Instead, she was quite courteous, addressing me as Mr. Hokage. After disclosing my identity to her, I must say, the look on Bibi Dong's face was priceless. The effeminate man standing beside her, Ju Douluo Yuan, and she were both wide-eyed, likely having not realized that I was merely a clone. Bibi Dong was indeed formidable, without a moment's hesitation. She ordered Ghost Douluo to leave the city and fetch my true self. When I finally arrived at the Pope's palace, the atmosphere became somewhat delicate. We shared an unspoken understanding, neither of us mentioning her sending someone to intercept me. She was the first to speak. mentioning that the title Hokage might cause confusion on Douluo Continent and suggested I change it. After some consideration, I replied, "Then call me the sixth generation from now on." Then, she shifted her focus to Fu on my shoulder, stating that her subordinates had seen a fox identical to it in the soul-hunting forest 2 months prior. My heart sank. I understood. This was a subtle warning. She was informing me that she was fully aware of my whereabouts. Fate had dealt an unexpected hand. I thought I had hidden well, yet she had caught my tail. Very well, the time for honesty had come. Bibi Dong directly issued me an ultimatum. "Mr. Sixth Generation, I want to interfere with your private life, but I hope you can expedite the formation of the promised ninja force." An unabashed threat. What could I do? I could only muster the courage to respond. "All right, but I need your assurance that you will no longer investigate me." I swore in the name of the Pope. I swore in the honor of the sixth generation Hokage. Thus, the matter was settled. Shortly thereafter, Bibi Dong led me along with Jude Douluo and Ghost Douluo to a remote and desolate forest. The scene was astonishing. It was akin to a Wuhuan Hall version of Hogwarts. Deep within the mountains, a vast secret training base had been hollowed out, where hundreds of children were sweating profusely on the training grounds. We four stood atop a peak, and without a word, Bibi Dong leapt down, followed closely by Ju Douluo. I handed Fu to Ghost Douluo and jumped down as well. The two figures from Douluo landed silently, but I could not afford such grace. As I neared the ground, my hands swiftly formed seals, Swaytun, swear and no tate. A wall of water materialized out of thin air, perfectly cushioning my descent. How could I not display my prowess? I am a master of technique, after all, and this is how one makes a grand entrance. Bibi Dong was quite astonished by my display, so I took the opportunity to explain that this technique is known as ninjutsu, which requires a special energy called chakra that others cannot learn. Finally, she seemed at ease. Next came the freshman assembly. To conceal my identity as a child, Bibi Dong provided me with a black cloak. I immediately activated Doton. I dubbed it No Yoroi, disguising myself as an adult, standing upon the high platform, exuding an aura of authority. With a voice that resonated with gravitas, I inspired the hundreds of orphans below with fervent words, igniting their spirits. I proclaimed that from this day forth, they were no longer homeless orphans, but rather the sharp blades of the Wuhuan Temple, ninjas in the shadows. The effect was profound. They rallied, shouting in fervor for the sixth generation's lord. As my speech concluded, I summoned several shadow clones to instruct these young ones in the art of shuriken and kunai throwing. At that moment, I noticed a boy crouching in a corner. His thick eyebrows and watermelon hairstyle left me astounded. Could it be? I had encountered my half-brother, my take, here in Douluo. Approaching him, I inquired his name, only to learn he was an orphan without one. I waved my hand dramatically. From this day forth, you shall be known as my take. Little Kai confided in me that while his throwing skills were lacking, his endurance was exceptional, albeit his explosive power was somewhat deficient. As he spoke, a yellow soul ring emerged beneath him. I was taken aback. "You are a soul master?" He explained that although he possessed innate soul power and a soul ring, he lacked a martial soul, causing the noble family that took him in to cast him out in shame. I lifted my forehead protector and, using my Sharingan, instantly understood. His physique marked him as a natural taijutsu ninja. His soul power could not be cultivated through meditation, but rather needed to be extracted from his cells like chakra. I promptly imparted to him the method of chakra extraction. Truly, he was a divine ally bestowed upon me by fate. After ensuring Kai was settled, I intended to visit the base's blacksmith for some ninja tools. Just as I removed the cloak and reverted to my youthful form, I sensed a powerful aura locking onto me. Looking up, I beheld a stunning beauty, radiating golden light and adorned with 2 pairs of wings. Hovering in the air like a divine sun, she spoke coldly. "I did not expect you to be the so-called sixth generation master." My heart sank. It was Qianren Shui. She had been aware of my presence all along. Without further ado, she concentrated a sphere of light in her hand, declaring that I would not escape this time. Before her words could fully dissipate, a light cannon surged toward me. Quick to react, I clapped my hands to the ground. Doton, Tsuchi no Nagar. With a resounding crash, The soil wall shattered. Seizing the opportunity, her fifth soul ring illuminated, and a golden holy sword manifested in her grasp as she dove towards me. I met her advance with an electrified dagger in my right hand, a blade imbued with lightning. Both of us, shrewd and cautious, refrained from a direct clash. In an instant, we grasped each other's wrists and fell to the ground together. She attempted to overpower me with her 57th level soul power, but how naive. My chakra and soul power belonged to entirely different systems and repelled one another. Unless she were a soul saint, she could not breach my defenses. As she struggled against me, another version of myself silently appeared behind her, a cold blade poised steadily against her alabaster neck. Now my shadow clone whispers, "You cannot move. Can you?" The three prominent figures atop the city wall gazed in shock, while Bibi Dong finally remarked, "From the very beginning, little Shui had fallen into the sixth-generation Master S scheme." The tension in the air was palpable. It was a scene filled with anticipation. Xiao Wu, nearly in tears, clung to my arm, urging Kakashi, "Hurry up. You cannot let the soul venerable take him down." I was at a loss for words. Just moments ago, someone had adamantly prevented my involvement, and now they sought my aid. I could only reassure her, all right, hold on. Let me assess the situation." At that moment, the pressure seemed to drive Tang San to a breaking point. His gaze transformed, revealing a fierce determination, his eyes glowing with a violet hue. He raised his right hand, and suddenly, his blue-silver grass martial soul erupted forth. This time, however, it was different. The leaves morphed from flat to cylindrical, adorned with serpentine patterns and bristling with sharp thorns, exuding an intimidating presence. 2 rings of yellow soul rings ascended as he prepared to announce his name. But I stepped forward decisively. "I shall take this one," I declared, positioning myself before Tang San. The golden-haired youth, Dai Mubai, scrutinized me with an expression that clearly questioned my identity. Just as the tension reached its peak, I turned to see a snow-white fox darting through the hotel entrance, its movements unparalleled in elegance, leaping onto my shoulder with perfect poise. Its fluffy tail cascaded down my right shoulder while its curious head peeked from my left. Observing the confrontation, Dai Mubai erupted in outrage. "You dare to bring a pet into battle against me? Do you take me for a fool?" I hastily denied the claim, gesturing toward my forehead protector, obscuring my left eye. "You see, my eye has certain peculiarities. It serves as my combat support, my companion." With that, I extended my right hand, summoning a blade of white light, my martial soul, the short dagger Baya, manifesting in my grasp. Simultaneously, 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings rose from beneath my feet, pulsating rhythmically. I could feel that Baya had grown several inches. Now, as I gripped it reverse style, the blade's tip perfectly shielded my entire forearm, as if it were custom-tailored for me. I announced my identity: Hatake Kakashi, martial soul, short dagger Baya, 34th level weapon soul venerable. Let's conclude this swiftly. Dai Mubai's expression shifted to one of seriousness. "Very well. You possess the qualifications for battle. Show me the merit behind your swiftness." No sooner had he spoken than he vanished. After activating his martial soul, he became a different being, radiating explosive power as he lunged toward me. His 10 claws aimed directly at my body. I reacted promptly, retreating as my first soul ring glowed. This was the 500-year Gale Demon Wolf's soul skill. Instantly, multiple azure blades, identical to Baya, materialized around me, all forged from wind attribute soul power. In midair, I challenged him to evade. With a flick of my wrist, the wind blades shot forth in a flurry. This technique was known as Baya's multiple wind blade slash. Indeed, Dai Mubai found himself suspended in the air, unable to leverage his surroundings, forced to endure the onslaught. His first soul ring illuminated, and a white barrier emerged. The White Tiger Guardian Shield. He aimed to block my wind blades, but my blades were no mere illusions. Their penetrative and cohesive power was formidable. Although his barrier held momentarily, the wind blades did not dissipate, continuing their relentless assault. In quick succession, his second soul ring activated. A surge of white light enveloped him as he unleashed a thunderous roar, expelling a massive sphere of white light, the White Tiger's fierce light wave. The combined might of their soul skills sent shockwaves through the hall, uprooting tables and chairs in their wake. I had long been fixated on his soul ring. The moment his second soul ring illuminated, I immediately made my escape, granting him no opportunity to unleash his attack. As the white light dissipated, Daimubai had just landed when my first soul ring flared again, sending several blades of wind hurtling towards him. He chuckled, effortlessly evading with a lateral shift, proclaiming, "Too slow." However, he rejoiced far too soon. Allow me to clarify. I am not one to engage in superfluous actions. The wind blades were merely a ruse. The instant he landed and attempted to dodge, my second soul ring, Yuming, activated in a flash. What? His eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. I appeared before him as if teleporting, my left fist poised to strike his face with tremendous force. The speed was such that he could hardly react. He instinctively extended his palm to block. At the moment our fists met, his face turned pale. What immense strength! What a heavy punch! This was the only thought racing through his mind. He could not comprehend how such a punch could render his entire arm numb. After all, he was a formidable assault-type White Tiger Soul Master. Yet, even more astonishing revelations awaited him. He assumed that such a powerful punch would momentarily stiffen my body. But what happened? I withdrew my fist instantaneously, devoid of any inertia, stepping forward effortlessly, my right hand gripping the white fang, delivering a swift slash toward his neck. Daimubai, startled, performed a backbend, the blade grazing past his nose. Just as he exhaled in relief, preparing to unleash his third soul skill to counterattack, he fell flat on the ground with a resounding thud. From his perspective on the ground, all he could see was me, gripping the white fang, its tip pointed at his throat, and my emotionless, dead fish eyes. In this battle, I emerged victorious. I spoke in a calm tone. Daimubai, being a straightforward person, retracted his martial spirit, brushed off the dust, and stood up, showing no signs of defeat. Rather, he accepted it with grace, stating, "I lost, and I concede." However, could you enlighten me? Xiao Wu, that girl, was unrelenting, rushing forward to shout, "Hey, did you learn your lesson about putting on airs?" I ignored her and nodded at Daimubai. "Ask away." After I landed, how did you anticipate my direction of movement? My companion, Fu Fu, let out a call. I explained, her name is Fu Fu, a 4,000-year-old spirit-type soul beast with exceptionally sharp vision. Your every small action appears to her as if played in slow motion, allowing her to predict your next move directly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu immediately scooped Fu Fu up, rubbing her little face against the beast's fluffy body. "Fu Fu is amazing." Daimubai chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I see. Truly a good partner." He continued to inquire. "Then that punch of yours, what made contact was not my fist." I began to unveil the secret but highly compressed air. I elaborated. My second soul skill, Yuming, enables ultra-high-speed movement. Due to the extreme velocity, the air could not disperse in time and was pushed to a state of extreme compression by my fist, exploding upon contact with his palm. I employ a feint, retracting my fist before impact, thus avoiding any backlash. Daimubai, enlightened, realized the blade was meant to obscure my vision, allowing you to trip me with a sweeping kick. I have learned. He resumed his cool demeanor, casting a deep gaze at Tang San and Xiao Wu. "I believe we shall meet again soon. Should anyone seek trouble at Shrek Academy, let them mention the name Daimubai of the evil-eyed White Tiger." With that, he departed with the pair of twin beauties. Xiao Wu, still aggrieved, called out, "How did you know we were headed to Shrek Academy?" Daimubai, without looking back, replied, "Aside from Kakashi, you two are merely 12 years old, right? At this age, possessing soul power above level 20, what else could you possibly do but register at Shrek? At 12, I was already 15. That skilled lad. I'll be waiting for you at Shrek Academy." As they walked away, Xiao Wu pouted. "This person is truly inexplicable. Clearly not a good person. Evil-eyed White Tiger. More like a lecherous tiger." Tang San furrowed his brow. "Xiao Wu, I realize you are becoming increasingly insightful." I shook my head, thinking how Xiao Wu was a troublemaker, always leaving me and Tang San to clean up after her, which was exhausting. I directly stated, You two can stay here. I will find another place. With that, I turned and left, and Fu also wriggled free from her embrace, hopping back on my shoulder. I did not wish to remain with those two mischief makers any longer. The next day, I sought them out to share information, only to find Xiao Wu had once again conscripted me, dragging me along for a shopping spree. This girl fully embraced the essence of window shopping, merely observing without purchasing, leaving Tang San utterly bewildered. At that moment, Xiao Wu pointed excitedly at a nearby store. Tang San, look, it seems to be related to Soul Masters. We followed her direction to see a small, shabby shop, yet its sign bore the emblem of the Spirit Hall, a sword, a hammer, and a blue lightning Tyrannosaurus. I clasped the intimate paradise in my hands, intrigued. Let's take a look. Upon entering the store, a peculiar energy wave greeted us within the dimly lit space. An old man reclined on a creaky wooden lounge chair, fast asleep. This man possessed a rather distinctive appearance. His chin protruded, his cheekbones were extraordinarily wide, and his face resembled a shoehorn, adorned with black-framed glasses that exuded a shrewd aura. Tang San's gaze was soon drawn to a crystal the size of a human head hanging on the wall. The crystal was murky and filled with impurities, resembling a worthless rock. Yet, Tang San was transfixed, his heartbeat accelerating, his eyes sparkling. Xiao Wu, perplexed, asked, "Why are you looking at that worthless crystal?" To our surprise, Tang San nodded, stating, "I want to buy it. Not expensive, just 100 gold soul coins." The shoehorn-faced man lazily replied without opening his eyes. Xiao Wu exploded. "You want 100 gold soul coins for this piece of junk? Why don't you go rob someone? If you want to buy it, pay up. If not, please leave." The old man closed his eyes once more. Tang San, determined to buy, reached for his coin pouch, only for the old man to speak again. "Your money is insufficient. This is 100 gold soul coins," Tang San asserted. "But my crystal is worth 200 gold soul coins." Xiao Wu could no longer contain herself, dragging Tang San to leave. Tang San also felt the man was toying with him. Just as they prepared to exit, the old man called out again. "All right, 500 gold soul coins, no negotiation. Pay up and take it, or please leave." Goodness, the price had jumped from 100 to 500. Tang San was furious, pulling Xiao Wu away. Just as we reached the door, the voice floated back. "If your money is insufficient, you can pay 200 first, with the remaining amount in installments of 10 per month, at an interest rate of 10%. Xiao Wu was incensed, cursing him as a swindler. Yet, both Tang San and I were taken aback. 10 gold coins a month was precisely the allowance for a great soul master. How did this man, with his eyes still closed, discern Tang San's soul power level? This individual was unfathomable. Tang San grasped Xiao Wu's hand and returned. "Deal." Just as he was about to pay, the old man finally sat up, his eyes landing on the belt of the 24 bridge Minjiwai at Tang San's waist. Where did you get that belt?" "My teacher gifted it to me." Upon hearing this, the old man's expression changed, and he fell silent for a long moment. Xiao Wu assumed he intended to raise the price again, but instead, the old man waved his hand. "You are actually his disciple. Take that crystal. It is yours." This twist was astonishing. Tang San realized that this man most likely knew Master. Though confused, he quietly placed 200 gold coins on the ground, urging us to leave swiftly. Once we exited, I left a shadow clone behind in the shop. The middle-aged man had barely reclined when he abruptly opened his eyes, staring at my clone with astonishment. "I actually failed to sense how you left that behind." My clone replied nonchalantly, "Just now, I had a highly powerful spirit beast with me, which shielded your perception. Even so, when you approached me, I still could not sense your presence." His gaze sharpened, seemingly preparing to rise. Whoosh! He suddenly appeared before my doppelganger, his hand darting towards my neck like lightning. With a swift motion, I firmly grasped his wrist. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, impressive skill and quick reflexes. I fixed my gaze upon him and stated my assessment directly. To possess such speed without utilizing a martial soul, you must be of the agility type. Your strength should be at the soul sage level. Any higher, and I would not have been able to grasp your hand. The expression on his face froze as I held his wrist. I tell you, that chilling aura could freeze my brow even from 3 meters away. His voice turned icy. What exactly do you intend to do? I retorted, that is a question I should be asking you, uncle. To my astonishment, he instantly transformed his demeanor, chuckling as he reclined back into his chair, smooth as silk. What did he say? Ah, young man, it seems to be a misunderstanding. Such a rapid change in expression would make even a Sichuan opera master reach for a cigarette. I was not swayed by his charm and made my intentions clear. I do not care who you are. The three of us are here, and you suddenly appear with an unfathomable strength. How could I not be concerned? He, too, was forthright, admitting, likewise, I sought tranquility here, but with an inscrutable presence like yours. I must also weigh my options. Fine, since we have spoken plainly, I shall not prolong this further. I asked him, can you assure us we are not in danger? He lazily waved his hand while reclining. Do not worry. I am merely a retired old man, disinterested in the trivial affairs of the outside world. However, those two children must be here to test for Shrek Academy, correct? They have potential, though the girl has quite the fiery temper. Upon hearing this, I had a clear understanding. Without a second thought, I turned to leave, but at the door, I left him with a stern warning. I hope what you said is true. Otherwise, for the safety of the three of us, should it come to blows, I would not hesitate to leave you here, even at the cost of some injuries. I was not boasting. I needed him to understand that I was no pushover. As I stepped out of that establishment, a rush of information flooded my mind from the Shadow Clone. To my astonishment, it turned out that the master had been avoiding me due to his acquaintance with this old man, who was also connected to Shrek Academy. This revelation carried significant weight. Meanwhile, Tang San was anxiously pulling Xiao Wu back to the hotel. Upon entering the room, he swiftly drew the curtains and locked the door, his actions flowing seamlessly, resembling some clandestine transaction. Xiao Wu was flustered, her cheeks flushed, likely wondering, what has gotten into my brother? Could it be that the hotel's pink bed has stirred some primal instincts within him? Only family would understand. Her little mind was probably conjuring a scenario of a domineering soul master falling in love with her. And what happened next? Tang San, like a showman, produced a sizable crystal from his collection, gleaming with significance. I could not help but exclaim, Tang San, what on earth are you doing? All this fuss for a mere rock. You cannot tell me you bought it on a whim. Tang San paid me no mind, his face awash with obsession as he caressed the crystal, finally mustering a response. The true treasure within this crystal is not the amethyst. Xiao Wu inquired curiously, then what is it? Is hair crystal? Tang San's expression was solemn. Hair crystal? What is that? Xiao Wu and I exchanged puzzled glances. Having never heard of it, Tang San then embarked on a mini-lecture, explaining that golden threads had formed inside the crystal, which are termed hair crystal, and a single strand is worth a fortune. Xiao Wu, quick-witted as she was, immediately countered, but there are no golden threads in yours, and even if there were, if no one recognizes it, it cannot be sold. Your expenditure of 200 gold soul coins seems rather foolish. Tang San smiled mysteriously. No, this is not an ordinary hair crystal. It is the finest variant known as board crystal. Another new term emerged. Tang San elaborated, stating that board crystal is characterized by an abundance of golden threads that have coalesced into a slab, and it must be at least 100,000 years old. He pointed at the filthy stone, asserting that despite its unremarkable exterior, it contained thousands of golden strands, making it worth not just 200 gold coins, but 20,000. After declaring this, he produced a large iron hammer. Xiao Wu, step aside. What about me? I was standing right there. Before I could voice my complaints, Tang San unleashed his Xiantian Kung Fu to its utmost limit, and the hammer radiated with a white glow. With a single strike of the chaotic wind hammer technique, it came crashing down. With a thunderous roar, I felt the entire Rose Hotel tremble. The crystal was instantly reduced to dust. However, the next moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. Countless golden specks erupted from the powder, transforming the room into a dazzling spectacle akin to a nightclub showered with golden glitter, blinding my eyes with its brilliance. Xiao Wu, frightened, quickly activated her soul power for protection as the golden flecks clattered against the walls and bed, ultimately scattering to the ground, resembling tiny grains of gold. I could not help but quip, Tang San, you only told Xiao Wu to dodge. Does that mean I am not considered your brother? You nearly gave me a face full of golden glitter. Tang San, flushed with excitement, paid me no mind, shouting, "Quickly, help me gather all of these. Not a single one can be lost." As he spoke, he used the technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon to begin collecting the golden beans from the floor. The commotion was so great that the hotel staff came knocking at the door. Without batting an eye, Tang San lied, claiming, "We heard something but do not know what it was. This boy." We hurriedly collected all the golden specks, and Tang San estimated there must be over 20,000 of them. Xiao Wu, holding the last one, asked him what exactly it was. Only then did Tang San reveal that this substance is called Fa gene, a material used to create an exceptionally powerful natural concealed weapon. The next day, the three of us set off directly to Shrek Academy. Upon arrival, I was left dumbfounded. Is this truly an academy? Goodness! It appeared more like a dilapidated village. The wooden sign at the entrance looked as if it could be blown away by a strong wind, with the words Shrek Academy etched upon it, accompanied by an oddly green monster face that was both ugly and endearing. Xiao Wu was astonished. "Brother, did the master make a mistake? This place is far too shabby." There was a considerable queue, with everyone grumbling, feeling deceived. The registration desk was manned by a lethargic old man who collected the registration fee of 10 gold soul coins and offered no change. The first youth approached, and the old man squeezed his hand, declaring, "Too old, be gone." The boy's father attempted to plead, stating his son had just turned 13. The old man, growing impatient, replied, "We only accept those below 13. Do you not understand the rules?" When the father sought a refund, the old man lazily raised an eyelid. "Once registered, refunds are not permitted. Was this not outright robbery?" The father was furious, ready to argue, when the old man shouted, "Move by, someone wishes to withdraw. Handle it." Beside him, Dai Mu Bai stood up abruptly, without uttering a word, as 3 soul rings of yellow and purple lit up, exuding the aura of a soul respect of over 30 levels, scaring the father and son into fleeing in terror. At that moment, I realized that this academy possessed some real substance. The seemingly ordinary old farmer at the admissions office was paired with a soul respect as a bouncer. This configuration was simply extraordinary. Another child approached, 12 years old, with a rank of 21 and a 100-year soul ring. Impressive, right? Yet the old man shook his head again. Not qualified, leave. The parents protested, claiming their son was a high achiever. The old man stood up, addressing everyone. To enter Shrek Academy, one must first understand the rules. What is Shrek? It is a monster. Our academy is a monster academy. We only accept monsters, not ordinary people. Anyone over 13 or with a soul power below 21 should leave at once. As his words echoed, a terrifying aura erupted from him. 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black, 6 soul rings. Goodness! A soul emperor of over 60 levels, with soul rings that are 10,000 years old. The atmosphere was filled with an eerie silence, as the previously chattering parents suddenly retreated, escorting their children away with a sense of defeat. A single enrollment teacher was a soul emperor. The caliber of faculty here must be terrifying. Those who remained were undoubtedly formidable. Soon, it was the turn of a girl in a white dress who appeared alone, her short hair neatly framing her clean face. After the old man grasped her hand, a look of surprise and hesitation crossed his face, prompting him to inquire, "Are your family aware of your presence here?" A chill ran down my spine. Who was this girl that even a soul emperor regarded with such trepidation? Dai Mu Bai's eyes widened in astonishment, his gaze almost drooling with admiration. Ultimately, the old man permitted her entry. Upon Dai Mu Bai's return, I noticed a shift in his expression. He was fixated on something behind us. I instinctively turned to look, and lo and behold, another heavyweight had arrived. A girl with long black hair exuded an icy demeanor. Yet her figure was astonishing, incongruous with her age. Dai Mu Bai's expression was peculiar, not lustful, but rather a mixture of shock and complexity. What was happening today? First, a mysterious girl in white, now an enigmatic presence in black. The old man's impatient voice snapped me back to reality. "Are you enrolling or not? If not, step aside." Xiao Wu pinched my hand sharply, and I gasped, hastily paying the fees alongside her, extending my hand in submission. As I surveyed the dilapidated village, my excitement grew. This academy was extraordinary. The master had his reasons for bringing us here, and that mysterious old man in Soto City hinted that matters were about to get intriguing. Indeed, this enrollment point was not a place for just anyone. The old man approached us, treating my wrist like a walnut, claiming he needed to assess our bone age. Huh? Did he think my Tang Sect's physique could be discerned in a mere second? After a prolonged examination, he wore an expression of disbelief, finally allowing me to lift my leg for inspection, nearly inducing a wave of soreness. After what felt like an eternity, he nodded, declaring bone age acceptable. Fine. Next step, manifest your martial spirits. Xiao Wu and I exchanged knowing glances. The blue light and red glow erupted simultaneously, and 200-year soul rings appeared in a flash. Xiao Wu's rabbit ears perked up, her form becoming more elongated, while my seemingly mundane lawn, Yin Xiao, rapidly transformed into the vine shape I had previously displayed during my skirmish with Dai Mu Bai. The old man cast a glance at Xiao Wu before his gaze fixated on me, murmuring, "Lan Yin Xiao, it can cultivate this quickly?" I couldn't help but chuckle, retorting, "Teacher, don't you only accept monsters here? Am I not one?" The old man was taken aback, chuckling in agreement. Indeed, a little monster. Mubai, take them inside. Just as Dai Mubai was about to escort us, it was Kakashi's turn. Now the real drama was about to unfold. The old man seized Kakashi's arm, employing the same walnut-like technique. What ensued? After an extended examination, his brows furrowed in utter disbelief, as if questioning the very laws of nature. He then instructed Kakashi to lift his leg, only to discover Kakashi was busy removing weights. The old man grew impatient, urging him to hurry. Once Kakashi placed his leg on the table, the old man scrutinized it again, veins bulging on his forehead. He must have been wondering, what kind of structure is this? I can't get a reading on his limbs. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "Have you trained your leg with soul skills?" Kakashi shook his head, "No. And I haven't trained my hands either." The old man was utterly flabbergasted. After a long pause, he finally asked, "What is your age?" Kakashi, with a cheeky grin, pointed at his masked face and replied, "Do I look that young?" I swear, the old man turned green with fury, shouting, "How am I supposed to see your face with that mask and headband on? Speak up." Kakashi leisurely replied, 16. The old man froze, visibly irate. "Then what are you doing here?" Kakashi innocently pointed at Xiao Wu and me. "I came with them. You grabbed my hand without a word and started squeezing." Xiao Wu and I stifled our laughter, nearly causing internal injury. It was as if we had fried the old man as CPU on the spot. Thankfully, Dai Mubai intervened, whispering to the old man, likely disclosing our strengths and Kakashi's soul sovereign rank. The old man finally waved his hand, begrudgingly allowing us 3 to enter. As we entered this dilapidated village, Dai Mubai led us further in, his gaze fixated on the Ice Queen who had just arrived at the Academy's entrance. Xiao Wu immediately confronted him. "What are you staring at? Are you planning to ensnare another girl?" Dai Mubai earnestly explained that he felt a connection with her martial spirit, suggesting the possibility of a martial spirit fusion technique. Xiao Wu burst into laughter. "So her martial spirit is a mother tiger?" Dai Mubai awkwardly nodded. "It's possible," which was quite amusing. Upon reaching the second assessment arena, I was taken aback to discover a stall selling sausages nearby. A burly man with a bushy beard opened his mouth, and I swear his voice was more exaggerated than that of a famous actress. The aroma of meat wafted through the air, and considering Xiao Wu had hardly eaten breakfast, I approached to buy her a couple. As I addressed the man, he was visibly displeased and defensively stated that he was only 14. 14. Who could comprehend such advanced development? I was still in shock when I turned to see Kakashi already flaunting several sausages, with his little fox, Fu, enjoying the feast. After paying for the sausages, just as I was about to leave, Dai Mubai rushed over, panic-stricken, exclaiming, "Tang San, you can't eat that." Before I could process what he said, he compelled the 14-year-old who claimed to be Oscar to perform a demonstration. Oscar extended his right hand and, in an incredibly lewd manner, shouted, "I have a big sausage." I was utterly petrified. The two sausages in my hand suddenly lost their appeal. I had intended them for Xiao Wu. How could I let her eat something associated with that? I couldn't bear the shame. I promptly returned the sausages. Meanwhile, Kakashi was unfazed, munching away, declaring the taste delightful, while Fufu nodded in agreement. Dai Mubai looked at the two of them, utterly speechless. I pulled Xiao Wu back, and, after whispering an explanation, her face turned crimson to the collarbone, scolding us boys for our wickedness. Dai Mubai chuckled. Oscar is quite the oddity in the academy, a food-type martial spirit, extraordinary, but his soul curse is so disgusting that he has earned the nickname Uncle Big Sausage around here. After the laughter subsided, Dai Mubai led us to cut in line, announcing we were headed to the fourth assessment. It turned out the second assessment was for soul power measurement, and since Xiao Wu and I were both nearing level 29, we were exempted from testing. Some disgruntled candidates protested, so I had to showcase my strength, using the crystal ball to deliver a minor shockwave. The lights surged, nearly reaching level 30, and silence enveloped the crowd. Xiao Wu had the same effect, silencing all dissenters. When it was Kakashi's turn, the testing teacher hurriedly collected the crystal ball, fearing his 34-level soul power would shatter it. Now we had a plethora of monsters. There were 5 of us in total, including the Ice Queen, skipping stages. Dai Mubai informed us that the Academy's examination consisted of 4 stages. The first to filter by age and soul power, the second to assess martial spirit potential, the third to evaluate control, and the final stage was practical combat. The dean had decreed that pampered individuals were to be excluded. As we conversed, we reached the 4th assessment arena, where a middle-aged man, seemingly short yet robust like a bear, was dozing off in his chair. Dai Mubai respectfully called out, "Teacher Zhao." He brought candidates for assessment. Upon opening his eyes and seeing the 5 of us, they lit up, and he rose from his chair, his muscles appearing as if forged from steel, emanating an intimidating presence. Upon hearing that all 5 of us had advanced a grade, his excitement intensified, akin to discovering a rare treasure. With a wide grin revealing a blend of friendliness and danger, he addressed us, "Excellent. It appears there are quite a few little monsters this year. This is the final challenge. To join Shrek, you must first pass through me, testing your practical abilities." I must say, this gentleman, introducing himself as Zhao Wujin, wasted no time in presenting us with a formidable task. He declared that he would personally accompany us, outlining the rules simply. If we could withstand his assault for the duration of an incense stick, we would be deemed victorious. To our astonishment, he promptly produced an incense stick, struck a match with his fingers, and effortlessly ignited it before thrusting it into the ground with remarkable flair. At that moment, Dai Mubai's face went pale, and he quietly voiced his concerns to Zhao Wujin. "Teacher Zhao, is this really appropriate?" Zhao Wujin, with a fierce glare, retorted, "In the absence of the dean, I hold the highest authority here. What I say goes. Indeed, rank has its privileges." We quickly huddled to strategize. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu was giggling, teasingly suggesting that this teacher, Zhao, couldn't possibly be a soul emperor like the one at the entrance. With so many of us, how could we possibly fear just him? The look Dai Mubai gave her was akin to that of someone spotting a glaring flaw. He sighed and shook his head, dropping a bombshell. He is not a soul emperor. He is a 76th level soul sage, known as the Immutable King. What? A soul sage? For those who understand, 76 is no trivial matter. It signifies a being capable of single-handedly taking on an entire army. Meanwhile, we were mere novices, not yet having reached 30 levels. This felt like an invitation to our own demise. As we deliberated, the atmosphere thick with tension, another figure appeared, a newcomer with chestnut red hair, inquisitively asking, "Is the 4th challenge being held here?" Dai Mubai, somewhat dazed, waved him over. "Yes, are you a new candidate? Come join us." Upon arrival, Tang San explained the situation. Throughout the exchange, the newcomer barely glanced at anyone else, his gaze fixated intensely on Kakashi. When it was time for introductions, the amusement began. "Tang San, I am Tang San, a 29-level control system. Xiao Wu, 29-level assault system. Ning Rong, 26-level support system. Zhu Zhuqing. Coldly, Zhu Zhuqing, 27-level agility system. Kakashi, Hatake Kakashi, 34-level assault system. When it was the newcomer's turn, he did not introduce himself immediately, but instead directed his attention towards Kakashi, suddenly speaking in a rapid, incomprehensible dialect. Kakashi's expression shifted dramatically, revealing confusion that he could not conceal. Xiao Wu, bewildered, asked, "What are you saying?" The newcomer scratched his head, explaining it was a dialect from his hometown. Kakashi gestured for him to set that aside, noting the incense was nearly half-burned, urging him to get to the point. The newcomer finally introduced himself. "I am Mo Yufeng, a 32-level assault system, and my martial spirit is a long knife capable of controlling the wind." Time was of the essence, and Kakashi swiftly took charge, analyzing the situation like a tactical master. "Rong Rong, you take the rear and provide buffs. Zhu Zhuqing, you're fast, so harass from the flanks. Xiao Wu, don't charge headlong. Zhao Wujin is a power type, and engaging him in close quarters would be futile. Wait for my command before attacking. Tang San, don't expect your blue-silver grass to restrain a soul sage. Use it to assist your teammates in maneuvering." His concise strategy laid out, we all nodded in agreement. Just as the incense extinguished, Zhao Wujin rose, cracking his knuckles, the sound echoing ominously, the pressure palpable. Ning Rongrong reacted swiftly, her lips parting. 7 treasures glazed pagoda. First, strength. Second, speed. With a flourish, 6 beams of light enveloped us, and I instantly felt invigorated, my steps lighter. Zhao Wujin, noticing, exclaimed, Well, it seems we have a member of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda this year. Old Flandra will be over the moon." Yet while he spoke, he did not hesitate in his actions. Instead of charging at us, he crouched low and unleashed a powerful strike into the ground. A visible shockwave of earthy hue surged towards us, aimed directly at Ning Rongrong. This cunning move aimed to eliminate our support. Anticipating this, Tang San shouted, swiftly deploying a strand of blue-silver grass to ensnare Ning Rongrong's waist, hoisting her to safety. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing reacted in tandem, leaping and sidestepping to evade the attack. "Xiao Wu, go," Tang San commanded. What followed was a seamless series of attacks. Xiao Wu's agile movements complemented by Zhu Zhuqing's deadly precision and Tang San's strategic control, culminating in a stunning takedown of Zhao Wujin, burying his head into the earth. Just as we exhaled in relief, Xiao Wu nervously queried, "Did we strike too hard?" Tang San shook his head. He hasn't even used his soul skills yet. No sooner had he spoken than Kakashi shouted, "Fall back. Execute Plan B." We promptly retreated, encircling Zhao Wujin from 3 directions. Zhao Wujin extracted his head from the ground, shaking it in displeasure. "It seems I must be serious with you." His first soul ring blazed alive, and with a thunderous roar, a brilliant golden light erupted around him, unmistakably the essence of the immutable king. If this attack landed, we would surely be defeated. In that critical moment, Mo Yufeng sprang into action. With a sweeping motion of his long knife, a ferocious gust of wind surged not toward Zhao Wujin, but toward Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, who had just attacked and were unable to retreat in time. The wind did not aim to harm, but rather propelled them away from the impending explosion. "Bravo, young man!" Zhao Wujin, far from incensed, appeared invigorated. Glancing at the nearly extinguished incense, he suddenly surged forward, targeting the duo of Tang San and Ning Rongrong. His speed was astonishing, reaching Tang San in an instant, the second soul ring illuminating as a massive golden paw descended upon Tang San's forehead. He had calculated that Tang San would retreat to protect Ning Rongrong, and with a strike he aimed to send both flying. Yet Tang San deftly shifted his footing, evading the strike and leaping into the air. This infuriated Zhao Wujin. The renowned immutable king found himself outmaneuvered by mere children. His 4th soul ring illuminated. The purple 1,000-year soul ring detached, resembling a GPS tracker, and it swiftly enveloped Tang San in midair. This was terrible. It was a tracking ability. Zhao Wujin laughed menacingly. Propelling himself upward, able to follow Tang San's movements in the air, descending along his trajectory. Simultaneously, his second soul ring flared again, the mighty golden king palm fully activated, aimed to flatten Tang San into a pancake. As that enormous palm descended, poised to obliterate Tang San, Kakashi intervened. Remarkably, he did not move himself. Instead, he hurled Xiao Wu and the creature known as Fu Fu like human projectiles. Xiao Wu, mid-flight, activated her second soul ring, her eyes glowing crimson as she fixed her gaze upon Zhao Wujin. In that moment, Zhao Wujin felt as if his head had been struck by a hammer. Stunned and momentarily incapacitated, his attack losing momentum. Seizing the opportunity, Kakashi launched into action. With a sharp crack, Zhu Zhuqing had already used her claws to slice open the heavy lead bag strapped to Kakashi's leg, and in an instant, he felt as if the seal had been lifted. His third soul ring illuminated, and with a stretch of his left hand, his breathing slowed. The next moment, he vanished from his spot, reappearing like a specter behind Zhao Wuji's back. A thunderous crash resounded. Zhao Wuji's golden, unyielding body shattered like glass, and he stumbled forward, crashing to one knee, his vision filled with stars. Meanwhile, Kakashi could no longer hold on, collapsing to a knee as well, propped up by a short dagger named Baya, his left hand a gruesome mess, as if it had been through a meat grinder. His previous strike had dealt a brutal blow to Zhao Wuji's occiput, shattering both his defenses and mental fortitude in a single physical assault. At that moment, from a distance, Dai Mubai's voice floated over. "Time's up." Ning Rongrong followed suit, asking, "Teacher Zhao, does this mean we've passed?" Zhao Wujia shook his buzzing head, glancing at the blade that had appeared around his neck and the burnt incense, his face turning a shade of green with anger as he squeezed out a few words. "Consider yourselves past." He turned and left, not wishing to linger for even a second, feeling utterly humiliated. Just as Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief, Mo Yufeng approached to replenish his soul power. With a closing of his eyes, Kakashi promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. When he next awoke, the sky had darkened, and he found himself lying in his dormitory bed. As he opened his eyes, he was met with Oscar's large face, holding a warm sausage, his peach blossom eyes sparkling with excitement. "Brother, you're awake. Kulme, have one to recover." Tang San and Mo Yufeng were nearby, their eager expressions practically urging him to eat and reveal his face beneath the mask. However, Kakashi, a true master, raised his right hand to the edge of his mask, but suddenly halted, turning to rasp, "Whereas Xiao Wu? How is she?" His words silenced the curiosity of those around him, for only family could understand the tension of such an extreme moment. Oscar, looking somewhat deflated, replied that Xiao Wu was fine and merely needed some rest, then began to extol Ning Rongrong's beauty and his desire to pursue her. Afterward, when Tang San and the others departed, Oscar pestered Kakashi to reveal his earlier technique. Kakashi, disinterested in withholding, casually explained, "Oh, it's nothing much. Just grasping the air in my hands, compressing it, and making it spin wildly to form a spiral air mass, then thrusting it into someone's face." It sounded akin to creating a hand-spun tornado. This was no mere soul skill, but a manifestation of physical science. The following morning, Tang San woke early, completed his training, and decided to check on Xiao Wu. However, upon stepping outside, he collided with the silent-footed Mo Yufeng. After a brief discussion, they resolved to go together. Yet, they had no idea where the girls' dormitory was and had to knock on Kakashi's door to inquire about Oscar. When the door opened, Kakashi was absent, while Oscar remained cocooned in his blanket, sleeping like a dead pig. As they hesitated whether to wake Oscar forcefully, Kakashi suddenly appeared at the door like a ghost. Holding a comic book, Tang San and Mo Yufeng felt awkward, trying to feign nonchalance. We just came to check on your recovery." Kakashi's uncovered, I quietly scrutinized them, radiating a gaze that seemed to project 5 large words onto their faces. Ultimately, it was Tang San's bashfulness that crumbled under pressure, leading him to confess their true intent of asking where Xiao Wu was. Kakashi retracted his penetrating gaze, saying, "If you'd said so earlier, we could have avoided this." "Kulme, I'll take you." However, the amusing part followed. Upon arriving at Xiao Wu's dormitory door, Tang San hesitated, pondering how to knock politely. When he turned around, to his surprise, Kakashi and Mo Yufeng had vanished. The next moment, the scene abruptly shifted to a small forest several kilometers away, where the two were engaged in a fierce battle. It turned out that Mo Yufeng had a secret. He knew Kakashi's full name and even pronounced it in Japanese. This infuriated Kakashi, akin to encountering a player cheating in a game, provoking his wrath. He immediately intensified his assault, unleashing a fierce offensive that cornered Mo Yufeng. Only when panting heavily did Mo Yufeng reveal, "Big brother, I mean no harm. I just wanted to befriend you." I was taken aback. After all that, he was merely a social terror. Kakashi, equally speechless, confirmed there was no malicious intent and decided to return. As he strolled onto the academy's playground, he found Oscar transformed. His previously unkempt beard, now clean-shaven, instantly transitioning from a greasy uncle to a handsome young man, as if he had activated a beauty mode. Tang San was astonished and queried about the change. Oscar chuckled proudly. "With so many beautiful new female students, I need to step up my game. Dai Mubai is eyeing that ice queen. Xiao Wu is yours, but my target is Ning Rongrong." Just as he began dreaming, reality delivered a sharp slap to awaken him. While they chatted, an older man approached from the other end of the playground, and I was left stunned. His appearance was strikingly distinctive. He had a shoehorn-shaped face, jutting chin, wide cheekbones, and a hawkish nose, exuding shrewdness even with his eyes closed. Xiao Wu exclaimed, "Whoa, ISNT that the scheming uncle?" My heart sank. This was the dean. Oscar hurriedly covered her mouth, whispering, "Keep it down. That SR Dean, Flinder, a rank 78, soul saint, specializing in flight, even more formidable than Teacher Zhao. The chubby one is his direct disciple." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu appeared relieved. "Oh, thankfully just rank 78. At that moment, I sensed something was off. Why was this girl so concerned about whether there were any powerhouses above the rank of Spirit Douluo? What was she truly afraid of? Tang San noticed her unease, but Xiao Wu brushed it off. Meanwhile, Oscar continued, "Let me tell you, our dean is notoriously petty and holds grudges. Of course, he does have his merits, fiercely protective of his own." No sooner had he finished speaking than Flinder's discerning gaze swept over us, landing squarely on Oscar. Oscar's face turned pale as he muttered about his impending doom, fearing he had been overheard. I nearly laughed. Could he not be more discreet when speaking ill of someone behind their back? Flinder approached us, his uniquely hoarse voice resonating as if an old smoker had begun to speak. "Ah, yes, 6 little monsters have arrived this year," he said, surveying us. "I am Flinder, and I welcome you. Oh, by the way, each of you needs to pay 100 gold coins for tuition to be handed over to Teacher Lee." There was again that unmistakable merchant flavor in his words. He rambled on about various academy rules, emphasizing the need to be in good shape before dark, warning of unique teaching methods that could pose life-threatening risks, essentially painting a grand picture while employing psychological manipulation. Afterward, with a wave of his hand, most of the crowd dispersed. Zhu Zhuqing walked away without a backward glance. Dai Mubai surprisingly did not pursue her, and the chubby one slipped away quicker than anyone else. I too wished to leave, but just as I lifted my foot, I was called out. "You, the silver-haired one wearing a mask, stay." My heart sank. He was indeed calling for me. Fine, I pulled out my comic book from my pocket, stood my ground, and refused to leave. As it turned out, Tang San and Xiao Wu chose to remain as well, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Flinder excluded both me and Tang San, opting instead to give Oscar and Ning Rongrong special attention. He droned on for ages about the varying cultivation methods of martial souls, and I was on the verge of dozing off, internally lamenting, "Come on, brother, get to the point. Can we skip the fluff and jump straight to the task?" Finally, he declared, "You two, today's lesson is physical training. You are to run 20 laps around the village. If you do not finish before lunch, you shall go hungry. Now, off you go." Ning Rongrong, surprisingly, without a second thought, began to run. I sensed something was amiss. How could this pampered little princess be so obedient? There was certainly more to this. Indeed, I had to follow her to uncover the truth. On the other hand, Flinder summoned Tang San and me into his office. Upon entering, he fixed his gaze on Tang San and inquired, "How is the master?" To my astonishment, it turned out they were old acquaintances. Tang San handed over a letter, stating it was from the master and that he should only submit it after passing the assessment. Flinder's expression upon reading the letter was a theatrical mix of laughter and tears, exclaiming, "He finally decided to contact me." I had no interest in their reminiscing. But then the director suddenly turned his attention to me. The master mentioned in the letter that you are to be the practical instructor for these little monsters. I was taken aback. What? Me, a teacher? On what grounds? Flinder smirked, his eyes narrowing as if he could see right through me. You have no choice. I need an answer immediately. I felt as though I had been thrust into a family group chat. I wished to escape, but could not. I had to uphold the master's reputation, so I gritted my teeth and replied, "Fine, I accept." Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong was indeed struggling to keep up. After a few laps, she separated from Oscar, heading towards Suatao City, attempting to slip away. I had anticipated this. An avatar of mine had already been stealthily following her. As she prepared to make her escape, I materialized from behind a tree, blocking her path. She jumped in surprise. "Are you following me?" I coldly retorted, "Not following, merely guiding a wayward child back on the right path. Come with me." "No," she defiantly exclaimed. I presented her with 3 options. First, return with me to finish the laps. Second, tell the director that she couldn't manage and seek help from her companions. Third, I brandished a concealed weapon, releasing a chilling aura against her neck. You may venture into the city, but I cannot guarantee that a permanent scar will not mar your neck. The little girl trembled. You dare to lay a hand on me? My father will not let you off. I chuckled and leaned closer, whispering, "It's just the 2 of us here. If I were to bury you, who would know? Not even your father." Unexpectedly, she defiantly squared her shoulders, closing her eyes as if ready for martyrdom, even as ghosts. "We would not spare you." Goodness, this was beyond me. Was it truly necessary to react so dramatically? I merely wanted her to return for training, not to provoke such a life-or-death scenario. Clearly, threats were ineffective, so I chose a different approach. I retracted my weapon and stepped back. She, noticing my restraint, dare not move. I pointed to Oscar, still struggling to run, and asked, seeing Oscar's determination, "What do you think?" She remained silent. I pressed on. "If we were in a battle, and I eliminated one enemy, while another captured you as a hostage, what should I do?" After a long pause, she confidently declared, "Of course, you should save me. Isn't it the duty of a support to be rescued?" "No," I promptly refuted. "I only save one kind of person, and that is a companion. Right now, you are merely a support, not yet my ally." She was taken aback, though this little princess had been spoiled. She was perceptive enough to grasp my meaning. "So, can we become companions?" I inquired further. She clenched her fists and softly replied, "I can." Not sincere enough. I pressed. "I can," she suddenly shouted. "Then prove it to me." I gestured toward the path. If it were your father or your family, they would strive with all their might. Even if they couldn't succeed, a battle spirit master must protect, not one who gives up halfway. Upon mentioning her father and the Qibao, Liu Li Zong, her expression shifted. That was her pride. "All right, I will." She bit her lip and turned back to run. I called after her retreating figure, "You've completed 3 laps. There's still 17 to go." She ran even faster, as if fearing the number would dissuade her from continuing. Observing her persistence, I thought to myself, for the most important things, people can indeed become remarkably resilient. At noon, she approached, utterly famished. I retrieved a military ration from my pack and offered it to her. Companions must share the same sustenance, no special treatment. She glanced at the walnut-sized pill, hesitated, but ultimately swallowed it whole and resumed running. 1 lap, 2 laps. Her white dress was drenched in sweat, and she appeared on the verge of collapse. On her 6th pass by me, she stumbled, and I instantly appeared before her to steady her. "Let me go," she weakly protested. The essence of companionship is mutual assistance, not individual bravado. I urged her to sit down, and our little companion, Fu, climbed over my shoulder, gently resting her head against Ning Rongrong's sweaty forehead, soothing her spirit. Oscar approached, and I issued an order. "Oscar, you have 7 laps left. Rongrong is 9. Now, carry her as you run." This was essentially a real-life rendition of carrying a load while moving forward. Ning Rongrong attempted to refuse, but I retorted, Oscar is also a companion. If you wish for others to willingly serve you, you cannot continue to be so selfish. Eventually, Oscar hoisted Ning Rong Rong onto his back, trudging forward step by step. I followed alongside them, offering encouragement. Believe in yourself. Those who do not have faith will find all efforts to be futile. Surprisingly, these two, who were on the brink of surrender, had their resolve fortified by my words. As night descended upon the training ground, Tang San and the others grew impatient. Dai Mubai remarked, "Where's Oscar?" Tang San added, "And where did Kakashi wander off to?" Flinder, however, wore a mysterious smile, as if everything was under control. At that moment, outside the village, Oscar and Ning Rong Rong supported each other, moving forward like two snails. I had long been perched in a tree waiting for them. Observing them reach the 18th lap, I knew they had reached their limit. I leaped from the tree, activating my Sharingan, casting a Genjutsu that sent them both into a deep slumber. Two shadow clones appeared, each carrying one of them back to the dormitory. Mission accomplished. My original self instantly materialized behind Tang San and the others on the training ground. Looking for me? Xiao Wu was startled and screamed. When she calmed down, Flinder cleared his throat and announced, "All right, everyone is here. The first lesson of Shrek Academy begins now. Follow me." With that, he sprang forth, light as a feather. Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun hurriedly followed, quickly widening the gap. As Tang San ran, he glanced back in a panic. "Kakashi, where are you going?" Only then did everyone notice not only I was missing, but also the swift Mu Yufeng. Do not worry, my voice resonated from all directions. Laced with mirth, I haven't gone far. Indeed, the next second, Mu Yufeng and I emerged from the shadows with a dramatic flourish. I mused that if I had heard Mu Yufeng's line about watching them in the dark of my past life, I would have been ridiculed for 3 years. In any case, with my presence confirmed, everyone relaxed. We all followed the frugal Flinder, racing towards Suatawa City. This city, let me tell you, boasts a nightlife more vibrant than the day, illuminated as if it were the new year. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in awe. If not for Tang San's firm grip, she would have dashed into the crowd for an immersive experience. As for myself, I am engrossed in my spiritual sustenance, oblivious to the world outside. Ma Yufeng is beside me, indulging Fufu with an array of delectable snacks, both enjoying their time immensely. Zhu Zhuqing maintains her perennial icy demeanor, while Dai Mubai feigns profundity, the two resembling a mere copy and paste of one another. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, with his beady eyes akin to radar, surveys the key areas of passing maidens from the age of 6 to 60, nearly drooling uncontrollably. Fortunately, he lingers at the back of the line. Otherwise, he would surely be the source of embarrassment. Of course, none of this escapes the discerning eyes of Ma Yufeng and myself. Suddenly, Falon halts and ushers us into a dilapidated tea house, ordering 8 cups filled with watery tea leaves. Xiao Wu immediately furrows her brow, exclaiming, "Dean, our first class won't be held here, will it?" Falon grins and gestures outside. Following his cue, I gaze out to find myself at the Sachuo Grand Soul Arena. I had visited this place upon my arrival. To put it plainly, it is merely a venue for underground fights, where those of higher rank invariably prevail. Devoid of any technical finesse, utterly tedious. Dai Mubai's expression shifts dramatically as he whispers, "Dean, are we really sending them there on the first day?" Falon begins his motivational speech. "Remember, you are monsters. Thus, you must adopt a monster's approach to training." At that moment, I lose interest, lowering my gaze to continue reading, occasionally checking the temperature of the teacup. As fate would have it, Fufu nudges me with her tail, chiding me for my apparent rudeness. All right, I shall heed your wishes," I concede, reluctantly setting my book aside and feigning attentiveness. Satisfied, Fufu promptly wraps her tail around my neck, vigorously rubbing against me. Next came Falon's lengthy discourse on the 8 levels of Soul Master badges. Iron, copper, silver, and gold, insisting that we must acquire a silver badge before graduation. My interest waned, nearly succumbing to slumber, relying solely on Fufu's tail sweeping across my face to keep my senses alert. Meanwhile, Ma Yufeng, undeterred, seized my book and began perusing it himself. As the time drew near, Falon declared, Let's go. Settling the T-bill before leading us in a grand procession towards the Grand Soul Arena. Upon arrival, we registered, each contributing 10 gold coins. Faland, the stingy miser, made us foot the bill entirely. Although I registered, I had no intention of stepping into the arena. What a farce. In my hometown, such venues, where individuals are treated like fighting cocks for entertainment, would have long been shut down, with all involved facing severe repercussions. After Faland finished his instructions, he slipped away. Daimyo Bai explained the rules to us newcomers, stating that novices could only compete in smaller arenas, earning 10 gold coins for each victory. At this juncture, Ma Yufeng approached me, asking, "Kakashi, you're not competing, are you?" "Absolutely not," I replied firmly. He chuckled. "That makes sense. After all, you're still a ninja." My gaze sharpened as I scrutinized him, questioning, "Just how much do you know about me?" This man is shrouded in mystery. I must ascertain whether he poses a threat. He appeared relaxed, even somewhat smug, replying, "My understanding is not inferior to your own self-awareness. Can you be considered a companion?" I posed the pivotal question. "Absolutely," he answered without a hint of hesitation. "Very well." We exchanged smiles, effectively dissolving any prior barriers and officially upgrading our relationship to that of comrades. Ma Yufeng's first match pitted him against a burly man wielding a large axe at level 35. Those familiar with such matters know that the giant swung his axe like a ritualistic dancer, lacking any semblance of strategy. However, against a speed-oriented competitor like Ma Yufeng, he was practically a gift. Within mere moments, Ma Yufeng's sword rested against the man's neck, securing an effortless victory. When Tang San and the others emerged from their matches, aside from Zhu Zhuqing, who lost to Tang San, the rest emerged victorious. Faland had vanished once more, and Daimyo Bai informed us that we were free to return. At that moment, Ma Hongjuan, brimming with excitement, proclaimed his desire to visit Faland's shop. Daimyo Bai displayed a knowing smile, cautioning him to proceed with care. Oblivious to the impending doom, the rotund fellow inquired if Daimyo Bai would join him, arguing that women should be considered resources rather than mere numbers. Daimyo Bai's countenance darkened. Had it not been for Zhu Zhuqing's presence, he likely would have unleashed his pent-up fury. Containing his anger, he bellowed, "Scram! I have far better taste than you." Only then did the rotund man scurry away, tail between his legs. Then came the main event. Zhu Zhuqing's frigid voice suddenly pierced the air. "All men are filthy." I jolted, realizing that the annual emotional drama, my resentful unmarried fiancé, was about to unfold. I promptly entrusted Fufu to Ma Yufeng, instructing him to take her for a late-night snack while I discreetly positioned myself to witness the unfolding spectacle. As anticipated, Zhu Zhuqing approached Daimyo Bai, her eyes brimming with disdain. "You make me nauseous at 15. With that, she turned and walked away. Daimyo Bai was livid, roaring, "Stop right there." His palms radiated a white glow, but ultimately he restrained himself, panting as he followed her. I executed a swift body flicker technique, intercepting Zhu Zhuqing at her dormitory door. "Is there something you need?" she inquired, her icy demeanor unchanged. "I need to clarify a few matters," I stated directly. "What does that have to do with me?" She retorted. "Everything," I asserted, stepping closer and locking eyes with her. "Your attitude towards Daimyo Bai today raises suspicions." "Not at all." Her gaze flickered momentarily, revealing her deception. "You two must have known each other previously." I pressed on. "I do not know him," she protested, attempting to bypass me and enter her room. I unleashed my trump card. "If you do not tell the truth, I will assume your silence is an admission." She halted, turning back towards me, her tone still frigid, yet her content softened. "Can we talk?" A smirk crept onto my lips. "Can you keep up with my pace?" In the next instant, we vanished from the academy, reappearing in a small tavern at the western gate of Sachuo City. As soon as the dishes arrived, she inquired, "How did you discover this?" I feigned annoyance. "Finish your thoughts. You were the one asking me questions." She clenched her teeth. "How did you figure out that I knew him?" "Thanks to Fufu," I began, spinning an elaborate tale. "She can sense the shared imprint in your bloodline." In truth, I had observed a peculiar resonance between them using my Sharingan, and, combined with her reactions, I had taken an educated guess. What I was employing was a psychological tactic, inundating her with a blend of truths and fabrications, pushing her to the brink of collapse. I took a sip of my drink, adding fuel to the fire. You are courteous to everyone, yet your eyes towards him resemble those of a person seeking vengeance against a father-s killer. You idolize the strong, yet you disdain the highest-ranked Daimubai. Does that not seem illogical? Can I speak now? I concluded. You are merely hesitating. You already wish to divulge. This very statement proved to be the final straw that broke her resolve. Her body trembled, and then she completely relaxed. Subsequently, she snatched the bottle from my hands, drinking voraciously while spilling the details of her and Daimubai's royal lineage and their martial spirit fusion technique. Ultimately, she collapsed onto the table, muttering promises of never forgiving him. I surveyed the chaos she had wrought, feeling exasperated. Had I known her tolerance for alcohol was so poor, I would never have brought her here. After settling the bill, I glanced at the sky. It was nearly dawn. What else could I do? As her teacher, it fell upon me to escort her back. Once I returned her to her dormitory, I finally made my way to my own room. Upon my arrival, Fufu pounced on me, incessantly complaining about my late return. The following day, I woke up late. Upon entering the cafeteria, I was astonished to find Zhu Zhuqing, who had drunk herself into a stupor the previous night, had outpaced me to breakfast. Daimubai was once again being insufferable, deliberately mentioning plans to seek out the twins, evidently aiming to provoke Zhu Zhuqing. Yet, she completely ignored him, focusing intently on her porridge. At that moment, the class bell rang. Today's lesson was once again to be taught by Faland, who was predictably late. Visika also arrived tardily, albeit due to an ecstatic breakthrough upon reaching level 30. Faland cleared his throat and announced today's lesson. Except for Asika, each of you must consume at least one of the 2 types of sausages I prepared. What? Xiao Wu exclaimed, her face paling. I cannot be bothered with their exaggerated reactions, and promptly took out a book to read. Ning Rongrong, whom I had enlightened the day before, wasted no time and was the first to stride forward and grab a sausage to eat. After the meal, I felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through my body, revitalizing my spirit. Fufu took the initiative to assist in nurturing my mental state with her abilities. Ultimately, only Zhu Zhuqing remained. Observing her conflicted expression, I spoke. You must accomplish what your adversary can achieve. That individual will undoubtedly dismiss such trivial matters. The person I referred to was her sister, who harbored intentions of harming her. Instantly, Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor shifted. She strode forward, seized a sausage and a small sausage, and, closing her eyes, stuffed them into her mouth. Flender nodded in satisfaction and commenced his lengthy summary. After the class concluded and we returned to the dormitory, Oscar, with a look of longing, remarked to me, Kakashi, if it weren't for the joy of sharing breakthroughs, I would have genuinely preferred to run another 20 laps. I did not even lift my eyelids, simply responding, "Oh, then go ahead." To my surprise, he was reluctant and insisted on dragging Rong along, claiming that she had entrusted him with her hand the previous day. I thought to myself, rolling my eyes almost to the heavens, this love-struck fool was beyond saving. Meanwhile, Tang San and Mo Yufeng were engaged in hushed conversations, seemingly discussing the Stardew Forest. I overheard Mo Yufeng silently complaining that this task was originally meant for Oscar, questioning how it had fallen to him. Goodness, this fellow also had a penchant for self-dramatization. The next morning, Zhao Wujia stood on the playground with a dark expression, resembling a gatekeeper. Once everyone had gathered, he waved his hand without uttering a word. Onward, move by, lead the team. His command was succinct and clear, emphasizing his impatience. Dai move by, understanding the assignment well, likely due to my previous clear instructions, approached me with a hint of admiration and inquired, "Kakashi, what are your thoughts?" I mused that there was little to contemplate at this moment. We must first commence our run. Nevertheless, I clearly delineated the plan. Form the line this way. You and Zhuqing at the forefront, Rong and Oscar in the center, while Xiao San, Xiao Wu, and Yufeng take the flanks. I will bring up the rear. It's that simple. We can adjust once we reach the forest. Mo Yufeng cast a glance my way, and I understood his intent. He was likely musing about my desire for absolute control once more. Zhao Wujia, acting as an overseer, observed us with a cold, silent demeanor. As soon as we exited the academy, everyone took off running as if participating in a marathon. At last, they comprehended why Flinder had insisted they consume Oscar's sausages the previous day. Yesterday, they had all complained vehemently, yet today, everyone savored the sausages with gusto, as if they were a divine sustenance. With the sausage replenishment, even Rong managed to keep pace. As for me, I had no need for it. My stamina was of a different caliber, quite literally. This pace was akin to a leisurely stroll for me. As we continued, I noticed the efficiency was lacking. I promptly activated my microphone to direct. Adjust the formation. Dai Mu Bai, carry Oscar. Rong, activate your 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda to provide them with buffs. Oscar, focus solely on supplying sausages to Rong and ensure an endless supply. With this strategy, our speed surged dramatically. We rocketed over 400 kilometers, finally reaching a nameless little town before nightfall. Zhao Wujia pointed to a rather dilapidated inn, casually stating that we would cover our own lodging and meals, then ascended the stairs, exuding an aura of nonchalance. We deliberated and booked 3 triple rooms, with myself, Tang San, and Mo Feng sharing one. The rotund Ma Hongjun complained about feeling nauseated from a day of sausages and insisted on dining out. Upon entering the restaurant, the atmosphere at the table was palpable. Zhu Zhuqing maintained an icy demeanor throughout, while Dai Mu Bai performed a solo act beside her. Only the rotund one and Ning Rong were making lighthearted banter to liven the mood. Just as I was about to take out my intimate paradise for a tasting, a group of individuals strode in through the door. I must say, they were quite ostentatious. Clad in matching uniforms of moon-white robes embroidered with silver thread, they strutted about, clearly eager for others to notice their status as soul masters. The leader, a middle-aged man, had his hair slicked back to a shine, resembling a mirror. A sidelong glance revealed a symbol on their attire. Songhui Academy? Ah, that rang a bell. The rotund one, with his irrepressible tongue, squinted and remarked, Dai, look at that girl. She is quite something. Dai Mu Bai retorted, what is so impressive about a trashy Songhui Academy? They spoke at a volume that left no room for subtlety, causing the opposing group to visibly bristle. Oscar was busy educating Tang San, claiming that avoiding trouble was a sign of mediocrity, a principle rooted in our Shrek Academy-esque culture. I nearly facepalmed. As a distinguished shinobi from Konoha, I found myself entangled with these rowdy children, and I felt my reputation slipping away. One hot-headed youth could not bear it any longer. He stormed over, intending to shove a waiter carrying our dishes, aiming to topple a plate onto Dai Mu Bai's head. I could not allow that to happen. Swiftly, I pressed down on his shoulder and smiled harmlessly at the waiter. Excuse me, could you point me to the restroom? Wasn't that a smooth maneuver? It was all about elegance. Have you learned anything? The youth, undeterred, broke free from my grip, feigning to pass by Dai Mu Bai, and delivered a sneaky kick aimed at his chair's leg. Dai Mu Bai, who had been simmering with frustration, reacted instantly, with a resounding thud. The youth's foot struck what felt like iron. Immediately, Dai Mu Bai retaliated with a powerful slap, sending the assailant flying into 2 tables, where he promptly spat blood. Dai Mu Bai merely stood up, stretched lazily, and feigned innocence. Oh dear, I'm sorry my hand slipped. I would rate that performance a 9, deducting a point to prevent him from becoming too arrogant. This incident stirred a hornet's nest, prompting the entire opposing group to rise in unison. Their gelled-haired instructor, known as Yiji Qiu, barked orders, and 5 male students charged towards us, howling. Xiao Wu was the first to leap in excitement, exclaiming, a fight? Count me in. Tang San also stood up, his eyes glimmering with a violet light. Dai Mu Bai, the rotund one, and Mo Feng unleashed their martial spirits. With our 4 souls, adorned with 8 yellow rings and 2 purple rings, we overwhelmed the opposing group, who were still sporting white and yellow rings, rendering them breathless. The scene grew exceedingly awkward. Yiji Qiu, witnessing his students falter, could not maintain his dignity and decided to join the fray. His martial spirit, the mystic tortoise, summoned 5 soul rings beneath him, 2 yellow and 2 purple, identifying him as a soul king. The moment he unleashed his aura, our advantage waned. The rotund one, ever the provocateur, pointed at him and shouted, "Old tortoise," igniting his fury. Just as the impending conflict was about to erupt, the restaurant owner emerged, face contorted in despair, urging them to take their fight outside. Then came the most absurd twist. These troublemaking kids all flocked to me, pleading, "Kakashi, what should we do?" At that moment, I nearly snapped my chopsticks in half. I thought to myself, this was not my battle. I initially refused, but seeing their pitiful expressions softened my resolve. Fine, I would offer them a strategy without revealing how to win. After all, too many victories could lead to arrogance among these youngsters. I comfortably remained in the restaurant, savoring my meal while listening to the din of battle outside. Before long, Zhao Wujia descended from the upper floors. His expression darkened, and he strode directly outside. I hurriedly followed with Fu to witness the spectacle. Zhao Wujia's thunderous voice rang out. "What are you all doing out here at this hour? Get back inside." His commanding shout corralled our group of youngsters back. Yi Zhiqiu was not having it. He confronted Zhao Wujia, demanding an explanation. I must say, Zhao Wujia's subsequent retort was worthy of the year's best. An explanation? What is there to explain? Songhui Academy is nothing but a garbage school. They merely spoke the truth. It's not an insult. I nearly choked on my food. Such fervent protection. Yi Zhiqiu was visibly enraged, his aura darkening as he charged towards Zhao Wujia. Without even activating his martial spirit, Zhao Wujia raised his right hand dismissively and swiftly struck Yi Zhiqiu across the face. With a thunderous crack, the formidable Wuan Soul King Yi Zhiqiu was sent soaring through the air by Zhao Wujia's powerful slap, along with the hard tortoise shell he bore on his back. He flew several meters before crashing to the ground, the shell cracking under the impact. I stood there, utterly dumbfounded, my tactical analysis, strategic planning, and predictions of victory all rendered silent by that single blow. Just one slap had incapacitated a formidable soul master with a powerful martial spirit. Chapter 55. The Stardo Forest. As the sun rose gradually from the east, the pale light of dawn expanded, brightening the sky. The sun's rays dispelled the darkness, heralding the arrival of a new day. Exiting the small town, the group quickened their pace, for they were now close to the Stardo Forest. Among them, the most exhilarated was Oscar, eager to discover the enhancements his third soul ring would bestow upon his comrades. He was certain that Zhao Wujia would lead them to hunt at least one ordinary 1,000-year soul beast for him. The Stardo Forest lies directly south of the Tiando Empire, spanning the borders of two great empires and teeming with soul beasts, marking the least defined boundary between the two nations. From the map, it is evident that most of the forest's expanse lies within the territory of the Xinghua Empire, a fact the Tiando Empire has never acknowledged. The exact age of the Stardo Forest is shrouded in mystery, but upon entering, its dense canopy is a testament to its ancient existence. In the distance, Kakashi sensed a refreshing breeze wafting toward them, imbued with a fragrant aroma of plants that was indescribably soothing. It had been over 3 years since he last set foot in this place, he mused. Finally, they reached the outskirts of the Stardo Forest, where towering trees loomed over 20 meters high. This was merely the periphery. The dense forest lacked clear pathways, its shadows obscuring the true landscape within. Upon approaching the forest, the air became even more invigorating, as if the temperature had dropped a few degrees, the refreshing scent of damp earth stimulating their senses. However, this was no ordinary place. It was rife with bloodshed, having claimed the lives of countless soul masters at the hands of powerful soul beasts. "It is time to pause," Zhao Wujia declared. The continuous exertion had already affected their stamina, and entering the forest in such a state would hinder their capabilities. Oscar produced sausages, distributing one to each member of the group. Even Kakashi, who typically preferred not to rely on such provisions, accepted one, knowing all too well that this was no frivolous venture. Even on the outskirts, formidable opponents lurked. There was always a possibility of encountering ancient soul beasts within, as Kakashi had once faced one when acquiring his third soul ring. The arduous training of a 10,000-year soul beast is no small feat. Kakashi had chosen to retreat rather than engage. Now he was unwilling to confront beasts recklessly, not solely due to the presence of Julama, but also for Fufu. As the sausages warmed their insides, restoring their vitality, the group's spirits lifted considerably. Zhao Wujie regarded his 7 students sternly. Listen carefully. The Stardow Forest is not a sanctuary for domesticated magical beasts. The creatures within are exceedingly perilous, and you may encounter beasts of 1,000 years or even 10,000 years at any moment. Xiao Ao, distribute the sausages, Kakashi instructed softly to Oscar. Nodding in understanding, Oscar quickly began chanting a spell, soon conjuring a large bundle of sausages and cured meats. He handed each member one of each, explaining, "My sausages maintain vitality for 12 hours in the air. Consuming them within this time frame ensures their effectiveness. The sausages provide recovery and satiation, while the cured meats serve primarily as an antidote. In times of crisis, Oscar might not be able to distribute sausages promptly to everyone. Should they encounter a colossal soul beast unleashing widespread attacks, a teammate could easily become separated from the group. Instances of teammates being slain due to a lack of sustenance were not unheard of. The continuous release of soul power left Oscar somewhat pale, though his beard concealed the signs effectively. The sausages he conjured were quite beneficial to others, but only yielded 1/3 of their potential for himself, balancing out his soul power expenditure. Thus, he could only restore his strength through meditation, although the sausage's satiation properties still benefited him. After surveying the group, Zhao Wujie saw that the 9 youths were ready, and with a wave of his hand, they set off. Kakashi organized their formation, Dai Mubai led the way, followed closely by Tang San, with support from Oscar and Ning Rongrong beside him. The flanks comprised Fatty and Mo Yufeng in one group, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing formed another, with Zhao Wujie bringing up the rear. Kakashi had his own plans. Once they entered the Stardow Forest, Xiao Wu appeared to be the most exhilarated, seemingly oblivious to the dangers that lurked within. She skipped joyfully, causing Zhao Wujie to frown in concern. However, as she remained within acceptable limits, he chose not to intervene further. Kakashi vanished from sight among the trees, leaping gracefully into the branches of a towering tree. In such a primeval forest, a ninja thrived. The lofty trees not only enhanced their agility, but also provided ample cover. The terrain within the Stardow Forest was exceedingly intricate, with no discernible pathways. The task of clearing a route naturally fell to Dai Mubai. Utilizing his martial spirit, he unleashed sharp claws to slice through the thorns ahead, maintaining the group's momentum without interruption. Tang San closely followed, heightening his senses to their utmost, cautiously observing their surroundings. Kakashi navigated deftly among the trees, his movements imperceptible to the untrained eye, though soul masters with enhanced senses could track his actions. He was vigilant, not only monitoring the environment, but also keeping a watchful eye on the students below. The enigmatic origins of Mo Yufeng puzzled Kakashi, who understood that he could not decipher them alone. Typically, Mo Yufeng operated discreetly, seemingly enjoying life without drawing attention, and given his own commitments, Kakashi could temporarily set aside his suspicions. As for Tang San, Kakashi had watched him grow, and he was well aware of everything concerning him. Aside from matters related to the Tang Sect, he felt reassured about Ning Rongrong's character, having instilled trust through his guidance, and did not foresee any hidden dangers. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai were all seasoned students. Kakashi had faith in Fei Lan's judgment, so he had no worries there. He was thoroughly acquainted with Zhu Zhuqing, leaving only Xiao Wu's background a mystery. To be honest, Kakashi had never grasped the nature of Xiao Wu's origins, and her behaviors sometimes struck him as peculiar. As was the case now, in such a perilous setting, her carefree demeanor was bewildering. What was she thinking? After all, she was a companion. Kakashi chastised himself internally for doubting a comrade. Such thoughts were utterly unwarranted. Fu noticed the peculiar behavior of Kakashi, which puzzled her greatly. "I am fine," Kakashi reassured Fu. Indeed, he was overly sensitive, unwilling to lose any more companions. He not only harbored suspicions about the enigmatic figure, but had even begun to doubt his comrades. After the incident with the gnawing weasel, the previously vivacious Xiao Wu became listless, resting her head on Tang San's shoulder, seemingly burdened by unspoken thoughts. "All right, everyone, let's take a moment to rest." The deep voice of Zhao Wuji prompted the tense group to relax. Dai Mubai cleared a circle of thorns, creating a nearly 100-square-meter clearing, where everyone leaned against the trees to rest temporarily. Kakashi remained concealed in the shadows, vigilant. However, he pondered Fu's unusual behavior. It was infuriating. There was nothing amiss. She was merely fatigued. Usika contributed his sausages, but at that moment, no one had the appetite to discern what was delicious or not. They consumed Usika sausages and sipped on their water, taking a brief respite. "Kakashi, you should come down and rest as well," Dai Mubai called out, uncertain of Kakashi's exact location, but knowing he was nearby. "No need, I am fine," came Kakashi's voice, which sounded oddly ethereal, sometimes distant, sometimes as if whispered in their ears. Seeing Kakashi's reluctance, Dai Mubai refrained from pressing further and resumed resting. Kakashi took out a military grain pill, placed it in his mouth, and drank some water to aid his swallowing. Life was indeed indulgent. He required water to consume the pill. Fu was not hungry, as she had been resting on Kakashi's shoulder without much movement. After approximately half an hour of rest, an unusual occurrence transpired. "Fu!" she exclaimed loudly. Her voice was clear and precise, unlike Kakashi's, resonating distinctly in everyone's ears. "What is happening, Kakashi?" Tang San shouted. Ma Yufeng wasted no time. Upon hearing Fu's cry, he immediately unleashed his martial spirit, gripping a long blade in his hand. "Everyone, get up! Something is approaching," Zhao Wuji commanded loudly. Ma Yufeng's swift reaction provided Zhao Wuji with the answers, even though he had yet to sense the presence himself. Tang San and Dai Mubai instinctively positioned themselves protectively in front of Usika and Rongrong, while Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and the plump one guarded the sides. Ready for action, everyone unleashed their martial spirits, including Zhao Wuji. Ma Yufeng leaped into the dense foliage. A weapon spirit master capable of such feats was indeed rare, perhaps only rivaled by Tang San and Kakashi. The rustling grew louder. Even the support spirit masters, Usika and Rongrong, could sense the swift approach of the unknown creature. Chapter 56, The Millennium Phoenix-Tailed Coxcomb Snake Kakashi. Can you discern what that creature is? Zhao Wuji inquired. It appears to be a coxcomb snake, but possesses wings and a fan-shaped tail. Apologies, my knowledge of spirit beasts pales in comparison to Xiao San's. I cannot identify it precisely, Kakashi's voice echoed from above. Zhao Wuji's eyes gleamed with excitement. It is a Fengwei Jinguan Sha. Such spirit beasts are exceptionally rare. The fleshy crest atop its head has numerous fascinating uses. Usika, you are fortunate. Unfortunately, I cannot ascertain the age of this Fengwei Jinguan Sha. Kakashi, keep your gaze fixed on its direction. Report any changes immediately. It is heading towards us, moving swiftly, yet it seems somewhat unsteady, lacking balance, Kakashi noted, his voice unmasked, allowing everyone to grasp his location. Tang San suddenly asked, "What is the length of this Fengwei Jinguan Sha, and what color are its wings?" At this moment, Ma Yufeng, concealed among the leaves, chimed in. Its wings are a light red, and it measures approximately 6 to 8 meters in length. This is a millennium Fengwei Jinguan Sha. Its light red wings signify its 1,000-year evolution. Based on its length, it likely has a cultivation age between 1,300 and 1,800 years. Usika, this is perfect for you, Tang San affirmed confidently. The Fengwei Jinguan Sha is non-venomous, a rare and powerful constrictor, utilizing its body to suffocate foes as its primary attack method. While its offensive techniques are rather simplistic, it is incredibly swift. Moreover, its crest stores various nutrients, allowing it to momentarily increase its speed in times of danger. Should you obtain the spirit ring, your next spirit skill should pertain to speed. Whether enhancing your ally's speed or augmenting your own, both choices are commendable. Due to its relatively weak attack power and straightforward methods, it is seldom seen beyond 1,000 years. You are indeed fortunate. I trust your judgment. Your expertise in spirit beasts exceeds mine, Kakashi replied. Usika's eyes sparkled with excitement. Xiao San, You are the encyclopedia of the martial spirit world. Truly impressive. Not only Usika, but everyone on the ground, except for Xiao Wu, including Zhao Wuji, regarded Tang San with newfound respect. Do not be modest. Your combat experience far surpasses mine. Tang San responded to Kakashi, sharing a bashful smile with the others. All credit goes to our teacher. Zhao Wuji could not help but ask Tang San, since you are knowledgeable about this spirit beast, what is the best method to capture it? Without hesitation, Tang San replied, any serpentine creature fears aggressive birds of prey, particularly those with long beaks like cranes. Although we lack a crane martial spirit among us, the plump one, Zhu Zhuqing, should take the lead. Your thrusting ability is well suited to deal with such a creature. Kakashi called down, and Zhu Zhuqing responded promptly, leaping into the dense foliage, hidden alongside Kakashi and Ma Yufeng. Although Kakashi's speed was commendable, neither his wind-based spirit techniques nor his white fang blades would be effective against such a slippery adversary. Moreover, he was not adept at confronting entities with such peculiar textures. The snake was exceedingly slick, and Kakashi had little confidence in capturing it without employing ninjutsu. Much like his battle with Xiao Wu, he could only engage from a distance, searching for vulnerabilities without utilizing absolute speed. Xiao Wu's movements were so enigmatic that Kakashi almost believed she was an experiment of Orochimaru. Ma Yufeng's voice jolted Kakashi from his thoughts. Fu, perched on Kakashi's shoulder, voiced her desire to join the fray. No need. I can manage. Kakashi declined Fu's kind offer. Yoming Tussi, activate. Zhu Zhuqing sprang into action. The creature was a massive serpent, precisely as Kakashi had described, approximately 6 to 7 meters long, adorned with a vibrant red crest that appeared somewhat menacing. As it surged forward, Zhu Zhuqing collided with it head-on. Her Yoming Tussi aimed directly at its crest. The Fengwei Jinguan reacted swiftly, tilting its head in haste just as it charged forward. Zhu Zhuqing's claw missed the crest and struck its body, producing a muffled sound that caused the Fengwei Jinguan to slow its pace significantly. The Fengwei Jiguanch appeared startled, its head tilted, and it suddenly opened its mouth to unleash a vibrant spray of mist towards Zhu Zhuqing. Concurrently, the bright red crest atop its head gleamed, and its previously hindered speed surged once more. Daimu Bai, without a moment's hesitation, shouted a warning, "Be careful." In the flurry of anxiety and anger, he immediately activated his 1,000-year spirit ring skill, the White Tiger Diamond transformation. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong enhanced Daimu Bai's speed with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. Kakashi emerged swiftly, outpacing the augmented Daimu Bai, utilizing body techniques to appear in the colorful mist, flinging Zhu Zhuqing towards the Fengwei Jiguanch. Zhu Zhuqing activated her first spirit ring once again, while Daimu Bai blocked the Fengwei Jiguanch, allowing Zhu Zhuqing to rush forward. The colorful mist was merely a facade, devoid of poison, Tang San declared, as the blue-silver grass swiftly ensnared the Fengwei Jiguanch, particularly its wings, restricting its movements. The hefty figure released the full pressure of his martial spirit, causing the Fengwei Jiguanch to shudder, yet it attempted to break free, unaffected by the blue-silver grass's restraints. Zhu Zhuqing arrived just in time, her feline claws striking the crest on the Fengwei Jiguanch's head, causing its body to tremble violently, diminishing its resistance. Kakashi landed and hurried towards them, while Daimu Bai, having regained his momentum, also charged forward. However, Mo Yufeng remained hidden in the trees, observing silently without any intention to intervene. It seemed he had concealed his martial spirit, rendering his soul rings invisible. With Kakashi here, it certainly adds to the spectacle. Zhao Wujia likely won't need to intervene, Mo Yufeng murmured to himself. Seeing her attack was effective, Zhu Zhuqing unleashed another strike with her claws against the crest, causing the Fengwei Jiguanch to shiver once more. Kakashi, unencumbered, moved faster than Daimu Bai, who had invoked his 3rd spirit skill. As he reached the Fengwei Jiguanch, he called out urgently to Oscar, "Hurry up." He then delivered a powerful punch to the creature's crest. Kakashi's strength far surpassed Zhu Zhuqing's, and with that blow, the Fengwei Jiguanch convulsed and fell unconscious. The crest not only served as its energy source, but was also its sole vulnerability. It's done. Everyone cheered in excitement, except for Oscar, who remained hidden in the trees. At just 14 years of age, Oscar's exhilaration was palpable as he dashed over. Standing beside Tang San, Xiao Wu lowered her head, her large eyes filled with sorrow. Must we hunt the spirit beast? Kakashi retracted his martial spirit and gazed at Xiao Wu, saying, "Please refrain from such strange sentiments." Tang San sighed. "This is the law of survival." Xiao Wu remained silent, her head bowed, her expression still pale. Zhao Wujia retrieved a short dagger from his waist and handed it to Oscar. "Time is of the essence. Plunge it beneath the crest, and you will pierce its brain. This soul ring will be yours." Oscar eagerly accepted the dagger, viewing the 1,000-year spirit beast before him as a lamb ready for slaughter. His hands trembling with excitement at the impending success of his third spirit skill. Kakashi turned away, reflecting, "Xiao Wu is merely too kind, nothing more." In the shadows, Mo Yufeng smirked, sensing the imminent unfolding of events. Just as Oscar was about to thrust the dagger, a hoarse voice abruptly commanded, "Stop." Suddenly, two figures emerged from the direction the Fengwei Jigwanch had fled, coming into view. One was an elderly woman, appearing to be in her 60s or 70s, with neatly arranged white hair. Despite her age, she exuded vitality. Her wrinkled face was as rosy as that of an infant. Her eyes sparkled with intelligence, and she wielded a 3-meter-long serpent-headed staff, her 6 soul rings pulsating rhythmically, though her body showed no change. The presence of her soul rings indicated she had activated her martial spirit. Undoubtedly, her staff was her martial spirit. Accompanying the elder was a striking young woman, seemingly around 16 or 17, with short, sharp attire that accentuated her well-formed figure. Her deep brown eyes were fixed intently on the Fengwei Jigwanch in Zhao Wujia's grasp. She too held a serpent-headed staff, albeit shorter, at 2 meters long, and her soul rings were merely 2 centuries old. Indeed, Kakashi's concerns had manifested. His earlier insistence for Oscar to act quickly stemmed from the fear of this very situation. The Fengwei Jigwanch condition was abnormal, even with limited knowledge of spirit beasts. Kakashi recognized the difficulty of hunting such a creature. The Fengwei Jigwanch was remarkably swift, comparable to a ninja traversing the forest, possessing exceptional agility. While it lacked potent offensive skills, its escape capabilities were unparalleled. Upon his first sighting of the snake, Kakashi discerned its lack of balance, realizing it was someone else's prey in flight. If it were a conflict among spirit beasts, the Fengwei Jigwanch would undoubtedly emerge battered and bruised. Yet its injuries were meticulously inflicted, aimed only at weakening it without delivering a fatal blow. Kakashi, true to his nature, would likely concede to the elder. But had Oscar acted first, Kakashi would have been forced to assume the role of the antagonist. The reality was that Oscar, in his excitement, had initially failed to consider these implications. Upon observing the disparity in soul rings, Tang San and his companions relaxed, yet the elder's expression shifted. She had initially intervened after hearing Zhao Wujia's words to Oscar, but upon closer inspection, she noticed the 7 soul rings adorning Zhao Wujia. A soul sage. This was the outskirts of the Star Doe forest. How could a soul sage appear here? The elder's heart sank, realizing that today might not end favorably. "What brings you here?" Zhao Wujia glanced at the elder, his gaze falling upon her serpent-headed staff, recalling a certain individual. Kakashi sensed the soul power emanating from the elder, concluding that she was among the pinnacle of the soul emperors, stronger than the average guardian knight. The elder coughed softly, softening her expression. "Greetings, esteemed soul sage. You cannot allow this child to claim the Fengwei Jigwanch." Zhao Wujia positioned himself between the elder and Oscar, signaling Oscar to wait before turning to the elder. "Why?" The elder, seemingly regaining her composure, replied, "We discovered this serpent first and initiated the hunt. Otherwise, how could we have tracked it here?" Oscar could no longer contain himself. "How can you prove that you were the ones who initiated the hunt? We saw no sign of you when we first encountered it." The elderly woman smiled gently and said, "Young man, there is no need to rush. Observe the abdomen of this Fengwei Jigwanch. It bears 2 wounds inflicted by my walking stick. There are also marks beneath its wings. It was merely an accident that this slippery little creature escaped. My granddaughter has just reached the 30th level and is in dire need of this soul ring. As you have seen, she has inherited my weapon spirit, the snake staff. The advanced serpent-type weapon spirit is most suitable for her. Zhao Wujia turned to inspect the abdomen of the Fengwei Jigwanch, and, indeed, as the old woman claimed, the wounds were evident. However, if she thought that was sufficient to persuade Zhao Wujia to release it, she was sorely mistaken. Zhao Wujia chuckled coldly and said, "May I ask for your esteemed name, respected elder?" Kakashi was also curious about their origins. He was well aware of the reputation of the indestructible king, but found himself hesitating. If he were to consider them as ninjas from another village, both sides would encounter a conflict of interest. In the past, Kakashi would have acted swiftly, but now that ninjas had united, he felt uncertain. Alas, it seemed that Kakashi was still indecisive. Mo Yufeng mused atop a tree. If a confrontation were to ensue, it would be much more entertaining. However, Kakashi's reluctance indicated Zhao Wujia's evident lack of confidence, and Mo Yufeng whispered. In his negotiations with the old woman, Zhao Wujia learned that she was the renowned Geishi Longshi Shipo, and his desire to engage in battle dissipated. Should this matter be prolonged by the time Long Gong arrived, the 1,000-year-old beast would likely slip away. Kakashi hesitated even further. He had heard of the illustrious title of Geishi Longshi and had a favorable relationship with it, often referring to it as inseparable. Long Gong must not be far off. This situation could not linger. Zhao Wujia was clearly stalling, a look of distress upon his face. This matter may prove troublesome, he remarked. A girl standing beside Chao Tianxiang could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "What is troublesome about it? We were the ones who discovered this 1,000-year Fengwei Jigwanch first. If we hadn't already injured it, would you have captured it so easily? Return it to us at once, or we shall not be polite." As she spoke, she raised her serpent-headed staff. Chao Tianxiang fixed her gaze on Zhao Wujia and inquired, "Zhao Laodi, does this mean you do not wish to return the Fengwei Jigwanch to us?" Kakashi felt the energy within him shift. The determination of Zhao Wujia was now critical. Should he show any inclination to engage, Kakashi would certainly follow suit. Ultimately, both sides agreed to resolve the matter according to established rules. Kakashi sensed something amiss. Long Gong might not be nearby. Otherwise, this old woman, Chao Tianxiang, would not be so amenable. The commotion caused by 2 formidable soul masters of the 6th ring, or above, would surely attract any nearby soul Douluo. Never mind. Caution is paramount, Kakashi thought. Though he was confident in handling a soul emperor, he was uncertain about detaining one, especially under such hasty circumstances, without any preparation. Following Zhao Laosher into the fray, Kakashi's hand had already slipped into his back pouch for his soul-guiding apparatus. "Sister Chao, which of my students would you like to challenge?" Zhao Wujia gestured toward the academy students behind him. Mo Yufeng was taken aback. This was not how the plot was supposed to unfold. He pondered, "Oh right, Tang San's confidence stems from being roommates with Oscar. And now that Oscar is Kakashi's roommate, he knows Kakashi's capabilities well, so he refrains from stepping forward." Mo Yufeng thought to himself. As expected, Tang San approached Kakashi's side and said, "Kakashi, why don't you go ahead?" Tang San's voice was unrestrained, drawing the attention of all present. When Zhao Wujia was negotiating earlier, aside from Kakashi, who had transformed his energy into chakra mode, and Mo Yufeng, who remained hidden, everyone else had already displayed their abilities. "Zhao Laodi, is this student of yours?" Chao Tianxiang inquired, noticing the peculiar looks directed at Kakashi. Zhao Wujia chuckled and replied, "He is no ordinary individual. Even without a weapon spirit, he is quite formidable." Fei Lan had informed Zhao Wujia of Kakashi's extraordinary abilities. He had once caught Fei Lan's outstretched hand with remarkable speed. It was well known that Fei Lan was a swift attack-type soul master, and Zhao Wujia understood all too well how swift he could be, often finding himself unable to keep up with Fei Lan's movements. Yet this Kakashi was different. Zhao Wujia sought to gauge Kakashi's true strength, intentionally remarking that he was strong even without his weapon spirit, knowing that Kakashi was a soul master. This provocation might just prompt Kakashi to fight without his weapon spirit. Zhao Wujia was not concerned about Kakashi's potential defeat. Even without using his weapon spirit, the speed he possessed would still place him at the Soul Master level, particularly against Tang San, who was an exceptional agile attacker. Kakashi's ability to keep pace without his weapon spirit would surely suffice against the opposing weapon spirit master. Chao Tianxiang scrutinized Kakashi, noting that this young man was of a similar age to her granddaughter, albeit with a rather peculiar appearance. Initially brimming with confidence, she now felt somewhat reassured, as many students younger than her granddaughter had already surpassed level 20, with one even attaining the rank of Soul Master. The one named Kakashi seemed to command considerable respect among them. The girl shouted, "I will compete with you," and stepped forward. She was displeased. His audacity to challenge her without a weapon spirit was an affront. Did he consider himself a soul sage? Chao Tianxiang hesitated, as age had made her more cautious. But upon seeing her granddaughter take the initiative, her apprehension faded. The opponent was merely 17. It was inconceivable that he could contend with her granddaughter without his weapon spirit. Kakashi reluctantly stepped forward. This was likely the best outcome. The girl had already advanced, and the others slowly retreated to grant them ample space for their duel. The girl coldly declared, "Meng Iran, Weapon Spirit Snake Staff, 30 level 2-ring Battle Soul Master." Kakashi replied indifferently, "Oh, stating levels is meaningless. I will not use my weapon spirit." As they drew closer, Kakashi realized that the girl named Meng Iran was quite beautiful. Having reached the age of 16, she had developed into a remarkably attractive figure, making the three girls from the academy appear rather juvenile in comparison. Meng Iran's large brown eyes were adorned with long lashes, her height comparable to Tang San's. Her form exceptionally proportionate, with a generous bosom and a slender waist that twisted like a serpent. Although her face bore a hint of annoyance, it did little to diminish her allure, a sight that left Kakashi, who had long suppressed his physiological desires, momentarily entranced. "Fufu!" squeaked a voice as a small paw landed on Kakashi's face. Snapping back to reality, he noticed Meng Iran charging at him, her snake staff sweeping toward his face. At first glance, Meng Iran appeared to be a slender girl. However, when she moved, her demeanor transformed, exuding an intense aura, her soul force brimming with dominance. Kakashi reached into his pouch, retrieving a kunai, just in time to block Meng Iran's staff. She had no intention of delivering a decisive blow. Upon her staff being parried, she swiftly altered her approach, the staff moving like a serpent, exhibiting remarkable versatility. Kakashi showed no intent to counterattack, retreating step by step, occasionally deflecting the staff and kicking to force Meng Iran back. It was less of a battle and more of a playful exchange, with neither party resorting to lethal techniques. "Enough," Kakashi uttered in a low voice. With a swift motion, he released a kunai that hurtled directly towards Meng Iran's head. She deftly twisted away, narrowly avoiding the strike. Yet was met with a powerful kick that struck the long handle of the serpent staff she had raised in defense. The force of the kick startled Meng Iran. Such strength could rival that of a power-type soul master. Kakashi did not pursue her. Instead, he paused, granting her a moment to gather herself. "It is time to conclude this," he declared, producing another kunai from his hand. "Do not underestimate me." Meng Iran resolved to change her tactics. Her first soul ring glimmered as she prepared to engage earnestly. The serpent-headed staff at the apex of her weapon unleashed a 2-foot-long tongue blade, a soul skill known as Serpent Blade. The tongue blade shimmered with a toxic blue hue, clearly infused with potent venom, as she brandished the serpent staff and charged forward. "This ends now." Kakashi also advanced towards her, though his speed was measured. The serpent blade manifested 8 ethereal shadows, each radiating a formidable soul power that nearly enveloped all possible escape routes for Kakashi. The 8 phantoms created by the serpent-headed staff existed in a state of flux, blurring the lines between reality and illusion in order to sustain their presence. However, for Kakashi, such tricks held no merit. He evaded the 7 phantom strikes with agile movements, deflecting the serpent staff with a kunai. With one hand extended, He quickly retracted the kunai and hurled it directly at Meng Iran's head. Anticipating this move, she sidestepped the kunai while trying to evade Kakashi's subsequent kick. Yet, Kakashi was never one to fall for the same trick twice. He never assumed his opponent would be ensnared by the same tactic. Now that your attack has failed, this serpent belongs to us. Chapter 58. The strange consecutive breakthroughs. As Meng Iran contemplated her situation, a voice from behind her sent her heart plummeting. This serpent is ours. Kakashi's voice resonated ominously from her back, his presence materializing like a specter. Her body froze, for a sharp kunai now rested against her alabaster neck. What incredible speed! During her previous encounter with Zhao Wujin, she had not paid close attention to Kakashi's movements, but this time, everyone witnessed the instantaneous transfer of his position. It was akin to teleportation, though this was an unfounded assumption. In reality, it was not the same as a teleportation ability. This technique required a momentary burst of explosive power, which could not be executed at full capacity within a brief time frame, against an opponent of equal standing. Such a technique was ineffective unless augmented by powers akin to the 8 Gates or the lightning armor. Those spectators had not fully grasped Kakashi's maneuver. It was evident that he had executed an instantaneous movement. Nonetheless, such details were now inconsequential. What mattered was that the battle had reached its conclusion, and the ownership of the soul beast was now determined. With the outcome decided, Kakashi released Meng Iran and approached the fallen kunai he had previously thrown. Bending to retrieve it, he experienced a fleeting illusion, as if employing the flying thunder god technique of his mentor, Minato. The kunai at Meng Iran's throat was the very one he had cast earlier. Meng Iran stood in stunned silence, her eyes vacant, her martial soul not yet retracted. Kakashi approached her, gently patting her shoulder. Your staff techniques are commendable, yet your combat experience is lacking. With continued practice, you may surpass your grandparents. Fufu, perched on Kakashi's shoulder, seemed to echo encouragement. At that moment, Meng Iran finally noticed the small creature. Recalling that it was only after Fufu had called out that Kakashi had managed to dissolve all her phantoms. Why did you bring it to battle with me? This was a question she should have posed before the fight, but her anger at Kakashi's perceived contempt had clouded her judgment. Kakashi sighed, pondering why he always had to clarify this matter. You have seen my left eye. I require Fufu for its aid. We're partners. What exactly is it? Meng Iran inquired, pointing at Fufu. It is named Fufu and is a rare white fox. Xiao Wu interjected from behind. I have lost. Even without it, your ability to move instantaneously could evade my serpent staff's phantoms, Meng Iran admitted, lowering her proud gaze. Kakashi exhaled deeply. You're likely only 16 years old. Your physical skills are exceptional. If you continue to train, you can compensate for the frailties of your weapon soul. With that, Kakashi returned to the Shrek side, requesting a sausage from Oscar to replenish his energy. Meng Iran remained still, contemplating whether the shortcomings of her weapon soul could indeed be remedied. Chao Tianxiang furrowed her brow. Let's go. We have already lost. We shall discuss this further upon finding your grandfather. Her gaze then shifted to Zhao Wujin, the unmoved king. The mountains shall remain unchanged, and the waters shall flow eternally, until we meet again. The elder emphasized the words, until we meet again. Her eyes glinting with a cold light, clearly harboring ill intentions. Yet, this was merely a facade. The experienced snake matriarch would not grant Zhao Wujin any opportunity to act. Having spoken, Chao Tianxiang then took her granddaughter and soared into the depths of the forest, vanishing from sight. As they departed, Zhao Wujin silently exhaled, for throughout this ordeal, Long Gong had not made an appearance. Now that the Fengwei Jiguan snake was in their grasp, even if the couple desired revenge, they would first have to weigh the worthiness of such an endeavor. After Oscar absorbed the soul ring, it would be prudent to leave this place swiftly, lest they encounter the formidable Long Snake family again, which would not bode well for them. As twilight descended, the air in the Stardow forest became increasingly humid. The rich fragrance of vegetation invigorated the senses. Were it not for the omnipresent soul beasts, this place might well be deemed a paradise on earth. After the snake matriarch and her granddaughter departed, Mo Yufeng made his entrance, having anticipated that Kakashi's presence would incite conflict. However, He was surprised to find that Kakashi was aware of the formidable reputation of the Long Snake family. Tang San, for reasons unknown, seated himself after their departure and began to cultivate, appearing quite urgent. Xiao Wu noticed Tang San's focus, while Mo Yufeng gazed into the distance, lost in thought. Kakashi, feeling bored, also settled down to meditate. Approximately half an hour later, Oscar, who had absorbed the soul ring, awakened, followed shortly by Tang San, and then Xiao Wu. Congratulations. Oscar, a 31st level food system soul master. Zhao Wujin smiled at him. After acquiring his third soul ring, Oscar exhibited subtle changes. He appeared slightly taller and more spirited than before. The most remarkable transformation lay in his eyes, which now sparkled with a kaleidoscope of colors, reminiscent of the energy emitted by the Fengwei Jiguan snake when it intimidated the crowd. Dai Mubai's cheerful laughter echoed as he exclaimed, "Oscar, congratulations. Quickly show us the skill of your third soul ring. Perhaps it will be better to wait until we return," Oscar demurred. Ma Hongjun replied with irritation, "Xiao Ao, what are you afraid of? Are you worried we might mock you? Your third spirit skill, the soul curse, surely cannot be more ridiculous than the first two. The brothers have put in considerable effort for you, so hurry and show us the results." Oscar nodded helplessly, but added, "However, you must promise not to laugh when you hear my soul curse." Everyone nodded in unison, yet smiles were already playing on their faces. A gasp arose as the speed of the Fengwei Jiguanch was mentioned. "I can produce 10 of them with my soul power," Oscar supplemented. Looking at the students, Zhao Wujia remarked with satisfaction, 10 is sufficient. As your soul power increases, this number will continue to rise. Among food system auxiliary martial souls, your sausages can now be classified as top tier. Well, without further ado, we shall leave here and return to the academy. A chorus of eager responses followed. Although they had not encountered particularly dangerous old beasts, the appearance of the formidable Longshi family made the students reluctant to linger. It may take a while longer to leave. Xiao Wu's voice sounded. She had not spoken much since waking up, but now broke her silence. Zhao Wujia barked. "What do you mean by later? Do you not realize how perilous this place is?" Tang San interjected. "Xiao Wu has broken through to level 30. This was the result Tang San had discerned through his Ziji magic eyes. Another round of astonished gasps echoed, filled with disbelief. "What about you?" Zhao Wujia inquired of Tang San. "I'm not far off. Previously, after observing Kakashi's flawless technique, I was inspired and am close to a breakthrough," Tang San replied. Mo Yufeng was momentarily stunned. If Tang San had not fought Mangaran, they wouldn't be lingering here, avoiding the Titan giant ape and altering the plot. Indeed, in the original story, Xiao Wu had likely broken through before Tang San, and just like now, if Tang San had not reached level 30, she would still claim her breakthrough. It seemed that altering the narrative was quite a challenge, and Mo Yufeng mused. However, if Tang San could gain insight from Kakashi's technique, his breakthrough was inevitable, likely occurring after the Titan giant ape incident. TSK. Once again, the story remains unchanged. Only the scoundrels can rewrite the plot. My minor movements are utterly inconsequential. Oscar had attained his third spirit ring. Xiao Wu had advanced to level 30, and Tang San was not far behind, creating a collective atmosphere of joy. After all, achieving such results on the first day in the Star-Do Great Forest was satisfactory for everyone. Even those whose strength had not significantly improved had gained much knowledge since entering the forest, and the bonds among the group had deepened amidst these perilous circumstances. Zhao Wujia did not allow the group to rest in place, fearing that Long Gong might return with Shipe. Although the likelihood was slim, caution was necessary. That evening, he led the 8 Shrek students and the youngest teacher about 10 miles in another direction, covering their tracks before settling down. Given the recent events, it was prudent to inform Kakashi as soon as possible. Montag Yufeng softly remarked. Kakashi did not remain hidden in the shadows but joined them to rest, as excluding oneself from the team could be detrimental. 2 days passed. Although food supplies were not a significant issue, living in the ever-present danger of the Great Forest kept everyone on high alert, leading to fatigue. So many readers seem to dislike this character. Should I remove him? I have reached a pivotal moment in the narrative, so please share your thoughts. This pivotal moment concerned Mo Yufeng's fate. regardless of the outcome. He could perfectly retain or eliminate him. Thus, he requested feedback in the comment section. Chapter 59, Titan Giant Ape. The Star Do Great Forest was fraught with peril, yet this very danger had fostered a growing synergy among the students. Tang San, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun were responsible for combat upon encountering soul beasts, while Zhu Zhuqing, Mo Yufeng, and Kakashi handled reconnaissance within a certain range. Oscar and Ning Rongrong provided support. This level of coordination allowed their small group to withstand any soul beast that was not 1,000 years old, even without Zhao Wujia's assistance. As night fell, it was time to rest. Lighting a fire was prohibited in the Star Do Great Forest. Although most soul beasts feared flames, a select few were drawn to them, and these were often the deadliest. There was no need for Zhao Wujia to direct them. The male students set up temporary tents while the female students prepared food. Of course, Oscar was an exception, being categorized with the female students by Dai Mubai and Tang San. Kakashi and Mo Yufeng were also exceptions, tasked with perimeter scouting, their speed acknowledged as the fastest in the group. The tents were small and insufficient for everyone to lie down comfortably, but sitting and cultivating was entirely feasible. For them, maintaining peak combat readiness was far more crucial than sleeping. As the instructor, it was Zhao Wujia's duty to keep watch, but Kakashi also remained alert, dozing intermittently. However, tonight was different. Something was off with Fu Fu. Fu Fu's body was curled tightly, trembling incessantly. This was reminiscent of their encounter with Shrek Academy's headmaster, Flinder. But Fu Fu's reaction was even more severe. Is there a powerful presence approaching? Kakashi wondered. If this were true, the situation would surpass Zhao Wujia's capacity to handle, as Fu Fu's response was more intense than it had been with Headmaster Flinder. Impossible. Kakashi shook his head, sensing something was amiss. If such a presence existed, it would certainly be a soul master of at least the soul Douluo rank. Kakashi would not fail to perceive such a domineering aura. Just like the numerous elders of the Spirit Hall, while ordinary individuals might not notice, Kakashi, who had faced countless foes of this caliber, would undoubtedly recognize that presence. Better to be cautious. Kakashi approached the girl's tent, knocking gently. He waited for a long time outside, but there was no response from within. The only sounds he heard were Zhao Wujia and Tang San speaking in muffled tones. "Excuse me," Kakashi called again. Fu Fu's voice was intermittent, sounding almost like a whimper. Kakashi hurriedly lifted Fu Fu from his shoulder, cradling her in his arms and stroking her head. Finally, someone emerged, dressed in a white gown with a pure countenance. It was Ning Rongrong. "Is there something you need, Kakashi?" Ning Rongrong initially intended to inquire about Kakashi's presence, but seeing Fu Fu in such a state, she refrained from asking further. "Fu Fu seems unwed. I need to scout the area. Could you keep an eye on her?" Kakashi requested. "Of course," Ning Rongrong replied promptly. "Thank you." Kakashi entrusted Fu Fu to Ning Rongrong and turned to leave. Although I do not possess the ability to perceive emotions, the state of Fu Fu appears exceedingly abnormal. It is imperative to investigate. As everyone vacated the tent, Kakashi paused abruptly, pondering the gravity of the situation. After several days of collaboration, the students had developed a remarkable synergy and swiftly emerged from the tent. However, Mo Yufeng was not reliant on mere intuition. He had anticipated Zhao Wujia's actions from the very beginning. "Teacher Zhao, what is the matter?" Dai Mubai inquired, hastily approaching Zhao Wujia, his expression filled with confusion. If it were merely a human, Zhao Wujia would not have exhibited such a reaction, which implied something far more ominous. At that moment, they suddenly witnessed an eerie spectacle. As Zhao Wujia focused his gaze, two towering trees gradually parted, revealing a colossal figure that silently stepped forth. Upon sighting this behemoth, every breath seemed to suspend in the air, and the group finally comprehended the source of Zhao Wujia's concern. This entity loomed like a mountain, its dark fur glistening faintly under the dim starlight, and though it was on all fours, its shoulders towered above 7 meters. If it were to rise upright, it would likely exceed 15 meters in height. Visually, it resembled a creature that was part ape and part gorilla, its entire form shrouded in darkness, save for its lantern-like eyes that sparkled with a yellowish hue. In the night, One could hardly discern its body unless it was in motion. This creature's physique was astonishingly robust, with muscles so formidable they resembled small hills, far more terrifying than granite. Despite its immense size, it moved with a silence that was uncanny. Even its breathing was inaudible. The first to recognize this creature was Tang San, whose extensive knowledge imparted by his master enabled him to identify it almost instantly. It was none other than the king of the forest, Titan Great Ape. Even the usually composed Tang San's voice trembled slightly at this revelation. Kakashi, upon hearing Tang San's words, felt a jolt of alarm and clenched his fists. No wonder I could not perceive it. Kakashi had previously analyzed that such a mythical beast was a divine gift. When it concealed its form, it could seamlessly blend with nature, rendering most sensory perceptions ineffective unless one could see its physical body. I will confront it. You must swiftly flee, Zhao Wujia declared, taking a deep breath as 7 rings of light radiated from him, charging toward the Titan Great Ape. The first, second, and third rings shone brightly. And before the formidable foe, the immovable king unleashed 4 out of his 7 soul abilities. Kakashi assessed the situation and concluded that he was no match for such a creature. Not only did he lack the qualifications to engage in battle, but the Titan Great Ape was formidable enough to rival tailed beasts. If it were a matter of compressing power into a human form, Kakashi might have had a chance. But facing such a gargantuan being was an entirely different scenario. He believed he could ensure his own safety, yet his comrades remained within the creature's striking range. No, they must escape first, as quickly as possible. With a thunderous roar, Dai Mubai charged forward, determined to face the Titan Great Ape alongside Zhao Wujia. Return, Kakashi shouted. You must leave. I will assist them. A soft yet resolute voice emerged from Ning Rongrong as she summoned the dazzling 7-treasure glazed tile to amplify Zhao Wujia's strength. Kakashi turned to see Ning Rongrong, her 2 soul rings aglow, steadfast in her refusal to retreat. Following her lead, Tang San, enveloped in numerous blue silver grasses, charged ahead without hesitation. Zhu Zhuqing also exhibited no intent to withdraw, vanishing into the night's forest, poised to strike at any moment. The rotund Mahongjun, surrounded by purple flames, unleashed an attack, enhancing his first soul ring's power with the second. His assault targeted the most vulnerable area of the Titan Great Ape, executed with a ferocity that was nothing short of breathtaking. Mo Yufeng's speed, even enhanced by Tang San, could not match up, yet he swiftly followed suit. Growling at Tang San, use the blue silver grass to fling me. Tang San complied, ensnaring one of Mo Yufeng's legs with the blue silver grass and swinging him toward the Titan Great Ape. Aware that confronting the Titan Great Ape was akin to courting death, he did not hesitate, believing wholeheartedly in Mo Yufeng's resolve to survive. Xiao Wu also joined the fray, boldly scaling a large tree with an air of nonchalance, as if indifferent to the peril of life and death. Kakashi, observing their audacity, contemplated abandoning his previous resolve. These fearless souls reminded him of Naruto Uzumaki. It was time to shatter his established determination. As Kakashi's energy transformed, his chakra became the core, and he lifted his forehead protector, revealing his crimson left eye. He had previously resolved that his Sharingan must make a remarkable impact, but the actions of these Shrek Academy students compelled him to reconsider. Within the Scarlet Sharingan, 3 black tomo began to rotate slowly. Kakashi aimed to harness this emotional moment, applying pressure within his mind to catalyze his evolution. Suddenly, a piercing scream interrupted Kakashi's thoughts. He turned to find Fufu beside him, displaying no trace of fear towards the powerful entity. Fufu chastised Kakashi for his inaction. Stunned, Kakashi was on the verge of success when he was interrupted, and now the instigator was scolding him. However, realizing he could not afford to waste any more time, he instructed Fufu, "Listen carefully, you must hide immediately. They are no match for the Titan Great Ape. Once they falter, rush to their side to protect them," without allowing Fufu the chance to respond. Kakashi vanished in a flash, reappearing closer to the Titan Great Ape, unleashing his full speed as he charged toward the creature. The king of the forest unleashed a thunderous roar, and Kakashi, through his Sharingan, distinctly perceived a dark wave of energy emanating from the Titan Great Ape. Immediately following, both Dai Mubai and Tang San, who were engaged in ground assaults, as well as Yu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, who attempted to attack from the trees, were violently hurled away by the terrifying black air wave. Kakashi, utilizing his chakra abilities, firmly anchored his legs to the ground while leaning forward, enduring the onslaught of the Titan giant ape. Ma Yufeng remained unaffected by this attack, as he cleverly activated his first and third soul skills, countering the air wave with wind, thus minimizing the damage and propelling himself far away from the battlefield. The Titan giant ape seemed enraged. As the black air wave erupted, its massive body moved with an almost imperceptible speed, lunging downward towards the gathered group. The Shrek Academy students reacted swiftly, preparing to withstand the impending pressure, brimming with confidence that they could evade it. Kakashi observed this scene and, without hesitation, swiftly distanced himself from the area, being at the edge and possessing the greatest speed. Simultaneously, he raised his hands, ready to form suitable seals, whether to attack the Titan giant ape or to rescue his comrades. Then Kakashi's eyes widened. With his Sharingan, he distinctly saw one of the Titan giant ape's forelimbs suddenly rise, capturing Xiao Wu, who had been tossed into the air by Tang San in an attempt to escape. Upon seeing Xiao Wu fall into the grasp of the Titan giant ape, Tang San's eyes instantly turned red. Without waiting for his body to stabilize on the ground, he sprang into action, leveraging several points of force to leap into the air. His hands swiftly moved from his waist, unleashing over 10 gleaming blades aimed straight at the Titan giant ape's eyes. The eyes were one of the few vital spots on the Titan giant ape. At this moment, Tang San's heart sank. He understood that with the Titan giant ape's strength, even a slight exertion would spell doom for Xiao Wu, no matter how resilient her body might be. Zhao Wuji also finally landed, witnessing the scene of Xiao Wu being captured by the Titan giant ape. Roaring with fury, Zhao Wuji activated his final spirit ring, a powerful black light enveloping him as his body rapidly expanded. Transformed into his true form, the great strength diamond bear. He now towered over 5 meters tall, his brown fur shimmering with a brilliant golden hue. Without hesitation, Zhao Wuji charged towards the Titan giant ape, aiming to seize Xiao Wu's arm. Kakashi was acutely aware that even if Zhao Wuji exerted all his strength, he would still be no match for the colossal creature. And Tang San's little trick would have no impact on the Titan giant ape. This could not continue. Kakashi pondered whether he should resort to the 8 gates technique. However, he quickly dismissed this thought. Once the 8 gates were opened, he would lack the strength to continue the assault, unable to protect the severely injured Shrek students, and might even become a burden. Moreover, although Kakashi had reached the 4th gate years ago, his progress had been minimal since he was not purely a physical arts practitioner. Presently, he had only trained to the 5th gate, which would be of no use against an ancient beast like the Titan giant ape. Meanwhile, the Titan giant ape simply closed its eyes, effortlessly blocking the hidden weapons fired by Tang San. Simultaneously, Zhao Wuji, now standing 5 meters tall, was closing in, almost ready to reclaim Xiao Wu. But the Titan giant ape quickly retracted its hand to evade capture. Kakashi, standing before him, executed the water release, water dragon bullet technique, summoning a water dragon several meters long that crashed into the hand clutching Xiao Wu. However, while it momentarily halted the Titan giant ape's movement, the water-based ninjutsu lacked sufficient potency, failing to provide Zhao Wuji the needed time. Zhao Wuji missed his opportunity as the Titan giant ape's other hand swung down, poised to strike him. Yet, Kakashi's hands were relentless. He was determined to assist Zhao Wuji, for he felt powerless against such a massive adversary and could only support Zhao Wuji's attack. Utilizing the water release, water dragon bullet technique 3 times, Kakashi summoned 3 water dragons simultaneously, aided by 2 shadow clones beside him. Each dragon had a distinct mission. One collided with the Titan giant ape's hand aiming at Zhao Wuji, bursting apart and showering the primordial forest. The second surged towards the Titan giant ape's head, wrapping around it and obscuring its vision. The third rushed towards Tang San, engulfing him before crashing back down to the ground, where it regurgitated him before once more launching itself at the Titan giant ape. All three water dragons hit their targets, but proved futile. Zhao Wuji was still struck, and the water dragon entangling the Titan giant ape's head failed to obstruct its movement. On the other side, Ma Yufeng landed unscathed, watching the water dragons rise again with a sigh. Kakashi, indeed, had no means to contend with such a formidable creature. However, he noted that the increase in chakra was significant, unlike the soul power. Ma Yufeng stroked his chin, furrowing his brow. It would be better to keep an eye on Kakashi. Should he employ that technique, he would need to approach the Titan giant ape, so it was best to wait nearby. Meanwhile, Kakashi left 3 shadow clones behind while he swiftly charged towards the Titan giant ape. Amidst a thunderous crash, Zhao Wuji staggered back 7 or 8 steps before barely regaining his footing, while the Titan giant ape appeared unfazed, letting out another roar. Kakashi executed a true instant body technique, combining chakra and speed to reach the Titan giant ape's side in an instant, where 3 water dragons soared once more. The 3 shadow clones dissipated as Kakashi's chakra was depleted. Kakashi shouted, "I will not allow my comrades to be slain." Raising his hands, he concentrated the last of his available chakra. In a surprising turn, the final 3 water dragons persisted, entangling and colliding with the Titan giant ape. Below, Kakashi gathered his chakra, preparing to unleash a highly taxing ninjutsu. Ma Yufeng arrived, appearing on a tree behind Kakashi. Without turning his head, Kakashi remarked, "Yufeng, I have always contemplated your origins, and I am aware of your strength. Now, I shall send this creature, which seeks to take my comrades, to meet death. However, after this technique, I will be left vulnerable, and it will be up to you." "Understood," Ma Yufeng replied resolutely. Kakashi focused intently, for employing this technique not only consumed substantial chakra, but also required immense resolve. A momentary lapse could condemn him to a lifetime of guilt. With a resounding crash, a sound echoed as Kakashi collapsed to the ground. In the sky, the 3 water dragons dissipated, falling like rain. The Titan giant ape gazed down at Xiao Wu in its grasp, letting out another low growl. This time, he paid no heed to the approaching Zhao Wujuan, suddenly soaring into the air. In just a single leap, he had already vanished into the woods, 100 meters away. Behind the fallen Kakashi, Mo Yufeng stood with a wooden stick in hand, and the situation was all too clear. Mo Yufeng discarded the stick, hoisted Kakashi onto his back, and made his way toward the direction of the Titan great ape. "I knew you would employ this tactic. Fortunately, I arrived in time, otherwise, it wouldn't be long before I would accompany you to the grave. This time, the adversary may not be so simple." Mo Yufeng quickened his pace, fearing he wouldn't reach his destination in time while carrying Kakashi. Chapter 61. Those guys the Titan great ape's rampage had left the forest in ruins. Ning Rongrong had awakened from her fainting spell, rising with Oscar's support. However, her mind remained somewhat muddled, leaving her half-draped over Oscar's shoulder. Dai Mubai crawled out of the pit he had created, carrying Zhu Zhuqing, and the group exchanged glances, all feeling a sense of survival against the odds. If this had been a team of soul masters facing the king of the forest, the Titan great ape, losing only one teammate would indeed be a stroke of luck. Yet, they were not a team of soul masters, but merely students. Everyone had sustained varying degrees of injury. Even Zhao Wujuan looked disheveled, his soul power significantly drained, rendering him incapable of looking after others. Despite his limitations, Zhao Wujuan was unwilling to accept the loss of a student. However, given his abilities, retrieving Xiao Wu from the Titan great ape was a near impossibility. With no other options, he could only express his condolences to Tang San. "No, do not blame yourself. It is I who failed to protect Xiao Wu." Tang San, having risen from the ground, kept his head bowed, his voice eerily calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Zhao Wujuan sighed, suggesting that they rest for a moment before relocating to deliberate further. Kakashi and Yufeng? The rotund Ma Hongjun glanced around, noticing their absence, prompting his inquiry. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujuan recalled seeing Kakashi charge toward the Titan great ape. However, With the Titan Great Ape's departure, Kakashi had also vanished. Nevertheless, those water dragons seemed to have been unleashed by that youngster. Zhao Wujuan noted this detail. Tang San had already deduced that the water dragons were likely Kakashi's doing. Such a large-scale technique would undoubtedly have drained Kakashi significantly, yet he had not returned. He must have gone to rescue Xiao Wu. Consequently, Tang San whispered to Oscar, requesting a mushroom sausage, as he too intended to pursue Kakashi. In my eyes, you are not merely an older brother, but more akin to a guardian. The same goes for Xiao Wu. While we refer to each other as siblings, your relationship with her is solely due to my influence. Otherwise, with your character of protecting those nearby and avoiding close connections, you would not have interacted with Xiao Wu. However, you have treated her on par with me, having always been a tolerant elder figure to her mischievousness. I bear the title of an older brother, yet lack the capability to safeguard Xiao Wu as you have. Nor do I possess the strength to confront formidable foes. Still, your water dragons must have taken a toll on you. Otherwise, you and Zhao Laoshe would have acted sooner regarding the matter with Snake Lady. Are you now exhausted? If that is the case, I shall take it upon myself to rescue Xiao Wu. Xiao Ao, what are you doing? Ning Rongrong's voice suddenly captured the attention of the others. Zhao Wujuan, being astute, immediately sensed trouble, but alas, they were too late. Tang San became the first to consume the mushroom sausage, 6 ethereal wings materializing behind him, lifting him into the air as Zhao Wujuan lunged forward. I apologize, Zhao Laoshe, but I must find Xiao Wu. Even if she has perished, I must recover her body. At this moment, everyone finally beheld Tang San's blood-red eyes, comprehending the depths of his sorrow and rage. 7 treasures are renowned. 2 days, speed. Ning Rongrong's melodious voice rang out, a brilliant light cascading down upon Tang San, accelerating the flapping of his 6 ethereal wings. Xiao San, go quickly. I will support you. I have increased the output of my soul power. The acceleration effect should last a minute after you leave my range. You must bring back Xiao Wu. She's also my roommate. Ning Rongrong seemed oblivious to Zhao Wujuan's murderous gaze, loudly encouraging Tang San. I'll finally awake. On the other side of the great forest, Mo Yufeng leaped through the trees, carrying Kakashi. He remarked, you're finally awake. Even though ordinary ninjas limit their weight, I can't sustain this speed for long. Feeling the coldness at his neck, he knew without looking what it was and released his grip on Kakashi's legs, coming to a halt. Kakashi grasped a kunai, pressing it against Mo Yufeng's neck, his voice chillingly calm. What now? The icy tone was less a question than a statement, suggesting that should Mo Yufeng utter a word, the kunai would slice through his throat. Oh, which aspect do you refer to? Mo Yufeng retorted, his expression relaxed, betraying no hint of anxiety. What about Xiao Wu and the others? How are they? Xiao Wu is fine, and the others are well. They will encounter no issues, Mo Yufeng replied. Kakashi withdrew the kunai, returning it to his ninja tool pouch. Why have you brought me here? What do you intend to do? Kakashi inquired. Well, there is still some time. I hope you will listen carefully to my explanation of the current situation. I expect a reasonable answer from you. Mo Yufeng calmly sat down, now on the ground. In short, it won't be long before an individual of extraordinary capability appears in this vicinity. I do not possess complete assurance in confronting him alone, Mo Yufeng stated. Thus, you require my assistance? Ha! I hadn't originally intended to involve you, as you were an unexpected variable, Mo Yufeng responded. What do you mean? Kakashi pressed. Apologies, but that is beyond my ability to disclose. All you need to know is that you will undoubtedly assist me, Mo Yufeng asserted, his tone firm and even tinged with delight. Not interested. Kakashi turned to leave. Since Xiao Wu is safe, there is no need for me to remain here. Initially, Mo Yufeng seemed trustworthy as a comrade, but now it appeared he must be eliminated. This fellow harbored too many secrets. Should he become further entangled, it could invite trouble, potentially endangering Xiao San and Xiao Wu. If you depart, your companions will endure unspeakable suffering. The calm words came from behind, halting Kakashi's steps. Are you threatening me? Kakashi's hand once again reached into his ninja tool pouch. No, merely stating that if you do not assist me, I will not confront that individual. His abilities are exceptional, and he is not the only one of his kind who will appear. As Mo Yufeng spoke, his tone grew increasingly agitated, though he struggled to maintain composure, suggesting that the adversaries he mentioned instilled a degree of trepidation in him. Speak then. Kakashi had no intention of leaving immediately. He sensed a shift in Mo Yufeng's tone. Let me clarify. Those who suffer worse than death are not my doing. Mo Yufeng's voice trembled slightly as he mentioned them, revealing an emotional shift. Speak. Kakashi's response was succinct. Those individuals will not come in droves for now. Only one will arrive this time, but he possesses unique abilities. I merely wish to understand the impact they have on my comrades. Kakashi interrupted Mo Yufeng's words. He chuckled lightly, expressing impatience. Mo Yufeng continued, stating that, simply put, girls would end up like those depicted in your yellow books, becoming G, while boys would likely face castration. I can only assume you are deceiving me. Kakashi had already drawn his kunai. I hail from another dimension. As do they. They are responsible for destruction, while I am tasked with protection, Mo Yufeng explained. I can accept such an explanation. Kakashi sheathed his kunai, but did not put away. However, you must let me see those individuals first, he added. Very well. I sense the power of time and space. Follow me. Mo Yufeng agilely leapt to a nearby tree. Kakashi stowed his kunai and took a soldier's ration pill to replenish his strength, following suit. If what he said is true, then that individual will likely be formidable. It is wise to restore some chakra beforehand. Chapter 62 concluded abruptly. Nighttime, within a certain part of the Shingdo Sanlin. Two shadows descended, one ahead of the other. This is the place, declared the first to arrive, Mo Yufeng. The second figure, Kakashi, surveyed the surroundings and remarked, there are no abnormal conditions nearby. Kakashi fixed his gaze on Mo Yufeng, his skepticism evident. Mo Yufeng remained silent, sitting still as if awaiting some forthcoming event. Kakashi turned back, also taking a seat. Regardless of the truth of Mo Yufeng's words, he needed to restore his chakra as much as possible. Surprisingly, they waited for a considerable time without a single soul beast appearing, nor were any roars heard in the vicinity. Although the ancient forest was lush with trees, a gentle breeze still wafted through. Mo Yufeng called out sharply. Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, preparing for battle. A radiant portal of light materialized approximately 20 meters in front of them, and Kakashi's crimson left, I discerned a figure approaching from within. The portal shone brilliantly in the night, causing even Mo Yufeng to avert his gaze, peering sideways instead. Kakashi closed his right eye and focused his left, attempting to penetrate the mystery within to gain the upper hand. However, the figure inside seemed aware of their presence and laughed. I wondered why so many perished at your hands. It turns out you have assistants. The magnetic voice sent a chill through Kakashi's heart, as it possessed a deceptive effect on the mind, requiring caution. This was akin to Fufu's charm technique, capable of endearing anyone, including soul beasts, to its wielder. Yet this individual clearly harbored ulterior motives, employing it at will. It appears he speaks the truth. These individuals are indeed a threat. The figure continued speaking, commenting on their unique appearance, which seemed somewhat familiar. You and T have broken the rules, would you? That seems implausible. Mo Yufeng snorted in response, stating, Humph. You are numerous, and each possesses those enhancements. How could I continue without assistance? As the figure drew closer, the portal dimmed gradually, vanishing entirely when the individual stepped out. He was an extraordinarily handsome man, clad in ethereal white, with a charming smile on his face, yet exuding an aura of malevolence that made Kakashi frown. Oh, Kakashi, what is the meaning of this? The man cast a glance at Kakashi before directly addressing Mo Yufeng. They are acquainted, Kakashi pondered. Who knows? Montak Yufeng replied. The man adjusted his neatly cropped hair and remarked, regardless of the reason, you will die here today, and as for this world, leave its destruction to me. The man spoke nonchalantly, dismissing both Kakashi and Mo Yufeng. You are overly confident. The dead may not be us. Mo Yufeng summoned his martial spirit, gripping a long blade in his hand. Kakashi shifted into chakra mode, clutching a kunai with both hands crossed over his chest, poised to seal a jutsu at any moment. Fear not. No one else will come. I will thoroughly enjoy this world, the man proclaimed, his aura suddenly rising. It seems Mo Yufeng's words are credible. Our current adversary is this individual, Kakashi stated, his expression growing serious. Ah, I see. This person today, Mo Yufeng interrupted Kakashi, focusing on the man and asserting no. Let us prepare. Perhaps he will not leave here alive. Kakashi shot a sideways glance at Mo Yufeng, then turned his attention back to the strikingly handsome man, inquiring, "What is going on?" Mo Yufeng did not strike one as someone who would jest. His words indicated that the unique abilities of the man before them might surpass their understanding. "What is happening?" Mo Yufeng echoed his question to the man. "I mean exactly what I said. No one else will cross into this realm," the man responded, his smile widening, yet his malevolent energy left Kakashi with an unsettling feeling. "So, those who transformed are now reduced to one. This should be a positive development," Kakashi remarked, sensing something amiss in Mo Yufeng's demeanor. Ignoring Kakashi's unawareness, Mo Yufeng pressed the man. "So you killed them all?" "Indeed," the man affirmed. "I had thought this individual was merely imitating Kakashi, but it appears he is indeed Kakashi himself," the man continued. "I hope you will clarify things for us," Kakashi stated. "There is no necessity for that," Mo Yufeng interjected. Then asked the man, "Has your power multiplied?" "See for yourself," the man replied, first closing his eyes and then suddenly opening them wide. "Sharingan," Kakashi gasped. "And that is not all," the man revealed, his scarlet eyes displaying 3 tomo spinning rapidly, transforming into another shape shortly thereafter. "Mangekyo," Kakashi gasped again, and his Sharingan perceived the energy within that man, chakra. Moreover, it was Mo Yufeng who spoke next, taking on the man's words. The patterns of the Mangekyo expanded outward, gradually forming into Rinnegan. "Who are you?" Kakashi's voice trembled, his grip on the kunai causing his palms to sweat. "You are a total of 7 individuals. Considering the exchange of 2 lives for 1 wish, you have already eliminated the others," Mo Yufeng stated, panting heavily. "Indeed, it is just me now," the man spoke, his smile evoking a certain unsettling aura. "Having dealt with you, the current scenario is such that soon not only will the 3 girls from the 7 monsters be involved, but also a more mature individual." The man revealed a lewd grin, his handsome visage now somewhat distorted. The mature individual referred to as Meng Iran, who, possessing the Rinnegan, appeared brimming with confidence, entirely unafraid of the combined technique of the formidable Longshi. "If you wish to engage in such matters, you must first ensure your survival here." Kakashi resolved firmly, determining that he must apprehend this person today. Otherwise, Xiao Wu and Rong Rong would be in peril. The man's expression darkened instantaneously. "You, a waste burdened by the Sharingan, dare to compare yourself with the Rinnegan?" Kakashi slightly bent forward, channeling his energy. "Awaken! I must detain this individual today. Whether you assist me is entirely up to you." Although possessing the Rinnegan, the abilities at his disposal may have diminished, akin to the shadow clone technique. It is prudent to test the waters first. With that, Kakashi charged forward, his kunai poised and ready for action. Shinra Tensei! With a forceful impact, Kakashi was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Bansho Tenin! Kakashi's body levitated, propelled toward the man, while simultaneously a massive stone was lifted by the same force, hurtling toward Kakashi. It appeared the Rinnegan's power was still operational. This was the first piece of intelligence. With a crackle, lightning surged from Kakashi's palm as he unleashed Chidori. The stone shattered under the sheer force of Kakashi's technique. He continued his advance toward the man, Chidori still crackling with energy, ready to strike at any moment. However, his intentions would not materialize. The man's Rinnegan swiftly shifted to the Mangekyo Sharingan. With a thud, Kakashi fell to the ground, coughing violently. The man closed his left eye, declaring, "Hatake Kakashi, once again defeated beneath the Rinnegan. This is the end." Kakashi collapsed heavily, his body rendered nearly immobile from the impact. He abruptly opened his left eye, focusing intently on Kakashi, Amaterasu. With a clang, Kakashi's kunai ignited, which he promptly discarded. Amaterasu can only ignite a focal point. As long as one can predict the location of his gaze, they can block it with alternative objects. At that moment, an unexpected development occurred. The man suddenly clutched his left eye, crying out in agony. Ah, just as I suspected. Mo Yufeng, who had remained motionless nearby, exhaled in relief. Kakashi, rising from the ground, albeit still coughing, inquired, "What is happening?" Mo Yufeng observed the writhing man and remarked, "This fellow must have only wished for the Mangekyo Sharingan. Otherwise, if it were the eternal Mangekyo, the situation would not be so dire." "Huh, so he's merely a fool with power, but no understanding. What a waste," Kakashi said with a derisive smile. "But how do you know this?" Kakashi pressed further. "Individuals who carelessly slay their comrades cannot attain the eternal Mangekyo. You should be aware of the requirements for obtaining it." And Mo Yufeng replied, a smile gracing his lips. "The method to acquire the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan from direct blood relatives, brothers, whose ocular powers fuse, resulting in the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, symbolizing the utmost trust. Yet this individual has slaughtered his companions, disqualifying him from directly receiving the eternal Mangekyo. Each use of Amaterasu imposes immense strain on the eyes. Even Itachi and Sasuke could not sustain it for prolonged periods, and this individual, lacking the rigorous training of a ninja, cannot endure it. However, he possesses the Rinnegan, so he should also have the first Hokage's cells." Kakashi began, but suddenly halted. He chuckled bitterly, realizing the truth. Kakashi turned to the man, saying, "Language indeed harbors profound mysteries. Possessing the Rinnegan does not necessarily imply having the first cells. This fool likely did not consider this when making his wish. Akin to Nagato's direct implantation. Even if he can wield some abilities, the burden remains unmitigated." Mo Yufeng stepped forward, raising his long blade, and accurately pierced the man's shoulder blade, pinning him to the ground. "Ah, it seems your adversaries are merely mindless individuals," Kakashi remarked, ignoring Mo Yufeng's actions. Mo Yufeng glanced back, stating, "Not entirely. They only perceive the glamorous aspects of power without experiencing the underlying truth. However, it seems that wish of his is not all-powerful, as it cannot directly grant the eternal Mangekyo. Indeed, such an existence is merely the culmination of collective belief, referred to as the master." At that moment, Montag Yufeng abhoplihaitet. Kakashi, puzzled by his sudden change, pulled down his forehead protector once again. Through Kakashi's Sharingan perspective, he observed Mo Yufeng ensnared by chains, even his mouth bound by a thick iron chain. After a considerable duration, Mo Yufeng's restraints spontaneously unraveled, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. "So that's it. You truly cannot express certain things." Kakashi comprehended why Mo Yufeng often refrained from clarity. Meanwhile, the man lying on the ground had significantly diminished his struggles. With a whoosh, a shuriken flew, slicing through his neck, blood gushing forth as he met his demise. This was Kakashi's doing, ending the man's life. "It is indeed preferable to eliminate him directly," Kakashi remarked, turning to Mo Yufeng only to witness a startling sight. Mo Yufeng radiated a faint white light, transforming into dots of colorful luminescence that gradually faded from the ground up. "Kakashi," he called, but Kakashi's hand passed through Mo Yufeng's form. I initially intended to allow that scoundrel to linger a few more minutes, yet you acted swiftly." Montag Yufeng smeeded. Kakashi's eyes widened. "Does this mean that as long as this world does not succumb to destruction by outsiders, you will cease to exist? Not so much disappearing as departing?" Mo Yufeng replied, suddenly glancing at the corpse. Kakashi turned back, realizing the body too was glowing, slowly fading away. "It seems this is how it is. Those behind me have warned me that I have entered an erroneous timeline. Unexpected events will occur upon my return. I had anticipated that I would depart once all the destroyers were vanquished, yet it appears that this individual is also bound to the same fate. It seems we must entangle ourselves for another lifetime." Mo Yufeng's tone carried a hint of resignation. Having finally resolved this matter, he would need to confront it again. Kakashi furrowed his brow, questioning, what does an erroneous timeline mean? Mo Yufeng sighed. "I cannot elaborate. Speaking of it would consume the last moments I have. It is best left unsaid. In any case," Here is a hint. You must trust those children. Regardless of the circumstances, they will not be in mortal danger. Mo Yufeng's words inadvertently revealed elements of the original plot, yet Kakashi interpreted it differently. Rest assured, I will be more cautious in my dealings with others in the future, Kakashi assured. Voyeur Feng was taken aback, pondering the meaning behind Kakashi's words. It seemed he had failed to grasp my intention. I was merely suggesting that he should place more trust in his students to facilitate their growth. It appeared that my inherently hostile demeanor towards unfamiliar powerful beings needed to be revised, as even Yufeng seemed dissatisfied. Kakashi contemplated this. Rest assured, this world will be sealed off, and no individuals of our kind will emerge again. You need not worry. This was the final utterance from Voyeur Feng. Due to the loss of his throat, Voyeur Feng could only open and close his mouth without producing any sound. Kakashi was not particularly familiar with the language of this world and could not comprehend lip movements. In any case, you can leave with peace of mind. There is no need to concern yourself with this place. Kakashi could only express. Chapter 63. The snake family. Kakashi stood motionless, gazing blankly at the spot where Voyeur Feng had long since vanished. He exhaled a deep sigh. Turning, Kakashi began to venture outward, uncertain of Zhao Wujia's whereabouts. But he was confident they would eventually find a way out. However, ever since his arrival in this world, he had encountered nothing but bizarre phenomena. With a swish, he found himself nearing the depths of the forest, prompting him to hasten his exit, utilizing the towering trees around him. Kakashi's speed significantly increased as he darted through the branches like a fleeting shadow. As he moved, he mused, though I had desired to leave the group. I'm not yet at my peak, so I must. Suddenly, upon hearing an ominous sound, Kakashi immediately sensed trouble. It was a sound he had encountered countless times in his previous life. There from the earth came a technique, earth release, earth flow wall. A great earthen wall erupted to his left as a defensive measure. With a resounding crash, the wall became riddled with cracks, threatening to collapse at any moment. Damn! Such mindless physical attacks from soul beasts are truly vexatious. Kakashi swiftly retreated, reaching into his ninja tool pouch, not to retrieve any tools, but to prepare for battle. The earthen wall was struck again, crumbling under the assault. Through the rising dust, Kakashi caught a glimpse of a long, writhing creature. It was indeed a fire release, fireball technique. Kakashi pulled down his mask, but before he could see the creature's face, flames engulfed his visage. A torrent of fire more robust than that of Ma Hongjun erupted forth. The elongated creature roared amidst the swirling dust, its body twisting. The prior mindless collisions against the earthen wall had left its head somewhat dazed, granting it a moment of hesitation before it could attack. Kakashi observed as the flames roasted the creature's form, eliciting a mournful cry. Sensing the moment was ripe, he ceased the fire technique, but quickly raised his mask again. The dust surrounding the elongated beast was dispersed by the flames, leaving only a few fine particles that lingered and floated slowly. Kakashi was then able to discern the true identity of the creature. Although he had suspected as much earlier, the vast number of soul beasts made identification tricky. It was indeed a massive python. The great serpent was covered in hard, smooth scales and was immensely powerful. Every strike of its tail against the ground had left deep fissures. The creature's length was approximately 10 meters, with numerous charred patches adorning its body. While ordinary physical attacks were ineffective, it appeared that this area of effect fire assault was quite effective against it. Kakashi approached cautiously, scrutinizing the great python. It was likely a soul beast, but he could not ascertain its exact age. The knowledge he had acquired from his master leaned more towards soul masters, leaving him unable to immediately determine the creature's age. If his memory served him correctly, it possessed a toxic spray technique with a wide radius. Realizing this, Kakashi promptly retreated, forming hand seals for the fire release technique, ready to unleash it at any moment. The python merely writhed, showing no signs of aggression. His master had once mentioned that while such soul beasts were often reckless, they could be sinister when releasing toxins, categorizing them as a special class of soul beast. Kakashi unleashed the fire release, dragon fire technique, producing a flame that formed a pillar as thick as a human body, aiming directly at the center of the serpent's body. intending to sever it with the heat and force of the fire. However, he lacked the confidence to achieve such a feat, having recognized that this was a millennium-old soul beast, though its exact age remained uncertain. As anticipated, the millennium soul beast, the venomous python, swiftly coiled and expelled a cloud of poison to counter Kakashi's dragon fire technique. Kakashi chose not to confront it directly. Although he could win, he deemed it unnecessary to waste chakra on this millennium soul beast. The extent of the Stardew Forest danger was still unknown, so a more cunning approach was prudent. The flames clearly overpowered the poison mist, yet to conserve energy, Kakashi decisively halted his technique, leaping back to a tree behind him. The python's toxic fog surged forward unimpeded, spreading rapidly. Observing from his position, Kakashi noted that the cloud had expanded beyond the range of his earlier fireball. Kakashi preferred to glean information about an opponent's abilities through battle rather than through direct instruction, as such experiences were far more impactful. The python, seemingly unaffected by the fireball, charged forward, yet its agility had diminished due to the earlier assault. It occasionally trembled, indicating its reduced flexibility. At this level, the fire technique posed little threat to the Millennium Soul Beast, Kakashi analyzed. He tilted his body backward, allowing himself to fall into a thick patch of grass without utilizing excessive speed, merely allowing gravity to take its course. Even so, the Millennium Venomous Python missed its mark, crashing through the branches Kakashi had stepped on, unable to halt its momentum. While its speed had significantly decreased, it remained a cunning soul beast. Kakashi sprang from the grass, pursuing it without concern for a counterattack. The Millennium Venomous Python indeed did not look back, propelling itself forward with remarkable speed, though it occasionally stiffened, providing Kakashi an opportunity. It was evident that its mindless aggression was merely a facade. While it possessed formidable defense, it was evidently fearful of fire-based attacks that could counteract its toxic mist. The earlier desperate counterattack was merely a ruse to facilitate its escape. Kakashi, quick as lightning, unveiled his Sharingan once more to ensure the capture of the Millennium Venomous Python. At this distance, he could afford to take his time, yet in just a few seconds, he completed the 40-plus hand seals and immediately activated the technique. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. The water dragon roared as it surged toward the Millennium Venomous Python, swiftly catching up and wrapping around it tightly, rendering it immobile. Kakashi arrived, his right hand glowing with the lightning of Chidori. The serpent writhed in agony. Though Kakashi was uncertain about the condition of his right hand, he instinctively recognized this as a moment of lethal intent directed at him. The soul beast possessed an innate awareness of impending danger, surpassing human perception, and was acutely aware of the perilous situation it was about to face. With a swift thrust, Kakashi's Chidori pierced the serpent's body, ending its life in an instant. Yet, the serpent demonstrated remarkable stealth, truly embodying the essence of a predator waiting for the opportune moment. Kakashi remarked softly upon this observation. It seemed that this particular soul beast operated in pairs, albeit at a certain distance from one another. The Chidori had struck not the serpent that had initially engaged Kakashi, but rather its companion. Although snakes are cold-blooded creatures, this soul beast was exceptional, exhibiting many unforeseen traits. The serpent, ensnared by the water dragon, struggled with increasing ferocity. "For now, I shall spare your life," Kakashi uttered to it. With a swift transition from Chidori to the Earth Release, Rock Fist Technique, Kakashi replaced the electrical energy with an earthen fist, enhancing its density and weight with Earth Chakra. He unleashed a powerful blow to the head of the wounded serpent, causing it to foam at the mouth and lose consciousness, alleviating Kakashi of considerable trouble. After surveying the surroundings for any anomalies, Kakashi felt a sense of relief. The stealth of these creatures was truly formidable. Had it chosen to abandon its companion and attack him directly, Kakashi would have found himself expending much effort to subdue the now-deceased serpent. The noise generated could have easily attracted other soul beasts. Contemplating his next course of action, Kakashi positioned the two serpents side by side, noting that the one that had intercepted his Chidori possessed superior stealth and speed, suggesting it was the elder of the two. Kakashi divided a significant portion of his chakra to create a lightning clone for protection while he entered a meditative state, transitioning his energy to soul power mode and switching to the Nine Tails martial spirit, preparing to absorb the first soul ring of the Nine Tails. He refrained from using the shadow clone technique, as the residual chakra would return to him upon dispelling, potentially introducing foreign energy into his body at a critical moment. The soul ring of this millennia-old venomous serpent was deeper in color than Oscar's phoenix-tailed rooster snake, indicating an age that likely exceeded the absorption capacity of those below level 30. Nevertheless, Kakashi held confidence in his capabilities, having withstood the 8 gates. He viewed this challenge as merely a minor obstacle. As the absorption commenced, Kakashi realized that this soul ring indeed surpassed the level 30 threshold. Unlike previous absorptions, this time, he felt as though time was dragging on. Although the Nine Tails had never explicitly stated the level of soul ring required to harness its power, Kakashi suspected that ordinary soul rings would prove insufficient. Therefore, he had refrained from augmenting his abilities thus far. A millennia-level ring should suffice. The Nine Tails would likely be satisfied with that. Perhaps half an hour had passed when Kakashi finally opened his eyes, only to feel an immediate sense of alarm. He swiftly rose, checking himself for any missing items. Sighing in relief, he confirmed that his physical form remained intact. Surrounding him were several serpent corpses, all sharing characteristics with the ones he had slain, indicating that they were indeed a family. The lightning clone had vanished, and Kakashi deduced that the serpent he had incapacitated bore marks of electric strikes, now much closer to him. Perhaps it intended a surprise attack, and the lightning clone had absorbed the blow, retaliating with electricity. From his observations, Kakashi surmised that the deceased serpent was male, while the one he had struck down was female. A nearby 100-year-old serpent lay severed, its injury likely inflicted by his lightning tiger technique. The earth release, heavy rock technique represented the pinnacle of Kakashi's abilities, a skill he had mastered through the analysis of earth chakra properties and the replication afforded by his Sharingan. However, it remained an incomplete form of the technique, a legacy known only to the Hokages of the earth. Kakashi's ability to replicate it was limited. He could not achieve the levitation capabilities of the earth shadow. Perhaps level 3 had surpassed level 30. He would be the one to utilize this serpent. Kakashi lightened the weight of the female serpent and hoisted it, making his way toward the outskirts of the Shingdo forest. By now, the night had faded into a dim twilight, heralding the imminent dawn in the east. As a ninja, Kakashi could traverse several days without issue, though the toll would be significant, potentially resulting in severe illness. Nevertheless, he felt capable for the next day or two, maintaining his speed as his Sharingan allowed him to navigate the darkness, revealing a crimson hue amidst the shadows. Suddenly, Kakashi paused, sensing something amiss. The sound he heard seemed to echo. Formulating a hypothesis, he recalled that the female serpent had awakened, but its light weight and Kakashi's rapid pace prevented it from striking him amidst the rushing wind. The serpent's head trailed behind him. By the time Kakashi reacted, it was still unable to harm him due to the forceful winds generated by his speed. As he struck the serpent unconscious, Kakashi perceived yet another sound resonating simultaneously. Let us investigate, he decided. Descending from the tree, he set the female serpent down and ascended to the highest branch of a towering tree, seeking to survey his surroundings. The Soul Beast Forest was indeed unwelcoming. While the towering trees had accelerated his progress, they had diminished his reconnaissance abilities. From his vantage point, all he could see was a sea of green, with no discernible signs of trouble. Kakashi slightly lowered his mask, inhaling deeply. The scent was reminiscent of something corroded. In that general direction, he mused. Perhaps it's best to avoid unnecessary entanglements. Kakashi leaped down from the treetop, shouldering the female serpent once more, ready to resume his journey. Taking a few steps forward, he bent his knees slightly and leaped onto the branch of another tree. Soul beasts with corrosive abilities were likely formidable opponents. Avoiding contact was prudent. Kakashi pressed onward towards the forest's edge, but halted abruptly. If Naruto were here, he would undoubtedly investigate. He heard the voice of the Nine Tails, now capable of direct communication following the absorption of the Soul Ring. Very well, for Naruto's sake. I shall take a look, Kakashi decided, turning toward the source of the foul odor. Hidden within the confines of its seal, the Nine-Tails smirked. Kakashi, will you truly just be observing? Arriving at his destination, Kakashi beheld the reality of the situation, though he remained concealed in the shadows. The Nine-Tails chuckled. Haha, Kakashi. Despite our inability to converse directly over the years, I have remained acutely aware of everything surrounding you. If that boy were to perish, it would surely sadden you. Kakashi observed the situation before him, pondering his next course of action, while simultaneously responding to the QB. Ah, indeed. Standing there were 4 individuals, Tang San, 2 individuals that Kakashi recognized as the grandmother and grandson who had retreated days prior, and an elderly man who was presumably long gone. The QB, capable of sensing the natural chakra around it, had previously detected a poisonous creature battling Tang San. Judging by the intensity of the soul power, Tang San was undoubtedly doomed. However, he had survived, and 3 additional individuals were present. The QB assessed that the limit of its perception encompassed only those with soul power inferior to Kakashi's. Although Meng Iran was not stronger than Kakashi, she was accompanied by Long Gong and Shi Pu, which rendered her undetectable to the QB. Due to the distance, Kakashi could not overhear their conversation, but dared not act recklessly, as even the slightest movement could draw the attention of the formidable Long Gong. Nevertheless, he resolved to proceed, reasoning that in his chakra mode, he would be less detectable. Kakashi conferred with the QB. Let's go. I can offer advice to that foolish Naruto. The QB responded affirmatively. Kakashi calculated that, based on the time elapsed, the female snake would likely remain unconscious for some time, allowing him to venture forth without issue. Throughout his journey, Kakashi had not rested, although he had recovered somewhat from his previous battle with the Ruined One. His chakra reserves were now less than half due to his entanglement with the snake family. Fortunately, the current use of Sharingan did not deplete his chakra excessively. However, he soon dismissed the notion of combat. Facing Long Gong was unthinkable, and even confronting Shi Pu was a daunting prospect. As he drew closer, Kakashi gradually discerned their dialogue. Shi Pu began, Tang San, may I ask about that young man for last time? Kakashi mused that they should not have known Xiao San's name. They must have inquired during their earlier negotiations. It appeared he had not arrived too late, after all. I do not know. We got separated, Tang San replied. The formidable couple, Long Gong and Shi Pu, exchanged perplexed glances, unable to comprehend the implications of separation. Long Gong inquired, what does that mean? We encountered a titan giant ape, Tang San boldly declared, his tone resolute, not resembling that of jest. Upon hearing this, the couple's expressions shifted, disbelief washing over them at the thought of the forest king appearing on the outskirts of the Shingdo forest. One of our companions was taken, and another has gone missing. I must rescue the one who was captured, Tang San asserted with conviction. Kakashi thought to himself, one missing person, not 2? Long Gong. Meng Shu flicked his dragon-headed staff, unleashing a stream of white soul power from its tip, which turned over the body of the human-faced demon spider. He immediately noted the 8 eyes of the creature, now shattered, and inwardly acknowledged Tang San's prowess, though he did not understand how Tang San had achieved this. The boy's ability to strike at the creature's vital points demonstrated remarkable composure in the face of adversity. When he looked back at Tang San, Meng Shu could not help but express a measure of admiration. Meng Shu gently patted his granddaughter's head, signaling her to remain calm, and addressed Tang San. Tang San, I now offer you 2 choices. As Long Gong Meng Shu, who has roamed the realm of soul masters for many years, I am not unreasonable. In confronting the human-faced demon spider, self-preservation is paramount. Thus, your slaying of it is somewhat understandable. However, your repeated interference in my granddaughter's acquisition of soul rings cannot simply be overlooked. Kakashi reached into his pouch of ninja tools, realizing that he might have no choice but to engage in battle. Yet, he pondered, it seemed unnecessary to do so. It was improbable that Xiao San could single-handedly defeat the human-faced demon spider. Such a feat was challenging for one unfamiliar with soul beasts. Long Gong would not easily relinquish a talent of such caliber. Kakashi centered himself, withdrawing his hand from the pouch. But soon, He found himself reaching into another pouch for soul-guiding ninja tools, for the conditions proposed by Long Gong might be acceptable to Tang San. While the conditions Tang San intended to propose to Long Gong were likely unattainable. As soon as Tang San mentioned having conditions of his own, Long Gong immediately grasped his intent. Long Gong replied, "I cannot comply." The negotiations collapsed as Tang San lifted the Zhuge divine crossbow, resolving that since he could not save Xiao Wu and Kakashi was also unaccounted for, he need not live alone any longer. "If you wish to die, I shall accommodate you." A murderous intent flashed in Meng Shu's eyes. Such a prodigious youth, if he could not be of use to him, need not remain in this world. Kakashi withdrew a kunai, ready to charge forth, but a deep voice interrupted. "Senior Long Gong, please show restraint." Kakashi recognized the voice as Zhao Wuji's. With his arrival, time could be bought, and perhaps this conflict could be avoided. With this thought, Kakashi discreetly departed from his hiding spot and returned to the location where the female snake was concealed. Though Zhao Wujia may not have been as powerful as before, he still possessed a trump card, a card strong enough to intimidate all but the Spirit Hall and the Haotian Sect. Kakashi observed this scene unfold, unaware of the specifics of Zhao Wujia's words, but he could tell they had quelled Long Gong's previous ferocity. "Grandfather," Meng Iran exclaimed, alarmed at her grandparents' intention to leave. "He has taken my soul beast twice. Will that simply be overlooked?" Meng Shu cast a weary glance at his granddaughter and replied, "What do you propose? At my age, I cannot truly bully the young. It is best to let it go." However, this tone of resignation seemed more akin to powerlessness. Kakashi recalled that Long Gong's earlier mention of a master must have concealed something. Master possessed no such capability. Had he not sensed a formidable pressure during their recent battle with Zhao Wujia, even in his drowsy state? If the intention was to intimidate a soul Douluo, it was likely that only Xiao San could be involved. Yet Meng Iran appeared unwilling to acquiesce. While understandable, Kakashi resolved that it was best to reveal himself to avoid further complications. At that moment, Long Gong, feeling his granddaughter tugging at him, tightened his grip on the staff. Sensing something amiss behind him, Fu, nestled in Ning Rongrong's embrace, let out a cry and wriggled free, darting toward Long Gong's direction. The members of Shrek were taken aback. However, a voice drew their attention from behind Long Gong, marking Fu's true destination. The situation felt eerily familiar. Kakashi emerged, positioning himself on a tree behind Long Gong. Gasps of surprise filled the air. Kakashi placed a hand to his forehead, foreseeing this outcome. It was better to address matters directly rather than waste time. Fu climbed the tree and perched upon Kakashi's shoulder, though one side was occupied with the female snake, so she lay on his other shoulder. Kakashi leaped from the tree, landing beside the Shrek group. As he dispelled the spell on the female snake, its massive form struck the ground, creating a deep indentation, a testament to its weight. Kakashi intended to explain to Ning Rongrong, but was interrupted. "I am aware of everything," he stated, moving toward the lifeless body of the human-faced demon spider. "In this incident, how do you intend to resolve it?" Meng Iran exclaimed, her frustration palpable as she noticed Kakashi's nonchalant demeanor, which ignited an inexplicable ire within her. A rather exquisite technique. It flawlessly blinded the 8 eyes of the demon spider, Kakashi commented. "Stop pretending to be an aloof sage and speak up," Meng Iran urged. Kakashi turned and approached the still-dazed female snake, lifting her gently rather than hoisting her, as the other shoulder was once again occupied by Fufu. Kakashi cradled the female snake and walked over to Meng Iran, placing her down beside her. Observing this, Meng Iran furrowed her brow, questioning, "What do you mean by this?" Kakashi replied, "It's a trade. The demon spider belongs to the third party. It cannot be helped. The soul beast I prepared for him is now yours. Is there a problem?" "Well, that sounds quite reasonable." Kakashi clapped his hands, declaring the matter resolved before turning to walk back. Chapter 65. Return to the Academy. The issue was settled. Kakashi made his way back. In the distance, the members of Shrek were astonished. It was evident that this girl was seeking trouble. Yet Kakashi had resolved it so easily. Wait a moment. Just then, a voice emerged from behind Kakashi, and he recognized it as Long Gong. Kakashi turned and inquired, Is there any further issue? What is your name? Long Gong Meng Shu asked. Kiki Kakashi, he replied without hesitation, knowing that in such a context, asking for a name was merely for record-keeping and posed no significant concern. Meng Shu remarked, I have heard that you defeated my granddaughter without a martial soul. That was not a defeat, Kakashi countered. This response left Long Gong momentarily speechless, and others appeared similarly dumbfounded, including Meng Aran, who pondered, if that isn't a defeat, what is it? That would be a crushing victory. Long Gong coughed repeatedly, clearly exasperated by the young man's words. The members of Shrek found it amusing, stifling their laughter. Kakashi certainly had a way with words. Young man, I have high hopes for you. Would you care to join my family? Meng Shu proposed. A talent who could defeat my granddaughter without a martial soul should not slip away. Tang San has a father. This child likely has no significant backing. However, Zhao Wuji interjected, Long Gong. Although this individual has not been a disciple of the master, he has absorbed half of the master's knowledge. That may complicate matters. Kakashi smirked inwardly. What master? Such powerful beings need not rely on the master's teachings. Long Gong sensed the underlying implications, his expression darkening. While I may not agree to your family's offer, I am quite interested in teaching your granddaughter, Kakashi stated, his tone somewhat condescending. The Shrek group frowned, deeming this unrealistic. Even the snake woman displayed signs of discontent, perceiving it as overly presumptuous. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Long Gong nodded. Then I entrust my granddaughter to you. Grandfather, Meng Yaran called out. Kakashi was taken aback by Long Gong's unexpected agreement. However, he maintained a composed facade, for revealing surprise would signify defeat. Rest assured, I shall take good care of your granddaughter, he assured. Upon hearing this, the veins on Long Gong's forehead throbbed. The remark was laden with ambiguity, and Kakashi's tone now bore a hint of a rogue bravado. The Shrek members began to whisper amongst themselves. Kakashi has finally found something to be passionate about. Daimubai remarked softly. Indeed, I noticed something peculiar about Kakashi when I was about to visit the brothel last time. It seems he has truly reached his limit. The voice of the plump one chimed in. Oscar wore a bewildered expression. How blunt. This isn't Kakashi's usual style. It seems all men share the same nature. He is no exception. Zhu Zhuqing mused, having initially believed she had discovered a good person, but now appeared disillusioned. Do not speak out of turn. Kakashi is not that kind of person, Tang San defended. Meanwhile, Long Gong Meng Shu and Kakashi conversed amicably, both adopting cheerful tones, though each was internally shocked by the other's revelations. Kakashi, do not let my granddaughter suffer, Shrek, Long Gong cautioned. Fear not. Others lack the courage to do so. In truth, I wish to embrace my granddaughter soon. That is simple. It won't take long for your wish to be fulfilled. In the distance, the crowd observed in silence. Ultimately, Long Gong departed with Meng Aran, leaving Kakashi to slump onto the ground, reclining backward. Kakashi, Seitz Oscar, Ningrong. Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun hurried over to check on Kakashi's condition. At that moment, Fufu, having vacated Kakashi's shoulder, was now gently calling beside his head. Kakashi, are you all right? Ning Rong asked with genuine concern. No worries. Conversing with that old man is simply exhausting, Kakashi replied, still coughing intermittently. Meanwhile, far away, the formidable couple of the world-renowned dragon snake had halted, with Long Gong leaning against a tree, coughing incessantly. Cough, cough, that boy cough is truly unlike any other. Cough, child. The members of Shrek Academy now bore solemn expressions. Amidst the encirclement, Tang San sat cross-legged at the center, obscured by a faint red mist. The red mist was not the glow of soul power, but rather Tang San's blood. Recently, as the violent fluctuations of his soul power surged, his skin began to exude a fine layer of blood beads, which, upon evaporating into the air, formed this pale red mist. Tang San's brow was tightly furrowed, his lips pressed together firmly, his body racked with spasms, and the blood beads emerging beneath his skin illustrated the immense agony he was enduring. Within the mist, the crackling of bones could be heard periodically, each sound sending shivers through those nearby, while the third soul ring, which should have materialized with absorption, remained absent. indicating that Tang San had yet to fully absorb the soul ring from the human-faced demon spider. Kakashi furrowed his brow. According to Tang San's description, Meng Iran was currently absorbing a soul ring with a lifespan of 1,700 years, which was precisely the limit for a third soul ring. Kakashi deduced that the first soul ring he had added to the Nine Tails exceeded 2,000 years, nearing 2,700 years. While he had indeed expended considerable time, it was not a significant issue. Tang San's predicament, however, seemed exceedingly dire. Was it truly due to the 8 gates of Douluo? Perhaps teaching them? No. Kakashi dismissed the thought. The secrets of the shinobi world must not be carelessly divulged. You must trust the children, regardless of the circumstances. They will not be in mortal danger. Kakashi recalled Mo Yufeng's words. Have faith in them, just as you believe in Naruto. With this thought, Kakashi turned his attention away from Tang San and focused on the now-departed Meng Iran. With her short hair framing her face at the age of 16, she had matured into a beauty that surpassed the youthful innocence of Shrek's trio, her figure perfectly developed. Kakashi found himself momentarily entranced, his gaze becoming somewhat dazed, reminiscent of the first encounter with Qian Rinshue. Time passed, and Kakashi felt a gentle push from behind. Hey, your saliva has dampened your mask. Kakashi instinctively rubbed his chin, the sensation confirming to him that nothing was amiss, while his rapidly whirling thoughts revealed that he had fallen into a trap. Upon turning around, he found Oscar and Dai Mubai doubled over with laughter. Kakashi, I can't believe it really happened. Dai Mubai chuckled, tears streaming from his eyes. It seems you truly have too much time on your hands, Kakashi remarked. Oscar reassured him, don't worry, we won't compete with you. At your age, finding someone who stirs your heart is no small feat. Kakashi chose not to linger, vanishing in a flash, retreating into the shadows. He mused to himself that what he felt could only be described as infatuation. Closing his eyes, he attempted to calm his tumultuous thoughts and refrain from dwelling on certain matters. Not long after, Xiao Wu returned, yet Kakashi remained hidden, as he believed that contemplation in solitude would yield clearer insights. Xiao Wu spoke about the characteristics of the Rimyan Magia, indicating that its age could be assessed by the length of its legs. Kakashi found it hard to believe that Xiao Wu could grasp such concepts thoroughly. The mention of the Nyo-Ho startling the Titan giant ape left Kakashi speechless, for the Spirit Hall possessed records detailing the origins of these 200,000-year soul beasts. However, it seems some accounts had been deliberately omitted, the reasons for which were unknown. Kakashi, nonetheless, had no intention of delving deeper, recognizing it as a matter for the Spirit Hall alone, and he did not wish to request access to forbidden materials from the Pope merely for research purposes. This was indeed the truth. The tales of the two great dominators, while partially true, remained elusive even to Kakashi. The process had been flawless. Tang San had not only completed the absorption of the soul ring, but had also acquired the extraordinary ability to utilize 8 spider legs. However, according to Tang San, the consumption of these spider legs was rather substantial, leaving him uncertain whether this was due to inexperience or if the legs themselves were burdensome. Subsequently, Tang San showcased the power of the Juga divine crossbow, which undoubtedly surpassed the lethality of Kakashi's shuriken and kunai. Ning Rongrong expressed her desire to purchase this weapon, and Kakashi could not help but surmise that, as a scion of a prominent family, her reaction was quite swift. After lingering for a few days to celebrate, courtesy of Dai Mubai, the group returned to Shrek Academy about 5 days later. Kakashi found it peculiar that they had not inquired about the whereabouts of Mo Yufeng. However, upon testing, he discovered that Mo Yufeng had been erased from this world. Apart from himself, no one would remember that name. Chapter 66. The arrival of the master finally back. The feeling of homecoming is truly delightful, Oscar exclaimed rather dramatically. Zhao Wujia shot him a glare. Keep your voice down. Can't you see it's already dark? He continued. All right, you all head back to your dorms to rest. I will meet the dean to report on this journey. After a long day of travel, everyone was fatigued, including Kakashi, and they each made their way to their respective dormitories. Tang San, wait a moment. Just as Tang San was about to return to his dorm, he was called by Ning Rongrong. Tang San paused. Rong, is there something you need? Kakashi halted, sensing that the peculiar weapons Tang San had crafted were indeed quite popular among the noble families. If the opportunity arose, he thought it might be worthwhile to introduce them to the spirit hall. Ning Rong bit her lip and said, I would like to speak to you privately, if that is all right. Oscar, standing beside Kakashi, stiffened momentarily. You two talk, Kakashi, and I'll head back first. All right, Kakashi replied, entering his chakra mode and channeling chakra into the ground to create an earth clone, while his original self accompanied Oscar back to the dormitory. Noticing the hint of jealousy in Oscar's tone, Kakashi sighed inwardly. It seemed Oscar was rather naive, fixating on such matters without considering Ning Rong's perspective. Xiao Wu cast a curious glance at Ning Rong, asking, Rong, what do you want with Tang San? Can't I listen? Ning Rong hesitated, but eventually nodded. Xiao Wu pouted, making a face at Ning Rong before dashing off to her dorm. Daimu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing had already returned to their dorms, leaving only Tang San and Ning Rong, along with Kakashi's earth clone at the entrance of the academy. Rong, what is it? Tang San inquired, sighing inwardly. The earth clone reflected that it could no longer be said that Oscar was naive, especially since even Tang San failed to discern the subtleties. Ning Rong began, Tang San, I wish to propose a business arrangement. Business? Tang San looked at her in surprise, pondering whether Ning Rong had reverted to her old ways. Ning Rong, no te arnestly. I know you likely do not lack money, but I am very keen to complete this transaction. However, I cannot make the decision unilaterally. I wanted to ask if you would be willing. Observing her earnest expression, Tang San realized that Ning Rong was not merely reverting to her previous behavior. She appeared genuinely excited. Just tell me, what do you need? Ning Rong desired a large quantity of concealed weapons for the protection of her immediate family. However, Tang San recognized that he could not produce them in a short time. They did not need to be of exceptional quality, merely functional for self-defense. A slightly inferior standard might save time. How impatient, Tang San remarked seriously. Rong, let us not discuss this further. If I undertake the task, I will strive to create the best quality possible. Ning Rong acknowledged his commitment. It seems that Tang San is quite dedicated to these weapons and would not settle for inferior goods. Kakashi nodded, but then shook his head. Such excessive dedication might prove detrimental, though the implications were still unclear. Ning Rong stuck out her tongue and said, Is there no other way? There are methods, but I need to think carefully before providing you with a response. Oh, what is Tang San contemplating? Ning Rong smiled slightly. How about this? You can give me the first set of concealed weapons you produce. I need to show them to my father, for only he can decide whether to equip the direct descendants with your weapons. If it comes to fruition, make sure to charge a high price. Don't be shy. She said with a giggle, I should head back to sleep now. I might even need to explain things to Xiao Wu, but don't worry. I won't let her feel jealous. With that, she left with a cascade of laughter, heading towards her dorm. Watching Ning Rong's retreating figure, Tang San's face broke into a relaxed smile. Money was indeed a good thing, and he would not refuse it. He realized that in order to create more powerful concealed weapons in the future, financial support was essential. He resolved to contemplate how to replicate the operational methods of the Tang Sect, for producing concealed weapons in bulk was not a task he could accomplish alone. Returning to his dorm, Kakashi's earth clone entered, finding the door ajar. Inside, only Kakashi's original self remained, as Oscar was absent. Approaching, he placed a hand on the shoulder of his earth clone, acknowledging that if Oscar had not gone to inquire about Rong with Tang San, the retrieval might have taken more effort. As he absorbed the chakra, the earth clone disintegrated into a pile of earth and stone, which scattered across the floor. Using the earth release technique, Kakashi formed the necessary hand seals to merge the remnants back into the ground. As night ebbed away, the dormitory door creaked open as the first light of dawn broke across the horizon. Despite his exhaustion, Tang San's habits remained unaffected. He stealthily exited the dormitory, relishing the tranquility of the early morning hours, even as the world outside remained shrouded in darkness. As dawn breaks, heralding a new beginning, he feels as though everything within him awakens, and the world appears splendid. Behind every prodigy lies immense effort. Without diligent training, even the most gifted soul master cannot achieve greatness. Tang San's outward strength belies over a decade of relentless toil. He skillfully vaults onto the rooftop, but this time, he nearly tumbles off, for upon landing, he finds a figure seated there, gazing intently at him. In the tranquil light of dawn, when spirits are often relaxed, Tang San, too, had not been attentive to his surroundings, leading to his startled reaction. The person on the rooftop grasps Tang San's shoulder, pulling him down to sit beside him while signaling for silence with his other hand. After the initial shock, joy floods Tang San as he recognizes the figure, his master. "Master, when did you arrive?" he inquires with delight. "Just last night," Kakashi replies, appearing alongside them on the rooftop. He continues, "I couldn't sleep and went for a stroll." Overhearing what seemed like an argument from the director, the voice sounded familiar, so I came to investigate. This was indeed the truth. Kakashi had been restless due to the popularity of Tang San's hidden weapons. He pulls out a recently purchased book and settles down to read, gesturing to indicate that they should proceed with their conversation without concern for him. Kakashi understands that the reason for the master's early visit pertains to the advanced absorption of soul rings and the 8 spider legs. Yet he is uncertain of the taboos surrounding the matter, prompting his desire to listen in. The master imparts wisdom to Tang San, who receives it humbly. As they prepare to leave the academy, the master wishes to examine the 8 spider legs, indicating that the main topic is at hand. Upon exiting the academy and the village, Tang San summons the Lan Yin Chao, presenting it before Kakashi and the master. The master observes the summoned Lan Yin Chao closely, murmuring, "The Lan Yin Chao appears finer, glistening more than before. Besides its original tea-like aroma, it carries a subtle sweetness, likely due to the toxins from the Renmian Mo juice seeping in. Given the resilience of the Renmian Mo juice silk, although your Lan Yin Chao has thinned, it should be more robust than ever. Xiao San, wrap around that tree and pull with all your might." "Understood." With a swift motion, Tang San extends a strand of Lan Yin Chao, which swiftly ensnares a large tree 10 meters away. He exerts force with both hands, channeling his Xintian Gong to its fullest. The tree, thick enough for a grown person to embrace, begins to bend under Tang San's determined pull. The master approaches the tree, scrutinizing the Lan Yin Chao entwined around its trunk. As Tang San exerts pressure, the Lan Yin Chao gradually sinks into the bark, emitting a faint wisp of smoke where they meet. It is evident that the Lan Yin Chao is burrowing deeper into the trunk, and with Tang San's effort, the tree's curvature intensifies. "All right, you may stop now," the master signals to Tang San. He then relaxes the Lan Yin Chao, which retracts swiftly like a serpent, appearing unchanged. "Xiao San, come take a look." The master beckons Tang San over, and Kakashi turns to observe the deformed tree, now difficult to straighten, recognizing the considerable strength the Lan Yin Chao has attained. Furthermore, it seems to carry potent toxins, as the area where it meets the tree is charred, clearly corroded. Subsequently, Tang San demonstrates his third soul skill, the instant web, which possesses formidable binding capabilities, yet suffers from the inherent weakness of plant-type martial souls against fire. He desires to augment it with a fire-resistant soul beast soul ring, but the master outright dismisses this notion, emphasizing the importance of collaborating with companions in future endeavors. A sentiment Kakashi wholeheartedly agrees with. Tang San then expresses his aspiration to cultivate a hammer martial soul, but the master disapproves, and Kakashi is perplexed. Cases of individuals possessing dual martial souls are exceedingly rare, and the record from the Spirit Hall offer little guidance on optimal cultivation methods. Tang San reveals the 8 spider legs, showcasing their immense power as they dissolve a tree in mere moments. The master explains that these are external soul bones and elaborates on their significance, though Kakashi pays little attention, as these details are well documented in the Spirit Hall. Soon after, they return to the academy, but the master expresses dissatisfaction with the students' meals, determined to nurture these exceptional pupils and rectify any inappropriate aspects. Chapter 67. Teacher Kakashi after breakfast. The bell rings punctually, summoning all students to the academy's playground. The atmosphere is particularly lively today, with both the principal and vice principal, Flandra and Zhao Wujia, in attendance, alongside the master and several other teachers. Besides the two principals, there are 3 additional teachers responsible for the first 3 challenges during the entrance examination. Tang San has only encountered one of them, the elder who had frightened many with his pole, martial soul. Fufu nestles on Kakashi's shoulder, eagerly nibbling on a sausage, while Kakashi stands with one hand in his pocket, the other holding a book, seemingly indifferent to the commotion. All right, everyone is gathered. I have a few announcements to make, Flandra declares, stepping in front of the 7 students and the yet-to-be-announced combat instructor, Kakashi, his gaze solemnly sweeping over the group. First, allow me to introduce the Academy's teachers to the 5 newcomers. He gestures toward the elder with a pole martial soul, whom Kakashi has seen before. This is teacher Li Yusong, martial soul, Longwen Gun, a level 63 soul emperor. He then points to an older gentleman, seemingly in his 70s. This is teacher Lu Qibin, martial soul, Xinglua Qi, a level 66 soul emperor. Finally, he indicates a younger teacher who appears to be of similar age to Flandra. This is teacher Xiao Exen, martial soul, Tongdo, a level 71 soul saint and a food system soul master. Teacher Xiao is, to my knowledge, one of the top 5 food system soul masters. Kakashi's attention momentarily shifts from his book, surprised at the mention of a food system akin to Oscar's, according to the records. Few have reached such heights within this category. Flandra then goes on to elaborate on the master, causing Kakashi's brows to twitch involuntarily. However, upon hearing the title master, the students' spirits ignite, turning their gazes toward Kakashi, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. Although they do not know the master well, they regard the 3 as his protégés. And both Tang San and Xiao Wu's talents, along with Kakashi's battle experience, inspire admiration, naturally piquing their interest in the master. Flandra clears his throat. There is one more matter, Kakashi-sensei. With a serious tone, he continues, from today onward, Hatake Kakashi will be your dedicated combat instructor, so you are to address him as Kakashi-sensei. Oscar interjects, Principal, are you joking? While Kakashi may be the oldest among us, he hardly seems fit to be a teacher. Xiao Wu pouts, expressing her dissatisfaction. Exactly. He doesn't look like a teacher at all. Tang San is taken aback. Dai Mubai furrows his brow but quickly relaxes, while Zhu Zhuqing remains indifferent. Meanwhile, the enthusiastic fatty Ma Hongjun recalls that Kakashi had quietly inquired about the local brothel that morning, intending to take Kakashi there next time. Ma Hongjun found himself in high spirits, realizing that he could now unleash his evil fire and then conveniently attribute it to Kakashi, claiming it was with the teacher's approval. Only Ning Rongrong remained rather composed, her face still adorned with a sweet smile, reminding Kakashi, please show some mercy in practical exercises, teacher Kakashi. Oh, I certainly will, Kakashi replied. Flinder coughed a few times and announced, from today onward, Master will take full responsibility for your training. We will all cooperate with him. Since you just returned yesterday and must be quite fatigued, you shall have a day off today. Classes will resume tomorrow. During this expedition to the Stardo Forest, 3 individuals have reached the Spirit Elder Realm, Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing, who have yet to break through level 30. You must strive to catch up with the others. Master, do you have anything to say? Kakashi greeted the students briefly before returning to his book, ignoring everything else. Upon dismissal, the rotund boy began to create trouble, demanding the 3 youngest girls call him brother. Xiao Wu shot him a disdainful glance, extending her hand and stating, no problem, bring out the red envelope, and I'll comply. The boy was taken aback, his expression one of embarrassment. Ning Rongrong was even more ruthless, declaring, as long as you can withstand 3 moves from teacher Kakashi, I shall address you as such. Kakashi could only shake his head at the sarcasm embedded in the title of teacher. Zhu Zhuqing offered the most succinct response, her cold gaze directed at Ma Hongjun, simply stating, defeat me. Fine, I'll endure it, the boy said with a hint of disappointment, waving his hand dismissively. Let's not even talk about withstanding 3 moves from Kakashi. With his speed, it would be a miracle if I weren't obliterated. He looked around, asking, is anyone going into the city? After a hard-earned day off, I want to explore Soto City. Dai Mubai, feeling somewhat constrained over the past few days, had managed to ease the tension between himself and Zhu Zhuqing through their journey in the Stardew Forest. He was determined not to ruin the fragile image he had just established, gazing up at the sky with a nonchalant demeanor. Kakashi observed him. Seems like he's learned to restrain himself. That's commendable. From here on, it will depend on him. Oscar yawned, stating, I'm not going. I'm going back to catch up on sleep. Finally reached level 30, so I can enjoy a bit more leisure. The three girls glared at Ma Hongjun, clearly aware that his trip to the city would not result in anything good. Just then, Tang San suddenly spoke up, I'll go with you. The boy's eyes brightened as he surreptitiously glanced at Xiao Wu, whose expression had shifted slightly. Old three, you have finally come to your senses. Tang San paused, asking, what do you mean by that? I need to find a blacksmith shop to see if I can hire 2 blacksmiths to craft some items. If I rely solely on myself, it will take ages to equip each of you. Ning Rongrong chuckled. I knew third brother wouldn't be as unscrupulous as you. Xiao Wu's expression quietly returned to normal. I'll go with you. Tang San smiled and shook his head, saying no, I'll go alone. You've already endured enough fright. Rest at the academy, and I will be back soon. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement without insisting further. The rotund boy cast an annoyed look at Ning Rongrong. What do you mean by unscrupulous? I'm merely addressing the issue of evil fire. This has the principal's special approval. Kakashi, are you coming? Dai Mubai covered his face, exclaiming, enough already, fatso. Kakashi has finally found someone he likes. What are you trying to do? The others looked at him with peculiar expressions, wondering what was wrong with the boy. Let us go, came Kakashi's voice. The group was astonished. Ning Rongrong could hardly believe that the one who had previously reprimanded her would possess such a peculiar interest. Tentatively, she inquired, are you going to buy something? The others turned their gazes toward Kakashi, hoping for a response they desired. Even Xiao Wu, who usually teased Kakashi, appeared somewhat tense, as this was a matter of reputation. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but glance aside, unwilling to believe that Kakashi could be that kind of person. Indeed, Kakashi replied with a heavy sigh, almost startling them with his intensity. The rotund boy widened his eyes, asking, Kakashi, are you not coming with me? Kakashi affirmed, yes. Coughing ensued, as everyone was taken aback. Fufu also expressed her opinion. Kakashi, clarify what you mean. What is going on? Xiao Wu shouted. Kakashi shrugged, exclaiming, I've made myself quite clear. Purchasing items can be classified as a transaction, exchanging money for desired goods. Visiting such places can also be considered a transaction, akin to buying something. Although his explanation was brief, the group remained perplexed, unsure of Kakashi's true intention. Ning Rongrong, equally confused, asked, so are you going or not? Kakashi sighed, exasperated. I have articulated this so clearly. What do you think I am implying, whether I am going or not? The group responded with silence. Xiao Wu erupted in frustration, her clenched fists visibly trembling with rage as she gritted her teeth and spat out, You're a teacher. Go to hell, you pervert. A shoe flew through the air at remarkable speed, and Kakashi instinctively attempted to dodge, only to find himself immobilized by a force gripping his shoulder. Tang San and the rotund boy headed to Soto City, while the others returned to their dormitories. Kakashi, having been struck by a shoe thrown by Fufu, was dragged back to the dormitory by Oscar. As dawn broke on the following day, Tang San habitually climbed to the rooftop to practice the Ziji magic eyes, inhaling the auspicious energy brought by the rising sun. Kakashi stealthily approached from behind, standing silently without disturbing him. The sky was clear. Observing the orange sun rising and the golden-hued horizon, Tang San slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, his eyes shimmering with violet energy, his spirit reaching an apex. He knew he had made progress again. Kakashi watched this unfold, pondering deeply. He had witnessed Tang San's training of the eyes multiple times, marveling at how such an extraordinary method could grant an ordinary person the formidable observational prowess akin to the Sharingan. Kakashi was baffled, unable to decipher Tang San's training techniques. Breakfast is ready, Tang San announced, descending from the roof and heading directly to the dining hall, oblivious to Kakashi's presence behind him. Kakashi vanished, actually returning to the dormitory to awaken Fufu before heading out of the village. Fufu appeared somewhat drowsy, rubbing her eyes with her small, snowy paws. Fufu, if you don't wake up quickly, you won't be able to enjoy the delicious food later. Kakashi affectionately patted Fufu's head. Prior to seeking out Tang San, Kakashi had visited the dining hall and observed Master busily preparing meals for the students. However, Kakashi had no intention of dining there since he estimated the ingredients were meant for porridge and eggs, which Fufu could only eat the eggs. Thus, he decided to take Fufu to Soto City. Kakashi moved swiftly like the wind, racing with Fufu to Soto City at breakneck speed. By now, many breakfast establishments had opened their doors, and the aromas of various foods filled the air. Kakashi entered a ramen shop, only to find that Fufu had vanished from his shoulder. On the other side, another Kakashi had Fufu perched upon his shoulder as they ventured into the meat street. Half an hour later, Kakashi returned to Soto City with Fufu, just as the bell for class rang, signaling the time for assembly. The sun bathed the earth in its golden glow, infusing the air with warmth that invigorated all of life, as everything awakened under the brilliant sunlight, heralding the commencement of a new day. The master, standing in the center of the playground with his hands clasped behind his back, surveyed the 7 students arranged by age before him. Today, the only teachers present for class were him and Kakashi, as Flandra had indicated that all academy instructors would collaborate with the master in teaching from this day forward. The master's gaze swept coldly over the assembled students. Tomorrow during breakfast, I expect to see you all in the dining hall earlier. Food requires time to digest, and vigorous exercise should not be undertaken immediately afterward. I will prepare breakfast at dawn. Should you fail to arrive within half an hour, it will be too late for you. The master's stern gaze traversed the students, clearly noting that some had not taken his words to heart. Yet he chose not to reiterate his point. Kakashi had procured some meat for Fufu, as his soul guide was not connected to the real world, preventing the food from spoiling through exposure to air. I have come to understand each of your martial souls and abilities. From today onward, I will initiate strength training for you, he declared, beckoning Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with a hint of mischief. While his past may not have been exemplary, he was undeniably a diligent student when it came to class. The teacher's words were law to him. The master regarded the tall figure of Dai Mubai and said, I have a task for you. Starting now, without causing any serious injury, defeat each of the other 6 students one by one. Dai Mubai hesitated, his surprise evident as he looked at the master. The master's expression stiffened. You possess soul power at level 37, while the highest among them is only 31. Is there an issue? Dai Mubai turned to face the others, his gaze landing first on Tang San. He could disregard the others, but Tang San's extraordinary skills made him feel apprehensive. Kakashi raised his eyes, aware of Dai Mubai's concerns. However, the master would not permit Tang San to wield those weapons, and his third soul skill would likely be restricted as well. As expected, the master promptly summoned Tang San, forbidding him from using special weapons or his third soul skill. Kakashi remarked, once caught in Tang San's third soul skill, no opponent of the same rank, except for fire attribute soul masters, can escape. As the battle commenced, Dai Mubai employed his third soul skill, White Tiger Transformation, aiming for a swift victory. Kakashi shook his head, realizing that using his strongest technique without knowing the opponent's hidden cards was a grave mistake. The outcome was inevitable. No. Once Tang San could utilize his third soul skill, Dai Mubai had already lost. Indeed, shortly after the battle began, Tang San used blue silvergrass, enhanced by the man-faced demon spider's resilience and toxins, to restrict Dai Mubai's movements, concluding the fight with his third soul skill, spiderweb binding. The master advanced to admonish. When battling control-type soul masters, power-type soul masters must maintain distance to deny the opponent any chance of control. Kakashi thought to himself that this applied to typical control-type soul masters. However, Tang San's peculiar agility also granted him speed, which power-type soul masters could not match. The battle continued, with Dai Mubai facing off against the plump Ma Hongjun and Oscar, while Tang San engaged in combat with Xiao Wu. The two battles commenced almost simultaneously, and Kakashi's attention darted between the two arenas. Dai Mubai was on the verge of defeat. Kakashi discerned this, noting Oscar producing sausages for Ma Hongjun, who charged forward. A single white tiger shockwave would suffice to resolve the conflict. On the other side, the outcome was already determined, and Kakashi's gaze shifted to Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang San had indeed succumbed to a charm skill, but he was underestimating his opponent. Surely he was not so desperate as to be reduced to such a state. As the battle unfolded, Kakashi witnessed Xiao Wu's third soul skill, which surpassed the spatial techniques of both the second and fourth generations. Kakashi pondered deeply. This was a spatial technique more powerful than the Flying Thunder God technique, requiring no markers and devoid of its cumbersome nature. Nevertheless, the Flying Thunder God was already impressive, distinct from ordinary teleportation techniques, while this instantaneous transfer skill surpassed it. The master continued to lecture each student in turn, finally addressing Xiao Wu. Your third soul skill must be teleportation, albeit with distance limitations. If my guess is correct, this is likely the ability of 1000-year level Lightning Rabbit. Such a teleportation soul skill is among the rarest of all. Though there were distance constraints, Kakashi mused that these would likely diminish with the increase of soul power levels. While he felt a twinge of envy at this skill, he was nonetheless relieved to know of its limitations. Ultimately, the master's rigid visage darkened as he expressed disappointment. Is this what is referred to as a monstrous genius? Your performance today has left me disheartened. Each of you has committed unforgivable errors. And now you will all face punishment. Run forward, supervise one another, and do not use soul power. You will run from the academy to Suatuwa City and back 10 times before lunch. Only when you finish may you eat. Tang San, your transgressions are the gravest. So you will run 12 laps. Begin immediately. Initially, as they set off, Ning Rongrong was still chuckling, but after a few reprimands from the master, she joined Zhu Zhuqing in the run. Kakashi turned to the master and inquired, "Am I not to join them?" The master retorted curtly, "If you go, it will no longer be a team training exercise. It will merely become you seeking to showcase your prowess alone. Those burdens are trivial for you." Kakashi scratched his head, considering the master's point. He had no concerns about the teamwork among the 7. He had personally instructed Ning Rongrong and Oscar, feeling quite assured. Dai Mubai. Though he often behaved like a student, transformed into a ruffian outside, yet he was still acceptable, demonstrating a strong sense of loyalty. Xiao Wu consistently followed Tang San, ensuring she would not cause disruption. Zhu Zhuqing, though perhaps lacking self-awareness, was obedient and capable of discerning kindness from malice. Ma Hongjun, whom Kakashi regarded as little more than a scoundrel, was still merely a child prone to mischief, leveraging his status as a soul master to wreak havoc among the village's maidens. Nevertheless, the other 6 would adhere to the principles of teamwork. He alone lacked the audacity to transgress. As the punishment concluded, the 7 members of the Shrek 7 Devils lay exhausted. A smile crept upon Kakashi's lips, for it seemed that even in his absence, these students would have achieved this feat of Bito. Rin, such events will never transpire among them again. Chapter 69. A conversation with the Nine-Tails again. After a period of the master's grueling training, Kakashi could distinctly perceive the enhancement of the Shrek 7 Devil strength. While there had not been significant changes on an individual level, their collective strength had undeniably grown. In such physical training, a brief period can significantly enhance the strength and speed of an ordinary individual. However, from the perspective of a soul master, the benefits are rather limited. Unless one practices for over a decade like Kakashi, the increase in physical capabilities holds little significance for a soul master. Yet, it cannot be entirely dismissed. If 2 opponents are evenly matched, it may ultimately come down to who can endure longer to deliver a decisive blow. Therefore, such training can sometimes prove crucial. Next comes the practical combat experience. By observing their actual battles, Kakashi gained insights into each individual's combat data. He also became aware of Xiao Wu's third soul skill, which currently has a practical distance limitation of 5 meters. Kakashi had heard whispers regarding the academy's funding issues, but had no solutions. However, the master had some plans, thus granting the students a break, allowing them a well-deserved opportunity to rest. Oscar was indulging in a leisurely slumber, while Tang San continued his relentless training. Zhu Zhuqing insisted on maintaining her physical training, and Dai Mubai voluntarily accompanied her. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, much like Oscar, decided to take full advantage of these 7 days to rest, leaving only Ma Hongjun restless. During the grueling training, he had been the most vocal about his struggles. But as soon as the holiday began, he swiftly slipped away from the academy to resolve his fiery affliction in Soto City. Kakashi had initially intended to accompany him, but Fu Fu prohibited him, using her mysterious skill to bind his movements through physical contact. Subsequently, Kakashi was knocked unconscious by a kick from Xiao Wu. During the student's specialized training, with the assistance of the Nine Tails, Kakashi leveled up twice in just a few months, now reaching level 36. He could genuinely establish direct contact with the Nine Tails, resulting in a remarkably accelerated training pace. Kakashi refrained from seeking out certain places during this period, partly to witness the growth of these children. In the realm of soul masters, he hardly considered himself an elder figure. However, if the opportunity arose, he hoped to introduce a few of them to the Wuhuan Temple. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Kakashi's mind. "Kakashi, come in." The scene before him instantly shifted. It resembled a dark sewer, with sturdy iron pillars confining the creatures within like a cage. The locking mechanism originally had 9 glowing hooks, but now only 8 remained. For Kakashi had absorbed a soul ring, lifting 1 seal. Kakashi stepped forward, asking, "Is it finally time, Kyubi?" After absorbing the soul ring, Kakashi had previously conversed with the Nine Tails, inquiring whether he could harness its power. The Nine Tails had responded that it needed to adapt to the chakra transfer through the soul ring. Now, a genuine answer was due. 9 vibrant red tails swayed in the air, with the Nine Tails, Kyubi, resting its chin on its arms. In response to Kakashi's inquiry, the Nine Tails replied, "It has failed." "What happened?" Kakashi asked. "It's a long story," the Nine Tails began. The essence of a Nine Tails' power is immense. Each tail's strength requires a 10,000-year soul ring to manifest. The 1,000-year soul ring Kakashi absorbed is of little use. However, through various efforts of the Nine Tails, a closer connection with Kakashi has been established, resulting in a significant increase in Kakashi's chakra capacity influenced by the utmost limit of chakra the Nine Tails can release. Additionally, it is not impossible to utilize the power of my tails, albeit in a special manner. The Nine Tails stated. Kakashi, "Really?" The Nine Tails proposed that during the period it could not directly bestow chakra upon Kakashi. He should learn Senjutsu. This world's natural energy gathering places are not isolated like Mayaboka Mountain or the Earth Dragon Cave. Although they reside within the Soul Beast Forest, suitable locations are still accessible. Thus, the abundant natural energy can easily coalesce, making an ideal place for learning Senjutsu. "Kakashi, do you know Senjutsu?" Kakashi inquired. "While I do not possess it myself, as my half resides within Naruto, who inherited the Sage of 6 Paths legacy, you do have the chakra of the first Hokage within your Sharingan, which is specifically suited for learning Senjutsu." Kakashi was astonished and speculated eagerly. "So, does this mean I can use with release?" "Baka," the Nine Tails scolded. "How can you be Naruto's teacher and not grasp something so simple?" "Well, never mind. As wood release is essential for every ninja," the Nine Tails gradually came to understand. Kakashi felt deflated and asked, "Why can't I use wood release?" The Nine Tails sighed, realizing that this sharp-witted Kakashi was now perplexed. After pondering, the Nine Tails simplified the explanation. "The chakra from the first Hokage is limited. Half is allocated to your Sharingan, and the other half fortifies my seal, leaving no surplus chakra. Your body has not been modified to utilize wood release." "Understood," Kakashi replied. The Nine Tails rose, smiling. "All right, let's move on to the topic of Senjutsu, which requires special time frames for practice. After all, this place is not like Mayaboka Mountain." Kakashi chose not to pursue the topic of Senjutsu further, and instead asked, "How significantly will your chakra impact my chakra capacity?" The Nine Tails leaned down, focusing on Kakashi. However, Kakashi recognized that this was not a gaze directed at him, for he had once felt the sensation of standing before someone whose eyes bore no acknowledgement of his presence. The Nine Tails was contemplating and, due to age-related limitations, could not bestow a substantial impact. Nevertheless, Kakashi's chakra would indeed see considerable growth. The Nine Tails responded in a hoarse voice. Subsequently, Kakashi posed numerous questions, and the Nine Tails answered each one, like a living encyclopedia. Kakashi departed from the mental realm connected to the Nine Tails and returned to his dormitory, longing for a restful sleep. Despite engaging in an extensive conversation with the Nine Tails, only a fleeting moment had passed in the real world. However, unaccustomed to such dialogues, he felt mentally exhausted. Fufu had been sleeping soundly during this time and seemed reluctant to retire so early. After calling out multiple times to no avail, Fufu took the initiative to push open the dormitory door and dashed outside. Kakashi was unconcerned for Fufu's safety. The White Fox clan was scarce in number, yet diverse in abilities, exemplified by the power that had momentarily immobilized him. Thus, he slept until the afternoon, awakening naturally. That was refreshing, Kakashi remarked, turning to glance at the still, slumbering Oscar, shaking his head. This kid, wanting to pursue the young lady of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, yet not striving harder. How can he win over her family if he does not put in the effort? With a flicker, Kakashi vanished from the bed. Meanwhile, Tang San diligently assembled concealed weapons for his companion's self-defense. Kakashi slowly rose from the ground behind him, then positioned himself against the ceiling, concealing himself in the shadows. Silently observing Tang San's movements, with his right hand resting on the forehead protector obscuring his left eye, he grasped it, knowing that with a gentle upward motion, he could utilize his Sharingan to replicate Tang San's actions. Kakashi lowered his hand, recognizing the allure of the weapons before him, yet feeling that such temptation was inappropriate. He had previously contemplated requesting Tang San to forge these weapons for him, but ultimately deemed it unwise, as a ninja should not overly rely on external forces. In the end, Kakashi realized that what he truly required was not these weapons, but rather Tang San's expertise. In the simplified version of Chapter 70, the group was engrossed in the assembly of hidden weapons, while time swiftly elapsed. It was only when Oscar, awakened from his slumber, noted Kakashi's absence and approached Tang San to invite him for a meal that they realized the sunlight had given way to moonlight, marking the passage of an entire day. Kakashi, skilled in the art of concealment, had hidden himself when Oscar knocked at the door. As they departed, he revealed himself, exiting through the window. Instead of following directly, he chose to circumvent them, making his way towards the dining hall. Abruptly, Kakashi halted, having caught sight of a swaying figure that seemed oddly familiar. He trailed after it, noting that the individual was heading towards Tang San and Oscar, and with the aid of moonlight, he discerned an enormous, swollen head that bore a striking resemblance to a pig's head. Kakashi speculated whether a monster had come to the academy to cause trouble, for that grotesquely swollen head did not appear human. Who on earth is that, sporting such a pig's head? Oscar exclaimed, his tone exaggerated. Kakashi nodded in agreement. While Oscar's reaction was somewhat overblown, it served to heighten their vigilance. What's going on, fatty? Tang San rushed forward to support the wobbling Ma Hongjun, while Oscar skillfully summoned his restorative sausage and offered it to him. So it's you, Ma Hongjun, Kakashi remarked, surprised that he hadn't recognized him sooner. Perhaps it was due to Xiao San's unique ocular technique, which, even when not activated, seemed to enhance his vision significantly. Ma Hongjun unceremoniously devoured the sausage, appearing somewhat better. Damn it, this is humiliating, he lamented, his eyes filled with resentment. His round face and small eyes were now almost completely obscured by the swelling, making him look quite unfortunate. Who did this to you? Tang San's voice was laced with an icy undertone. After 3 months of grueling training, they had all supported one another, forming bonds far deeper than mere classmates. Seeing his brother in such a state ignited Tang San's fury. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Sensing something amiss, this plump fellow was not an innocent bystander, and he surmised that he bore some responsibility for the altercation. I got beaten up by a lecherous old man. How humiliating, Ma Hongjun admitted bitterly. Oscar frowned. You weren't fighting over a girl, were you? Fighting over a girl? I was the one who had my eye on her first. That lecherous old man had no shame. Ma Hongjun retorted angrily. Kakashi, suppressing a cough, thought to himself that he had indeed guessed correctly. He pondered whether the plump fellow was also at fault. Tang San patted Ma Hongjuan's shoulder. Let us head to the dining hall and discuss this further. Kakashi made his presence known, saying, I have overheard everything. The four of them prepared to enter the dining hall, eager to hear Ma Hongjuan's account of events. Without this understanding, it would be impossible to assess the situation accurately or seek any form of resolution. With Oscar's restorative sausage aiding Ma Hongjuan's recovery, they finally ventured into the dining hall. Inside, Dai Mubai was indulging in an extravagant feast, while Zhu Zhuqing was conspicuously absent from his side, prompting Kakashi to frown with concern. Had another issue arisen? Good grief, fatty! What happened to you? Dai Mubai exclaimed, startled by Ma Hongjuan's disheveled appearance. His temper was far more volatile than Tang San's, and he shot up from his seat, fury igniting in his eyes. Kakashi intervened, placing a hand on his shoulder to signal him to remain calm and listen to Ma Hongjuan's explanation. Ma Hongjuan, with a woeful expression, implored, Boss Dai, you must avenge me. Look at what they did to my face. It's twisted beyond recognition. How will I ever attract girls now? Oscar chuckled. Attractive face? It looks more like a pig's head. Now, please explain what transpired. Kakashi seated himself, turning his back to them, pulling down his mask to take a bite before raising it again to maintain the air of mystery surrounding his visage, while attentively listening to their discussion. Finally, Ma Hongjuan settled into a chair and recounted the events. I left this morning to resolve my issue in Soto City. Upon arrival, I stumbled upon a hidden gem, a lovely girl. Just as I was about to approach her, a lecherous old man appeared out of nowhere. He looked to be in his 40s, with short hair. At first glance, he seemed harmless, but upon closer inspection, his eyes were filled with lascivious intent. He even had one hand bandaged, but insisted on competing with me for the girl. I questioned him, old man with a hand like that, well, you can guess what happened next. We ended up fighting. Having heard the tale, Tang San turned to Kakashi and inquired, Kakashi, what do you think we should do? This question caught Kakashi off guard. He was uncertain of the right course of action, though the old man was at fault for forcefully pursuing someone else's interest. It was also true that Fatty had instigated the confrontation, and the situation had grown increasingly chaotic. Kakashi sighed, forget it, you all go ahead. I prefer not to get involved. The group felt a sense of helplessness. They greatly valued Kakashi's abilities, yet since he had chosen not to participate, they could not press the issue. Such matters were often dictated by personal disposition. Nonetheless, Kakashi remained attentive to the details surrounding the lecherous man, intending to follow them later to adapt to whatever circumstances arose. After a brief while, they devised a rough plan for the impending confrontation. Fatty consumed a couple more of Oscar's restorative sausages, and the four of them quietly made their way outside the academy. Ma Hongjuan had no intention of informing others, as the incident in the grass hut was not something to be proud of. Kakashi vanished in a flash, yet when he reappeared, he found himself somewhat unsteady and collapsed to the ground. Typically appearing weak and unreliable, he had exerted considerable effort to rise, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Sigh. Without Fu by my side, this rapid movement feels quite unfamiliar. Meanwhile, Fu, nestled comfortably in Ning Rongrong's embrace, was abruptly awakened but, upon surveying her surroundings, found solace in the warmth and continued to sleep peacefully. At this juncture, Kakashi shadowed them discreetly, joining in close combat alongside the formidable Xiao Wu. As they sped towards Soto City, this presented an opportunity to ascertain the location of the place, perhaps for future encounters. After a brief half-hour, Kakashi had completely lost faith in this corner of the world. It was a row of low buildings situated in a secluded area of Soto City. The structures before him stood no more than 3 meters high, showing signs of significant wear and tear. A few pink lanterns hung at the entrance, beneath which stood several heavily made-up women of considerable age, plying their trade to passers-by. One could surmise that these women were likely in their 40s, perhaps even older. Kakashi resolved never to accompany the rotund individual to such places. He could endure much, but the taste of this individual was simply deplorable. Kakashi raised an eyebrow in dismay as he observed a middle-aged man of over 40, with dark skin and a height slightly above 1.60 meters. A satisfied, lecherous grin adorned his face. His right hand wrapped in bandages, while he wore tattered shorts and flip-flops. Kakashi's attention was drawn to this man, who had disgracefully donned their wooden clogs. He thought to himself that this fellow deserved to be taught a lesson, and if Xiao were to take action, he would not intervene. The sounds of impact echoed as the man was thrown violently to the ground by Xiao Wu's formidable technique, the cracking of bones audible with each strike. Kakashi closed his eyes, trembling at the auditory onslaught, and chose to turn away to avoid the intensifying sensations. Ma Hongjun, catching sight of Xiao Wu, who was panting slightly nearby, tentatively inquired, "Xiao Wu, you haven't killed him, have you?" Kakashi's eyelids lowered slightly, musing that it was unlikely. Xiao Wu, despite her mysterious origins, did not possess a murderous heart. Xiao Wu disdainfully glanced at the twitching form of the man, asserting, "Killing him would soil my hands. I know my limits. The third wheel forbids me from taking lives indiscriminately. This was merely a lesson, but I suspect he will be bedridden for 3 months. I am quite precise in my calculations. Many of his joints are dislocated, and he will struggle to care for himself for some time." "Ah, Xiao Wu truly is Xiao Wu," he chuckled. After delivering a few kicks to the man, as if struck by an epiphany, Ma Hongjun grinned and said to his companions, "You all go ahead. I'll catch up shortly." Dai Mubai frowned, cautioning, "Don't go too far. Though he struck you first, he is not beyond redemption. Be swift." "Understood." Watching Dai Mubai, Tang San, Oscar, and Xiao Wu vanish around the corner, Ma Hongjun revealed a peculiar smile. He raised his right hand, a swirl of purplish-red flames erupting from his palm, his gaze fixated on the man's lower half. Kakashi, sensing something amiss with the man's demeanor, remained behind, confirming his suspicions. "Strange uncle, didn't you say my endowment was lacking? Very well, let me show you," he muttered, as the rogue prepared to strike. Kakashi intervened decisively, chastising the man and sending him retreating. Casting a dispassionate glance at the nearly lifeless figure on the ground, he considered that while the man was no saint, such punishment could be deemed sufficient atonement. Reaching into his ninja tool pouch, he pulled out a pouch of golden soul coins. After a moment's contemplation, he withdrew his hand, deciding against pursuing this further. Even Naruto would not extend kindness to someone so vile and repugnant. With a swift movement, Kakashi vanished from beside the man, reappearing atop a nearby rooftop. He intended to keep a watchful eye, wary of any unexpected demise, for one could never tell if this individual had enemies. Though seeking vengeance is a natural inclination, Kakashi preferred that this man not succumb to illness at the hands of others. At that moment, a series of footsteps approached, drawing nearer. The brothel keeper had mentioned that the man was accompanied by a young girl. Kakashi wondered if he had stumbled upon a rare find. Reassured by the tone of the conversation, he concluded that it must be his companions, and he decided to leave. The days of rest passed swiftly, and soon it was time to resume classes. As the days slipped by, the initial instigators of the incident gradually forgot about the man. Ma Hongjun, having learned from the ordeal, refrained from visiting Soto City again, and his reckless tendencies seemed to have dimmed. However, Kakashi could not shake the memory of Ma Hongjun's troubling methods, which haunted him through sleepless nights. He worried what would happen if the rotund man became another like the one they had just dealt with. The potential within that individual was vast, and his future achievements would likely extend beyond mere soul mastery. Kakashi's concern deepened. A powerful individual straying onto a dark path posed a far greater threat, much like the infamous Orochimaru. After breakfast, when the familiar school bell rang, Tang San and his companions arrived promptly at the training ground. The sun shone brightly in the clear sky, casting a warm glow despite the early hour. The master stood with arms crossed, his shadow elongated in the sunlight, while Kakashi awaited the arrival of the 7 students beside him. 3 months have passed since I began teaching you, the master began. With the support and guidance of the instructors, you have laid a foundation for your physical capabilities. However, this is still far from sufficient to become an exemplary soul master. Fufu, resting on Kakashi's shoulder, yawned and murmured softly, already aware that these opening remarks were unnecessary. Therefore, starting today, I will initiate the second phase of your training. According to Flender, you have all visited the Soto Great Soul Arena. That will be your training ground for the foreseeable future. During this training, all expenses will be your responsibility, thereby relieving the Academy of financial strain. I believe there are betting opportunities as well, which could provide the Academy with additional revenue. The soul battles at the Great Soul Arena are typically conducted in the evenings. The group arrived in Soto City and chose a modest hotel near the arena for their stay. Although the accommodations were simple, the prices were steep due to their proximity to the arena. However, for the students who received monthly stipends in Kakashi, it was hardly a burden, as truly extravagant places like the Rose Hotel were few and far between. After settling the students in, the master summoned the seven and Kakashi to Tang San's room. Kakashi, though curious about the master's true intentions, ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. You may now form your own teams to decide which soul battles to participate in. The Great Soul Arena typically begins with one-on-one and two-on-two matches. While team battles are separate, they occur later in the evening and are the most captivating for audiences. Each day, you must participate in one team battle, while the other can be of your choosing. If you wish to join 3 battles, I have no objections, as long as you manage your soul power accordingly. As I attentively listened, I found myself perplexed by the absence of any mention regarding my own affairs. Surely, my presence here must have some significance. No sooner had the master finished speaking than Usika, with a pitiful demeanor, implored Dai Mubai to form a team with him, expressing his uncertainty about the years it would take to accumulate enough silver soul coins. Kakashi caught a glimpse of Dai Mubai's momentary surprise, realizing that the lad was originally inclined to partner with another individual, most likely Zhu Zhuqing. Among the 7, it was evident that Dai Mubai and Tang San possessed the strongest combat abilities, prompting Usika to choose Dai Mubai first. Ning Rongrong then turned to the master and inquired, "Master, will Kakashi not participate in the soul duels?" This time, her tone was noticeably more serious, as she typically added a mocking emphasis when referring to Kakashi as teacher. Kakashi's gaze shifted to the master, although he had previously entertained this notion. He could not be entirely certain. If it were not for this matter, he would have directly questioned the master about the purpose of his presence. Kakashi would indeed participate in the soul duels, the master declared. "I refuse," Kakashi replied resolutely, affirming his unwavering stance against engaging in such prohibited activities for ninjas. Even during the Chunin exams, various feudal lords privately placed bets, showcasing the strength of genin through their matches, yet Kakashi could neither condone such blatant displays. Instantly, the eyes of the 7 students, along with the master, converged upon Kakashi, bewildered by his refusal to accept an opportunity that was both lucrative and beneficial for practical experience. Moreover, it appeared that Ning Rongrong was intentionally seeking to team up with him. What could possibly be going through his mind to decline teaming with a beautiful companion? Tang San spoke up, noting that despite having grown up alongside Kakashi, there were many facets of Kakashi's character that remained enigmatic to him. He only knew that the seemingly exceptional Kakashi would not make an erroneous decision. The master interjected, "I would prefer that you team with Ning Rongrong." Without the need for further explanation, Kakashi reiterated, "I will not participate in this endeavor." His tone was exceedingly firm, leaving no room for negotiation. The master sighed softly, appearing somewhat reluctant, yet ultimately stated, "What if this is a request from the Academy for you as a practical instructor?" The students' expressions shifted, fully aware of the formidable nature of both the principal and the master. They were not accustomed to hearing the word request from such authoritative figures. "You may elaborate on the reasoning," Kakashi prompted, understanding the master's character well enough to discern that his current stance likely concealed deeper motives. "I apologize, but there is no particular reason," the master replied, surprising Kakashi with his admission of regret and the lack of justification for requesting his participation in the soul duels. Kakashi responded straightforwardly, "I accept." Kakashi's intuition told him that the master was not being entirely truthful, and he found this response quite agreeable. The other students were momentarily taken aback by Kakashi's acquiescence, astonished that he agreed without receiving a rationale from the master. Tang San coughed a few times, perplexed by Kakashi's sudden acceptance. In truth, Kakashi's agreement stemmed from the Academy's request. Little San, We cannot casually refuse a commission, he explained, adhering to their established principles. The word ninja briefly flickered through Tang San's mind, recalling Kakashi's previous discussions regarding the unconventional training of ninjas, which he found rather chaotic and thus repelled him. Kakashi inwardly mocked himself. Indeed, one must not reject requests indiscriminately, for the value of ninjas in the eyes of the populace would diminish, rendering their existence rather pitiable. How to participate in the soul duels is for you to decide. Here, each of you will receive one, the master said, handing out masks prepared in advance. Wear them during the duels, and while on stage, speak sparingly to avoid revealing your ages. Kakashi, however, did not require a mask, as his forehead protector effectively concealed his identity, leaving only one eye visible. During team battles, you will compete as the Shrek 7 monsters. For your individual competitions, you may create your own titles for the 2-on-2 matches. In one-on-one contests, I have devised nicknames for each of you, which you shall use during the trials. Merely state your chosen alias at the time of registration, and your true names will not be disclosed in the arena. Usika curiously inquired, "What shall we call ourselves?" The master replied, "Mubai will retain his original title, Evil Eye White Tiger, and you shall continue to use your own." The titles for all 7 members were thus established. But when it came to Kakashi, the master found himself at a loss, having yet to determine an appropriate title. Sensing the master's hesitation, Kakashi took the initiative and declared, "I shall choose my own title." The master, relieved by Kakashi's offer to resolve the matter, replied, "Very well. What do you propose?" "The White Fang of Konoha. I wish to inherit and cultivate this legacy," Kakashi announced. As the night descended upon Suto, the bustling atmosphere of the Great Soul Arena resonated with excitement, as crowds from all directions converged for the most traditional and beloved form of entertainment. Wealthy patrons sought ultimate indulgence, while even a modest populace could witness the Soul Masters competitions, thanks to specially priced tickets designed for the common folk. Consequently, as long as the basic needs of the people were met, they were eager to attend the arena, finding satisfaction in merely observing the Soul Masters, which fulfilled the vanity of many. However, due to the discounted tickets, the spectators could only witness ordinary matches, while the truly thrilling duels commanded steep price. And Sutuwa City never lacked for affluent individuals willing to spend lavishly. Furthermore, the betting venues hosted by the Great Soul Arena became a battleground for the wealthy and nobility to engage in covert rivalry. As the time for the scheduled soul duels approached, the anticipation grew, with 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 preliminary matches set to commence shortly. Following these bouts, the most exhilarating team battles would unfold. At that moment, a squad of 11 individuals captured the attention of those preparing to enter the Great Soul Arena. For among them, 7 wore identical masks. They were the Shrek 7 students, accompanied by the principal, the vice principal, and Master Xiaojing, along with Kakashi, their practical instructor, who appeared only slightly older than the rest. Upon registering their team name, the participants were counted as 7. Evil Eye White Tiger Dai Mubai, Sausage Specialist Usika, Thousand-Handed Azura Tang San, Evil Fire Phoenix Ma Hongjuan, Gentle Bone Charm Rabbit Xiaowu, 7 Treasures Glazed Ning Rongrong, and the Spectral Spirit Cat Zhu, with Kakashi designated as the substitute, known as the Second White Fang of Konoha. Although he had agreed to participate in the soul duels, there was no stipulation mandating him to achieve silver rank. He was simply required to join Ning Rongrong in the 2-on-2 matches with no additional demands. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjuan teamed up with Zhu, one engaging from a distance while the other relied on speed for close combat. However, Ma Hongjuan dared not entertain any improper thoughts, for he could hardly contend with Zhu speed. Should he make any inappropriate advances, Dai Mubai would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. The day's soul duels proceeded smoothly, with the Shrek group, as expected, achieving victorious outcomes. Kakashi's opponent found himself in a most vexing predicament. Despite being accompanied by 2 soul Douluos, victory seemed assured, even against the formidable Chibao Lioli Pagoda, which without its soul rings could hardly be deemed invincible. Yet, the silver-haired masked man, known as Konoha's White Fang, dispatched his adversaries in less than a minute. His speed was almost otherworldly, leaving the thought that even a soul sage would struggle to match it. The battle commenced, and before he could even catch a glimpse of his opponent, he was eliminated. Tang San and Xiao Wu quickly resolved their match against the lean cat and rotund mouse duo. With just a few moves, Tang San dispatched one opponent wielding a cat martial spirit, while the mouse martial spirit was sent flying by Xiao Wu's swift teleportation and powerful kick. Overall, the proceedings unfolded seamlessly. Ning Rongrong, who was partnered with Kakashi, had not expended any soul power. She merely released her martial spirit to display her 2 soul rings, thus negating the need for Oscar's replenishment. The arena for group battles was evidently more expansive than that for one-on-one or two-on-two matches, and the waiting room for participants buzzed with excitement, hosting over 30 soul masters. Kakashi entered alongside them, feeling a sense of responsibility as a substitute team member, though he preferred not to escort them personally to the battlefield due to lingering concerns. Indeed, the 7 gathered in a corner, quietly focusing their soul power in preparation for the upcoming soul fight. This tranquility was soon disrupted by an unwelcome intrusion. A towering, muscular man, well over 2 meters tall and appearing to be in his 30s, ambled toward them, his bare torso showcasing exaggeratedly dark muscles, clearly a power-type soul master. Kakashi immediately sensed trouble brewing. He shifted closer to Dai Mubai and whispered 4 words, "Please remain calm." The imposing figure addressed Zhu Zhuqing, the most striking of the 3 female members of the Shrek 7, with an inappropriate comment about her appearance. Her response was a succinct and icy "Get lost. Do you not know who I am, little girl, to speak to me so?" He retorted, raising a massive hand. With a resounding thud, the colossal man was sent flying several meters away, landing with a crash. The assailant was none other than Kakashi himself. The speed of his strike went unnoticed by all, even by Tang San, who only caught a glimpse of Kakashi withdrawing his leg. Returning to his original position, Kakashi softly addressed the 7. "It won't be long before the soul fight begins. Provoking trouble is quite abnormal. Perhaps this man is your opponent." They nodded, acknowledging the suspicion in his assertion. After the encounter, the giant, having suffered humiliation, sought to regain his pride, but was swiftly restrained by an authority figure who commanded him to return immediately. With this intervention, Kakashi felt reassured, recognizing the strength of the enforcer and suspecting that further disturbances were unlikely. Kakashi sought out the master, retrieving the entrusted fufu, and then exited the grand arena to explore the culinary street. His opponents today had proven to be disappointingly weak. The previous duo had been no different. Although facing a defensive Kakashi posed some challenges, breaking through defenses merely required attentive observation for weaknesses. Kakashi sighed, falling into contemplation. Alas, how lonely it is to be invincible. His own invincibility brought him misfortune, having faced rejection in 2 contract signings, and he silently wished for support. Chapter 72. The Soul Fight continues. Kakashi was indifferent to whether Tang San and his companions triumphed. He found no interest in witnessing such mundane battles, regardless of the outcome. It bore little consequence to him, rendering the endeavor pointless. Yet, despite his disinterest, he left a shadow clone concealed in the arena, which would dissolve once the fight neared its conclusion, allowing Kakashi to arrive promptly. Meanwhile, his true self strolled leisurely with Fufu along the night market, pausing whenever she wished to eat and moving on when she desired a change of flavor. They spent nearly half an hour wandering, until the shadow clone relayed a message. "Fufu, it is time to depart," Kakashi whispered in her ear before leaving a silver coin on the table, vanishing in an instant. Kakashi reappeared at the Soto Arena, where the 7 had yet to emerge. The shadow clone, having only heard cheers, dissipated the jutsu on its own. True to form, they soon exited, confirming the clone's accurate assessment. Kakashi approached and joined the 7 as they regrouped with the master, Flinder, and Zhao Wujin, swiftly leaving the confines of the grand arena. Once out of the public eye, the 7 removed their masks, exchanging glances that prompted laughter. Kakashi observed them silently, contemplating the joy of their first genuine victory in a fair team battle. Upon returning to the inn, the master summoned everyone to Tang San's room, including Flinder and Zhao Wujin. Observing the slightly fatigued yet exuberant expressions of his disciples, he calmly inquired, "Tell me, what were your impressions of today's soul fight?" Upon hearing this, Kakashi's interest peaked. Dai Mubai spoke. The individual bouts were manageable, but in the group fight, our coordination lacked harmony. After all, it was our first encounter with such immense pressure. Oscar added with a hint of bitterness, "In the group battle, I felt like a burden. Lacking combat strength made it difficult for us to secure victory against formidable opponents. Others were eager to contribute, but were silenced by the master's raised hand." Kakashi raised his eyes, noting a subtle smile gradually spreading across the master's typically stern face. The other students, except for Tang San, rubbed their eyes in disbelief, as this was the first time they had witnessed the master smile since the grueling training commenced. "Your assessments are incorrect," the master stated. "I wish to convey my satisfaction with your performance today. While it is true that your coordination requires improvement, this is only the beginning." Kakashi exhaled a sigh of relief inwardly. It appeared he was to receive praise, albeit in a manner uncharacteristic of the master's usual training style. Flender, unable to contain himself, chuckled. "Master, you aren't deliberately here to commend these children, are you?" The master replied with a calm smile. "Certainly not. I merely wish to remind them that they are exceptional, though not yet perfect. Tomorrow, I permit you to refrain from participating in soul fights for a day. However, aside from resting, you must collectively reflect on the successes and failures of today's group battle and report back to me before the soul fight the day after tomorrow. Now, let us depart. Remember, do not provoke trouble in our absence, especially with any soul masters, as you may encounter members from certain families." The master's words rang true. It was wise to avoid trouble. However, if anyone dared to bully them, they must not tarnish the reputation of Shrek Academy. Flender added, "Let your combat instructor, Kakashi, remain behind. Should you find yourselves unable to contend with someone, you may seek his assistance." "Hey, don't just assume I'll be your muscle." Kakashi waved his hand, declining the offer. As the master and the vice presidents departed, the Shrek 7 monsters found themselves unencumbered and chose to remain nearby. Ordering a sumptuous feast accompanied by 2 barrels of fine wheat beer in the hotel's dining hall, inviting everyone to partake. "Tang San, I raise my glass to you. In gratitude for your timely assistance," declared Dai Mubai, lifting his full cup of beer towards Tang San. With a faint smile, Tang San mirrored his gesture, and they both downed their drinks in unison. Kakashi, however, mused to himself that their discussion about the competition was of no concern to him, and he realized he had little inclination for beer. "Kakashi, I toast to you," announced Ning Rongrong, standing with seriousness. She did not rush to drink, but instead gazed at her companions, reflecting, "When I first arrived at the academy, I did not regard you all highly. It was only with Kakashi's presence that I truly understood the essence of companionship. Though my words may evoke negative feelings, I must express them nonetheless. Over these many days, we have trained together, fought together, and endured life and death trials. Thank you, my companions. This drink is for all of you, and I wish to convey something I have long held back. I am sorry." Upon uttering the final words, Ning Rongrong downed her beer, tears glistening as they cascaded down her fair cheeks. The others, except for Oscar, were taken aback, surprised that the girl who always wore a sweet smile had such a poignant story. They turned to Kakashi for a reaction, but he remained impassive, implicitly acknowledging her words. While Ning Rongrong had spoken her truth, it was evident that someone needed to smooth over the situation, a role that Dai Mubai naturally assumed, as he was more adept in social matters than Tang San. All right, we all know Rongrong is usually quite gentle. We want to take this to heart," he said. "Rongrong, don't drink so heavily," Oscar kindly advised. Reflecting on the past, he recalled how Ning Rongrong had abandoned him during physical training, leaving him disheartened. But Kakashi had brought her back, and she had seemingly transformed, persevering through the challenges, reigniting hope in his heart. The nature of alcohol is such that the more one drinks, the more spirited one becomes, and even Dai Mubai, who initially advocated for moderation, found himself incessantly requesting more drinks. Despite their youth, as soul masters, they possessed exceptional physical capabilities, further enhanced by their recent training. granting them remarkable resilience to alcohol. Notably, Kakashi did not partake in the drinking festivities. When the seven awakened from their inebriated slumber the following day, the one most vividly remembered for her excessive drinking was none other than Ning Rongrong, the wielder of the Chibao Liuli Pagoda spirit. Kakashi, shouldering the responsibility, carried each of the inebriated seven back to their respective rooms, as the presence of others in the dining hall prevented him from employing any ninjutsu. While this task was trivial for him, it was still quite a hassle. Subsequently, the Shrek 7 monsters continued their soul battles, achieving an impressive record of 27 consecutive victories over the course of a month, showcasing their formidable strength, unmatched by any team in the 30th level tier. They also performed admirably in individual and duo competitions. Kakashi remarked on their accomplishments, very impressive. Additionally, he had become proficient in utilizing the abilities granted by the Nine Tails, significantly enhancing his capabilities in both combat and travel. However, an unsettling premonition loomed over him, stemming from recent competitions that left him apprehensive. Although Kakashi typically paid little heed to the Soul Battle arena, he found himself intrigued by a newly emerged team that had been winning consecutively, akin to Shrek. The seven monsters were preoccupied with their own preparations, while the master focused his energy on training them, and the vice presidents remained concerned for their well-being. Only Kakashi, who, despite regular training, was relatively free, paid attention to these developments. This new team, the Royal Battle Team, boasted silver soul badges, while Shrek's members were merely iron soul badge holders. It was unlikely they would cross paths unless unforeseen circumstances arose. At that moment, someone called out from behind Kakashi. "Excuse me, are you the substitute member of Shrek, Konoha's White Fang?" Kakashi turned to see an individual clad in worker-s attire, evidently summoned by the Soul Battle Arena for an important matter concerning the team. "Indeed, I am Konoha's White Fang," he replied. The worker responded respectfully, "Mr. White Fang, your team leader requests your presence." "What is the matter?" Kakashi inquired, aware that the worker's mention of a summons implied the entire team was involved, which could spell trouble. Shortly thereafter, not only the Shrek 7 monsters and substitute member Kakashi, but also Flender and Zhao Wujin were brought to a designated room, indicating the Soul Battle Arena's deep knowledge of them. Kakashi's suspicions were confirmed as it was revealed that the Shrek 7 monsters were to face the Royal Battle Team. The master calmly reiterated the words previously spoken by Supervisor AO, spreading the newly acquired information across the table in the room. Kakashi merely glanced at the documents before turning his attention back to the master, eager to hear his thoughts, as this confrontation was initiated by him. The glint in the master's eyes, of fiery intensity, was something Kakashi had never witnessed in this man who had surpassed 50 years. It was unmistakably the spirit of battle. Flender, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Xiao Gang, you shouldn't have agreed so quickly. At least wait for us to arrive first." They mentioned significant wagers from a noble, and the stakes are evidently high. Had we negotiated properly, they might have offered even more. Although Kakashi recognized the merit in this suggestion, it did not align with his style. So he refrained from engaging in that discussion and approached the table to examine the documents. The Royal Battle Team consisted of 7 members, all bearers of silver soul badges. The captain, Tian Hung, possessed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Spirit, a 39th level assault-type soul master with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Kakashi paused, recalling that this spirit was exclusive to direct descendants of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, one of the 3 prestigious sects in the Soul Master world. This indicated that the team likely had an extraordinary background, and their name, the Royal Battle Team, implied not only strength but also audacity, suggesting that a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon alone was insufficient for their formidable reputation. The vice captain, Dugian, wielded the Phosphorescent Snake Spirit, a 38th level control type soul master with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. The phosphorescent snake was mentioned in the records of the Spirit Hall, indicating its significance. At this moment, the master and his companions began to discuss this particular aspect. The Biling Snake Soul Master, having chosen the control system, reminded me of a certain individual. Flandre, do you remember him? Upon the master's reminder, Flandre's countenance abruptly shifted. You don't mean him, do you? The master nodded affirmatively, stating, I am indeed referring to him. There was no need to continue listening. It was sufficient that a soon-to-be level 80 soul Douluo like Flandre displayed such a reaction. In terms of Biling Snake, it was likely that only the individual known as Old Poison could evoke such a response. However, such a character typically remains aloof from worldly affairs and would not likely venture out to form a soul fighting team. The team members were introduced. Team member, Shimo, Martial Soul, Xuanwu Turtle, level 38 defense type Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team member, Shimo, Martial Soul, Xuanwu Turtle, level 37 defense type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. The two Xuanwu Turtle Martial Souls posed quite a challenge. Their defense could be described as impenetrable. Although it posed little challenge to me, it could be significant for them. Team member, Yu Feng, Martial Soul, Wind Bellbird, level 36 Agility type Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team member, Aosi Luo, Martial Soul, Ghost Leopard, level 36 Agility type Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. The configuration of this agile team was indeed commendable, and the commander behind such an arrangement was remarkable. Kakashi evaluated the team and concluded that if the two parties were to engage in direct combat, Shrek would undoubtedly face defeat, even if Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai were to unleash their ultimate move. Team member, Yi Lingling, Martial Soul, 9 Heart Begonia, level 35 Support type Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Kakashi felt an impulse to undermine this team. He had never encountered such a combination, particularly the exceedingly rare Support type Soul Master. Let us first examine the 9 Heart Begonia. If its effects prove to be so beneficial, we shall give it a try, Kakashi murmured. At that moment, Ning Rongrong also spoke of the capabilities of the 9 Heart Begonia, plunging the Shrek members into a state of despair. The master's expression grew rigid, and after a prolonged silence, he slowly remarked, "This is indeed a nearly flawless combination." Even Fu Fu felt a sense of hopelessness. We can win. Just as the morale dipped and silence enveloped the group, Tang San suddenly proclaimed these words, laden with a sense of shock, drawing everyone's attention towards him. Kakashi turned, surprised. Upon observing the lineup, even he felt that Shrek would lose. Though this was merely an initial impression, a second thought suggested a glimmer of opportunity. However, recalling that Tang San was often rather slow to respond and tended to go with the flow, it was surprising that he displayed such audacity, capable of envisioning the future. I say we can win. Mubai, Xiao, Ao, Fatty, Xiao Wu, Rongrong, Zhuqing, have you all forgotten? We have achieved a remarkable 27 consecutive victories. The opponent may be formidable, but we are no weaklings either. We possess Mubai's top-tier assault-type martial soul, Xiao Ao's sustained combat capabilities, Fatty's exceptional mutated beast martial soul, and Xiao Wu's extraordinary agility. Rongrong, do you not believe in your own 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda? Kakashi, initially surprised, raised his brow slightly, only to turn back to the data with a sigh. So, it's merely a morale boost. I thought he had found a solution. Yet Kakashi glanced at Tang San again. Although it was just a matter of boosting morale, the fact that he could quickly realize the need to uplift their spirits was noteworthy. It appeared that during his time at Shrek, Tang San had matured significantly. Kakashi's lips curled into a subtle smile beneath his mask, expressing a sense of pride. Master, allow me to take full responsibility for this soul battle, if you would. Tang San gazed steadfastly at the master. Could we make a small request? Supervisor Ao appeared at the door unannounced. The master replied, "Please go ahead." Supervisor Ao glanced at the masked 7 monsters and then turned to Kakashi before addressing the master again. Although I am unaware of your situation, I kindly ask that you allow your substitute team member, Konoha White Fang, to participate. Although Kakashi had registered as a substitute team member under the name Konoha White Fang, he had never participated in any team battles, raising questions within the Great Soul Arena. While they were uncertain of the exact circumstances, having Konoha White Fang, known for his swift victories, join the fray would undoubtedly significantly increase their chances of success. However, this posed a dilemma for the master and the vice principal of Shrek. In Flandre's view, winning or losing had become inconsequential. These children had already surpassed their expectations. As long as they could observe the 7 monsters' teamwork in such a scenario, the outcome mattered little. Yet, introducing Kakashi changed the stakes entirely. Their hopes might be dashed. Tang San was also somewhat taken aback. During the past month, Kakashi had not participated in any team matches, and the synergy among the other 6 had already formed. Disrupting that now would be problematic. I will participate, Kakashi agreed. Upon hearing this, Supervisor Ao expressed his gratitude repeatedly and quickly departed under the pretext of reporting back, leaving the rest of the group, except for Kakashi, in a state of bewilderment. Kakashi noted the information down, feigning disinterest, but in truth he was deep in thought. After a considerable period, everyone regained their composure. The master approached Kakashi and said, "Come with me," before exiting the room. Flandra nudged Zhao Wujia, prompting him to follow, but not before he warned the students. "Do not eavesdrop. The teachers are in a meeting. Remain here." Upon reaching a secluded corner, the master halted and inquired of Kakashi, "Why did you agree to participate?" Fu, perched upon Fu's shoulder, also expressed its opinion, having been swayed by Kakashi's words. Flandra and Zhao Wujia cast curious glances, pondering Kakashi's motives. Kakashi, returning his gaze from the book, replied in a calm tone, "It is merely to fulfill a commission, nothing more." The master frowned. Although he had hoped for Kakashi's participation to secure victory, he was even more eager to witness how far the 7 monsters had surpassed their expectations. The master suggested, "Would it not be better to give Tang San and the others an opportunity?" Kakashi responded directly, "Opportunities abound, but this time I have accepted a commission. This is not an ordinary match." Kakashi spoke the truth. Had the Great Soul Arena not commissioned Shrek, he would have been indifferent to the outcome of this match. After all, it was just a game, and losing a consecutive victory streak was of little consequence. However, having once been a ninja, he understood the significance of a mission. In a certain sense, the task itself transcended even the life of a ninja. Of course, there was something even more critical than the task, comrades. He could not allow them to engage recklessly, like the Huangdo team, under the guise of growth. Any unforeseen incident could result in irrevocable harm, affecting their lives for years to come. Kakashi either had to remain uninvolved or commit fully, since he had chosen to intervene in this matter concerning the Huangdo team. He was obliged to participate. The battles over the past month had revealed that aside from the initial encounter with the Frenzy Battle team, the other teams posed little challenge. Tang San had stood out prominently during the first match, as the subsequent teams lacked the strength to necessitate any advanced techniques. Tang San, despite his courage to propose taking over the master's role, did not instill confidence in Kakashi, for in terms of soul master knowledge, he was far inferior to the master. Consequently, Kakashi believed his presence was necessary as a trump card, allowing Tang San to strategize without the burden of failure. Kakashi would solely execute the plan, not partake in its formulation, thus providing an opportunity for Tang San to shine. Reluctantly, the master nodded in agreement. Kakashi would not engage in futile endeavors, fully aware that previously it was merely a sense of reluctance, as he eagerly anticipated witnessing the unexpected excellence of his disciple. Chapter 74. Formidable opponent Tianheng. The central arena of the Douluo Great Soul Arena does not match the vastness imagined by the commoners who can only observe from the subarena. Rather, if they were to visit, they would surely mistake it for another subarena. The area of the main arena is only slightly larger than that of the other subarena. Curiously, the atmosphere within the central arena is strikingly serene, as it is devoid of open stands and composed entirely of enclosed boxes, where esteemed guests, hidden behind one-way crystal glass, observe the spectacle. These individuals are reluctant to reveal their identities, preferring to maintain their pride and elevated status. Unlike the ordinary civilian audience who cheer and shout, although the crystal glass windows obscure the view from the outside, the dazzling golden light of the soul guiding apparatus illuminates the interior, allowing those within to see clearly. The fighting platform here is exceptionally grand, measuring a diameter of 70 meters, ample enough for fierce battles involving hundreds on each side, given the absence of outdoor spectators. In total, The central arena boasts 12 high-class VIP rooms and 320 ordinary VIP rooms, with the former each having their owners, while the latter are fully booked every year at the beginning. Suddenly, the already bright golden lights of the central arena intensified, focusing their brilliance upon the fighting platform, akin to a colossal spotlight casting a golden beam from above. In the center of the fighting platform, the ground rose abruptly to form a circular dais with a 2-meter diameter, gradually elevating, revealing a sturdy golden pillar supporting it, upon which stood a young lady. Appearing no older than 18 or 19, she donned an elegant white gown, her flowing chestnut waves framing a figure that radiated stunning beauty with her ample bosom and captivatingly slender waist. In her hand, she held a conical amplification soul guiding apparatus, her face adorned with a professional smile. It is a great honor to once again greet all esteemed guests. After the dais reached its height, the lady gracefully stepped forward, swirling around and waving to the audience in the boxes. The dais silently descended, returning to its original position without leaving a trace. It is my privilege to preside over the Grand Battle Soul competition for all esteemed guests. I hope you find tonight's event exhilarating, as it is a highlight of our schedule, with only this match arranged for the evening. Although the competing teams consist solely of Soul Masters at the Soul Sovereign rank, they have both earned the honor of the Silver Soul Badge. If I were to bestow upon them a title, Genius would be most fitting. Douluo will provide commentary throughout the match. Now, allow me to introduce the competing teams. The Haotian Battle Team, led by Tianheng, a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Soul Master, and the Shrek 7 Monsters, led by the evil White Tiger, a White Tiger Soul Master. This time, they have opted to field a substitute, a member named Mai Baya, indicating their seriousness regarding this competition. Douluo skillfully presented the details of both teams, aiming to evoke anticipation among every esteemed guest present. Without further ado, let us invite the participants to the stage. As a soul sovereign herself, Douluo was eager to witness the impressive performances of her fellow soul masters of the same rank. As she spoke, a burst of white light emanated from Douluo, and a streak of white appeared amidst her chestnut waves, while a pair of pristine wings unfurled behind her. 3 yellow soul rings manifested around her, and as the third ring gleamed, her wings fluttered, lifting her into the air with her amplification apparatus. On either side of the fighting platform, 2 doors opened silently, and the participants entered simultaneously, striding towards the center. On the left, the Haotian Battle Team made their entrance. Tianheng, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Soul Master, led the way, with Du Yin instinctively nestled beside him. Following closely were the Shijiao brothers, and then Heibao Osro and Fenglingyo Yufeng. Bringing up the rear was the enigmatic 9-heart Begonia Soul Master, Yi Lingling. Participants of the group battle, please take note. You now have 1 minute to summon your martial souls. You may only attack once I announce the start, and the match will conclude upon one side conceding, being entirely defeated, or falling from the fighting platform. Kakashi's gaze fell upon Du Yin, the soul master with the green phosphor snake martial soul, his heart racing with apprehension. Records indicated this martial soul possessed crowd control capabilities and harbor toxicity, suggesting one of its soul skills could be a wide-area poison attack. He then glanced at Tang San. Understanding he had devised a plan, yet still feeling concern for this child he had watched grow up, who, despite possessing secret techniques, had always been shielded by him. The Shrek team had undergone a change in personnel. Currently, Ma Hongjun stood by the Master-S side, having been substituted to minimize the impact on the team. The 6 monsters and their practical instructor, Kakashi, unleashed their martial souls, illuminating the arena with 19 resplendent soul rings, dispelling its monotony of gold. The 2 support members of the Shrek team positioned themselves at the back, with Kakashi taking Ma Hongjun's place, standing protectively behind Tang San. At the forefront were Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. The Haotian Battle Team was also releasing their martial souls, and Kakashi found himself compelled to take this seriously, as the quality of their martial souls stirred feelings of envy within him. He observed the transformations of their martial souls, internally pleading, "QB, how much longer?" Indeed, Kakashi was imploring the Nine Tails for chakra, as he intended to utilize ninjutsu in his soul power state. Although the Nine Tails had previously stated that chakra would not be freely given, it was not entirely absent. A small amount would gradually leak into Kakashi, merging with his own chakra. This time, the Nine Tails focused intently on releasing chakra from the seal. Though the quantity was minimal, its quality surpassed that of ordinary chakra. Even a slight amount would allow Kakashi to perform grand ninjutsu. What has to rush? The Nine Tails retorted. This isn't the 8 trigram seal, and given the insufficient duration of that soul ring, it requires time. For now, just stay put. Though the response seemed unfruitful, it indicated that the Nine Tails would indeed be ready in time. The chakra of the tailed beast possesses a unique quality, unlike ordinary chakra, which rejects soul power. Tailed beast chakra, although incapable of merging with soul power, can still be utilized in a state of soul power. The battle has commenced, yet Kakashi remains untroubled, as everything during the initial phase is well within Tang San's control. Kakashi speculates, could this be another ability that Shikamaru lacks? Absolutely not. For Tang, San should be nearing 40, if he were still a useless individual. Kakashi observes his opponent gradually falling into Tang San's trap, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Xiao Sen has indeed grown during this period. Captain Tianheng of the Huangdo team has ventured too deeply, having been lured into an encirclement by Dai Mubai and Tang San, while the two agile attackers, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, have also been drawn back by Tang San's blue silvergrass. The chakra of the Nine Tails arrives just in time, prepared for use. Kakashi nods, and at the point of connection with the Nine Tails, he exclaims in Japanese, Yoshi. Alas, it is a trap. Quickly charge. Dugu Yan's expression shifts dramatically, her serpent-like body darting forward at great speed. The other members of the Huangdo team have also recognized the target of the Shrek's side, yet their reaction is ultimately a moment too late to catch up. In an instant, Kakashi forms 4 hand seals, one hand resting on his mask, and as he pulls it down, his entire face is engulfed in flames. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Compared to the Great Fireball, this technique boasts greater speed and power. Its sheer impact is sufficient to shatter large trees. Kakashi suggests substituting Ma Hongjun, owing to his fire capabilities. Although his flames may not be as extraordinary as Fatty's, their potency is undeniable. That said, Kakashi must now protect Oscar and Ning Rongrong behind him. Being too far away, coupled with the limited chakra from the Nine Tails, necessitates careful management of energy expenditure. After striking the target, only flame damage may remain. However, the speed of the dragon fire technique is indisputable. Tianheng has no time to prepare. Regarding ninjutsu, Kakashi deceived the master, claiming he had consumed a strange herb on the village's back mountain, resulting in erroneous soul power assessment and an unexpected ability. While the master excels in soul master knowledge, he lacks research on these peculiar herbs. Kakashi's explanation bears a semblance of reason, thus he paid little heed. Tianheng, too, is acutely aware of his perilous situation. The second and third soul rings shine brightly. Countless serpentine lightning bolts encircle his body, amplifying simultaneously, and in the next moment, they transform into numerous bolts of lightning, flashing outward in all directions. This marks Tianheng's true, full-force attack, as the power of his second soul skill, Thunderbolt Explosion, surges to unparalleled levels. Kakashi is taken aback. This technique is formidable, generating such intense lightning around his body that the dragon fire technique alone may not suffice. Yet, there is no time to switch techniques. He continues to unleash the dragon fire technique, while urging the Nine Tails to accumulate chakra through the seal. Without sufficient chakra, it will be inadequate. The force of the lightning is fierce, not only dispersing the internal flames, but also preventing Kakashi's continuously released fire from advancing further. At the same moment, Tianheng unleashes his third soul skill, Thunder Fury. Dai Mubai similarly activates his 1000-year soul ring ability, White Tiger King Kong transformation. Accompanied by ferocious tiger's roar, Dai Mubai's sinister eyes merge instantaneously, releasing a dazzling burst of white light. Enveloped by the golden radiance of the White Tiger King Kong transformation, This white light expands in the air, reaching a 2-meter diameter, akin to a meteor, colliding towards Tianheng. Upon their contact, Tianheng, distracted by countering the dragon fire technique, finds himself at a disadvantage, while Dai Mubai gains the upper hand. As Tianheng's thunderbolt explosion concludes, Kakashi seizes the opportunity to catch his breath. He had not anticipated the strength of Tianheng's soul skill, resulting in his underestimation. Recently, he has felt increasingly detached, wrestling with the urge to abandon writing altogether, seeking precision, which may lead to reduced word count and updates. In any case, I require time for adjustment. Please bear with me. Chapter 75, Bitter Battle. In the end, Tianheng finds himself in a severely battered state, blood spraying profusely as he faces too many adversaries alone. Dai Mubai's tiger claws, Xiao Wu's grappling techniques, Zhu Zhuqing's sharp claws, and Kakashi's flames converge upon him. With a resounding crash, Tianheng's body collides heavily against the shell of two Xuanwu tortoise soul masters, halting only after sustaining grievous injuries, blood erupting from his mouth. Under the relentless barrage of attacks, he's been gravely wounded, and even Thunder Fury nearly dissipated under the onslaught of the Shrek 7. This restraint is a result of the Shrek 7's reluctance to kill. Otherwise, had Tang San unleashed the 8 spider lances, Tianheng would be in a far worse predicament than merely spitting blood. It is time to prepare. Kakashi readies himself, with some chakra remaining from the 9 tails, possibly allowing for multiple uses of fire release. Damn it, I will kill you all. At this moment, De Guyen has completely forgotten Qin Ming's instructions. With a shrill cry, her third soul ring suddenly glows brilliantly. Her originally emerald green eyes transform entirely to purple, and even the green scales on her serpent tail are shrouded in a layer of pale purple light. She opens her mouth and expels a thick purple mist that rapidly expands in the air, surging towards the Shrek 7. Come back. Dang San Bak, Puling Zai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, who were about to charge forward for an attack behind him. He now stands at the forefront of the Shrek 7. Meanwhile, the opposing Fengling Bird Soul Master and Black Panther Soul Master, who intended to exploit their speed for an assault, ultimately withdraw, wary of the purple poison. Kakashi glances at Tang San. He excels in other combat aspects, but when it comes to poison, he feels woefully inadequate and must rely on Tang San. Tang San forcefully swings his arms, sending 2 pouches into the air, while simultaneously shouting, "Boss! White Tiger's Radiant Wave, Baya, Fire, Activate. Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique. White Tiger's Radiant Wave." With a resounding crash, the 2 water pouches shatter instantaneously before the White Tiger's Radiant Wave, releasing a dense cloud of water vapor that disperses violently under the intense impact of soul power. At that moment, Kakashi's fire release arrives. In an instant, the previously benign water vapor transforms entirely into fire vapor, permeating the area with a unique fragrance and enveloping the purple mist within. The condensed purple mist ignites before the erupting flames, emitting a series of popping sounds before vanishing entirely. In the air, under the illumination of lights, only the remnants of the shattered water pouches drift down slowly, while the barrier between the 2 teams has completely dissolved. Kakashi raises his gaze, meticulously observing Tang San's method of dispelling the poison. Although he understands that high temperatures are effective against poison, it is evident that the water within the pouches is the true key to counteracting the toxin. No, this is impossible. How could you dispel my, by Lin, purple poison? De Guyen stares blankly at Tang San, her eyes filled with disbelief. Not just her, but every member of the Huangdo team is momentarily stunned. Tang San responds calmly. Bailin snake poison is merely a trivial technique. If the 5 poisons of Bailin were present, I might have taken it more seriously. Your Bailin snake poison is yet underdeveloped. Kakashi, listening to their exchange from the rear, contemplates. It seems that the world Tang San originally hails from shares many similarities with this one, even in the realm of poison. It is no surprise, then, that the force within the small San T is indeed the soul power. If we consider the rest of the Shrek team as prodigies, then Xiao San can only be deemed a hindrance. At this moment, a chilling voice suddenly emanated from behind the Huangdo team. What are you still waiting for? Are you afraid of a minor setback? Accompanied by a subtle fragrance, a beam of white light descended from the heavens, its shape remarkably resembling flower petals, gently cascading down and directly landing upon Tianheng, effortlessly merging into his body. Tianheng, cradled in Douluo Yan's embrace, trembled as his exposed wounds miraculously began to heal at an astonishing pace, his complexion visibly improving as he stood upright. He proclaimed sternly, Lingling is right. What are we waiting for? Let us take action. The light of thunder crackled once more, and despite having been severely beaten by the Shrek 7 monsters, he was the first to charge forward, electric serpents swirling around him. Even his fractured dragon arm was raised anew. Kakashi, upon hearing that cold voice, froze momentarily, the emotions embedded in it tugging at his heartstrings. The profound sense of solitude conveyed through the voice made him tremble uncontrollably, as it pierced directly to the core of his being. Were it not for the need to allow other students a chance, Kakashi would have rushed forward to vanquish the Huangdo team, eager to uncover the source of that loneliness, driven by a strong curiosity. If his conjecture was correct, such an intense feeling of solitude could only belong to Yi Lingling, the inheritor of the 9-heart sea tang. In Yi Lingling's hands was a red sea tang flower, composed of white and pink petals, resplendent in color and graceful in form. The petals and vines cascaded from either side of her palm, swaying gently in the breeze. Resembling a demure maiden with tresses veiling her face, exuding profound affection and grace. Tianheng's grievous injuries were likely healed by the miraculous martial soul of the 9-heart sea tang, as the purple radiance emanating from Yi Lingling indicated the use of a Millennium Soul Ring not long ago. Having learned from past experiences, the Huangdo team was clearly more cautious this time. 2 Xuanwu Turtle Soul Masters closely followed behind Tianheng, while a Wind Bell Bird Soul Master soared directly toward the rear of the Shrek 7 monsters, specifically targeting Ning Rongrong. The Black Panther Soul Master, Osro, launched an assault from the flank toward Zhu Zhuqing. Meanwhile, Douluo Yan unleashed a green mist weapon, enveloping the entire arena. While the Huangdo team had each taken precautions against the poisonous fog, Dai Mubai let out a growl, confronting Tianheng head-on. His white tiger transformation had a time limit, and Tianheng's thunder fury was still active. The 2 formidable soul masters clashed once more. On another front, Zhu Zhuqing faced off against the ghost leopard Osro, both agile and rapid attackers engaged in a fierce battle that left onlookers unable to perceive their movements. Although Zhu Zhuqing's original strength was inferior to Osro's, with Ning Rongrong's support, she managed to keep pace, albeit at a disadvantage. Kakashi remained still, resolutely stationed, having declared prior to the battle that he would not intervene unnecessarily, allowing Tang San and the others to handle matters on their own. However, he was not idle. The Wind Bell Bird above posed a constant threat, requiring his vigilance without engaging in offense, for otherwise, the Wind Bell Bird would have retreated long ago. Though he was wary of the Wind Bell Bird, Kakashi's primary focus remained on the battlefield, observing every movement from both sides, aware that the aerial entity was hesitant to descend recklessly. In truth, the Wind Bell Bird was also cautious, having been warned by their instructor, Qin Ming, prior to the match that Shrek possessed a remarkably swift fighter, the Konoha White Fang. Previously, Tianheng had noted Kakashi's protective role over the support class, deducing that Kakashi would not charge forward, lest he confront an intimidatingly fast assault type. The Wind Bell Bird's goal now was merely to restrain Kakashi, occasionally swooping down to threaten the 2 support classes should Kakashi dare to provide fire support. It would swiftly dive down to eliminate the 7-treasure glazed tile. The atmosphere for the Shrek team was tense. The green poisonous mist from the Bailin snake permeated the area. Even those who had consumed Oscar's small sausages exhibited slight dizziness. Tang San and Xiao Wu's coordination was impeccable, yet they struggled against the relentless advance of the Sure brothers, unable to mount any counterattack. Zhu Zhuqing could only endure desperately. She was no match for the ghost leopard, and even with Ning Rongrong's assistance, she found herself overwhelmed by Osro's ferocious onslaught. Currently, the least burdened were likely Dai Mubai and Kakashi. Kakashi, of course, paid no mind to the wind bell bird above. Dai Mubai faced off against a severely weakened Tianheng, whose soul power had diminished significantly. Yet, despite Tianheng's condition, Dai Mubai found it challenging to determine a victor against this opponent. Renowned for possessing the top offensive beast martial soul with a higher level of soul power, Kakashi assessed the various battlefields, feeling considerably more at ease. For he knew that the time for his ultimate technique had arrived. "Zhu Qing, come closer," Dai Mubai yelled, preparing to unleash the technique Kakashi had mentioned. Kakashi looked up at the wind bell bird, advising, "I suggest you return to assist your captain. Soon our two comrades will unleash their ultimate move." The wind bell bird hesitated, realizing it had not made a significant impact. On the surface, it appeared to have restrained Kakashi. He had sensed that Kakashi had no intention of engaging, merely wasting time. After a brief pause, it ultimately decided to leave. For the other battlefield was on the verge of breaking through. Victory was within reach. Furthermore, this individual did not seem to be lying. If those two from Shrek were indeed preparing an ultimate technique, it could only be that one. Should they unleash it, neither their captain nor Osro would be able to withstand it. Kakashi's words reached Ning Rongrong and Oscar, prompting Ning Rongrong to exclaim, "Kakashi, you." Kakashi smiled faintly, replying, "How could I allow him to depart so easily? If I were to attack, he surely wouldn't believe me." Fire release, dragon fire technique. The wind bell bird instantly turned back, activating its third soul skill. Wind rises, clouds surge. Trusting the enemy's words is an act of folly. Though the wind bell bird was retreating, it remained vigilant of its surroundings. Indeed, Kakashi launched a fire-based attack. The third soul skill of the wind bell bird manifested as a colossal azure bird, diving down to collide with Kakashi's dragon fire technique. "Nine Tails, is your chakra ready?" Kakashi whispered internally. "Yes, it's ready now. The amount is considerable. Use the previous one first," came the response from the Nine Tails. Kakashi, possessing soul power, found that the Nine Tails chakra, while not repelled, could not merge. They could only coexist. Since Kakashi's soul power had not been expended, the capacity for Nine Tails chakra within him was limited, necessitating its use to allow further replenishment. Upon receiving the Nine Tails confirmation, Kakashi swiftly reacted. The chakra of the Nine Tails coalesced, amplifying the power and scale of the dragon fire technique. In the sky, the azure bird formed by the wind bell bird's third soul skill was merely a feint. Yet it managed to hold its ground against the enhanced dragon fire technique with minimal expenditure of soul power. Although Yu Feng managed to withstand the Long Hua technique, it was a considerable struggle. What kind of monster is this? He did not even see the soul ring light up. Currently, Yu Feng's soul power has been significantly depleted to sustain the third soul skill. Kakashi's Long Hua technique, fueled by the Nine Tails chakra, possessed an unparalleled might compared to the techniques employed by others. Even in small quantities, its quality was extraordinarily high. On another battlefield, Tang San and Xiao Wu found themselves outmatched by the Shijiao brothers. Xiao Wu suffered severe injuries, and the connection of Tang San's blue-silver grass to his allies was severed. Meanwhile, the formidable Deviant unleashed another wave of green toxic mist, thickening the noxious gas enveloping the Duhun platform. This was an attempt to end the battle decisively. The Huangdo team finally began to take the situation seriously, with Zhu Qing and Dai Mubai unleashing the formidable Yuming White Tiger as the leader of the Shrek 7 monsters. Witnessing Xiao Wu's injury ignited a fierce anger within Dai Mubai, and at that moment, he held nothing back. It seemed he was finally prepared to employ that move. With the two opponents now manageable, he resolved to put in more effort, and with the three of them combined, they would prevail. While Kakashi was engaged in a battle of attrition with Yu Feng, he remained vigilant of the surrounding movements. With Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing now utilizing the Yuming White Tiger, Kakashi felt it was time to conclude matters here. The chakra was ready. Kakashi was prepared. With a nod, Kakashi formed hand seals and switched to fire release ninjutsu. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. The flames erupted in scale, instantly engulfing the Qingyao, and even enveloping the wind bell bird soul master Yu Feng. Yu Feng screamed in agony as the flames seared him. Yet his extensive experience allowed him to summon the wind and shield himself from the inferno. Although he managed to escape the flames, he could no longer sustain flight and descended shakily. Cough, cough. This chakra is indeed fierce. Kakashi donned his mask and swiftly approached Yufeng, delivering a palm strike that rendered him unconscious. Kakashi then turned his attention to the towering Yuming white tiger, which stood at an imposing height of over 2 meters. This was a martial soul fusion technique. Kakashi contemplated the unique capabilities of such a massive entity. Its strength was undoubtedly extraordinary, presenting a formidable challenge. Having studied some literature from the Spirit Hall, he understood the characteristics of martial soul fusion techniques, realizing that the two opponents would inevitably be eliminated upon deploying this skill. However, had Kakashi allowed Yufeng, the Wind Bell Bird Soul Master, to engage, it was likely only Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing would have fallen. After all, even with doubled power, it was implausible to defeat 3 fully committed Soul Masters, especially since Zhu Qing had not yet reached the Soul Master level. Even the Ghost Leopard Oscar, utilizing his 3rd soul skill, could not withstand a single strike from the Yuming White Tiger, resulting in him and his captain, Tianheng, being sent flying, blood gushing forth. The 2 Soul Masters facing the Yuming White Tiger succumbed to unconsciousness, unable to endure the overwhelming pressure. With their soul power nearly depleted, Oscar's small sausage's antitoxin effect gradually waned, leaving Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing swaying precariously in the toxic mist. Without hesitation, Kakashi lifted the 2 support types and swiftly approached the exhausted duo to provide aid. Furrowing his brow, Kakashi noted that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Soul lived up to its reputation as one of the most formidable beast martial souls. Despite suffering severe damage a second time, Tianheng remained conscious but collapsed, unable to move. Kakashi then shifted his gaze to Tang San's battlefield, where the situation appeared dire. No, Kakashi's right eye, which was perpetually half open, widened significantly as he sensed a dense aura of malice and killing intent emanating from Tang San. After ensuring Xiao Wu was secure, Tang San confronted the 2 Shijiao brothers, unleashing the 8 spider lances. At that moment, Tang San exuded a chilling aura, evoking a sense of foreboding. The temperature around him noticeably dropped, with a faint layer of purple energy enveloping the 8 spider lances. The toxic mist released by the Bailin Snake's soul master Dugu Yin swiftly dissipated upon nearing the 8 spider lances, akin to snow melting in the sun. Kakashi observed closely, gaining further insight into Tang San's ability with the 8 spider lances, which appeared capable of absorbing toxic gases, rendering gaseous toxins ineffective against him. Be cautious. The mutated martial soul, graphite stone, Dugu Yin warned, sensing the impending danger from the 8 spider lances emerging behind Tang San. Yet, just as the master had mentioned, the 8 spider lances bore an uncanny resemblance to Tang San's blue silvergrass, making it difficult for anyone to discern that it was an external soul bone unless he revealed it himself. The momentum of the Shijiao brothers faltered momentarily as both of their second soul rings illuminated, transforming their turtle shells into shields in their hands. In their current state, their most formidable skills lay in the combination of their second and third soul techniques. Kakashi contemplated the situation. Such a well-rounded opponent would be a formidable challenge. But their lack of speed was a significant disadvantage. Disregarding the approaching Shijiao brothers, Tang San's gaze shifted towards Kakashi, his eyes seemingly seeking answers and hoping for guidance. Kakashi noticed Tang San's look. Had it not been for the unexpected turn of events, he would have allowed Tang San the opportunity to hone his skills against the Shijiao brothers and the Bailin Snake Dugu Yin. Moreover, without this unforeseen complication, he would not have participated in this soul battle, but rather he would have listened to Mo Yufeng and placed his trust in them. However, with this variable at play, Kakashi could not allow this chance to slip away. He could not cede this 1-on-3 confrontation to Tang San. This variable possessed a compelling force that overwhelmed Kakashi's restraint. With a flash, Kakashi appeared beside Tang San, akin to Xiao Wu's instantaneous teleportation soul skill. Swift enough that the remaining 4 members of the Huangdo team were left stunned. I wish to avenge Xiao Wu myself. A low and icy voice emerged from Tang San, imbued with profound killing intent. The Shijiao brothers halted their advance, rapidly retreating to protect their control and support types behind them. Aware of Kakashi's terrifying speed, they could not afford to expose any weaknesses, requiring their full concentration while maintaining distance to prevent providing Kakashi with any opportunities. Seeing the retreat of the opponents, Kakashi no longer worried about the troublesome threat posed by the Shijiao brothers' Xuanwu turtle. He turned to Tang San and advised, "The path ahead is long, and such situations will arise. Therefore, conserve that energy for now. The book has surpassed its initial release period, and friends have urged me to either abandon it or start a dual release. I find myself in quite a dilemma." Chapter 77, Victory. Kakashi placed a hand on Tang San's shoulder, urging him to remain calm while he scanned the injuries of his teammates with a sidelong glance. Xiao Wu was currently unharmed, thanks to Xiao San's exquisite techniques. Meanwhile, the Yuming White Tiger had reverted from its fusion state, and with Oscar providing support, it was no longer an issue. "I possess a trump card that can withstand one of their attacks." Tang San, held by Kakashi, felt a sense of calm wash over him, though his voice remained low and icy. Kakashi responded with a sidelong glance, asking, "The third soul skill?" Tang San denied it and explained, "It pertains to their captain. I planted a seed within him using my blue silvergrass, allowing for a single use." "No way." Kakashi declined, turning to gaze intently at Tang San, and spoke with gravity. "If this were a battlefield, I would acquiesce, but this is merely a competition." Tang San fell silent, contemplating for long, while before exhaling a heavy sigh. "I understand," he finally said. "Let us convene to strategize for the forthcoming tactics." Shimo, keep a vigilant eye on that Konoha White Fang. His speed is astonishing," instructed Dugian, the vice-captain of the Huangdo team, to the Shijiao brothers. "Understood," they replied succinctly, uttering not another word. Kakashi released Tang San's shoulder and softly announced, "It is time to engage." "Indeed," Tang San responded, thrusting the 8 spider lances into the ground and using them as leverage to propel himself forward, targeting the control-type Duguyan. Meanwhile, the blue-silver grass surged wildly beside him, obstructing the Huangdo team's line of sight toward Kakashi. This was the first step of the plan. Tang San would attract half of their attention while using the blue-silver grass to shield Kakashi, allowing the remaining focus to be directed towards him. "Here they come." One of the Shijiao brothers, Shimo, stepped forward with his shield raised, prepared to intercept Tang San, while the other brother kept a watchful eye on Kakashi, who might appear behind them at any moment. Tang San urged the blue-silver grass to grow uncontrollably, clearly intending to provide cover for Kakashi, thus assigning the most perceptive control type to monitor Kakashi's movements, while leaving one Xuanwu turtle for defense. As Tang San charged ahead, he pondered, Kakashi was right. They truly dispatched someone to confront me. He chuckled self-deprecatingly to himself. It seems I have been underestimated. Kakashi, in a blur, formed 6 seals in an instant and, as he completed the Een seal, bellowed, "Xiao San, get back." His voice resonated loudly, ensuring that both teams could hear, which was his intended effect. Receiving Kakashi's command, Tang San executed the ghostly shadow steps, maneuvering sideways to evade Kakashi's impending ninjutsu. The Huangdo team, sensing the looming threat, reacted swiftly. Shimo retreated rapidly to join Shimo, forming a united front. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. A torrent of flames, broader and more ferocious than before, erupted from Kakashi, expanding in scale as it surged forth. Nearing 10 meters in diameter, as it approached the remaining 4 members of the Huangdo team. The commentator, Do, watched in a daze, murmuring, "What formidable flame-based soul technique? Who are these people?" The flames engulfed the 4 members of the Huangdo team, persisting relentlessly, demonstrating the overwhelming potency of the Nine Tails chakra. However, Kakashi had no intention of sealing victory so easily. Even the Nine Tails fire style could not breach the Xuanwu turtle's defenses. He had calculated this and would not place his hopes solely upon it. Furthermore, the chakra the Nine Tails could expend was limited, and even if fully utilized, it could not penetrate the defenses, which would only become more heated. "That's enough," Kakashi declared, retracting the flames and pausing, ready to determine the outcome. Indeed, Kakashi's predictions were accurate. The fire dragon flame bullet had been absorbed by the Shurja brothers' turtle shield, which also protected the two individuals behind them from harm. Though the shield grew warm, it posed no threat to the water-type Xuanwu turtle. Now, should they use this shield against Tang San, it could easily sever the blue silvergrass. The Shurja brothers, enveloped in flames, struggled against the impact and the lack of oxygen, making it arduous to withstand the attack. Despite the overwhelming flames, Duguyen, the central control-type soul master, maintained her composure, observing the battlefield with keen eyes. Using the blue silvergrass for cover and launching fire attacks, the blue silvergrass had evaded the flames, and as Duguyen processed this, she swiftly issued commands to the Shurja brothers. Shimo, turn around. She deduced, noting that there was no trace of Tang San within a 180-degree arc ahead, indicating he must be behind them. She surmised that Kakashi, being merely a soul master, would need to catch his breath after unleashing such powerful fire attacks, prompting her to instruct the Shurja brothers to pivot towards Tang San. Tang San's ability to absorb toxins with the 8 spider lances had not gone unnoticed. She realized that if it were just her and a fatigued defense-type soul master, they would be unable to withstand Tang San's relentless advance. Thus, they needed to muster their full strength. Heeding their orders, the Shurja brothers promptly turned to confront Tang San, who was indeed preparing to ambush them from behind. Utilizing Kakashi's exaggerated fire attack as cover, Tang San was now within striking distance. Had it not been for Duguyen's warning, they would have already lost this round. Tang San mused. The second phase of the attack was indeed ineffective. Kakashi's calculations were remarkably precise. 8 spider legs divided into 2 groups of 4, embedding themselves into the Xuanwu turtle shield, yet the intense heat did not affect the 8 spider lances, and Tang San had no intention of concluding the battle just yet. A pained cry emerged from behind the Shurja brothers, causing them to falter, for the sound originated from Duguyen. Simultaneously, another voice rang out, "Do not underestimate me." The Shurja brothers turned in unison to witness a gleaming silver short blade aimed at them, while the owner of the blade had their other hand firmly gripping Duguyen's throat. Tang San exhaled in relief, retracting the 8 spider lances, for the battle had reached its conclusion. Kakashi fixed his gaze upon Duguyen, stating, "It is commendable to discern the second phase of the attack. But do not hastily assess your adversary, lest you find yourself in a predicament such as this. Release her. We concede," Tian Hung declared, recognizing the evident outcome of the battle. Just moments earlier, had Kakashi been more ruthless, he could have severed the limbs of the unshielded Shurja brothers instead of merely threatening with a blade. Kakashi, without casting a glance at Tian Hung, let Duguyen go, allowing her to regain her composure on the ground. Tang San looked up at the now-dazed Douluo, the white dove soul master and commentator, and pondered if it was time to announce the outcome of this soul battle. Douluo, awakening from her stupor, hurriedly proclaimed, in the team battle, the Shrek's 7 monsters emerged victorious. As the battle concluded, Kakashi turned to regard Yi Lingling, the 9 hearts Sea Tang soul master, who was also gazing back at him. Veiled in black silk, both Kakashi and Yi Lingling exuded an air of mystery. Kakashi noted that Yi Lingling possessed exceptionally beautiful large eyes, their clarity devoid of any impurities, with long lashes gently curling upward, seemingly animated with each blink. Yet, beneath that beauty lay a depth of sorrow and solitude. The interplay of her lively eyes and forlorn emotions captivated Kakashi, rendering him momentarily speechless, unable to articulate his next thoughts. His right eye, wide open as never before, seemed to have shed any semblance of dullness. Yi Lingling's gaze was filled with uncertainty. As a healing support soul master, she had the most opportunity to observe the battlefield, fully aware of Kakashi's formidable strength. If this individual had unleashed his full power from the outset, would the battle have lasted this long? Yi Lingling mused inwardly. Tang San brought Xiao Wu before Yi Lingling, seeking her healing prowess with the 9-heart Sea Tang, only to discover that the 2 masked figures were still locked in their silent gaze, as if their exchange was far from over. Tang San furrowed his brow. The battle had only just concluded, yet he seemed quite familiar with the opposing team members. Hey, Kakashi, Xiao Wu's injuries are quite severe, Tang San reminded, signaling Kakashi to be mindful of the situation. Kakashi snapped back to reality, offering an awkward smile as he replied, "Apologies, I was a bit too forceful earlier, and now I feel a bit dizzy." Tang San chose to ignore him, prioritizing Xiao Wu's treatment. At that moment, Douluo suddenly interjected, "You are Konoha's White Fang, right? With your strength, why aren't you the captain of Shrek?" Kakashi disregarded her. He had no intention of answering questions he deemed unnecessary. He noticed Yi Lingling, who was treating Xiao Wu, also looking up, seemingly wishing to pose the same inquiry. "If you had employed those 3 attack methods earlier, we would have lost by now. You must still possess the strength to wield your formidable flames," she remarked. Chapter 78. The Eyes Leading to the Soul. The members of the royal fighting team were feeling quite despondent. The Konoha White Fang before them was on an entirely different level. Despite having multiple opportunities to conclude the battle, he had refrained from striking. During the initial siege against Tianheng, had he chosen to pursue Tianheng with his speed and intercept him, the outcome would have been decided. He was capable of such feats, evidenced by his ability to flash from the underworld White Tiger battlefield to the Shijiao Brothers Arena in an instant. When Douluo's by Lin purple poison was broken, had he added fuel to the fire and unleashed those 3 attacks, leveraging the might of the underworld White Tiger while Tianheng was still recuperating, the battle could have ended then. Blame the Soul Arena for this. If they hadn't requested my participation, I might not have bothered, Kakashi stated. However, he cast a fleeting glance at Yi Lingling, pondering, if it weren't for that girl, I wouldn't have involved myself. Kakashi was already aware of the healing abilities of the Nine Hearts Sea Tang. This fortunate encounter compelled him to witness her prowess in battle to deepen his impression of her. Originally, he had no intention of stepping out alongside Tang San, but Yi Lingling's ethereal voice and graceful demeanor piqued his interest, igniting a desire within him to engage. With your strength, why are you merely a substitute? Yi Lingling's voice, now warm and melodious, reached Kakashi's ears, refreshing him unexpectedly, easing his breath. Kakashi gazed at Yi Lingling, her blue hair cascading like a waterfall behind her, with a few strands delicately veiling her snow-white forehead, leaving him to admire her slender figure and the soulful glimmer in her eyes. He hesitated to meet her gaze. For each time he did, he felt himself enraptured. Thus he resorted to casual responses. Who knows? Perhaps I am not suited for such a role. The members of the royal fighting team were astonished. Despite possessing remarkable strength and devising perfect battle strategies, they placed immense trust in him. He was not of a nefarious nature, yet he could not assume the role of captain. What reasoning lay behind such a paradox? After Kakashi spoke, he turned to leave, aware that lingering would only draw him deeper into the allure of Yi Lingling's enchanting gaze, her pure and soulful eyes exerting an irresistible pull on him. A man possessing 2 different eyes. The vacant right, I offered the most reassuring smile to his comrades, while the crimson left, I embodied slaughter, granting its gaze only the privilege of surrendering to Kakashi's chilling aura. Kakashi dismissed further thoughts, for he had already achieved his 3 objectives in the battle. There was no need to prolong his stay. It was best to conclude matters swiftly. The 2 team leaders engaged in their final negotiations. Tianheng inhaled deeply before addressing his supporting Black Panther Spirit Master, Asro, and his other teammates. Let us depart. The 7 of them, moving with somewhat unsteady steps, made their way toward the Soul Master entrance, their defeat rendering their figures appear frail. Douluo, the Bai Lin Snake Spirit Master, abruptly halted, turning to Tang San, who was slowly retracting his 8 spider spears. I can tell the poison attached to that weapon is formidable, capable of even countering my snake venom. I will forever remember today's humiliation. One day, I will make you fall beneath my snake poison. Tang San calmly regarded his adversary and replied nonchalantly, I await your challenge at any time. As for Yi Lingling, the 9 Hearts Sea Tang Spirit Master, her gaze differed from Douluo's resentment, possessing a unique brilliance as she cast a lingering glance at Kakashi, seemingly wishing to convey something. Kakashi responded with a crescent moon smile, and upon seeing it, Yi Lingling ultimately refrained from speaking, feeling greatly reassured, and turned to depart with her teammates. Kakashi watched them leave before following Shrek's group to celebrate. Although Kakashi had intervened in the end, much of the victory stemmed from their own efforts. They firmly believed that with Tang San's capabilities, even without Kakashi, they could triumph using the 8-spider spear's lethal venom. Kakashi merely served to ensure their success. Master and the Vice Deans were astute enough to recognize this, thus feeling genuine joy for their students. Kakashi accepted Fufu from the Master, quietly listening to their conversation while his mind was occupied with visions of Yi Lingling. It was only when the leader of the royal fighting team, a former Shrek student, approached and Fei Land revealed the Master's background that Kakashi snapped back to reality, as this information was sufficient to ground him. With the Master's secrets exposed, he departed. Kakashi expressed a desire to take Fufu out for a meal and likewise left, though in truth, he followed the Master who had just exited. Kakashi was convinced he would not be mistaken. The Master's departure was not merely to avoid suspicion, but also due to a longing for family that compelled him to leave midway. The members of the royal fighting team, supporting one another, made their way back to their hotel. Yi Lingling assisted Dugian, while the Shijiao brothers supported Osro, Tianheng, and Yufeng, appearing much like weary remnants of a defeated army. The seven walked in a heavy atmosphere. Just as they were nearing the hotel, a figure suddenly obstructed their path. Tianheng, do you still recognize me? A resonant voice, peculiar yet familiar, broke through the gloom, causing the dejected Tianheng to look up in surprise. By the moonlight, he barely discerned the appearance of the blocker, hesitating momentarily before exclaiming, You are, Uncle, what are you doing here? The one who stood in the way of the royal fighting team was indeed the Master. He approached Tianheng and stated, We need to talk privately. In that moment, Tianheng even forgot his earlier despondency over the defeat, nodding eagerly and gesturing for his teammates to return to the hotel. Upon learning that this person was Tianheng's uncle, the members of the royal fighting team had nothing more to say and simply headed back to their nearby lodgings. Meanwhile, Kakashi stealthily followed, using Earth Release to infiltrate the hotel. Unlike the Shrek students, the Royal Academy's members had no financial concerns, thus each had their own room. After settling the injured, they retreated to their respective rooms, exhausted from the day's exertions and disheartened by their defeat. They needed rest. Since this was not an assassination-type operation, Kakashi emerged from the ground, striving to leave no trace of his presence. Fufu, she called softly, puzzled by Kakashi's intentions. Shoo, Kakashi signaled for silence, indicating that she should keep her voice down to avoid alarming others. Then, Kakashi lingered at the door of one room, uncertain of how to speak. His purpose for coming here was quite simple. He merely sought a small favor from the occupant of this room, with no ulterior motives. However, the timing was rather inappropriate. Approaching a young lady at such a late hour might lead to assumptions of aberrance. What should he do? Should he knock on the door directly? But what if he woke her neighbor? The thought of drawing unwanted attention was indeed troubling. Yet, if he were to simply enter, it could infringe upon her privacy, rendering that option unfeasible. Thus, Kakashi found himself lingering before the door, caught in a dilemma, unable to make a decision. He felt a sense of dizziness as he paced back and forth, his thoughts spiraling. Finally, he resolved to be decisive and stepped forward, raising his hand to knock on the door. However, doubt crept back into his mind. He hesitated, still grappling with the notion of entering. The image of her clear, pure eyes flashed through his mind, instilling a newfound determination. He decided to knock on the door without fear. From the presence of those eyes, he felt invincible. Admittedly, he was not particularly adept at writing romantic entanglements, and it might come across as somewhat cliché, so he asked for understanding. In Chapter 80, titled The Lowly Cultivation Plan, Yi Lingling tidied her belongings and stepped into the bathroom to wash away the fatigue from expending her soul power and the blood on her hands. The beauty bathed gracefully, her slender figure dancing amidst the steam, reminiscent of a celestial realm. Kakashi, however, was not fortunate enough to witness this, as he lay sound asleep on her bed. Nonetheless, he found solace in the fragrance enveloping him. The essence of her purity combined with the unique aroma of the Joshin Haidang provided him with the most restful sleep he had experienced in this lifetime. Draped in a white bathrobe, Yi Lingling's damp blue hair cascaded down her back, with a few strands framing her forehead, creating an ethereal beauty. The black veil still concealed her face, likely removed only during her bath. She sat beside Kakashi, intently observing his face in silence for a considerable time. Gently, she reached out to caress his mask, pulling it aside in an attempt to glimpse his true visage. However, to her astonishment, she found another mask beneath the first. Her crimson lips parted slightly, revealing a radiant smile, yet she refrained from unveiling the second mask. Instead, she withdrew her hand, turning her back to Kakashi and settling into a cross-legged position to meditate. The night passed without incident. The next day, as Kakashi awoke, it was nearly noon, but Yi Lingling remained engrossed in her practice. Kakashi attempted to move, but his body was overwhelmed with soreness, rendering him nearly immobile. Fufu, too, had awakened and, noticing Kakashi's pained expression, emitted an urgent cry. Meanwhile, the other members of the Haotian Douluo battle team lay in bed, still recovering from the taxing battle against the Shrek team, which had left them both physically and mentally drained. Seeing Kakashi unable to move, Fufu nudged Yi Lingling with its head, hoping she would come and check on him. Kakashi did not object. After all, he felt quite miserable, and perhaps Yi Lingling could offer a remedy. Hey Kakashi, he suddenly found himself transported to a place akin to a sewer, the ceiling area of the Nine Tails, where his connection to the beast resided. "QB, what's wrong?" he asked, kneeling with both hands supporting his weight. The aches in his body and the strain on his spirit made it difficult to endure, even here, as he struggled to maintain composure. "You've been here all night. What do you want to do?" The Nine Tails replied, a teasing tone evident in its voice. All right, let us think of a way to escape quickly, or we might be misunderstood," Kakashi replied with a hint of resignation. "Hey, you must be quite eager to stay, Kakashi," the Nine Tails teased. Coughing, Kakashi retorted, "Hey QB, I need your assistance, not your banter." The Nine Tails erupted into laughter. Who would have thought that the esteemed sixth Hokage would harbor such proclivities? If the people of Konoha found out, you'd be utterly disgraced. At that moment, Kakashi realized that Yi Lingling was likely only 15 or 16 years old. He had overlooked her age, captivated instead by her poise and those enchanting eyes. He lifted his gaze to the Nine Tails, stating, "Yes, enough about that. Let's focus on finding a way out. Hey, I've already thought of a plan. First, switch to chakra mode. That way, fusing with my chakra will enable you to utilize that technique," the Nine Tails suggested. All right, Kakashi agreed, mentally preparing himself. "How much longer?" he inquired. "This time, it's quite substantial. I prepared it long ago, enough for you to return to the hotel." In an instant, the chakra of the Nine Tails merged with Kakashi's own, alleviating some of the intense soreness, at least allowing for greater mobility. However, it was unrealistic to walk back directly. The pain in his legs remained unabated, as they had nearly lost sensation amidst the previous discomfort. "Fufu, we should leave now," Kakashi called out. Fufu chirped excitedly, climbing onto Kakashi's shoulder but lingering for a moment to gaze wistfully at Yi Lingling, enchanted by the lingering scent of Jushin Haidang. "All right, my chakra reserves are sufficient," Kakashi murmured. Though he did not physically move, he managed to sit up, supported by 4 thick, crimson tendrils that emerged from behind him. One tendril extended to open the window before retracting. These tendrils, composed of the Nine Tails chakra, could elongate or shorten at will, providing both convenience and control. Kakashi utilized this ability to collect all his ninja tools into his pack before reaching the window. He glanced back at the meditating Yi Lingling, feeling a twinge of hesitation. He moved in front of her, extending his right hand toward her black veil. Yet, he hesitated, his hand lingering on the fabric, torn by an inexplicable sense of conflict about whether to reveal her face. Seeing Kakashi's indecision, Fufu called out a few times, seemingly urging him to make a choice. "Hey, Kakashi, I've never seen you this hesitant before. Decisiveness is your hallmark, isn't it?" The Nine Tails mocked. "Indeed, I never thought I would hesitate like this. Perhaps it's been too long since I undertook a mission as a ninja," Kakashi mused, a hint of self-deprecation coloring his tone. Once a decisive figure, unflinching in the face of any situation, he now found himself second-guessing, the comforts of life having changed him significantly. Ultimately, he refrained from lifting the black veil and instead moved toward the window. With swift precision, he exited through the window and closed it behind him, his movements remarkably agile. Befitting a Jonin. Utilizing the Nine-Tails chakra tails, Kakashi became a crimson blur, traversing swiftly between the high rises. I thought you might embark on a lowly cultivation plan. But it seems you hesitated after all, the Nine-Tails chimed in, its tone dripping with sarcasm. Perhaps I will, Kakashi replied vaguely, uncertain of what he truly meant. Upon returning to the hotel where Shrek resided, Kakashi entered through the window. Given his incapacitated legs and the necessity to reserve his chakra for emergencies, he had no choice but to crawl through the entrance. As he closed the window, the Nine-Tails spoke once more, Kakashi, look outside. Responding to the call, Kakashi propped himself up with his 4 chakra tails and gazed out. There stood 2 girls, both around the tender age of 12. One was serene and demure, her skin as white as snow, symbolizing purity, while the other was lively and energetic, her rosy complexion epitomizing health. It was indeed them. After the battle yesterday, it was only natural for the master to grant them a respite, so it was hardly surprising they were enjoying their leisure time. Kakashi rubbed his eyes and returned to bed to continue his slumber, albeit after consuming 2 soldier rations. Nevertheless, even with only a slight release from a seal, the Nine-Tails' perceptive abilities were remarkably acute. It was no wonder Naruto's Nine-Tails mode possessed such formidable sensory prowess. Hey, Kakashi, perhaps you could embark on a lowly nurturing plan. The Nine-Tails teased. You're being particularly bothersome today, Baka. Chapter 81. The Flying Claw. As Kakashi anticipated, the master granted the 7 monsters a 2-month holiday. The master, along with the principal and vice principal, returned to the academy with the 7 students, while Kakashi opted to remain behind for the time being. It took Kakashi a week to recuperate his body. After all, the chakra released from the seal was minimal, and once it merged with his own chakra, it dissipated, leaving Kakashi's injuries unhealed. The method of channeling chakra from a Nine-Tails in larger quantities could not be relied upon constantly, as each instance would exacerbate the fissures in the seal. Should it exceed a certain threshold, the 2,000-year-old Soul Beast's soul ring would not suffice as a medium, potentially leading to the Nine-Tails erasure from existence. From Tang San's room, the clanging of metal could always be heard. Others might be oblivious, but Kakashi was fully aware, for he was among the few who understood Tang San better than anyone in this world. He was busy crafting those special weapons. Over the course of 2 months, Kakashi achieved the rank of 37, a feat accelerated by the influence of the Nine-Tails, a progression that elicited jealousy. However, at 17 years of age, achieving level 37 seemed comparable to Tianheng's innate talent, though it fell short of the 7 monsters. Yet, this was merely superficial. He had been adapting his body to intricate seals, vertical climbs, and complex physical coordination, activities far more beneficial than solely cultivating soul power. Kakashi also learned that the master intended to leverage the resources of the Tiendo Royal Academy to assist the 7 monsters in their training. After 49 days, Tang San finally halted his work, and Kakashi had just reached level 37. On this day, Kakashi was breakfasting in the cafeteria with 6 of the 7 monsters. He swiftly finished his meal and immersed himself in reading, leaving no opportunity for anyone to discern his true appearance. Fu, unaccustomed to the rice and flour dishes, opted for the cooked food Kakashi had brought back from Swatoa City. The interior of the Soul Guide was quite unique. Lacking airflow, food would neither cool nor spoil. This was not the case for Soul Guides capable of housing living beings. Our Iron Man has arrived. My Iron Man, you look exceptionally clean today, spoke Daimubai, smiling at Tang San. Kakashi cast a sidelong glance. Indeed, while Tang San's training was not as grueling as that of a ninja, his perseverance day after day warranted the title of Iron Man. Tang San smiled faintly and remarked, once the work is completed, it will reveal itself. Considering the time, we have only a few days left before heading to the Tiendo Royal Academy. Ning Rongrong, curious, inquired, Sengu, what remarkable items have you crafted this time? Please show us. Tang San replied, actually, I haven't produced much during this period, as the crafting process is quite tedious. In addition to a few hidden weapons, I've created something quite practical for everyone. Kakashi's attention was piqued. Although he was not entirely in favor of utilizing weapons capable of harming soul masters, the craftsmanship was undeniably impressive. We want in on this too. Ning Rongrong exclaimed joyfully, and the other members of Shrek 7 could not help but smile. Tang San was stringent in his requirements for crafting hidden weapons, and the entire set of intricate mechanisms they had received was of exceptional quality. Given the number of days Tang San had devoted to this endeavor, it was evident that the quality of this new item would be commendable. Ma Hongjun chuckled and stated, Sangu is so generous. Let us see what you've got. Xiao Wu shot a glare at Ma Hongjun. What do you mean by generous? That sounds awful. Sangu hasn't even finished eating yet. Let him eat first. Ning Rongrong laughed. Xiao Wu still cares for Sangu. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue and set aside a portion of her breakfast for Tang San. Kakashi listened intently while contemplating the practicality of the new items, which should not resemble those indiscriminate killing weapons. It was prudent to observe them. The group of 8 made their way to the academy's training ground. The training ground was desolate, with sunlight bathing the area. It was early summer, and Shrek Academy was located in the heart of the continent. Even in the morning, it was quite warm. San, please reveal it already. What is this new item? Ningrongrong urket impaciently. Tang San smiled slightly and produced his new weapon, the flying claw. It was a tubular object entirely crafted from metal, gleaming silver and resembling a larger, sturdier version of a hidden arrow. To ensure everyone could see it clearly, Tang San rolled up his left sleeve. With a twist of his hands, he opened one side of the tubular object, revealing a plush fabric lining within. Tang San demonstrated its function by picking up a stone and using the flying claw for an experiment. The metallic claws delved into the stone as effortlessly as if it were tofu. Kakashi observed his movements and analyzed. The lethality is formidable. If it strikes a vital point, the target is certain to perish. Subsequently, Tang San introduced 3 operational modes for the flying claw: release, grip, and transport the body. With a weight limit of 300 jin, it was indeed a highly convenient and practical device. Although it had lethal potential, its utility for movement was even greater. He hoped to one day create mechanisms that could not cause harm, thereby bestowing blessings upon this world rather than sowing the seeds of conflict. The other 6 could only familiarize themselves with the flying claw's operational methods, as their primary focus remained on strength, namely soul power. However, Kakashi was different. He required various techniques to achieve victory with minimal exertion. Entrusting Fu Fu to Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, he ventured out of the village to continue practicing with the flying claw. The steel cable of the flying claw was adjustable based on weight and could be modified to extend further. Kakashi sought out Tang San, for he found this weapon to be genuinely practical, possessing multiple variations unlike the previous direct shooting hidden weapons. When he finally found Tang San, he was advised against making modifications, as it might not only pertain to Kakashi's weight, but could also assist others in need. It was prudent to refrain from alterations. Nonetheless, Kakashi was resolute, insisting on modifications and requesting 2 sets from Tang San. Tang San sighed. Crafting the flying claw is already quite cumbersome, and with our departure for the Tiendo Royal Academy approaching in just a few days, I simply do not have the time. Upon arrival at the destination, the training regimen may become even more arduous, and it appears that forging in the royal domain presents numerous inconveniences. Faced with this predicament, he reluctantly entrusted the disassembly of the steel cable to Kakashi, allowing him to manage it independently. His motivations were not entirely altruistic. The secrecy of the Tongmen's hidden weapons must be preserved, akin to Kakashi's 8 gates technique. Thus, he imparted only the disassembly portion to Kakashi. To enhance agility, one could release the claws just before being pulled across, enabling the body to leverage momentum to reach its destination. The flying heavenly claw piqued Kakashi's interest with its myriad applications. While on the surface, it might appear limited to the few techniques mentioned by Tang San, It actually allows for countless variations. Such a weapon, brimming with diverse techniques, greatly appealed to him. It can be said that among all the concealed weapons Tang San has exhibited thus far, the flying heavenly claw is Kakashi's favorite, as it is devoid of direct lethality. In the final days, Dai Mubai and the portly Ma Hongjun sought out Kakashi, inquiring whether he would accompany them to Satawa City. Ma Hongjun, who had managed to suppress his fiery spirit due to the ongoing battles, found that after several days of recuperation, his fervor had reignited. He had endured this for quite some time and could no longer contain himself. Thus he approached Dai Mubai, yearning to persuade Kakashi to join them. Kakashi had previously expressed a desire to visit such places in front of everyone, but ultimately did not go, leading the women to believe that Kakashi was merely influenced by Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai's enthusiasm, yet he ultimately resisted the temptation. The women regarded this as a commendable trait. The purpose of their visit was to entice Kakashi, hoping to make him prove that the two of them had not ventured to such locales. As they explained their intentions, they surmised that even if Kakashi chose not to go in the end, he would undoubtedly experience inner turmoil, and with a little encouragement, he might relent. Kakashi's response was succinct and decisive. Rest assured, I assure you, that last Ma Hongjun initially didn't comprehend and was still chatting away. The two were left bewildered, questioning if they had misheard. However, they understood Kakashi's character, knowing he would not easily waver in his decisions. Thus, they resolved to adopt a different approach. This time, Dai Mubai took the lead. Kakashi, do not accompany this rotund fellow to such places. Let us instead meander through the city. With my charm and your enigmatic mask, we shall effortlessly attract the attention of the fairer sex, far from the aesthetic standards of the likes of him. Kakashi's retort left Dai Mubai momentarily speechless, and shortly thereafter, they were promptly ushered out. Had these two rascals been ninjas, Kakashi would have surely taught them a lesson. The holiday period soon came to an end, and the students and teachers of Shrek Academy prepared to set forth, gathering at the entrance of the academy. At the gates of Shrek Academy, Flender gazed at the somewhat dilapidated sign inscribed with the academy's name, a wave of emotions surging within him. Kakashi shot him a sideways glance, questioning the sentimentality. What is this? It is not a farewell. We can return a visit. Indeed, much like his own wait to pass the Hokage title to Naruto, he too would eventually seek out cherished memories. Let us depart. Flender composed himself and issued the command to set off. A group of over 10 individuals embarked on their journey away from Shrek. Tian-Do Empire's royal city, Tian-Do City, is situated in the northeastern region of the Tian-Do Empire, serving as the political core of the entire empire and one of the largest cities on the continent. Only the imperial city of Xingluo can rival it. The group from Shrek Academy must first exit the territory of the Ballot Kingdom, then traverse the entirety of the Zilvis Kingdom to enter the imperial city of Tian-Do. Proceeding eastward lies the royal city, a lengthy journey of nearly 2,000 miles, underscoring the vast expanse of the Tian-Do Empire. All right, little monsters, you have also rested for 2 months. From now on, accelerate your pace. Each of you must keep up with my speed, or else. Flender seemed to revert to his old self, a cunning glint in his eyes as he grasped Master S' arm and, with a leap, surged ahead. Kakashi shook his head, believing this approach unwise. Gradually increasing speed would allow their bodies to adapt, while sudden acceleration could lead to exhaustion. Naturally, Flender would not push them to their limits, as even Kakashi would struggle to keep pace with such a speed. The Academy's teachers, led by Zhao Wujin, followed closely beside him. Kakashi could push himself to match Flender's speed momentarily, but over an extended period, it would prove unmanageable. In combat, agility allows for compensating with slightly slower speeds, as long as one can keep pace with the opponent's movements. This was precisely why Kakashi had dared to challenge Flender in the Soul Tool shop. The Shrek 7 exchanged glances and, without hesitation, began to run. Unfazed by the burden of weight, they would not mind a simple run. There was no need to expend soul power. Even Oscar and Ning Rongrong could easily keep up with Flender's current pace. Kakashi noted that the Seven's endurance was commendable, albeit in a sustained manner, as the lengthy distance of their weighted runs had conditioned them to maintain a steady speed. While explosive speed might swiftly conclude a battle. Endurance also held merit, enabling one to outlast the opponent, increasing survival odds on the battlefield. To save on food and lodging expenses, Flinder began to expedite their pace. Taxing the students, Kakashi remained unbothered, as Flinder's speed, without the use of his martial soul, was easily outmatched by him, and this was not even Flinder's full speed, allowing him to remain relaxed. However, the Shrek 7 found it taxing, exerting themselves fully just to keep up. In Kakashi's eyes, this was the only positively impactful aspect, as it enhanced team cohesion. Well, this is rather pleasant. Had it been the obstinate Naruto or the unsincere Sasuke, the effect might not have been as pronounced. That evening, an incident occurred as Xiao Wu requested Tang San to massage her legs, subsequently showering him with a plethora of affectionate words, causing Kakashi to sense impending trouble between the two. He disapproved of such relationships, believing that bonds formed in secrecy should remain steadfast and unchanging, as the purest form of affection. In the case of blood relations, he was more supportive, as bloodline families often engaged in such practices to maintain the purity of their lineage, rarely marrying outside their clan. Ultimately, it was up to them to navigate their own path. Even if they crossed boundaries, it would be their affair to handle. Kakashi was not indifferent, but rather recognized that intervening could complicate matters further, and perhaps allowing them the freedom to explore could yield unexpected outcomes. The following day, the group continued their journey. Upon passing through Zilvis City, Flinder's cunning resurfaced. After settling into an extravagant hotel, he, known for his frugality, surprisingly booked 5 rooms and laid out an impressive feast, revealing his ulterior motive. He intended for them to participate in the battle soul gambling. Kakashi mused, "Foolishness for a moment. There aren't that many 30-level silver soul battles, not to mention that Tang San is at the golden soul level. If it were earlier, Kakashi could accept the reason for Ning Rongrong's soul fight points to catch up with others, as he participated in the soul fights with the Huangdo battle team due to a commission from the arena, treating it as a task to be completed. However, now, the sole purpose of entertaining the audience for monetary gain raises questions about the value placed on individuals. A direct refusal could lead to complications, as the students might perceive him as an eccentric person, so he decided to employ some cunning. Kakashi briefly left the scene, but soon returned, drinking excessively while carefully concealing his true identity from everyone. Although Furlan found this behavior odd, he did not intervene, knowing Kakashi's aversion to soul fights. He wouldn't force Kakashi unless absolutely necessary. "All right, let us depart," said Furlan, paying the bill and inquiring about the location of the Silvis Grand Soul Arena, leading the group out of the hotel. However, Kakashi, having overindulged, collapsed at the table and was assisted back to his room by Daimu Bai. After they left the hotel, a shadow stealthily trailed them, a silver-haired figure obscured by a mask, who was supposed to be inebriated Kakashi. The technique of shadow clone would remain intact until his return, as he had consumed too much, though if he had drunk less, he might have been forcibly dragged along. Fufu was taken to the Soul Arena as well, because Ning Rongrong promised to bring along for a late-night snack. Indeed, as Kakashi anticipated, the Silvis Soul Arena did not feature high-level teams at level 30, thwarting Furlan's hopes. Furlan finally comprehended why Kakashi drank so much. If Kakashi were to replace Tang San in the arena, it would not be considered the Jindo Soul team, as Kakashi was merely at the Copper Soul level. Ultimately, the arena proposed participation in a soul fight against a level 40 team, but Furlan declined, unwilling to risk the students. However, the master readily agreed, which caused Kakashi to frown, even if it was to prepare the students for the unfairness they would encounter in the Soul Master world. This approach was excessively extreme. Moreover, the master chose the most ferocious team at level 40, which Kakashi found unacceptable. The students shivered in apprehension. Although Oscar and Ma Hongjun understood that the master had his reasons, they could not help but voice their grievances. Kakashi remained hidden in the shadows, quietly observing everything, unable to decipher the master's intentions. However, when the master permitted the 7 monsters to use hidden weapons, Kakashi began to understand. Indeed, these children were too naive. They had never faced death. Every child aspiring to be a ninja must mentally prepare themselves for the prospect of taking lives, an essential aspect of their training. In contemporary Japanese schools, students are even taken to morgues to experience death. When Kakashi beheld the fierce God team, he recognized that mercy was unwarranted, for the aura of bloodshed surrounding them was palpable, indicating a group that reveled in slaughter. The sole fight concluded with unprecedented swiftness. All 7 members of the fierce God team were dead, none sustaining serious injuries. Subsequently, apart from Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Xiao Wu, the remaining 7 monsters were retching. Having suffered a significant psychological blow, Kakashi departed, returning to the hotel, and upon dispelling the shadow clone, fell into a deep slumber to show compassion for the children. And with Furland in high spirits after a considerable profit, the group maintained a leisurely pace in the following days. The Shrek 7 gradually emerged from their fear of killing. Joining Shrek Academy alone marked them as extraordinary, and once they reconciled with this reality, their hearts felt lighter. Kakashi attempted to view the situation from the 7 monsters' perspective, but struggled to regain his composure, for regardless of how ruthless the adversary may be, it remained a matter of life. While he could accept the confrontation with death, he could not deceive himself with the notion of killing to save lives. However, this mindset might indeed suit the 7 students well. Chapter 83. Troubles. Master, according to the map, we are nearing Tiendo City. Where is the Tiendo Royal Academy, located within the city? Furland asked the master while studying the map, which bore no indication of the academy. The master glanced at Furland, saying, "If you don't know, how could I? You barely qualify as a dean." Furland retorted, "What do you mean by barely? I am one. So, you don't recognize it either." "Wuji, Xiao Xin, do you know?" Zhao Wuji smiled wryly. "You know we are not formal soul masters from a legitimate academy, let alone from an aristocratic institution like the Royal Academy. I have only been to Tiendo City once or twice and have no recollection of the academy's address." They're all somewhat similar. The other 3 teachers nodded in agreement, indicating their helplessness. Kakashi had been there and knew the location of the Tiendo Royal Academy, but he needed to devise a suitable excuse to avoid being exposed. He had entered the academy years ago when Qian Rinxue infiltrated it, and he had returned multiple times thereafter. After Qian Rinxue infiltrated, Kakashi assassinated the Tiendo Crown Prince, Xue Qinghe, while Qian Rinxue took his place. Later, at Qian Rinxue's invitation, he also killed several princes, leaving only the false crown prince and the 4th prince, Xuebong. Kakashi had previously been part of a covert assassination unit, employing various methods to take lives, even staging fake crime scenes post-mortem. The Tiendo Empire's royal family lacked any titled Douluo-level beings, although several Soul Douluo were stationed for protection. They were either serving the subordinate kingdoms or were close to Emperor Shuiyi. Only Soul Emperors and Soul Saints guarded the princes. This arrangement facilitated Kakashi's assassination efforts. However, he did not always need to directly end lives. Some were slowly killed using poison provided by Qian Rinxue. To be honest, formulating an excuse was quite challenging. "Dean Furland, I know the location of the Tiendo Royal Academy." At that moment, Ning Rongrong resolved the pressing issue for Furland, sparing Kakashi from further contemplation. "My family's castle is not far from Tiendo City. I often visited Tiendo City with my clan and have been to the Tiendo Royal Academy before. Although my direct relatives cultivate within the sect, some collateral branches are studying at the Royal Academy. In fact, the Tiendo Royal Academy is not located within Tiendo City, but outside, much like our Shrek Academy is situated outside Soto City." Kakashi's right eyelid flickered slightly. He seemed to recall some vague memories, although he did not see Ning Rongrong. However, he sensed the presence of some terrifying entities passing by the academy. Furland chuckled with pride. "It seems the first dean of the Tiendo Royal Academy shares my thoughts. It proves I have quite an eye for these matters." The master interjected, "I beg to differ. You don't place the academy within the city because of financial constraints." After a light meal, the group resumed their journey, and as night fell, they finally arrived at their destination, the Tiendo Royal Academy, under Ning Rongrong's guidance. "Rongrong, are you sure this is the place?" Furland asked with a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Ning Rongrong nodded affirmatively. "Yes, indeed. The Tiendo Royal Academy surely hasn't changed locations. I'm certain this is it. Kakashi surveyed his surroundings, confirming that he was indeed in this location. Fei Lan's sentiments mirrored his own upon first arrival. This was a mountain, indeed, and it brought a chuckle as he realized it was just as he had remembered. The entire mountain belonged to the Tiendo Royal Academy. The forest behind and the lake at the foot of the left slope were also under the Academy's jurisdiction, indicating that they were about to enter the Academy's territory. Casting a glance at the astonished Fei Lan, the master remarked with a sense of tranquility, nestled by mountains and waters, "This is truly a splendid place." The other instructors nodded in agreement. Kakashi lifted his gaze, sensing something amiss, but after scanning the area yielded no results. He furrowed his brow in resignation. The scenery was indeed breathtaking, especially at this hour as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of sunset. The lake at the mountain's base and the towering peak, adorned with diverse flora, evoked an ethereal paradise. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. It could be deemed a stroke of fortune that Xue Qinghe had met his end here. Kakashi's method of disposing of the body was exceptional, with the prince's remains being reduced to acidic gas scattered throughout the academy. The sound of foo 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 resonated with a melancholic tone, as it sensed the surroundings while remaining close to Kakashi, a characteristic of the Baihu clan's unique mental prowess. Kakashi could perceive the presence of a tidal Douluo, a feat that few Soul Douluo could accomplish. However, due to his encounters with such formidable beings, he had acquired the ability to sense their essence. Being less than 20 kilometers away from the capital of the Tiendo Empire, Tiendo City, and amidst such picturesque surroundings, the thought of this becoming his new home left both him and the other instructors, including Zhao Wujia, quite satisfied. As they ascended the mountain path, the master was unexpectedly lively, likely due to his joy, while Kakashi found the noise somewhat overwhelming. Suddenly, Kakashi halted, crouching down and gently placing 2 fingers on the ground. Foo 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 emitted a sound, indicating the presence of individuals ahead, and it felt ominous. Approximately a dozen individuals approached with an unmistakable swagger, suggesting they were spoiled youths, which explained Foo Foo's reaction. They were not far off, soon to cross paths, and Kakashi realized his perceptive abilities were still lacking. "Kakashi, what's wrong?" Tang San signaled for everyone to stop and inquired. Kakashi rose, acknowledging that it was too late to act. His dulled senses had caused this delay. Foo Foo had hesitated earlier, likely due to the unpleasant aura it sensed. Scanning the group, Kakashi cautioned, "We may have trouble." No sooner had he spoken than a group of 10 soul masters, around 18 or 19 years of age, obstructed their way, though they had not summoned their martial spirits. Their pale yellow uniforms revealed their affiliation with the Tiendo Royal Academy. "Halt! Who are you?" they demanded arrogantly. Fei Lan boldly replied, "We are from Shrek Academy, here at the invitation of your Tiendo Royal Academy for an exchange. Please lead the way." The leader of the group scrutinized Fei Lan and the others, a smirk of disdain forming on his face. "You folks look like country bumpkins. What business do you have exchanging here? You must have come from some beggar's den. Scram, or we will resort to force." Kakashi recognized this individual as the only surviving son of the Snow Knight Emperor, the 4th Prince, Shuebo. His demeanor was peculiar. Despite the Shrek group's simple attire and weary appearance from their long journey, the prince's sharp eyes should have recognized the 3 young women among them. Yet, he remained unimpressed, hinting at something amiss. At present, Xiao Wu appeared innocent and adorable, not revealing her usual fiery temperament. Ning Rongrong's white dress, though dusty, still radiated her noble elegance. And Zhu Zhuqing's striking figure and icy beauty were undeniable. Should this prince harbor any ill intentions, Shrek might not endure long in Tiendo. Earlier, Kakashi had sensed someone watching him from the shadows. His instincts as an elite shinobi were seldom wrong. If this prince had targeted Shrek from the outset, their stay would be precarious. Most likely, information had leaked from Qin Ming's side. If memory served him well, the Tiendo Royal Academy was under the influence of the Crown Prince's faction, indicating Shrek had unwittingly entered a royal power struggle. While pondering this, Dai Mubai had already acted, delivering a swift kick to Shuebong, unleashing his martial spirit as he sent several others reeling. Kakashi rubbed his forehead, initially contemplating using the prince's name to intimidate this fool. But Dai Mubai had escalated the situation. The seemingly composed youths had crumbled effortlessly, revealing their utter inadequacy. Though they outnumbered Dai Mubai, their collective strength was insufficient to mount a defense. The scene resembled a rout, with some already crying for their mothers, devoid of any semblance of a soul master. Fei Lan scoffed from the sidelines. Is this what Tiando Royal Academy produces? A bunch of rubbish. I'm starting to question whether coming here was a mistake. Zhao Wujie could only respond with a wry smile, while the master's face fell. As it was he who had insisted on this visit, and the farcical display of these spoiled youths was quite embarrassing. All right, Mubai, Fei Lan called out. If this continues, it won't just be a scuffle. Someone might get seriously hurt. At this, Dai Mubai relented, his eyes gleaming with mischief as he assessed who was truly rolling on the ground. Kakashi mused that if Dai Mubai were a ninja, he would not tolerate such unruliness among his subordinates. He would have approached the situation with reason, unlike Naruto, whose words often proved more effective than any technique. You dare cause trouble in our Tiando Royal Academy? This is an affront to the Empire. Just wait. Fei Lan coldly scoffed. Your cap may be fitting, but it's only for trash. Summon your academy's instructors. Kakashi was already devising a strategy. The fourth prince had bitten off more than he could chew and would undoubtedly seek assistance. He was well aware that the Tiando Royal Academy housed 3 Soul Douluo, and if he aimed to subdue them alongside the Shrek instructors, only one person could accomplish that. The intelligence from the Spirit Hall was extensive. Kakashi was fully aware of whom he would face next. Even if that individual were the weakest title Douluo, he had no confidence in matching them. He needed to devise a plan, perhaps use a shadow clone to summon Qianren Xue. No, time was of the essence. It might be best to have the Shrek group retreat first, head into Tiando City, and then... All right, let's proceed. At that moment, a robust voice suddenly resonated, questioning the commotion that unfolded. A figure swiftly emerged along the shaded path of the hillside, clad in silver attire, appearing to be of similar age to Falanda. His visage resembled a silver plate, with thick eyebrows and large eyes, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of mastery. Wonderful! It is Teacher Sun who has arrived. The previously leading youth rushed forward like a drowning man grasping at straws, exclaiming, Teacher Sun, they dare to cause trouble here and even assaulted us. You must stand up for us. Observing the disheveled student before him, Teacher Sun furrowed his brow. Xue Peng, what manner of behavior is this? In the presence of outsiders. He refrained from scolding his student too harshly, directing his gaze toward the group from Shrek Academy. The distinction between teacher and student was evident. Upon locking eyes with Falanda, Teacher Sun felt a stirring in his heart and promptly stepped forward, bowing slightly. Greetings to all. I am Sun Buyu. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to our Tiando Academy? He made no mention of the assault on his students, standing with an air of calm authority. In response to his courtesy, Falanda chose not to dwell on the past incident and replied nonchalantly, We are here to seek Qinming. Earlier, your students referred to us as beggars and demanded we leave, hence the ensuing conflict. You seek Teacher Qin? Sun Buyu's heart stirred. He inquired, Are you from the Shrek Academy of the Bara Kingdom? Fulanda nadi de fermitibly. Instantly, Sun Buyu's expression transformed into one of respect. To produce a genius like Teacher Qin is truly admirable. I deeply apologize on behalf of the Tiando Royal Academy for what transpired. Please, allow me to extend my hospitality. He gestured for them to enter while casting a stern glance at the Tiando Royal Academy students, as if to say, I will deal with you later. Wait a moment. Kakashi interjected, halting the Shrek group from advancing. The puzzled group turned back, with Falanda being the first to ask, Kakashi, is there an issue? Kakashi stepped forward, clasping his hands to Sun Buyu. We are profoundly grateful for the invitation from the Royal Academy, yet as the day wanes and our attire is rather disheveled, it would be disrespectful to arrive unceremoniously. We should return tomorrow when we can present ourselves properly. Kakashi then turned away, not affording Sun Buyu the chance to respond, urging the others to depart. It is quite late. We would be remiss to intrude. Let us first head to Tiando City. Kakashi's assertion left the Shrek group in a state of confusion, uncertain of his intentions. Kakashi, what are you doing? The master furrowed his brow, finding Kakashi's actions rather peculiar. The students murmured in bewilderment, questioning Kakashi's motives. In the rear, Shuepeng opened his mouth, wishing to speak but ultimately refrained, as it was a plea for retention. Had Shrek advanced immediately, he would have contacted Prince Shueshing to expel them. Now, should Shrek withdraw, Sun Bu would undoubtedly inform the Academy's higher-ups, potentially invoking the ire of the Crown Prince or even the Emperor, thus jeopardizing his plans. Fortunately, he had a contingency in place. Please hold on. Figures emerged from a distance, all teachers from the Tiando Royal Academy. After assessing the situation, they approached to invite the Shrek group into the academy. This was a backup plan orchestrated by Shuepeng. Even without Sun Buyu's presence, these individuals would have emerged one by one. He had prepared for two scenarios. If Shrek engaged, a mediator like Sun Bu would appear to escort them inside while he summoned Prince Shueshing. Or if Shrek proved sufficiently obstinate and left, a crowd would come forth to plead with them, ensuring Shrek fell into his trap. All these individuals were Shuepeng's confidants, placed within the Royal Academy through his uncle, Prince Shueshing, to monitor the Academy's every move. After Qin Ming's return, he had acquired relevant intelligence, having expended considerable effort to arrange this. With so many teachers pleading, Fulanda could hardly refuse, and even Kakashi found himself unable to resist, lest he be branded as disrespectful to the Tiando Royal Academy. Left with no alternative, they had to confront the situation head-on, hoping that Fulanda and the other teachers would exhibit the fortitude to face a titled Douluo. Thus, the Shrek group, under the guidance of teacher Sun Bu and several other teachers, embarked upon the ascent towards the academy nestled in the mountains. Once they departed, Shuepeng's arrogant demeanor mingled with the surrounding inept students as he sought out his uncle, Prince Shueshing. Breathing in the fresh air, the group felt as though they had entered a realm of verdant flora, with Tang San experiencing the most profound connection. His Xiantian Gong internal energy mingled with the aura of his martial soul, Lan Yin Chao, becoming particularly vibrant in the plant-laden mountains. This sensation, reminiscent of their entry into the Stardow Forest, felt markedly more pronounced now. Tang San understood that this heightened awareness was due to his breakthrough beyond the 30th level. Upon surpassing this threshold, soul masters develop a more acute perception of energies similar to their attributes. And, as a plant-type martial soul, Lan Yin Chao resonated harmoniously within this verdant world. The master had chosen to bring the Shrek 7 into the Tiando Royal Academy, partly due to its establishment as an elite soul master institution for the Tiando Empire. The facilities were exemplary, providing significant auxiliary support for soul master training, despite not being determinative. The most substantial aspect was the simulated training environments tailored to various attributes. For instance, locations abundant with flora were ideal for Tang San's plant-type martial soul, while the ambience of a kitchen suited Oscar's food-type martial soul. Kakashi shook his head. Whether Shrek would be allowed to remain was uncertain. There was a glimmer of hope if they dared to stand firm. But if Fulanda and the other teachers lacked the mettle to confront a titled Douluo, they would find themselves at an impasse. Along the way, Sun Bu and the other teachers described the internal environment of the academy to Fulanda and the leading instructors. Eventually, they entered the main teaching area, where Sun Bu took the Shrek group to a reception room before departing to find Qin Ming. The others also claimed to have matters to attend to and withdrew. Chapter 85. Tiando Royal Academy, what do you all think of this place? Fulanda inquired of the teachers, excluding Kakashi. The food-type soul master, Xiao Xian, smiled and remarked, "It is quite splendid, exceeding my expectations. I particularly enjoy the fresh air here." Zhao Wujing added, "The master's suggestion was indeed astute. While the students may be somewhat lacking, this appears to be an excellent choice for retirement, conveniently located so close to Tiando City." Fulanda chuckled. "It seems we are destined to retire here." Kakashi began to douse their enthusiasm with cold water, stating that if they wished to remain, they must be prepared for a fierce struggle. Otherwise, they would be expelled from his place. The master inquired about the situation, perceiving that while Kakashi had always been enigmatic, he never engaged in frivolous actions. Today, however, Kakashi's demeanor was decidedly unusual. The reason for this could only be attributed to Mo Bai's impulsiveness as he recklessly charged forward without a moment's thought. Kakashi advised them to prepare mentally. If they did not, it would be too late to react when the moment arrived. Soon after, accompanied by a flurry of hurried footsteps, Qin Ming entered briskly, wearing a countenance of joy. "Principal Flander, you have finally arrived. I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival," he exclaimed, hastily bowing before Flander and several teachers from the Shrek Academy. Flander assisted him up and chuckled. No need for such formalities. After all, we will be following your lead from now on. Have you made the necessary arrangements? At that point, Flander refrained from questioning Kakashi further and opted to observe the situation. Qin Ming nodded vigorously, reassuring the principal. "Rest assured, I have made all the arrangements. I have already spoken with the higher-ups of the Tiando Academy, and they are very welcoming of your presence. Although they find it hard to believe that the junior students possess such strength, the Royal Combat Team has proven otherwise. Here is the plan. Since all the teachers and students have traveled a long way, you should rest today. I will arrange accommodations for you. And tomorrow I will introduce you to the Academy's higher-ups to finalize everything." Qin Ming's arrangements greatly pleased Flander. He promptly led them to a courtyard on the west side of the main campus of the Tiando Royal Academy. The place was immaculate, with each individual assigned their own room and a separate reception area. All living necessities were brand new, and the entire courtyard seemed to exist in splendid isolation, its conditions far surpassing those of a Shrek Academy. However, the expressions on everyone's faces remained somber, weighed down by Kakashi's earlier remarks. After managing to navigate Qin Ming's enthusiasm and enjoying a lavish welcome banquet, the Shrek group prepared to retire to their respective rooms. Stepping outside, they gazed at the full moon illuminating the starry sky. The master questioned Kakashi, "Do you think you may be overreacting?" The others turned to look at Kakashi, their earlier excitement having been dampened by his words, yet nothing had occurred to warrant such concern. "We are now trapped here, within this academy. We cannot leave and must patiently await the dawn," Kakashi replied. Though he partook in the feast, he did so merely to replenish his energy, not with the same zeal as Flander and the others. Without facing the title Douluo, it would be prudent to consider the best time to make an exit. After Kakashi finished speaking, he turned and walked away, leaving the others with his retreating figure. They understood that they were indeed confined here. Having come this far, suggesting an exit would seem highly irregular. They might attract the ire of those with ill intentions, resulting in more severe consequences. Attempting to sneak away was equally impractical, as the grounds were teeming with students from the Tiando Royal Academy, and it was likely that Xue Bing had arranged for surveillance. If discovered, even if they were not apprehended on the spot, they could easily be accused of sinister motives. Furthermore, Kakashi's mention of title Douluo made it clear what they would soon be facing. When the Master and Flander had first witnessed the martial soul of the Royal Combat Team's vice-captain, Duguyen, they had immediately thought of that individual. Now that they were here, although they were unaware of how Kakashi had obtained his intelligence regarding the prince's backing from Douluo, it was wise to err on the side of caution. Nevertheless, they were adept at self-deception to ensure a good night's sleep. They convinced themselves that perhaps Kakashi was merely being overly cautious and that Douluo might be an honorable person. After all, how could a title Douluo support such scum? Thus, aside from Kakashi, everyone else slept soundly, caught in a tangle of reassurance and anxiety. On the following day, shortly after Tang San completed his training with the Purple Extreme Magic Eye, Qin Ming arrived, accompanied by a chef hired by the Academy who brought steaming hot breakfast. The two engaged in an extended conversation before concluding their discussion. One by one, the members of Shrek Academy rose for breakfast, during which Qin Ming provided a brief introduction to the personnel structure of the Tiando Royal Academy. Kakashi listened quietly, unfamiliar with the intricacies of Soul Master training or the details of Soul Beasts. His understanding was limited to the characteristics of different types of martial souls. "Kakashi, do you truly not wish to utilize my chakra?" The Nine-Tails spoke, its voice deep and hoarse. Throughout the night, the Nine-Tails had been urging Kakashi to use its chakra to confront Douluo, eager to gauge the true strength of a title Douluo. "No, it is unnecessary." Kakashi firmly declined, for he had his own plans. While facing Douluo was inevitable, The true confrontation would depend on whether Flander and the others agreed to engage. If they opposed it, Kakashi would be powerless to act. Very well, you have your own reasoning, and it will surely be correct, the Nine-Tails acquiesced. As it considered Kakashi an exceptional ninja, Qin Ming, lead the way. We shall meet with the 3 esteemed members of the committee, Flander declared. Of course, Qin Ming promptly replied. When their group arrived at the entrance of the Tiendo Royal Academy's committee, the 3 elders were already waiting there. Despite their simple stance, the elders exuded an extraordinary aura, as if they were the very core of the Tiendo Royal Academy and the entire institution itself. Even with their gentle smiles, the unique presence of formidable individuals could not be concealed. The 3 elders were dressed in black robes adorned with golden threads, embroidered with peculiar patterns. These robes were not exclusive to them, but were ceremonial attire issued by the Spirit Hall to soul masters holding the rank of Soul Douluo or above, symbolizing their identity. They were second only to the red robes of Title Douluo. Kakashi slightly lifted his unseeing eyelid, contemplating the Academy's high-ranking officials' gravity in welcoming the Shrek group with such formality. Noticing the importance placed on their presence, Flanders swiftly approached and greeted them, and the 3 committee members warmly received him. The central figure introduced himself as Meng Shinji, with a martial soul of the Black Demon, and subsequently introduced his colleagues, Tianxing Lu Baibao and Tianqing Teng Zhiling. Thus, events began to unfold. In this chapter, the opportunity presented itself as one of the committee members, Zhiling, a soul Douluo, displayed keen interest in Tang San, who was also a control-type soul master, and personally engaged in testing his abilities. At that moment, the Nine-Tails spoke again. Kakashi, an extraordinary aura, is approaching us. I ask you once more, do you wish to utilize my chakra? Kakashi was initially startled. The Nine-Tails' perception was remarkable, as neither he nor Fu Fu could sense anything. Despite being sealed, the Nine-Tails possessed formidable awareness. Observing Tang San struggling under Jiling's pressure, Kakashi felt no concern. This was merely a minor skirmish. Before growth, all efforts were futile. Even the most brilliant talent meant little in such circumstances. Just like now, if Kakashi were to activate his Mangekyo Sharingan and engage in a one-on-one battle with that Douluo, what would transpire? Yet, this is not a fairy tale. Such fortunate occurrences do not materialize. Kakashi's current ocular prowess is inadequate to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, unless he were to immediately sacrifice a companion to ensure the survival of many others. However, this notion was swiftly dispelled by Kakashi's self-mocking smile, as he mused on the foolishness of such an idea. No, there is no need for that. This is not a life-or-death struggle, and there is no reason to take it so seriously. If defeat comes, then so be it. Kakashi observed Tang San enduring the oppressive aura of level soul power, feeling no turmoil within his heart. Though the power within Tang San mirrored soul power, its deliberate manipulation seemed to imbue it with a uniqueness. While the intensity did not significantly alter, its control had markedly improved. Although he could not directly sense that pressure, Kakashi speculated on the emotions reflected in the eyes of the 3 elders. Fufu had been resting on Kakashi's shoulder, initially troubled by the invisible pressure exerted by the several soul Douluos, but had since adapted to the prolonged situation. Kakashi contemplated that if his assumptions were correct, Xiao San was likely bearing soul power that exceeded his original level. If he were an ordinary soul master, he would have already revealed his martial soul. Yet now, not only was there no manifestation of his martial soul, but Xiao San also exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Clearly, in terms of soul power, Xiao San surpassed him. The blue light flickered, and the blue-silver grass surged forth from Tang San's palm like blossoming flowers, swirling in the air to form a colossal cage that enveloped Tang San's body. The blue-violet radiance surged forth, and all the blue-silver grass swayed autonomously in the air, each movement producing a distinctive sensation, as if the very air was resonating with their rhythm. Under the immense pressure, Tang San finally could not endure any longer and unleashed the protective blue-silver grass. Gradually, Kakashi began to sense something amiss. Although he could not directly bear the soul power emanating from Tang San, he could vaguely perceive that the air was growing heavier. He could now also feel the oppressive soul power from the Tianqing Tungting Soul Law upon Tang San. It seemed that after the appearance of the blue silvergrass, the pressure was being gradually alleviated. This was astonishing, not only to the principal, Jiling, and his two companions, but even Kakashi, who believed he knew Tang San best, was taken aback. The miraculous aspects emerging from this child were truly remarkable, and the astonishment on the faces of the three soul Douluos gradually transformed into delight. The technique of using minimal force to counterbalance greater force had been a common martial skill in Tang San's previous life. However, in Kakashi's world, there was no such concept, only the notion of buffering. First, using buffering to alleviate pressure, then altering the trajectory from the side to disperse the soul power. Xiao San indeed had clever ideas. Yet, this method could not be sustained for long. Tang San's skin began to redden as the pressure escalated to a level equivalent to 45 ranks of soul power. Kakashi wanted to intervene, to advise Tang San that this level was sufficient and that he should not overexert himself, lest he suffer lingering consequences like he had. However, after casting a sidelong glance at the master, who was leisurely sipping tea, and then at the increasingly strained blue silvergrass, Kakashi held his tongue. With a sudden burst, the blue silvergrass surrounding Tang San scattered, and his entire body trembled, finally reappearing before the crowd. Yet, when they beheld him, everyone was taken aback, Kakashi included, frowning in surprise. At that moment, Tang San's body had inexplicably expanded, and behind him, the external soul bone, the 8 spider lances, was released, its purple brilliance fluttering gently like wings behind him. A spiderweb-like pattern emerged on Tang San's forehead, appearing more distinct than ever. His expression was serene, as the layer of white mist surrounding him seemed to draw in from his nose and expel from his mouth like the sea embracing myriad rivers. The three soul Douluos from the Tiando Royal Academy simultaneously gasped, and Jiling immediately ceased the pressure he had been imposing on Tang San. A hint of white began to emerge at the tips of the 8 spider lances, this hue originating from within the lance itself, while Tang San's body continued to inhale and exhale that white mist despite the diminishing external pressure. "Thank you, Jiling Soul Douluo, for your assistance." The master stood with a smile, bowing respectfully to Jiling. Jiling was momentarily taken aback. What assistance? Kakashi felt a wave of relief wash over him. It turned out that the master had come with a purpose from the start, explaining his calm demeanor. Since Tang San had acquired the external soul bone, the 8 spider lances, his strength had significantly increased, yet he had always struggled to truly integrate with it. Under the pressure exerted by Jiling's soul, Douluo, it seemed that this time he would finally merge with his external soul bone, rendering it a part of himself rather than something external. This was undoubtedly a positive development. However, knowing that a significant figure would soon arrive, it might prove impossible to remain here, and it was unexpected that Xiao San would reveal his external soul bone. Could it be that the master had resolved to engage in battle? The three soul Douluos were profoundly astonished by Tang San's talent, resolutely deciding to retain Shrek Academy, fully aware that such genius would not be content to remain in obscurity and would surely achieve great things. Fufu suddenly curled up tightly around Kakashi's neck, trembling. Kakashi understood that the individual he sensed was indeed outside. He could feel it himself. Fufu's perception complemented his own. Fufu could sense those below the rank of titled Douluo, while Kakashi could only sense titled Douluos. However, both shared a peculiar trait. If the other party deliberately concealed their presence, they would not be able to perceive them. Yet, it would remain perpetually on high alert, suppressing all their aura while walking down the street. Transitioning to chakra mode, Kakashi prepared for battle. Everything had been arranged. Now it was merely a matter of whether to confront or to retreat. The Tiando Royal Academy naturally took the lead under the auspices of Meng Shinji, while Shrek Academy was represented by Flender. Due to the favorable conditions proposed by Meng Shinji, the two found themselves increasingly in sync, sharing a sense of camaraderie. The Black Demon Soul, Douluo Meng Shinji, requested Qin Ming's assistance in facilitating Shrek's inclusion, to which Qin Ming readily agreed. A small stone of anxiety fell from Kakashi's heart. After all, ninjas should maintain a low profile, and it was best for Qin Ming to avoid disclosing his capability to unleash large-scale fire attacks. However, immediately thereafter, the previously small stone expanded into a boulder. The voice of Meng Shinji, the chief, echoed from outside before he even arrived, resonant and commanding, yet imbued with a sense of superiority. Though it was not overtly arrogant, it lacked any semblance of humility or courtesy. Kakashi recognized the voice. It belonged to the uncle of Dai Mubai, Prince Xuesheng, the brother of the Emperor of Tiando, who he had secretly monitored in the past. His directive had been clear. Should he discover that this individual was not as domineering as anticipated, he was to report immediately and devise a plan to eliminate him. This Prince Xuesheng's demeanor in public was one of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. It was likely he would adopt a harsh stance soon. Kakashi decided to observe his eloquence. If he truly resorted to unreasonable demands to expel them, Kakashi might have the opportunity to counter him. Upon returning to my hometown, I find myself constantly interrupted by my two younger sisters. I wonder if I will be able to manage 2 updates tomorrow. Chapter 87. The tension mounts soon. 3 individuals entered from outside. Among them was a young man whom the members of Shrek Academy had encountered the previous day at the foot of the mountain, where he was unceremoniously dispatched by Dai Mubai. At this moment, he stood on the left, displaying an air of arrogance and an intense hatred in his eyes. In the center stood an elderly man adorned in splendid clothing. He wore a resplendent yellow robe embroidered with intricate floral patterns, yet appeared impeccably neat. His hair, now grayed, was neatly combed back, and while he was of average height, his physique had become slightly portly. His countenance was dignified, but his small eyes somewhat detracted from the overall impression of his features. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he exhibited no semblance of respect, even in the presence of the 3 sole Douluo members, instead emanating an air of condescension. To the right of this elderly man stood another elder, in stark contrast to the former. This man was tall and slender, resembling a spear, with hair and beard both a striking shade of dark green. His eyes sparkled like emeralds, creating an ethereal presence, as though he were a mere illusion, gliding effortlessly beside the elderly man. His expression was impassive, his cheeks gaunt, and his disheveled green hair added to his unusual appearance. Clothed in a simple gray robe, he stood in stark contrast to the richly attired elder beside him. Though he emitted no discernible aura, it was evident that he was indeed the renowned poison Douluo, Douluo, the grandfather of the poison-controlling expert, Douluo, whom the 4th Prince, Xuebing, had summoned. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" asked Meng Shinji, stepping forward to pay his respects while also observing Douluo, unaware of the recent altercation involving Shrek. Kakashi gently lifted Fufu from his shoulder, cradling her in his arms. As she trembled increasingly in the presence of a titled Douluo, Meng Shinji approached to discuss the situation, as the timing of Prince Xuebing's arrival was rather fortuitous. Yet his words bore a hint of disdain, clearly dismissing him. Given their status in the realm of soul masters, even a royal prince should not behave so insolently. However, they chose to endure it, for Prince Xuebing was indeed the one overseeing the academy. Douluo entered the hall with his hands concealed within his robe, closing his eyes and not even casting a glance at those present. Nevertheless, the members of Shrek understood that he possessed the authority to do so, given his 9-ringed prowess. Currently, Zhao Wujia and the others had placed their hopes in the master and Flinder, trusting that the master would make the right choice. But whether or not Flinder would agree was another matter entirely. Meng Shinji introduced Shrek to Xuebing, but received nothing but disdainful remarks in return, provoking the ire of all present. It appears Shrek Academy is not well known. Perhaps it is merely an inconsequential institution, remarked Xuebing, his tone sharp and cutting, igniting anger among the Shrek members. While they had anticipated a disparaging comment, they had not expected such outright contempt, as if he were branding them as charlatans on the streets. Simultaneously, he was covertly mocking the 3 sole Douluo, suggesting they were inadequate, and it was clear he had come to provoke trouble. Meng Shinji's expression shifted as he frowned, elaborating on Shrek's credentials and presenting Qin Ming as a living example, urging Xuebing to temper his words. upon hearing that Qin Ming had emerged from Shrek Academy. Xuebing's demeanor softened slightly, turning his gaze toward Flender. Meng Xinji, according to the Academy's regulations, hiring teachers should involve an assessment. I wonder how you intend to demonstrate your capabilities. He swiftly transitioned to the main topic, indicating his desire to see the strength of Flender and the others. You must prove to me that you are indeed talented individuals. As the conversation progressed, it became apparent that if Flender were unaware of Douluo's presence, he might have naively asked how they could validate their qualifications. However, with Douluo present, such a question would be unwise, as it would grant Xuebing the upper hand. Flender, with a cunning smile, declared, "Then what are we waiting for? Brothers, showcase your martial souls and demonstrate to His Highness that we are indeed fit to teach." Several teachers responded in kind, save for Kakashi. 31 soul rings materialized, their formidable presence casting a heavy atmosphere over the room. Liu Zong, a soul emperor with a powerful dragon pattern staff, was at level 63, representing the assault category. Lu Qibin, a level 66 soul emperor with a star Luo chess martial soul, belonged to the control category. Xiao Xin, a level 71 soul saint with a candy bean martial soul, represented the culinary category. Zhao Wujia, a level 76 soul saint with a great strength king bear martial soul, was also in the assault category. Lastly, Flender, a level 78 soul saint with a cat eagle martial soul, belonged to the agility category. The three instructors promptly stepped back, shielding the Shrek students and Kakashi behind them, releasing their auras in defense. While Xuebing was indeed a prince with considerable strength, he found himself trembling in the presence of the 2 soul emperors and 3 soul saints. At that moment, Douluo stirred, emitting a cold snort as a powerful aura enveloped Prince Xuebing. A brilliant green light erupted from his being, followed by a series of soul rings rising from beneath his feet. 9 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 spiraled upward, instantly overwhelming the atmosphere, causing the Shrek teachers to stagger back several steps to regain their footing. The power of a titled Douluo was not easily withstood. Numerical advantage held little merit in such a confrontation. The 3 soul Douluo paled, astonished that Prince Xuebing had summoned a titled Douluo merely to assert dominance. Meng Xinji stepped forward, coldly questioning Prince Xuebing, "What is the meaning of this?" With Douluo's intervention, Xuebing's expression improved significantly. Clearing his throat, he replied nonchalantly, "I merely wish to ascertain whether these individuals are indeed of talent and capable of teaching in my royal academy." Meng Xinji instantly grasped Xuebing's intentions. He was simply attempting to drive them away. Isn't it sufficient to have 2 high-ranking soul saints, a food category soul saint, and 2 soul emperors? Meng Xinji struggled to suppress his anger, speaking frostily. In truth, Xuebing felt somewhat flustered. He had anticipated that Flender would be unable to contain himself and would directly inquire about how to pass the assessment, thus falling into his trap and allowing him to dismiss them. However, Flender proved to be unexpectedly formidable, revealing a powerful level of soul energy that exceeded his expectations. Flender was at level 78 and appeared to be in his 50s. It was likely that he would soon ascend to the status of the 3 instructors. If he were to expel them now, the consequences would be dire. Yet, there was no turning back. These individuals could not be permitted to remain. With this in mind, Xuebing continued with his scheme, stating, "If you can, Your Highness," Flender interjected, interrupting Xuebing's intended words. "Your Highness, it appears that we have successfully passed the evaluation of our strength, allowing us to remain here. Yet, is it possible that Fei Land has fixated on the eyes of Xuexing? Or is it that Your Highness finds us intolerable and wishes to create obstacles for us?" Quite a commendable statement, as it effectively silences the forthcoming actions of Prince Xuexing. Should he dare to continue speaking, he would be branded with the sin of jealousy and envy. Initially hesitant due to Fei Land's display of power, Xuexing now finds himself overwhelmed. The situation has escalated beyond his capacity to manage. Douluo, standing behind Xuexing, snorted disdainfully, exuding an immense pressure that surged toward Shrek. "Let us 3 old fellows experience your poison." Tianshi Lu S Soul Douluo by Baoshan and Tianshang Tung S Soul Douluo Ji Lin approached the back of Meng Xinji, simultaneously unleashing their formidable aura. In an instant, Meng Xinji's form became ethereal, transforming into a shadowy silhouette, with black mist rising from his feet as 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black soul rings blossomed simultaneously. The trio bore the oppressive force of Douluo, leaving the onlookers astonished. What could have compelled such a formidable title Douluo to take on the role of the villain? The relationship between them has become irrelevant. What matters now is that Douluo will undoubtedly take action to expel Shrek from his place. 3 soul Douluos and 3 soul saints, alongside Qinming, who possesses 3 soul emperors, as well as Kakashi. A seasoned fighter who has faced titled Douluos akin to a Hokage creates a formidable lineup. Should we engage in battle or refrain? In truth, Fei Landa's rhetoric was imparted to him by the master. The master had spent an entire night contemplating how the prince might target Shrek, and indeed, he was correct in silencing the prince. However, he could never have anticipated that a titled Douluo would come forth to assist him, willing to embrace the role of the villain without hesitation. Fei Landa's performance exceeded Xue Xing's expectations, while Douluo's actions surpassed everyone's anticipation. At this moment, Kakashi sensed something amiss behind him. He wished to glance back, yet an instinct told him that doing so would lead to the immediate loss of a companion, leaving his head rigid with tension. If memory serves, after the arrival of the poisoned Douluo, Xiao Wu had retreated to the back. Could she be in trouble? Note, for readers who may have forgotten the plot, at this moment, Xiao Wu does not possess the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong, rendering her unable to stabilize her state before the titled Douluo, making her easily detectable. If Kakashi were to turn around, he would notice Xiao Wu's unusual state. Once he inquires about her well-being, all attention would be drawn to her, jeopardizing her safety. Thus, upon turning, he would inadvertently lose a companion. With the instinct that turning would result in the loss of a companion, Kakashi instinctively attributed this pressure to Douluo ahead of him. He believed that any misstep could lead to his inability to rescue a companion should Douluo act. Historical record from the Spirit Hall recount the poisoned Douluo's ruthless nature. Adept at deploying large-scale toxins, and in combat, he shows no familial loyalty. Even his own kin have fallen victim to his poison. The master retreated until he stood between Kakashi and Tang San, whispering to them to prepare themselves. We are ready. Kakashi had previously entrusted Fu Fu to Ning Rongrong's care, instructing her to look after her, allowing him to engage fully. While the antidote materials are not yet complete, a degree of poisoning can still be remedied. This was Tang San's response. As long as sufficient materials are available, he was unconcerned about the poison. Indeed, the master advanced, taking over the negotiations from Meng Xinji and the others, addressing Douluo directly. You must be the poisoned Douluo, Mr. Douluo. Indeed, I am Douluo. Since you are aware of my name, why do you not leave? Douluo's demeanor was not one of arrogance. Possessing the strength of a titled Douluo, he was entirely justified. The master maintained a calm expression. The Shrek teachers behind him were formidable, their martial spirits of excellent quality, providing no reason for concern. The students behind them were also inconsequential. Should a conflict arise, it was clear that the venue was insufficient, necessitating relocation, allowing the students to remain. With Kakashi's flames and Tang San's antidote skills, a significant portion of Douluo's poison would become ineffective. In terms of strength, their lineup was not inferior to the opposing side. The master, possessing vast knowledge, understood that while Douluo was renowned for his unparalleled poison, his own strength was contingent upon that poison. Devoid of its effect, a soul Douluo could likely contend with him. We do not intend to leave. Having long heard of the poisoned Douluo's infamous reputation, today we wish to experience it firsthand. The master stated nonchalantly, yet quickly followed with, however, this space is too constrained to fully unleash our capabilities. Should a battle ensue, Mr. Douluo's companions would likely be caught in the crossfire. So let us proceed outside. The master's previous remarks were closely sequenced, reflecting his apprehension regarding Douluo's potential lethality. Ha ha! Douluo laughed heartily, proclaiming, It has been quite some time since I have engaged in such activities. Today, I shall entertain you." With that, he turned and strode towards the door, with the others following closely behind. "Grandfather." After a brief interval, a charming young girl leapt towards Douluo, who radiated with 9 shining rings. The previously cold Douluo's expression softened upon seeing her, and he embraced the girl, laughing heartily. "Yin Yin, splendid. Your strength has indeed progressed." This girl, recognized by the Shrek 7 monsters, was none other than Douluo Yin, the control-type soul master from the royal fighting team they had faced in the Soto Great Soul Arena. Upon seeing Douluo Yin in her grandfather's embrace, her gaze fell upon Tang San, her expression shifting visibly. She whispered something in Douluo's ear while still nestled in his arms as they proceeded. The academy possesses a designated training arena for the sparring of students and teachers. The other Shrek instructors remained silent. Their decision to join Shrek stemmed from a desire to avoid restrictions, having once been rebellious spirits. They were willing to risk their lives at the behest of a good brother. The training arena typically sees little traffic, as instructors are ranked and possess distinct strengths, while the students range from inept to prodigious, rendering comparison futile. Douluo leaned down to whisper something to Douluo Yin. She chuckled and moved to the audience area, quietly observing the unfolding events. "Come," Douluo declared with fervor. Despite being outnumbered, his absolute strength was undeniable. "That young man," he pointed at Tang San. "I have heard that you have neutralized my granddaughter's poison. This time, you shall join us." Upon hearing these words, the 3 committee members were momentarily taken aback, partly due to Tang San's antidote capabilities and partly because Douluo had chosen to involve such a junior. "Very well," Tang San readily agreed, eagerly anticipating the challenge. The trio of Seoul Douluo committee members exchanged glances, but Fei Landa's reassuring gaze provided them with confidence. "Let's commence." Tang San, Kakashi, and Fei Landa, along with the 3 instructors and Qin Ming, form quite an imposing lineup. Upon seeing Kakashi, a youth of merely 17 years, join their ranks, Douluo furrowed his brow but chose not to voice any concerns, as it was the enemy's affair. "Let's go, Xiao-san," Kakashi stated as he moved forward to face Douluo alongside Tang San. This prompted Meng Shunji to voice his disbelief. How could 2 individuals, both at the 30th level, possibly contend with Douluo? Kakashi's decision to partner only with Tang San was deliberate. He had observed countless battles between soul masters, noting that they often devolved into mere brute force, lacking in refined techniques. Furthermore, the variety of personal skills was severely limited. The type of soul master dictated the nature of their soul skills, making their offensive strategies glaringly evident. Instead of advancing, Tang San retreated, addressing Fei Landa and the 3 instructors. "We need merely to observe quietly. He will lure the enemy while we analyze Douluo's attack patterns. That is his intent." Meng Shunji was incredulous. How could a soul master of over 30 levels possess the audacity to confront a titled Douluo? Kakashi, while reluctant to withhold their strengths, recognized the urgency of the situation. Unlike his previous encounter with Zhao Wuji, there was no time to inquire about soul skills. Formulating a battle plan solely based on martial souls was too vague and ineffective. Surprisingly, they had sent only the likes of Kakashi to confront Douluo. None of them were ordinary individuals. Through their sensitivity to fluctuations in soul power, they could gauge the levels of others' abilities. "Enough talk, let's begin," Kakashi declared as he pulled back his forehead protector, revealing his crimson left eye. This opponent was unlike any other, warranting his full effort. He could no longer conceal the Sharingan. How swift was the collective reaction of those watching the battle unfold. The capabilities of a titled Douluo were formidable, and even though Douluo specialized in control, his speed was akin to that of Soul Emperor. However, before Kakashi, who possessed the Sharingan, this was inconsequential. The spectators' exclamations of swiftness were in reference to Kakashi's prowess, as the Sharingan slowed down all dynamic movements, allowing Kakashi to manage his own previously uncontrollable speed. Kakashi had yet to release his martial soul, which raised questions in his mind. His vigilance was piqued as he perceived an alteration in the air around him through his Sharingan. It became evident that the poison Douluo's lethal toxins were augmented by his soul power. The Sharingan could only perceive the flow of chakra and soul power, and the presence of additional elements in the air indicated that Douluo's toxins were within Kakashi's capacity to evade. The quality and quantity of these two chapters had diminished, and I apologize to everyone. I shall endeavor to compensate with a more substantial update another day. In Chapter 89, titled The Assistance of the Nine Tails, a strategy had emerged. This boy actually evaded the poison I dispersed in the air, Douluo exclaimed. Now regarding Kakashi with greater seriousness. Is this the extent of a titled Douluo's speed? Kakashi retorted mockingly. Finding Douluo's pace lacking compared to Juve Douluo and Gue Douluo, Kakashi thought to himself, just as Xiao San indicated. After their emergence, Tang San had subtly informed Kakashi that while the poison Douluo's toxins were formidable, they also hindered his physical condition significantly. Presently, Kakashi's speed rivaled, if not surpassed, that of Douluo. With a cold snort, Douluo exhaled a cloud of green poison while swiftly retreating. He had now begun to take Kakashi seriously, abandoning the use of his less proficient hand-to-hand combat techniques. However, Kakashi would not afford him that luxury. Allowing him to withdraw unscathed was not the way of a ninja. Fire release, great fireball technique. The fireball, exceeding 2 meters in diameter, instantly consumed the poisonous mist before surging toward Douluo. Yet, such a level of fire release was ineffective against a figure of Douluo's caliber. Trivial technique, Douluo scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the flames before effortlessly dispersing the great fireball with a mere wave of his hand, bolstered by his overwhelming soul power. Fire naturally counters poison, and while Douluo's toxins were visually apparent, Kakashi could evade the slowly spreading poison in the air. Thus, these minor tricks held no weight against him, akin to how ordinary fire release would fare against Douluo. At this moment, Douluo was deep in contemplation, weighing his options for victory. Kakashi had retreated, distancing himself, for Douluo's immense soul power indicated that a titled Douluo was markedly different from what he had perceived as a Hokage-level powerhouse. The potency of that soul power was indeed challenging. Kakashi concluded that had he engaged in close combat, he would have already lost. It appeared that his only course of action was to harass from a distance while seeking an opportunity. However, Douluo found himself in a predicament. If he unleashed his final few soul skills, it would be embarrassing for the esteemed poison Douluo to employ such potent techniques against a mere 30th level junior who had yet to reveal his martial soul. How could this boy's life possibly hold value equal to my reputation? He mused. Typical poisons would likely be incinerated by fire, proving ineffectual. Thus, he resolved to observe how this boy would proceed. Kakashi remained cautious, understanding that against such an opponent, he could not afford to leave even a slight opening. Meanwhile, Douluo continued to deliberate whether to eliminate him outright. Time passed slowly. No. After a prolonged moment, Douluo came to a realization. He could no longer hesitate. He had to eliminate Kakashi before it became a rumor that the poison Douluo was rendered helpless against the Soul Master. Here it comes. Kakashi's gaze sharpened as he sensed an impending, formidable attack. Douluo's sixth soul ring illuminated, emanating a vibrant green light from his mouth, moving at astonishing speed and exhibiting potent toxicity. This was Douluo's second most powerful poison technique, just shy of his ninth. Yet, it unexpectedly missed its target. Kakashi evaded it, stunning all present. How could he have dodged such a swift attack? This perplexity coursed through the onlookers' minds. However, Kakashi could only mock Douluo for his foolishness. Despite his high rank, he had demonstrated a complete lack of understanding of his adversary, recklessly initiating an attack, a waste of years of training. Although the body flicker technique was not spatial movement, it functioned similarly to Xiao Wu's teleportation, allowing Kakashi to materialize in a different location. However, if ensnared within a barrier, Kakashi would be rendered powerless, unlike Xiao Wu, who could escape using her spatial-enhanced teleportation. Douluo's sixth soul skill collided with the Tianxing furnace of Bai Baoshan, one of the three instructors. Despite its strength against a pure defensive soul master, the poison Douluo's direct assault proved insufficient. While there was a disparity in soul power, Bai Baoshan managed to withstand the attack, for he too was a defensive soul master. As for the accompanying toxicity, Tang San intervened to neutralize it. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Having evaded one attack, Kakashi promptly unleashed a large-scale fire release, preparing for the ensuing confrontation, as he had begun to comprehend Douluo's methods of attack. Douluo experienced a slight headache. The flames were exceedingly troublesome. The poisonous mist was utterly ineffective, and one could surmise that the venomous attacks would be similarly futile. Should he resort to using his ninth soul skill, it was likely that everyone in the vicinity would perish, rendering the Tiendo Royal Academy redundant. To unleash his martial spirit's true form? That was absurd. Employing such a tactic against a junior was excessively ostentatious. Faced with the extensive fire release, Douluo did not budge an inch, as his formidable protective soul power repelled the flames, preventing any advance. Ordinary spiritual power could not match Kakashi's speed. The three titled full-level committee members disseminated their spiritual energy across the battlefield, capable of sensing movements in all directions, yet they could not consistently lock onto Kakashi. This was due to Kakashi's remarkable swiftness, and Douluo harbored some trepidation towards Kakashi, refraining from completely locking onto him with his spiritual energy. For he sensed something extraordinary about Kakashi. This was an instinct. Although he could not pinpoint what precisely instilled such wariness, he could faintly sense that something was amiss. Indeed, it was as I suspected. The Ninetales emitted a voice, seemingly brimming with pride. Kakashi also sensed something was amiss. He had previously exchanged a few blows with God Douluo and Douluo. Due to the nature of spiritual power, Kakashi had utilized his Sharingan, which allowed his movements to be deciphered. Douluo, despite his physical limitations, should not be significantly inferior in martial arts due to his spiritual prowess. Why was it that Kakashi heed this? The old man's spiritual energy cannot fully lock onto you, so rest assured. A deep voice emanated from the Ninetales. Kakashi dared not let his guard down. His crimson left eye fixated on Douluo, unwilling to divert his gaze. He pondered, what is happening? Some of my chakra has fused with yours. If other spiritual energy locks onto you, they can sense my presence through your chakra. However, the Ninetales chuckled darkly, and Kakashi could imagine its expression was quite sinister. What is it? He inquired. The Ninetales replied in a somber tone, my chakra once brimmed with hatred. Although Naruto has redeemed me, that only pertains to my yang half. My yin half previously resided within Obito's body, so at present, I am chiefly sustained by my yin half. Although Obito once harbored my yin half, which was later transferred to Naruto, remnants of that chakra still lingered within him. Before his demise, he imparted the remaining chakra and the Sharingan to Kakashi. My yin half, whether within Minato or Obito, was merely accepted. They cannot transform my chakra completely like Naruto did. The Ninetales paused, as it understood that Kakashi would comprehend the implications ahead. So, your chakra still carries an evil disposition? Kakashi queried. Indeed, those with dark hearts cannot wield my chakra. Individuals harboring darkness will only provoke negative emotions when confronting my chakra. Thus, besides you, Kakashi, no one else can face my chakra. Kakashi's expression subtly shifted, and he felt a sense of comfort within. I am devoid of darkness in my heart. Speaking of which, he boldly directed his consciousness towards the Ninetales seal, his eyes narrowing into slits. Arigato. Thank you, Kyubi. The Ninetales blinked in surprise, the corners of its mouth twitching slightly, but it ultimately barked, Baka, you are facing a formidable opponent, so hurry and deal with him. A surge of power expelled Kakashi from the conversation, his consciousness returning. However, Kakashi smiled faintly, remarking, Kyubi, your style is truly unique. He referred, of course, to the Ninetales' elusive nature. TCH, the Ninetales lay back down, eyes closing in feigned slumber. Kakashi turned his attention back to Douluo, already formulating a strategy. This multi-pronged assault might indeed lead to Douluo's defeat. Chapter 90. A grueling battle against Douluo. Kakashi had devised a combat strategy, barring any missteps. Douluo should face defeat. However, he found himself unable to deliver a lethal blow. Once the notion of killing Douluo crossed his mind, he would inevitably exude an aura of killing intent, which such a powerful opponent might detect, even the slightest hint of it. He despised his current lack of strength. If only the nine-tailed seal could be loosened a few more times, the pure essence of life would surely obscure Kakashi's killing intent. Now was not the time for such thoughts. He resolved to focus on the immediate situation and confront Douluo. Meanwhile, those protecting Tang San were utterly astonished. Kakashi's performance was genuinely unexpected. Not only had he withstood an attack from a titled Douluo for so long, but his speed was also on par with that of a titled Douluo, demonstrating a talent rivaling that of Tang San, who possessed external soul bones. Kakashi's hand delved into his ninja tool pouch. He was preparing to act, ready to execute the preordained plan. Boom! It was a smoke bomb. Kakashi had produced a smoke bomb from his pouch. The crimson smoke enveloped the area, obscuring all visibility. The smoke was extensive. Had Qianren been present, she would have swiftly retreated, engaging in a guerrilla warfare strategy against Kakashi. However, Douluo was different. He considered himself a titled Douluo, preoccupied with how best to defeat Kakashi. Douluo hesitated to probe with his spiritual power as an ominous feeling loomed. The closer his spiritual energy approached Kakashi, the more intense that sensation became. Breathing out, he unleashed a large-scale fire attack. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. This time, Douluo would not simply remain stationary. The blood-red smoke was clearly intended to obfuscate his observations. With spiritual energy unable to penetrate, he had to rely on his own eyes to discern Kakashi's movements. Lest Kakashi execute some cunning maneuver. Kakashi's capabilities were already beyond his expectations. A misstep could lead to dire consequences. You are relentless. Douluo grows, resolute in his decision to bring the battle to a swift conclusion. The seventh soul ring glimmered. Douluo, indeed, demonstrated audacity, opting to utilize one of his ultimate techniques. His martial spirit's true form. He aimed to eliminate Kakashi first and then confront the three observing committee members. Damn it, Kakashi thought, my plans have been thwarted. He had never anticipated that Douluo would resort to such measures against a mere junior. The fire dragon flame bullet extended over 30 meters, and the tail of the biphosphorus serpent emperor lashed out, dissipating the flames instantly. The serpent's tail continued to sweep across, tearing through the ground. And before the three committee members could react, the colossal tail was upon Kakashi. Douluo, a titled Douluo, truly acted with decisiveness and ferocity. He unleashed his martial spirit's true form in a manner that surpassed everyone's expectations. The tail struck Kakashi with such speed that even he could not respond in time. It was indeed a skill reserved for those above the Soul Sage level. The transformation speed of a titled Douluo's martial spirit was extraordinarily rapid. Boom! The impact turned Kakashi into white mist, causing him to vanish. This was a shadow clone technique, originally intended by Kakashi to confuse Douluo, using the clone to launch fire attacks while his true self burrowed underground for a surprise offensive. However, now everything had unraveled. Kakashi's true form erupted from the ground, returning to the side of the three committee members, for he could not contend with Douluo in his martial spirit's true form. Without delving into the various enhancements, the sheer size of the colossal Ling snake renders it a foe beyond Kakashi's capabilities. The immense serpent emitted a cold snort, clearly unprepared for Kakashi's use of a shadow clone technique. Kakashi, you may step back and observe. The forthcoming battle shall be entrusted to us, commanded Fei Land, pulling Kakashi behind him to face the formidable figure of Douluo, now transformed into the true form of the Ling Snake Emperor. Kakashi refrained from acting recklessly. Unlike Naruto, he possessed the discernment to recognize that the situation had surpassed his control. Three members of the Soul Douluo Committee, two Soul Saints serving as the vice presidents of Shrek Academy, along with two combat-oriented Soul Emperors, Longwen Gun and Xingluo Qi, plus the newly minted Soul Emperor Qiming, advanced together, leaving the food system's Soul Master Xiao Xian in the care of Kakashi and Tang San. Kakashi had grown weary of the battles among Soul Masters, which often devolved into reckless confrontations regardless of victory or defeat. Indeed, combat erupted immediately ahead, with those above the Soul Saint rank activating their martial souls, to counter Douluo's true form. The intensity of the conflict was remarkable, with dazzling soul rings flashing and wreaking havoc upon the battlefield. During the fray, Douluo unleashed his fifth soul skill, a massive cloud of toxic mist, potent in its poisonous properties. Yet, against the formidable duo of Kakashi and Tang San, it proved largely ineffective, merely rendering the air more foul. Douluo attempted to advance, but was firmly held back by Zhao Wuji's powerful Golden Bear form. Surrounded and besieged, Douluo faced defense from both flanks. And even the protective measures of a titled Douluo's martial soul could not withstand the relentless assault from so many high-ranking soul masters. Kakashi observed, feeling a twinge of excitement. Though he was least adept at confronting such large entities, the presence of a Nine-Tails within him sparked the possibility that he too could someday transform into a creature of such magnitude. However, he could not dwell on such thoughts, for Douluo's toxic mist was closing in. Another flask was hurled forth as Kakashi unleashed his powerful dragon fire technique, further contaminating the already unpleasant atmosphere. Kakashi counted himself fortunate that, aside from his poison, Douluo was woefully lacking in other abilities, rendering him one of the weakest titled Douluos in terms of overall strength. Otherwise, had a different titled Douluo taken Douluo's place, Kakashi would not have been able to endure for so long. Even a moderately aggressive Soul Douluo would have pushed Kakashi into a grueling struggle, rather than allowing him to handle Douluo so easily. This was only possible because Douluo was currently suppressing most of his strength. He had not utilized his martial soul's true form or his last two soul skills, nor had he invoked his head spirit bone skill, effectively binding his hands and feet in this confrontation with the Kakashi at full capacity. The dynamics of soul masters differ significantly from those of ninjas. While both may be categorized at the level of Hokage or titled Douluo, their methodologies diverge greatly. Kakashi held confidence that he could now contend directly with individuals of Hokage caliber. Yet against Douluo, who had transformed into a 30-meter-long by Ling Snake Emperor, he found himself at a loss. If only Tsunade-sama were here, she would undoubtedly incapacitate the innards of that great serpent. Kakashi mused. If only Reikage were present, Douluo would not even have the opportunity to unleash his martial soul. Kakashi couldn't help but facepalm, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He believed he could withstand a full confrontation with Hokage, yet found himself struggling against Douluo, who hadn't even utilized half of his strength. The battle endured for an extended period, characteristic of confrontations among soul masters. Ninja battles are typically brief due to their mastery of lethal techniques, often prioritizing their own injuries to inflict greater harm upon their adversaries. Such a life-for-a-life approach ensures swift resolutions. However, here, the participants, having activated their seventh soul skills, relentlessly employed their previous six techniques, resulting in a spectacular display of soul skill collisions. A reversal of fortunes in battle is always possible. Initially, they had the upper hand against the Bai Ling Snake Emperor, only to find themselves cornered by Douluo's eighth soul skill. They relied on Bai Baoshan, one of the committee members, to hold their ground, sheltered within the protective dome of the Tianqing furnace. Douluo's eighth soul skill, Time Congeal, posed a formidable threat. At that moment, Bai Baoshan appeared to be exerting every ounce of strength to withstand the impact of Douluo's eighth soul skill on the Tianqing furnace's interior. His face flushed with effort. Despite Douluo's eighth soul skill not being an offensive one, an 80-level soul Douluo possessing the Tianqing furnace was far from a mere pushover. Though it was arduous, Bai Baoshan managed to stave off the effects of Time Congeal, ensuring that those inside remained unaffected. For the sake of Shrek's survival and the future of the Tiando Royal Academy, he was determined to persevere. "Oh man, if you keep this up, I will not hold back any longer," Douluo warned, preparing to intensify his efforts to breach the defenses of the Tianqing furnace. Yet, Bai Baoshan was crucial to the academy. He had been invited by Prince Xuexing and could not simply injure him. Douluo, having lived for so long, understood the intricacies of human relationships. The primary objective of Xuexing was to drive Shrek away and weaken the power of Prince Xuexing. However, with these three esteemed committee members standing in his way, Douluo could not simply retreat. Thus, he assumed the role of the villain, prepared to face the consequences under the guise of the poisoned Douluo. However, should he truly inflict lasting harm upon the three, Xuexing would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Even the Snow Knight Emperor would find it difficult to overlook the matter, for if not handled deftly, it could lead to widespread dissatisfaction. Come on, I can still hold on, Bai Baoshan resolved, prepared to risk everything. Douluo hesitated, for despite his pride, he was not devoid of reason. Under ordinary circumstances, a soldat so oblivious to danger would have met with swift retribution. However, the current situation was different. Should he injure someone severely, complications would arise. He had come to assist Xuexing, not to harm him. Tension hung thick in the air, as both sides were poised for a decisive confrontation. Wait! Prince Xuexing stepped forward from the audience area, seeking to mediate. He understood the significance of these three committee members in the eyes of the Snow Knight Emperor. Should anything happen, the repercussions would be beyond his capacity to bear. If Douluo were to strike even slightly harder, Bai Baoshan would surely not withstand it. A realization evident even to him. Lowering his proud head, Prince Xuexing knew he had no choice but to intervene, for the fighting must cease. If it were merely an injury, it could be managed, but if a life were lost, he would undoubtedly lose his authority within the academy, rendering him incapable of aiding in any future endeavors. Furthermore, his already tenuous reputation would plummet, making it impossible for him to attract any talent. In his eyes, this was merely a minor opportunity to weaken the prince's power. Yet, should he sacrifice his control over the Royal Academy for this fleeting chance, it would be utterly foolish. Even if Shrek's members remained, as long as he maintained authority over the academy, it would only be a matter of time before he secretly conspired to eliminate them. Since His Highness the Prince has interceded, I shall let bygones be bygones. Douluo conceded with a flourish of his sleeve, agreeing readily. He had long desired to cease this engagement, for battling against these three aged foes while unable to exert his full strength was rather unsatisfying. Din Feilande, do you mean to say, inquired the Dream God Machine. Though he too wished to halt, it was prudent that such a decision be made by the principal party involved. Upon hearing this, Feilander retracted his martial spirit, gestured dismissively, and wearily stated, "Let us end this. There is no need to continue." The others likewise withdrew their martial spirits, all in poor condition. Engaging in a contest with a titled Douluo had compelled them to exert their utmost strength, and now they were all battered and exhausted, their soul power significantly depleted. As soon as the battle concluded, the 6 members of the Shrek 7 immediately surrounded Kakashi, chattering about the matter of his left eye. Xuexing personally intervened to smooth things over, sending the Shrek group off to rest while he accompanied Douluo. Kakashi dismissed the others, reluctant to elaborate on the topic of the Sharingan. Had the opponents been below the rank of Soul Sage, Kakashi would have been confident of victory. Under such circumstances, he would emerge as a Soul Master, triumphing over a Soul Emperor with the aid of his enigmatic eye, thereby garnering great renown. Kakashi had no fear of the Sharingan being stolen. The technology here was not advanced enough. While it was feasible to kill for a soul bone, to murder for an eye would be utterly absurd. That evening, Feilander summoned all members of Shrek to his chamber. Indeed, every individual, including both teachers and students, was present. The principal and vice principal, 3 instructors, and the 7 students, along with the 2 exceptional figures, Master and Kakashi. "What are your thoughts?" he inquired, leaving them perplexed. "Damn it, we cannot remain here any longer. We have barely arrived and already faced a titled Douluo. Who knows what troubles may arise in the future." Zhao Wujia, known for his fiery temperament, slammed the table and exclaimed. Master wore a grim expression. The fact that Xuexing had brought a titled Douluo to seek trouble with them indicated that they would undoubtedly face further conflict. This enmity had been established. Peace would not reign henceforth. The others shared grave expressions. Confronting a titled Douluo was akin to wagering their lives. Surviving this encounter was merely fortuitous. Yet now each bore wounds, and should Xuexing strike again, their lives would surely be forfeit. This was not a place to linger. Master articulated the sentiments of the group. "When shall we depart?" Feilander asked directly. His previous willingness to engage Douluo stemmed from a refusal to swallow his pride. Bolstered by Tang San's antidote skills and Kakashi's extraordinary abilities. However, after experiencing the confrontation, they had witnessed the terrifying might of a titled Douluo. Even if Douluo's finest poison could not be utilized, in the face of absolute power, all else was rendered meaningless. Although it was said that prolonged nights breed many dreams, departing at this juncture was unwise, Kakashi offered his perspective. Indeed, after such a fierce battle, the Shrek instructors had sustained varying degrees of injury. The disparity in strength against the titled Douluo was immense. If we do not leave, Zhao Wujia warned, his eyes wide, we will be utterly annihilated by that damned prince. Phylanda sought to soothe Zhao Wujia, but did not overly restrain his emotional outburst, understanding his sentiment. The Shrek 7 remained silent, acutely aware that they were ill-equipped to engage in such matters. In terms of experience, they were still quite naive. Even Tang San found himself at a loss for words due to his limited experience. Master fixed his gaze upon Kakashi and asked, "What do you believe we should do?" Kakashi looked up, stroking the soft fur of Fufu nestled in his arms. His voice lethargic yet characteristic. "I do not know." This answer was quintessentially Kakashi, often unreliable. "Let's rest for a few days and recuperate before deciding." Phylanda expressed his thoughts. Zhao Wujia grew anxious, exclaiming, "Why must we rest for a few more days? If we linger, what if that damned prince poisons us?" This statement was somewhat exaggerated. Xuexing was not foolish enough to that extent. To have someone poisoned on his own territory, especially after having had prior conflicts with them, especially with the assistance of the poisoned Douluo, would be a glaring oversight. While it was regretful for the 3 committee members who valued Shrek, this decision was not only for the future of Shrek, but also for the training of the 7. They could not afford to remain any longer. During the day, their willingness to fight stemmed from camaraderie, but now that they had cooled down, it was time for a genuine resolution. With Tang San's antidote techniques, Douluo's potency had been somewhat neutralized. Without Kakashi's presence, relying solely on Ma Hongjuan's flames would be insufficient. Even if powerful, they could not compare in scale to Douluo's toxic mists. It was indeed prudent to wait a few days to recuperate before departing. Their current condition was too precarious. Ultimately, the group reached a consensus. Indeed, after such a conflict, the combat-capable Shrek instructors had sustained injuries, and the strongest principal and vice principal had utilized their martial spirits, leaving them in a weakened state. Should they venture out now? If someone were to launch a covert attack, they would likely perish without a trace. The Shrek group rested for several days, refraining from teaching and remaining in their dormitories. As they were set to depart, there was no need to wander about. Any misstep could lead to complications. A few days later, with the assistance of Seoul, Saint Tangdo, Phylanda, and the others had fully recovered from their injuries. This was indeed fortunate. To heal from wounds inflicted by the poisoned Douluo in just a few days was a stroke of luck. Though the primary toxic attacks of Douluo had been neutralized through the combined efforts of Tang San and Kakashi, his body, infused with poison, still bore residual toxicity. While not life-threatening, it remained a persistent nuisance. Although it posed no danger to their lives, it would still have consequences. However, one should not underestimate the capabilities of food-type soul saints. While the poison could not be immediately eradicated, lingering for several days would render food-type solutions ineffective. As it was merely a minor toxicity, Phylanda took it upon himself to bid farewell to the 3 committee members, while the others descended the mountain, leaving no opportunity for the academy to retain them. The 3 committee members could only sigh. Retaining the individuals was futile if their hearts had already departed. They could only blame the royal family, yet they lacked the authority to do so, as the academy belonged to the Tiando royal family. Although the 3 initially attempted to persuade them to stay, Phylanda was resolute in his decision, responding to their sincerity only with apologies. At the base of the mountain, having nearly exited the territory of the Tiando Royal Academy, the Shrek group had arrived at this juncture when Phylanda, summoning his martial spirit, pursued them. "What are your thoughts?" he inquired. Although they ultimately chose not to remain, his expression betrayed no regret. This encounter with a titled Douluo had culminated with their opponents retreating, thus preserving his dignity. Moreover, It appeared as if he had chosen to leave rather than being cast out, leaving him with little cause for discontent. Additionally, having enjoyed several days of meals at their expense, the fare had been quite satisfactory. Had he been required to pay for it himself, that would have been a considerable loss. In summary, this endeavor had proven advantageous. The dean truly possesses a broad perspective, Oscar murmured. Ma Hongjun shared a similar sentiment with Philanda. I think it went rather well. If the First Academy of Tiendo desired to retain me, I would scarcely give it a second glance. How splendid it would be to say so. Zhao Wujia queried. What shall we do now? His perspective was not so optimistic. He had initially believed they had found a promising refuge. Yet it had culminated in little more than a few free meals and a near brush with death against the titled Douluo. However, being able to engage with a titled Douluo, such as Fenghao Douluo, certainly brings him some honor in the eyes of others. Although it is known that Douluo did not exert his full strength, the outcome remains satisfactory. At long last, he has returned, free from the distractions of his two younger cousins, and his condition has improved significantly. Chapter 92, Lamba Academy. The emotions among the crowd vary, yet there is a scarcity of disappointment. After all, Shrek still gained much from this event. Qin Ming did not pursue them, for although Shrek did not remain, they also did not suffer significant grievances. Frandog harbored some misgivings, concerned that the students and his old comrades might face underhanded tactics. Thus his departure seemed reasonable. Qin Ming could not leave, as the three committee members clearly valued their contest against Douluo. Even out of gratitude, he could not simply walk away. The proximity of Tiendo Royal Academy to Tiendo City is indeed remarkable. The group ambled forth with peculiar sentiments, neither overly cheerful nor gloomy. Before long, they arrived at the capital of the Tiendo Empire. From a distance, the fluttering banners atop the city walls, among the largest and most prosperous cities on the continent, were already visible. The walls of Tiendo City rise to a height of 100 meters, constructed entirely from the most resilient granite. Soldiers patrolled both above and below, clad in full armor and wielding long spears. The aura of lethal intent emanating from them reveals their formidable nature. However, from Kakashi's perspective, this seems somewhat inappropriate. While it is advantageous to have such elite soldiers, the intense atmosphere of hostility within the imperial capital felt misplaced. Such a force would be a blessing for border defense, ensuring the security of the frontier, yet in the capital, it seemed excessively intimidating. As the capital of a nation, it should be a sacred place, and the sight of soldiers brimming with murderous intent is far from becoming. The grand gates stand 10 meters tall and equally wide, sufficient for 6 riders to pass side by side. Adjacent to them are 2 smaller gates, each 5 meters in height and width, allowing pedestrians to enter only through these side entrances. The central gate remains tightly shut, likely reserved for special occasions when important figures are to pass through. As the Shrek Academy group approached the city gates, they noticed a large announcement on the bulletin board beside the gates. It read, "Wanted, Lamba Advanced Soul Master Academy is currently seeking to hire the following personnel due to expansion. 10 Soul Masters with a rank of 40 or above. Those with higher soul power will be given priority and excellent benefits will be provided upon hiring." Upon seeing this notice, Frandog expressed his surprise, pondering how the Academy's advertisement made its way to the city gate bulletin board. It must have cost a fortune. This old codger is so concerned about a few days' worth of meals and lodging, let alone advertising expenses. The term penny-pinching old merchant aptly describes him. Kakashi stepped forward, scrutinizing the notice until a vague recollection surfaced. However, he could not speak, as he had not yet devised a suitable excuse. At this moment, he could not disclose his connection to the Wuhuan Temple, as the timing was not right. If memory serves, Zhao Wujia had a past grievance with the Wuhuan Temple, which had once deliberately made things difficult for him. Even if others had little direct connection to the Wuhuan Temple, they would likely be reluctant to accept it due to Zhao Wujia's influence. Frankly speaking, while these individuals may be regarded as teachers, they resemble a band of seasoned rascals. They could easily engage with a titled Douluo, not for any other reason than Frandog's orders. Though Ning Rongrong did not possess extensive knowledge of Tiendo City, she still had some information, albeit quite general. For some reason, She distinctly remembered Lamba Academy, though she could not articulate why. There seemed to be something of great significance. It had eluded her memory. Ning Rongrong mentioned that this academy only accepted students from common backgrounds, which led the others to assume that this was the reason for her strong impression. Kakashi sighed in relief. Perhaps he should take the opportunity to thank Ning Rongrong, as she had resolved so many troubles. Frandu then formulated a plan to join Lamba Academy. Kakashi scratched his head, feeling as though something was amiss. His understanding of the academy was limited, similar to that of Ning Rongrong. What exactly was the issue? Lamba Academy, he muttered. Kakashi, what are you mumbling about? Tang San inquired, turning to him. Fu écoute de question. Kakashi shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts. In the past 2 years, he had rarely exerted his full speed. The sudden engagement with Douluo had left him slightly dazed, and he was still recovering. Although familiar with Tiendo City, he could not reveal this familiarity. Having entered the city multiple times, he had long since familiarized himself with its layout. Knowing the environment facilitates assassination, making it smoother and more efficient, an area where Kakashi had ample experience. After inquiring with numerous passers-by, navigating left and right through the streets, they finally reached their destination. It was quite a hassle. Tiendo City bustled with prosperity, every street paved with blue bricks, each wide enough to rival the main thoroughfares of Soto City. The scale of the entire city likely spanned over 100 miles, befitting an imperial capital. The entrance to Lamba Academy appeared remarkably similar to the city gates of Tiendo, albeit somewhat less imposing. Nevertheless, the entrance stood 10 meters high. The white marble gate, while not extravagant, exuded an air of grandeur. With 8 gilded characters spelling out Lamba Advanced Soul Master Academy, Kakashi felt a twitch in his eyelid. The gilded characters of Lamba struck him as disconcerting. He could not afford to thump his forehead, as his forehead protector obstructed him, and even if he did, it would not clear his mind significantly. Kakashi knew that the location itself was inconsequential. What mattered was where the registration took place, and that eluded him. Familiarity with the area did not extend to knowing every household. Kakashi was only aware of the general location. Nevertheless, it was not a problem. He could simply ask the gatekeeper. To his surprise, the gatekeeper was also a soul master, a testament to the academy's standard. Accordingly, they found a reception area next to the gate marked Recruitment Registration Room. The group scratched their heads, realizing that without a guide, it could indeed be troublesome. However, this situation also alleviated the ambivalence they felt upon leaving Tiendo Royal Academy. The reception was handled by a middle-aged soul master, appearing to be in his 40s, who primarily directed his inquiries toward the Shrek 7 and Kakashi, given their youthful appearances. Although Kakashi wore a mask, it was instinctive to gauge age upon first glance. Franda clarified, "No, it is us who are registering. These children are our disciples. If we succeed in our applications here, our disciples hope to attend the academy as well." The reception teacher replied, "Students must also undergo assessments for admission. Here's the deal. You soul masters must first undergo our tests, and if you become academy instructors, I believe arrangements can be made for your disciples to attend classes, especially since the enrollment period for new students has already passed, and your disciples are quite young. Generally speaking, even outstanding soul masters must be at least 16 to 18 years old to enter a senior soul master academy. In most cases, it is around 20 years old, and apart from Kakashi, Tang San, and the others did not appear to be close to 18. The test is not an issue. In what location are the teachers being received? They have already waited here for several days, and the number of soul masters coming to register is quite scarce. After all, becoming a teacher at the Soul Master Academy cannot compare to the benefits of aligning with esteemed families, which is the most promising path for high-level soul masters. However, the arrival of at least 6 prospective teachers demands attention, prompting an urgent response. I shall escort you to the assessment. Upon entering Lamba Academy, one cannot help but notice the significant differences from Tiendo Royal Academy. Although the picturesque mountain scenery of Tiendo Royal Academy is absent here, everything exudes an atmosphere of grandeur. The spacious pathway leads directly inward, flanked by expansive groves of trees. At the end of the path lies a large playground, exceeding 200 meters in diameter, surrounded by a ring of three-story buildings. While Kakashi had previously visited this place, it was merely a cursory glance. His time was limited, and he could not thoroughly explore every inch of Tiendo City. His outings coincided only with the breaks from Nodding Academy. It was not a matter of inability to venture out, but rather a reluctance to do so. Although Nodding Academy had regulations, they did not impose restrictions on outstanding students like Kakashi, allowing them the freedom to leave the academy. However, Kakashi did not wish for his new life to be eternally shackled to that of a ninja. He yearned for a life of his own, even if only for a brief moment. The receiving teacher introduced the various facilities within the three-story buildings, which included simulated training environments, student dormitories, and teaching halls. If Tiendo Royal Academy was built against the mountains, then Lamba Academy stands in the midst of a forest. The remaining area surrounding the teaching buildings is entirely forested. It is said that this is the largest botanical area within Tiendo City. Who would dare claim that Lamba Academy lacks a significant background? Given the presence of such a forest within the capital, the receiving teacher guided everyone into a spire-topped building, which appeared to be the most robust structure among the academy's edifices. Upon entering, one is met with a spacious hall devoid of any partitioned rooms. Radiant light streamed in through the surrounding windows, illuminating the area brilliantly. Kakashi surveyed his surroundings and realized the purpose of this space. The floor was adorned with granite, while the walls were simply whitewashed, lacking any decorative embellishments. Kakashi noted the impressive hardness of the granite floor, and it was likely that the walls were also made of granite behind the paint. He shook his head, acknowledging that achieving such quality would require substantial manpower and resources. However, if it were up to him, it could be accomplished in mere moments. Earth release is indeed well-suited for construction, allowing for significant cost savings. Am I becoming so thrifty? I must be influenced by the principle, Kakashi mused with a self-deprecating smile. Nevertheless, observing the situation here, it appeared ideal for combat without causing much disturbance. The use of granite for reinforcement suggests that this is indeed a venue for practical assessments. The receiving teacher instructed everyone to wait in the hall before departing. It was not long before three soul masters entered from outside. These individuals appeared to be in their 40s, with unremarkable features, yet they shared a common air of seriousness. Kakashi raised his gaze, uncertain of how to assess the situation. While strict evaluations are beneficial to prevent incompetent teachers from passing, if the instructors maintain such stern expressions, students may eventually rebel over trivial matters. Each has its merits and flaws. The trio halted at the inner side of the hall, and the leader addressed the assembled soul masters. Please approach one by one for the assessment. Who would like to go first? All eyes turned to Flander, who pondered briefly before saying, Old Lee, you go first. Teacher Lee Yusong, who possessed the dragon-patterned staff martial spirit, nodded and stepped forward, inquiring of the three middle-aged soul masters. May I ask how the assessment will proceed? The previously speaking soul master replied, Please release your martial spirit. If it exceeds level 40, you will engage in a spar with one of us for 10 minutes to qualify. Kakashi ceased listening, having already discerned the soul power levels of the three individuals. He subtly adjusted his forehead protector, allowing his crimson left eye to flash momentarily, revealing their soul power levels. Based on his assessment, they were all soul kings, but not of particularly high caliber, likely at the initial stage of Soul King. He retrieved half a duck from his soul guidance device and placed it in the small claws of Fu Fu, while he himself casually placed one hand in his pocket and held a dubious book in the other, awaiting the outcome. However, it wasn't long before they had to relocate due to the high level of the Shrek teacher, as these individuals were not authorized to proceed without consulting the principal of Lamba Academy. Reluctantly, Kakashi stowed away his book and followed them outside. The three Lamba Academy teachers, led by In Shu, walked ahead, exiting the spire-top building and following a small path toward the rear of the academy. Soon, they entered the forest surrounding the outer area of the main campus. The master inquired, Doesn't your principal reside within the campus? In Shu replied, The principal does not often stay at the academy. She prefers solitude and lives alone in the forest. Daily affairs are managed by the teachers. and only significant matters require consultation with her. Mentioning the principal, Inshu's eyes reflected genuine respect, emanating from the heart. Although Kakashi was tempted to inquire how much longer the journey would take, he restrained himself out of politeness. Nevertheless, the enigma of Lanba Academy lingered in his mind. Leaving him contemplative, Kakashi glanced around, admiring the surrounding flora. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would likely reside here in the future. It seemed quite pleasant. Perhaps he would have the opportunity to visit the palace and see Qianrenshue. Although Kakashi's age was younger than Qianrenshue's in this life, due to the hierarchy, he still referred to her as Qianrenshue. As Hokage, he interacted with the Pope as an equal, while Qianrenshue was the daughter of the Pope. However, Qianrenshue would directly address him as Kakashi, unable to acknowledge someone who appeared younger and had once offended her as an elder. That tree is indeed massive, with lush branches and vibrant green leaves teeming with life. This one is also splendid. It is now morning, and although the temperature is relatively high for this season, the atmosphere here remains refreshingly cool. The principal certainly knows how to enjoy life. After walking for about 10 minutes, the group was traversing the fragrant forest when suddenly, a faint song drifted from ahead. The melody was hauntingly beautiful, filled with melancholy and longing, evoking a sense of heartache. The tune swirled and weaved, undeniably exquisite. Sleepless nights? What can numb the pain? Too many emotions. How to face them? It's not that I don't want your company, but some things you cannot comprehend. Kakashi winced, recognizing it as a love song derived from lyrical poetry. Truthfully, it felt rather sentimental. He noted that both Principal Flander and the Master exhibited unusual reactions. A melodious female voice gradually emerged, singing a song that was indeed penned by you, Xiaogang. Are you aware that my heart is in turmoil? Where exactly are you? Kakashi raised his head, glancing left and right in search of the source of the sound. If Xiaogang's memory served him correctly, this was the same name as that of the Master, and given the Master's unusual demeanor, it seemed accurate. Kakashi knew that this was the third member of the Golden Iron Triangle. The information regarding the Wuhuan Temple was extensive. Any character renowned in the past was documented there. Since she was present, the so-called Lanba Academy gained a clearer explanation. It was the Lan Dianba Wanglong. However, the Wuhuan Temple did not record matters of the heart, indicating that something must have transpired among the three. Otherwise, the Master would not have sought to flee. Flanders stubbornly held onto the Master, refusing to let him leave, dragging him forward. Kakashi rubbed his forehead, contemplating that some intriguing events were about to unfold, although they would likely be rather troublesome. Continuing forward for several hundred meters, the forest began to thin, revealing a particularly stout tree with a sign hung upon it. Inscribed with the words, Academy Grounds, unauthorized entry prohibited. The performance was about to commence. Kakashi tilted his head and smiled faintly. Upon passing this grand tree, the scenery changed dramatically. Before him lay a small lake, its diameter scarcely 50 meters. A stream approximately 3 meters wide flowed quietly from the other side of the woods, feeding the pond and then retreating, ensuring that this water body remained vibrant. Beside the pond stood a humble thatched cottage, constructed of wooden planks and straw, seamlessly blending with the surrounding environment. Around the cottage was a circle of fencing, within which a variety of flowers bloomed in a riot of colors, creating a stunning spectacle. Amidst the flowers stood a woman, holding a watering can, nurturing the blossoms. Perhaps alerted by the sound of footsteps, her gaze inadvertently drifted toward the group from Shrek Academy. It seemed she furrowed her brow slightly, disturbed by the interruption of the tranquility. However, when her eyes traversed the three soul masters from Lanba Academy and settled on Flander and the master behind them, her entire body froze in an instant. The watering can slipped from her grasp, crashing to the ground with a thud, spilling its contents as she became entirely oblivious to it. Kakashi observed this scene, further affirming his suspicions. Perhaps this time, he could contribute some private intelligence about the Golden Iron Triangle to the records of the Wuhuan Temple. However, he dismissed the thought, considering it an invasion of privacy and unworthy of inclusion. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, clad in a simple azure dress. Yet her elegance could not be concealed. Her hair was tied up, and despite her somewhat pale complexion, her features were exquisitely captivating. Her eyes, though now glazed, still sparkled with life. Beneath her robe lay the unmistakable contours of a mature figure, a sight far beyond that of an ordinary girl. Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment. Her stature was certainly comparable to that of Lady Tsunade. A swift slap from Fufu jolted him back to reality. Thankfully, no one was paying him any heed. Otherwise, he would have suffered great embarrassment. Dean, we have several new applicants, among whom 5 possess soul power exceeding level 60. We are unable to make a decision and respectfully request your judgment. Xiao Gang, is that truly you? Am I not dreaming? Her melodious voice trembled as she uttered these words. Yet, this touching reunion appeared rather atypical. It seemed that the master could not be with this woman for some undisclosed reason. Kakashi had little interest in the ensuing conversation. He merely needed to listen for a few moments to grasp the situation. Otherwise, should he inadvertently immerse himself, he could easily become lost. The nostalgic exchange among the 3 members of the Golden Iron Triangle was almost unbearable to witness. Ultimately, Flander, from this day forth, this academy shall be yours. The words of Lu Erlong, one of the Golden Iron Triangle, stunned everyone into silence. At last, Lu Erlong momentarily set aside her emotions and redirected her attention to the others. Chapter 94. The Onslaught of the Poison Douluo. Taking a deep breath, Lu Erlong reluctantly shifted her gaze from the master and addressed the group from Shrek. Welcome. Let me introduce you to Lanba Academy. Oh no. It should be referred to as Shrek Academy now. This forest is the largest within Tiendo City and is entirely owned by the academy. Although our facilities may not rival those of the Tiendo Royal Academy, they are still quite adequate. Kakashi's eyelids grew heavy. It was merely a standard introduction. He did not pay close attention to the details that followed, deeming them unnecessary. Although the human brain can hold vast amounts of information, excessive details can lead to confusion, rendering the mind less clear. No one could guarantee the perpetual clarity of their thoughts, and Kakashi was no exception. Lu Erlong then provided a comprehensive overview of Lanba Academy. It was even better than anticipated. Although the academy only had over 200 students, it was well regarded in the Soul Master community of the Tiendo Empire. Even noble-born Soul Masters had to acknowledge Lanba Academy's contributions to the realm of Soul Masters. This institution could be considered a cradle for commoner Soul Masters. Although it had only been established for a decade, it had already nurtured numerous formidable commoner Soul Masters. Even the Wuhuan Temple hoped to collaborate with Lanba Academy, but Lu Erlong had firmly declined. While the facilities may not match those of the Tiendo Royal Academy, they were significantly superior to the former Shrek Academy. Though emotions might sometimes hinder one, they could be managed effectively. Kakashi offered his assessment, eager to learn about those he had just met. Lu Erlong seemed to have forgotten the master and, in the subsequent time, readily displayed her cheerful nature. After hosting the Shrek group for lunch and addressing their myriad inquiries, she led them on a tour of Lanba Academy. Eventually, they were assigned accommodations in the faculty dormitory building. As for matters concerning treatment, Lu Erlong directly deferred to Flander. After all, starting tomorrow, the academy would be renamed Shrek and no longer be known as Lanba. The past few days have been a whirlwind for the Shrek group, transitioning from the tension of confronting the Poison Douluo to relaxation, and finally to the enlightening moments brought by Lu Erlong. Dinner, at Flander's insistence, was not as lavish as lunch, and everyone quickly finished their meals. Tang San, accompany me for a walk, the master said, unable to meet Lu Erlong's intense gaze as he pushed back from the table. He called out to Tang San and then headed outside. Oh, Tang San replied, promptly rising to follow. Fufu voiced her concern, and Kakashi understood her sentiments. Don't worry, everything will be fine, he reassured her, although Fufu possessed great intelligence. Her innocence left her unaware of many matters. Aren't you afraid he will run away again? Flander remarked with a hint of amusement, addressing Lu Erlong. Kakashi cast a sidelong glance. Contemplating the situation, it appears that Master indeed cannot be with this woman for certain reasons. Old Master, do you believe that if I were to see him again, he would still have the chance to flee? This time, even if it means binding him, I shall keep him by my side. Kakashi suppressed a light cough. The violent woman, assessment complete. During these 2 feasts, Kakashi hardly consumed anything, merely tasting a few morsels when they were not paying attention. After all, the face hidden beneath the mask must remain concealed at all times. Would these 7 little ones attempt to unmask him like Naruto and his companions? It could be considered a means of strengthening teamwork. Accompanying them on these occasions was not entirely unwelcome. Fu, having enjoyed her meal, let out a contented burp. Kakashi could only shake his head in resignation. Picking up Fu and heading outside, he needed to find a place to clean Fu's oil-stained little paws before returning to their dormitory for a rest. Stepping outside and gazing at the twinkling stars, Kakashi exhaled deeply. The moonlight cast a divine glow upon Fu's snow-white, silky fur, enhancing the ethereal aura of the white fox. "Hey, Kakashi!" From behind, Oscar, Daimu Bai, and Ma Hongjun rushed out to catch up with him. Upon hearing their voices, Kakashi paused momentarily, but continued walking forward. Oscar voiced his dissatisfaction. "Kakashi, we've called out to you. Why do you keep moving ahead?" Exactly, with this excess weight, walking a few extra steps is exhausting. Ma Hongjun Kaimdin. Let it be. This is just Kakashi's style, Daimubai remarked with a smile, fully aware that Kakashi never engaged in unnecessary actions. Kakashi carried Fu toward a small lake to wash her paws. Meanwhile, Daimubai and the others chattered softly to one another, their voices barely audible. Kakashi sensed that whatever they were discussing was likely not benign, or they wouldn't be so secretive, so he chose to ignore them. With concentrated focus, he washed Fu's pristine little paws, so absorbed that he forced himself to disregard the murmurs from the trio beside him. The sound of splashing water echoed as Fu's tiny paws kicked up droplets, soaking Kakashi in the process. "Fu, stop messing around," Kakashi admonished, his tone hinting at reproach. Fu seemed to apologize in her own way. The trio beside them grew anxious, once again urging Kakashi, "Are you coming or not?" Realizing his surroundings, Kakashi turned to them and inquired, "What were you just discussing?" We." The 3 fell silent, taken aback by Kakashi's apparent indifference to their whispers. His expression and tone suggested he was not feigning ignorance. Oscar, growing agitated, explained, "We wanted to invite you to hear Master S' story with us." Kakashi resumed washing Fu's paws, replying, "You could just go without me. Why drag me into this?" Ma Hongjun rolled his eyes, saying, "If you go, it's different. That second-rate director just went over. If she speaks of binding the master, she must be a fierce one. If we're discovered, there will be consequences." Daimubai concurred. "Indeed, if you accompany us, your ability to hide is remarkable. You would surely not be detected." Oscar added, "Yes." Kakashi's hands trembled slightly. The 9 tails within him growled lowly, as if issuing a warning. "I understand," Kakashi replied, after washing Fu's paws. He cast a glance at the still-chatting trio and vanished from the spot. If these little ones merely sought knowledge, they could have directly questioned Master or Xiao San later. It was likely they were searching for excitement. Nonetheless, it was evident that the Master had summoned Xiao San to reveal his innermost secrets. They were quite astute. In a flash, Kakashi returned to his dormitory. The swift movement of the Shunshin technique allowed Fu, having just eaten, to revel in the caress of the wind. Her eyes now drowsy, Kakashi tucked Fu in a bed, leaving her still damp little paws exposed. He gently patted her head to soothe her, hoping she would drift into sleep quickly. "It's time to go. That fellow hasn't sought you out," which likely indicates an ulterior motive. The 9 tails' grave voice echoed in Kakashi's ear. Kakashi opened the window, stepping out before closing it behind him, and dashed into the woods surrounding the cafeteria. "Kurama, I must rely on you once more, but do not attempt to break the seal. It is acceptable to conserve some chakra," Kakashi remarked as he leaped through the trees. "I'm not foolish enough to risk my life for you. Think wisely for yourself," the 9 tails retorted. What an insincere creature, Kakashi thought. Chapter 95, Pursue Kurama. "Can you sense Dugabo's whereabouts?" Kakashi inquired as he paused on a large tree. "No, the individuals in this world are somewhat unusual. Although this person's overall strength rivals that of a Hokage, his method of concealing his aura is exceptionally refined," Kurama responded. After a moment of contemplation, Kurama added. However, I can sense others. Can you ascertain that fellow S-target? Though Kurama's sensing ability was formidable, reaching the rank of title Douluo, the concealment of his aura was exceedingly advanced. If the distance exceeded a certain limit, Kurama could no longer detect it, while Kakashi could sense intuitively. He would be at a loss if the other party deliberately concealed their presence. After a moment of reflection, Kakashi resolutely stated, "All right, perhaps I know where he might head." On the other side, Master confided everything to Tang San, while Lu Erlong emerged from the woods behind them. Her face radiant, she approached Master step by step, her beauty striking and compelling. At this moment, Master finally ceased to evade Lu Erlong's gaze, watching her draw closer. His heart raced noticeably, and the emotional barriers he had held for 20 years began to crumble under the overwhelming tide of feelings. Tang San quietly retreated, gradually melding into the forest. He understood that at this moment, no one should disturb them. Silently, he wished Master well, fully aware of the loneliness that often clouded his teacher's expression. Tang San did not rush to return, but wandered alone in the woods, deep in thought. Suddenly, the air turned chilly, causing Tang San to shiver slightly and furrow his brow in confusion. At that moment, he was startled to halt in his tracks. Mere meters before him stood an unexpected figure, clad entirely in green, with green hair and eyes and green nails. The icy, malevolent gaze of this individual resembled that of a venomous snake. This was, without a doubt, Douluo, the poisoned Douluo he had encountered days prior, the very one he had previously thwarted. Douluo flickered forward, appearing before Tang San with remarkable speed, his movements ethereal. Tudu Tuliubi. A resounding rumble echoed as a wall of earth and stone surged up between the two figures, separating them. Douluo comprehended in an instant that his presence had been detected. He swiftly turned to face Kakashi, his gaze drawn to the crimson eye on the left. There was no longer anything to conceal. The Bai Lin Shi Huang immediately merged with him. After all, his opponent was the exceedingly swift Kakashi, deserving of utmost caution. Without reservation, the sixth spirit ring illuminated as his martial soul manifested. A beam of green light, imbued with potent toxins, surged toward Kakashi, leaving him no chance to evade. Douluo, a seasoned title Douluo, executed this entire sequence in the fleeting moment after the wall of earth arose. From the manifestation of his martial soul to the release of his spirit skill, it all transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving no room for reaction. The beam struck Kakashi directly, who could not escape in time. With a thud, Kakashi transformed into white smoke and vanished. Douluo's eyes narrowed, realizing that this clone had considerable finesse. He then expanded his spiritual energy to seek Kakashi's whereabouts, charging in a specific direction. Previously, he had locked onto Tang San's presence. Now he could directly track him. Though he could not pinpoint Kakashi, the ominous sensation would guide him. The speed of a title Douluo was not something a mere soul master like Tang San could match, and he quickly closed the distance. With a muffled groan, Tang San succumbed under Douluo's grasp, losing consciousness. Douluo did not linger, departing without a second thought for Kakashi. Meanwhile, Lu Erlong arrived with the master at the location where Douluo had dispelled Kakashi's clone. The wall of earth and stone stood in stark contrast to the surrounding woods, marring the beauty of the landscape. The master's expression grew grave as he observed a large tree nearby, slowly withering. This was a comparatively fortunate sign, as in front of this tree stood several others, all reduced to nothing but dry, shriveled bark. An unpleasant stench permeated the air, indicative of poison. After obliterating Kakashi's clone, Douluo's sixth spirit skill had pierced through several trees before coming to a halt. This wall was erected by Kakashi. The trees have withered due to poison, a clear sign of Douluo's involvement. The master stated with certainty, his confidence evident. Kakashi, confronting someone of such caliber, is decidedly unwise. The Nine Tails emitted a low, cautionary growl. Kakashi, unfazed, replied, "I understand, but I must proceed." In a combat scenario, his stamina would suffice to maintain peak performance throughout. However, as he traversed, human endurance was finite, and continual exertion would lead to fatigue. In terms of speed, he could not match a title Douluo, and thus could only advance at a steady pace. Douluo, relentless, harnessed his spirit power, sustaining his velocity without faltering. The distance between him and Kakashi widened, bringing a measure of relief to the latter. Douluo held the unconscious Tang San firmly, reflecting, "That one-eyed brat is quite troublesome. If I remain in the city too long, complications will arise. I must retreat for now. Once I reach my territory, there will be no further constraints." Kakashi continued his pursuit until he reached the outskirts of Tiendo City, where he finally halted. Surveying the open terrain, his brow furrowed. His earlier ability to track was due to his superior tracking skills, coupled with Douluo's haste, which had left behind some traces. Now, confronted by an expanse of open ground, he pondered which direction to take. "Kakashi, why have you stopped?" The Nine-Tails inquired, its voice deep and raspy. Kakashi considered for a moment before responding, "This is open ground. Someone of that caliber would not leave footprints, meaning any direction is possible." Kakashi remained calm, unfazed by urgency. Douluo's abduction of Tang San indicated an interest in whatever treasures he possessed, suggesting that he would not eliminate him outright. If his intent was merely to take a life, he could have done so without the need for capture. Given Douluo's proficiency with poison, his ability to erase evidence surpassed Kakashi's own experiences in the Umbu. Since he had taken Tang San specifically, it implied that he intended to interrogate him thoroughly, rather than dispose of him casually. Kakashi reflected on this while concealed in the woods outside Tiendo City, aware that standing at the city gate would make him conspicuous in his distinctive attire, his green vest, deep blue ninja garb, and silver-haired visage obscured by a mask. "Let's consider the intelligence regarding this poisoned Douluo," the Nine-Tails urged, its tone scolding. "You ought not to require reminders for such matters." "Apologies. The records of Douluo are indeed contained within the Spear Hall. His by Lin Shi martial soul specializes in poison, residing in the Sunset Forest outside Tiendo City, a realm teeming with soul beasts. The Sunset Forest houses a unique area known as the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye, highly conducive to plant growth. Douluo's prolonged residence there is likely due to his need for various herbs to refine his poisons." "Ah," the Nine-Tails chuckled. "We have a lead. Do you have a plan?" Kakashi asked, knowing that the Nine-Tails would not express amusement lightly. "A method has been discerned, but it will require time," the Nine-Tails replied. "There is ample time, yet it is also pressing," Kakashi conceded. "The Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye was beneficial for plant growth, yet its effects on animals remained uncertain. Ultimately, any genuine soul beast forest harbored a location of unique creation. The Star-Do Great Forest boasted the habitats of two dominant forest rulers, while the Sunset Forest contained the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. These areas, rich in natural energy, attracted soul beasts, forming a gathering ground for these mystical creatures. The Nine-Tails relied on sensing this vast natural energy to locate the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. Kakashi speculated that while Douluo might not necessarily return to his lair with Tang San, he would undoubtedly safeguard it. He might even employ defensive measures, such as barriers to alert him of intrusions. Therefore, directly assaulting his stronghold seemed a prudent course of action. "Let us proceed with haste," he ordered. Chapter 96. A difficult journey in the Sunset Forest, Kakashi traversed through the trees, his attire stained with the blood of the soul beasts he had encountered. These creatures were all over 1,000 years old and notoriously savage, attacking any human in sight. Kakashi had dispatched several thousand-year soul beasts, his right hand drenched in their blood. He refrained from delivering lethal blows, concerned that the Nine-Tails might develop a rift between them. If memory served, soul beasts over 10,000 years of age typically possessed human-level intelligence. At that stage, aside from their inability to speak, they were akin to tailed beasts. Kakashi worried that the Nine-Tails might also harbor reservations. "You're nearing the natural energy gathering site. It would be wise to pause," the Nine-Tails suggested gravely. The spirit skills of soul masters are exceedingly varied, and their spirit power represents absolute dominance. The disparity between Douluo and myself is vast. If I were to engage in a confrontation akin to the Shadow Ninja level, the odds would still be unfavorable. However, escaping would prove considerably easier. Unfortunately, I still need to rescue Tang San, complicating matters. If we calculate carefully, a successful outcome is not entirely impossible. Yet we are on enemy territory, he lamented. Realizing the formidable nature of the task ahead, Kakashi paused, acknowledging the need for rest. A roar, reminiscent of a tiger's, echoed from ahead. This thunderous roar shook the very heavens, causing a painful ringing in the ears. Any ordinary person would have surely succumbed to unconsciousness. Even Kakashi found himself unable to withstand it, kneeling on one knee with his hands pressed against his ears. This old beast had likely been drawn to him by the scent of blood, seeking him out. He had originally intended to rest and devise a plan to rescue Tang San, but now the cacophony of chirping, akin to 1,000 birds singing in unison, filled the air. Kakashi's palm ignited with chakra, flickering with the brilliance of lightning. Though Kakashi's understanding of the soul beast's physical forms was limited, he was acutely aware of their combat prowess. Based on the power contained within this roar, it was likely that this beast exceeded the 1,000-year threshold. In response to the chorus of avian cries, the soul beast, a tiger, seemed to perceive a challenge and let out another earth-shattering roar. Kakashi intensified his chakra output, the lightning in his hand surging forth, gradually coalescing into a sphere of light. The sound of electricity mingled with the avian chorus, symbolizing his approach to Raikiri. Since arriving in this world, Kakashi had acquired a new energy known as soul power, which enhanced his physical capabilities but also posed challenges. The necessity to harmonize two distinct energies proved to be a formidable task. Thus, the execution of the S-rank ninjutsu Raikiri required immense chakra control, which Kakashi could not muster at this moment. Slowly regaining his senses, he re-established his chakra control. From his assessment, the soul beast ahead, a ferocious tiger, had likely reached the 10,000-year mark and warranted cautious engagement. The chakra of the Nine Tails had not been granted to Kakashi this time, as the previous battle with the Emperor had loosened the seal. A loosened seal was never a good omen. Typically, it would spell doom for the host, turning them into a mindless killing machine. However, this time, Kakashi was not in immediate danger. Conversely, should the seal weaken significantly, the Nine Tails would face obliteration from this world. With a swift sound slicing through the air, Kakashi recognized that the ancient tiger was on the move. Without hesitation, he drew back his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan, ready to unleash his full power. This was a 10,000-year soul beast. Given the speed that his ordinary eyes struggled to track, it was undoubtedly a speedster. Coupled with the earlier earth-shattering roar, which, while lacking a mental assault, contained formidable power, it was clear that this was a soul beast known as the Yunban Hu. Kakashi steeled himself, determined to eliminate it swiftly. A battle of this magnitude could not afford delays. He closed his right eye, allowing his left to scan the area, seeking to discern the Yunban Hu's movements. The tiger's appearance was unlike that of any typical soul beast. It was neither a white tiger nor a black tiger, but bore a pattern akin to a zebra's stripes. Yet, as its name suggested, it was characterized by a coat of dark fur adorned with white clouds. His master had taught him that such soul beasts were adept in both speed and attack, making them formidable foes, albeit with a singular focus on physical combat. Kakashi's Sharingan pivoted, finally locating the creature's trajectory. He refrained from utilizing the body flicker technique due to insufficient preparation time. Moreover, Chidori required speed to maximize its lethality and piercing power. The Yunban Hu reacted instantaneously, pivoting to face Kakashi as he charged forward. With another roar, it seemed to aim for psychological disruption. However, to utilize sound waves as an attack against Kakashi, it would need to exceed the volume of the avian chorus. Kakashi adhered to the philosophy of decisive action, seeking to resolve the conflict without delay. This was the essence of a ninja's combat approach. He intended to conclude the battle swiftly and retreat, for he was deep within the soul beast forest, where lingering could prove perilous. As the Yunban Hu lunged at him, the two collided. The sound of sharp claws piercing flesh echoed ominously. It was unclear which party emerged victorious. The lightning in Kakashi's hand continued to flicker, but that did not guarantee his safety. It could merely signify the last vestiges of his strength. Blood stained one of the tiger's claws, his own, but that did not affirm its victory. Behind the Yunbanhu, Kakashi's right hand flickered with fading lightning, revealing a palm soaked in blood. His chakra-infused gloves were entirely drenched, his entire hand covered in crimson. Kakashi had also summoned 2 tendrils, crafted entirely from chakra, forming a tail of chakra. Although the 9 tails could not directly bestow chakra upon Kakashi, it could generate a tail composed of its own chakra for him to utilize. The 2 tendrils he produced were intended to intercept the Yunbanhu's attacks. This was a brief skirmish. Despite the apparent parity in their strengths, battles often concluded abruptly. At the moment of their impending contact, the Yunbanhu activated its innate transformation ability, instantly enlarging its form and disrupting Kakashi's strategy. The tiger's claws elongated, extending its reach to penetrate Kakashi's body before he could react. One could not underestimate a soul beast that had attained sentience, for its cunning was honed through years of survival in the perilous realm of soul beast combat. Kakashi had not anticipated the Yunbanhu's ability to transform so swiftly. In desperation, he expended a considerable amount of chakra to activate his chakra tail. Without the 9-tailed chakra as a conduit, utilizing the chakra tail was immensely taxing, especially given Kakashi's already significant depletion of energy. As blood flowed freely, Kakashi staggered backward while the Yunbanhu collapsed, now lifeless. Regardless of the circumstances, he had triumphed in this encounter. Kakashi's left shoulder bore the deep gash of the tiger's claws, with blood streaming down his arm. The 2 chakra tendrils gradually retracted as he took faltering steps forward. "Kakashi, you cannot proceed any further. Your injuries are severe," admonished the 9 tails, urging him to halt. The Yunbanhu's claws lunged toward Kakashi's shoulders, aiming to disable his movement before delivering a fatal bite. Yet in a critical moment, Kakashi employed his chakra tail to ensnare the attacking claws, preventing them from advancing. With his right hand, he aimed for the creature's heart, avoiding its lethal grasp. Without a doubt, Kakashi had emerged victorious. The flickering lightning of his right hand pierced the Yunbanhu's heart, delivering a fatal blow. However, the force of the claw assaulting his left shoulder was overwhelming, and he could not evade it. He was injured. Kakashi's body swayed precariously, the toll of chakra depletion and his wounds compounding his struggles. "Thank you, QB," he murmured softly, expressing gratitude for his victory over a sentient soul beast. While the 9 tails remained focused on his well-being. "Put that aside. Find a place to hide quickly," the 9 tails urged, its voice tinged with urgency. "Understood," Kakashi replied in a weakened tone. He found a place to sit down and took out a small vial filled with powder from his tool pouch. This was meant to eliminate the stench of blood, a concoction he had previously requested from Tang San. He had refrained from using it earlier because, when applied to his body, the powder would be blown away by the wind due to his speed while moving. Therefore, it was not particularly useful during a hurried journey. He poured some onto himself and then sat there, restoring his physical strength and chakra. His left shoulder throbbed with a dull ache, occasionally sending sharp pangs of pain throughout his body. A mere light touch would elicit a groan from Kakashi. The 9 tails ceased its conversation with Kakashi, falling into silence as if contemplating something profound. Chapter 97. Arrival. Kakashi did nothing but sit there, motionless as if he were half dead. His eyes were closed, his expression serene. Yet the pain in his shoulder and the bloodstains from the previous battle with the Yunbanhu made him appear ghostly. In that fight, his samurai kiri form had driven the Chidori straight through the heart of the Yunbanhu. The blood had sprayed all over him, as though he were relishing a shower of crimson, turning his Konoha ninja vest into a garment of blood. He sat there for half an hour without any movement. "It's time to go," a voice resonated, emerging from the seemingly eternally slumbering Kakashi. With a swift application of the body flicker technique, Kakashi appeared before a grand tree. Clutching his left shoulder, he leaped forward. "Kurama, I need a position." "Understood. Go ahead," the 9 tails replied, refraining from dissuading Kakashi, recognizing that his resolve was unwavering. Meanwhile, in the abode of Douluo at the Ice and Fire Inyong Eye, he lamented, "What a pity that it has fused. Otherwise, This lad would have presented me with a grand gift. Douluo's gaze fixated greedily on Tang San. The external soul bone held immense allure for him. Its fusion incited desire. I must admit, you surpass my granddaughter, and even that tinning boy. At just 13, possessing soul power above level 30. An external soul bone and a lethal poison. Such a pity, truly a pity. To think I would perish at the hands of an old monster wielding worthless poison. Such a pity, Tang San mocked, dismissing Douluo's poison as inconsequential. Douluo remained unfazed, a chilling, cruel smile forming on his lips. Do not rush to your demise. I shall not kill you. I find your silver-haired masked companion quite intriguing. For now, your life is spared. A sinister glint accompanied his smile. Do not underestimate Kakashi. With his speed, if he wishes to leave, no one can hinder him, Tang San retorted coldly. In his heart, he acknowledged Kakashi's prowess, yet he feared this old monster's venomous nature even more. Do not underestimate me either. That boy might already be on his way here. Capturing him is merely a matter of time. Douluo regarded Kakashi with disdain, believing that even with his unusual abilities, the absolute disparity in strength was insurmountable. None of this matters now. The outcome is already evident. Let us discuss something else. Douluo shifted the conversation to topics of his interest. Can you cure the poison afflicting me? This question was of great significance to him. If Tang San could identify his ailment, it implied a profound understanding of toxins, perhaps even surpassing his own. Tang San replied nonchalantly, Even if I can, I shall not assist you. You would only suffer more. Kill me if you wish. Perhaps you fear not death. After all, it is said that living to 70 is rare. Alas, your flower-like granddaughter may not endure as long as you. She may lack the fortitude to withstand the intensifying agony, as she has been immersed in this toxin since birth. Douluo understood that Tang San likely possessed a method to counteract the poison, yet he felt an unsettling doubt. However, for the sake of his granddaughter, he had no alternative. I shall not waste words with you. If you can indeed alleviate the poison from both me and my granddaughter, I will not only spare your life, but also agree to assist you with 3 matters, provided they do not cross my bottom line. Thus spoke Douluo, placing his trust in Tang San, whose knowledge of toxins compelled him to believe. Tang San replied calmly, You sparing me is akin to what you just said. Why should I trust you? The desire to kill me is but a mere gesture for someone like you, who is no stranger to repaying kindness with malice. Such a troublesome individual, Douluo grumbled, feeling irritation mount within him. Wait a moment, Kakashi. The Nine-Tails interjected as Kakashi prepared to advance. What is it? Kakashi inquired, standing before the imposing mountain of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. The Nine-Tails paused, seemingly sensing something, then uttered a low chuckle. This fellow has set up a commendable poison array, utilizing the characteristics of this natural energy convergence. How do I get past? Kakashi asked, for his concern lay with Tang San, who was ensnared within. The area was saturated with natural energy, greatly enhancing the Nine-Tails' perception, which instantly detected the presence of 2 individuals, Tang San and Douluo. To proceed, they must decipher the principles of the Grand Array. Listen closely, the Nine-Tails instructed, then elaborated. It turned out that Douluo was channeling the power of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, combining it with his toxic mastery to establish the poison array. To enter safely, there were 3 methods. The first method required possessing the strength of a soul Douluo to traverse the poison array and force the toxins out. The second method involved disrupting the balance of natural energy here, throwing the poison array into disarray, and seeking an opportunity to charge in. The third method, specifically tailored for me, was revealed. All right, I shall prepare and then enter, Kakashi declared resolutely. Channeling energy into soul power mode, Kakashi summoned his martial soul. The short blade, Baya. 3 soul rings floated around him, rising and falling slowly. 2 yellow and 1 purple, the optimal combination. The third soul ring illuminated, activating the effect of his soul skill. As he felt the surrounding wind pressure, Kakashi relaxed. The compressed air was sufficient for his use. Without hesitation, he plunged into the poison array, wielding Baya in his right hand. The third method required avoiding contact with the poison in the air, a feat few could achieve. The toxins pervaded the atmosphere, influenced by the ice and fire yin-yang, capable of infiltrating protective soul power. This meant that even if he enveloped himself completely in soul power, it would be futile against the poison. Holding his breath would not suffice. The toxins were insidious, capable of invading through the skin's pores, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. Therefore, this was the third method tailored for Kakashi. Utilizing the properties of his third soul skill, he manipulated the wind within a 3-meter radius, compressing the air around him. In this highly compressed air, other gases found it difficult to permeate, including the poison present in the atmosphere. Every few seconds, Kakashi expelled a layer of wind to dilute the surrounding air's toxins. However, the area of the poison array was extensive, and Kakashi had to utilize his second soul skill repeatedly to escape. He could not rely on his own speed, fearing that the wind pressure would not keep up with him. Rather than gradually adapting to the situation, Kakashi opted for the second soul technique he had previously experimented with, aligning the wind pressure with his speed. Tang San, in the midst of energy conversion, now relied predominantly on chakra. With his meager soul power, he had no chance of winning. It was wiser to utilize chakra instead, since chakra and soul power repelled one another. This would minimize the oppressive influence of Douluo's soul power over there. Apologies for incessantly writing about Kakashi. As a result, I had a nightmare related to Naruto. My mental state has been poor today, hence only one update. Chapter 98 is temporarily assured. At this moment, Tang San was still negotiating with Douluo. Prove that your proficiency with poison surpasses mine, and I shall believe you, Douluo stated, his subconscious filled with distrust towards Tang San. After all, before him stood merely a 13-year-old boy, while he had struggled with poison for decades without resolution. How could this boy possess the answer? However, Tang San's ability to articulate his affliction caused Douluo to waver slightly, prompting him to consider giving it a try. Even if not for himself, he had to think of his only remaining family, his granddaughter Douluo. Tang San spread his hands, expressing helplessness. I possess nothing. How can I prove my poison capabilities are superior to yours? In the shadows, a crimson left, I fixated on them. It belonged to Kakashi. He had reverted to chakra mode, enveloped in chakra, rendering him undetectable to Douluo were he a ninja. Such intense chakra fluctuations would have revealed him long ago, requiring no sensory abilities. However, soul masters were different. Aside from utilizing mental power for detection, there were no other means. Kakashi, do not act impulsively. Wait for this fellow to reveal a flaw before striking, the Nine-Tails cautioned. Kakashi nodded slightly, contemplating. I understand, this is his domain. Those herbs might very well be lethal to me. As long as you understand, just wait, replied the Nine-Tails. Kakashi activated his Sharingan. Under normal circumstances, he could not perceive lip movements, but with the Sharingan, it was an entirely different matter. All right, take me to your medicinal garden. Do not disturb me for a day. Tang San instructed. Follow me, Douluo replied. What? Kakashi arrived late, and after fully concealing himself, he could only decipher those 2 sentences from the lip movements. The Nine-Tails, also privy to Kakashi's thoughts, inquired, should we follow them? Kakashi pondered. Given the current situation, it seemed unlikely that Douluo would resort to violence. Just moments ago, Tang San's relaxed expression indicated his safety, alleviating any cause for concern. Based on their conversation, they were heading to Douluo's medicinal garden. Previously, Tang San had informed Kakashi that Douluo's obsession with poison had ultimately ensnared himself. Thus, it appeared that Tang San was indeed leveraging this scenario to compel Douluo to relent. Nevertheless, it was evident that Douluo did not entirely trust Tang San. Hence, visiting the medicinal garden was likely a test of Tang San's antidotal abilities. Truly, Kakashi possessed eyes that transcended the Sharingan. Much like the assessment of Itachi, among the Uchiha clan, only he possessed the genuine ability to see through all. Resolute, Kakashi decided to follow. The Nine-Tails let out a low chuckle. Your deductive abilities remain unchanged, Kakashi. However, I am conflicted. Should I take Tang San away now, or continue waiting. Kakashi internally questioned the Nine Tails, as he found himself unable to make a decision. Without hesitation, the Nine Tails burst into laughter. Cold-hearted Kakashi, it seems even you can be swayed by emotions. Such a situation typically requires no contemplation. Kakashi paused momentarily, realizing the Nine Tails spoke the truth. He had indeed been influenced. Tell me what I should do. The Nine Tails suppressed its laughter and remarked, the Kakashi of old would undoubtedly feel ashamed of your current hesitation. Kakashi remained silent, shadowing Tang San, who was making his way towards Douluo's medicinal garden, while awaiting the Nine Tails' response. Listening to Kakashi, it was clear that even though that fellow had relaxed his guard, this was still his territory. Even if they rescued the boy, escaping his grasp would be impossible. If they believed that boy could neutralize the poison, then they would be safe. All right, and thank you. Why express gratitude? You could have deduced this yourself. The Nine Tails retorted before falling silent. Upon exiting the cave, Tang San realized they were in a dense forest, standing atop a hill approximately 500 meters high. Due to the night, the view outside was obscured. Douluo ascended the mountain path with the ease of walking on flat ground. Although he appeared to move slowly, each step spanned 10 meters, and the distance was remarkably uniform. He seemed to ascend vertically during the climb. Tang San quickly gathered his soul power and followed closely behind Douluo. He certainly did not believe that exiting the cave would allow him to escape. Evading a tidal Douluo was nothing short of a fantasy. Kakashi trailed behind them at a steady pace, maintaining composure, essential for tracking an enemy of tidal Douluo caliber. However, Douluo had grown somewhat complacent. He believed that with the poison array's confinement, any intruder would inevitably carry toxic gas, and with that gas, no concealment technique could escape his detection. Soon, under Douluo's guidance, Tang San reached the mountain summit. Upon arrival, Tang San was taken aback by the terrain before him. What lay ahead was an inverted conical depression. They stood at the edge of this hollow, with thick, humid steam rising from within. The steam carried a hint of the distinctive scent of sulfur. "There's a hot spring here," Tang San exclaimed in astonishment. Douluo shot him a glance. "You're quite knowledgeable, aren't you?" Subsequently, the two leapt down. Below, Kakashi witnessed their figures vanish instantly and hurriedly pursued. Upon arrival, he too was somewhat astonished. He recognized the allure of the hot spring, though unlike Tang San, who understood it through his knowledge of medicinal properties, Kakashi discerned it from his past experiences of frequenting hot springs. They jumped down directly. Due to the thick mist, the darkness of night, and the steepness of the cliff, Kakashi could see neither the bottom nor the figures of the two. Forming seals, Kakashi concentrated chakra beneath his feet and ran vertically down the cliff face. Without chakra, such a descent would pose considerable trouble, especially since he needed to remain undetected by Douluo. After some time, the Nine Tails suddenly commanded, "Halt, Kakashi." Kakashi abruptly stopped, his body unsteady, and he nearly tumbled forward. Fortunately, he managed to produce a kunai and embed it into the ground, preventing his face from meeting the earth. "I can't proceed further, Kakashi. What is happening?" The Nine Tails urged, "You should withdraw. The target is too conspicuous here. If that fellow suddenly appears, it would be troublesome." Hearing this, Kakashi leaped backward, swiftly retreating. "What exactly is going on?" Kakashi inquired once more. The Jiuwei emitted a low voice, saying, "Below lies an exceedingly high concentration of natural energy. If you venture further down, that individual will sense your presence through the natural energy." Kakashi furrowed his brow, contemplating the inherent peril of the situation. "Is that so? Below must indeed be the Binghua Liangyi Yen." With this thought, Kakashi swiftly descended the mountain, concealing himself amidst the lush grass, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. If an antidote were to be prepared, Tang San's cautious nature would undoubtedly prevent Douluo from lingering nearby. Thus, once Douluo emerged, Kakashi could make his move. "What do you mean only 50%? Douluo's words revealed a hint of malice. "You have been deceiving me all along." Upon discussing the poison that afflicted Douluo, Tang San candidly admitted, "I possess only a 50% assurance." Tang San retorted coldly, "Do I have any reason to deceive you? Your body has been permeated by the toxic mist for so many years. A 50% chance of a cure is already the highest possible. However, even if it cannot heal you completely, it should alleviate your suffering. As for your granddaughter, I am confident I can heal her without the assistance of the Binghua Liangyi Yin. Upon hearing this, Douluo Bo's expression improved significantly, and he subsequently issued a warning to Tang San, imparting certain information. After delivering his words, Douluo Bo leaped into the air, his toes lightly touching the mountainside. Soaring upward like a great bird. Outside, Kakashi observed Douluo Bo's departure and waited for a while before re-entering the mountain. To be honest, I find the so-called Binghua Liangyi Yin intriguing, Kakashi murmured. The records within the Wuhuan temple documented that the area surrounding the Binghua Liangyi Yin is rich with potent medicinal herbs, making it an excellent place for cultivation. However, due to the presence of peculiar herbs, most titled dare not approach, for even individuals of their caliber could face grave dangers. Douluo Bo, a person deeply versed in the study of medicinal substances, was an exception. This place is remarkable, and I could teach you a thing or two, Jiwei said slowly, but paused just as Kakashi was about to inquire further. Chapter 99. The duality of medicinal herbs. The Zhushao Yin had grown to such a size. Unlike the nourishing cordyceps, the Zhushao Yin thrives in cold, shadowy environments, possessing a potent cold nature that counters heat. It is a rare medicinal material, known for its remarkable efficacy in treating fire toxins. Tang San busied himself with the herbs, astonished by their unexpected abundance. He soon discovered various rare herbs, each more astonishing than the last. Ultimately, he stumbled upon the exquisite treasure, Qi Luo Yuxiang. Such a thing exists. The Binghua Liangyi Yin is indeed extraordinary. At that moment, Tang San sat cross-legged, quietly reviewing the esoteric records contained within the Xiantian Bao Lu. Over the years, due to a lack of practical application, his memories had begun to fade, necessitating a thorough recollection. Otherwise, even a slight error in the assessment of medicinal properties could lead to disastrous consequences. As dawn gradually broke, and the first light of morning emerged on the horizon, Tang San opened his eyes. Douluo Bo's words, though eloquent, merely granted him an additional hour, as he had brought Tang San to this place in the latter half of the night. With a whoosh, Kakashi appeared before Tang San. After descending, he did not rush to reveal himself, but instead observed for a while. Kakashi? Tang San called out in confusion, astonished. The absence of commotion outside indicated that Douluo Bo had not detected Kakashi, allowing him to move freely beneath the watchful eyes of a titled Douluo. You seem to enjoy yourself here, Kakashi remarked, bending down to gaze at Tang San, who sat cross-legged on the ground. Of course, this place is filled with treasures, Tang San replied, gesturing toward the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Kakashi sighed, bemused by Tang San's enthusiasm. So, you have no intention of leaving, then? He inquired, already anticipating the answer, his tone tinged with resignation. Tang San sprang to his feet, exclaiming excitedly, "Leave? With so many treasures here, it would be a sin to miss out. Moreover, I am highly confident in my ability to cure that old monster's poison." And then, Kakashi asked, pulling down his forehead protector to conceal his Sharingan. "Come, let me tell you," Tang San urged, guiding Kakashi as he introduced one herb after another. "This one, if absorbed, will prove invaluable in the future. This one, if absorbed, can..." Kakashi listened as Tang San enthusiastically described various herbs, many of which he had never heard of and struggled to comprehend. He felt overwhelmed, realizing Tang San's fervor for these subjects. In his recollection, aside from hidden weapons and cultivation, nothing had captivated Tang San as much as the discussion of herbs. After a lengthy exposition, Tang San finally paused, granting Kakashi a moment of respite. Rubbing his head, Kakashi remarked, "I don't understand any of this. Why do you keep talking?" He recalled that in the village, those who frequently dealt with medicinal herbs were primarily medical ninjas, while others rarely studied them. "That's precisely because you don't understand," Tang San exclaimed, clapping his hands with unrestrained excitement. Kakashi froze in place, his eyes wide as he stared at Tang San, momentarily rendered speechless. "You know I can't comprehend this, yet you still say it? Is this boy showing off? Feeling cheeky, are we?" Tang San retorted, rolling his eyes. If you understood, I wouldn't bother telling you. Otherwise, the information my Tang Sect has collected would be exposed, and I cannot bear that responsibility. This kid, Kakashi said, grabbing Tang San by the collar and lifting him up, glaring at him with a menacing expression. If you don't provide me with a reasonable explanation, I will assume you came here after consuming a tonic and need to vent your frustrations on me. Hey, there's nothing of the sort. Absolutely not. Tang San hurriedly denied, not wishing to antagonize Kakashi. Oh, really? Kakashi set him down, signaling for an explanation. Tang San confessed that he felt burdened by the knowledge he alone possessed, which made him uncomfortable, so he wanted to share it. Speaking to the air would make him feel foolish. Regarding others from Shrek or Master, he would surely be met with inquiries about how he acquired such knowledge. However, apart from them, he knew no one else, so he seized this opportunity to confide in Kakashi, hoping to alleviate the weight of his secrets. Kakashi exhaled deeply, saying, I see, that is understandable. He had experienced similar thoughts in his past life, though not as intensely. As a ninja, he had long prepared himself to keep secrets. Though he had once considered revealing his own secrets, the thought of protecting his village compelled him to suppress those desires. Over time, this repression became habitual, and he found himself unsure of which secrets to even share. Kakashi took a deep breath to clear his mind, realizing that the earlier discussion about herbs had left him somewhat disoriented. It seems you have no intention of leaving, then? Did Douluo offer you some conditions that you have agreed to? Kakashi inquired. Tang San regarded Kakashi with an expression akin to that of a creature observing a strange beast, pondering how he knew that Douluo had set such conditions. Kakashi, catching the flicker of doubt in his eyes, remarked, if he merely promised to spare your life, it would be absurd for you to accept. Moreover, he would not resort to such a lowly condition to undermine the negotiations. Upon hearing this, Tang San felt an inkling of disquiet, and after a moment's contemplation, he understood. Hey, what do you mean by saying I wouldn't agree to such a low condition? It makes me sound like a rogue merchant, he retorted, dissatisfied with Kakashi's words. Kakashi merely raised an eyebrow. After some thought, he clarified, what I meant was that a condition set too low lacks sincerity. You would not trust him. Oh, so that's it, Tang San responded. And the two exchanged banter for quite some time. Eventually, Tang San recalled the pressing issue of time and hurriedly resumed his tasks. He first approached the icy depths of the Binghua Liangyi Yin, where he gathered the Ba Jiao Xinbing Chao, followed by the Lihua Xing Jiao Shu. During this process, Kakashi could only watch, as he was unfamiliar with these herbs, and Tang San, likewise, could not solicit his assistance. A sense of agony began to manifest within Tang San's body. Having lingered by the Binghua Liangyi Yin for an extended period, he endeavored to position himself at the confluence of the two extreme temperatures, utilizing the fragrant Shuo Xianpin to counteract the cold and fire toxins. Yet, despite his efforts, his body reacted adversely, especially after harvesting the two herbs of such extreme natures. The reaction grew increasingly pronounced. The alternating cold and heat surged within him. Tang San's face flushed with alternating hues of blue and red, his internal energy spiraling out of control, and the Xiantian Gong became ever more difficult to suppress. Xiao San, Kakashi called, wanting to approach. Don't come any closer, Tang San warned. The cold and fire toxins are unbearable even for me, let alone for someone like you who knows nothing about poison. Kakashi refrained from advancing, as even from a distance he could sense the ominous aura emanating from the two herbs. Hey, what a fine item, came the low, hoarse voice of the Nine Tails. Are those the herbs you recognized? Kakashi pondered, seeking a way to assist Tang San. Without hesitation, Tang San consumed the two herbs, and immediately, a layer of ice blue energy surged from beneath his feet. In the blink of an eye, he was enveloped in blue, followed swiftly by a layer of red. At that moment, Tang San resembled a freshly boiled shrimp, alternating between blue and red, a sight both peculiar and striking. Xiao San, Kakashi exclaimed in shock. Yet he firmly rooted himself in place, understanding the potential danger. Should he rashly approach, the consequences could be dire. Kakashi, leave him be. This little rascal must have his own plans in mind. Just watch from the sidelines, the Nine Tails advised. I think so too. Xiao San can endure this. He is remarkably talented, Kakashi mused. Having watched Tang San grow up, their long companionship and shared experiences as traversers deepening their bond. However, a hint of concern lingered, as he observed that the concoction appeared to be a blend of extreme yin and extreme yang. Such a mixture seemed too precarious to be ingested without consequence. Baka said to keep an eye on him, so stop fretting and protect him well, the Nine-Tails chided. Understood, Kakashi replied, chastened by the Nine-Tails and settling into a protective stance for Tang San. Baka, merely watching him without taking action is a waste of time. The Nine-Tails rumbled again, its voice booming painfully in Kakashi's ears. Kakashi felt somewhat bewildered, but, after a moment's reflection, regained his composure. The swiftness of his transition left the Nine-Tails astonished. According to its calculations, Kakashi should have been inquiring about what he ought to do next. The Nine-Tails fell silent, contemplating its next words. Hey, if you have something to say, hurry up. As you said, let us not waste time, Kakashi urged, settling cross-legged as he awaited further guidance. After a considerable duration, the Nine-Tails finally uttered, Fine, let's discuss this inside. Instantly, Kakashi found himself in a dimly lit sewer, surrounded by stout iron pillars and the eerie sound of dripping water. With the Nine-Tails' 9 blood-red tails swaying behind him, glowing like flames. Kakashi approached this peculiar scene with a calm demeanor, his right eye half closed, adopting a nonchalant attitude. Well, QB, just get to the point. I know you're not one for idle chatter, Kakashi remarked casually. The Nine-Tails scrutinized Kakashi, expressing its discontent. While I appreciate your quick thinking in battle, your mundane demeanor in everyday life truly frustrates me. The Nine-Tails continued, clearly vexed by Kakashi's ability to see through its intentions. First, I told you to sit tight and guard Xiao San, and now I hear you say that guarding him is a waste of time. Kakashi smiled, responding, so, what you're saying is that I should remain still, yet there are still tasks to accomplish. He recalled the words of the Five-Tails Mu Wang, who once remarked on Kakashi's lack of sincerity. Are you even listening? Mastering this technique is far from simple. The Nine-Tails erupted again, realizing it had struck a nerve. Kakashi waved his hand apologetically, my apologies. The Nine-Tails, taking a deep breath, calmed down, stating, enough of that. Let's get to business. First, you need to relinquish your body to me, and I will demonstrate. Very well. Upon regaining control of his body, Kakashi sensed something unusual. His right eye had transformed into a slit-like pupil, its rim now of vibrant yellow. This is Senjutsu, albeit in a meager quantity, since you are not yet adept. I could only gather this much, the Nine-Tails explained, seemingly relieved, as the risks associated with Senjutsu were significant. Indeed, the chakra he had accumulated was scant. However, Kakashi felt a surge of power coursing through him. The might of Senjutsu was formidable. Fortunately, there was only a slight amount, any more, and I might have turned into a frog, Kakashi thought, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone, had he still been burdened by the Sharingan. Even this minuscule amount of Senjutsu chakra might have been beyond his control, undoubtedly leading to his transformation into a frog. Remember this sensation. Practice it slowly, the Nine-Tails instructed, reclining on its arms as if to feign sleep. Hey, I need to disperse the chakra, Kakashi interjected. Figure that out yourself, the Nine-Tails retorted. Utilizing Senjutsu, Kakashi manifested several Raiton shadow clones, ultimately reducing his Senjutsu chakra to a mere trickle. He preserved this minuscule amount, concerned that he might not accurately recall the sensation without the guidance of natural energy. Kakashi endeavored to sense the natural energy for several hours, but ultimately, his efforts proved futile. Despite being a genius, the time and assistance required to master Senjutsu remained insufficient. Watergate, Naruto, and Jiraiya all had the aid of the oil from the toads of Mayaboka Mountain during their training, while Kakashi found himself without any means of support, rendering the task even more daunting. Even with a residual amount to facilitate his efforts, it was still woefully inadequate. Mastering Senjutsu was indeed a formidable challenge. I can't bear to watch any longer. Give me your body once more. Kakashi readily agreed, realizing that he had to rely solely on the QB for this matter. After taking over Kakashi's body, the QB stirred slightly, its expression filled with dissatisfaction, feeling uncomfortable as if something was amiss. The powers of Uchiha and Senju truly did not sit well with it. It grumbled, "You should be grateful to me. This time, I'm really putting myself on the line." The QB, appearing disgusted, sat on the ground. Kakashi observed quietly, unsure of what the QB was doing, yet he refrained from speaking, not wishing to disturb it. Vaguely, Kakashi sensed something strange in his left eye. It felt itchy and uncomfortable. Bear with it. This is the stripping of power. The Jinchuriki experiences far greater pain when the tailed beast is extracted. After a while, the QB ceased its movements and transferred its body back to Kakashi. "Every time you use my body, I always feel a change. I'm beginning to think this body isn't mine anymore." Kakashi scratched himself, sensing an oddness throughout his body, yet he could not articulate it. However, the sole advantage was the invigorating surge of power coursing through him. "So, what is the principle behind this?" he inquired. "I divided the other half of the Hashirama power within your Sharingan into 2 parts and extracted half of it. With Obito's assistance, the Sharingan, along with the first Hokage's power, had been transferred. To implement its self-sealing, the QB split Hashirama's power into 2 halves, one for the Sharingan and the other to aid in sealing. Your Sharingan isn't a Mangekyo yet. It doesn't require much of Hashirama's power, so I extracted half, which can be considered as aiding your Sage Mode training." The power of the first Hokage was formidable, capable of controlling wood release, and its cells possessed remarkable vitality. Additionally, it greatly assisted in the cultivation of sage techniques. After Madara's resurrection, he was able to control sage chakra despite never having trained in sage arts, thanks to the power of the first Hokage's cells. This is the maximum limit that can be extracted. The remaining must stay in your left eye, or your Sharingan will be compromised. "Why?" Kakashi asked. "Do you think your Sharingan can remain activated in a soul state without Hashirama's power? Once the Sharingan is used, it consumes chakra, but in the soul state, you have no chakra to use. Your Sharingan, like in your previous life, cannot be deactivated, hence the constant drain. Although the burden is now minimal, it still persists. The remaining half of Hashirama's power is meant to sustain your Sharingan in the soul state. When the QB enacted its self-sealing, half its power was sufficient, leaving the other half behind. All right, now that you possess Senju's power, stop dawdling." Chapter 101. By Lin Shi Huang vs. Sacred Dragon Outside. Douluo had just endured a round of torment from the ailments caused by his poison cultivation when the Golden Iron Triangle arrived. Both sides stood firm in their stances, engaging in sharp verbal exchanges, neither willing to yield an inch. The atmosphere thickened, tension palpable, as a confrontation seemed imminent. The master was anxious to rescue Tang San and the missing Kakashi, his usually tranquil heart shaken to its core. Douluo, on the other hand, held himself in high regard, believing his strength made him superior, disregarding the master and his companions entirely. Lu, ere long, with her fiery temperament, was eager to strike, but held back, wary of the repercussions. Fei Londa, cunning and shrewd, relentlessly pressured Douluo with moral arguments. Yet his efforts bore no fruit. Douluo remained resolute, acting according to his whims. Ultimately, provoked by a series of taunts from the younger generation, Douluo snapped. And when the master once again inquired about Tang San, he curtly replied, "That kid is dead." His words ignited an uproar. The master found himself at the lowest point of his life. His lifelong aspirations shattered, leaving him in despair, enveloped in a chill. As the sun and moon shone brightly, the Golden Iron Triangle united against a rare opponent, a titled Douluo of the continent. Faced with a rival of such caliber, they held nothing back and unleashed their full power from the onset. During the preparation of their martial soul fusion technique, Douluo was forced to expel the toxins from his poison array, compelling him to take the situation seriously. After a brief moment of surprise, he remained composed, arms crossed, waiting patiently. His pride as a formidable warrior prevented him from engaging first against 3 opponents he deemed inferior. The master's negatively mutated martial soul, the pig-dog hybrid Luo San Pao, bore 16 soul rings and endured tremendous suffering. However, This immense power transformed Luo Sanpao dramatically. In just a few breaths, its body expanded to a length of 20 meters. Scales on its back split open, revealing a pair of massive dragon wings that unfurled, allowing it to hover mid-air without assistance. Its once naive eyes now radiated power, having transformed entirely into gold. Its four claws beneath were covered in thick dragon scales, and its golden eyes emanated an aura of authority. Seeing this, Douluo's interest was piqued. A two-soul saint and a great soul master, typically beneath his notice, now wielded remarkable strength, igniting his desire to battle. A piercing shriek escaped him, and emerald green light erupted from his being. The first 7 soul rings illuminated simultaneously, and his tall, slender form began to swell amid the verdant glow, soaring upwards. The human form vanished, and Douluo morphed into a colossal emerald green serpent. His transformation was noticeably quicker than Luo Sanpao's, and he quickly surpassed it in size, reaching a length of 30 meters and the thickness of a water barrel. A significant portion of his serpentine body rose to confront Luo Sanpao. Douluo exhaled a torrent of green venom, while the master commanded Luo Sanpao to counter with a dragon's breath, and the battle intensified. "Kakashi, a fight has erupted outside. You should go and take a look," spoke not the QB, but rather Tang San, who had just absorbed 2 potent herbs and regained consciousness. A divine dragon imbued with the essence of the gods faced off against the peak by Lin Shihuan. Both possessed bodies spanning several meters. Their clash, capable of shattering mountains and rocks, obliterating everything within a 1,000-meter radius. The commotion was so great that even the ice-fire Tuin eye could hear it clearly. "Are you all right?" Kakashi inquired, concern evident in his tone. Even he recognized that the 2 herbs were extraordinary, leaving him somewhat uneasy. Tang San, still seated cross-legged on the ground, replied, "I'm fine. The effects of the herbs were just too potent. I just need a moment to recuperate." Kakashi nodded in affirmation, turning to leave without hesitation, embodying his decisive nature. "If it's the master or the dean, remember to stop them," Tang San's voice echoed from behind. Kakashi responded once more and leaped into action. The martial soul fusion technique of the Golden Iron Triangle was an opportunity too valuable to miss. The decision to intervene depends on the circumstances. "Little ones, do you truly wish to court death?" Upon entering the mountain cavern, Kakashi immediately heard the furious roar of Douluo. His tone and words were laden with ire, evidently stemming from a recent encounter where he had suffered due to carelessness. "This is indeed the sacred dragon, a most peculiar creature. Ninjas belong to the East, and the dragons known in that era were solely the Eastern divine dragons. The sacred dragon is a product of Western mythology." Kakashi found himself astonished, having witnessed a rare skill. Douluo, enraged, unleashed his Millennium Head Spirit Bone skill, Medusa's Gaze. The eyes of Douluo, the true form of the Bai Ling Snake Emperor, turned an eerie white, devoid of brilliance, reminiscent of the dim Sharingan. The preparation and attack speed of this skill were remarkably swift. The body flicker technique could at best evade at once, and if it was a surprise attack, the technique would be rendered useless. Kakashi assessed the situation, holding this skill in high regard and harboring considerable trepidation towards it. Hidden in the shadows, Kakashi silently observed. A battle of this caliber was as rare as those at the Hokage level, and he could not afford to miss it. Moreover, it was even more splendid than the battles among the shadows of ninjas, with a dazzling array of spirit skills swirling in a spectacular display. This scale of combat was akin to the limited instances he had witnessed when Naruto and Killer Bee faced 6-tailed beasts. The spirit skills were truly vibrant. The master could not allow the sacred dragon to withstand Douluo's next strike, since he could not guarantee that it could endure the full force of Medusa's Gaze. A golden light flashed once more, and Master, Flanders, and Liu Erlong simultaneously spat out blood, which fell upon the central ring of the Golden Triangle formation. In an instant, their blood merged within that ring, transforming into a single point of golden light that struck Luo Sanpao, unfurling his dragon wings. Luo Sanpao chose not to evade the Bai Ling Snake Emperor's assault this time. His entire body ignited in golden light, burning like flames. with dragon roars growing ever more resounding. The golden flames coalesced before him into another entity, morphing into a transparent dragon silhouette, hurtling towards the Bai Ling Snake Emperor. This was the essence of the golden sacred dragon, the true form of the sacred dragon. As the light-shadowed sacred dragon soared forth, Luo Sanpeo's body abruptly shrank in midair, transforming into a blue-violet glow that vanished back to Master. Simultaneously, the aura surrounding the golden triangle retracted, and the three of them turned pale. "Damn it," Douluo bellowed. Kakashi furrowed his brow. He now found himself within the attack range of the sacred dragon's true form. Kakashi mused that Douluo would undoubtedly block this move. Nevertheless, he decided to descend once more into the cavern. The essence of the sacred dragon is one of the most formidable secrets of the golden sacred dragon. Even as a pseudo-golden sacred dragon, its power is extraordinary. If Douluo were to evade it, the mountain behind him would be instantly flattened, and the ice and fire yin-yang would be utterly destroyed. Thus, despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to rely on his own strength to withstand the strike. Regardless of the pale faces of the Golden Triangle Trio or the sacred dragon's essence in the air, everything around them, even the wind, seemed to freeze in place. All was suspended in time. Douluo unleashed his eighth spirit skill, Time Convergence, shattering the Golden Triangle's all-in skill, the sacred dragon's essence. Although the master had witnessed Douluo wielding this move alongside the three committee members at the Tiando Royal Academy, it was ultimately withstood by the Stardo furnaces by Baoshan. He had believed that the power of the sacred dragon's essence would be sufficient to render this move ineffective. However, he had underestimated its might. Douluo resolved to use his immensely taxing 8-spirit skill once more to defeat the Golden Triangle. The master's estimation had faltered. He had not anticipated the sheer strength of Douluo's 8th spirit skill. Back then, by Baoshan, Asolda had relied on his over 80-level spirit power and a series of spirit skills to prevent Douluo's time convergence from affecting those nearby. The master had thought that with the all-in strength of the sacred dragon's essence, he would give his all. With Tang San deceased, he had no reason to continue living. Thus he would spare no effort. However, the theoretical genius had inexplicably overlooked the intricacies of human relationships. Bai Baoshan had been able to withstand time convergence solely because Douluo had held back. Douluo had been invited by Prince Xuexing to resolve a predicament. If he harmed the three committee members, Xuexing would be implicated. Douluo, a man who typically acted on his own accord and looked down upon the weak, still showed a measure of care for those he aimed to assist. This was the pride of the strong. Douluo restored his corporeal form, advancing towards the Golden Triangle. Yet, he was somewhat taken aback by the trio's strength, which he found commendable. Within the cavern, Kakashi sensed the sudden silence and knew it was time for him to make his entrance. With no progress in his sage arts training, he seized the opportunity to seek help from Xiao San, hoping to stay for a while amidst the three promises. At that moment, Lu Erlong introduced himself, hoping to intimidate Douluo into allowing Flanders to depart. "So you hail from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Very well, but what of it? Even if I cannot defeat your clan's dragon, killing you will leave your family with no evidence to seek vengeance. Leaving no trace behind is a simple task for me," Douluo stated directly. Lu Erlong replied with a smile. "What you say is true, senior. If you were to kill both me and Xiao Gang, then even if our family sought you out, you could easily evade responsibility. However, Flanders has no ties to our family. Even if he were to disclose information to them, I doubt anyone would believe him. His mere existence is insufficient to constitute evidence. We might perish, but I wonder if Senior might spare him? Do you take me for a fool? To let the tiger return to the mountain? While there may be nothing I fear in this world, I have always adhered to the principle of eradicating threats. Killing all three of you would ensure my safety." Douluo found the situation genuinely amusing, unsure whether to label Lu Erlong as foolish or naive. Whether or not to kill them was merely a fleeting thought for him, yet this woman sought to negotiate. Lu Erlong's expression turned icy. With a flick of her wrist, a blue metallic sphere appeared. "You may certainly test your resolve. This is a unique communication device from our clan. Though you are stronger than us, should you attempt to kill us, Kakashi moved swiftly, already having arrived. However, He had overheard the negotiations between Lu Erlong and Douluo. He decided to remain concealed for the time being. The information from the Spirit Hall was often ambiguous, and he hoped to glean some intelligence. This was a critical moment for survival, and the master and his companions would hold nothing back. "Reveal all your trump cards, and let me see what you wager," Kakashi remarked, intrigued by the depth of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. As he sought to probe further, "Erlong, what are you saying? Am I, Flanders, a coward?" Flanders retorted, visibly displeased by Lu Erlong's words. "If death is to come, let it come. Even in the depths of the earth, I shall still act as a matchmaker for you and Shao Gang. What does it matter if our golden triangle perishes together? Release the communication device in your hand. At the very least, someone will seek vengeance for us." Flanders swiftly stepped in front of Lu Erlong and the master. Lu Erlong exclaimed urgently, "Fla, you have lost your mind. This is not the time for bravado." Flanders sighed. "Having lived over 50 years, my demise cannot be deemed premature. Erlong, though you do not harbor affection for me, you reside in my heart." Kakashi felt a chill run down his spine. He had never encountered such bluntness before. In his previous life, people tended to be more eloquent, and he found this forthrightness unbearable. "Douluo, I do not fear telling you. The father of Shao San is a person you cannot provoke. Should we fail to return, my people will immediately seek him out. His existence is more formidable than that of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon family." Kakashi's heart leaped with joy. This intelligence was invaluable to him. Indeed, upon mentioning Tang Hao, the information surrounding him was scarce. Kakashi had previously researched the hammer martial soul. The immense pressure it exerted upon its awakening piqued Kakashi's interest. Subsequently, records indicated that this martial soul likely belonged to the foremost sect that vanished over a decade ago, Haotian Sect, a name that struck fear across the continent. Renowned as the preeminent sect. However, regrettably, while the sect's information existed, details regarding this generation as Haotian Douluo had vanished. For reasons unknown, this information had been deliberately erased, known only to the upper echelons of a hardware store from over a decade ago. Kakashi chose not to inquire with the Pope, as it was said to pertain to the death of the previous Pope, who seemed to have been the partner of the current one. Kakashi did not wish to touch upon the Pope's painful memories. Douluo initially found it amusing. Few things in this world instilled fear in him. The master, with a mocking demeanor, taunted him by revealing that Tang San's father was Tang Hao. This development suggested that Douluo was preparing to take action. Kakashi rose, ready to reveal himself. Indeed, Douluo, now aware of Tang San's identity, no longer hesitated to strike. A flicker of ominous light shone in his eyes as he slowly raised his right hand, a fierce glimmer dancing within. To simply walk out would appear too effortless. Kakashi smiled and formed hand seals, preparing for a series of ninjutsu techniques. Meanwhile, Douluo had become ruthless. He not only aimed to eliminate the three before him, but also sought to swiftly eradicate Tang San. The mere reputation of Tang Hao sent shivers down his spine. As a fellow titled Douluo, their prowess was not comparable. Suddenly, he was startled, for the gazes of the master and others had shifted behind him. A chilling voice resonated, akin to a proclamation of death. Though calm in tone, it sounded like an announcement from the depths of the underworld. He faintly heard a cacophony of sounds. Donji. This poisoned Douluo executed a move he had not performed in decades. Indeed, such trivial tricks could not vanquish him. Emerging from behind Douluo was Kakashi, crackling with lightning in his hands, who had attempted a sneak attack but was narrowly evaded by Douluo's swift movement. Douluo scoffed with a thunderous roar. Douluo acted swiftly, countering immediately after dodging the attack. In an instant, a tremendous force erupted, sending Kakashi hurtling away. This was a shockwave generated by his immense soul power. Before Kakashi could regain his footing, a resounding crash echoed behind him. He sensed something amiss, but it was too late. His body was flung outward, propelled by Kakashi's strike. Kakashi had surged from the ground before him, kicking him away with force. Douluo had just unleashed a powerful shockwave, leaving him momentarily vulnerable, and Kakashi seized the opportunity. "Damn the clone," Douluo muttered under his breath. As a titled Douluo, his combat experience was vast. The fact that Kakashi had kicked him away prompted him to unleash a cloud of toxic mist in retaliation. Yet this was merely a clone. The real Kakashi emerged from the ground beside the master and the others, guarding them. "You seek death," Douluo thundered, enraged that this youth dared to humiliate him. A powerful aura of killing intent surged forth, enveloping the area. However, it was futile. One must not underestimate Kakashi, who had once served in the Umbu. This special unit, designed for assassination, thrived in darkness, their hands stained with blood. How could one so young exude such a potent aura of death? Douluo was astounded. If Tang San had amazed him, Kakashi instilled a sense of peril. He recognized that Kakashi was no fledgling like Tang San. He had matured significantly. Such talents were rare, emerging only once in a millennium. Even a top-tier powerhouse like himself could only apply a simple suppression in the early stages. At Kakashi's level, he had to regard him seriously, for he might possess lethal techniques. To extinguish a genius was a source of enjoyment and fulfillment for him. Yet, if it cost him his own life, it would not be worth it. Kakashi, noting Douluo's cautious demeanor, offered an apologetic smile, saying, "My entrance was perhaps a bit theatrical." Douluo, puzzled, inquired, "You were not affected by my poison array?" As a master of toxins, he was well aware if anyone had succumbed to his trap. Kakashi smiled amicably, replying, "That poison array was indeed troublesome. Though troublesome, he had managed to navigate it." Douluo interpreted Kakashi's words with gravity. He had penetrated the poison array unscathed. Douluo's mind raced, connecting the dots in mere moments. If he had not been poisoned, it could imply two things. If he possessed detoxifying abilities, he could have traversed the poison array directly. However, Douluo was certain that Kakashi lacked such means. On the other hand, Tang San did possess them. Thus, the notion of detoxification could be dismissed. Alternatively, the boy had evaded the poison, indicating a talent for avoidance. Originally, there was a third possibility, that of overwhelming strength forcing the poison out. However, that was clearly implausible. Only those above the rank of Douluo could expel toxins. Douluo was confident Kakashi lacked that power. Otherwise, during their time at the Tiendo Royal Academy, Kakashi would have directly engaged in battle rather than providing support from the sidelines. It seemed he had utilized some technique to evade the poison. Douluo deduced this in seconds, his experience and quick thinking evident. Kakashi observed the slight tremor in Douluo's gaze, knowing he was contemplating something significant. In truth, we need not continue this conflict. Although he was unaware of Douluo's precise thoughts, prolonging the confrontation would only intensify his hostility. Therefore, Kakashi endeavored to communicate, striving to ease the tension and prevent Douluo from attacking again. He possesses the ability for self-preservation. However, with the presence of several masters nearby, if it were in the past, Kakashi would have only saved the masters. Although the masters did not grow stronger in the same manner as Shao Li from a previous life, their theoretical knowledge is immensely rich. This is a treasure trove of wisdom, which would yield even greater benefits for future generations. Douluo merely scoffed at Kakashi's words, asserting that while being able to traverse the poison formation unscathed may be a skill, today he was destined to die. Kakashi, already anticipating this outcome, sighed with resignation, urging Douluo to speak quickly. Douluo, without a moment's hesitation, understood that Kakashi would certainly require time to prepare for passing through the poison formation. Otherwise, it would be utterly absurd for a soul sovereign to traverse a poison formation that even a soul saint could not escape. Douluo gathered his soul power, preparing to charge through, intending to eliminate the four of them in one swift motion. In truth, Shao San was already prepared. Just as Douluo was about to strike, Kakashi uttered a phrase that left him momentarily stunned. "After all this time, that boy is still alive?" Douluo exclaimed in surprise, as that place was not one where even he could linger for long. "Shao San is not dead," the master queried upon hearing Kakashi's words. In that moment, hope ignited within him. "Of course, I am still alive." Tang San emerged from the woods behind the master, standing beside Kakashi. Behind Tang San, 8 spider spears retracted, ensuring the safety of those nearby. At this moment, Tang San appeared slightly different. the 8 spider spears had undergone some peculiar transformation compared to before. While their size remained unchanged, the originally blue-purple spears had transformed into a dark red hue. Upon the dark red base, intricate white patterns intertwined, resembling delicate white floral designs, rendering the 8 spider spears resplendent. Xiao San, the master, and the 3 others gasped in astonishment. However, at that moment, Flander, the master, and Lu Erlong were too preoccupied with their surprise at Tang San's survival to notice these changes. Douluo, however, would not overlook such details. He was inwardly astonished, though unaware of what had transpired with Tang San. As the Poison King, he understood very well that in the realm of toxins, the more vivid the color, the greater the toxicity. This young man had evidently obtained something within the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. Kakashi also noticed, for this external soul bone piqued his interest. While not an expert in poison, Kakashi recognized that the transformation of the 8 spider spears, particularly after consuming 2 rare herbs, indicated evolution. Observing the changes in Tang San's 8 spider spears intensified Douluo's murderous intent. He thought to himself, "This is perfect. Eliminating all 4 together would save me the trouble of running again." Kakashi, of course, noticed this as well. The heavy aura of killing intent and that gaze were hard to ignore. He lowered his forehead protector, signaling that he had no intention of attacking. The previous ambush on Douluo was not merely for show. If he could truly eliminate him, this place would undoubtedly become unclaimed territory, sparing him future troubles. Furthermore, should this old poison master ever target him or those around him again, it would create significant complications. Upon hearing Kakashi's general warning, Douluo reined in his murderous intent and calmed himself. Kakashi's earlier comment about Tang San being prepared indicated that he was already aware of everything. Now that he concealed that ominous left eye, Douluo felt considerably more at ease. Since he had stated that he was prepared, it implied that his poison could be resolved. Tang San, having heard Kakashi's words, addressed Douluo. "Senior Douluo, did you not say you would do 3 things for me? The first is that from now on, you must never harm anyone associated with Shrek Academy." Douluo understood that Tang San dared to say such a thing only because he was confident in his ability to cure him, and thus nodded in agreement. "Very well. I promise you." Tang San smiled slightly before bowing to the master, Flander, and Lu Erlong. "Teacher, I apologize for causing you concern. In truth, Senior Douluo's intention in capturing me was not malicious. He merely wished to examine the properties of the toxins contained within my 8 spider spears. Recognizing my exceptional talent, Senior Douluo decided to impart some knowledge regarding poison martial souls. How did you come into conflict with Senior Douluo? Upon hearing Tang San's words, not only were the master and the others taken aback, but even Douluo was left speechless. None of them had anticipated that Tang San would say such a thing. Kakashi, with one eye half open, was also astonished. However, he quickly regained his composure, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth beneath the mask. "Playing peacemaker now. Xiao-san, you've made quite the progress," Kakashi mused internally. He then thought, "It seems there is no longer any issue, and I shall attend to my own matters." He retrieved a book from his ninja tool pouch, quietly waiting. "Hurry up, Xiao-san. I still wish to continue my training." The master gazed at Tang San with some confusion. He could discern no flaws from the expression on his disciple's face. Was it truly as he claimed? Yet just moments ago, Senior Douluo had stated he had already killed you. Tang San replied with a smile. That was merely a jest from Senior Douluo. Given his status and position, how could he possibly target someone like me? Tang San skillfully explained everything to the master. Kakashi, observing from the side, felt his eyelids twitch. This was not the usual honest demeanor of Xiao San. Douluo had long relinquished his murderous intent. He had come to understand that killing the 5 individuals before him would not only yield no advantage, but could also lead to considerable trouble. Setting aside Lu Erlong and the master's connections to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, the true source of his headache was Tang San's father. From Tang San's talent and the tone of the master and others, Douluo surmised they could not possibly deceive him. After all, at that time, they all believed Tang San was dead. If he chose not to kill them, with Tang San's cover, any animosity would naturally dissipate. Should this young man also manage to alleviate the toxins afflicting himself and Yin Yin, it would be a fortuitous turn of events, a win-win situation. Moreover, Douluo found Tang San's toxins intriguing. Even if he did not directly harm them, borrowing a bit of poison for research would not be a significant issue. After yet another failure, he thought it prudent to ask everyone to assist in promoting this book. Chapter 104. Kakashi's Idiomatic Proficiency Ultimately. After a series of instructions from the master, the Golden Triangle departed, leaving Tang San and Kakashi behind. Before the trio left, Douluo provided them with 3 pills for toxin avoidance. These pills were uniquely crafted by him, and no one else could replicate them, which was also why Douluo asserted that Kakashi would need time to prepare for traversing the poison formation. Although the trio had expended considerable soul power, as long as they remained cautious, exiting the Sunset Forest posed no significant challenge. Watching the trio's retreating figures, Douluo coldly remarked, "Young man, why did you choose to shield me? Did I require it? Don't be ungrateful. Xiao San is rarely this shrewd." Kakashi retrieved his yellow book, sitting upon a large stone. His tone was somewhat languid. With the crisis averted, he no longer needed to remain on high alert. He reverted to a rather unreliable demeanor, a reflection of his true character. "This is our agreement. You promised to do 3 things for me. Have you forgotten?" Tang San turned to Douluo and stated. Douluo let out a cold snort and remarked, "That depends on whether you could detoxify both me and Yin Yin. However, I'm increasingly skeptical that you're truly only 13. You seem like a little monster. Time is of the essence, and if you cannot pass my test, you will meet your demise." I recall a phrase that refers to aimless shooting. In any case, it certainly does not apply to you. This statement left both Tang San and Douluo momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. The tension was palpable, as a word was left hanging in the air, unvoiced. "Talent." Douluo finally broke the silence. "What's wrong with you two?" Kakashi inquired, puzzled by their expressions. After a moment, Tang San, wearing an expression of resignation, replied, "Kakashi, it is Wu Di Fang Shi. If you do not understand, refrain from misusing idioms." "Ah, is that so?" Kakashi blinked, feeling somewhat awkward. "I apologize. I've never been very good with idioms." Feeling embarrassed, he added, "If you want to express something akin to empty talk, you can simply say, Kou Chu Kengyan. It is simpler. Clearly, you lack a talent for idioms." Tang San sighed, recalling how Kakashi's choice of words had always been problematic, which starkly contrasted with his usual intelligence. Douluo, listening from the side, maintained a stoic expression. It was not that he was rigid. Rather, he found it challenging to suppress his laughter, as he wanted to uphold the demeanor of a formidable expert. The cultural gap between their worlds was vast, making adaptation difficult, Kakashi thought, scratching his head in frustration. If this is unbearable, then conversing with the old sage of the 6 paths, when no one else is around, is far more challenging, the Nine-Tails remarked in a low voice. The distance in time between the sage and Naruto made communication difficult. While reading translations may not seem problematic, it is akin to ancient individuals attempting to converse with us in classical Chinese, making Naruto's initial dialogues with the sage quite arduous. Douluo internally grappled with the fact that such a rare talent was incapable of using idioms. "It is truly a rarity," he concluded. Kakashi scratched his head. Confronted with this perplexing issue, the inability to grasp idioms was a significant obstacle. Then, as if struck by inspiration, Kakashi said, "Tang San, I remember your proficiency with idioms is quite commendable. Perhaps you could tutor me when you have the chance." "I refuse," Tang San replied decisively, mirroring Kakashi's tone. His response was clear and unyielding, leaving no room for negotiation. In the past, Tang San would have expressed himself more subtly, perhaps suggesting, "Sure, next time," only to find excuses to evade the matter when the time came. This was not the first time Kakashi had requested his guidance. They had tried before, but with little progress. The cultural divide between their worlds made integration a lengthy endeavor, requiring generations of study for the 2 distinct cultures to understand and merge. Though Kakashi was skilled, having only lived 17 years in this world was far from sufficient. Moreover, he had many responsibilities including being the Hokage and the founding leader of the sixth generation of the Wuhuan Temple's Konoha organization. However, he had resolved that merging the cultures of both worlds would become his life's mission. "I refuse," Tang San repeated with unusual firmness. Kakashi was taken aback. Tang San was not typically such an unyielding person. "I have taught you numerous times. You are as stubborn as a rock. I add a little, and you take it as it is, unable to adapt," Tang San exclaimed in frustration. This world bore many similarities to the Tang Sect of his past life, making it relatively easy for him to learn, unlike Kakashi, who struggled. "Alas, Kakashi, you will not comprehend these more complex expressions. Perhaps it is best to give up," Tang San lamented, lacking confidence in Kakashi's ability to learn. Douluo, having been left aside, suppressed his urge to laugh. Kakashi had certainly caused him considerable trouble. Initially, he believed that a person like Kakashi would pose no further concerns. However, the semi-mature Kakashi had already become a formidable challenge for him. Originally, Douluo's poison had caused Kakashi trouble, but now the roles had reversed. Kakashi had previously demonstrated various techniques before him: fire release, earth release, and lightning release. Thus, Douluo speculated that Kakashi could wield skills of all 5 elemental attributes, and his incredible speed allowed him to evade many of Douluo's attacks, proving to be quite a nuisance. He understood that it would require immense effort to eliminate Kakashi. In a few years, as Kakashi continued to grow, he would become even more formidable, and Douluo would find it increasingly difficult to contend with him. Yet, this genius could not even master the use of idioms. To put it bluntly, one might say he struggled with communication, exhibiting signs of a particular linguistic handicap. "That is precisely why I sought your assistance, Tang San. Please lend a hand," Kakashi implored, anxious about the cultural integration, which had become his life's objective. Time was of the essence for him, as he bore the weight of the 6th generation's responsibilities and could not afford to waste any. However, Tang San was thoroughly exasperated and truly reluctant to teach. Since arriving at the Nodding Academy, Kakashi had persistently requested his help. Over the span of 6 years, Tang San had instructed Kakashi over 20 times. Yet little progress had been made. It was akin to pouring water into a cup. No matter how much one poured, the cup would not autonomously fill up, and over time, it seemed to diminish. Next time, Tang San finally stated, feeling overwhelmed. However, he was left wondering if Kakashi would devise a better excuse for the next time, knowing that if he did, that next time might never arrive. Kakashi's struggles with language were far too significant. Chapter 105. The test of absorbing poison from herbs. Let us proceed. With that, Douluo concluded the dispute regarding Kakashi's idiomatic challenges and turned toward the towering mountains housing the ice and fire yin-yang. He intended to administer 3 trials to Tang San to ascertain whether he possessed the ability to detoxify him. In truth, as Douluo reigned in his murderous intent, he had already resolved to spare the Golden Iron Triangle and Tang San. When he had initially captured Tang San, he had not anticipated the multitude of troublesome forces lurking behind them, even ones that would pose difficulties for him. Killing Tang San would yield him no benefits, only a host of complications. Although he acted on his whims, he was not a mindless dog that bit indiscriminately. Thus, Douluo had decided that even if Tang San failed his trials and could not detoxify him and his granddaughter, he would not resort to lethal measures against Tang San. Moreover, the presence of Kakashi had significantly increased the challenges he faced. Having employed his 8th spirit ability twice before Kakashi, he felt a twinge of unease. Kakashi's ninjutsu was highly peculiar, and he feared that Kakashi might possess a means to counteract the time-space condensation. Otherwise, he would not dare to appear before him so casually. He had previously stated that he had developed a fondness for Tang San, and this sentiment was genuine. The impressive qualities Tang San had exhibited in such a short time had indeed sparked a sense of admiration in Douluo. Now, there's also a semi-mature Kakashi who, weighing the pros and cons, has lost the desire to take action. Douluo has returned to the vicinity of the ice and fire yin-yang. Tang San, with the aid of the 8 spider lances, has not fallen behind, and Kakashi's speed is not worth mentioning. At this moment, the sky is gradually brightening, and after a night of turmoil, A hint of fatigue is evident on Douluo's aged face, although his strength far surpasses that of the three masters. The arrival of the Golden Iron Triangle marks the beginning of his daily struggle through a living hell. The subsequent battles with the Golden Iron Triangle have also placed considerable pressure on him. While his soul power remains abundant, his physical stamina has begun to wane. After all, age is not kind to the bones. "Oh, right, Kakashi," Tang San suddenly said. "What is it?" Kakashi turned to him, awaiting further explanation. Tang San approached one side of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, fiddled with something, and then returned. In his hand, he held a medicinal herb, which he presented to Kakashi, saying, "You should take this." All right, Kakashi waved his hand dismissively. He knew nothing about medicine and trusted Tang San implicitly. "Just tell me its effects." Kakashi said, although he trusted Tang San, it would be unwise to consume something without knowing its effects. This is considered the worst herb here. It can accelerate wound healing and enhance one's vitality. Tang San explained the purpose of the herb. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's lifeless right eye slightly lifted, but then he frowned. Accelerating wound healing means increasing cell division, right? Lady Tsunade's Baika no Jutsu accelerates cell division, but the consequence is a shorter lifespan. He gazed at the herb in his hand, feeling somewhat hesitant. In the end, he tentatively asked, it won't have any side effects, will it?" Tang San rolled his eyes, thinking Kakashi underestimated him too much. "Rest assured, all the herbs here are rare treasures. There will be no side effects." "Really?" Kakashi still felt uneasy. "There are no side effects. It's merely that, among the treasures here, this is the least effective," Tang San clarified. Douluo, listening from the side, felt a chill run down his spine. He had lived here for decades and never dared to consume any medicine casually. Yet Tang San, who had only been here for a day, casually found a herb for someone to eat. Moreover, Tang San's words hinted that he had insight into all the herbs available. This is the worst of them. It implied that Tang San was knowledgeable about all the herbs. Kakashi's partially exposed right eye revealed his inner turmoil. "I say, can you have a bit of faith in me?" Tang San, dissatisfied, pointed out Kakashi's evident distrust. Kakashi remained conflicted. He did not wish to shorten his lifespan. "Eat it." Kakashi, the Nine-Tails, interjected, urging him to consume the herb without hesitation. "Is it really all right?" Kakashi inwardly questioned the Nine-Tails, feeling apprehensive. The Nine-Tails pondered for a moment before finally saying, "Let me rephrase. This should ease your worries. I am listening. Kid, whether he eats it or not is none of my concern, but you should accept my challenge." Douluo barked, feeling rather annoyed at being ignored. Tang San could only glance helplessly at the still-dazed Kakashi before moving in another direction. He accepted Douluo's challenge involving poison, confident yet aware of the risks involved. Douluo's poison was area control, broad in scope. Although his strength as a titled Douluo ensured strong control, caution was still advisable. "So that is how it is," Kakashi murmured. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kakashi learned everything from the Nine-Tails. The rare herb given by Tang San was intended to enhance physical condition, akin to how soul power amplifies the body. The so-called acceleration of wound healing was also a reflection of robust vitality. Just as the first Hokage, Hashirama, could heal wounds automatically, it was a demonstration of the sage body possessing immense life force. In contrast to the self-destructive Baika no Jutsu, which also represents regeneration. The two methods are fundamentally different. Furthermore, the Nine-Tails added that consuming this herb, combined with a quarter of Hashirama's power that he would share, would significantly improve Kakashi's physical condition. All right, Kakashi readily agreed. Compared to Tang San's confident demeanor and extensive knowledge about the herb, which he struggled to articulate, Kakashi found the Nine-Tails analogy more convincing. As Kakashi swiftly consumed the rare herb, Douluo's trial commenced. The first wave of poison was effortlessly dispelled by Tang San, who was within the realm of fragrant, ethereal treasures. Kakashi, though unaware of the specifics, recognized that the environment must have contributed to the inability of the poison to penetrate. Kakashi quickly focused on absorbing the herb's power. "I'm fine," Tang San reassured Kakashi, rather than allowing Kakashi, who was entirely oblivious, to poison. To remain fixated on the situation, it was better for him to swiftly absorb the herb's potency. Although the herb was not an extraordinary treasure, it was still rare, and perfect absorption would not be easy. If left too long, the potency could become a burden. Additionally, while the herb's effects may not be strong, its rarity meant it should not be squandered. Okay, Kakashi decisively responded. Wise and resolute, this was Kakashi's true character, rarely swayed. He immediately sat down, converting his internal energy into soul power. Chakra would not assist in absorption. It had to be soul power as taught by the Nine Tails. When he transitioned to soul power, he realized that not only could chakra not facilitate absorption, but in chakra mode, consuming the herb merely left him feeling something within. Now in soul power mode, he could sense a force within his body that he needed to guide. Otherwise, it would hinder him. At this moment, the second trial began, the poison of the 9-section jade, marking Douluo's second test. Kakashi, hurry and absorb the herb's power, then ask that little brat for more herbs. The Nine Tails urged, excitement evident in its tone. It seems you have some ideas, Kakashi noted. There are herbs here meant to aid soul power cultivation. They are perfect for your sage training. Then I'll just find some directly later, Kakashi replied. No way. The Nine Tails firmly rejected, leaving no room for argument. Indeed, the tone even left Kakashi momentarily speechless. Such matters regarding his body should not be taken lightly. Until he could fully utilize my 4 tails, he must not overextend. Kakashi furrowed his brow and inquired. A soul ring nearly 3,000 years old can only slightly loosen the seal? Of course. Don't think the power of rules is so easily shaken, the Nine Tails retorted, clearly dissatisfied as its earlier excitement dissipated. Initially, it had not informed Kakashi that only a 10,000-year soul ring would be effective. This was partly due to its own uncertainty and partly to observe under what circumstances Kakashi would absorb a soul ring of such high age. I understand, Kakashi replied. At this point, Douluo's second trial truly began, involving the poison of the 9-section jade. The outcome was that, except for Douluo, this poison was nearly unsolvable for everyone else, but it was countered by a wave of antidote. The Hokage Hatake, bitten by Tang San, unexpectedly flipped over and fell into a deep unconsciousness in his hands, completely motionless. Ultimately, the third trial of Douluo commenced, the deadly poison of the Biling Snake Emperor. Chapter 106, successfully resolved. Tang San, you must consider this carefully. The poison I am about to unleash is one that even I, Douluo, cannot control. He paused slightly, seemingly embarrassed by the presence of someone unversed in poison. If you regret it now, it is not too late. I can still spare your life and allow you to attempt to neutralize the backlash of the poison. Tang San observed Douluo's hand, his expression growing serious as he tucked the Hokage Hatake into his bosom. He understood that the poison Douluo was about to deploy was his life's ultimate toxin, belonging to the Biling Snake Emperor. Given his current cultivation level, it would indeed be a formidable challenge to withstand such a potent poison. However, Douluo's words also ignited a sense of pride within Tang San. He was determined to prove himself. With this thought in mind, Tang San pondered briefly and then reached into the large flower of the Haotian Douluo before stepping before Douluo and raising his left arm, inviting the trial to begin. Douluo furrowed his brow, questioning if he was truly resolute in his decision. Tang San nodded firmly. A glint of cold light flickered in Douluo's eyes, pondering if after years of mastering poison, he could truly be outmatched by a mere junior. With a flick of his finger, he pierced Tang San's arm. In an instant, a surge of black energy spread from the punctured site, rising ominously. Tang San swiftly pressed his right hand against the wound on his left arm, retreating a few steps while he still had the strength to act. He returned to the protective embrace of the Haotian Douluo, sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes to silently circulate his Xiantian Gong. The earlier contact with the large flower was to utilize its detoxifying properties to suppress the Biling Snake Emperor's poison. The Biling Snake Emperor's poison, being Douluo's ultimate toxin, was not easily dispelled. However, its medicinal potency was sufficient to weaken the poison's force. Combined with the effects of the Bajau, Xianian grass, and the lihua Xingjiao he had consumed earlier, finally granting the means to confront the biling Snake Emperor's toxin. Douluo Bo observed Tang San quietly, uncertain if he could indeed neutralize the toxin affecting himself. Witnessing Tang San slumped there, enveloped in black energy, he couldn't help but feel regret. After years of fame, what was he doing competing with a child? If he were to perish here, it would truly lead to significant trouble. The thought of Tang San's formidable father, Tang Hao, plagued his mind, a man he could not afford to provoke. Suddenly, Douluo Bo shuddered. Sensen a grave terror. There won't be any issues, will there? The ghostly voice, seemingly emanating from the depths of the underworld, carried a chilling aura, heavy with murderous intent. Just that one phrase sent a shiver of deathly threat through Douluo Bo. He felt a piercing coldness emanating from behind him, chilling him to the core. He attempted to turn, only to feel a strange weapon pressed against his neck, and he sensed his soul power being suppressed by an unknown force. He knew it was the person behind him. The soul power was naturally outward, lacking the force to exert pressure on the individual behind him. If anything were to happen to Xiao San, I believe you will meet a grim fate, the voice echoed, chilling to the bone. Unexpectedly, Douluo Bo chuckled lightly. You surely do not harbor any intentions to kill me, do you? If you truly wish to end my life, you could simply act without the need for words. He added, feeling astonished. Kakashi's sudden appearance was as startling as Tang San's. Kakashi's speed was swifter than the menacing aura. He had taken advantage of Douluo Bo's momentary distraction following the poisoning to position himself behind him. I only wish to ascertain the safety of Xiao San, Kakashi stated, his voice icy. The crimson hue of his left eye rendered his visage terrifying, filled with lethal intent that startled Douluo Bo. The little monster is likely fine. Look, the weapon pressed against Douluo Bo's neck, yet he exhibited no sign of fear. Indeed, changes were occurring within Tang San's body. A faint red light emanated from beneath his skin, followed closely by a white glow, the two colors alternating distinctly. The previously rampant black energy was being repelled between these radiant hues, unable to spread further. The Bajiao spear erupted from Tang San's back. In his vigorous struggle against the poison, he found himself unable to control his martial spirit and soul bone. The black energy ceased its advance, indicating that the toxin had been contained. Douluo Bo remarked, his tone imbued with surprise. Kakashi retracted his kunai, withdrawing his murderous intent. Though he was not a poison expert, the sight of Tang San suggested a strong possibility that Douluo Bo's assessment was accurate. If it were himself, he would still remain cautious. But Douluo Bo's words gave him some assurance. He had missed the only opportunity to kill Douluo Bo. Now that Douluo Bo was prepared, Kakashi's chance would only present itself if he could strike before his murderous intent was detected. A title Douluo was not easily slain, once prepared. Even with a blade at his throat, there was no guarantee of success. You do not wish to kill me, believing I possess a means to save this little monster. Douluo Bo inquired of Kakashi. Even if there is only a sliver of hope, I will not allow my companion to perish, Kakashi replied, his focus unwavering on Tang San. Upon hearing this, Douluo Bo felt a newfound respect for Kakashi. To repeatedly confront a title Douluo on behalf of a weaker companion was a rare occurrence in his experience. With a smile, Douluo Bo noted that Kakashi appeared more reliable than usual. Kakashi, however, did not spare him a glance, replying solemnly, I do not seek your praise. I merely wish to know if Xiao San can endure this trial. The vibrant colors of the Bajiao spear were not the only striking sight. Tang San's blue-silver grass also emerged, retaining its thickness yet undergoing a transformation in hue. The originally blue-purple strands now bore patterns akin to those of the Bajiao spear, the colors intermingling in a dazzling yet eerie display, almost blinding. It spread from him like serpents, encircling Tang San in a cage-like formation. The once useless martial spirit, blue-silver grass, had reached an astonishing level of cultivation, earning Kakashi's admiration. A black small hammer appeared in Tang San's left hand, recognized by both Kakashi and Douluo Bo as the Haotian hammer. The emergence of the Bajiao spear and Haotian hammer piqued Kakashi's interest anew. Old Poison Master, may I inquire about something? Kakashi asked, his tone considerably calmer. Douluo felt an odd sensation. This young man, who had previously exuded such murderous intent, now approached him with a casual demeanor. "Speak, and I shall see if I am inclined to answer," he replied, his voice laced with intrigue, seemingly quite entertained. "I seek to learn of the past of Haotian Douluo." Kakashi, with his remarkable eloquence, recited that illustrious title, instantly subduing Douluo. Haotian Douluo loomed like an indelible shadow. Even in absence, Douluo dared not exhibit any complacency. Thus it was, in every regard, that all matters culminated. Douluo exhaled, having spoken his piece. The renown of Haotian weighed heavily upon him. With every utterance of Haotian Douluo's legend, his heart grew heavier. As a fellow titled Haotian's fame resonated throughout the realm, instilling awe and fear, while he remained confined to this place, enduring the affliction of illness, his sole reliance on poison, which would ultimately curse his descendants. "Understood," Kakashi replied, having comprehended all that was revealed. Tang San had slain the previous pope, and his own tale was nearing its conclusion. The crimson and white luminescence gradually faded beneath his skin. The obsidian hammer first melded into his being, followed closely by the external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, and finally, the blue silvergrass. Tang San's complexion gradually returned to normal. "Thank you, Senior, for your mercy," he said, springing up from the ground, a smile gracing his face once more. Kakashi remained unyielding. He had absorbed much of the past and required time to reflect. Douluo, having regained his composure, found that speaking of Tang, how did not greatly affect him. He approached Tang San with inquiries, eager to discern how Tang San had achieved his feats. Tang San, without reservation, explained, "After you brought me here yesterday, I pondered deeply and ingested both the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom." Douluo had never even heard of such names. Tang San nodded, clarifying that these were 2 types of poisonous herbs, nurtured by the essence of extreme yin and extreme yang, found at the central points beside the ice spring and the fire spring, respectively. Kakashi had little inclination to listen. He needed time. The father of little San was Haotian Douluo, who had taken the life of the previous pope. An urgent notice. The book has collapsed. Updates are paused. Please organize swiftly, and we shall resume shortly. Kakashi's Umbu chapter. A conversation with the 3rd Hokage. I must mention that a brother responded immediately after I issued the notice. "Thank you. This is a bonus chapter. The preceding plot was so riveting that I nearly wept. The protagonist of this book is Kakashi, and, out of interest, I wish to document this tale. I believe it is beneficial to share it with everyone, as the later chapters of Naruto often delve into memories. Some readers may not wish to engage, so I have selected a segment to share. This recounts a dialogue between Kakashi during his Umbu days and the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The background music at this moment is May Rain. If any Naruto enthusiasts are reading, please add May Rain to your music library. The narrative backdrop. Following the demise of the 4th Hokage, Namake's Minato, Danzo seized the opportunity to win over Kakashi, aspiring to ascend to the position of Hokage. Amidst the chaos of the Nine-Tails rampage, the 3rd Hokage issued a command that weighed heavily on Kakashi's conscience. For the future combat strength of the village, Hiruzen's forbade all young talents from participating in the confrontation with the Nine-Tails. At that time, the only recorded achievement against the Nine-Tails was a life-and-death battle alongside Uchiha Madara against the 1st Hokage. The power was unfathomable. The 3rd Hokage, for the sake of Konoha's future, could not allow the youth to face such a terrifying foe. Ultimately, the Nine-Tails was sealed by the Shiki Fujin, its yin and yang chakra confined, and the 4th Hokage perished in battle. Kakashi, still reeling from the shadow of Rin Nohara's death, found his heart darkened further. Danzo exploited the 3rd Hokage's order, leading Kakashi to his side. Kakashi fell into darkness, divulging the whereabouts of the 3rd Hokage to Danzo. Having lost the most significant people in his life, Kakashi began to harbor hatred for the 3rd Hokage. At that time, Danzo, desperate for the Hokage position, even ordered the execution of former comrades, now the Hokage. To maximize his success, he dispatched a replica of the first Hokage, Yamato. He believed that upon witnessing would release, the third Hokage would surely reveal flaw. After all, the long-lost would release had resurfaced, and anyone would be astonished. Moreover, the third Hokage had confirmed that would release could not return. Due to the transplantation of the first Hokage's cells, Konoha had suffered significant losses and research had been prohibited. The hope of Wood Release's resurgence was deemed impossible, a belief the third Hokage held steadfastly. Thus, the root member, Yamato, trained in lethal techniques, would undoubtedly eliminate the third Hokage. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred with Kakashi. It can be said that apart from the root members, Kakashi was the sole survivor to witness Yamato utilizing Wood Release. With the emergence of the Wood Release ninja, he infiltrated the Hokage's office archives, seeking the truth. However, he was discovered by the third Hokage. Yet, Hiruzen's, inheriting the will of the first Hokage, adhered to the principle of benevolence. Not only did he refrain from punishing Kakashi for reading classified documents, but he also patiently elucidated the history of Wood Release. Upon hearing this, Kakashi immediately switched allegiances. Danzo's conspiracy crumbled, yet he faced no repercussions. The third Hokage's principles forbade further harm to others. This was also characteristic of the first Hokage. Afterwards, Kakashi sought forgiveness from the third Hokage. This leads us to the crux of the matter. Kakashi knelt on one knee, bowing his head in apology to the third Hokage, who faced away from him. Kakashi spoke, "Professor, I am unworthy to remain in the Umbu." The third Hokage, renowned for his mastery of ninjutsu, was also present at the Ninja Academy during Kakashi's time. It is unclear if he taught, but Kakashi did engage in physical training with the third Hokage, hence referring to him as Professor. Hiruzen's turned to him, saying, "Why? It is thanks to you that I have been spared this time." Kakashi lowered his head further. "Yet I did entertain thoughts of betraying you." The third Hokage pondered, seemingly lost in thought, before responding, "I failed to protect the fourth. Your resentment towards me is understandable." The third Hokage's gaze lifted, ensnared in recollection. "Indeed, Minato had once conversed with me." The third Hokage reminisced about the Hokage Rock in Konoha, where he and Minato, two Hokages, engaged in dialogue regarding Kakashi's role in the Umbu. Their ceremonial robes fluttered in the wind, Minato's golden hair dancing as well. Minato spoke first, brows furrowed in concern. "I placed Kakashi in the Umbu, hoping he might somewhat forget his inner turmoil, but I have recently heard troubling rumors about his conduct during missions. I fear that this approach has only deepened his wounds." In the Umbu, Kakashi had acquired the moniker Cold-Blooded Kakashi. The nature of Umbu missions was invariably entwined with slaughter and darkness. Whenever encountering ninjas from enemy nations, Kakashi's approach was always to leave no survivors, not a single soul, nor any opportunity to extract intelligence from the foes. When questioned by his comrades, Kakashi's response was perpetually delivered through his icy gaze. His crimson Sharingan even instilled fear in his own allies, radiating an aura of menace. Minato, unable to bear it any longer, closed his eyes and continued, "Now I deeply regret." The third Hokage too shut his eyes, acknowledging that no one could heal heartache. Only time could dull its sting. "Suimin, no, there is indeed a way. Sandai has thought of a solution. Let him become the guardian of Gyo Xinai." Distancing himself from the dark missions and observing the miraculous process of human life. Perhaps this will awaken something within him. Shuemin smiled and readily agreed, stating that this was a splendid idea. The scene shifts back to Kakashi, whose eyes shimmered with unshed tears and his nose tingled. Though uncertain of my portrayal, I felt an affinity with Kakashi after Shuemin's passing, contemplating whether to liberate you from the dark side. Yet, it seems I still require your strength. Can you continue to serve under the Hokage's direct command for a while longer? Rijan slowly lifted his gaze to the sky, seemingly catching sight of that radiant figure. "I hope Shuemin will allow me to do this," he murmured. "The narrative requires adjustments. Perhaps it will be ready by tomorrow." Chapter 107. As if nothing had transpired. Shaosan's father was Haotian Douluo, who had slain the previous pope. That slovenly blacksmith, who spent his days drinking, was indeed a renowned title Douluo. Kakashi glanced at Tang San, deep in thought. It turns out that the Lan Yin Chao was indeed peculiar. Kakashi had sensed something amiss when the master first encountered Tang San, given that Lan Yin Chao was deemed a useless martial soul. Thus, the other must possess an extraordinarily powerful martial soul. Kakashi harbored some doubts. Based on currently known circumstances, he was aware of only two individuals with twin martial souls, the current Pope, Bibidong, and Tang San. Kakashi knew some details about the Pope Bibidong's martial souls. One was the Death Spider Queen, and the other was the Soul-Eating Spider Queen. Both of these martial souls were formidable. Furthermore, the existence of family martial souls also came into play. These two must possess significant strength. Otherwise, they would have long been assimilated by other powerful martial souls. Hence, the master's earlier statement contained some inaccuracies. However, this is not the time for such discussions. Kakashi needed to make some decisions. The voice of a Nine-Tails resonated within Kakashi. He was being summoned. The scene shifted, and Kakashi found himself in the ceiling place. Reminiscent of a sewer, the dim yellow light, thick iron pillars, and the remaining 8 hooks of the seal surrounded him, along with the blood-red fox demon thrashing its 9 tails behind him. Kakashi sat cross-legged, unfazed by the water beneath him. He felt despondent, for the forthcoming choice was exceedingly challenging. You really need not feel this way, the Nine-Tails began. It was time for the Nine-Tails to converse with Kakashi. Currently, due to Tang Hao's influence, Kakashi's temperament had been significantly affected, making it difficult for him to enter a state of cultivation. This state of cultivation referred not to the honing of soul power or sensing natural chakra, but rather to the path of spiritual growth. The journey of cultivation is long, requiring gradual accumulation of experience and slow maturation. The essence lies in one's mindset. Cultivation demands utmost focus, single-mindedness, and the absence of distractions. However, Kakashi's spirit was disheartened. The turmoil stemming from Tang Hao's situation rendered him unable to concentrate. You truly need not feel this way. To this statement, Kakashi seemed oblivious, almost as if he were deliberately ignoring it. Hey, Nine-Tails. The Nine-Tails sat up. It too was invested in this matter. What do you think? Is it better to make a decision like the first Hokage, or? Kakashi pondered. It seemed rare for anyone to betray their village for personal gain. Perhaps like Sasuke, who opposed the village for Itachi. Both scenarios were alike. Whether it was Madara or Sasuke, their actions disrupted the peace of the ninja world. The first Hokage had declared that anyone daring to oppose the village would face dire consequences, which led to him slaying his former friend, Uchiha Madara. After Sasuke killed Itachi, he might have returned to Konoha, oblivious to the truth. Yet, when Obito revealed the reality, he opposed Konoha in favor of his beloved brother. Whether it was Uchiha Madara or Sasuke, their intentions to destroy Konoha could be interpreted differently. The balance of the 5 great nations hinges on Konoha's strength. Konoha, despite its might, often acted as a mediator, proposing peace treaties. Thus, the first Hokage and Sasuke represented opposing extremes. While the first aimed to protect Konoha, he was, in essence, safeguarding the ninja community. One could envision the chaos that would ensue if Konoha's constraints were removed. The other 4 nations would only know conflict, leading to inevitable ruin. Indeed, the death of one may seem inconsequential to the world, yet the grief of that individual's family is profound. If a household crumbles, it significantly impacts the village as a whole. Should Konoha, the foremost military power, be destroyed, one could only imagine that ninjas might end up forsaken, akin to the samurai. This time, Kakashi faced a choice between his comrades and Tang San. Should he emulate the first Hokage or Sasuke? The ninjas within the Martial Soul Hall, though Kakashi had meticulously assembled and trained them, held little emotional connection for him. Perhaps he viewed them more as tools to ensure the continuation of the ninja legacy. Lacking the profound feelings he harbored for Konoha, Obito once succumbed to darkness, and Kakashi had to strike him down to protect the world, piercing Obito's heart with his own hand. This situation was markedly different. Tang San should not harbor such thoughts. Although his mother had passed, Tang Hao had slain the Pope, balancing certain scales. However, it was the Martial Soul Hall that initially sought confrontation. Yet, One could argue that Tang Hao's union with the Soul Beast was inherently unacceptable. The ensuing chaos made matters exceedingly troublesome. Were these two factions merely destined to continue their bloodshed? The Nine Tails could no longer contain itself, releasing a thunderous roar that startled the despondent Kakashi. My apologies. I drifted off for a moment. Kakashi sheepishly scratched his head. These matters were indeed perplexing. Get out. The Nine Tails, angered, kicked Kakashi away. He trembled at the suddenness of the awakening, his body momentarily beyond his control. Though he had lingered in the Nine Tails realm for what felt like an eternity, in reality, only a few breaths had passed. Nine Tails, Nine Tails, Nine Tails. Kakashi attempted to call out, but the Nine Tails remained unresponsive. Without the Nine Tails' consent, he could not enter the sealing area unilaterally. The seal was crafted by the Nine Tails, and the power resided with it. Kakashi had no means to alter the conditions therein. Even the seal was gradually undone by the Nine Tails through its soul rings. Time is indeed essential. After obtaining the soul ring, Kakashi finds that the QB cannot immediately bestow its formidable powers upon him, as the unsealing of the seal necessitates a considerable duration. Despite this, the QB, also known as Gyolama, exhibits no response whatsoever, seemingly indifferent to Kakashi's plight. Sighing in resignation, Kakashi realizes he must devise a solution on his own. He reflects on his earlier neglect to pay more attention to the beast, recalling that the QB had been vocal just moments ago, its voice resonating with an unusual intensity. However, his thoughts were preoccupied with the matters concerning the first Hokage, Hashirama, and Sasuke, causing him to overlook the QB's utterances. It seemed to murmur ominously, threatening, "If you cause my demise, you shall accompany me to the grave." Meanwhile, the negotiations between Douluo and Tang San draw to a close. Douluo insists that Tang San consume his inner Dan, warning that should Tang San inadvertently bring about his death, the Dan Pearl will explode, resulting in Tang San's own demise. Originally, Douluo had intended for Kakashi to consume it instead, recalling how Kakashi had repeatedly risked his life for Tang San, never faltering in his resolve. Kakashi had previously had the opportunity to eliminate Douluo, but chose to spare him for Tang San's sake. The honor of vanquishing a titled Douluo is immense, particularly given the vast disparity in their power levels, which posed a significant threat to Douluo's life. Yet, Kakashi relinquished this glory, opting instead for a flicker of hope to ensure Tang San's safety. Douluo sensed the profound bond between Kakashi and Tang San, recognizing that their concern for each other's lives surpassed their own. If Kakashi were to ingest his inner Dan, would that not place an even greater constraint on Tang San? However, upon further contemplation, Douluo abandoned this notion. He deemed Kakashi too perilous, fearing that the young man, with his array of peculiarities, might inadvertently dissolve his inner Dan, leaving Douluo with no recourse for lamentation. Despite the improbability of such an event, Douluo felt Kakashi posed a greater threat than the average titled Douluo. Observing Douluo and Tang San's every movement, Kakashi remained inscrutable, faced with a dilemma, to assist or to eliminate. The stakes were too high for him to make a decision. On one side stood a comrade, and on the other a ninja. Do you not comprehend such matters? You fool! The QB roared, expressing disdain for Kakashi's despondent demeanor. Kakashi, feeling somewhat vexed, noted the QB's unusual irritability today. If there is something to be said, speak plainly. I am already in a predicament, he replied. The QB suggested that they simply disregard the incident, implying that it would be best for all to act as if nothing had transpired. Kakashi began to understand. Regardless, it appeared that Tang San remained blissfully unaware of these developments and knew nothing of his father, Tang Hao. To reveal such information to Tang San abruptly would be premature. A gradual approach would be wiser. Despite his considerable growth, Tang San's perspective on the world differed from Kakashi's, and their opinions might not align. Yet, it was too soon to draw conclusions. Should the day come when Tang San could perceive matters from Kakashi's vantage point, his decisions would inevitably influence Kakashi's actions. Thus, the current course of action was to act as if nothing had happened, to refrain from further discussion, and to patiently await the unfolding of events. Kakashi found this plan agreeable and accepted it with enthusiasm. Subsequently, he chose to disregard his previous confrontations with Douluo, having come to respect Kakashi's profound loyalty to his companions. As they part ways, Douluo reflects on the possibility of taking Tang San as his disciple, but ultimately dismisses the thought, recognizing that Kakashi's formidable abilities instilled him with trepidation. Moreover, he still relied on Tang San to alleviate his poison, making it seem inappropriate to broach such a request. Once Douluo departed, Tang San felt as though all strength had drained from his body, collapsing to the ground. Gasping for breath, he realized that his back had grown cold from sweat. Although he had successfully grasped Douluo's mindset, he remained uncertain. If the old monster were to lose control, he could swiftly become a lifeless corpse. In Tang San's eyes, Douluo resembled a creature of unpredictability, capricious and self-willed, capable of madness at any moment. Despite Kakashi's presence, the disparity in their strengths rendered Kakashi's assistance seemingly inadequate. Even if Kakashi possessed the ability to eliminate Douluo, it would likely be at great cost. Moreover, Douluo, in his final moments, would likely drag Tang San down with him. Come now, it cannot be that dire, Kakashi remarked, raising an eyebrow at Tang San's demeanor, feeling a sense of helplessness. Tang San rolled his eyes, wishing he had Kakashi's strength to confront Douluo without trepidation. Tang San understood clearly that the titled Douluo and noble figures viewed their lives as invaluable, believing that their lives outweighed countless weaker ones. He recognized that these powerful individuals were particularly averse to death, as they wished to preserve their existence for enjoyment. However, Tang San had no intention of truly risking his life. He merely needed to project an image of strength. Therefore, possessing Kakashi's level of power would suffice to confront these formidable figures. In truth, Tang San wished to survive, as he had only just been granted a second chance at life, still holding deep concerns for the Tang Sect's hidden weapons. As he surveyed the lush and rare medicinal herbs around him, a glimmer of desire sparked within him. Kakashi furrowed his brow, sensing something unsettling in Tang San's gaze towards the herbs. Why do I feel your expression conveys a sense of opportunism? He inquired. Cough, cough, that is not the case. Tang San replied, feeling slightly embarrassed at being seen through. By the way, have your injuries healed? He changed the subject, retrieving the small 9-section jade he had been holding and tossing it towards the ice and fire yin-yang eye. The 9-section jade, having absorbed Tang San's blood, was now poisoned, and without the ice and fire yin-yang eye's assistance, it would perish. Kakashi scrutinized the 9-section jade, sensing its potential danger. In the event of a war breaking out, utilizing this could likely lead to the development of highly toxic weaponry. However, these matters are beyond his control. Tang San is fond of such things and is likely to possess solutions. Indeed, everything is fine now, Kakashi replied. He silently added, I could distinctly sense the flesh regenerating. A tingling sensation emanated from his shoulder, indicating that the wound was healing. Yet this was not something he could disclose to Tang San. The herb Tang San provided, although it might assist in the healing process, could not possibly yield such swift results. If Tang San were to discover this, he would undoubtedly hesitate to offer Kakashi any more herbal remedies, lacking confidence thereafter. Kakashi's peculiar condition was something Tang San was also aware of. Presently, in Tang San's eyes, the only aspect of Kakashi that fit within his budget was his physique. Although significantly more robust than his peers, there were still limitations. This was Tang San's hypothesis. Should he learn that Kakashi's body had undergone significant changes, it might alter Tang San's perception of him in the future. This was not what Kakashi desired. Much like Naruto, despite possessing remarkable regenerative abilities, nobody assigned him tasks that would inevitably result in injury, save for unavoidable circumstances. Tang San surveyed the surrounding herbs, deep in thought. He could no longer consume other herbs, but Kakashi still could. The herb he had previously given Kakashi was merely a recently grown specimen, its quality not particularly exceptional. It had undoubtedly been fully absorbed by now. The herbs in this vicinity were available for Tang San's use. However, he could not partake, as the potency of the two divine herbs had yet to be completely refined. Yet, when it came to selecting an appropriate divine herb for Kakashi, Tang San found himself at a loss. Suddenly, He realized, why was he pondering so deeply? Kakashi would likely have his own preferences. Reflecting on this, Tang San turned to Kakashi. Please provide me with a divine herb that enhances sensitivity to external energy. Kakashi interjected before Tang San could finish his sentence. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. Kakashi sighed, somewhat exasperated, stating, "You are a man of action. If you intended to concoct a remedy or poison, you would have already gathered your tools. You consumed those two herbs yourself, so you must be contemplating which to choose for me." Kakashi had resolved to observe Tang San's growth, believing that it might yield unexpected outcomes. In any case, it was best to consider that nothing significant had occurred. Tang San was momentarily stunned, realizing that this was indeed the case. However, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. It was rather disrespectful for someone to see through him so easily. He could not help but snort, saying, "Why do you not consider that I am merely discussing the types of herbs suitable for Xiao Wu and the others?" Kakashi rolled his eyes, thinking Tang San was overestimating him. "I only thought of a divine herb for the cultivation of immortal techniques. Otherwise, I have little knowledge of herbs to provide you with suggestions. Besides, your 7 companions are just as familiar with them as I am. So why would you need to consult me?" Yet he awkwardly added, "Haha, after all, luck is also a part of strength. I assent it. Let us quickly appease this child." Tang San had previously conversed with Kakashi about his past life, which was truly astonishing. For over 20 years, he had rarely ventured beyond the Tang Sect, dedicating himself to training day in and day out. It was no wonder he was so innocent. Luck is indeed a part of strength. Hearing Kakashi's words, Tang San couldn't help but smirk, deciding to let this matter rest. They would consider it as though nothing significant had transpired. Subsequently, he searched high and low until he finally found a suitable herb. However, it came with certain risks. This particular divine herb was unique and required the accompaniment of other herbs for optimal effect, thus demanding time. Kakashi, lacking knowledge about herbs, simply followed along. At present, he merely wished to enjoy a good night's sleep, as he felt rather fatigued. Even without the burden of the Sharingan, having pursued from Shrek Academy while nursing injuries and depleting chakra, he was weary. Although a ninja possesses formidable endurance, capable of enduring even 3 days and nights without rest, Kakashi's injuries were no longer a concern, and his chakra had been replenished before engaging in immortal technique training. However, mentally, Kakashi felt profoundly exhausted. Unlike his previous life, he was no longer tasked with high-difficulty missions, and the issues with his Sharingan had been resolved. This series of favorable circumstances had led him to feel somewhat complacent. His current strength was not significantly superior to his past. Although his chakra capacity had expanded, the presence of soul power and soul skills distracted him. He had only mastered 3 types of ninjutsu: lightning release, water release, and earth release. He even found himself unable to complete Raikiri, caught in a limbo between it and Chidori. Contemplating these matters only added to his frustration and weariness. All of this required time for adjustment, but now, with the addition of immortal technique training, he found himself unable to rush the process and needed to seize the moment. Even he found this overwhelming. It was best to rest and leave these concerns for tomorrow. Chapter 109. Idleness. Kakashi's slumber was far from restful. Tang San was bustling about, engaged in activities Kakashi could not discern. The clinking of various vessels kept him in a state of half-sleep, half-wakefulness. Later, Douluo returned to inquire about the antidote. However, Tang San had none, citing a lack of tools. Kakashi felt like facepalming. What had Tang San been tinkering with all day without tools? The following morning, Kakashi awoke and greeted Tang San. "Ohayo." Tang San replied, "Ohayo." This greeting signified good morning. And Tang San recalled an instance in Shanghun village when Kakashi had greeted him in such a manner. He understood that Kakashi's cultural background differed from this realm. The language also bore its unique nuances. Although the phrase "Ohayo" sounded somewhat awkward, it was occasionally amusing to utter. It served as a form of entertainment. Tang San rose earlier than Kakashi, wandering about in search of the necessary herbs before dawn. "How did you sleep, Kakashi?" he inquired. Coughing, Kakashi rubbed his unseeing right eye, feeling a swelling sensation. He thought to himself, how could he even ask that, given he had been busy until the late hours of the night? In reality, he had only slept for about 4 hours. The next day, Tang San seemed unfazed, still enthusiastically pondering over the herbs, while Kakashi felt a bit weak all over. Cough. That was quite nice, he said with a forced chuckle. The ice and fire yin-yang was ideal for plant growth, with the ground covered in lush green grass. However, typical animals could not endure the conditions, resulting in a lack of insects, allowing for a comfortable night's sleep without the need for bedding. At that moment, a somber voice echoed in his mind. Kakashi, channel your chakra. The power of the first Hokage should have fused with your cells. The voice belonged to the Nine Tails, its tone consistently lacking in warmth. The Five Tails, Mu Wang, remarked, QB is never straightforward. Kakashi complied with the Nine Tails instruction, channeling his chakra. Kakashi discerned a distinct transformation in his chakra. Having scarcely rested, he initially felt fatigued, yet upon the activation of his chakra, an exhilarating vitality surged through him, invigorating him profoundly. Breathless, he reclined on the ground, gasping for air. It had been ages since he experienced such a sensation. This chakra bore a resemblance to Naruto's chakra from the Fourth Great Ninja War, when Naruto had shared his chakra with everyone, uplifting their spirits. The initial recipient, Hinata, had showcased this revitalization. Kakashi murmured that while this chakra might not possess the same intensity or quantity, it was entirely his own. This was the product of his fusion with the power of the first Hokage, a stark contrast to the past. This chakra belonged solely to him, allowing for a closer connection with natural energy and facilitating the cultivation of sage techniques. The voice of the Nine Tails remained deep and hoarse, affirming that it would indeed be easier. Kakashi's eyelids twitched. Had he failed to realize that the cultivation of sage arts was inherently challenging? He raised himself to sit upright, scanning his surroundings. Tang San was still occupied, having witnessed Kakashi's sudden collapse earlier, but thinking nothing of it, assuming Kakashi merely wished to sleep a bit longer. Tang San himself was aware that his previous actions had likely disturbed Kakashi's rest. Kakashi called out, inquiring about the availability of the medicinal herb essential for his sage training. He felt a sense of urgency. Without this herb, sensing natural energy would remain elusive. While his typical meditative practices did draw some natural energy into his being, they were largely unconscious absorptions, yielding only minute power. Thus, the hierarchy of soul power levels existed, with higher levels indicating greater absorption of natural energy. The training systems of ninjas and soul masters diverged significantly. After all, the energy contained within them was fundamentally different, leading to distinct methodologies. Although chakra represented a synthesis of mental and physical energy, it originated from the fruit of the divine tree and was not inherently human. Consequently, mastery over chakra required practice. Unlike soul power, which could be manipulated with ease, the relationship between chakra and soul power was fraught with discord, the reasons for which remained unknown and unalterable. In response to Kakashi's inquiry, Tang San scratched his head, uncertain about the timeline, reasoning that it might take some time. He pondered Kakashi's choice of herb, feeling exasperated by its complications. Kakashi sighed, suggesting that Tang San might abandon the endeavor. Tang San cautiously probed, hopeful that Kakashi might relinquish his request, allowing him to attend to his pressing matters. Kakashi smirked slyly, asserting that if Tang San failed to procure the herb, his plans for crafting hidden weapons would be for naught. Surprised by this facet of Kakashi, Tang San realized he had never fully grasped Kakashi's cunning nature over the years. Kakashi, sitting cross-legged, resumed his sage training but soon felt uncomfortable, recalling that he was still clad in blood-stained attire. He removed his green ninja vest, frowning, ultimately shedding his upper garments. His body bore the marks of battle, a testament to the fierce skirmishes endured in the forest. Unlike a pure soul sage who could slaughter indiscriminately, each of Kakashi's victories required meticulous strategy to minimize losses. He emerged with minimal injuries, the most significant being the wound inflicted by the clouded tiger, which had pierced his shoulder. Thanks to the natural energy concentrated by the Nine Tails and the medicinal herb provided by Tang San, he had healed remarkably. Tang San glanced over, astonished by Kakashi's impressive physique. Kakashi's sculpted abs and muscular arms showcased a physique devoid of excess fat, presenting a harmonious blend of strength and elegance. Despite not matching the sheer bulk of their leader, Tang San believed Kakashi's physique was even more commendable. However, he was perplexed by the numerous scars adorning Kakashi's body, remnants of past battles, including those inflicted by the Clouded Tiger. In Tang San's mind, Kakashi was an invincible warrior, never having faced defeat, even against formidable opponents like Douluo, a titled Douluo, from whom Kakashi had emerged unscathed. The future remained uncertain and elusive, yet Tang San was certain that at the age of 16, he lacked the capability or audacity to confront a titled Douluo. The myriad scars etched into Kakashi's skin left him in deep contemplation. Kakashi, stroking his chin, appeared contemplative, recalling that these marks were likely earned in encounters with the Tiando royal family. Slaying princes was no simple feat, and employing poison against them was not an option, as such toxins were reserved for the Snow Knight Emperor. Thus, it fell to Kakashi, an expert in assassination, to execute these tasks. In response to Tang San's inquiries, Kakashi could only offer vague reassurances, acknowledging that sustaining injuries was a normal part of his prolonged ventures in the outside world. Tang San noted that Kakashi had indeed spent years away from Nodding Academy, avoiding the Intermediate Soul Master Academy as well. After exchanging a few more words, Tang San returned to examining the herbs, while Kakashi busied himself with his own matters. Realizing his attire was beyond salvaging, Kakashi lamented that both his shirt and pants were rendered useless. His fitted clothing, a one-piece suit, had been pierced by the Clouded Tiger, rendering it unwearable. He sighed, recognizing the inconvenience. Though he possessed some sewing skills, he lacked the necessary needle and thread. Draped in the garb of a ninja, which symbolizes the village of Konoha, Kakashi felt a sense of pride, though the attire bore the marks of wear and tear. In his previous life, he could have easily exchanged it within the village under such circumstances. Stepping into the shadows, Kakashi changed into loose-fitting clothing, emerging in a flowing black kimono that was both spacious and breathable. Tang San was engrossed in his study of herbs, hardly noticing his presence. Kakashi exhaled deeply, contemplating the multitude of tasks at hand, each presenting its own formidable challenges. He aimed to harness the subtle power of the first Hokage to attempt the wood release technique, engage in the practice of senjutsu, cultivate new chakra, and foster a harmonious relationship with the Nine Tails. Although he was not idle, the complexity of each endeavor was daunting. Chapter 110, Progress in Senjutsu Training. From that day forth, Tang San and Kakashi took residence within the mystical realm of the Binghua Liangyin. Whenever Douluo was absent, Tang San would immerse his body in the dual energies of ice and fire for training. This not only facilitated the operation of his Xiantian Gong, but also accelerated the absorption of the medicinal properties from the two legendary herbs, the Bajiao Xinshui and the Liehua Xingjiao Shu. The powers encapsulated within the Binghua Liangyin were of extreme yin and pure yang, oscillating between the coldest and the hottest. For Tang San, consuming both herbs posed no danger. Rather, it was immensely beneficial. However, Kakashi was not as fortunate. Despite having absorbed the essence of the herb and the subtle power of Hashirama, he found himself ill-equipped to contend with such extreme forces. While Tang San benefited from the herbal power and the exquisite Xiantian Gong, Kakashi's prowess, though formidable in combat, did not lend itself to the cultivation of such physical attributes. Consequently, he opted to partition his time, not focusing solely on senjutsu training, which was too time-consuming to yield immediate results without external assistance. The Nine Tails, residing within him, did not wish to withhold knowledge but lacked the ability to teach. As a manifestation of the 10 Tails, the Nine Tails possessed an innate sensitivity to natural energy that was not cultivated through training, thus rendering it incapable of providing guidance to Kakashi. Even the toads of Maivoka Mountain could only encourage their summoners to cultivate on their own, offering no further assistance aside from the use of toad oil to attract natural energy. Thus, the morning was dedicated to the practice of wood release. This technique, a synthesis of wood, water, and earth releases, transformed chakra into the essence of life, facilitating the acceleration and control of plant growth, unleashing potent attacks, subduing foes, and providing defense. The bloodline limit required the simultaneous use of two types of chakra transformations, making it exceedingly challenging. Kakashi clasped his hands together, fingers intertwined, one hand embodying water release and the other earth release. The fusion of the two resulted in wood release. Before Kakashi, there was complete silence. He scratched his head in frustration, pondering the true difficulty of mastering wood release. The Ninetales emitted a mocking chuckle, suggesting that if achieving wood release required a quarter of his power, attaining it with half should be well within his capabilities. The Ninetales cautioned Kakashi against indulging in unrealistic aspirations. Ignoring the Ninetales, Kakashi persisted in his practice. Tang San, irritated by Kakashi's noise, raised his head to complain, then resumed refining the power of the herbs within him, clearly disturbed by Kakashi's earlier outburst. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Kakashi scratched his head and conceded, acknowledging that his quarter of power was solely for the enhancement of his physical condition, devoid of any additional strength. The Ninetales urged him not to squander his time. Kakashi contemplated the allure of wood release, a coveted secret technique of the Ashura lineage, yearned for by all ninjas. He mused that since this quarter was for physical improvement, then the other 3/4 must hold additional potential. If 1/4 pertained to the qualifications for practicing wood release, what constituted the remaining 2/4? It dawned on him that they likely referred to two aspects: the inherent power of his bloodline limit, wood release, and the enhancement of his body, which would increase the quality and quantity of chakra, while improving his sensitivity to natural energy. Although the quality was presently evident, the quantity would likely manifest over time. Furthermore, there was the enhancement of Sharingan, eliminating the risk of blindness associated with the Manjikyu Sharingan, while providing an opportunity for evolution into the Rinnegan. Lastly, there was the mastery over tailed beasts, a technique applicable not just to beasts but also to other beings, intended to soothe chaotic emotional energies. Sighing, Kakashi decided to focus on controlling his chakra instead. He felt disheartened, possessing the power of the first Hokage, yet unable to wield wood release, a cause for disappointment. The Ninetales interjected once more, referring to Kakashi's earlier mention of chakra control practice. Climbing mountains, trees, and rivers were unnecessary, it asserted. Kakashi, puzzled, recognized the significance of chakra control, but the Ninetales insisted it was unnecessary. With a dismissive huff, it remarked that this chakra was inherently Kakashi's. He had only recently acquired this power, and his body would naturally adapt in due time. Why didn't you say so earlier? Kakashi asked. Idiot. You didn't ask. I'm merely being kind enough to remind you. You should be grateful. The Ninetales growled in irritation. Well, thank you, Kakashi acquiesced. Thus, Kakashi turned his attention to Senjutsu, wood release, chakra control, and fostering a good rapport with the Ninetales. With little immediate hope for progress in wood release training, the mastery of new chakra was not urgent, and building a relationship with the Ninetales seemed less critical for the moment. In the morning, Kakashi dedicated his time to writing. He felt elated to have entered this otherworldly realm and embarked on a new chapter in his life. However, due to the ties of chakra, the Sharingan, and the Ninetales, he could not entirely escape the bonds of being a ninja. Kakashi was unwilling to relinquish his identity as a ninja, which prompted him to seek out Pope Bibi Dong for guidance. Kakashi penned numerous books, though he struggled with the language, uncertain of his mastery of the dialect in this world. The volumes he authored included culinary recipes and insights into local customs, as well as regulations pertinent to ninjas. In the afternoon, it was time for Tang San to focus on alchemy. Having not engaged in such practices for many years, he approached the task with utmost caution, gradually regaining his proficiency as time passed. Nevertheless, being a member of the Tang clan, he excelled in the creation of poisons but lamented his inadequacy in concocting restorative elixirs. However, he was somewhat familiar with Kakashi's herb known for its supportive properties in training, understanding the necessary auxiliary herbs for direct consumption, even if he lacked the skill to refine it into a pill. Meanwhile, Kakashi's afternoon was spent on routine physical training, not for advancement. but to ensure his fitness did not wane. However, this state lasted only for half a month, as after this period, Tang San was already able to allow Kakashi to consume that mystical herb. Subsequently, Kakashi made remarkable progress in his cultivation of Senjutsu. Nevertheless, due to the magnitude of this advancement, the Kyuubi was compelled to intervene, expelling the natural energy from within Kakashi. Although his body had become more attuned to natural energy, the scale of absorption was somewhat excessive, nearly transforming him into a frog. Nonetheless, progress had indeed been made. The Kyuubi could assist Kakashi in expelling natural energy without concern for the constraints of the laws of power. With renewed vigor, Kakashi was determined to complete his Senjutsu training. Tang San devoted a full 3 months to thoroughly familiarize himself with the herbs surrounding the Binghuo Liang Yin, experimenting with nearly every type of poison. After 1 week of consuming the antidote crafted by Tang San, Douluo experienced a notable alleviation of the suffering brought on by the toxic backlash. Following Tang San's guidance, he gradually infused the toxins into his soul bone, and not only did his strength remain undiminished, but there were also signs of breaking through the long-standing bottleneck at the 91st level. It is worth noting that beyond the 90-level threshold, each level presents a significant barrier, and Douluo had been stagnant at this level for a full decade. The signs of breakthrough naturally filled him with ecstatic excitement. The efficacy of the antidote significantly improved Douluo's attitude towards Tang San. He became much more amiable, and during his nightly visits to take the medicine and deliver daily necessities, he would engage Tang San in discussions regarding toxicology. Meanwhile, Kakashi also completed his Senjutsu training after 3 months. Now, he had attained the status of a sage, albeit only within the confines of the Binghuo Liang Yin. Outside of this realm, Kakashi was temporarily unable to perceive natural energy. The toad oil, which could attract natural energy, was utilized by Minato, Naruto, and Jiraiya as an aid in their Senjutsu training. However, without the toad oil, they found themselves incapacitated. While Kakashi's situation was not as extreme, it was hardly much better, as the natural energy available in the outside world was exceedingly sparse compared to that within the Binghuo Liang Yin. It was at this moment that Kakashi realized that his perception of natural energy was not as potent as he had presumed. Chapter 111. Senjutsu in Practice Shao San. I shall take my leave, Kakashi announced, shedding his black kimono in favor of a spare set of ninja attire. After more than 3 months in this place, he had sufficiently recuperated. Any longer, and his body would likely become rusty. Despite occasional training, the prolonged stay within the Binghuo Liang Yin was arduous even for one who had mastered Senjutsu. The energy within the Binghuo Liang Yin was overwhelmingly potent, and even Douluo would not linger for too long. Tang San, on the other hand, thrived on the dual extremes of herbal essences, his body exhibiting no adverse reactions, but rather adapting splendidly. Even when he plunged directly into the polar springs of the Binghuo Liang Yin, he experienced no discomfort. Kakashi's ability to remain there for such an extended period was thanks to the Kyuubi, which guided the immense natural energy to minimize its contact with Kakashi. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. Even while Kakashi was cultivating Senjutsu, the Kyuubi exerted considerable effort to regulate the natural energy, allowing just the right amount to approach. Adorned in a green vest from Konoha Ninja Village, Kakashi wore a deep blue shirt layered beneath a form-fitting ninja bodysuit, paired with deep blue trousers that concealed the bodysuit's leggings. His silver-haired visage was partially obscured by a mask, with a forehead protector engraved with the kanji for ninja shielding his left eye. Observing Tang San engrossed in his work, Kakashi's unresponsive right eye drooped. Shao San, do you need me to bring anything? Kakashi approached, yet Tang San remained oblivious, his gaze fixed intently on several herbs. Kakashi sighed, pondering how this young man had not paused for even a moment in the past 3 months. The allure of these peculiar herbs must be extraordinary. He recalled how Douluo had once visited, arguing with Tang San over the precise quantity of a certain herb needed for a concoction. Shaking his head, Kakashi mused on why the two referred to each other as Old Monster and Young Monster. Indeed, they were far from ordinary. He gently patted Tang San's shoulder. Hey, are you listening? But Tang San paid him no mind, his eyes still glued to the herbs, lost in thought. Hey, Shao San, Shao San, Shao San. Kakashi called out, reaching out to grasp Tang San's arm and giving it a shake. Don't disturb me, Tang San retorted, shaking off Kakashi's hand and returning to his contemplation. Kakashi stood momentarily stunned, wondering who was causing a disturbance. Though Master and Feilong Day had visited a few times, they were unaware of the intricacies and upon returning, could only report their safety. Kakashi was different. He could convey any inconvenient matters that Tang San wished to share. Suddenly, Tang San smacked his thigh while seated on the ground, exclaiming, "That's it." Kakashi jumped in surprise, thinking Tang San must have indulged in something last night. Shao San, are you all right? Kakashi inquired with concern, as he was not well versed in herbal matters, fearing he might be unable to assist Tang San should anything go awry. Tang San turned to Kakashi, tilting his head. Who are you? Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. Cough, what did you say? Tang San rolled his eyes, then appeared to contemplate for a moment. Oh, it's Kakashi. Where am I? He scratched his head, pondering for a while before finally recalling. Then, Tang San explained to the astonished Kakashi, No, I was just thinking about how to arrange these herbs to maximize their toxicity, and somehow ended up like this. Kakashi raised his eyelids slightly, sensing that Tang San had entered a state of fervent research. He recognized that such obsessive pursuits could lead to peculiar behavior. Would you like me to fetch something for you? Kakashi inquired. Although he was not knowledgeable in pharmacology, he understood the inherent dangers. After all, Tang San had explicitly mentioned maximizing toxicity. If Orochimaru's experiments went awry, it was the test subjects who perished, not the researchers. However, if Tang San was not careful and the alchemical cauldron exploded, it would be he who faced the consequences. Upon Kakashi's inquiry, Tang San pondered for a moment and concluded that there was nothing he needed Kakashi to bring back, thus shaking his head. Originally, some mystical herbs were intended for the other 6 members of Shrek, but since their effects varied by individual, Tang San felt uneasy entrusting them to an outsider like Kakashi. Is that so? Then I shall take my leave, Kakashi said, turning and vanishing in an instant. Tang San shrugged, then turned to see 2 additional figures seated nearby. Upon closer inspection, Tang San inquired, Hey Kakashi, why are you still? Tang San seemed to have made a discovery. The 2 figures seated there remained unmoving, offering no response to Tang San's words. I see. These 2 are clones, Tang San mused, observing the 2 identical figures of Kakashi, the silver-haired masked man. With a puff of white smoke, one clone dissipated, leaving Tang San momentarily stunned. Is there a specific purpose for this? Tang San pondered, perplexed by Kakashi's decision to leave behind 2 clones and the swift dissolution of one. The scene shifted, and on the other side, Kakashi found himself at the center of a toxic array, having traversed halfway without employing his martial souls technique. This is an excellent method for training control over Senjutsu chakra, Kakashi praised. In Sage mode, the toxins of Douluo Bo's array completely circumvented Kakashi, preventing any proximity within a certain distance. This method of channeling natural energy is akin to that of the Jiawei. Kakashi merely needs to direct all the toxins present in the surrounding airway. In Sage mode, the natural energy around him becomes entirely accessible. Before long, Kakashi burst forth from the poison array, setting his sights on Tian-Do City. In Sage mode, his perceptive abilities were greatly heightened, and he felt no urgency to return. Over there, the fluctuations of soul power must be of the 10,000-year caliber, Kakashi thought, sensing the age of the soul beast for the first time, feeling somewhat uncertain. It should be approximately that. I shall take a look, he decided, darting in a particular direction with remarkable speed, brimming with confidence now that he had become a sage. Shortly thereafter, Kakashi arrived at his destination. At this moment, his right eye was shrouded in a layer of yellow, with his pupil transformed into a unique script, signifying his status as a sage. His target lay before him, 2 soul beasts of 10,000 years. Rising on their hind legs, they towered over 5 meters. Their sharp claws glinting ominously, their bodies cloaked in black fur, and their piercing green eyes radiating a lethal intent. The ebony fur shone with an unusual luster, and sporadic low growls emanated from their gaping maws. One was a 10,000-year soul beast wolf, though Kakashi could not recall its name. His knowledge of soul beasts was still largely derived from Tang San. The other was a gigantic bear, entirely black, its abundant fur reminiscent of Zhao Wujie's martial soul. Standing over 5 meters tall, the two 10,000-year soul beasts roared, ceasing their previous hostilities, redirecting their focus onto the silver-haired man who had intruded upon their battle. The air crackled with the sound of chirping as Kakashi unleashed his Raikiri, enveloping his right hand in a luminous lightning aura. Even in the face of two 10,000-year soul beasts, Kakashi could not afford to be careless. Lightning release, shadow clone technique. With a crackling surge, a large volume of lightning erupted from Kakashi, coalescing into a human form, ultimately manifesting as another version of himself. This clone, composed of lightning chakra, required substantial chakra and a high degree of control. The two 10,000-year soul beasts had already been engaged in combat for some time, their fur stained with blood and bearing numerous wounds. One was the 10,000-year soul beast wolf, the other an immensely powerful black bear, renowned for its defensive prowess. The black bear struggled to contend with the speed of its agile adversary. Despite its formidable defenses, it had sustained several wounds from the wolf's attacks, which could not be underestimated. Both soul beasts had attained a significant level of intelligence, with wolves being particularly cunning, seizing opportunities to deliver heavy blows to the black bear. Although the black bear exerted all its strength, its defenses were too robust for the damage to be substantial. The bear attempted to counterattack, but its speed was lacking. Despite its innate abilities landing a few strikes, they proved to be of little consequence, merely grazing the wolf's fur. Stalemated in their prolonged skirmish, they considered retreat. But upon Kakashi's arrival, their adversarial focus shifted towards him. Jiwei said, "Kakashi, I shall now instruct you on the combat techniques of sage arts. Pay careful attention." Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement, responding with a simple, "Ahem." He had his own plan. The lightning release shadow clone would engage the wolf while his main body faced off against the bear. "What should I do?" Kakashi inquired. This was his first encounter with combat utilizing sage arts, and he had little understanding of the techniques involved, though he was aware of their potency. With Jiwei's guidance, he felt certain that the process would be considerably more manageable, sparing him the need to explore the complexities alone. "All right, listen closely. Charge directly at the black bear and strike with a punch," Jiwei instructed, startling Kakashi with the audacity of the suggestion. "Are you serious? You want me, a human, to engage in close combat with a 10,000-year soul beast, especially one as powerful as a bear?" Kakashi exclaimed incredulously. Meanwhile, the lightning release shadow clone had already confronted the 10,000-year wolf, enveloped in a crackling aura reminiscent of Tianheng's thunderous might. This was not a lightning armor. It did not enhance speed or defense, but merely expanded his attack range. The 10,000-year wolf, unwilling to concede, let out a low growl, exuding a dense black aura as it lunged at the lightning clone. "Do not underestimate the sage arts," Jiwei remarked coolly. "Just strike that black beast with a series of punches." Before Kakashi could initiate his attack, the black bear charged with a thunderous roar, a force to be reckoned with. Kakashi retreated, bringing his hands together to form seals, only to be interrupted by Jiwei's commanding shout. "I said just throw a punch." With gritted teeth, Kakashi steeled himself. Declaring, "Fine." He halted his hand seals and charged at the black bear, ready to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Despite his rigorous training, a human body was no match for a 10,000-year black bear in unarmed combat. The black bear, momentarily stunned by Kakashi's audacity, thought to itself, "Who is this feeble human that dares challenge me in strength?" Yet, the very next moment, it discovered the source of Kakashi's confidence. With astonishing speed, Kakashi seized one of the bear's outstretched paws and executed a shoulder throw, slamming the bear down onto the ground with tremendous force. The impact resonated with a thunderous crash, shaking the earth as the bear created a deep crater upon landing. The bear was jolted by the sheer force, feeling as though its bones were about to shatter. Just then, a fist began to enlarge before its eyes, descending with ferocity upon its snout, delivering a wave of excruciating pain. The bear roared in agony, experiencing immense suffering. Kakashi planted a foot on the 10,000-year black bear's chest and unleashed a barrage of punches with his right hand. After dozens of strikes, the bear's nose was shattered, and its eye sockets ruptured, blood pouring forth as it lay still, seemingly unconscious. Kakashi, aware through his heightened sage perception that the bear was merely feigning unconsciousness, continued his relentless assault. The augmentation provided by sage chakra was prodigious. Each punch carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. However, the black bear's formidable defenses, honed over millennia, rendered the impact of such blunt force somewhat negligible. Yet Kakashi, infused with sage chakra, remained tireless, delivering blow after blow. After nearly 100 punches, the black bear finally succumbed, frothing at the mouth and losing consciousness. Elsewhere, the battle between the lightning-release shadow clone and the 10,000-year wolf reached its own resolution. Kakashi felt exhilarated after subduing the black bear, his spirit buoyed by the power he had just wielded. His appreciation for sage arts soared to new heights. However, upon glancing back at the situation with the 10,000-year wolf, he was taken aback. Before him, the 10,000-year wolf lay pinned beneath a 6 or 7 meter long lightning beast, immobilized, its claws unable to move. The tail of the lightning beast was connected to the right hand of Kakashi's lightning-release shadow clone by a thick, vibrant current of electricity. Kakashi recognized this technique as his own advanced version of the Chidori, the Raikiri extension. Yet, he recalled that when he had first developed it, he had expended all his chakra, and the lightning beast had only been a little over a meter long. As Kakashi gazed at the imposing 6 to 7 meter long lei show, he felt a sense of weakness wash over him, reflecting on his former self. The objective of his practical training in senjutsu had been achieved. Kakashi chose not to slay the two 10,000-year-old soul beasts. He waited until the unconscious black bear awakened before he departed. The purpose of his training was merely to accumulate experience, not to engage in slaughter. Furthermore, during this period, his soul power had scarcely progressed, merely inching from level 36 to its peak, yet still not reaching level 37. Until he attained level 40, he had no intention of harming those soul beasts that had developed intelligence, being mindful of the QB. He refrained from bestowing a second soul ring upon the QB, lacking the confidence necessary to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. Thus, he planned to wait until he acquired his fourth soul ring before augmenting the QB with one. At present, Kakashi's senjutsu chakra was still abundant, and he had a reserve of chakra from his shadow clone, leading him to postpone his return to Tiendo City. Kakashi intended to continue his quest for formidable soul beasts, preparing himself for future challenges. Chapter 112. Return to Shrek in the morning. Tiendo City bustled with prosperity. Its broad avenues were paved with green bricks. The grandeur of the city was undeniable. The streets were alive with the flow of people, vehicles traversing back and forth, while shops lined both sides, their vendors calling out enticingly. Within the city, the renowned Lamba Academy had vanished, replaced by Shrek Academy. The entrance remained as imposing as ever. The gatehouse fashioned from Hanbai stone, topped with a grand plaque inscribed with the gilded characters Shrek Advanced Soul Master Academy. A weary figure staggered toward the entrance. Mere meters away, clad in a fitted dark blue outfit for nocturnal movement, he wore a green vest over it, the high collar shielding his neck. His silver hair was short, a mask concealed his face, and a forehead protector obscured his left eye, revealing only the right eye of Hatake Kakashi. With each step he took, his body trembled slightly. For one who had exhausted all strength, even walking was a formidable task. "This is all your fault, QB." Kakashi mused inwardly, blaming his companion. Upon hearing this, the QB bristled, exclaiming, "Nanny, I merely wanted you to train, and yet you went all out." Kakashi seldom utilized the chakra tails, as they demanded considerable energy. The QB informed him that only by bestowing a soul ring upon it could Kakashi minimize the chakra tail's consumption. As per their usual agreement, if Kakashi provided it with a soul ring of sufficient age, the chakra tail's expenditure would decrease significantly. However, the current consumption was evidently substantial. Kakashi's entire chakra was barely enough to sustain him for half an hour. Now, Kakashi's chakra reserves were incomparable to before, both in volume and quality, surpassing the strength of ordinary chakra. Even so, while he could effectively wield the chakra tails in battle, he still struggled to fully control them due to their high energy demands. Kakashi felt a pang of sorrow, reminiscing about the days when he had to meticulously manage even the slightest amount of chakra, fearing waste. The thought overwhelmed him, leaving him with a desire to weep. Kakashi entered the small booth at the gate, requesting assistance to announce his arrival, while he himself pulled up a chair to sit. He exhaled deeply, gradually closing his eyes, and soon began to snore softly. When the guard arrived with Master and Fei Land, along with the other 6 members of Shrek 7, Kakashi had already tumbled from his chair to the floor. His loud snoring was a testament to how deeply he slumbered. Xiao Wu was on the verge of a meltdown. Had it not been for Fei Land's assurance that Tang San was temporarily safe with Douluo, she might have immediately dragged Kakashi off the ground, ready to unleash a flurry of punches to rouse him. Yet, concerned for Tang San's safety, she held her breath, determined to awaken the sprawled figure before her. At this moment, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, silently acknowledging one another. Xiao Wu took a deep breath, summoning all her strength, even channeling her soul power, for a mighty shout, Ka. However, she was destined to be thwarted, as her 2 female companions clasped her tightly from behind and covered her mouth. MMPH. Ning Rongrong sighed, helplessly. Xiao Wu, you should calm down. Can't you see Kakashi is merely snoring? He doesn't appear to be injured. If Sango were truly in danger, he wouldn't be so relaxed. Although her reasoning held merit, Xiao Wu's nature was otherwise inclined. Still dissatisfied, she continued to pout, only to be dragged away by Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. They understood her concern, but recognized that her commotion would serve little purpose, instead subjecting everyone to auditory torment. Master Fei Land shook his head, acknowledging that although Kakashi was the strongest among the children, he had a penchant for unexpected antics at crucial moments. Previously in Soto City, he had seemed intent on following Ma Hongjun to a brothel, only to be knocked unconscious by Xiao Wu's shoe. Fei Land waved his hand, instructing Mo Bai, take Kakashi back to the dormitory. Understood, Dai Mobai replied. In the afternoon, Kakashi's left eye remained concealed beneath his forehead protector, a habit formed over time, also serving to avoid misunderstandings. Outside, one eye appeared normal, while the other was a striking crimson, adorned with a scar, and accompanied by a black mask, presenting an undeniable air of a masked bandit. Yet, such an impression was typical of those who donned such attire. When Kakashi unveiled his left eye in battle, the intensity of his gaze exuded a unique sovereign charm, imbued with an extraordinary aura. However, he could not maintain a fierce expression at all times, as it would render him akin to a deranged killer. In slumber, Kakashi felt an itch on his face, as if something was gently brushing against it. His right eyelid twitched, gradually opening to reveal a white ceiling. Simultaneously, a fluffy, snow-white tail swayed playfully before his eyes, brushing against him. Fufu is being mischievous again, Kakashi remarked with a faint smile. Upon realizing that Kakashi had awakened, Fufu joyfully chirped. Coughing lightly, Kakashi sat up. His unfocused right eye scanned the surroundings, and he discovered he was back in the dormitory he had vacated 3 months prior. He felt little nostalgia, for just 3 months ago, he had only recently settled in when Douluo had come to abduct Tang San. The current Shrek Academy was vastly improved. No longer were 2 individuals cramped into a minuscule space. Now, each had spacious accommodations. Fufu nestled into Kakashi's embrace, affectionately rubbing against his chest. As he stroked Fufu's soft, pristine fur, Kakashi suddenly realized something. The brief amnesia that accompanied waking from sleep was unavoidable, even for one who had undergone years of training. Subsequently, Kakashi chuckled at himself, reflecting, living in an era of peace, I no longer train with the same urgency as before. Kakashi rose from his slumber, pulled open the window, and, cradling Fufu, leaped out with remarkable agility. His destination was Lanba, the new Shrek Academy, specifically the simulated environment of the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Along the way, He navigated numerous independent structures and scattered trees, which served as stepping stones, allowing Kakashi to maintain his swift pace despite the surroundings. He reached the forest training ground of Lanba Academy in no time. Fufu, Kakashi called softly. The creature immediately understood his intent and began to scan the area with an extraordinary mental prowess, one that belied that of a mere 4,000-year-old soul beast. Kakashi, not wishing to trouble the Nine Tails unnecessarily, felt a sense of reluctance. With a gentle cry, Fufu conveyed a message. Over there is Xiao Wu. Kakashi was momentarily stirred, intending to approach her directly. However, recalling her possible reaction upon seeing him, he decided against it, opting to check on the others first. Fufu, irimarked. Sensing her dissatisfaction, let us go to Rong Rong. Your added weight is likely due to her feeding you. Fufu retorted, are you implying I've gained weight? Not at all, Kakashi replied with a sheepish smile. Upon arriving at the new Shrek Academy's forest, Kakashi, using Fufu's mental abilities, observed a white figure nestled among the shrubbery. It was Xiao Wu, seated cross-legged in meditation, seemingly engrossed in her practice. The surroundings were serene, devoid of any chirping birds or buzzing insects. Kakashi felt a sense of satisfaction. He had not anticipated the typically lazy Xiao Wu would be so diligent in her training. It appeared the others were likely faring well too. With a swish, Kakashi departed, heading towards another direction to assess the training conditions of the remaining 6 members of Shrek 7. He arrived at the training area of the rotund Mahongjun, which was filled with furnaces. Subsequently, he checked on Dai Mubai in the beast pen, visited Oscar in the kitchen, and observed everyone's progress from the shadows. Having gathered all the necessary information, he contemplated his next steps. Kakashi chuckled inwardly, reflecting that since becoming their practical instructor, he had yet to conduct a proper class. He sought out the master, requesting assistance in notifying the other 6 members of Shrek 7 to prepare for a gathering in the forest 3 days hence, where he would provide a lesson on combat. Meanwhile, Kakashi returned to his dormitory to devise a more comprehensive training plan for the 6 students. After 3 months of rigorous training, the soul power levels of the 7, including Kakashi, had progressed significantly. Dai Mubai, level 39, Kakashi, level 37. Having utilized sage techniques, he broke through level 36 after numerous large-scale battles in the Sunset Forest. Tang San, level 36. Having absorbed 2 rare spirit herbs and the inner core of Douluo, he made considerable advancements. Xiao Wu, level 34. Her recent breakthrough allowed her to match Tang San's level after just 3 months. Oscar, level 32, having recently broken through. Though food-based cultivation proved challenging and Oscar's laziness hindered him. Ma Hongjun, level 29. Zhu Zhuqing, level 29. Ning Rongrong, level 29. Ma Hongjun faced difficulties due to his evil fire. 3 days later, all but Tang San among the 7 gathered in the forest of the new Shrek Academy. Finally, we are to receive a lesson from teacher Kakashi, exclaimed the lively Ning Rongrong, her white dress fluttering as she spoke with a chime-like laughter. The way she elongated the word teacher hinted at something unusual. Ma Hongjun, brimming with excitement, earnestly asked Kakashi, if we learn from you, will we become as formidable as you? His words drew curious glances from the others, clearly piquing their interest. As a sword-wielding soul master, Kakashi possessed remarkable speed and strength. Dai Mubai had once attempted to arm wrestle with him, only to lose despite wielding the white tiger martial soul. Initially, they suspected Kakashi's chakra was the source of his abilities. But Kakashi himself knew that his chakra did not enhance his physical prowess. Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at Ma Hongjun, pondering that if he could shed 100 pounds, perhaps his soul master physique might allow for some assistance. Yet, it was evident that such a transformation was unlikely. No, that is not the case. Kakashi refuted Ma Hongjun's assertion. Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, and I are no exception, Dai Mubai interjected. They were all battle soul masters, each possessing unique strengths in power, speed, and flexibility, unlike Ma Hongjun's bulk. Kakashi understood their point, but shook his head, stating, that will not do. Then why have you called us here? Xiao Wu, irritated, questioned, as she and Kakashi had never quite seen eye to eye. No, that is not my intention. Kakashi hurriedly waved his hands and retrieved a pair of weighted leg bags from his ninja tool pouch, tossing them onto the ground. These were merely ordinary lead weights, yet their quantity left a few shallow impressions in the muddy earth. Kakashi gestured toward the weights, saying, "This is the source of my exceptional speed and strength. Give them a try." Daimubai, being the strongest among them, took the lead. The combined weight of the leg bags was considerable, a specially crafted pair. While Daimubai could lift them, he ultimately shook his head, declaring, "They are too heavy. I cannot manage them." Though capable of lifting the weights, he could not feasibly strap them to his legs at all times. Kakashi explained, "I used these years ago. It's best to begin using such equipment from a young age. Forcing yourself to train at this stage will yield minimal progress. It's better to focus on cultivating your soul power." Daimubai nodded, finally understanding the secret behind Kakashi's legendary speed. He couldn't help but glance at Kakashi's legs, contemplating the pain they must have endured and the determination Kakashi must have exhibited to achieve such speed. This method of training is almost inhumane, he mused. Seeing that even Daimubai, a powerhouse, struggled, the others gave up hope. The allure of exceptional speed was undeniable, but if it was unattainable, then there was little they could do. "Kakashi, we didn't summon us here just to show off, did you?" Oscar inquired, feeling a twinge of envy, wishing for the extraordinary speed and strength that Kakashi possessed. Ning Rongrong echoed the sentiment. "Teacher Kakashi, please stop teasing us. We are eagerly waiting." "Come on, Kakashi," urged Xiao Wu, her impatience evident. Zhu Zhuqing merely cast a cool glance, her expression icy and regal, an embodiment of her characteristic demeanor. Seeing their eagerness, Kakashi decided to refrain from further idle chatter and transition directly to the main topic. Clearing his throat, he organized his thoughts and began articulating his viewpoint. "Firstly, I must clarify that, as you have observed, my training methods may not be suitable for you, so do not entertain any notions of appropriating my techniques." Ning Rongrong playfully protested. "We understand. Please proceed, teacher." Kakashi felt somewhat unnerved by their incessant calls of teacher, pondering why such a simple address warranted such prolonged intonations. Now, let us delve into the matter at hand. In Chapter 114, the sixth special training, Kakashi led the remaining 6 members of the group, excluding Tang San, in a unique training regimen within the Shrek Academy forest. He organized his thoughts and began to elucidate his arguments, exerting his utmost effort for the forthcoming Grand Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition. Clearing his throat once more, Kakashi continued, "As I previously stated, you cannot enhance yourselves using my training methods, so your task is to find ways to strengthen your inherent abilities." Ning Rongrong's large eyes twinkled as she inquired. "Enhancing our innate abilities through cultivating soul power is the most expedient method, right? There must be some techniques involved." The others nodded in agreement, recognizing that the path to enhancing their inherent abilities lay solely in the cultivation of soul power. "No, it is not so straightforward," Kakashi replied. He then cast a peculiar glance at Ning Rongrong and remarked, "You should be quite knowledgeable about this. That question should not have come from you." Ning Rongrong postulate responded. "What do you mean I should know?" Kakashi elaborated, "According to my information, your family has inherited a secret technique that is quite beneficial for the 7 Treasures glazed tile pagoda martial spirit. You must have dabbled in it as well." "What is this secret technique?" Oscar inquired, showing keen interest in Ning Rongrong's affairs. However, he was promptly cautioned by Daimubai to refrain from prying further, as family secrets are often shrouded in mystery, and sharing them can lead to trouble. With a sigh, Ning Rongrong replied, "I feel as though I have no secrets left in your presence, Kakashi." Xiao Wu huffed. "After all these years together, he hasn't uncovered my secrets." She muttered softly. "What were you saying?" Fatty interjected from his side. "Oh, nothing. I just mentioned that it's a bit warm today." "Is it?" Ma Hongjun looked up at the overcast sky, realizing that the weather was rather dismal and rain was likely. "All right, let us continue. As I was saying, let's move on to a demonstration instead," Kakashi suggested. Words can often fall short. If the audience's comprehension is lacking, it may become cumbersome. Action speaks louder than words. The incessant questioning from his six had become a bit bothersome for Kakashi, and he feared that he might inadvertently reveal too much information. Therefore, he decided that Ma Hongjun would be the first to demonstrate. Watch closely, he instructed. Kakashi formed hand seals, preparing to demonstrate an enhancement of Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Fire. In the blink of an eye, the seals were completed with astonishing speed. Fire release, Dragon Fire Technique. A straight line of flames erupted forth. Just before unleashing the flames, Kakashi lifted his mask, allowing his face to be engulfed by the fire's glow, obscuring his features. The linear flame struck a large tree several dozen meters away, instantly cleaving it in two. Initially, the flames were not extensive, but they rapidly expanded, reaching a diameter of over half a meter before crashing into the tree, which then toppled with a resounding thud. The flames did not linger long. As soon as the fire subsided, Kakashi quickly replaced his mask. He had timed it perfectly, halting the technique just as the flames made contact with the tree, ensuring it was merely broken rather than ignited. "Now, you give it a try," he urged Ma Hongjun. "Kakashi, just get to the point," Xiao Wu shouted from the back. "Fine," Kakashi replied with a hint of exasperation. The power of flames consists of two components, temperature and impact force. When two flames collide, the first consideration is the impact force. If it is insufficient, it will be overwhelmed by the opposing force. Kakashi continued, "The impact force you rely on is your substantial soul power. As long as your soul power is adequate, you can maintain a sustained output of long-range soul techniques." Fatty scratched his head, acknowledging that makes sense. Otherwise, what else could we rely on? Kakashi smiled mysteriously. The six focused intently, sensing that Kakashi was about to impart a unique insight. His smile and laughter radiated immense confidence, prompting them to fix their gaze on the lips concealed beneath his mask, eagerly awaiting the revelation. Then, the moment arrived as Kakashi opened his mouth. Indeed, it relies on soul power. A collective gasp escaped the six as they were taken aback. Kakashi, under the weight of their incredulous stares, completed his thought. It is reliant on highly compressed soul power. Just as compressed air can explode, and water, when compressed, can become a high-pressure jet capable of shattering stone. Kakashi addressed Ma Hongjun. "In summary, practice in this manner. Remember to compress your soul power as much as possible and then expel it in a straight line." "All right," Ma Hongjun exclaimed, hurriedly seeking an open space to practice, confident in Kakashi's methods. The next training was considerably simpler, starting with Dai Mubai and his White Tiger martial spirit. Kakashi devised a plan. Dai Mubai's martial spirit was fierce and powerful, requiring bold and assertive movements. Therefore, Kakashi instructed him to strike a sandbag. The sandbag posed no threat, would not retaliate, and would not inflict pain, making it a risk-free exercise that allowed Dai Mubai to train without reservation. In reality, many training regimens need not be overly strenuous as long as the results are achieved. Next was Zhu Zhuqing, whose training would focus on refining her speed. Kakashi imparted techniques for generating power, executing strikes, and targeting vital areas of the human body. Do not underestimate these fundamentals. They require considerable time to master fully. Every movement is habitual, and fighter style during combat is unique, making it challenging to alter ingrained habits. Integrating Kakashi's teachings with one's own movements necessitates time. And while it's possible to deviate from habitual actions, doing so can lead to physical disarray. Against ordinary opponents, this may suffice. But facing a close combat expert would be tantamount to courting disaster. Finally, there was Xiao Wu and Hero Shu, which appear to be a form of martial arts unrelated to Rochen. Kakashi had some knowledge of Rosu, which is effective against individuals possessing significant strength and cumbersome physiques. Kakashi possesses a modicum of proficiency in the art of soft techniques. However, he finds himself unable to impart any significant knowledge to Xiao Wu in this regard. Nevertheless, he can instruct her on the art of evasion. Despite Xiao Wu's formidable prowess in soft techniques, should she face an opponent of overwhelming strength, her skills would prove futile. Thus, Kakashi focuses on teaching her the essentials of escape. He presents her with a variety of smoke bombs. This one is yellow, this one is black, and this one is blue, as he retrieves them from his ninja tool pouch. How surprising, Kakashi, that you also utilize these escape devices. Xiao Wu smiles contentedly. Although fleeing may seem somewhat shameful, it is far preferable to the alternative of being unable to escape. Moreover, it is particularly noteworthy that the nearly invincible Hatake Kakashi prepares an array of smoke bombs for evasion. Kakashi, with a serious demeanor, asserts, "It appears you are quite timid after all. I wonder how you will maintain your bravado in the future." Kakashi is left speechless, as Tang San has employed her as a target for practice with concealed weapons, and despite his good intentions in teaching her, he receives such treatment in return. The next phase involves specialized training for the two auxiliary types. After assigning their training tasks, Kakashi returns to his dormitory to prepare for a journey to the Binghua Liangyi Yin, accompanied by Fu Fu. The little one has followed Kakashi for many years without returning to the Spirit Beast Forest, resulting in slow progress in her cultivation. Kakashi reflects on the fleeting nature of human life, pondering what will become of Fu Fu after his demise. He hopes that the power of the Binghua Liangyi Yin will be beneficial to her. Preparation time is brief, and soon Kakashi sets off with Fu Fu. For safety, he takes a longer route, spending 3 full days to reach the Binghua Liangyi Yin in the setting sun forest without encountering the Nine Tails. Upon arrival, he finds Tang San's celestial herb waiting for them. As Fu Fu arrives, she is greeted by one of Tang San's precious herbs. Meanwhile, Kakashi continues his arduous training in celestial arts, although progress remains sluggish. 3 months swiftly pass. The time seems to fly by due to Kakashi's stagnant advancement in celestial arts, with each day blending into the next. During this period, Fu Fu appears to have made a breakthrough, presumably due to Tang San's herb. But her current level of cultivation is indeterminate. The rarity of the Baihu tribe complicates matters. Even Tang San and the master struggle to gauge her cultivation age. Furthermore, Fu Fu herself is somewhat bewildered, uncertain how to articulate her current state. Recently, Tang San has been engrossed in tasks that seem perilous, harvesting numerous herbs while forbidding Kakashi from intervening. Chapter 115. The King of Hell's noticed little monster, I have arrived. Douluo Bo descends with grandiosity. He glances toward the usual resting place of Tang San, noting the absence of any greeting. Concerned, he quickly flits over, only to find Tang San seated, which eases his worries. Although reluctant to admit it, Douluo Bo has shed his former animosity toward Tang San and now regards him as a friend. As for his relationship with Kakashi, while both have cast aside their ill will, the past animosities linger, creating a barrier due to their previous intentions to harm one another and the lack of recent communication. Tang San sits contemplatively before a copper cauldron used for alchemy, seemingly entranced by it. Behind him, Kakashi sits cross-legged on a large stone, diligently scribbling notes in a thick notebook. Occasionally pausing, he appears lost in thought. The cauldron is positioned above a searing hot spring, its base barely touching the water, utilizing the heat to aid the alchemical process. Kakashi has modified the cauldron, applying herbs from the extreme cold spring. Otherwise, it would have melted into a puddle of copper long ago. Noticing Tang San's deep concentration, Douluo Bo refrains from interrupting and instead approaches Kakashi. What is the little monster concocting now? He inquires, curiosity piqued as he observes Kakashi writing. However, Kakashi remains unresponsive. Continuing his task, Douluo Bo feels slighted. Despite their tenuous relationship, he is a titled Douluo addressing him. Yet Kakashi chooses to ignore him. With a scoff, he turns to leave, but in that instant, Kakashi raises his head, causing Douluo Bo to pause and turn back. Unfortunately, Kakashi's attention is still elsewhere, leaving Douluo Bo feeling dismissed. Irritation brews within Douluo Bo as he feels played. Meanwhile, Kakashi, engrossed in thought, finally acknowledges Douluo Bo with a perplexed expression, asking, "Is there something you need?" He had been compiling a recipe, grappling with translation issues and pronunciations, finding the blending of cultures to be an arduous endeavor. "No," Douluo Bo replies, his face long as he turns away. Approaching Tang San, he opens his mouth to speak, but Tang San signals for silence with a finger to his lips, his eyes fixated on the cauldron. Following Tang San's gaze, Douluo observed a faint purple smoke steadily escaping from the seam of the cauldron's lid. The smoke lingers above the cauldron, gently swaying. Douluo's nose twitches. With his profound mastery of poison, he is not easily intimidated. Yet, he soon realizes the purple smoke is devoid of any scent, making it impossible to ascertain its composition. As he watches the curling smoke, a chill creeps into his heart, understanding that Tang San is concocting something extraordinary. What kind of poison is this little monster creating that even I feel threatened? He muses inwardly. Kakashi, however, pays little heed to the proceedings, as his primary interest lies in the cultural fusion between the realms, aspiring to cultivate a new cultural identity. He sighs, pondering how Tang San's skills in machinery assembly could benefit the common folk. If only such skills were applied to create engines rather than lethal weapons, it would be a monumental achievement. Having been granted a second chance at life, he yearns to contribute positively to the new world, rather than to fabricate instruments of death. In a time of peace, such endeavors seem unnecessary. Shaking his head, Kakashi resumes his contemplation of the various pronunciations of ingredients. Tang San's expression remains unusually grave as he fixates on the cauldron and the ascending purple smoke. As time passes, the smoke thins and undergoes a remarkable transformation, changing from purple to white and then to black in an extraordinary process. Throughout this time, Tang San uses blue silvergrass to manipulate the cauldron, adding various herbs. Despite his blue silvergrass having reached a state of immunity to fire and toxins, each addition still causes at least one strand to wilt. Douluo's interest is piqued. As a master of poison, he recognizes the formidable resistance of the blue silvergrass to toxins. Yet, even it is affected by the smoke emanating from the cauldron. With such potent toxicity, Douluo's curiosity intensified. After consuming the antidote today, he quietly activated his poison arts, attempting to probe the essence of the mysterious smoke. Yet, no matter how he tested, he remained unable to ascertain the nature of the toxin contained within that smoke, pondering what kind of medicinal concoction it might be. Douluo vaguely sensed that it was likely a deadly amalgamation of various poisons, each complementing the other in a terrifying way. Could this little monster truly be attempting to kill me? Otherwise, what purpose would he have in concocting such a lethal poison? Douluo's mind began to wander. The process of refining poison was exceedingly lengthy. Kakashi had barely begun writing before he succumbed to sleep. It was best to practice gradually. Training like a madman every day would inevitably lead one to insanity. Witnessing Kakashi simply lie down to sleep, Douluo felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort, even a touch of anger. Such a rare and deadly toxin deserved attention, even if one was not a poison master. How could he simply disregard it and fall asleep? As dawn broke the following morning, and Douluo began to feel a tinge of impatience, the black smoke emanating from the bronze cauldron finally subsided, gradually retracting into the vessel. Success! Tang San sprang to his feet, his excitement palpable, reminiscent of the exuberance of his peers. If I had known it would take this long, I would have slept as well, Douluo silently cursed. Had Kakashi not been blissfully asleep, and had Tang San kept him company through the night, he would have felt merely a slight impatience. However, upon witnessing Kakashi's languid stretch, an inexplicable fury surged within Douluo. At his level, going days without sleep was inconsequential, yet the presence of toxins in his body made him feel unwell. Moreover, having waited an entire night without any reward left him feeling somewhat despondent. Little monster, what exactly is this? Douluo could not restrain himself from inquiring. This is a treasure, a deadly treasure, Kakashi remarked, covering his forehead, pondering Tang San's peculiar obsession with death. After all his hard work, Tang San had produced 3 small needles, each merely an inch long, entirely black and devoid of luster. He introduced them as Yin Wang ties, which required a soul power of at least level 40 to unleash, possessing the capacity to slay a tidal daw. The term Yin Wang translates to King of Hell, an ancient phrase implying that the Grim Reaper has sent you an invitation, beckoning your return to his embrace. Should Yin Wang call you at midnight? Who dares to delay until dawn? Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. he had not realized that the Grim Reaper was synonymous with Yin Wang. He soon understood that it must be a term from another culture, and that the connotations of death were likely different in each context. In truth, even Tang San had not anticipated that he would be able to concoct the Yin Wang Tai. In his previous life, the Yin Wang Tai, ranked third in the Tang Sect, would instill terror in all who heard of it. To create the Yin Wang Tai, Tang San had employed 49 exceedingly rare herbs found near the Binghua Liangyi Yin, rendering its toxicity insurmountable. These 3 small black needles were not metallic. They were formed entirely of pure poison, the result of immense effort on his part. Upon entering a person's body, they would instantly convert into a deadly toxin, manifesting in an instant. Not only was there no antidote, but even if one existed, there would be no opportunity to consume it. Even employing drastic measures would be futile. However, utilizing this item required a substantial amount of inner strength. Tang San had calculated that to activate the Yin Wang Tai with Xian Tiangong, he would need to reach level 40, and even then, he would only have enough power for a single strike. Kakashi sighed, recognizing yet another malevolent creation had come into existence, uncertain of which unfortunate soul might fall victim in the future. Douluo then produced a rare storage soul guide, the Rui Bao Bao Nong, and presented it to Tang San as a gift. In gratitude, Tang San gifted him the recently refined dual-purpose weapon, the Zimu Zhui Hun Duo Mingdan, solidifying their sincere friendship. After putting away the 2 iron pills, Douluo clasped his hands behind his back and faced the Binghua Liangyan. Little monster, when will you administer treatment for my granddaughter's poison injury? Chapter 116. Douluo's choice of son-in-law. Tang San paused momentarily. Douluo's question also implied when he intended to leave this place. Old monster, do you want me to leave so soon? Tang San gazed at Douluo's somewhat melancholic figure. It seemed the time to depart had finally arrived. Surprisingly, Kakashi felt a twinge of reluctance. The natural energy here was abundant, making it ideal for cultivating Shansu. In this place, he felt nearly invincible, confident that he could defeat Douluo even in his prime. However, they were no longer enemies, and Kakashi had no desire to stir trouble. Moreover, Douluo's poison was not to be trifled with. A careless encounter could lead to significant trouble even for him. Not lingering on those thoughts, Kakashi returned to his writing. Sushi is pronounced in pinyin, which is quite similar to the pronunciation of fast food, albeit a bit coarser. Time passed, and Douluo took his leave. Kakashi was not particularly interested in the content of their conversation, for he sensed only a profound friendship within it. However, he did catch snippets, noting 2 conditions. Douluo could not impede any herbs Tang San wished to take, and Tang San requested that Douluo serve as a consultant at Shrek Academy, merely for the title, without the need to teach students. Eventually, they agreed that Tang San would take 3 days to prepare, after which the 3 would return to Shrek Academy. Once Douluo departed, Tang San resumed his activities, scouring the surroundings for herbs. Kakashi's unseeing eye moved back and forth, as his gaze remained fixed on Tang San. Kakashi marveled at Tang San's vigor, observing that this was not merely herb selection. It resembled a thorough sweep. The area Tang San had traversed resembled a field plowed by oxen. The earth turned and in disarray. 3 days later, little monster, you rascal, I'm going to have it out with you. Douluo erupted in fury, raising his hand to strike at Tang San, who quickly executed a swift retreat, employing the ghost shadow misty steps. Old monster, you told me to help myself. You never specified how much I could take. Besides, I left the roots and seeds, and they'll grow back in a few years. However, he added, old monster, your Rui Bao Bao Nong is quite impressive. It holds a great deal. You truly infuriate me. You little monster, Douluo exclaimed, speechless with rage. Although these herbs were of little use to him, they had been his companions for decades, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of heartbreak. At that moment, Kakashi emerged with an apologetic smile, attempting to mediate. All right. Those herbs are not particularly useful to you, are they? In Tang San's hands, they will be far more beneficial. Douluo shot a fierce glare at both of them and huffed leave. Tang San promptly unleashed the 8 spider lances, propelling himself swiftly toward Douluo, invigorated by the 2 divine herbs he had consumed. Kakashi cast a glance at his shadow clone sitting cross-legged nearby before swiftly following suit. Even with Douluo present, it was prudent to retain some caution should they encounter a particularly formidable soul beast. The chakra of the Shansu contained within the shadow clone could prove invaluable. If there is no danger in the end, let this shadow clone engage in practical training. His mastery of Shansu, Xianshu, is still insufficient, and accumulating practical experience is beneficial. Ultimately, no soul beast troubled them, and the three emerged safely from the Luo Risenlin. After exiting the forest, Tang San, in order to avoid complications, retracted his Baju Mao, 8 spider spears, and relied solely on the Gue Imizong, ghost shadow evasive steps, to keep pace with Kakashi and Douluo. Before entering Tiandocheng, Douluo's temper had subsided, warning Tang San not to let this happen again. Tang San hurriedly led the way, and the trio headed toward the former Lanba Shueyuan, now known as Shirlai Kashueyuan. As they walked, Tang San couldn't help but say to Douluo, "Old monster, it would actually be quite fitting for you to come to our academy. Our Shirlai Kashueyuan is also known as the Monster Academy, with an old monster teaching little monsters. What a delightful prospect." Kakashi, meanwhile, was engrossed in a cookbook, currently compiling recipes. Upon hearing this remark, he paused momentarily, pondering. Little monster? What a peculiar notion. Douluo raised his hand and lightly tapped Tang San on the head. Standing tall, he towered over Tang San, who was around 1.70 meters, by at least 2 heads. Tang San winced at the pain, exclaiming, "If you knock my clever head silly, who will cure your granddaughter's poison?" Mentioning his granddaughter Douluo seemed to soften Douluo's previously frosty demeanor. He appraised Tang San and Kakashi, a smile gradually emerging at the corners of his mouth as he began to formulate a plan. Kakashi was lost in thought, but he felt uneasy under Douluo's fervent gaze. Tang San, too, felt a chill run down his spine, inquiring, "Old monster, what are you smiling about?" Douluo chuckled softly, remarking, "To be honest, I am quite pleased with your talents. You both exhibit maturity and possess appealing personalities." Tang San gestured for him to stop, indicating that he should speak plainly. Kakashi had already reached a conclusion. Earlier, when Tang San mentioned Douluo, Douluo's smile returned, and he spoke again. It was evident he was considering a son-in-law. Indeed, Douluo's subsequent remarks directly expressed his desire to select a son-in-law. He counted on his fingers, stating, "I have calculated carefully, little monster. You are merely 7 years younger than my granddaughter, which is not too significant. When you turn 18, she will only be 25. Moreover, your temperament aligns well with mine." Then he turned his attention to Kakashi, saying, "You are only 3 years younger than my granddaughter. The saying goes, a woman 3 years older holds golden bricks, which is quite auspicious. Although our relationship is not particularly close, your regard for little monster suggests you would treat my granddaughter well. Which of you will be my granddaughter's husband?" Douluo inquired. In response to this question, Kakashi rolled his eyes, thinking that if their ages were combined, he would be 60 years old, and calling him old brother would not be inappropriate, making him practically a peer of Douluo. The thought of such a union was absurd. Tang San, astonished, exclaimed, "You must be joking. I have no interest in your granddaughter." Douluo let out a mischievous laugh, placing an arm around Tang San's shoulders. "Can you really refuse? Though your research on poisons is commendable, can you neutralize aphrodisiacs? I could procure something like chai, chun feng lu to ensure that things progress smoothly." Kakashi coughed, thinking that this old man was utterly deranged. Tang San was also taken aback, exclaiming, "Old monster, you are truly outrageous. However, I believe Kakashi is a more suitable candidate, so you should pursue him." Consequently, Douluo shifted his focus to Kakashi, who he found quite satisfactory, given that he had repeatedly confronted formidable opponents for the sake of his companions. Choosing such a person as a son-in-law would alleviate any concerns about potential dangers facing his granddaughter. "What do you think? Consider it," Douluo asked. Though he perceived that Kakashi lacked a significant background at present, he believed that Kakashi could forge his own path in the future. In response to Douluo's inquiry, Kakashi smiled. "How do you know that the one you drugged is not my shadow clone?" Douluo was momentarily taken aback. Having clashed with Kakashi numerous times, he often struck Kakashi's shadow clone, leading him to question whether the Kakashi beside him was also a clone. Thus, he turned his gaze back to Tang San, little monster. I am at a loss with the white-haired lad, so you are my best option. Following Tian Heng, she would still be associated with someone from the Lan Dianba Wang Long family, which had the entire sect's power backing it. According to the teacher, Tian Heng was likely to become the next head of the Lan Dianba Wang Long family, a position of immense influence. How could I compare? Moreover, perhaps your granddaughter has already advanced her relationship with Tian Heng beyond mere words. The second chapter is halfway done, and my eyes are starting to strain. Starting tomorrow, I must write 2 chapters. In the 118th chapter, the Shanfeng, Xianping, pairs with the 7 monsters. Tang San and Xiao Wu vowed eternal love, expressing their innermost feelings until their emotions gradually settled. Tang San was far calmer than Xiao Wu. He gently patted her on the rear, saying, "Be good, let go now." The teacher and Kakashi are still here. Only then did Xiao Wu remember the presence of the 2 beside her, her cheeks flushing crimson as she released her long legs that had been wrapped around Tang San's waist. However, she still clung to one of Tang San's arms, refusing to let go. "Teacher, let us find the others," she suggested. The master looked up at the 2, although they were still young. They appeared to be a perfect couple. A hint of a smile crossed his face as he nodded, continuing deeper into the woods. Kakashi, Tang San, and Xiao followed closely behind. Throughout the journey, Xiao was engrossed in sweet nothings with Tang San, leaving the master and Kakashi with goosebumps. In no time, the master had led Tang San to reunite with everyone except Daimu Bai. 6 members of the Sure Lai, 7 monsters gathered together, alongside a slightly older practical instructor who also served as a substitute team member. The group was naturally thrilled to see Tang San, who recounted what he had told the master. "Little San, did you say that Dagu Boa came to the academy with you?" Xiao Wu asked, gazing at Tang San with slight apprehension. Tang San assumed Xiao was fearful of Dagu Boa's strength and potent toxins, hastily reassuring her, "Do not worry. Dagu Boa is quite amiable. He has promised not to harm anyone at Sure Lai Kashui Yuan, so there is nothing to fear. Furthermore, he is now our academy's advisor." Kakashi raised an eyebrow, sensing something was amiss. Given Xiao Wu's cheerful disposition, any powerful presence should not dampen her spirits. Was it concern over potent toxins? That seemed unlikely, as there was no need to worry with Tang San around. Was it because of overwhelming strength? Perhaps, but that could also be a misjudgment. Why had the esteemed teachers at Sure Lai never caused her such anxiety? Even the 3 soul masters from Tiando Royal Academy? If that logic held, then a title Douluo should not elicit much more concern from her. Yet she reacted this way. Was her apprehension toward title Douluo rooted in fear or something else? Alcika had a knowing smile, remarking, "This is splendid. With a title Douluo as an advisor, Sure Lai Kashui Yuan will undoubtedly flourish in the academic realm." The master furrowed his brow, reminding them that the success of the academy relied not solely on the teachers, but rather on the students themselves. Oscar stuck out his tongue, feeling quite intimidated by the master, and naturally refrained from retorting. Tang San, noticing that Dai Mubai was absent, requested that he be summoned, stating he had a method to help him break through his bottleneck. The master expressed skepticism, believing that relying on external forces for cultivation might lead to adverse effects, leaving behind lingering repercussions. With confidence, Tang San assured, "Teacher, rest assured, what I intend to offer everyone is tailored to each individual's unique characteristics, and there shall be no side effects." The master acquiesced, knowing Tang San was not one to act recklessly, and then instructed Ma Hongjun to fetch Dai Mubai from the beast enclosure. After a moment of contemplation, Tang San suggested, "Teacher, we need to find a location free from disturbances. Otherwise, external interference will hinder everyone's absorption of the medicinal properties." The master pondered briefly and replied, "Let us proceed to the former residence of Lu Erlong. It is certain to be quiet and seldom visited." Since Flander took over the academy, Lu Erlong had relocated to the teaching building, not because she deemed it more suitable, but rather because the master resided there as well, leaving her previous wooden cottages vacant. Before long, Ma Hongjun returned, accompanied by a freshly emerged Dai Mubai. Upon arriving at Lu Erlong's former abode, Tang San began to delve into the matter at hand. Retrieving celestial-grade medicinal herbs from his soul guide, the Rui Bao Bao Now. One of these was a magnificent chrysanthemum, resplendent in purple. Curiously, each petal of the chrysanthemum appeared fluffy and exceedingly adorable, forming a harmonious whole without exuding any fragrance. The central pistil rose a good half-foot above the petals, glimmering with a soft golden hue. This was the Qirong Tongtianju, a neutral celestial-grade herb, known to invigorate the limbs and enhance blood circulation. Capable of cultivating an unbreakable body, Dai Mubai was taken aback, astonished by the potency of this herb. Kakashi was equally surprised, realizing that such an extraordinary effect could be achieved through the use of these medicinal herbs. At the same time, he felt a sense of discomfort. He had left Fufu behind the ice and fire Tuinai, as it seemed unwell recently, possibly due to the effects of consuming Tang San's celestial herb. Typically, Fufu would react to events that stirred his heart, but its absence left him feeling unsettled. Fufu was like his confidant, and having it by his side always brought him comfort. Tang San began instructing Dai Mubai on how to consume the medicinal herb, and without further ado, Dai Mubai moved to a corner and followed Tang San's guidance. Subsequently, he distributed the 8-petal Xianlan to Oscar, the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower to Ma Hongjun, and the Chiluo Tulip to Ning Rongrong. Then it was Zhu Zhuqing's turn. What lay before them was an ordinary-looking white flower, roughly the size of a palm, resembling a peony but devoid of leaves. Its root was connected to a sizable stone, entirely black, the weight of which was evident from the way Tang San held it. With a serious demeanor, he declared, "This herb is named Xiangxi Duanchang Hong, a treasure among celestial-grade medicinal herbs, which carries a legendary tale. Long ago, there was a young man of gentle disposition who cherished nurturing flowers and plants, filling his garden with lush green lotus and vibrant blossoms. He would often compose verses in praise of flowers and invite the moon to join him for a drink. Whenever he encountered fallen petals, he would be overwhelmed with sorrow, collecting the fragments to bury them, shedding tears in mourning. It is said that such heartfelt devotion moved the flower fairy of heaven, who privately took him as her husband, indulging in their blissful union. However, their happiness was short-lived. Upon discovering this, the heavens were enraged, declaring that the celestial and mortal realms were not to intermingle, and ordered the flower fairy to return to the divine realm. Since the loss of his beloved, the young man languished in sorrow, abandoning his floral pursuits, and his garden fell into desolation. One day, an elderly man appeared, revealing that the beloved white peony in his garden was the incarnation of his wife. He advised that if the flower were destroyed, the fairy would lose her celestial form and return to him, but he must never neglect the flowers. After imparting this wisdom, the old man vanished like a wisp of wind, awakening with newfound clarity. The young man deeply regretted his earlier neglect of the flowers and resumed caring for them with great diligence. Though he loved his wife dearly, he could not bring himself to destroy the peony, and thus he cherished it even more, weeping and mourning day and night, until his heart broke from longing. In his final moments, he bled onto the petals, and those crimson stains are the manifestation of his heart's blood. On the white flower were several striking red marks, vibrant as blood, evoking a sense of profound emotion. Listening to this fantastical tale, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu were entranced, while the master was visibly moved. Yet Kakashi remained indifferent. Tang San then explained the method for recognizing the flower's master and handed it to Zhu Zhuqing. Kakashi, observing the tale unfold, remained stoic. Tang San finally noticed Kakashi's expression, realizing that a first-time listener would typically show some reaction. Chapter 119, Xiangxi Duanchang Hong. Xiangxi Duanchang, burdened with a melancholic tale, tugs at the heartstrings. Yet, Hatake Kakashi remained utterly indifferent, his right eye devoid of any emotion. Tang San felt puzzled. Despite knowing Kakashi was extraordinary in many ways, his lack of reaction seemed peculiar. "Kakashi, what do you think of this story?" Tang San inquired. Kakashi turned to him, smiled, and replied, "It is quite an unusual tale. Such an ambiguous response left Tang San feeling slightly uncomfortable, prompting him to touch his nose. Clearing his throat, Kakashi coughed twice, offered an apologetic smile, and quietly explained, "This is a special manner of speaking for my world." Tang San nodded in understanding. "I see." Recently, Kakashi had been tinkering with strange things, and his writings were filled with peculiar terms, such as sushi and tonkatsu. Sushi, I do not quite understand. Is tonkatsu fried rice with pork ribs? He pondered, encountering symbols in a foreign language that he couldn't decipher. Nevertheless, Tang San pressed, "Then speak plainly. What are your thoughts on this story?" Tang San thought to himself, "You have yet to express your opinion on the tale of Xiangxi Duanchang Hong. Yet you delve into grammar and such." Kakashi contemplated for a moment before smiling and said, "If I were to switch gears, I would say, although it is somewhat peculiar, it is still quite captivating." Tang San rolled his eyes, thinking, "Your manner of speaking is truly bizarre. You call a tragic story captivating." However, he chose not to pursue the matter further, deeming it a waste of time. Turning back to Zhu Zhuqing, he continued his explanation earnestly, stating, "This extraordinary flower chooses its master. When harvesting it, one must think of their beloved with utmost sincerity and devotion, shedding a drop of blood upon its petals. Any hint of hesitation will render the attempt futile, even at the cost of one's life. Once the flower is plucked, as long as it remains with its master, it shall never wither. The stone beneath it is known as wujue. Should one forcibly destroy it, the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong will likewise lose all its medicinal properties. Consuming this herb bestows upon one the ability to attain immortality akin to that of heaven and earth. I conservatively estimate that it can elevate one's soul power by at least 10 levels and will also result in a comprehensive transformation of the body." Zhu Qing, although I am not entirely aware of the matters between you and Mu Bai, you two are the only confirmed couple among our 7. Thus, I present this to you, hoping you may become this fated individual. Zhu Zhuqing gazed in awe at the captivating blood-red peony, Xiangxi Duanchang Hong, and gently nodded, her eyes drifting toward Dai Mu Bai, who was cultivating not far away. "I shall give it a try." Kakashi observed quietly from the side, reluctant to express his true thoughts for once spoken. Zhu Zhuqing might waver in her perception of Xiangxi Duanchang Hong, which would significantly affect the flower's plucking. Initially, Kakashi held skepticism regarding this tale. Yet the flower's presence here made him ponder the possibility of its veracity. In Kakashi's eyes, it was a testament to the diversity of cultures, even the stories being so peculiar. A profligate, he spent his days tending to flowers, drinking and composing poetry amidst a garden teeming with blossoms, neglecting all responsibilities. When the flowers withered, he wept sorrowfully, collecting the petals to bury them, continuing to mourn at the flowers' graves. One might wonder how he sustains his livelihood by cultivating flowers. Selling them seems improbable. A person so enamored with flowers would likely consider themselves above others and believe no one else could cherish flowers as they do. Furthermore, they would find it utterly vulgar to associate their beloved blooms with monetary transactions. When encountering a kindred spirit, giving flowers freely would be more acceptable than selling them. This flower-loving individual, not only a wastrel but also a coward, succumbed to despair after losing his partner, merely sighing day in and day out. He wallowed in melancholy, neglecting the flowers, resulting in a dilapidated garden, a scene of desolation. It appeared to him that his wife held greater significance than the flowers. If that were the case, he ought to devise a means to rescue his wife. Even if he could not bring her back, expressing his frustrations to the heavens would at least indicate his attitude. However, to languish in sorrow without action, having lost both his wife and flowers, is lamentable. An elderly man revealed to him that the white peony was the embodiment of his wife, and the destruction of the flower would sever the connection between the flower spirit and the mortal realm. The flower-loving youth awakened to this truth and sought to nurture the plants once more, yet he hesitated to destroy the flowers. Previously, he had forsaken his floral duties for his wife, resulting in the garden's decline. Now, he was reluctant to sacrifice a single bloom, preventing their reunion. Burdened by this inner conflict, he likely felt guilt toward his wife, leading him to mourn day and night, his tears drying and heart breaking. ultimately succumbing to unrequited love. Initially, he abandoned the flowers for his wife, and later, he refrained from destroying the flowers, which hindered their reunion. What was he truly seeking? Perhaps within this contradiction, the flower-loving youth came to realize that he neither loved the flowers nor his wife. His affection for flowers stemmed not from a genuine infatuation, but rather from a sense of superiority, desiring to elevate himself morally above all others. His neglect of the flowers following his wife's departure was not driven by love, but rather by his own inner turmoil. In essence, regardless of the circumstances, as long as his heart ached sufficiently, he would treat the garden in that manner. He had never truly loved the flowers or his wife. He was simply preoccupied with himself. This is far from a touching love story. Rather, it is the tragic tale of a self-righteous and selfish individual. This is merely my conjecture, I suppose, as it is a story from a different culture, and perhaps I have overthought certain aspects. Kakashi mused quietly. On the other side, due to Dai Mubai's frequent interactions with women, Zhu Zhuqing harbored resentment, failing to gain the flower's approval, resulting in her unsuccessful attempt to pluck it. Tang San sighed in resignation and shook his head. Zhuqing, you need not feel this way. I have prepared other herbs as a backup. Please wait a moment. Then, Tang San approached the master while holding the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong. Master, you and Aunt Lu Erlong share a deep bond. Why not give it a try? Perhaps this flower could alter your martial soul. However, the master failed to pluck the flower as he remained burdened by an insurmountable chasm regarding Lu Erlong. This time, the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong swayed more violently, on the verge of falling from the Wuju stone, yet it ultimately lacked the final bit of strength, swaying back to its original position. The master's earlier bloodshed and Zhu Zhuqing's had gradually dissipated. The master spoke with a heavy heart. I cannot relinquish the burdens within my heart. What right do I have to possess this herb? In his sorrow, he turned toward the window, as if recalling his own painful memories. Kakashi stroked his chin, his mind racing. At that moment, Tang San unexpectedly handed the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong to Kakashi. Kakashi, why not give it a try? The crowd gasped in astonishment, including Kakashi himself. The master and others pondered. Despite Kakashi's unpredictable movements over the years, given his evident strength, he must have devoted himself to training. So how could he be involved in matters of love? Tang San had his own intentions. He had previously discussed with Kakashi aspects of his past life, knowing that Kakashi had lived far longer than him and possessed extensive experience, thus increasing the likelihood of success in plucking the flower. The master, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu felt a blend of disbelief and anticipation, curious to see if the usually composed Kakashi would indeed succeed. Kakashi hesitated repeatedly before accepting the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong, intending to switch his soul power. Yet, he hesitated once more. Xiao Wu urged impatiently, Kakashi, hurry up. All right, Kakashi replied reluctantly. As blood was required, he placed his hand on his mask, about to pull it down. However, he caught sight of the eager gazes from those nearby. Kakashi thought, do they wish to see how deep my love runs? Or are they simply eager to glimpse my face beneath the mask? Regardless of their intentions, he could not fulfill their wishes. The hand that was supposed to lower the mask swiftly transformed its purpose. He extended his thumb into the mask, biting down to break the skin, allowing blood to flow and drip onto the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong. Cough. This left Tang San feeling helpless, while Xiao Wu displayed a hint of irritation. And Zhu Zhuqing nearly choked on her saliva, causing the master to cough in disbelief. Blood dripped onto the petals of a Xiangxi Duanchang Hong flower. And after a considerable amount of time, there was no reaction at all. Rather, the blood on the petals had vanished. What was happening? Everyone turned their gaze toward Kakashi. Kakashi chuckled awkwardly and said, I apologize. I have been pondering who my beloved truly is. The four individuals present spat out blood. The kindergarten had commenced, and finally, the two Buddhas were sent away. He required company to watch television and enjoyed lying on me. Thus I had no opportunity to write. Starting tomorrow, I shall resume my normal routine, and I shall not go back on my word regarding the promised 2 updates. Chapter 120, Transition. I apologize. I have been pondering who my beloved truly is. This statement from Kakashi earned Xiao Wu a punch, after which she stood nearby with a swollen forehead. That shocking reply had even the usually aloof Zhu Zhiqing stunned, and the typically serious master was left in a state of bemused laughter. Subsequently, Xiao Wu resolved to take advantage of Tang San's distraction and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the Xiangxi Duanchonghong flower, successfully plucking it in an instant. Kakashi sighed softly, pondering what kind of situation this was. If such matters occur between siblings, it could be excused as an uncontrollable circumstance. However, this bond was forged through affection, and sibling ties should be unbreakable, yet it had devolved into this occurrence. The world was indeed wondrous, Kakashi mused. Kakashi turned to leave, unwilling to remain any longer, as he found this all too difficult to accept. In his eyes, these two were truly failures. The bond between sworn siblings could sometimes be deeper than that of blood relatives, and naturally, both parties should be able to navigate their emotions well. Yet, these two were in such a predicament, which was a shame considering they were labeled as geniuses. However, Kakashi paused, contemplating a thought. Could it be that they did not truly understand what love was, merely feeling a sense of dependency on one another? Perhaps that was indeed the case. Xiao Wu's identity remained somewhat ambiguous, yet she appeared rather normal. Albeit occasionally peculiar, she resembled a lively little girl. This was not a facade. Kakashi could discern that much. As for Tang San, he was a relentless cultivator, having spent 20 years in unwavering practice. What could he possibly understand? All right, it was because the flower fairy was naive. This celestial herb was said to be her incarnation. Yes, only someone oblivious could pluck the flower, while someone as mature as the master or Zhu Zhiqing would falter. Alas, what a calamity! Kakashi returned, though Tang San and the others hardly paid him any mind, as the focus of the scene was now Xiao Wu. How could one bear to consume such a celestial herb? Did you not say that once it recognizes its master, it would never wither? I want it to always accompany me, to love and cherish it. Xiao Wu rejected Tang San's suggestion to absorb the celestial herb, unwilling to destroy this extraordinary flower. Cough! Kakashi stepped forward, intending to express his thoughts, urging Xiao Wu not to be so infatuated with the flower, but instead, he was met with a fierce glare as Xiao Wu looked at him as if he were her enemy, wanting to bite him to death. Has such an impression already formed? Kakashi retreated, choosing not to interfere with Xiao Wu's decision regarding the Xiangxi Duanchonghong. Tang San had his own reserves, the Water Immortal's Grace from Zhu Zhiqing and the 9th rank Lingji from the Master. Tang San was also preparing to advance his purple extreme magic eyes with the celestial product, Wanchuan Qiushui Lu. Kakashi and Xiao Wu did not need to absorb the celestial product and observed quietly from the side. Although Xiao Wu had her back to Kakashi, he sensed a strong aura of hostility emanating from her. The hostility likely stemmed from Xiao Wu, though the reason was left to interpretation. Kakashi departed, recognizing that remaining there was futile. Staying against his will would only bring discomfort. Inside the modest wooden cabin, the only one awake was Xiao Wu, standing there with her gaze fixed on Tang San, her eyes reflecting a struggle. Within her heart echoed a voice that only she could hear. Should I leave him? If I depart, will we ever meet again? Yet if I do not leave, the titled Douluo who returned with him will surely pose a threat to me eventually. Tang San, thank you for this Xiangxi Duanchonghong. It has enlightened me greatly. No, I cannot leave. I have just sworn an oath to never part from him. Only when I am with him do I feel the happiness my mother spoke of. Xiao Wu's eyes radiated a resolute light. No one knew how bold and determined this decision truly was. After being nourished by the celestial herb, the strength of the Shrek's 7 devils underwent some changes. Bai Hudai Bai, level 40. Sausage Oscar, level 38. Blue Silver Grass Tang San, level 37. Evil Fire Phoenix Ma Hongjun, level 36. Softbone Rabbit Xiao Wu, level 35. 7 Treasures Glazed Tower Ning Rong, level 37. Ghost Cat Zhu Zhiqing, level 38. Kakashi also intended to enter seclusion, having neglected his soul power cultivation lately, allowing them to catch up. Duga Bo, accompanied by Duga Yin, approached Tang San for the antidote. Duga Yin, embittered by her previous defeat in the soul arena, displayed a poor attitude towards Tang San, insisting that Kakashi be excluded from their next match, demanding a rematch. The poison afflicting Douluo would soon be cured with Tang San's antidote, after which Douluo departed. Douluo left quietly, saying nothing to anyone, and by the next day, he had vanished without a trace. Flinder was not surprised by Douluo's departure. After all, he was a titled Douluo. Who could possibly restrain his freedom? Douluo's departure instead relieved Flinder, as it reduced the risk of a ticking time bomb within the academy. Before leaving, Douluo agreed to deliver a celestial product to Yi Lingling, who possessed the 9 Hearts Si Tang martial soul, and inform her of its usage. Douluo wished to refuse, but Tang San countered with, "This is by Ye's intention," silencing her objections. Douluo held a sense of admiration for Kakashi, harboring no thoughts of defiance. Days later, the Shrek 7 Devils concluded their temporary retreat. Flinder and Lu Erlong personally accompanied the master and Dai Mubai to the nearby Sunset Forest, which had once been Douluo's lair, to hunt soul beasts. Ning Rongrong took a leave of absence to return home, while the remaining 5 were temporarily assigned to the Academy's advanced class for study. Due to her absorption of the celestial product, the Chilua Tulip, Ning Rongrong's martial soul upgraded to the 9-tiered 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. This was a significant matter, and she intended to inform her father, Ning Fengji, the sect master of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, about both the upgrade and Tang San's hidden weapons. Seeking his guidance on subsequent actions, Kakashi had recently ventured out less frequently and was no longer as leisurely as before. The increase in the 7 Devil Soul power made him acutely aware of his own lower soul power level. Aside from basic necessities, Kakashi dedicated his remaining time to cultivation, occasionally emerging to witness new events, but otherwise remained in his dormitory to train. When the 7 Devils ventured to the Sunset Forest again for soul hunting, Kakashi planned to bring Fufu back. After days without Fufu by his side, Kakashi felt somewhat unaccustomed, as if his shoulders were missing their usual weight. Recently, the remaining 5 of the 7 Devils began to grumble about their uniforms, finding them unattractive. The outfit was an unappealing shade of green, faded and adorned with 5 large red characters across the chest reading Shrek Academy. Chapter 120. Transition. Regarding the grievances about the school uniform, there is not much to say. However, Kakashi has heard that recently, Tang San has gotten into some trouble, apparently having fought with the Academy's top student. Kakashi is unaware of who this top student is, but he assumes that the individual must be rather foolish to engage in a brawl over Xiao Wu, likely out of jealousy. Kakashi wonders why one would go to such lengths for Xiao Wu, as he personally finds her rather unremarkable and lacks any interest in her. Kakashi's curiosity about this dull-witted boy grows, prompting him to emerge from his seclusion to investigate the matter. Upon inquiry, he discovers that the top student is named Tai Long, whose martial spirit is the mighty gorilla. The name sounds somewhat familiar to Kakashi, and after a moment of reflection, he recalls that the Martial Spirit Hall has some information regarding it. The mighty gorilla belongs to the Li clan, currently led by an 86th level Soul Douluo, possessing immense strength, with only about 200 remaining clan members. Kakashi is unsure why there are only around 200 left, as the records do not specify. It is rumored that this situation dates back over a decade, with the most substantial information linking it to the Martial Spirit Hall. Regardless of the connection to the Martial Spirit Hall, it is said that the Li clan is fiercely protective of their own. If anyone provokes a member of the clan, the stronger members will immediately seek retribution. Kakashi intends to find Tang San, only to be informed that he has already left. Deciding not to intervene, Kakashi thinks it might be beneficial for Tang San to experience some hardships, as his straightforward nature may lead to misfortune, and perhaps this time he should learn a lesson. Soon after, news arrives that Tang San has been gravely injured and is spitting blood. Nevertheless, he manages to wield the 8 spider lances, using its potent venom to triumph over the 58th level Soul King, Tai Long, son of the Li clan leader. Kakashi realizes that Tang San is in for a rough time, as the Li clan seems to have been associated with the Haotian Sect over a decade ago, although it is unclear how they severed ties with them. The Martial Spirit Hall does not provide that information. If Tang San were to reveal the Haotian hammer, he should be fine. Kakashi resumes his seclusion, occasionally inquiring about external matters from Ma Hongjun and Oscar, while spending the remainder of his time in his dormitory. At the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong sits on the sandy floor of the hall, swinging her slender legs restlessly, her red lips pouting. After returning for the better part of a day, her father, Ning Fengji, has yet to appear, causing her initial excitement to wane. Across from Ning Rongrong, an elderly man with a gaunt face is slowly savoring his tea. His presence is striking, not because of bulging muscles, but due to an astonishingly large skeletal frame. The already spacious sand appears significantly smaller beneath him. His clothing seems entirely supported by his skeletal structure, with shriveled muscles and skin and deep-set eyes. If seen at night, he would resemble a massive skeleton. Sparse strands of white hair cling to his scalp, embodying a grotesque appearance. If Kakashi were present, he could deduce from these features that this is an exceptional individual. This man is the boned Douluo Gurong, one of the two protectors of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Rongrong exchanges a few words with the boned Douluo, who is known for his enigmatic reputation in the Soul Master world and shows great affection for her. Shortly after, Ning Fengji returns, exhibiting the same tenderness towards Ning Rongrong as the boned Douluo. Behind Ning Fengji stands the sword doll Chen Exan, another protector of the school. Their reunion is particularly warm. After expressing her emotions, Ning Rongrong regains her lively and cheerful demeanor, playfully requesting gifts from the three elders. Since Ning Fengji returned, he has attempted to embrace Ning Rongrong twice, but she skillfully evades him. Due to the unique nature of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, even a titled Douluo cannot discern the extent of her soul power. Intrigued, Ning Fengji inquires about her soul power. Initially, Ning Rongrong reveals that she has elevated her soul power by 10 levels within a year, which causes concern among Ning Fengji and the two titled Douluos. In the Soul Master community, there exists an ominous method of cultivation that sacrifices one's vitality for rapid power enhancement. However, as Ning Rongrong recounts her experiences over the past year, their suspicions are alleviated. Rongrong, are you not mistaken? Children of your age in that realm are far stronger. The boned Douluo exclaims. Ning Rongrong giggles and replies, I knew you wouldn't believe me. Our Dean Flender has a famous saying, Shrek Academy only accepts monsters, not ordinary people. He even calls us little monsters. Dressed in white, Sword Douluo Chan Xian comments, if what you say is true, then you little ones truly are little monsters. Shrek Academy indeed lives up to its reputation. However, even so, I cannot believe you could elevate your soul power by 10 levels in just a year. Ning Rongrong insists. Listen to me. She then narrates the process of how Master arrived at Shrek Academy and began training them collectively. As they listened to her description, Ning Fengji and the two elders gradually display expressions of realization, accompanied by a growing admiration. Ning Rongrong continues to speak of her training at the new Shrek Academy, mentioning her breakthrough to the 30th level 2 months ago and acquiring her third spirit ring. Following this, under the astonished gazes of the three elders, she reveals that she consumed the divine grade Chihuahua Tulip. After some investigation, her 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda is unveiled before the three. After a round of astonishment, Ning Rongrong urkes Ning Fengji to present gifts. To her surprise, she recognizes that Ning Fengji's gift consists of 2 of Tang San's hidden weapons, the Sand Hidden Shadow and the Silent Sleeve Arrow. Ning Rongrong explains them in detail, leaving the three elders further astounded. Ning Fengji inhales sharply, a serious glint in his eyes, expressing his desire to understand what kind of genius Tang San truly is. The elder in white nods in agreement, stating, if he is indeed that remarkable, he might be a suitable candidate for our granddaughter's suitor. However, Ning Rongrong firmly shakes her head, declaring, there is no need to consider that. My third brother is already devoted to someone. This matter remains to be discussed further. As the group decides to test the efficacy of this so-called third brother's hidden weapons to gauge their power, Sword Douluo Chun Xian volunteers first, only to experience the consequences, as his tongue is poisoned and begins to feel numb. Ning Rongrong, Gnel, Ning Feng he commands sternly. Ning Rongrong, too frightened to approach, kneels pitifully on the ground. her eyes reddening as tears threatened to spill. Observing this scene, the Bon Douluo immediately intervenes, swiftly moving to Ning Rongrong's side and pulling her into his embrace. Fengji, what are you doing? It is not our Rongrong's fault that this old fool Chen Xin lacks skill. How can you blame her? Indeed, as the saying goes, all's fair in war. This only serves to demonstrate the effectiveness of these hidden weapons. Rongrong, well done, you've avenged me, haha. It has been years since I've seen Chen Xin in such a predicament. You truly embody my cunning spirit. Ning Fengji is left speechless by his response. This scenario has played out countless times in the past. Whenever he attempts to discipline his daughter, either Sword Douluo or Bon Douluo steps in, both of whom he dares not offend. Ning Rongrong slips from the Bon Douluo's embrace and swiftly approaches Sword Douluo, this time without needing Ning Fengji's prompting. As she voluntarily kneels before Sword Douluo, tears streaming down her face. Grandpa Jian, Rongrong was wrong. Please punish me. Observing the panic and regret in his daughter's eyes, Ning Fengji was momentarily taken aback. In his memory, this little witch of a daughter had never admitted to being wrong. It seemed that the Shrek Academy had indeed been worth a visit. At this moment, Jian Douluo had regained his composure. The residual effects of the toxic venom purged after his previous outburst. He hurriedly reached out and lifted Ning Rongrong into his arms, speaking to her in a comforting manner, akin to soothing a child. Rongrong, don't cry. It's Jian Grandpa's own inadequacy. How could it be your fault? We agreed to test the hidden weapon, and you did nothing wrong. This hidden weapon indeed possesses an element of surprise. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Ning Fengji beside him. Zhongzhu, if possible. We must do everything in our power to recruit the young man who crafted this hidden weapon into our sect. Jian Douluo's latter statement was delivered with great gravity, addressing Ning Fengji with the title of Zhongzhu, indicating the seriousness of his concern. Ning Fengji shared this sentiment. These so-called hidden weapons were evidently quite valuable. If they could indeed bring Tang San into their fold, it would significantly enhance the sect's power. However, Ning Rongrong shook her head resolutely, stating, don't even think about it. That is impossible. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji expressed his surprise, inquiring, why not? Tap der Satakakskumendux, Ning Rongrong Swartz, Ning Fenghi, Yan Douluo. And Bon Douluo all harbored intentions of recruiting Tang San, yet Ning Rongrong outrightly denied the notion. She explained, it's not even worth contemplating. That is simply not feasible. The three were taken aback, pondering how such an evidently advantageous opportunity could be dismissed. Could it be that this third brother had already joined a sect? Ning Fengti questioned. Rongrong, what do you mean by that? The Qibao Yuli sect, possessing wealth comparable to nations, should find it no difficult task to recruit Tang San. Yet Ning Rongrong's expression shifted to one of utmost seriousness as she replied, though third brother has never officially joined any sect with his skills and talents, he could easily establish his own sect in the future. Upon hearing this, the hearts of the three lightened considerably, realizing the underlying reason for her refusal. What are skills? He is merely a child, with the promise of substantial benefit. How could a child refuse the wealth of the Qibao Yuli sect? Ning Rongrong cast a glance at the three and remarked, third brother possesses a maturity akin to that of an adult. Mere material gain may not suffice. The trio was startled, contemplating how Ning Rongrong could discern their thoughts with just a glance. Could it be that this third brother had taught her some form of mind reading? They quickly dismissed their initial surprise, acknowledging that seasoned veterans could often read emotional fluctuations through subtle expressions. However, they were puzzled by how such a young child could possess this skill. Was it truly imparted by that third brother? Ning Fengxi Harporet. Having encountered Tang San wearing a mask, and he did not perceive any remarkable maturity in Tang San, nor did he appear as juvenile as his peers. He reasoned that such an ability was unlikely to have been bestowed by him. Ning Rongrong, employing her mind-reading abilities once more, stated, though third brother is exceptional, he is not at such a level. This skill was taught by teacher Kakashi. Whenever she recalled Kakashi's laid-back demeanor, Ning Rongrong felt a chuckle bubbling within her. Yet, when he revealed his crimson left eye, there was a unique charm to his striking presence. His silver hair, the forehead protector obscuring his brow, and the striking red I paired with a non-threatening scar, along with his mysterious mask, exuded an unusual allure. One impressive teacher, remarked Ning Fengji, along with the two titled Douluos. The practicality of such skills is undeniable. Although they may lead to an early maturity, relentless training without respite could be detrimental, potentially leading to foolishness. Ning Fengti tuklet liktli. Rong, Kakashi seems quite remarkable. His teaching methods are rather unique. It might be worth considering how to engage him further, though I wonder what his soul power level is. Upon hearing her father inquire about Kakashi's soul power, Ning Rong couldn't help but reflect on the disparity between power and soul power, feeling a mix of emotions. However, a mischievous thought crossed her mind, and she smiled playfully. It is said that Dean Flanders lacks confidence in defeating him. The trio was taken aback, realizing that Dean Flanders, with soul power nearing level 80, lacked complete assurance. Could it be that Kakashi was also a formidable opponent, nearing that power level? They pondered the age of this Kakashi. If he were in his prime, he might have the potential to become a titled Douluo in the future, making him a valuable asset to pursue. Wait a moment. Such a strong individual should be quite renowned. The Liuli sect, with its extensive connections, should have information on him. Why is there no mention of Kakashi? Ning Fengji coughed, redirecting the conversation. Rong, how old is this teacher Kakashi? 17 or 18, I suppose. The two seasoned Douluos and Ning Fengji nearly choked, incredulously thinking. 17 or 18, yet over 70 levels? How is that possible? Douluo took a moment to regain his breath and chuckled wryly. Rong, please stop being mischievous. Can't you speak seriously? Ning Rong playfully blinked her beautiful eyes and replied, I am quite serious. Dean Flanders mentioned that in just 2 years, he may no longer be Kakashi's match. Ning Fengji sensed something unusual in her tone and questioned, Rong, why has your address changed suddenly? He had noticed earlier that when she referred to teacher Kakashi, there was a hint of awkwardness, a slight discomfort in her delivery. Look at how smoothly you address Dean Flanders and third brother. Why does it falter with Kakashi? In truth, during Kakashi's special training sessions with the Six, each received tailored guidance. Aware that Ning Rong might one day lead the Liuli sect, Kakashi had specifically taught her skills befitting one in a position of authority. Mind reading was one such skill. Ning Rong waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. Teacher Kakashi is simply more easygoing and doesn't mind how he is addressed. Skill 2. When an inconsistency in a lie is detected, naturally conceal the panic with body language. Then use half-truths to deflect attention. When a lie is a mix of truth and fabrication, unless one possesses true mind-reading abilities, it is nearly impossible to discern the deception. While Ning Fengji felt an inkling of something amiss in her response, he could not pinpoint any overt discrepancies in her words. Generally, individuals with extraordinary talents often exhibit peculiarities, and Kakashi's teaching approach could indeed be classified as eccentric. Is that so? Ning Feng Ti Konketet. Feeling a twinge of unease about Ning Rong's response, but unable to articulate his concerns. As the leader of a business-oriented sect, he swiftly pivoted the topic back to the matter at hand. Rong, how high is teacher Kakashi's soul power? Ning Fengji sensed that his daughter was beginning to indulge in mischief, continuing to ask about such a seemingly trivial matter as age was futile. Instead, he opted for a more direct inquiry regarding soul power, which would likely yield better results. Well, he is about the same as me. Even with recent improvements, he should be around level 38. Ning Feng Ti noted. 38. No wonder Dean Flanders find himself at a loss. He was momentarily stunned. Douluo and Douluo were equally dumbfounded, their minds buzzing with disbelief. Such a significant matter, Ning Rong would hardly resort to falsehoods. The trio instinctively placed their trust in her words. Thus, Kakashi must indeed be a genius akin to Tang San. Yet, despite both being prodigies, why does Tang San evoke a sense of awe while Kakashi seems to embody chaos? Consequently, Ning Fengji resolved to personally meet these two talents. One, Tang San, was already deemed an essential ally. The other, Ning Rong, had matured from her mischievous youth and should now be truthful. At the tender age of 17 or 18, possessing soul power exceeding 30 levels, even an almost 80-level soul sage could not contend with her. This warranted further observation, as Ning Fengji remained somewhat skeptical. In the Douluo Continent, strength was revered, and thus soul masters were venerated, with those of higher soul power regarded with utmost respect. As such, soul masters primarily focused on increasing their soul power, neglecting other methods to enhance their strength. It was indeed peculiar that no one had unearthed the training methods of ninjas throughout history. Scholars akin to the master were truly rare, appearing only once in centuries. The fixation on soul masters and soul power had constrained too many. Chapter 122. The Titan of Strength Kakashi emerged from seclusion, sensing impending trouble. The reasons behind the Li family's separation from the Haotian sect remained unclear. If rooted in enmity, Tang San could be in peril. Moreover, most of his kin were rather foolish, a fact evident from Tai Long's demeanor. It was possible that before the Haotian hammer was even revealed, Tang San could be severely injured. Thus, Kakashi decided to leave his seclusion, primarily concerned that the Li clan might stir up trouble, a situation not to be trifled with. Tang San had already triumphed over a 30-level soul master and subsequently defeated a 50-level soul king. Should they come again, they would likely present a soul emperor or soul sage. The single attribute Li clan was formidable, their strength so great that even opponents 10 levels higher found themselves nearly powerless against them. Tang San's victory over a soul king had been a hard-fought struggle, let alone facing even more formidable adversaries. After several days of intense meditation, Kakashi had broken through to 37 levels, on the brink of reaching 38. And he believed that soon he would charge through to 39 and 40 with great momentum. Kakashi did not exit through the door, but chose instead to leap through the window. He needed to reflect on the ninjutsu movements while in a state of cultivating his soul power. Otherwise, the monotonous training could lead to stagnation. The morning air was always refreshing, invigorating him with every deep breath. Most people should be in the dining hall by now, Kakashi thought. He leapt gracefully, casting a fleeting shadow as he moved through the air. The academy's buildings and trees provided an ideal environment for him to traverse using ninja techniques. Eventually, he landed at the entrance of the dining hall. The surrounding students regarded his entrance with indifference. After all, the academy housed a variety of martial souls. And due to the diverse personalities of its students, many exhibited eccentric behaviors. However, Kakashi was not a student. He was a teacher. Among the crowd, he spotted Tang San and approached him with a greeting. Good morning. Xiaowu and Oscar were also nearby, engaged in light conversation. Tang San appeared to have recovered well from his battle with Tai Long's father. Despite his injuries, his recovery ability was impressive. Good morning, Kakashi, Tang San replied politely. Morning, Xiaowu echoed, her tone noticeably less hostile than before, suggesting that Kakashi's smoke bombs had indeed pleased her. Oscar, feeling familiar with Kakashi, chimed in, Kakashi, do you think I have a chance to pursue Rongrong? Kakashi shot him a sidelong glance, thinking that with his current demeanor, success in courting Ning Rongrong seemed like a distant fantasy. Realistically, Kakashi believed Oscar had no chance. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had regulations against direct descendants mingling with auxiliary types, and, as the daughter of the sect leader, Ning Rongrong's future was not entirely within her control. Furthermore, she had been indoctrinated with such beliefs from a young age, never considering a union with an auxiliary type. Even if Oscar could win her heart, unless he possessed his own combat capabilities, Ning Rongrong's rationality would likely prevail over impulse. Children from prominent families devoted themselves to their clans and sects, fully aware and prepared to sacrifice everything for their family's needs in the future. Kakashi understood this, having experienced similar obligations in his past life, where the village's needs dictated the actions of its ninjas. If someone ultimately succumbed to the pressures of emotion, it was a matter of inevitability, as it is challenging for one to control their feelings. A person capable of entirely mastering their emotions would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Well, if you put in the effort, it might be possible, Kakashi replied, attempting to deflect the conversation. Where is Tang San? Just then, amidst their meal and chatter, Several hurried Shrek Academy students rushed in, shouting as they entered the dining hall. Looking for me? Tang San was momentarily taken aback. He did not recognize these students. More accurately, aside from those affiliated with Shrek, he only knew Tai Long from their recent encounter. Kakashi sensed something amiss. These students were clearly in a state of alarm. What could be so urgent at this hour? He mused. Tang San, hurry, come quickly. Tai Long and the others are back. Indeed, it was the Li clan returning to create more trouble. Kakashi thought to himself that it seemed he would have to intervene. For the levels of Soul Emperor and Soul Sage were beyond Tang San's current capabilities. Are they never done? Now even Tai Long's father has come. Tang San was furious, thinking it absurd that a mere student dispute had escalated to this extent. After dealing with the son, now the father was involved. It was likely that the grandfather would soon make an appearance as well. The students continued. Not only has Tai Long's father returned, but this time, even his grandfather is here. No way. Xiao Wu and Oscar exclaimed in unison. Kakashi remained composed, waving his hand reassuringly. Let us go. Whatever happens, I'll protect you. Tang San felt uneasy. Having faced the Li clan twice, he understood their formidable nature. Now, not only was Tai Long present, but also his grandfather. Kakashi's skills were well known to Tang San, but to be on the safe side, he suggested, Xiao Wu, go find Vice Dean Zhao Wujia. We should check it out first. With Flinder and Lu Erlong off hunting soul beasts, the Academy's affairs fell under the purview of the respected and powerful Vice Dean Zhao Wujia. Xiao Wu dashed off, while Tang San, Oscar, and Kakashi, surrounded by numerous students, exited the dining hall and hurried toward the Academy's entrance. Many students, still finishing their breakfast, abandoned their meals, prioritizing the unfolding drama over their food. However, some managed to grab a few buns to nibble on as they followed, without any sunflower seeds or similar snacks. It was as if they were rural spectators eagerly watching a spectacle. Outside Shrek Academy, Tai Long and Tai Nuo stood beside an elderly man. The elderly man had a beard as white as snow, with short hair standing upright on his head like steel needles. His stature was reminiscent of the mighty King Titan, yet his gaze held a far deeper profundity. Standing there, he exuded an aura of authority that commanded respect without uttering a word, as evidenced by the reverence reflected in the eyes of Tai Long and Tai Nuo, revealing the esteemed position this elder held within their family. Grandfather, I implore you, please return. If this continues, I truly cannot survive at the Academy. Tai Long beseeched his grandfather with a rueful smile. The elder, standing between Tai Long and Tai Nuo, was none other than his own grandfather, Tai Tan, the patriarch of their clan. Tai Tan, with his hands clasped behind his back, cast a cold glance at his grandson and uttered a curt command to silence him. With just 2 words, he rendered Tai Long utterly subdued. Not only Tai Long, but even Tai Nuo was perplexed as to why the elder insisted on accompanying them to the Shrek Academy. After returning home the previous day, Tai Nuo had dared not conceal the events that transpired, recounting everything, which resulted in Tai Tan delivering a resounding slap and a reprimand of embarrassment. Early that morning, Tai Long and Tai Nuo, still recovering from their previous injuries, had planned to rest a little longer. However, they were abruptly roused by their grandfather. Without disclosing his intentions, had brought them directly to the Academy, his imposing demeanor instilling fear even in Tai Nuo. Tai Nuo was acutely aware that his father was not one to possess a gentle temperament. His protective nature was even more pronounced than his own, making him likely to act impulsively. Had it not been for such tendencies, their family would not have found themselves in this predicament. Tai Nuo couldn't help but sigh inwardly, praying that his grandfather would not act too rashly, for after all, Tang San was merely a child in his teens. Surely, the elder wouldn't take him too seriously. From a considerable distance away, Kakashi sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from the entrance of Shrek Academy. Doiten, the leader of the Li Ji clan, was an immensely powerful individual, boasting a soul power level of 86. Though he did not project his aura outwardly, neither did he attempt to conceal it, allowing those of comparable strength to perceive him. His singular focus on the power attribute rendered his presence uniquely formidable, a force that was unparalleled among others of his level. It was this very essence that made Kakashi acutely aware of the pressure he felt. At that moment, Kakashi and his two companions emerged from the academy, surrounded by a throng of students. When Tang San first laid eyes on the elder Titan, his heart involuntarily constricted. With his ZGMO Tong elevated to the Jiezi realm, he could perceive beyond mere appearances, instantly recognizing that this elder was likely far more formidable than he had anticipated. Although he stood alone, his presence was akin to a towering mountain, immovable and resolute. Kakashi didn't even need to look. He instinctively knew that this robust elder was not one to be trifled with. Until he understood the reasons behind the Li Ji clan's departure from the Haotian Sect, Kakashi dared not allow Tang San to reveal the Haotian hammer in an attempt at reconciliation, for it could lead to counterproductive outcomes. Who is Tang San? Titan Inkurith. His voice aged yet resonant, each word seemingly causing the very air around him to tremble with authority. Are you looking for him? Tang San began to speak, but Kakashi swiftly positioned himself behind him. Who is Tang San? Titan ignored Kakashi's presence, continuing his questioning. My name is Li San, Kakashi replied, prompting a moment of surprise from both Oscar and Tang San, as they wondered what had come over Kakashi today. However, reflecting on Kakashi's character, they concluded he would not engage in trivial antics, opting instead for a silent, observant demeanor. I seek Tang San, Titan stated flatly, persisting in his inquiry. Then, if you wish to find someone named Tang, Kakashi began a probe. Titan paused momentarily, sensing the oddity of this inquiry. As a seasoned veteran, he recognized that the silver-haired boy before him was speaking nonsense. The notion of seeking someone named Li San was a clear diversion. He scrutinized the silver-haired youth, contemplating whether this question was a mere jest or if he was aware of the connection between himself and the Tang clan. However, as the leader of his clan, possessing a profound understanding of the intricacies of human nature, he quickly recalibrated his focus. Regardless of the question posed, his current objective was to seek retribution for his kin. In that fleeting moment, the thoughts crystallized, and to an outsider, Titan's brief pause appeared inconsequential before he resumed. I seek Tang San. Kakashi felt a sense of disappointment. He had not accurately discerned Titan's stance toward the Haotian Sect, and now a minor complication had arisen. However, it seemed that the animosity was not deep-seated. Otherwise, the mere mention of seeking someone named Tang would have provoked an explosive reaction. Kakashi, let me handle this, Tang San whispered to him, realizing that they had no choice but to observe what the elder intended. Kakashi stepped aside, allowing Tang San to take the forefront. I am Tang San, he declared, advancing with measured steps, having already elevated his soul power to its optimal state, ready to adapt to any situation. Was it you who injured my son and grandson? Titan inquired calmly. Tang San nodded, affirming, indeed. He wished to refrain from further elaboration, as he deemed it unnecessary to explain himself to someone of such formidable strength. Good. Titan's eyes suddenly gleamed with intensity, an unmatchable sense of power erupting from him. The father and son duo, Tai Nuo and Tai Long, found themselves involuntarily pushed back several steps before regaining their balance. All the students of Shrek Academy, including Tang San and Oscar, collectively took a step back as the air thickened in that instant. Although Kakashi remained largely unaffected, he took a step back as a precaution, ensuring that he could respond with surprise if necessary. You have injured my son and grandson. While they may lack the ability, that does not imply the Li Ji clan is powerless. I shall not take advantage of your youth. Instead, let us engage in a wager, Titan proposed. Kakashi, perplexed, wondered what the nature of this wager could be, as it did not align with the typical disposition of the Li Ji clan. Tang San fixed his gaze upon Titan. What shall we wager? With a casual gesture, Titan produced an incense stick from his sleeve, launching it like an arrow to embed itself in the Academy's iron gate several meters away, igniting upon impact. The spectacle elicited gasps from the students of Shrek Academy. Even Oscar couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. The Academy's gate, forged from fine iron, seemed impervious to such fragile incense. Yet, the sheer force behind it had propelled the incense stick into the gate from such a distance, leaving it unscathed. What remarkable power! Tang San observed more intricately than the others. He discerned that the incense ignited not from prior ignition, but due to the rapidity of its flight, generating friction with the air. Only his ZGMO Tong could capture such subtlety. Kakashi, however, remained unfazed, recognizing this as merely a manifestation of soul power. By enveloping the incense stick in soul power, excluding the tip, and employing sheer strength to embed it into the iron gate, he acknowledged that this feat was beyond his own capabilities. His soul power was insufficient to achieve such a task. Through the enhancement of his chakra, thanks to the alterations made by Hashirama, Kakashi's physical strength had significantly increased, rendering him a formidable force in his own right. During the era of the Three Kingdoms, there was a legendary figure said to possess the strength to bear 500 jin and traverse 700 li in a single day. Kakashi has surpassed both of these feats. After undergoing modifications from Zhu Jian's power, his arms can exert a force of several thousand jin. Previously, in the setting of the Sunset Forest, when Kakashi first grasped the essence of sage techniques, he struggled to wield their power effectively. At that time, the force he exerted to crush the ancient black bear was merely his inherent strength. The might of sage techniques can be observed from the profound sage, one of the two sages from the land of toads, Miao Mushan, who effortlessly lifted a stone statue of a frog towering over 10 meters in height and several meters in width, weighing tens of thousands of jin. However, at present, without a mentor to guide him, Kakashi must rely solely on his own exploration, making it unlikely for him to unleash such formidable power in the short term. The Nine Tails can only provide a general understanding, lacking the ability to perfectly instruct Kakashi in the combat style of Sage Mode. Kakashi's strength is already sufficient. It is merely his soul power that remains inadequate. At this moment, Titan declared a wager. He would not intervene or unleash his martial soul. As long as Kakashi could endure the pressure he exerted until the incense burned out, he would be deemed the victor, and Titan would compel his son Tainua and grandson Tai Long to bow and apologize. Otherwise, Kakashi would be compelled to join their clan, the Li Ji tribe. This was manifestly unfair. Before Tang San could voice his objections, Oscar hurriedly interjected, knowing Tang San's character could be even more resolute than Dai Mubai's at times. Oscar feared that if he agreed without reservation, it would be irrevocable. Thus, he glared at Titan, asserting that if they lost, his son and grandson would only need to bow and apologize. Though it would be somewhat humiliating, it would entail no real loss for them. Conversely, should Xiao San lose, he would be bound to their family for life. What kind of wager was that? Kakashi opened his mouth as if to speak, yet hesitated and ultimately remained silent. In truth, the matter of wagering was not the crux. It was essential to discern Titan's true intentions and see if the situation could be resolved amicably. Oscar's implication was clear. He wanted Tang San to accept the wager, which was evidently nonsensical. Kakashi understood Oscar's subtle intentions, believing that since Tang San had withstood the soul power pressure from one of the 3 soul Douluo instructors at the Tiando Royal Academy, he could certainly manage the current challenge. Observing his naivete and lack of worldly experience, Kakashi wondered what kind of soul master their adversary was, what level he held, and how he could presume Tang San could withstand it. Perhaps he had consulted a half-sage by the roadside for this insight. Chapter 123. The Wager Due to Youthful Exuberance. Tang San readily accepted Titan's wager. Kakashi did not overly oppose it, as long as Tang San revealed the Haotian hammer. Regardless of the enmity or history between the Li Ji tribe and the Haotian sect, they would dare not act recklessly. As for the wager involving servants, even with tenfold courage, Titan would not dare treat his former master as a slave. Furthermore, with Tang Hao backing Tang San, the Li Ji tribe, consisting of merely over 200 members, would not dare provoke the once mighty Haotian Douluo. Setting aside the might of Haotian Douluo, the background of the Haotian sect alone was sufficient to deter these simpletons. Should Titan disregard the consequences, Kakashi would intervene. While he might not be able to subdue Titan in an instant, rescuing Tang San would be entirely feasible. Go for it, Xiao San. Capturing a couple of servants wouldn't be bad, Oscar shouted from behind, speaking as if Titan were a mere weakling. As for the matter at hand, Tang San did not share Oscar's lighthearted demeanor. Though he had previously endured the pressure from a soul Douluo at the 33rd level and had even utilized that opportunity to open his meridians, he was acutely aware that the elder before him would exert even greater pressure, for he too was a soul Douluo. The wisdom of the previous Jilin soul Douluo was of the control type, and his soul power was not overwhelmingly oppressive, whereas Titan's family was purely strength-oriented, rendering the pressure entirely incomparable. Titan paid little heed to the conversation, as the incense had already burned considerably. He possessed immense confidence in his own strength, dismissing all so-called genius monsters in the face of his absolute power. "Begin," Kakashi commanded with a wave of his hand, promptly stepping back. If he wished to achieve the element of surprise, he could not reveal his strength before Titan. Kakashi had already discerned that the individuals in this world generally lacked intelligence, relying solely on visual perception rather than gut feelings. As a result, they often underestimated their opponents, leading to their eventual downfall, a predictable outcome. In this martial-centric nation, this was a common trait. Few individuals exercised their intellect. With the command to begin, Titan gradually summoned his soul power, allowing ample time for Tang San to prepare, aiming to ensure that Tang San would yield in defeat. How presumptuous it was for this old man to rely solely on brute strength. Tang San swiftly circulated his soul power. His opponent was a power-type soul Douluo with formidable soul power, and the oppressive force was not easily borne. The observing students could only perceive the air between Tang San and Titan distorting, creating rippling waves, yet they felt nothing. In that fleeting moment, Tang San's expression shifted dramatically, and he took a step back while immediately releasing his martial soul. If the pressure from the Jilin soul Douluo had felt like an unending flow of the Yangtze River, then the pressure from Titan was akin to a tempestuous ocean wave. The overwhelming and violent force instantaneously filled every part of Tang San's being, and he could even hear the faint cracking sounds of his bones under the strain. Kakashi, witnessing this development, felt a sense of foreboding. It seemed likely that Tang San would lose this wager. Kakashi's keen perception allowed him to grasp the situation thoroughly. Having encountered such circumstances initially, it would only become increasingly challenging for Tang San. Meanwhile, Titan's eyes revealed a hint of astonishment to secure victory in this wager. He had released approximately 60% of his pressure right from the start. In his estimation, Tang San was merely a 37th level soul master, and this alone should suffice to conclude the wager. Though Titan appeared exceedingly formidable, his thoughts were quite meticulous. From the moment he arrived, and throughout their previous discussions and the proposal of the wager, he had refrained from disclosing his own rank as a soul master. Yet he was well aware of Tang San's level of soul power. Typically, in such circumstances, the opposing party would prepare for the worst, and Titan's intelligence seemed to be limited to this understanding. After Tainuo and Tai Long returned to recount their battle with Tang San, Titan instantly recognized that Tang San was undoubtedly a prodigy among prodigies. Hence, he took it upon himself to witness firsthand the young man Tang San had become, while also hoping to recruit a future powerhouse for his declining family. Tainuo was nicknamed the King of Strength, while Titan bore the moniker of the God of Strength. His martial soul was also of pure strength type. Moreover, just as Tang San had surmised, Titan's soul power had surpassed the 86th level. Soul masters typically exhibit specialized affinities in their training, resulting in distinctions among assault, defense, control, agility, food, and support categories. Nonetheless, regardless of the type of specialization, it is challenging to achieve a singular attribute for all soul rings. To ensure that all soul rings possess the same attribute, there exists but one possibility. Every soul ring acquired must originate from the same species of soul beast. It is relatively easy to locate a 10-year-old power-type soul beast, and finding a 100-year-old soul beast of the same variety is not particularly challenging. Even a 1,000-year variant of the same type can be discovered. However, the difficulty escalates exponentially when one seeks to continuously augment their abilities with this singular type of soul beast. Moreover, adhering strictly to a singular route for soul ring augmentation carries significant drawbacks, primarily the limitation of abilities. When confronted with diverse opponents, the adaptability of such a soul master pales in comparison to that of an ordinary soul master, resulting in strength that is formidable in only one specific area. This phenomenon is particularly pronounced in the realm of Dalu. In a world of ninjas, such constraints would be trivial. The prevailing reverence for soul power, soul rings, and soul bones means that soul masters often neglect the development of unique combat styles. The extensive time required for cultivating soul power leaves little opportunity for them to explore their own distinctive methods of combat. Thus, the situation remains stagnant, with power-type soul masters being relentlessly suppressed by control-type counterparts, relying solely on soul ring skills and high-level soul power for survival. When facing opponents of equal rank, it becomes a matter of awaiting demise. Soul rings and soul bones afford considerable convenience to soul masters, but simultaneously impose numerous constraints. Nevertheless, the method of singularly augmenting soul rings possesses its own unique advantage: the maximization of that singular attribute. The Titan family exemplifies this approach, with their lineage dedicated to a singular power-type route, embodying the essence of a family of strength. Titan boasts an impressive soul power of 86, and even among title Douluo, few can match his might. For instance, the 58-level Tainuo, when considering raw strength, rivals the 76-level Zhao Wujia, showcasing the advantages inherent in a singular attribute. As a pure power-type soul master, Titan naturally emanates pressure derived from that strength, although it may appear that he does not employ his martial soul or skills, ostensibly granting Tang San some respite. The reality of confronting a pure attribute soul master is an exceedingly daunting ordeal. Under the immense pressure exerted by this power-type soul master, Tang San feels as though his body could be crushed. The blue-silver grass bursts forth from within him, enveloping his form in a protective cocoon, rhythmically pulsating. Utilizing the technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, Tang San endeavors to mitigate the damage inflicted by the pressure on his body. However, he soon realizes that, as the pressure intensifies, the effectiveness of the blue-silver grass diminishes, to the point where even generating a ripple becomes extraordinarily difficult. The incense burns slowly, and Titan and Tang San stand facing each other, engaged in a silent yet perilously intense battle. The incense has barely burned down a third, yet Tang San's garments are already drenched with sweat. Kakashi, observing Tang San's condition, notes that although he is in distress, he still manages to endure, having yet to resort to the 8 spider lances, nor has he summoned the formidable Haotian hammer, emblematic of extreme strength. However, something feels amiss in the surroundings. Kakashi casts sidelong glances, scrutinizing the area, sensing an unusual anomaly, the nature of which remains elusive. Meanwhile, 3 figures are clandestinely observing the confrontation between Titan and Tang San. Wen Ji comments on the impressive resilience of the third brother, who, despite being in his 30s, withstands such a formidable pressure of soul power. A remarkably broad-shouldered elder, whose appearance resembles that of a specter and whose body is entirely supported by skeletal structure, expresses interest to a refined middle-aged man beside him. "Old Bones, do you think the third brother will be all right?" a petite figure asks, her expression tinged with concern. "Fear not. The lad has a sturdy constitution and seems to possess some unique techniques, not fully succumbing to that elder gorilla's soul power pressure," the skeletal elder reassures. The 3 individuals are Ning Fengji, Ning Rongrong, and Douluo Gurong. In the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, it is customary for only one of the 2 titled Douluo to accompany the sect leader when they venture forth, while the other remains to oversee the sect. Previously, it was Sword Douluo Chan Xn who accompanied Ning Fengji. This time, it is Douluo Gurong. This has led to a protracted dispute between Sword Douluo and Douluo, both eager to witness the talents of the 2 prodigious youths that Ning Rongrong has spoken of. However, Douluo's expression shifts slightly. "What is it?" Ning Rongrong inquires, pondering whether something has gone awry with Tang San. "Your third brother seems rather competent, but that silver-haired masked individual appears rather peculiar," Douluo muses. Oh, I've mentioned before that Kakashi-sensei encountered a medicinal herb in his youth that bestowed him with unique energy, Ning Rongrong replies, pouting in dissatisfaction at Bondo's skepticism. Bondo turns to her with a slight smile, saying, "This energy is somewhat extraordinary. I wonder if it can be inherited." Chapter 123. The Bet Bondo returns to his serious demeanor, addressing Ning Fengji. "What do you think?" Ning Fengji smiles and replies, "Let us hear him out first." The two seasoned veterans have commenced their matchmaking, recognizing Tang San's potential while also being intrigued by Kakashi, who harbors a strange energy. The energy surrounding Kakashi does not augment his physical prowess, leading them to remain skeptical, having lived their lives entrenched in the beliefs of soul masters. They find it implausible that a mere ordinary person could achieve such speed and strength without soul power, regardless of whether that energy provides a boost. The formidable skills in jutsu described by Ning Rongrong suggest that if this energy can indeed be inherited, the marital prospects of the direct descendants of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School need not be constrained by clan regulations. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujia and a cadre of teachers, led by Xiao Wu, arrive at the academy entrance, quickly discerning the situation from the surrounding students. "Teacher Zhao, you must intervene," Xiao Wu urges anxiously. "Do not act rashly," Kakashi advises, having approached the scene. Upon seeing Titan, Zhao Wujia contemplates that he wouldn't dare make a move. After all, this old fellow is one of his enemies, with a terrifying prowess. Yet Kakashi's next remark sends a chill down his spine. Something feels distinctly off, suggesting that there may be an even more formidable presence than Titan nearby. If he were to gaze directly at Kakashi, even a titled Douluo, no matter how much they might suppress their aura, could not escape his perception unless they possessed a skill for concealment. Zhao Wujia feels a shiver run down his neck, contemplating that if there exists someone more terrifying than the Hercules Titan, it must be another titled Douluo. Due to Titan's focus on a singular attribute, he is nearly invincible at the Soul Douluo level, and finding an individual within the ranks of Soul Douluo capable of surpassing Titan is an exceedingly rare feat, however. It is impossible for a titled Douluo to conceal themselves without being detected by Titan or himself. The only entities capable of such flawless concealment and strength are likely titled Douluo. Zhao Wujia curses under his breath, lamenting his misfortune in dealing with such individuals repeatedly over the past 2 years. In less than a year, he has encountered 3 of them. He is grateful he did not act against Tang San earlier. Otherwise, he would have likely faced dire consequences had that esteemed individual intervened. In the original text, during the entrance examination at Shrek Academy, Zhao Wuji injures Tang San, and as a consequence, Tang Hao retaliates against Zhao Wuji that very night. Due to Kakashi's interference, Zhao Wuji fails to strike Tang San, resulting in Tang Hao merely issuing a warning. Zhao Wuji internally laments his misfortune, having first been warned by the Haotian Douluo, and then having had an altercation with the Douluo, and now he is faced with yet another formidable opponent. Zhao Wuji turns to Xiao Wu and declares that the wager has been made, and everything must await the conclusion of their bet, as agreements among soul masters are sacred. To intervene now would mean that Tang San could never navigate the soul master world again. He reflects on the gravity of the situation, realizing that his adversary is this elderly figure, which could spell trouble. "Isn't that Talon's grandfather?" Xiao Wu inquires, puzzled. Zhao Wuji replies gravely, "Of course. I recognize this old fellow. Initially, I was relentlessly pursued by him after accidentally injuring his clan's younger brother, which led me to join forces with Flender to establish Shrek Academy." "What? He is even more formidable than you," Xiao Wu exclaims, suddenly anxious upon hearing Zhao Wuji's words. Zhao Wuji, with a grim expression, nods in acknowledgement, explaining that this old man is exceedingly terrifying, boasting a strength exceeding level 80 and is a Soul Douluo. While he might have confidence against other Soul Douluos, he finds himself with no chance against this one, who embodies pure power, surpassing many titled Douluos on the strength route. He feels utterly powerless in the face of the oppressive force emanating from his opponent, which rivals that of a titled Douluo, and believes that without a soul power level of 60, it is nearly impossible to withstand. "What should we do?" Xiao Wu's face flushes with urgency. Suddenly, she devises a plan. Kakashi, you must think of a way to save him. Kakashi, taken aback, thinks to himself about her sudden reliance on him, as she typically maintains a different demeanor. He chuckles wryly. I'm not omnipotent. This is an extremely power-oriented type, which is quite challenging to deal with. Xiao Wu, displaying her stubborn nature, shouts, I don't care. You must bring my brother back, even if it costs you your life. Kakashi coughs, finding her directness overwhelming. All right, let's assess the situation first. We should avoid making any rash moves for now. In the shadows, Douluo smiles with satisfaction, noticing the silver-haired youth's perceptiveness. He muses that the efficacy of the herb must be significant. This old man seems to attribute everything to chakra, as if anyone consuming that fictional herb could wield power akin to Kakashi. With a smirk, Douluo turns to Ning Rongrong and asks, Rongrong, which one do you prefer? If this ability can be inherited, I would highly recommend this young man. Bone Grandpa, if you continue, I will ignore you, Ning Rongrong retorts shyly, turning away as such topics could be a bit awkward for a girl. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji remains silent, secretly preferring Kakashi. Setting aside the potential benefits of Tang San and Kakashi, he recognizes Kakashi's reliability in terms of strength compared to the currently weaker Tang San. Ning Fengji, a man of great wisdom, perceives Kakashi as a significantly developed genius, superior to Tang San, who still has a long way to go. Throughout history, many geniuses have emerged, some of whom are likely to become titled Douluos. However, the distinction between potential and realization is profound. The elimination of talent has always been a reality. Like Ning Fengji himself, should a genius oppose him, he would not hesitate to eliminate the threat. Tang San remains vulnerable, and it would be easy to extinguish him now. However, a mature genius presents a different scenario. One must first determine if they can be defeated, as typical soul emperors and soul saints cannot contend with Kakashi. For a soul Douluo to intervene would be highly unlikely, as attaining such mastery requires immense dedication, and they would avoid unnecessary risks. Mature geniuses possess a unique characteristic, their trump cards, which are capable of ensuring mutual destruction with their foes. There are many forms of survival trump cards, with the most reliable being techniques that can inflict equal damage on a vastly stronger opponent. Historically, those who have grown into geniuses have often faced adversaries who either perished or were gravely injured in the clash. However, in recent times, few dare to eliminate a mature genius. Over a decade ago, there were instances such as the Spirit Hall's pursuit of Tang Hao, resulting in the demise of 2 titled Douluos and severe injuries to one. With torn garments, the 8 spider lances, emanating a chilling glow, extend from Tang San's back, with 4 lances piercing the ground to support his frame. The upper 4 lances sway slightly, their red and white radiance becoming increasingly brilliant. The Xiantian Gong is completely suppressed within Tang San, and under such pressure, he discovers that the hidden effects of the Bajiao Xuanbing Tsao and Liehua Xingjiaoshu are rapidly merging, enhancing his physical resilience. The Titan, growing impatient, perceives a clue upon seeing the emergence of the 8 spider lances. With their manifestation, Tang San's ability to resist pressure has evidently strengthened. Could it be that these are soul bones, specifically an external soul bone beyond the standard 6? Driven by excitement, the Titan resolves to recruit this young man. Realizing that if these truly are external soul bones, it explains why his son, with a soul power of 58, will be bested by Tang San. This youth's future is limitless. The Titan intensifies his efforts, aiming to conclude the wager swiftly as he envisions Tang San's potential achievements, believing that winning the bet would bring glory to his clan. With that thought, the Titan escalates the pressure he exerts on Tang San from 70 to 90%. The once orderly distorted air becomes frantic, with water-like ripples surging toward Tang San's form like a tidal wave. Kakashi steps forward, preparing to intervene, but hesitates at the uncertainty of the hidden title Douluo's stance. In that moment, Tang San harnesses the power of his Ziji Matong, unleashing 2 beams of golden-purple light that strike directly at the Titan's eyes. This is a mental attack, an extension of Tang San's Ziji Matong in this world. The Titan is momentarily taken aback, suffering a mental shock, but his formidable strength allows him to recover almost instantly, leaving Tang San with only a brief respite. In an unexpected turn, the Titan feels as though his brain has been pricked by a needle, experiencing a wave of dizziness and intense pain in his eyes. Had it not been for the outward pressure he exerted, distorting the air and refracting Tang San's gaze, the situation could have been far worse. Spitting blood, Tang San's complexion turns pale, and he sways precariously, on the verge of collapse at any moment. At that moment, he distinctly felt a cracking sound emanating from the Diyang Wei Mai within his body's extraordinary meridians. The surging power of Xian Tiangong had pried open a fissure in this meridian, although it was not completely connected, as the saying goes. A 1,000-mile dam can be breached by an ant-hole. With this crack, the breakthrough was not far off. However, Tang San found no joy in this development. With 1/5 of the incense stick still burning, he was utterly exhausted and incapable of launching another attack with the ZGMO Tong's mental shock, let alone sustain his body with his inner strength. Even if Titan were to apply a third of his previous pressure, defeat was inevitable for him. Was he truly destined to become a servant in someone else's family? Tang San understood that this was not mere carelessness, but rather an absolute disparity in strength. Kakashi had been puzzled since earlier, wondering if Tang San had fallen under some spell. There was no real concern about accepting the wager. If he declined, Titan would not storm into the academy to cause havoc. Given the vast difference in their strengths, refusing the wager would not invite criticism. And no one could call it cowardice to avoid confrontation with an over 80-level Soul Douluo. Unless he was bewitched, there seemed no other explanation. A sense of humiliation compelled Tang San to summon his spirit. He straightened his posture, resolute in his decision to endure until the final moment. As long as he remained standing, the duel was not over. In truth, it should never have begun. Meanwhile, Titan had regained his composure. The power of a Soul Douluo was no trifling matter. He was astonished, contemplating how Tang San, at only over 30 levels, could unleash a mental force typically wielded by high-level soul masters. You must persevere, for doing so may inflict irreparable harm on your body, Titan warned solemnly. He had no desire to ruin a genius. He recognized Tang San's physical condition all too well. At that moment, Zhao Wuji's urgent voice rang out, "Little San, concede. Do not ruin your future. Everything else can be negotiated." "No," Tang San replied with that simple word, yet blood flowed uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. "Please continue." His words were few, but at that moment, all the faculty and students observing from the academy were deeply moved. What kind of tenacity and pride could sustain such a declaration? What tenacity and pride, some might argue. It was sheer folly to have accepted the wager in the first place. If he merely wished to save face, he could have uttered a few harsh words, claiming he would avenge himself in 10 years, which would not invite disdain, but rather admiration for his wisdom in waiting until he grew stronger. Kakashi knew that negotiations had collapsed. This child could not remain, for if one day he returned to seek retribution from the Lee family, it would spell disaster for them. With that thought, Titan's gaze sharpened, and the air around him began to ripple once more. Kakashi, watching from the sidelines, sensed a shift and thought. Has he made up his mind? With matters reaching this point, there was no need for further concealment. Kakashi shouted, "Little San, use the other one. Do not forget what your father told you." Even without Kakashi's urging, Tang San was already prepared to wield the Haotian hammer. If he did not do so now, his life might very well end here, as that formidable opponent would not hold back. The Lanin Chao withdrew entirely, slow yet resolute. As Tang San gradually raised his left hand, finger splayed, he did not glance at Titan. All his focus was on his left hand, silently contemplating whether he could withstand this final stretch. "Tang Hao, always use your left hand as hammer to protect your right hand as grass." This statement held multiple interpretations, contingent upon the circumstances. A dense black light surged from his palm, gradually taking shape. A small black hammer silently materialized in Tang San's grasp, modest in size, yet adorned with intricate and somber patterns. Upon its appearance, Tang San felt a resurgence of strength. An aura of density enveloped him. Titan's body trembled violently, and the pressure that had surged toward Tang San instantly diminished. Tang San swayed slightly, shielding the hammer protectively against his chest, steadfastly resisting the diminished force, his resolute gaze shining with indomitable spirit. This astonished not only Titan, but also caused Tanaw beside him to widen his eyes in surprise. It seemed there was no anger in Titan's demeanor. He was not an enemy. Kakashi felt relieved. This development was quite favorable. At that moment, 7 radiant streams of light cascaded from the heavens, enveloping Tang San like a vibrant rainbow. In an instant, Tang San's entire being trembled violently. His skin regained its luster, and with a soft groan, he slowly closed his eyes. Kakashi gasped, realizing that someone was intervening from the shadows. The light appeared to be from the 7 treasures' glazed pagoda. Those 7 beams evoked an unsettling feeling, likely one of the 2 titled Douluo guardians of the 7 treasures' glazed sect. Kakashi recalled this vital information clearly. Simultaneously, a deep, resonant voice echoed from all directions. "Old gorilla, what skill is it to bully a child? Long time no see. Let's have a friendly contest." Amidst the flickering shadows, 3 figures had unexpectedly appeared, unseen by anyone except Kakashi, who could only discern 3 silhouettes darting forth. His ordinary eyesight paled in comparison to the power of the Sharingan. Standing at the center was an elderly man, grasping the arms of 2 individuals beside him. To his left stood an exquisitely beautiful girl, appearing around 14 or 15 years old, who immediately dashed toward Tang San upon landing. To his right was an elegant middle-aged man, currently cradling a dazzling treasure tower, radiating a spectrum of colors in his palm. The 7-colored light enveloping Tang San was directly linked to the tower in the middle-aged man's grasp. Upon witnessing these 3 figures, Titan's pupils constricted. Although he was known for his fearless nature, he could not help but temper his demeanor in the presence of these 3. "I see. Is the Douluo and Sect Master Ning. I pay my respects." The visitors were none other than Ning Fengji, Ning Rongrong, and Douluo Gu Rong, who had been observing from shadows. Bondo boldly approached Titan. "Old gorilla, for the sake of brotherhood, let us call off this wager. Our sect master has taken a liking to this young man, so do not compete with us." With the backing of formidable strength, Gu Rong did not need to beat around the bush. He directly conveyed the intentions of the 7 treasures' glazed sect to Titan. Although Titan's family, the Leaf family, was not insignificant, it paled in comparison to the 7 great sects. In terms of strength, Douluo was entirely confident in suppressing him. In the realm of soul masters, strength spoke volumes. Violating the terms of the wager certainly contravened the rules of the game. But what could one say if the violator was the very one who established the rules? Understanding Titan's disposition, Gu Rong knew that this fearless old man would not easily back down, even against the 7 treasures' glazed sect. With his fiery temperament, he would surely insist on a fight. To Gu Rong's astonishment, Titan laughed upon hearing his words. Despite the peculiar appearance of a smile on his rugged face, Gu Rong was certain that Titan's laughter was laced with irony. "Old gorilla, what are you laughing at?" Gu Rong felt a twinge of unease, for the smile clearly harbored malicious intent. Titan snorted and replied, "Did you not ask me to give you face? Very well, I have granted you this favor. This wager ends here. Neither of us has won." Gu Rong was momentarily taken aback. Such a gesture of goodwill was uncharacteristic of the old gorilla. A growing sense of wrongness enveloped him, for Titan's behavior was decidedly abnormal. In Chapter 125, Alliances, Titan's unexpected withdrawal raised Gu Rong's suspicions, insinuating that there was more to this than met the eye. In the next moment, Titan provided him with an answer. "Old Bones, perhaps you should observe what he is holding before you speak further. How could someone of your rank, a titled Douluo, lack such basic insight?" It was then that Gu Rong's gaze fell upon Tang San, following Titan's indication, and he beheld the black hammer clutched in Tang San's left hand. Instantly, his expression shifted. He realized that it was Wu Tian. Titan, with a grin that barely masked his malice, remarked, "Now you understand. I have stirred up the Dragon King's temple. You are likely to find yourselves in a predicament, haha. As he laughed heartily, he strode confidently toward Tang San. Kakashi, observing the scene, felt a sense of relief wash over him. It seemed that all was well, yet he noted the earlier conversation between Titan and Gu Rong. Casting a sidelong glance at Ning Fengji, clad in white, he mused, is he attempting to recruit Xiao Sandu to those hidden weapons? Meanwhile, Gu Rong approached Ning Fengji and began to speak, but Ning Fengji interrupted, nodding in acknowledgement. I see now. No wonder he is so remarkable. I did not realize he was connected to Wu Tian, whose surname is Tang. I should have anticipated this. The seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda continued to radiate light, enveloping Tang San's form as if a gentle ripple of energy flowed into him. Gu Rong, not overly anxious, pondered aloud, this may not be a bad thing. The top three sects are interconnected. Tang San will not become our adversary. We can now exert our utmost efforts to win over that silver-haired oddity. At this moment, Tang San felt as though he had transitioned from the depths of hell to the heights of heaven. A warm, soothing energy infused his body, restoring his strength, agility, vitality, and other indescribable aspects at an astonishing rate. The emptiness he previously felt and the immense pressure that had caused his injuries gradually dissipated in this gentle embrace. Even his Xian Tiangong seemed to flourish under its nurturing, circulating powerfully as the fractures in his yang meridian expanded under its vigorous influence. Immersed in the vibrant aura, Tang San was oblivious to the identity of his benefactor, feeling rejuvenated and even stronger. The once faded blue-silver grass regained its luster, and the red and white glows of the 8 spider lances sparkled brilliantly. Even the black hammer in his left hand shimmered with a flickering light. The reputation of the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda as the premier auxiliary spirit was no hollow claim. As the sect leader, Ning Fengji wielded this symbol of their sect's prowess with remarkable skill. Kakashi, observing solemnly, contemplated the situation. Third brother, how are you? Ning Rongrong asked with concern. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar had already rushed to Tang San's side. Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun squeezed through the crowd to encircle Tang San. I'm fine now, Tang San replied, casting his gaze toward the source of the radiant light, meeting Ning Fengji's eyes. Ning Fengji smiled, lowering the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda, causing the wondrous spirit to vanish along with his hand. Is it really you? Tang San exclaimed in surprise. Ning Fengji smiled slightly, affirming, indeed, it is you. It seems we are destined to meet. Ning Rongrong blinked her big eyes and asked, Father, do you know each other? During Kakashi's seclusion, after Tang San defeated Talon, he and Xiao Wu coincidentally entered the Tiando auction house, where they encountered the hidden weapon hiding sand. Ning Fengji, finding them intriguing, purchased it for them. Initially, he thought little of it, assuming the young man had merely chanced upon the weapon. However, upon returning to the sect and meeting Ning Rongrong, he learned everything and sought to recruit such a talented individual into the sect, which led him to this place. Upon seeing the Haotian hammer, he realized his plans had faltered and began contemplating how to win over Kakashi. Tang San hurriedly stepped forward, bowing to Ning Fengji. Greetings, sect leader Ning. Ning Fengji smiled gently, raising his hand to gesture for Tang San to rise. Since you are Rongrong's friend and she calls you third brother, you may address me as Uncle Ning. I would prefer it that way. With this declaration, Ning Fengji openly extended his goodwill, knowing that his status commanded respect throughout Douluo Continent, even intimidating princes from powerful empires like Xueshing. The seven-treasure glazed tile sect was not only formidable, boasting dual Douluos, but also held the highest financial standing among the 7 sections. For most soul masters, receiving recognition from sect leader Ning Fengji was a momentous occasion. Tang San's demeanor remained unchanged despite learning of Ning Fengji's identity, and he bowed once more. Greetings, Uncle Ning. Ning Fengji laughed heartily, saying, Excellent. We will discuss matters further shortly. For now, let us handle the situation at hand. Tang San's expression grew serious from the perspective of their wager. While he had not fallen, he understood that he could hardly withstand Titan's next onslaught before the incense burned out. Slowly shifting his gaze, Tang San met Titan's eyes, who also regarded him intently. Titan, accompanied by his son and grandson, approached Tang San, his face revealing excitement. I apologize, Senior. Our wager has been interrupted, but we can have another go. The opening of the Yang Meridian had enhanced Tang San's resilience. As long as he did not truly collapse before his opponent, he would never easily concede defeat. To Tang San's surprise, Titan gazed at him intently and inquired, "You are Tang San. What is your father's name? Is it Tang Hao?" Following this, it was time for the recognition of master and servant. Titan knelt before Tang San in public, acknowledging him as the young master. The shocking revelation left Tang San stunned, struggling to process the information, and the surrounding onlookers were equally taken aback. Clearing his throat, Ning Fengji interjected, "Perhaps we should find a quieter place for you to discuss your master-servant relationship. As the saying goes, those involved may be perplexed, while onlookers remain clear-headed." It was Ning Fengji who broke the awkward silence. Tang San then realized the gravity of the situation and quickly added, "Indeed, Senior, please rise. We should find a serene location to discuss these matters." In this moment, the skeletal figure known as God Tang Douluo approached Kakashi, attempting to establish a rapport. "Young lad, I perceive your extraordinary bone structure and commanding presence. You are destined to soar to great heights one day. However, at present, you are rather weak." "No matter." Kakashi interrupted directly, finding God Tang Douluo's flattery rather unbearable. "Whether my bone structure is extraordinary, I cannot ascertain, but I'm certain your bones must be quite refined. Otherwise, how could they support such a physique? As for your claim of my commanding presence, I must commend your eyesight. I perpetually appear lethargic. With my right eye only half open. If you can discern my commanding presence, I truly admire your perception. Whether I soar to great heights in the future is my concern. We are not well acquainted, so what is your intent?" Clearing his throat, God Tang Douluo Gurong, undeterred by the interruption, continued, "Young man, would you be interested in joining the Chi Bao Liuli sect?" Kakashi understood this was an advertisement, a last resort since Tang San had become unapproachable. It would be easier to lure a free agent like himself, who had no affiliations. "I currently prefer not to be bound by any obligations, perhaps in a few years. After I have indulged sufficiently, I shall reconsider." Kakashi politely declined, employing a strategy of delay. Chapter 126. The kill intent. Tang San reunited with Titan and his master, a matter that did not pique Kakashi's interest. With no pressing concerns, he returned to his dormitory to continue his seclusion. He had little desire to engage with Ning Fengji and his associates. Although he knew how to navigate dealings with such merchant-like individuals, he believed it wiser to avoid unnecessary entanglements. A series of knocks echoed, accompanied by Oscar's voice calling out, "Kakashi, Kakashi, are you there?" Kakashi, puzzled, wondered why Oscar would come alone, especially now that Tang San was embroiled in trouble. No, that cannot be right. Oscar's arrival must signify something else. A sudden realization struck Kakashi as he opened the door to find only Oscar waiting outside. "What brings you here?" he inquired, his curiosity piqued. It must be concerning Ning Rongrong, Kakashi thought. Having just met her family, he must be feeling a bit restless and seeks my counsel. Oscar seemed hesitant, fidgeting as if reluctant to speak. Under normal circumstances, Kakashi would have shut the door promptly, urging Oscar to get to the point. However, his interest was now piqued. As Oscar struggled to articulate his thoughts, Kakashi had already deduced his intent and was formulating a counter-strategy. "Well, if you do not speak soon, I shall close the door," Kakashi warned. Wait, Oscar exclaimed, taking a deep breath, preparing to express his purpose. Actually, what I wanted to say was Kakashi cut him off. "If this pertains to pursuing Rongrong, I suggest you refrain from discussing it." Caught off guard, Oscar felt a bit choked by this unexpected interruption. He pondered. "If you are aware, why did you not mention it sooner?" "I had been mentally preparing myself for this conversation." "My apologies," Kakashi said with a hint of sincerity, scratching his head. His visible right eye and tone conveyed genuine regret. "If this is about pursuing Rongrong, I recommend you refrain from discussing it." This statement left Oscar feeling deflated, as it implied either a reluctance to assist or that Kakashi was incapable of helping. However, Oscar dismissed the latter possibility, having always perceived Kakashi as formidable, shrewd, and undefeated, an embodiment of invincibility. Kakashi began, but Oscar leaned closer, eager to listen. Truth be told, I am quite uncertain about interacting with girls in such matters, Kakashi ultimately confessed. Oscar's face lit up as if he had discovered a new continent. No way. How can it be that Kakashi does not understand this? He exclaimed, his voice rising in disbelief. Kakashi swiftly covered Oscar's mouth, imploring, please, just knowing is sufficient. There is no need for such theatrics. Despite his indifferent right, I betraying no significant reaction. Covering Oscar's mouth seemed inconsequential to Kakashi, evident from his expression and the lack of force in his grip. Oscar struggled vigorously, prompting Kakashi to reluctantly release him. Coughing and gasping for air, Oscar found it difficult to breathe after the abrupt interruption. Well, if there is nothing else, I shall close the door, Kakashi said, not waiting for a reply before decisively shutting the door. Go on, speak with her. Hey, Kakashi, I have not finished. Even if there is no specific method, at least help me brainstorm. Do not leave me in the dark. Ignoring Oscar's pleas outside, Kakashi departed through the window of his single dormitory, making his way to the conference room in search of Ning Rongrong. At that moment, in a conference room at Shrek Academy, the conversation between Ning Fengji and Tang San was reaching its conclusion. If Uncle Ning finds this price unreasonable, you may lower it. The previous price was proposed by you, and I have no objections. Ning Fengji first suggested directly purchasing the method for Tang San's hidden weapon creation as a test. Having been informed by Ning Rongrong beforehand that Tang San's intellect surpassed that of his peers. After some testing, he aimed to procure maximum benefit with minimal cost to the Qi Bao Liuli sect, such as acquiring the legendary Chiluo Jingxiang, which could evolve the Qi Bao Liuli Tower into the 9-treasure Liuli Tower. However, such treasures were exceedingly rare, and the scheme ultimately faltered. Ning Fengji had intended to express his sincerity with a substantial monetary offer, mentioning figures like 1 million or 2 million, aiming to unsettle Tang San's resolve and extract maximum benefit. Despite his efforts, Tang San remained unmoved, steadfastly refusing to divulge any information that might reveal the secrets of his weapon crafting. Ning Fengji smiled faintly, stating, there is no need to lower the price. We shall proceed as previously discussed. While I do not claim to speak with the authority of a golden tongue, the Qi Bao Liuli sect does maintain its credibility. Tang San nodded in agreement. Then it is settled, Uncle Ning. Thank you for your assistance earlier. If there are no further matters, I wish to return and rest. Regarding the hidden weapons, please ensure that each set of 100 components is delivered here for my assembly. The consumables for the various weapons will need to be crafted by you. Ning Fengji did not detain Tang San any longer, personally escorting him out of the conference room while discreetly placing a golden card in his hand. Ning Fengji did not disclose the amount involved, merely informing Tang San that this served as a deposit, with the remaining balance to be settled upon the completion of the assembly of the hidden weapons. As Tang San exited, Gu Rong could not suppress his furrowed brow, exclaiming, Fengji, how could you agree to this? Although our Qi Bao Glaze sect is affluent, this expenditure seems excessive. Ning Fengji, lightly tapping the blueprint in his hands, smiled and replied, Uncle Gu, there is no need for concern. Tang San has provided an extraordinarily detailed blueprint, specifying not only the materials required, but also the casting methods for each component, all organized systematically according to the nature of the hidden weapons. Our Qi Bao Glaze sect is not lacking in skilled artisans. Surely we can assemble them. In my estimation, 5 million gold soul coins for this complete set of blueprints is quite reasonable. Moreover, even without these designs, do you truly believe 5 million gold coins could procure a single Chiluo Jingxiang, a divine-grade herb? Upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, Gu Rong's expression softened, murmuring, if viewed in this light, it does not seem like a loss. Dad, Grandpa Gu, why you seem to be calculating against my elder brother? This remark echoed the thoughts of Ning Rongrong from the original text after listening to Bon Douluo, though she clearly refrained from voicing it now. Presently, Ning Rongrong was being guided by Kakashi towards the path of a competent sect leader. She was no longer the innocent and charming girl, but rather a true heir to her sect. Furrowing her brows slightly, she pondered and spoke. "Dad, something feels amiss. My brother would never give us the chance to explore the methods of forging hidden weapons. I know him too well." However, Ning Fengji dismissed her concerns nonchalantly, saying, Rongrong, you underestimate our Qibao glazed sect. Our immense wealth did not come from mere fortune. Our enterprises span various industries, including smithing. I assure you, this business transaction will not endure for long." Seeing that Ning Fengji was unconcerned, Ning Rongrong chose not to pursue the matter further, recognizing that additional discussion would be futile, especially as Ning Fengji reveled in this advantageous deal. "All right, Rongrong, you should continue your training. Your grandfather Gu and I have some matters to discuss." Ning Rongrong exited the conference room, yet her heart was laden with worry. She was no longer the naive little girl. She had thought of many implications. The blueprints her brother possessed would undoubtedly serve little purpose, and her father might soon realize he had been deceived. Nevertheless, she hoped he would remain composed, especially considering her brother's ties to Haotian Sect. Upon leaving the building housing the conference room, Ning Rongrong made her way towards Tang San's dormitory, assuming that the other members of the Seven Monsters would be there. However, after walking only a few steps, she noticed a silver-haired man wearing a mask standing by the roadside. He approached her and softly spoke a few words. After hearing him, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but feel moved. The news he delivered was indeed disheartening. "Prepare yourself. Consider this a challenge for you, though its difficulty may be somewhat high," the masked silver-haired man stated before turning to leave. This was Kakashi, the exclusive instructor of the Shrek's Seven Monsters, as well as Ning Rongrong's mentor in sect ideals and her guide on the path of leadership. Meanwhile, in the conference room where Tang San had conversed with Ning Fengji, Gu Rong and Ning Fengji had begun discussing the grand affairs of the future. Gu Rong felt a sense of trepidation regarding Tang San's potential, concern for the Qibao glazed sect's future. He harbored thoughts of eliminating Tang San to prevent the sect from perpetually being overshadowed by the Haotian sect. However, Ning Fengji firmly rejected this notion. "No, Uncle Gu. Such discussions should cease. Although the Haotian sect has consistently held dominance over our Qibao glazed sect, the three upper sects have always stood united. From any perspective, we cannot harm this child. While I cannot predict how far he may go in the future, considering his twin martial spirits, perhaps in years to come, he may become a figure akin to a pope. Though we cannot draw him into our sect, we must do everything possible to befriend him." Ning Fengji's tone was resolute, leaving no room for dissent. Gu Rong, perplexed, inquired, "Why allow such a threat to grow unchecked? If he becomes a title Douluo decades from now, the Haotian sect will boast 3 titled Douluos, and we may find ourselves perpetually beneath them." In truth, Ning Fengji had already devised a plan. Although the Haotian sect was renowned, its reputation had remained unshaken for over a decade, yet harbored significant internal risks. The Haotian sect had forged a bitter enmity with the Spirit Hall. Should they attempt a resurgence, they would first face the onslaught of the Spirit Hall. Without absolute confidence, the Haotian sect would not easily emerge. Imagining the Haotian sect's revival as a long-term endeavor, decades would pass, and a new generation would succeed the old, rendering the Haotian sect's name less impactful. Everything would have to start anew. Moreover, the Haotian sect had abruptly closed its doors without warning, leading to the immediate targeting of its subordinate soul master families by the Spirit Hall. The 4 major families suffered substantial losses, nearly facing extermination, while other allied soul masters promptly allied with the Spirit Hall. Given this history, the Haotian sect had cast aside these subordinates without regard, losing the trust of other soul masters. It was ludicrous. If the Haotian sect disregarded other soul masters, who would seek their favor? Such behavior was utterly foolish. Even if the Haotian sect regained sufficient strength and rose again, it likely wouldn't last long. Any halt in their momentum would spell disaster. Ning Fengji contemplated whether, in the future, if handled adeptly, the downfall of the Haotian sect could allow the assimilation of some of its members, drawing in the Haotian hammer martial spirit. Gu Rong, lacking comprehension of these matters, referred to some notion of protecting the sect, which was merely a brute force approach, lacking in strategic thinking. Suddenly, he recalled another matter. Fengji, since Tang San cannot be touched, what about that Kakashi? Gu Rong thought back to his previous enthusiastic attempt to engage with Kakashi, only to be dismissed with a few vague words. Although Gu Rong had not formulated a clear approach to converse with Kakashi at the time, he found it puzzling that Kakashi had refused to join the Qibao Glaze sect, especially given the sect's esteemed reputation. Gu Rong, accustomed to remaining within the confines of the Qibao Glaze sect, primarily engaged in idle chatter with Jian Douluo Chunshin, sparring occasionally, but lacking in social finesse. However, he mused that while Tang San was understandable, considering his backing from the Haotian sect, it was perplexing that a common disciple like himself would reject an invitation from a titled Douluo sect leader. There is something peculiar about this Hatake Kakashi. When I attempted to make contact, I noticed during our physical interaction that his physical strength is far beyond what one would expect from a soul master of level 30. Ning Fengji pondered, recognizing that a civilian soul master possessing extraordinary skills was worth recruiting. Indeed, his physical prowess, as Rong mentioned, is a result of extensive training. Yet we cannot dismiss the possibility of energy derived from the herbs he has consumed, Ning Fengji mused, stroking his chin. Recalling the earlier interaction between Bon Douluo and Kakashi, he felt a sense of unease. The Qibao Glaze sect's wealth was unparalleled, and the benefits afforded to joining soul masters were exceptional, allowing them to live comfortably, a standard of living that was nearly impossible to find elsewhere. Gu Shu, are you implying that he declined our invitation? Perhaps intending to seek guidance from Wu Han Dian Ning Fengji? Gu Rong nodded, affirmatively stating that our Qibao Liuli zone possesses immense wealth, and every soul master who joins us is afforded splendid treatment. It is perplexing that this young man would forego such an opportunity. Perhaps he believes he has a more advantageous choice than joining Qibao Liuli zone. Outside of Wu Han Dian, there exists no other option. To speak candidly, Wu Han Dian has established itself as the preeminent force, with most titled Douluo aligning themselves with it, for it represents the pinnacle of aspiration for soul masters. Ning Fengji, while reluctant to provoke Wu Han Dian, also does not wish to witness its continual ascendance, especially if Kakashi truly has the potential to become a titled Douluo. By that time, it is likely that Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo will be nearing the end of their days. Currently, Gu Douluo Gu Rong seeks to eliminate obstacles in advance, and Ning Fengji finds himself in reluctant agreement. However, he also considers the relationship between Ning Rong and Kakashi, contemplating that Kakashi's willingness to guide Ning Rong towards the path of leadership indeed alleviates much of his burden, simultaneously signaling a certain stance. Though they are not far apart in age, it leaves Ning Fengji somewhat bewildered. While it may be acceptable for one to acknowledge an elder brother, fostering affection over time, the current mentor-student dynamic complicates matters. Should he attempt to facilitate this connection, it could lead to chaos, and the rumors that would ensue could be detrimental. Therefore, he resolves to deliberate on this matter further and observe for a while. Ning Fengji employs a strategy of patience. Gu Douluo grows anxious, exclaiming that this situation cannot be delayed. Did you not hear Rong mention that this young man's speed now rivals that of Fei Land, the Flying Soul Master? If we wait any longer, opportunities may slip away. Moreover, it is said that Douluo, the old poison master, seems to be at a loss in dealing with this young man, resorting to utilizing his 8th soul skill in desperation. Gu Rong, impatient, recalls the difficulties faced by the Shrek 7 in the Tian Do Royal Academy at the hands of Douluo, asserting that he has already entertained thoughts of killing. And we cannot afford to have a formidable enemy in Qibao Liuli zone. Leave it to me. I assure you it will be done without a trace, Gu Rong vows, determined to eliminate Fei Land as easily as one would slaughter a dog. No, Ning Fengji firmly declines. Why not? After a moment of calm contemplation, Ning Fengji replies, Gu Shu, the timing is not yet right. Let's not forget that he is currently guiding Rong on her path to leadership, which is tantamount to assisting us. Furthermore, he serves as her mentor, and he may indeed be of help to us in the future. Then why did he refuse our invitation? This question eludes me as well, which is precisely why we must observe further. Ning Fengji massages his temples, finding the situation quite peculiar. The astute mind he is known for now feels muddled. Chapter 127. The death of Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong walks alone within the academy, her pace unhurried as she heads towards Tang San's dormitory. Given the magnitude of the upheaval he has encountered, he surely seeks solitude, and his dormitory is the perfect refuge. At this moment, her heart is anything but tranquil. Kakashi had just approached her, revealing that Oscar can no longer contain himself and may soon confess his feelings, causing a tumult within her heart. Previously, Ning Rongrong was merely an 11 or 12-year-old girl. Despite her lineage from the illustrious Qibao Liu Zong, her intellect was sharp, yet her emotional maturity was lacking. Upon her arrival at Shrek Academy, she was first awakened to the importance of companionship by Kakashi, followed by the attentive care she received from Oscar. Despite her noble background and exceptional talent, during her youthful years, Oscar's devotion inevitably stirred her feelings. However, later on, she was guided by Kakashi towards the path of a competent sect leader, resolving to set aside personal emotions in preparation for succeeding her father. Therefore, when Ning Fengji discussed schemes regarding Tang San and her presence with Gurong, Ning Rongrong harbored no resentment. Rather, she could appreciate Ning Fengji's dedication to the sect. Ning Rongrong even foresaw that Kakashi and Tang San might consider her a pawn, used to sway one of them in the future. Coming from Qibao Liu Zong, such precedents were not uncommon, as during her childhood, she often pestered the sect elders for stories, having heard many secrets of the sect's history. The elders recognized Ning Rongrong's intelligence and remarkable cultivation talent, coupled with the affection bestowed upon her by Ning Fengji and the two protective Douluo, leading to a high probability of her succeeding as sect leader. In hopes of maturing her expeditiously, they instilled sect principles in her at a young age. Regarding Oscar, it would be disingenuous to claim that she felt no emotional stirrings. Oscar had always treated her with great care, and, as a blossoming young woman, her heart fluttered at his attention, especially given his handsome visage and captivating eyes. Had Kakashi not intervened, Ning Rongrong felt that her previous self would have undoubtedly been swayed. Due to her pace, when Ning Rongrong arrived at Tang San's dormitory, the other 5 members of the Shrek 7 had already emerged. Tang San needed time for contemplation. Xiao Wu, filled with concern, returned to her room. Zhu Zhuqing habitually retreated to cultivate, and Fatty, under Oscar's subtle hints, also departed, leaving only Oscar by Ning Rongrong's side. Ning Rongrong understood that what lay ahead was her trial. In the shadows, a figure observed everything. A red appeared on the figure's head, fixating on the lips of Oscar and Ning Rongrong, intent on reading their conversation. With silver hair and a black mask obscuring his face, the forehead protector was pushed up, revealing a crimson Sharingan that imbued Kakashi's previously languid demeanor with a fierce intensity. He scrutinized their lips, deciphering the words of their ongoing dialogue. Rongrong, I didn't expect you to return so soon. What are you planning to do? Oscar inquired with a smile. Ning Rongrong shook her head, a gesture meant to mask her inner turmoil. She increasingly felt the weight of Oscar's influence upon her, realizing that if she did not extricate herself from the state swiftly, she could not fathom how she might change in the future. I'm not sure. I want to cultivate, yet I can't seem to settle my mind. Father expelled me, and I'm uncertain of what he and Gu Leoi are discussing. Perhaps they still need to confer with Teacher Zhao. Is it so wrong for me to return quickly? Oscar replied without hesitation, of course it's fine. You have no idea. When you left, I feared your father wouldn't allow you to return at all. What? Ning Rongrong paused, her expression calm as she regarded Oscar, seemingly unperturbed by the matter. Oscar, having mustered courage prior to her return, found himself at a loss for words as he gazed at her youthful face, inexplicably losing his nerve. Simultaneously, whether it was merely an illusion, it seemed to him that a glimmer of wisdom flickered in Ning Rongrong's eyes, starkly contrasting with her previous angelic demeanor. Yet at that moment, he was too anxious to dwell on such thoughts. What is the matter? Ning Rongrong smiletsvetli. her unadorned visage radiating charm, her smile captivating. At this juncture, she felt that displaying a variety of expressions could help ensure her genuine emotions would not betray her countenance, thus preventing Oscar from discerning any hidden truths. Oscar found himself momentarily entranced, gazing at Ning Rongrong's captivating smile, as an overwhelming surge of resolve surged within him, compelling him to confess his feelings for her without hesitation. Rongrong, could you possibly provide me with an answer? The expression on Ning Rongrong's face shifted, a tremor of uncertainty rippling through her, for at that moment, she felt as if an arrow was nocked and ready to be released. Yes, grant me an answer. If it is a negative one, I shall resign myself to despair. When we spend our days together, I remain blissfully unaware of my feelings. Yet now that you have departed, even for a mere day, I find myself in a state of restless agony, consumed by thoughts of you. Should there come a day when you truly leave my side, I fear I would be unrecognizable. It is often said that enduring prolonged pain is worse than facing a swift sorrow. If you harbor no feelings for me, I implore you to reject me now. Extinguishing this yearning may bring me temporary anguish, yet it is infinitely preferable to a lifetime of torment. Oscar spoke with unwavering conviction, his heart bolstered by Ning Rongrong's enchanting smile. Ning Rongrong did not respond immediately. She turned her back to him, her eyes shimmering with a clever glint. Releasing a soft sigh, "Xiaoao, do you understand?" For reasons unknown, her voice took on a haunting quality, tinged with desolation. "What do you mean?" Oscar asked, confusion clouding his features, unprepared for her unexpected proclamation. "Since my childhood, the elders of my clan have regaled me with tales of the daughters of previous clan leaders. Much like myself, with her back turned to Oscar, she presented a figure that seemed both distant and unattainable. "What did they say?" he inquired, struggling to comprehend the weight of her words. At that moment, Ning Rongrong's noble demeanor radiated, making Oscar's every movement feel laborious. The last clan leader had 2 daughters, my aunts, who married the current heads of 2 affiliated families within our Qibao Liuli clan, binding nearly 300 soul masters to our cause. My grandfather's 2 sisters and 1 younger sister were once united with a soul king and 2 soul emperors, and now they occupy high-ranking positions within our sect as soul Douluo. Furthermore, there existed a prodigious talent who reached the Soul King realm at the tender age of 18, later becoming the clan leader and marrying a renowned titled Douluo, elevating our clan amidst the chaos of war. As she spoke, her voice began to tremble, punctuated by a faint hitch of emotion. Oscar stepped closer, utilizing his height to catch a glimpse of the tears welling in her eyes. His heart clenched painfully, igniting an urge to cry out in desperation. The sight of her tears stirred a profound sorrow within him, tightening his chest. Long ago, there was another exceptional individual, whose talents surpassed my own, who fell in love with a gifted man. Yet, they were cruelly torn apart because he belonged to the food system, rumored to have once been a contender for the title of Title Douluo. Ultimately, he met a tragic end. While she was condemned to a lifetime of confinement within the clan, never to step beyond its borders. At last, Ning Rongrong concealed her face, her soft sobs escaping through her fingers, her body trembling as her delicate cries echoed in the stillness. Oscar reached out, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. Yet the words of solace he intended to offer lodged in his throat. Indeed, from the beginning, he had been preoccupied with his own feelings, unilaterally confessing his affections without considering her perspective. "I have always yearned for a true savior, someone to rescue me from this helpless existence," she confessed, her voice faltering, crystalline tears tracing down her cheeks, leaving damp marks on the ground. That savior would be someone capable of illuminating my shadowed heart, a person who could genuinely care for me and provide warmth I have never known. Her trembling words filled Oscar with sorrow, as he realized that had he not approached Ning Rongrong so impulsively, she might not have been reminded of such painful memories. Ning Rongrong seemed unable to contain her emotions, breaking free from his grasp and fleeing, her steps unsteady and erratic, as if she might collapse at any moment. Heartbroken, Oscar vowed to forge a path of significance, aspiring to become the very savior Ning Rongrong spoke of. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Kakashi withdrew. This was a secluded corner of Shrek Academy, seldom frequented by others. Yet now it was occupied by a young man and woman. The man was dressed unusually, while the woman was a vision of beauty in her pristine white gown. "You performed admirably this time," the man spoke calmly, devoid of any tumult. "It was nothing. The elders once mentioned that a predecessor faced a similar situation, and I simply took it upon myself to act out the narrative." Ning Rongrong regained her composure, her eyes slightly puffy, but otherwise unchanged. Kakashi felt a wave of compassion wash over him. Ning Rongrong was no longer the lively spirit she once was, no longer the charming girl of her youth. "Though it may be too late to ask, I must inquire. Do you regret your choices?" Ning Rongrong replied with unwavering poise, "I do not regret. Without your intervention, I might not have realized the significance of my family to me. While my motivations may be selfish, they could serve as an asset for you in the future." Kakashi sighed, pondering whether he had overstepped his bounds. Such matters are inconsequential. For someone like me, such measures are necessary. Had I chosen to flee, you would have likely taken decisive action against me, wouldn't you? Ning Rongrong's tone was unperturbed, as if the threat to her life was of little concern, as though the near brush with death had not been her own. "My plans cannot yet be revealed to you, at least for the next few years. You should allow yourself some indulgence, as a form of farewell to the past." Kakashi turned to her, his half-open eye revealing no discernible emotion. "Alricht, Ning Rongrong smilet," radiating a charm that could outshine the most exquisite of flowers. Yet, beneath that smile lay the shadows of a setting sun, a genuine expression that concealed both joy and bitterness within her heart. She would need several years to shed her past self in preparation for Kakashi's future plans. Once a lively, carefree girl draped in a white gown, she would gradually extinguish her former self. In this intricate dance of emotions, Ning Rongrong's actions had been skillfully executed, neither outright rejecting Oscar nor diminishing his spirit, instead igniting his determination. Should Ning Rongrong's methods prove sufficiently adept, she could undoubtedly ensnare Oscar's heart entirely, manipulating him at her whim. While this may carry the weight of emotional manipulation, for a leader of a force, such tactics are merely routine. As long as they remain true to their own power, they may disregard the feelings of others, employing any means necessary to achieve their ends. This is the nature of authority. Yet, this reality was equally cruel to Ning Rongrong, a blossoming young woman, once innocent and carefree, now faced with the affection of a handsome, gifted young man who had cared for her, shielding her through numerous perils. To abandon such a promising connection in the face of an unforgiving future was a heart-wrenching necessity. However, she is capable of successfully inheriting her father's legacy, being harsh on herself yet beneficial to the sect. Just on this point alone, she qualifies as a member of her clan and a worthy successor. Kakashi feels deep remorse, having personally shattered a person's perfect life, yet he finds it necessary. Otherwise, the future consequences would be unimaginable. Life at the academy returned to normal after the departure of the mighty Dali Shun and the head of the Qibao Liuli sect, Ning Fengji, though it was now rife with numerous rumors. Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and others undoubtedly became the subjects of eager discussion among the students. This included Kakashi, who was notably close to Douluo in a public setting. Even the advanced classes received heightened attention from the teachers. From the day Titan recognized Tang San's identity, a new figure, Tai Long, began to shadow him. Whenever Tang San appeared, Tai Long would immediately follow. His rationale being straightforward. Titan had commanded him to protect Tang San closely and serve as his aide. Tang San found this rather absurd. Yet he was helpless against Tai Long's insistence to remain by his side. It would be unreasonable to resort to violence. Tai Long's expression conveyed a clear message. Either you defeat me or allow me to accompany you. Reluctantly, the originally esteemed student of Lamba Academy became Tang San's shadow, accompanying him even during meals and trips to the restroom, fulfilling the role of close protection. Kakashi found this situation peculiar. Reminiscent of the time Might Guy had sought a duel with him. The phrase "let's duel" Kakashi was one he had not heard in a long time. This brought to mind another matter, the existence of Might Guy in this world. Not only did he resemble his previous incarnation, but his personality mirrored that of the former guy as well, showcasing a self-taught prowess and an unwavering combative spirit. He even regarded Kakashi, who occasionally appeared at the training base, as a lifelong rival. Dai Mubai appeared radiant, seeming to have gained a few inches in stature, exuding an aura of authority while also embodying a newfound composure. His presence was subdued, although one could not perceive its tangible essence. Every member of the Shrek 7 monsters understood that their leader's strength had indeed grown. Kakashi continued his seclusion, urgently needing to enhance his soul power to keep pace with the students. He had many tasks ahead. His cultivation of the mystical arts was far from complete, and time was of the essence. "Thank you, Xiao San," Dai Mubai exclaimed, immediately enveloping Tang San in a bear hug upon seeing him. Fortunately, Tang San's robust physique withstood the enthusiastic embrace without injury. Oscar chuckled from the side, remarking, "Dai Lauda, I didn't expect you to have such a fondness. I thought you would hug Zhu Qing instead." Despite being motivated by Ning Rongrong's situation, Oscar remained playful, embodying his natural inclination to tease others. Dai Mubai shot him a glare, saying, "Xiao Ao, have you grown restless after a few days? You seem quite lively." While saying this, his peripheral vision also fell upon Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing remained as aloof as ever, seemingly indifferent to Dai Mubai's return, which significantly dampened his good mood. I embraced Xiao San out of gratitude. After obtaining the soul ring, I truly felt the extent of my soul power's increase. My soul power has now reached level 33. Although this may seem like a mere 2 levels from 40 to 43, one must understand that the further one progresses, the more immense the soul power required for each level becomes. This is far better than I had anticipated. More importantly, I can now distinctly sense a substantial increase in my physical strength, and my internal meridians are wider and more elastic than before, all thanks to that wondrous Qirong Tong Tianju. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Aside from Xiao Wu, who still held the Cincy Duanchang Hong and had not experienced the aid of divine herbs, the others had greatly benefited from Tang San's precious medicinal plants. Dai Mubai grinned, saying, "Everyone needs to strive harder now. Your levels are already considerable. We must not squander the heavenly treasure provided by Xiao San. Before the upcoming Advanced Soul Master Academy competition begins, let us aim to elevate to level 40 as much as possible, for that would enhance our chances of achieving a commendable result. Our sole objective is to secure the championship. Any other rank holds no significance for the Shrek 7 monsters. We must make all Soul Master Academies across the continent aware that we are monsters, products of a monster academy." While Dai Mubai rallied the group, Zhao Wuji meticulously briefed the three about the affairs of the academy following Flinder's departure. Upon finishing Zhao Wuji's account, the master promptly stood up, declaring, "I need to speak with Xiao San. We cannot allow his heritage to hinder his cultivation." Lu Erlong was about to interject, but was silenced by Flinder's glance, watching as the master swiftly exited the room towards the student dormitory. "Flinder, do you think Xiao Gang is a blockhead? He seems as unchanged as ever. I feel that seeing him again is more painful than not seeing him at all," Lu Erlong lamented. After Tang San was captured by Poison Douluo, the three were unable to rescue him and nearly lost their lives. Upon returning to the academy, the master reverted to his former demeanor, remaining neither too close nor too distant from Lu Erlong. Whenever Lu Erlong attempted to approach him, he always found excuses to evade, denying her any opportunity to connect, which left Lu Erlong feeling quite vexed. Flinder sighed, saying, "You know Xiao Gang's temperament. As long as he cannot resolve that inner conflict, he will remain this way. I suggest you focus more on Tang San. Right now, Xiao Gang's most pressing concern is likely him. His persuasion will be far more effective than ours." Lu Erlong's eyes lit up. "I'll give it a try, but it might be challenging. I know Xiao Gang too well. Unless he comes to a realization himself, it's unlikely that anyone else's words will have any effect." At the student dormitory, before even stepping into the room, the master heard the voices of the Shrek 7 monsters chatting inside. With the door ajar, he knocked lightly before entering. Upon seeing the master, A habitual shadow cast over them caused everyone to stand up quickly. The rigorous training they endured left a profound impression, instilling in them not only respect, but also a hint of fear towards the master. Of course, admiration was not absent either. Despite the master's lack of overwhelming strength, his tactical guidance was unparalleled. Following his teachings, each student felt as though their efforts were yielding greater results. Xiao-san, come outside with me, the master beckoned, gesturing for the others to take their seats as he called for Tang San privately. Tang San hurriedly rose and followed the master to his quarters, where he closed the door and gestured for Tang San to sit on the couch. The master's room was evidently far superior to the student dormitory. Lu Erlong had previously vacated her office to accommodate him. The spacious room, adorned with nostalgic decor and bright glass windows, exuded a comfortable ambience. "Teacher, you're already aware," Tang San remarked as he settled onto the couch, a distant look in his eyes. In recent days, though no one had disturbed him, the issue of his heritage lingered in his mind, preventing him from concentrating on his cultivation as he once did. He dared not push himself too hard, fearing that straying into a state of madness would lead to disastrous consequences. The master nodded slightly, indicating his understanding, or rather, his prior knowledge. Tang San, lifting his head in astonishment, gazed at his teacher. The master settled in front of Tang San, saying, "There is no need for surprise. Allow me to finish my discourse. Do you recall your arrival at Nuoding Academy? Upon your arrival, I took you as my disciple, for I recognized your dual martial soul aptitude. However, I did not initially discern that your other martial soul was the Haotian hammer until one day when your father came to see me personally and presented me with this." As he spoke, the master produced a medallion from his soul guide, its surface shimmering with 6 lifelike engravings. Although the colors were not particularly striking, Tang San, having heard the master's previous tales, recognized it as the highest emblem of the Spirit Hall. Only elders of the Spirit Hall and above could possess such a token, second only to the Pope's authority. The master continued, "At that moment, I recognized your father's identity. He is renowned across the continent, and my idol, the youngest titled Douluo, Tang Hao. His title is Haotian Douluo." While others might deceive themselves, Tang San knew the master would not. At this moment, he could at least ascertain that his father was indeed not an ordinary individual, but rather a pinnacle existence in the realm of soul masters. The master elaborated, "I am not well acquainted with your father. He merely instructed me to take good care of you. This medallion bears 6 distinct symbols, which I once explained to you, representing 6 individuals who have made special contributions to the Spirit Hall or hold the status of elder. Do you know this medallion is one of only 6 in existence? The 6 symbols can be divided into 2 categories. One part signifies the 3 titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall itself, while the other represents 3 titled Douluo from the top 3 sects among the 7 great sects today, all of whom have been granted honorary elder status by the Spirit Hall." Tang San's gaze fixed upon the medallion, where the 6 symbols depicted a sword, a hammer, a crown, an incomplete humanoid figure, a dragon, and a chrysanthemum. This medallion also bore a title symbolizing its status, known as the Tiendo 6 Royal Medallion. The sword symbol represented the sword Duo Chan Xan from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, which the medallion belonged to, overseen by the sect leader Ning Fengji, whom Tang San had encountered days prior. The dragon symbol represented the blue lightning tyrant dragon lineage from which I hail, overseen by my father, while the hammer symbol represented the Haotian hammer of the Haotian school, governed by your father, rather than the current leader Tang Tian. The Haotian school was once home to the dual Douluo brothers, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, who instilled fear throughout the entire realm of soul masters. Tang Xiao, your uncle, is 15 years your father's senior and broke through to the level of title Douluo at the age of 60. Your father attained the title of Douluo 13 years ago when he was merely 44, thus earning the distinction of being the youngest titled Douluo in the world, my idol. Tang San's heart stirred. 13 years ago was indeed the year of his birth. The master paused. Yes, that should be the year you were born. Your father reached the pinnacle of the soul master realm that year, and according to legend, He defeated two titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall with his newly acquired level 90 strength. The chrysanthemum and the humanoid figure on this medallion represent the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo, respectively. They had already gained renown for many years, their strength exceeding 95. Yet they could not withstand the might of your father's Haotian hammer. Although I did not witness it firsthand, I can imagine how exhilarating that battle must have been. Why did my father engage in combat with two titled Douluo? Tang San could not help but inquire. The master shook his head. I do not know, nor do many. It appears to be a secret between the Haotian school and the Spirit Hall. After that battle, your father vanished, and the Haotian school withdrew into obscurity, maintaining its reputation as the foremost soul master sect. Yet many of the new generation of soul masters are unfamiliar with it. When your father reappeared, it was 6 years later when he came before me. I am not well informed about the internal affairs of the Haotian school, but I have heard whispers that the relationship between your father and your uncle is somewhat strained, and he had already left the Haotian school before battling the two titled Douluo. Tang San stared blankly at the master, momentarily at a loss for words, his expression reflecting confusion, with his eyes glistening. The fact that his father sought out the master and entrusted him with such an important Tiando 6 royal medallion indicated the significance he placed on him. He cared for him. His departure may have been born of necessity, or perhaps countless matters awaited his attention. Yet, father, why would you not return to see me even once? The master gently said, Xiao San, do not dwell on it. In a certain sense, your father may never have truly left your side. Tang San was taken aback. Why? The master's face suddenly bore a peculiar smile. Do you recall what transpired when you first arrived at Shrek Academy? Tang San shook his head in confusion. The master continued, I heard this from Flender. At that time, Zhao Wujing, in a fit of enthusiasm, personally assessed you children, but was outmaneuvered by Kakashi's battle plan. He felt as though every move he made was anticipated, nearly resulting in your demise, correct? Tang San nodded, still haunted by the memory of nearly losing his life. Kakashi had expertly manipulated Zhao Wujing, leaving him feeling inexplicably relieved. And only by the timely intervention of Kakashi throwing Xiao Wu to momentarily halt Zhao Wujing's assault did he manage to survive. Even though the strike was ultimately avoided, the overwhelming murderous intent Zhao Wujing exhibited afterward terrified him. The master smiled and asked, but did you notice any changes in Zhao Wujing afterward? Tang San pondered deeply, but his thoughts were muddled due to his father's revelations, and he struggled to recall the details. The master remarked, indeed, you have not noticed. However, Kakashi did, afterward. Zhao Wujing regarded you with a peculiar gaze and mentioned feeling an ominous aura that evening, as long as one does not deliberately conceal their presence. A titled Douluo cannot hide from Kakashi's perception. No one can constantly suppress their aura, as it is too exhausting, even without concealment. A titled Douluo typically only reveals themselves in the presence of equals. At that time, Tang Hao had specifically called Zhao Wujing outside, making it impossible for him to escape Kakashi's awareness. You mean, father has visited me? Tang San exclaimed, rising abruptly, his body trembling with excitement. The master nodded, yes. This was merely over a year ago. He came to see you, but did not meet you, fearing that once he laid eyes upon you, he would be unable to depart. Following the unveiling of his lineage, the master imparted to Tang San the uniqueness and might of his dual martial souls. With the prospect of 9 10,000-year soul rings, Tang San's eyes sparkled with fervor for the future. In the ensuing half-year, the Shrek 7 monsters became enveloped in a fervent wave of cultivation. The master ceased any further specialized training for them, instead offering tactical guidance at intervals, particularly focusing on their mutual coordination and the techniques for optimizing their soul abilities. It appeared that each individual possessed a unique soul skill that required mere execution. However, in reality, this encompassed profound intricacies, including the timing of skill deployment and the specific soul power requisite for each ability, with each scenario concealing its own mysteries. The master dedicated decades to researching these aspects, and under his mentorship, the Shrek 7 devils have undoubtedly avoided countless missteps. Yet Kakashi stood in astonishment, pondering how these children, seemingly gifted, required instruction on such matters. If they struggled to calculate their own expenditures, how could they strategize against others? Kakashi's combat style differed greatly. He fought entirely in accordance with the enemy's capabilities, necessitating a clear understanding of their abilities to formulate a battle plan. This involved anticipating enemy moves and calculating the preparation time for each soul skill, thus creating opportunities for evasion. Half a year prior, during his encounter with Douluo, he had successfully evaded the rapid assault of Douluo's sixth soul skill through this very methodology. As Douluo gathered soul power in his eyes, Kakashi was already prepared to employ the body flicker technique, ultimately seizing a fleeting gap to evade the attack due to subtle movements that arose from Douluo's inability to control his skill. Kakashi was eager to impart these teachings to Tang San and the others, but upon noticing their incapacity to even assess their own energies, he realized they had no time for additional learning. At the tender age of 12, Kakashi participated in a great ninja war, earning the title of a hero with the Sharingan, having endured countless battles to achieve his current prowess. Thus, practical experience is forged in the crucible of combat, rather than merely conceived in the mind. Initially, when the master spoke of tactical guidance, Kakashi was taken aback, contemplating the formidable individuals that existed in this world. Although they lacked practical combat experience, the Seven Devils exhibited rapid progress in their training. As Tang San remarked while bestowing the divine-grade herbs upon the group, the effects of such herbs transcend the immediate moment of consumption. With continuous training, each member, save for Xiao Wu who had not ingested the Shaanxi Duanchang Hong, sensed changes within their bodies. Not only had their soul power increased more swiftly than before, but the divine-grade herbs also facilitated transformations in their martial souls and physiques. The herbs chosen by Tang San were almost perfectly suited to each individual. Kakashi, however, was an exception, shrouded in secrets that Tang San could not decipher. He selected his own. As they diligently trained, the inherent energies of the herbs gradually fused with their bodies, enhancing their overall strength. Even the 9th grade Ziji, which did not qualify as divine grade, assisted the master in elevating his soul power from level 30 to 35 within a mere 6 months. Among the Shrek's 7 devils, aside from Dai Mu Bai, whose soul power had only increased by 1.5 levels to a near 45, the remaining 6 saw only Xiao Wu fail to break through the 40th level barrier. The first to surpass this threshold surprised everyone. Many had anticipated either Zhu Zhuqing, who had reached level 38 while consuming divine-grade herbs, or the diligent and exceptionally gifted Tang San. To their astonishment, it was Oscar, the food-type soul master, who first broke through the 40th level, an accomplishment deemed particularly challenging. After 4 months of training, he successfully crossed the threshold and stood on the cusp of the 40th level, now requiring only to acquire a soul ring to formally elevate his title from soul ancestor to soul master. While others remained oblivious to Oscar's hard work, Tang San knew all too well, although unaware of the underlying cause. Since Ning Rongrong's return from her family, Oscar had exhibited a remarkable increase in his diligence. Previously, aside from Kakashi, he was the most slothful of the group. Yet, over the past few months, Tang San had not seen him sleep even once, rarely returning to the dormitory, and instead dedicating his time to arduous training in the cafeteria, the most suitable environment for honing his martial soul. His rapid improvement was undoubtedly linked to the 6-petal fairy orchid, but his relentless effort played a decisive role. As 5 months passed, Zhu Zhuqing also surpassed the 40th level, followed by Tang San 2 days later. 10 days thereafter, Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong similarly broke through their respective barriers. Kakashi, however, was not included in this ranking, as he was an individual who had unlocked extraordinary potential. The bodies of the Shrek's 7 devils could not directly merge with natural energies, a feat only achievable by Kakashi, who had mastered Chansu, Xianshu. Thus, his training progressed at an accelerated pace, allowing him to breach the 40th level in just 2 months. Nevertheless, he refrained from excessive training, prioritizing the documentation of his insights. Each breakthrough revealed different levels and realms of comprehension, enhancing his sensory perceptions. Kakashi had no intention of becoming an unparalleled soul master. As long as his soul power remained competitive, he would be content. He had other pursuits to attend to. The purpose of recording these insights was not for personal glory, but to leave a legacy for future generations. Soul masters had existed for countless years. Yet only the master delved into the theoretical underpinnings of soul mastery due to inherent limitations, while others engaged in relentless conflicts and power struggles. Kakashi, confident in his abilities and assured of future achievements, felt no anxiety regarding his prospects. Having traversed this world, if he lacked any significant abilities, he would simply live fully, experiencing life and playing a supporting role in the grand narrative. However, possessing the capability to contribute, he deemed it wise to leave something of value for posterity. Having lived 2 lives, Kakashi had already experienced life fully. Now, in this second chance, he felt compelled to accomplish something worthy, lest he squander this new existence. The idea of supreme power or being the greatest in the world was inconsequential. Such accolades were ultimately solitary. Those genuinely wishing to benefit future generations should eschew hollow titles and focus on tangible deeds. After reaching the 40th level, Kakashi paused his training, concentrating on refining Lei Che, Raitun, Raikiri, to perfect his unique technique. Additionally, he aimed to swiftly reacquire mastery over the nature transformation of chakra, which was far simpler compared to the complexities of Shinshu. At this juncture, aside from Xiao Wu, who had not consumed the divine great herbs, the remaining 6 members of the Shrek's 7 Devils and Kakashi all achieved soul power levels of 40. According to the Master's accumulated theory, breaking through a barrier did not necessarily require obtaining a martial soul. Continued training would still accumulate soul power, which would be unleashed upon acquiring a soul ring. Given the proximity of their soul power levels, the master resolved that after all had reached the 40th level, they would proceed to hunt soul beasts. Of course, Xiao Wu could not wait. As the others reached 40, she remained striving to break through from 37 to 38, requiring at least another 6 months to a year to attain the 40th level. Tang San had previously urged Xiao Wu several times to consume the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong, yet she adamantly refused, treasuring the herb deeply and keeping it close at all times. Remarkably, the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong, without any nourishment, thrived alongside Xiao Wu, absorbing the energies of heaven and earth, growing even more vibrant and shining radiantly in her presence. The seemingly delicate branches of the flower possess petals that are more resilient than any metal, a marvel indeed. Over the past 6 months, Tang San has fulfilled his agreement with the Qibao Liuli Zone. The sect's financial prowess proved formidable, as they produced the necessary components within just half a year. Tang San assembled these parts to complete the equipment for the direct disciples of the sect, with some surplus set aside for future use. This endeavor required considerable time for manufacturing, which caused Tang San's cultivation speed to lag behind that of Oscar and Zhu Qing, resulting in him being the last to break through to the 40th level. During this period, a minor incident occurred. After Ning Fengji retrieved the blueprints, he commanded his craftsmen to undertake the production and research, even comparing them to finished products. However, regardless of their efforts, they could not replicate any of the concealed weapons. Even if a single component was disassembled, the craftsmen of Qibao Liuli Zone could not hope to reassemble it. Ultimately, the task of assembly fell solely to Tang San. While this did not constitute a loss for the Qibao Liuli Zone, it nonetheless left Ning Fengji somewhat embarrassed. Little did he know that the techniques Tang San employed were the result of centuries of research by the Tang Sect. Did the Tang Sect not fear that others might imitate their concealed weapons? Within all these creations lay unique skills known only to Tang Sect disciples, akin to a cipher embedded within every concealed weapon. If any part of this cipher were overlooked, the secrets of the concealed weapons could never be unveiled, which is why Tang San felt secure in entrusting the blueprints to Ning Fengji. It can be said that the only individual capable of grasping the assembly method without Tang San's permission was none other than his mentor and friend, the 8th member of the 7 monsters, Maibaya Kakashi Hatake. However, Tang San remained oblivious to this fact. as Kakashi had never specifically informed him of the abilities of the Sharingan. The Sharingan's ability to replicate visual information allows one to record everything observed. Thus, should Kakashi merely observe Tang San assembling the concealed weapons once, there would be no way for Tang San to safeguard the secrets of those weapons. Nevertheless, Kakashi would not resort to such actions. The implications of stealing another's hard-earned achievements could lead to scorn or even prosecution by enforcers. It is a matter of ethics. As night fell, Tang San, unusually not engaged in cultivation, sat before the wooden cottage, leaning against its wall while gazing at the twinkling stars in the night sky. As a plant-type soul master, his cultivation naturally took place amidst vegetation, and the tranquil wooden cottage formerly inhabited by Lu Erlong now belonged to Tang San. He cherished the environment here. It was not only peaceful, but also filled with the refreshing air and aromas of plants, which he adored. Xiao Wu sat beside him, gently swinging her feet, her hands resting on the log beneath her, lifting her face, which appeared even more charming under the light of the stars and moon. Half a year had passed, and the intense training and ample nutrition had transformed the Shrek's 7 monsters, who were in their growth phase. Tang San's height had now slightly surpassed Xiao Wu's, reaching almost 1.8 meters, while Xiao Wu had become the tallest among the 3 girls, an impressive 1.75 meters. At this moment, Tang San had just celebrated his 14th birthday, while Xiao Wu was still a little shy of that milestone. After some light-hearted banter, Xiao Wu said, "Brother, could you help me tidy my hair? It's a bit messy." The following morning, at the entrance of Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu, "How did you manage to braid your hair so crookedly?" Chapter 130, Prelude to the Journey in the Sunset Forest. In the morning, the dawn broke in resplendent hues, resembling scattered gold that warmed those who basked in its glow. At the entrance of Shrek Academy, the golden iron triangle, along with the immovable king of light, Zhao Wujia, stood there, their eyes filled with admiration for the 7 spirited children before them. Kakashi, now wearing the title of combat instructor, did not stand among the 7 monsters. He was 4.5 years older than Tang San, who was now 14, while Kakashi had reached nearly 19, having entered adulthood. According to Japanese customs, he would soon be of legal drinking age in half a year. Although this regulation had long been disregarded for various reasons, at this moment, Master and the others felt an overwhelming sense of pride, thoroughly satisfied with the sight before them. Reaching the 40th level is a milestone typically attained by soul masters around the age of 30, and only those with considerable talent can achieve it. Yet, the children before them, the eldest being merely 17 and the youngest, not yet 14, had already reached such heights. While some miracles were at play, the more critical factor was the astonishing talent of these young prodigies. How could their instructors, like Flanders and others, not feel immense pride? Ning Rongrong nudged Xiao Wu from behind and whispered, "Xiao Wu, why does her braid look a bit crooked?" Xiao Wu blushed, her gaze involuntarily drifting toward Tang San. Although Tang San's hearing was not as sharp as his sight, it was still quite keen. He naturally heard Ning Rongrong's words. At that moment, he was also awkwardly gazing at Xiao Wu, and their eyes met in the air, causing both to hastily avert their gazes. Oscar, observing the situation, lowered his voice and exclaimed in surprise, "No way, Xiao San, could it be that you?" Tang San immediately interrupted, "Stop talking nonsense. It's not what you're thinking." This morning, he had painstakingly convinced Tai Long not to accompany them. Tai Long's cultivation level was evidently inferior to theirs, having only just broken through to the 38th level, still short of the 39th. Furthermore, Tai Long was not a member of the Shrek 7 monsters. Although he had always adhered to his grandfather's instructions to regard himself as Tang San's protector, Tang San could not genuinely treat him as one. Despite their training over the past 6 months, the time spent together with Tai Long had been limited. Occasionally, he would share some cultivation techniques imparted by his master with Tai Long. Their relationship had evolved from rivals to ordinary friends. Of course, Tai Long could no longer harbor any romantic intentions toward Xiao Wu, not to mention Tang San's status. Even without it, he understood that he could never be Tang San's equal. Xiao Wu would certainly not choose him. It was no secret among the students of Shrek Academy that in Tang San's eyes, the only woman was Xiao Wu, and she would never show favor to another man. Many girls who attempted to approach Tang San were directly rebuffed by Xiao Wu. Although Tang San was aware of this, he had never voiced it. They had not publicly established a romantic relationship, yet they were already regarded as a couple by the academy. With only the seven monsters knowing that the bond between Tang San and Xiao Wu was genuinely pure. Only Kakashi sighed to himself. Unlike Tang San, he had weathered many storms in his past life. He had long since concluded how Tang San and Xiao Wu would ultimately turn out. All he could do was sigh. Matters of romance could not be controlled, and he was not adept at navigating such intricacies. The bond between sworn siblings can sometimes be stronger than that of biological siblings. It remains a sibling relationship. Precedents for such transformations, like Tang San's, were indeed rare. Ning Rongrong's comment, "Xiao Wu, why does your braid look a bit crooked?" ignited a flurry of speculation among the observant. Oscar immediately wore a knowing expression, as if to say, yes, it's not what I imagined. You needn't explain. We all understand. At this moment, it was not only Ayasaka, Daimubai, and Mahangjun who regarded them with peculiar glances. Even Zuzuking expressed her astonishment. Tang San could not help but utter a curse, exclaiming that they knew nothing. The sole comfort for Tang San was that Kakashi retained his usual languid demeanor, not joining in a ruckus, leading him to appreciate the wisdom of a respected elder. However, the thought that Kakashi would forever remain in such a state throughout the seasons left Tang San feeling a mix of emotions. Phelan stated, "We shall set off immediately. Our destination is the Luri Forest, although the four of us will accompany you. I must clarify one point in advance. While the fourth spirit ring does not serve as a bridge like the third, it holds equal significance. In order for you to better engage in practical training before the Soul Master competition begins, I have discussed with the Master and decided that the process of hunting soul beasts will be entirely your responsibility. Unless absolutely necessary, we will not intervene lightly. Under normal circumstances, we will not only refrain from protecting you, but will also require your protection. This journey to hunt soul beasts will serve as the first phase of your graduation examination, while the second phase will be the upcoming Advanced Soul Master competition. Do you understand?" Mahong Jun, having been brought out at Saoji village by Phelan since childhood, had developed a close relationship with him, making him the least fearful of Phelan among the seven. Thus, he boldly asked, "Teacher, how will we be deemed successful?" Phelan replied, "A good question. Achieving success is not difficult. In the first phase, you may rely on collective strength to hunt soul beasts suitable for yourselves. As long as the four of us do not intervene, you will be considered successful. As for the second phase, if you manage to bring back any championship title, that will suffice for graduation. Is that really not difficult?" Ayasaka exclaimed in surprise. Although they were all rare talents, their age limited their strength, preventing them from reaching extraordinary levels, while they were to face elite soul masters under the age of 25 from across the continent. To advance to the final stages of the competition and secure victory was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Phelan rolled his eyes. "Do you have an opinion, Ayasaka?" No. Esteemed Dean, he quickly replied. Kakashi stood quietly aside, listening. The manner of conversation in this world was entirely different from his previous life, aside from necessary matters. He found it challenging to engage in casual discussions. He did not fret, as he bore a mission, and these years were merely a period of relaxation. He would eventually return to his role as the sixth Hokage, overseeing the grand scheme of the world. However, such considerations were secondary. He missed Fufu, who had been absent for over 6 months. Fufu, having frequently perched on Kakashi's shoulder, was suddenly gone. Initially, it was manageable, but as time passed, even after half a year, he struggled to adapt to her absence. The memory of her lively calls warmed his heart, having been inseparable from Fufu for years. When he aided her in breaking through her spiritual soul technique, she had glimpsed Kakashi's memories. This revelation left Kakashi astounded, as Fufu was the only entity privy to all his secrets. "Let us depart," Phelan commanded, and the 11-member team embarked on the road to Luri Forest. Phelan and his 3 companions led the way, while the Shrek 7 trailed behind. Phelan remained unhurried, sharing laughter with the master, Liu Erlong, and Zhao Wuji, progressing leisurely as if they were on an outing. Kakashi, however, did not align with them, He advanced ahead, his demeanor contrasting sharply with the group. While the Shrek members walked along the main road, Kakashi opted for a swift pace, traversing pathways through the woods. A ninja, unencumbered by decline in combat capability, could run continuously for days on end. The others could only marvel at Kakashi's exceptional stamina. During their 6 months of training, they had conducted an experiment where Kakashi transmitted chakra to them after they had exhausted their soul power. Their assessment revealed a slight enhancement, yet it paled in comparison to soul power. Kakashi's chakra was a one-time transfer, and aside from hereditary means, only the Sage of Six Paths could achieve such a feat. Departing from the group, Kakashi activated his chakra tail. This speed did not increase, as his aim was merely to help his body adapt to the use of the chakra tail. Once perfected, it would become as instinctive as his own limbs, leading to a true mastery of technique. Chapter 131. A simplified journey through Luori Forest. This transition will encapsulate a significant portion of the plot, as the excluded segments are not particularly vital. My narrative does not extend into those areas. Merely copying and pasting to inflate word count would be a disservice to readers. In contrast to the Shingdo Great Forest, Luori Forest possesses many distinctions beyond mere size. Located in the central region of the continent, Shingdo Great Forest is the largest soul beast forest. It falls within the tropical zone, primarily characterized by tropical flora. Meanwhile, Luori Forest, situated in the heart of the Tiendo Empire, may not yet qualify as a cold zone, but its temperatures are considerably lower than those of Shingdo Great Forest, resulting in a predominance of temperate plants unique to the north. Tropical plants impart a sense of density and humidity, while temperate plants, though more refreshing, lack the same intensity. Thus, traversing Luori Forest proves to be significantly easier than navigating Shingdo Great Forest. Naturally, powerful soul beasts generally prefer the tropical rainforests of Shingdo. Consequently, while Luori Forest is home to numerous soul beasts, those possessing a cultivation of 10,000 years are scarce, with most residing between 1,000 and 10,000 years in cultivation. Coupled with the reckless hunting by soul masters, the overall quality of soul beasts has diminished, making it essential to possess both strength and patience when seeking a suitable soul beast. Kakashi ventured forth alone, this time in broad daylight. The experience lacked the bloodshed of their previous nocturnal encounters. The formidable predators roamed at night. Obedient creatures would not venture out in the dead of night. After considerable effort navigating Douluo's poison array, Kakashi located Fufu. Upon communicating with her, he learned that thanks to a celestial herb provided by Tang San, Fufu had undergone a significant evolution and was now a 10,000-year soul beast. A soul beast classified as 10,000 years old does not necessarily imply it has lived for that duration. The designations of 10 years, 100 years, and 1,000 years are merely ranks, akin to the classification of soul masters. Regardless of whether they are a soul beast or a soul master, those who cultivate in places of fortune will undoubtedly reap the benefits, while some ferocious soul beasts may devour other powerful soul beasts to enhance their own cultivation. In reality, a soul beast at the 10,000-year level is fortunate if it has truly lived for over 50,000 years. However, most are likely below that threshold, as only those with exceptional fortune can achieve the 10,000-year mark, which is not easily attained. Following her evolution, Fufu's fur gleamed a more pristine white, translucent and shimmering with radiant light. Moreover, a pair of fox-like eyes, imbued with the essence of gentle water, exudes a captivating allure, a natural charm that is simply enchanting. Even in its beastly form, such beauty is evident. Once it reaches the stage of transformation after 100,000 years, it is bound to possess an astonishing visage, one that could be described as breathtaking and alluring, capable of captivating the hearts of many. The little creature, Fufu, was elated upon seeing Kakashi darting eagerly into his embrace, its fluffy head nuzzling against Kakashi's face in a display of affection. However, it soon expressed its indignation, reproaching Kakashi for leaving without it. Subsequently, Kakashi learned that during his absence, the somewhat dazed Fufu had succumbed to slumber, only recently awakening. This slumber marked a transformation. as it would be impossible to leap from a mere 4,000 years to the level of 10,000 years without such a change. In the days that followed, Fufu busied itself exploring the abode of Douluo, which was not difficult given the availability of food. The poisonous formations deterred Fufu from venturing recklessly, while the outside spirit beasts were unable to intrude, ensuring a safe environment. Kakashi took his time, refraining from hastily hunting spirit beasts for his fourth soul ring. His mastery of celestial arts had reached impressive heights, granting him an extraordinary perception. Standing there, he could sense everything within a radius of several hundred miles. Nothing could escape his awareness. In contrast, Feland and his companions continued their hunting in a conventional manner, scouring by day and resting at night. It was not that they lacked understanding in this regard. Rather, the spirit beasts that roamed at night were seasoned veterans, having navigated the spirit beast forest for years, equipped with innate skills that allowed them to fight effectively in the dark. In pitch darkness, the advantage for the hunters was minimal. Take snakes, for instance. Their vision is notoriously poor, rendered nearly non-existent at night. Yet, being cold-blooded creatures, they can discern the temperature of other beings and utilize their tongues to taste the air, proving more effective than mere sight in certain respects. Previously, when Tang San was captured by Douluo, Kakashi pursued relentlessly, engaging in numerous fierce battles, employing grand-scale ninjutsu to achieve swift resolutions. Thus, he expended considerable energy. In his confrontation with the clouded leopard, the toll of using the most draining technique led to injuries. This was all driven by a desire to avoid wasting time. He was concerned for Tang San's safety and unwilling to prolong battles that would allow the enemy to unleash their full capabilities, complicating their victory. For several days, Kakashi accompanied Fufu in Douluo's medicinal garden, exploring and playing without any inclination to venture out. Moreover, Kakashi set up a cooking station, laid out a large iron plate, and extracted an array of ingredients from his spirit guide device to prepare a teppanyaki feast. However, most of the ingredients were subpar. The differences in naming conventions between the two realms made it nearly impossible to gather everything needed. Consequently, as they dined, Feland and his companions arrived. Xiao Wu was nearly driven to fury, having endured a few days of hardship, while Kakashi appeared to be enjoying a carefree existence. During their separation, Ma Hongjun and Oscar had both acquired their fourth soul rings, reaching the soul zone level. Among the 6 individuals seeking their fourth soul rings, 2 had already achieved their goal, marking a third of their journey completed. Kakashi could not speak of his celestial arts, as it would reveal his secret. Did you not mistakenly consume a rare herb? How did you develop such abilities? You must be deceiving us. Confess quickly. Due to the slow progress of their expedition, Tang San proposed to attract numerous spirit beasts using the fragrance of the Haotian Douluo celestial product. With Douluo's protective formation in place, they need not fear being besieged by numerous spirit beasts, as long as they remain vigilant against those that might possess immunity to the poison. Tang San drew blood and concocted a potion using over a dozen precious herbs to nourish the celestial product, nullifying its toxicity while allowing the scent to rapidly diffuse for 10 miles. As a result, while other spirit beasts were attracted, Fufu became enamored with the celestial herb, repeatedly attempting to grasp it with its tiny paws. Unlike humans, spirit beasts possess far sharper senses, particularly in their ability to accurately assess the dangers posed by toxins. If they detect a lethal poison that they cannot withstand, they will not take the risk. With the arrangement of the semicircle poison formation, the Shrek Academy members would save considerable effort, as they could selectively choose from sufficiently powerful spirit beasts. With everything in place, all that remained was to stand ready. The allure of the Haotian Douluo celestial product exceeded Tang San's expectations. Shortly after he completed his preparations, they encountered their first spirit beast. A low growl accompanied by a faint metallic scent wafted toward them, as the trees on the left began to sway, as if stirred by a strong wind. Cloud from the dragon, wind from the tiger. It must be a tiger-type spirit beast. Everyone, be cautious, the master calmly assessed. Just as he finished speaking, a vibrant tiger leaped from the thicket. It was a jet-black beast, adorned only with a white kingly pattern on its forehead. measuring over 3 meters in length and standing about 1.5 meters high. Though massive, its physique was remarkably agile. Tang San shouted attack. Ultimately, this 5,000-year-old spirit beast became Zhu Zhuqing's fourth soul ring. Following this, the master selected a 4,000-year-old Linjia beast for Ning Rongrong, enhancing her amplification skills with an additional defensive ability. In the final selections between Tang San and Kakashi, Tang San, driven by his determination to surpass limits, chose the 10,000-year-old Earthhold demon spider, seeking to absorb its soul ring. However, Kakashi hesitated. Having cultivated celestial arts and undergone enhancements from the first Hokage's powers, along with the presence of the Nine Tails, he should have been more decisive than Tang San. Yet, he ultimately refrained from opting for such a perilous course. He bore a mission, and should he fall, it could lead to significant upheaval. Thus, he selected an 8,000-year-old giant mantis, gaining the skill of splitting and slashing. In the end, Kakashi realized his concerns were unfounded. Absorbing an 8,000-year-old spirit beast posed no significant difficulty. Nonetheless, he did not regret his choice, as it affirmed the strength of his constitution, allowing him greater freedom in the future. It is worth noting that during the pursuit of the Earthhold demon spider, due to its unexpectedly cunning behavior, Phelan had to carry Tang San along to capture it. Kakashi intended to assist, but was soon surrounded by several formidable 10,000-year-old spirit beasts and a number of 1,000-year-old ones. Upon turning back, he discovered Zhao Wujin and Lu Erlong had arrived, significantly alleviating the pressure. However, because of this, when a human-faced demon spider launched a surprise attack from behind, Kakashi could not provide timely support, resulting in Xiao Wu being injured and provoking Tang San's fury. Fortunately, it concluded without further calamity. Tang San's 8 spider lances evolved as a result of the encounter, turning misfortune into fortune. The expedition in the Sunset Forest came to an end. Additionally, there were several minor incidents during this journey. For instance, Xiao Wu, due to various reasons, recognized Lu Erlong as her godmother, while the master ultimately set aside his prejudices and reconciled with Lu Erlong. Furthermore, after Tang San absorbed the 10,000-year soul ring, Xiao Wu exhibited behaviors far beyond what typical relationships could represent. Moreover, after Kakashi's guidance, Zhu Zhuqing's relationship with Dai Mubai accelerated in its repair. After all, their bloodlines destined them to be together. If there was no complete resistance due to feelings of belonging to another, then it was better to loosen the grip, as this constant tension is a torment for both parties. As for Ning Rongrong and Oscar, there was not much progress to speak of. Ning Rongrong was taken aside by Kakashi for some guidance, aiming to alter her mindset. Meanwhile, Oscar was quietly engrossed in his training, having transformed into a fervent cultivator. After hearing about Ning Rongrong's experiences, he genuinely aspired to be the White Knight who rescues her. The establishment of their relationship or the confirmation of her feelings for him seemed trivial. What mattered most was his relentless effort to pull her from the abyss. In Chapter 132, Moonlit Conversations of Past Lives, following the enhancement of their fourth spirit abilities, the strength of the Shrek 7 monsters experienced yet another qualitative leap. The evil I White Tiger, Daimu Bai, a level 44 assault-type battle spirit master, possessed 2 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings, with 4 primary abilities: White Tiger Protection Barrier, White Tiger Radiant Wave, White Tiger Diamond Shield, and White Tiger Meteor Shower. Oscar, the Sausage Specialist, a level 41 food-type tool spirit master, also had 2 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings, with abilities including Restorative Sausage, Detoxifying Sausage, Rapid Flight Mushroom Sausage, and Excitement-Inducing Pink Sausage. Tang Xiao San, the Thousand-Hand Azura, a level 41 control-type battle spirit master, wielded 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black spirit rings with abilities such as Binding, Parasite, Web Restraint, and Blue-Silver Prison. The Evil Fire Phoenix, Ma Hongjun, a level 41 assault-type battle spirit master, with 2 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings, could unleash abilities like Phoenix Fire Line, Bathing Fire Phoenix, Phoenix Wing Ascension, and Phoenix Sky Howl Strike. The Soft-Boned Enchantress, Xiao Wu, a level 37 assault-type battle spirit master, possessed 2 yellow and 1 purple spirit rings, with abilities including waist bow, enchantment, and teleportation. Ning Rong Rong, the 7-treasure glaze tile, a level 41 support type tool spirit master. Held 2 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings with abilities such as power amplification, agility amplification, spirit power amplification, and defense amplification. Zhu Zhuqing, the phantom spirit cat, a level 41 agility type battle spirit master, wielded 2 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings with abilities including phantom strike, phantom claw, phantom slash, and phantom shadow clone. Their practical instructor, Hokage Hatake, a level 41 originally assault type, but now an unknown type due to the chaotic nature of his spirit abilities, had 2 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings. He possessed 4 unnamed abilities: enhanced windblade, a rapid displacement skill usable in any circumstance, the ability to manipulate air within a certain distance, and the newly acquired clone slash. The White Fox clan, renowned for their mental prowess, had their member Fu Fu seemingly awaken an illusionary ability that could only be countered by formidable opponents. This clan's overwhelming power instilled fear in spirit beasts and attracted the attention of spirit masters, rendering them exceedingly rare, akin to the Titan giant ape. The adage "a common man is innocent, but possessing treasures brings about misfortune" aptly applies here. Had it not been for Kakashi's years spent in the small town of Nordine, where there were no formidable figures to threaten the spirit beasts, or his covert assassination missions under the protection of powerful individuals from the Spear Hall, Fu Fu would have long been transformed into another spirit ring. In Kakashi's dormitory, he lay leisurely on his bed reading, while Fu Fu dozed beside him. Recently, he had regained mastery over Lightning Blade, and the sage arts could be set aside for now, as completing them would take considerable time. "Hey, Kakashi. The Grand Spirit Master competition is approaching, and you're still so relaxed," a youthful voice interjected from the window. Kakashi stretched lazily and replied nonchalantly, "I don't need to do much. My only task is to defeat my opponents and continue winning." He rubbed his eyes, which were weary from prolonged reading. However, he soon turned his attention to the youth at the window. "Hey, Xiao-san, isn't it a bit rude to intrude into someone else's dorm through the window?" The boy at the window was Tang San, summoned by the master to invite Kakashi to discuss the competition. However, it seemed unnecessary now, as Kakashi himself affirmed that his mission was straightforward: to keep winning. This was their plan. The main members, including Tang San, would not participate until the finals, allowing them to conceal their true strengths while still providing a warm-up battle against their final adversaries. Although Kakashi was aware that they had little chance of claiming the championship, he was still willing to assist. "All right then, I'll take my leave," Tang San said, ready to turn away. In truth, he shared the sentiment that Kakashi's prowess was undeniable and formidable. They would handle the preparations, while Kakashi paved the way for them, allowing them to claim victory as their own. Having come to this understanding made his departure much lighter. "Wait, there's one more thing," Kakashi suddenly called out to Tang San. "What is it?" Tang San turned back, puzzled. Kakashi pointed behind him and asked, "Is it really necessary for you to enter through the window?" Upon hearing this, Tang San's expression turned peculiar. "You have a nerve to say that? Oscar already told me that there's a thick layer of dust at your door, while the window is clearly kept clean. I assume it's regularly wiped?" Tang San subtly indicated that Kakashi usually exited through the window rather than the door. Let's just drop it. Let us go," Tang San replied helplessly as he prepared to leave. "Hold on," Kakashi called out once more. "What now?" Tang San sighed, exhaling in exasperation. "Could you not just say everything at once?" "No, I meant to mention something else," Kakashi clarified. "Tonight, let us meet on the rooftop to continue discussing the tales of our past lives. It's not good to keep such a vast secret bottled up inside. Sharing it will help us understand each other better." Kakashi spoke calmly, understanding the toll of harboring such a significant secret. He had often felt idle, and the burden of these secrets was undeniably burdensome. "All right," Tang San readily agreed. In truth, he was quite pleased with the thought of sharing stories from their past lives, as his own existence had been rather monotonous, filled solely with relentless training. Although he felt a slight urge to express himself, he didn't feel compelled to do so, as there was little worth sharing. However, discussing Kakashi's past life would undoubtedly be fascinating, filled with extraordinary characters, befitting a life fully lived. Thus it was settled. As night fell, the sky shimmered with countless stars, and the moonlight cast a soft glow. The moonlight, pure and ethereal, sprinkled down like celestial feathers, while the distant lake glimmered with rippling reflections, exuding a mystic aura. Kakashi gazed at the group before him, momentarily lost in thought, his mind buzzing, nearly petrified. "Hey, Kakashi, what's with that expression?" A girl's voice interjected, laced with dissatisfaction and annoyance. It was easy to guess who it was. "Kakashi-sensei, did we interrupt your reading?" Ningrongrong, hailing from a prominent family, displayed appropriate etiquette towards respected figures. "Wow, so much food," Ma Hongjun exclaimed, gazing at the peculiar assortment of items on the table, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth. "Glutton," Xiao Wu pouted. "Xiao Wu, if the story isn't captivating, I won't believe you again," Oscar declared, having transformed into a new training enthusiast. "Humph, my vision may be flawed, but I fear that after hearing this, I may lose the motivation to cultivate," Xiao Wu retorted. "I am eager to hear it," Zhu Zhuqing stated, her few words already conveying her trust in Xiao Wu and Kakashi. Zhuqing is the best," Xiao Wu beamed, clearly pleased with his trust. "I, like Zhuqing," accompanied Dai Mubai with a smile. "At least he has some opinions," Kakashi remarked, turning to Tang San, his gaze seemingly asking, "What is the situation here?" Faced with Kakashi's penetrating stare, Tang San could only smile apologetically. "I encountered Xiao Wu on my way here. You know I am not adept at lying, especially to her." Kakashi covered his face, thinking that the situation had escalated considerably. His intention in inviting Tang San was to share the tale of the nameless shadow, hoping it would touch Tang San and persuade him to abandon his quest for vengeance. However, with so many people gathered, it had become rather complicated. This was a dark history of heroes, not a glorious tale, and it concerned the reputation of the Uchiha clan. Even if this were a different world, speaking of such matters indiscriminately was rather excessive. Alas, the plan must be altered. Kakashi, who had previously recounted the success of Naruto Uzumaki in becoming a ninja, now intended to continue the story. What happened next? Xiao Wu asked excitedly. A long, low table was laden with food, consisting of some subpar Japanese cuisine, as many ingredients and seasonings were lacking. On either side were two mats originally meant for two people, but now they were crowded with four on each side. Oscar could no longer contain himself, as he struggled to maintain the calm demeanor of a cultivation fanatic amidst the feast. "Come on, chubby, you really ought to lose some weight. You have quite the bulk." "Eat less from the table," Oscar exclaimed. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai seized the opportunity to flirt, but he went a bit too far, causing Zhu Zhuqing to respond coldly, "Get lost." Seeing the scene becoming chaotic, Kakashi produced two more mats, allowing for seating on all sides. Yet, Dai Mubai still muttered, "The Soul Master competition is just a few days away. Is it really wise to relax like this?" The Soul Master competition was not something easily managed with mere relaxation. However, Kakashi's gathering for food and storytelling was indeed a rare event, occurring infrequently. In Xiao Wu's eyes, listening to an exciting story was far more important than the Soul Master competition. Chapter 133. The Man Named Uchiha Itachi. No, this time I will tell a different story. Kakashi contemplated for a moment before deciding to share that dark tale. Otherwise, he might never have the chance again. Recently, he had sensed a powerful aura nearby, and if it belonged to Tang Hao, he might take Tang San away after the Soul Master competition, perhaps even causing a ruckus before departing. Kakashi's free time was limited. If necessary for the plan, he would end his leisure period early. If he did not seize the moment to share this, it would be too late once the truth was revealed. He had to speak now, as the Soul Master competition was just days away, and from tomorrow, preparations would begin. Kakashi did not wish to disturb Tang San's mindset regarding the competition. What he said now might soothe the turbulent emotions within him, thus not affecting the final decisive battles. Under the watchful eyes filled with anticipation, Kakashi began recounting the bloody and tragic tale. Once there was a large village, one could even call it a city. This place was nominally referred to as a village, composed of numerous families where the populace lived in peace. and the villagers were harmonious. Stop, stop, Xiao Wu interrupted. Kakashi, is this still about Naruto's village? She inquired. Yes, that's all. Please continue. Wait a moment, Kakashi-sensei. Were these families all powerful? Ning Rongrong asked, sensing that today's story was extraordinary. No, some were strong, while others were weak. Please go on. It's nothing. In Ning Rongrong, Kakashi could almost see the shadow of the gentle girl from his previous life. It seemed his teachings were not in vain. In that village, there existed two of the strongest clans, namely the Senju and Uchiha clans. However, as time passed and wars erupted, the once glorious Senju clan gradually declined, while the Uchiha clan emerged as the strongest in the village. The Uchiha clan's endurance stemmed from their powerful hereditary abilities, and their entire police force was composed of their members, allowing them to avoid sending many of their kin to the battlefield. The Uchiha's formidable strength instilled a sense of trepidation in the village's higher-ups, yet they did not overly target them, for the Uchiha served as the police force, ostensibly granted immense authority while actually being isolated from the village's political affairs. This was all due to the foresight of a previous village leader. Why would people from the same village scheme against one another? Xiao Wu questioned, her wide eyes reflecting confusion. The others listened quietly, unwilling to engage in such a childish inquiry. In terms of maturity, Xiao Wu was perhaps the most naive among them. Kakashi sighed softly. Even now, reflecting on this story, he felt profound sorrow. In truth, if it were any other clan, it would not matter, but this particular clan could not be fully trusted. Why? Xiao Wu asked. Perplexed as to why this clan faced such scrutiny, was it to suppress a too powerful clan for the village's stability? Because the former clan leader, Uchiha Madara, once wielded the clan's power to control an extraordinarily powerful beast, engaging in a fierce battle with the village leader of that era. Although he ultimately failed, the beast survived. The scale of the conflict was terrifying, as their battle raged from land to sea. Uchiha Madara's strike even reached a distant island. Had they not distanced themselves from the village from the outset, the village would have expanded significantly, potentially leading to its complete annihilation. To go to such lengths to battle the village, was Uchiha Madara insane, or did the village leader make a grave mistake? Dai Mubai questioned, struggling to comprehend. Before Kakashi could respond, Xiao Wu interjected casually, waving her hand. Rest easy, Dai. Kakashi stories are always like this. They may be incomprehensible, but ultimately, they provide reasonable explanations. Kakashi bypassed their chatter and continued. The true purpose of the battle between Uchiha Madara and the village leader, despite countless speculations, was known only to Madara himself at that time. Years later, the Uchiha clan experienced a significant upheaval, with three exceptionally rare geniuses appearing in quick succession. All close in age and able to be called brothers, two of whom were true blood brothers. Just like us, Ma Hongjun remarked, stuffing his mouth with food. We are also a rare gathering of talents. Zhu Zhuqing could not help but be moved, and Dai Mubai wore a proud expression, firmly believing that he and those around him were indeed exceptional talents. Ning Rongrong smiled silently, aware that the geniuses Kakashi spoke of were not on par with them. Oscar remained silent, but with a determined gleam in his eyes. If I am a genius, then with effort, I can surely help Rongrong escape her suffering. Tang San and Xiao Wu were filled with anticipation. Having heard stories before, they knew Kakashi's tales always transcended the ordinary, yet remained plausible. These trivial matters cannot sway their steadfast hearts, which eagerly anticipate the unfolding of the narrative. Uchiha Shursui, at that time regarded as the mightiest man of the Uchiha clan, displayed a precocity with which we could not possibly compare. Uchiha Itachi, both mentor and friend to Shursui, was a prodigy whose exceptional talents flourished further under Shursui's guidance, sharing a resolute will akin to his mentors. Uchiha Sasuke, the younger brother of Itachi, was also gifted and under Itachi's nurturing and instruction. He exhibited remarkable drive and swiftly ascended in strength, though his innate talents paled in comparison to those of his predecessors. Upon concluding his thoughts, Kakashi surveyed the other 7 individuals encircling the low table. Do not presume that they are akin to you. Each of them surpassed my current self by the age of 16. A heavy blow struck Tang San's heart. Disbelief etched across his face. He had initially believed Kakashi to be extraordinarily gifted, and following his reincarnation, due to the maturation of his soul power during his youth, his strength had surely increased. Yet, those three had already eclipsed Kakashi by the age of 16. Indeed, they had surpassed him, and even with Kakashi's sage techniques factored in, and having lived 2 lives, he still found himself outmatched by mere teenagers. Just how formidable were the individuals from that world? However, only Tang San contemplated this matter, for no one else was privy to the fact that Kakashi spoke the truth. Those three truly existed. "Brother, what troubles you? You appear unwell," Xiao Wu inquired with concern. Kakashi's emphatic assertion that those three surpassed him made it seem as though they genuinely existed. Dai Mubai was utterly skeptical, convinced that Kakashi was undoubtedly the foremost young expert in the world. Oscar was taken aback, pondering the existence of such inhumanly powerful beings, while others remained skeptical. They chose not to voice their doubts. 2 representatives had already spoken, rendering further declarations somewhat futile. The Uchiha clan anticipated a glorious era. Yet 2 of those 3 prodigies ultimately led to the near-total annihilation of the clan, leaving only the youngest, Sasuke, to survive. Days before the night of extermination, Uchiha Shirsue's body was discovered in a river, ruled as suicide, yet suspicions within the Uchiha clan pointed to Uchiha Itachi as the perpetrator. Provocations ensued, ultimately inciting Itachi. One fateful night eradicated the entire clan. Another shocking revelation left the others momentarily stunned, their jaws agape before they resumed their conversations. Only Tang San felt as though he had been struck by a heavy hammer, nearly losing consciousness. This was a reality that existed. What had driven Uchiha Itachi to such madness that he would commit such acts? Indeed, he had extinguished the lives of all, including his revered father and his gentle, elegant mother, whom he had slain with his own hands. In chapter 134, the man known as Uchiha Itachi murdered his kin, killed his parents, later tacitly admitting to the slaying of his dear friend Shirsue, and even took the life of his beloved, leaving only his younger brother alive, claiming it was to facilitate his ultimate transformation. Oscar gasped, inquiring, "Ultimate transformation?" Precisely so. The Uchiha clan's abilities undergo a unique metamorphosis upon reaching a certain threshold, resulting in an extraordinary enhancement of power. This transformation, however, comes at a cost. The more one utilizes their abilities, the greater the toll on their body, ultimately leading to a painful demise. This metamorphosis necessitates something from the body of a blood relative. Yet for reasons unknown, Itachi harbored a deep-seated hatred for his kin, thus leaving no survivor among them. To complete the transformation, it was imperative for another's abilities to reach a significant level, which is why Itachi spared his 7-year-old brother, intending to fill Sasuke's heart with vengeful hatred, thereby amplifying his strength. To go to such lengths for oneself, Xiao Wu clenched her teeth in indignation. After obliterating his entire clan, Itachi could no longer remain in the village. He ultimately aligned himself with an organization called Akatsuki, where he made his abode. To foster Sasuke's growth, Itachi sought opportunities to appear before him, provoking Sasuke's ambitions for revenge, thereby enhancing his capabilities. That scoundrel! Dai Mubai slammed his fist into the ground. He is scarcely worthy of being called a human. Even Tang San could only echo this sentiment. How could such a perverse individual exist? Oscar's face was contorted with rage. Ignoring their expressions, Kakashi continued recounting past events. That opportunity arose after a dangerous individual had orchestrated a plan to annihilate the village. This individual left an indelible mark on Sasuke, granting him power while simultaneously subjecting him to torment, all in pursuit of the Uchiha clan's abilities, seeking to seize Sasuke's prowess. Poor Sasuke, he has such a brother and is targeted by a perilous individual, suffering as a consequence. The plot to destroy the village ultimately failed. Yet the village elder perished in battle. Amidst the ensuing chaos without a new leader, Itachi seized the moment, not only appearing before Sasuke, but also engaging in a fierce battle with some of the village's elite before departing unscathed. Indeed, I was one of those elite. Although I was defeated by him in a single move, it nonetheless proved that he had to employ such a technique to contend with me. Hey, having been defeated by a single technique, one wonders whether to feel fortunate or humiliated. His emergence effectively spurred Sasuke, compelling him to forsake everything in his pursuit of strength, ultimately leading him to betray the village and ally with that dangerous individual. Why would he willingly walk into a trap? The method by which that dangerous individual seized others' abilities required 3 years of preparation, and it had to be utilized every 3 years. Otherwise, his body would collapse. He had anticipated that Sasuke would arrive in time for this ability acquisition, yet Naruto's interference delayed Sasuke's arrival at the dangerous individual's lair, forcing the plan to be postponed by 3 years. However, Sasuke's exceptional talent proved formidable. 3 years later, before the individual could act, Sasuke seized the opportunity, reclaiming his powers and slaying the foe. And in the end, did that scoundrel Uchiha Itachi meet his demise at Sasuke's hands? After reclaiming his strength, Itachi felt the time was ripe and invited Sasuke for a decisive battle to settle their scores. Kakashi raised his half-closed right eye, glancing at the crowd, and continued, "As you now anticipate, Itachi ultimately perished. However, this confrontation was fraught with peculiarities. Firstly, during their weapon clash, Sasuke executed a covert strike against Itachi, injuring his thigh and impairing his mobility. Yet the members of the Akatsuki, observing from the shadows, were perplexed, exclaiming, "Strange. Itachi should not have been unable to evade that strike. Was this intentional on Itachi's part? Was he seeking redemption?" Because of the existence of a brother like Tang San, Xiao Wu was particularly sensitive to the concept of brotherhood, leading her to initially believe that all brothers in the world were inherently good. Yet another companion remarked, "It appears that Itachi has succumbed to illness. I knew that scoundrel was no good." While Kakashi wished to respond, he refrained. Itachi had always borne the weight of infamy, and even in death, he never truly cleared his name, having been the subject of countless vile remarks. What did that matter in the grand scheme of things? If one were to utter such words now, it might ultimately compromise the narrative's efficacy. It would be prudent to allow these children to experience a complete setback on their own. There remains another enigma. Itachi clearly sought a complete corpse. Yet in the heat of battle, he employed a technique that could not cease until the enemy was utterly annihilated, which is quite peculiar. Should he obliterate Sasuke's body, he would gain nothing. Has he been driven to madness, inadvertently unleashing his most lethal move? Remarkably, Sasuke not only evaded this deadly attack, but also cleverly turned it into his own strength to counter Itachi. This marked Sasuke's final strike, immensely powerful. Yet it still failed to vanquish Itachi. At that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The perilous figure that Sasuke had consumed suddenly manifested through Sasuke's body, assuming the form of an 8-headed serpent. This formidable entity claimed the ability to usurp others' powers by directly seizing their bodies, transforming everything about them into its own. This being must change its body every 3 years. Yet the abilities it acquires endure, with no stipulation on the frequency of such exchanges. Thus, it possesses an extraordinary trait. It can achieve immortality, resurrecting wherever its mark remains, rendering it impossible to kill, regardless of the methods employed. Sasuke had absorbed its power, which typically left a remnant of will to suppress his consciousness. However, having failed to eliminate Itachi with his last blow, he found himself on the brink of collapse, momentarily losing control of his body. The grotesque nature of this narrative featured genuine monstrosities, leaving Xiao Wu with an expression akin to having ingested a fly, nearly driven to despair. Yet, in that very moment, a similarly exhausted Itachi uttered, as expected, what should appear has indeed manifested. Before invoking his initial metamorphic ability to defeat and seal this formidable entity, causing the mark on Sasuke to vanish. What is the true nature of Uchiha Itachi? This was the shared thought of the Shrek 7 Devils. After sealing away the formidable being, even Itachi could no longer endure, frequently coughing up blood, his life hanging by a thread. Nevertheless, he persevered and approached Sasuke, gently whispering, "This is the last time. Forgive me, Sasuke." Simultaneously, Itachi extended his finger to lightly touch Sasuke's forehead before collapsing to the ground, completely lifeless. Chapter 135 is titled The Man Named Uchiha Itachi. The gentle touch of his finger upon Sasuke's forehead was a cherished gesture between them. In those moments, Itachi would always seek Sasuke's forgiveness, creating a sense of doubt under such circumstances. However, at that time, no one paid heed to this detail. As Itachi staggered toward Sasuke amidst the unfolding drama of theft. "My eyes belong to me," Itachi declared. Exhausted and severely wounded from the battle, Sasuke, having briefly lost control of his body, succumbed to unconsciousness upon witnessing Itachi's demise. Although he had heard of Itachi's death, the Shrek's 7 devils did not experience a sense of relief. Setting aside any lingering doubts, they felt an unexpected emptiness instead of joy for Sasuke. They were unable to articulate their feelings, simply sensing a void. Previously, Sasuke's mentor had cautioned him, "Do not live with vengeance as your goal, lest you be left with nothing but emptiness." Kakashi spoke softly, a sentiment shared solely between him and Sasuke. In truth, when Sasuke regained consciousness, his eyes were hollow and devoid of spirit, his body drained of strength, as though he had lost all power, his heart feeling as if it had been hollowed out. Unsure of his future path and stripped of his will to live, the once chatty Xiao Wu and others now bore heavy hearts, their spirits weighed down by Kakashi's words resonating with Sasuke's emotions. However, a masked man claiming to be Uchiha Madara emerged, showcasing the emblem of the Uchiha clan's abilities, seeking to gain Sasuke's trust for his own purposes. Xiao Wu gasped in disbelief. "Isn't Uchiha Madara supposed to be dead?" Uchiha Madara, having controlled a monstrous beast in battle against the current village leader, had made quite an impression. Upon revealing the emblem of his clan, Sasuke, in a state of confusion and weakness, glanced at the insignia, but then an unusual transformation occurred. Sasuke's eyes suddenly shifted, and he unleashed the ocular technique Amaterasu against the masked man. Amaterasu is a unique flame that emanates from the eyes, igniting everything in its line of sight. Unavoidable and relentless. Once it clings to a target, it will not extinguish until the individual is reduced to ashes. In their previous confrontation, Itachi had employed this technique against Sasuke, nearly ending his life. Yet Sasuke had escaped using the unique peeling ability of that dangerous entity. However, Amaterasu failed to eliminate the masked man, who began to unveil the truth. What truth? The 7 devils questioned, perceiving no revelations apart from the perplexing enigmas. It is the truth of the Uchiha clan's extermination. After narrowly escaping, the masked man mused, "It seems even Itachi could not grasp the entirety of my existence. Haha. His efforts were in vain. Otherwise, I would have truly perished." His words conveyed a profound apprehension towards Itachi. In truth, the masked man's plans had made little progress while Itachi lived, as he dared not act too boldly. With a sinister chuckle, the masked man remarked, "This is Itachi's final resistance, yet it is of no consequence to me." As expected of Itachi, even in death, he surprises me, for I did not anticipate his foresight. "What are you talking about?" Sasuke, seemingly devoid of purpose, struggled to muster the energy to confront this so-called truth. "Itachi cast a jutsu upon you, designed to eliminate me, or rather, to prevent me from approaching you. It was likely set to automatically release Amaterasu the moment you beheld my insignia." The masked man invoked Sasuke's memories. "Itachi must have done something to you, placing this jutsu upon you before his death." This caused Sasuke to recall the gentle touch of Itachi's finger upon his forehead, their only physical connection. What truth lies within? Xiao Wu was eager to know. On that fateful night, Itachi slaughtered every member of the Uchiha clan before fleeing the village, a deed that was indeed true. Yet it was a task assigned to him by the village's higher-ups. How could there be such an order to eradicate an entire family? It was precisely for this reason that Itachi sacrificed his own self to fulfill the mission. What manner of grotesque narrative is this, where the task consists of annihilating one's own kin? Years prior, an incident occurred, the one I previously mentioned regarding the monstrous boy whose body housed the very beast. This calamity, the beast's upheaval, left Tang San in disbelief, questioning why it would become the source of distrust within the village. That beast was, in fact, the one controlled by Uchiha Madara during his conflict with the current village leader. given that the beast had been manipulated by members of the Uchiha clan. The village's higher-ups could not help but suspect it was a scheme orchestrated by someone within the Uchiha. Could this rebellion have been instigated by the Uchiha in their quest for power? The higher-ups pondered. The Uchiha clan was subjected to thorough surveillance by the village, their dwelling relegated to the outskirts, nearly rendered isolated. The seven did not inquire about the circumstances leading to their isolation. For those who are enraptured by a tale, seldom pay heed to the minutiae of illness. Aside from the contemporary village chief, who harbored reservations regarding this course of action, the martial faction of the village and other high-ranking officials did not endorse his perspective. Ultimately, the Uchiha clan remained a source of distrust. The chasm created by mutual suspicion bred discrimination, which culminated in the Uchiha clan's attempt to instigate a coup and seize control of the village. Under constant surveillance from the village's elite, the changes within the Uchiha clan did not escape their notice, prompting them to plant spies among the clan. The individual chosen was none other than Uchiha Itachi, the brother whom Sasuke both despised and idolized. Thus, Itachi embarked upon an irreversible path leading to perdition. He was compelled to take the lives of his gentle mother, his revered father, his close kin, and his culture beloved. There exists no term more fitting than hell to describe the conclusion of such a journey. Uchiha's attempt to incite a coup. Itachi is a spy. Sasuke's voice trembled, scarcely able to believe his ears. If this were indeed the case, then all his actions have been rendered meaningless. Sasuke dared not continue his thoughts, fearful of the implications. Sasuke's father, Uchiha Fugaku, was the mastermind behind the coup, while Itachi was the spy planted within the direct subordinates of the village's elite by their father. However, Itachi ultimately made the fateful decision to divulge Uchiha clan intelligence to the village's upper echelons, thus becoming a double agent. It was an insufferable burden, one that no one could comprehend. Both sides regarded Itachi as integral, and the torment he endured in reaching this decision remains unknown. Why? Why did Itachi betray the Uchiha clan? Sasuke struggled to grasp Itachi's choice, for his very existence revolved around avenging the Uchiha clan. Sasuke believed that in Itachi's heart, as in the hearts of all, the clan was paramount. You, who have never witnessed war, may find it difficult to comprehend. The masked man replied with a hint of exasperation, feeling as though he were speaking with a child devoid of understanding. At the tender age of 4, Itachi bore witness to the horrors of war between villages, an experience that thrust him into the abyss of violence. The masked man refrained from elaborating further, knowing that Sasuke could not fathom the brutality of war. Kakashi, who had been sharing tales while gazing at the night sky, abruptly ceased, surveying the 7 individuals before him, and remarked, "It is akin to my present interaction with you." Little Wu inquired, "What is war truly like?" Even though she had lived through countless years, she had never witnessed human conflict. Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing fell silent. Despite their noble lineage, they had never encountered the reality of war. Oscar, having emerged from the village, likely had never even perused a book on warfare. "I might know a bit," only Tang San ventured to say. As he contemplated the gazes of the 7, he seemed to delve into memories before uttering, "Better to be a peaceful dog than a man amidst chaos." Kakashi could only marvel at the abundance of talent in that world. "Indeed, quite fitting," he commented. Without allowing the others to interject, Kakashi swiftly resumed his narrative. The shadow of war instilled in Itachi a profound aversion to conflict. He prioritized the village's stability and dedicated himself to peace. Such was his character. Unencumbered by the constraints of clan loyalty, he loved the village deeply. The village's upper echelon exploited this trait, assigning Itachi an extremely sensitive mission. Indeed, the task was to eradicate the entire Uchiha clan. The emotional turmoil Itachi must have experienced at that time is beyond imagination. He possessed extraordinary talents and formidable strength from a young age. Yet, he was destined to wield that power against his own kin. The might of the Uchiha clan was excessively potent, and should they instigate civil strife, the village would be gravely shaken, potentially inviting neighboring villages to seize the opportunity, igniting a new war. Merely due to the Uchiha clan's selfish desires, a conflict would arise, one that Itachi wished never to experience again. resulting in the deaths of countless innocents. Thus, Itachi resolved to bring an end to his clan's history, not out of hatred, but from a lack of alternatives. Itachi sacrificed himself, creating this tragic scenario, and no one could justly blame him for bearing the stigma of a traitor. Sasuke still found it hard to believe. If the truth were indeed as such, then what had he been doing all along in pursuit of his so-called vengeance? But I nearly lost my life at his hands several times, Sasuke protested in his final struggle. If Itachi were serious, you would have perished long ago. That much is certain. He unleashed the power of Amaterasu, which would not extinguish until it consumed its target, and you claim the flames of Amaterasu, relentless in their destruction, rendered any notion of insincerity implausible. Your countermeasures were anticipated by him. Itachi needed to push you to the brink during that battle, and you should have realized this by now. Sasuke recalled the moment when, in his overexertion, he was subjected to the control of that formidable figure who had long oppressed him, and Itachi's words echoed. What was meant to appear has finally emerged. To eliminate your concealed threat while witnessing the demise of your closest ones. Through this battle, he sought to elevate your abilities. This was all meticulously orchestrated by Itachi. Itachi is a villain, a murderer of his clan, a traitor to Akatsuki. Akatsuki was a perilous organization that initially operated like mercenaries, accepting tasks, but as it evolved, it engaged with various villages, particularly the one to which Itachi belonged. However, due to the formidable strength of its members, akin to Itachi, no one could contend with them. Itachi bore the indelible mark of guilt alone, leaving the village to join Akatsuki, where he monitored the organization that posed a threat to his home. He remained deeply concerned for the village, as well as for you. When Itachi appeared before Sasuke to provoke him, it was against the backdrop of the village chief's recent demise, and it was the chief who had promised to protect Sasuke. This chief was the only one who sought to resolve the Uchiha clan's issues through peaceful negotiations, but time was against him, and he ultimately failed. Nevertheless, Itachi held great faith in the chief, feeling reassured to leave Sasuke in his care. After the chief's passing, only 3 high-ranking members of Konoha remained to safeguard Sasuke, 2 of whom were advisors without real power, while the last was a martial faction member who had harbored animosity towards the Uchiha from the outset. Thus, Itachi's purpose in returning to the village was to convey to the Konoha elite that he was still alive and to caution them against rash actions. Upon his departure, he had threatened the martial faction, stating, "Should you dare harm Sasuke, I shall reveal all of the village's confidential information to the enemy." Concurrently, Itachi harbored another motive for his return. He remained distrustful of the village's elite, and his provocation of Sasuke aimed to inspire him to rapidly increase his strength, prompting him to leave the village in search of the dangerous individual who coveted Sasuke's body. This perilous figure had previously confronted Itachi, but due to his newfound ability to usurp others' bodies, he had developed flaws that the Uchiha clan's powers effectively countered, leading to his defeat and retreat at Itachi's hands. He set his sights on Zwashu solely for that extraordinary ability, and Itachi was fully aware of this. Confident that the exceptionally talented Zwashu would discern the weaknesses of dangerous individuals. Thus, he prepared everything for Zwashu with great assurance. Itachi had taken the lives of friends, superiors, lovers, and even family, yet the one he spared was his younger brother, Zwashu. Naturally, Itachi would not allow Zwashu to live a desolate existence in this world, so he bestowed upon him a unique ability derived from his dear friend Jishue, aimed at altering beliefs. This peculiar ability could directly transform the convictions of others, and Itachi designated it as Protect the Village, cleverly embedding it within Naruto, who persistently pursued Zwashu. Whenever Zwashu encountered Naruto under specific circumstances, the technique would activate, and his belief would shift to safeguarding Mai. Kakashi exhaled deeply, regaining his composure as he rose to his feet. Itachi's life came to a close, and the tale reached its conclusion. Chapter 136, Grand Plans and Suspicions. Wuhuan Palace. Elder Hall. This grand edifice is the largest within the Pope's domain, representing the pinnacle of power within the entire Wuhuan Palace. Upon entering the vast hall beneath the soaring dome, which reaches nearly 30 meters in height, one discovers 3 tiers surrounding it, each adorned with 10 chambers. Except under extraordinary circumstances, only those possessing a soul power of 90 or above, holding the title of Douluo, may reside here. This hall constitutes the true epicenter of authority within the Wuhuan Palace, where even the Pope is subject to its influence. Ultimately, it is the might that prevails. If the elders residing here were to unite, they could obliterate a city within a day, a statement not made lightly. At this moment, the Elder Hall was eerily silent, devoid of even a single servant. As Qian Rinxua stepped into the grand hall, the pores of her skin tightened. At the innermost part of the hall, before a colossal statue of a 6-winged angel crafted from pure gold, stood a solitary figure with his back to the entrance, gazing up at the magnificent statue. From behind, he appeared to be a man of considerable height, though not particularly robust, clad in a simple gray robe, with long black hair neatly arranged behind his head. Standing there, he exuded an extraordinary aura. Qian Rinxua, possessing the 6-winged angel martial soul, felt an uncanny clarity, as if this individual were one with the statue itself. The sunlight streaming through the grand windows of the hall seemed to converge upon him, bestowing an aura of reverence despite his humble attire. Few ventured here, for those eligible were exceedingly rare, and apart from select few, others would not dare to enter unless compelled by necessity. They feared that upon encountering the man before the statue, they would be overwhelmed by an immense pressure. Those permitted entry were all formidable experts renowned outside, reluctant to endure the intimidation reminiscent of their earlier days before their esteemed predecessors. However, today marked the arrival of a long-awaited visitor, one of the 6 esteemed offerings of the Wuhuan Palace, who was among the few unperturbed by the ambience here. Yet, he approached with urgency, having harbored this matter for quite some time. The golden crocodile, Douluo, clad in silver, displayed signs of impatience. In his 100-plus years of life, he had not felt such urgency since the incident 13 years prior. The grand offering, golden crocodile Douluo, began to speak slowly. It concerns that mysterious individual, and, as I previously stated, do not interfere with him. The gray-clad figure did not turn or acknowledge him, remaining steadfastly oriented away from the formidable 98th-level peak, Douluo. Are we truly going to disregard that boy? He has formed a rather effective partnership with Bai Bai Dong, and the results have been impressive. Those specially trained individuals can even slay a soul emperor. Golden Crocodile Douluo could scarcely believe it. Those trained, known as ninjas, possessed exceptional prowess. In a contest, they could potentially rival the Soul Sect, but in a life-and-death struggle, it was astonishing that those without unique abilities could indeed kill a soul emperor. These individuals were undeniably powerful. While they often engaged in peculiar antics, their capability to eliminate a soul emperor was undeniable. Moreover, they were currently developing powerful special weaponry to compensate for the ninja's shortcomings. It was said that the silver-haired youth's unique energy could not be shared, rendering any jutsu employing bizarre hand seals ineffective. However, if those potent weapons were successfully developed, combined with the energy he could eventually share, those experts would surely be able to contend with the Soul Sage. This was utterly unacceptable. If this were merely a faction of their own, it might be tolerable. But to provide such significant support to that venomous woman Bai Bai Dong was intolerable. Grand Offering, that boy and Bai Bai Dong are evidently aligned now. Shall we allow her to continue her ascent? Golden Crocodile Douluo was anxious. Recently, news had reached him from the Tiando Empire regarding Qian Rinxua, about that enigmatic 6th Hokage who engaged in combat with the poisoned Douluo. Although he was deemed the weakest among the titled Douluo, the poisoned Douluo was still formidable, and his strength was not to be underestimated. The thought of a 16-year-old youth, regardless of his skills, facing a significant power disparity was troubling. That young boy could easily be dispatched with a mere gesture, yet Dong Gu Bo sought to engage him in battle. Although the boy's speed and strength were impressive, even if he had outmaneuvered Qian Rinxua through cunning before, such rapid growth was alarming. At this rate, wouldn't that boy gradually evolve into a true titled Douluo? Should he reach the heights of his own level, and if he were to ally with Bai Bai Dong, the Wuhuan Palace might truly fall in her hands. While there was no immediate concern that the boy could usurp power from the Wuhuan Palace, His intentions seemed genuine, and he did not retain command over the individuals he trained. There was still the possibility of dire consequences if Bai Dong seized power and severed the lineage of angels. Grand Offering, we cannot allow this situation to persist. Golden Crocodile Douluo was filled with urgency. He did not wish to witness the demise of the angel lineage to which he was loyal. I have stated, do not interfere with him. The gray-clad figure remained unmoved, ignoring Golden Crocodile Douluo's entreaties as if he had not heard a word. Why did Douluo find it almost unbelievable to hear his own thoughts echoed by the Dagong phone? Surely, if he could conceive such ideas, the Dagong phone could as well. But could it truly be believed that those on the other side were incapable of crossing over? This was indeed the case. Throughout history, apart from the special territories of divine inheritance, there had never been any records of someone of that type. How then had he managed to come here? This was not a mere coincidence. Douluo realized that the Dagong phone had never truly believed in that individual. You suggest that if the first can come, then the second can too. If, in the future, people from that side are able to arrive in droves, they will undoubtedly pursue the whereabouts of this person. What will happen to the Wuhan temple then? Before Douluo could respond, the figure in gray continued. The plan proposed by this individual is quite commendable. If successful, the Wuhan temple will experience fewer casualties and gain strength, leading to a balance of power with the two great empires. Just imagining such a scenario is truly enticing. Yet, Douluo remained unconvinced, stating, but what if unforeseen circumstances arise in the future, or if that individual harbors ulterior motives? His coming to ally with the Wuhan temple might merely be a quest for refuge during his growth phase, and once he gains strength. The gray figure interrupted Douluo's fervent argument, bringing up the grand plan. The intention is to avoid initiating a real war and to minimize casualties. Douluo could not help but think of that incredulous condition. To avoid war and reduce casualties was essentially aiding the Wuhan temple and the continent itself. If those overseas harbored intentions to invade, would that not only serve to further plunge the continent into chaos? Douluo understood his concern lay precisely here. The trustworthiness of such conditions was exceedingly tenuous. Currently, the vast majority of soul masters and factions on the continent yearn for war. For with war comes opportunity. Small factions, if they could refrain from involvement, could rise to power once the chaos subsides and several major forces turn to ashes. Even among the 7 great sects, there were those dissatisfied with their standing, eager to form alliances during turmoil, ingratiating themselves with major factions to besiege the isolated. Only the common folk, lacking power, yearned for peace and despised war. Was the 6th generation truly contemplating their welfare? No, the so-called Hokage should be a figure of authority. Such figures would hardly concern themselves with the lives of the common people as long as their own strength prevailed. Proposing such a grand plan with conditions of no war and reduced fatalities naturally led the Dagong Feng to suspect that individual. The Dagong Feng feared that the individual might ultimately alter the plan midway, instigating great disorder on the continent and collaborating with those from foreign lands to invade. The gray figure spoke slowly. If these two conditions are genuinely heartfelt, then it would indeed be a tremendous boon. That individual once remarked, to sacrifice oneself and protect peace in the darkness as an unnamed ninja is the only way to be deemed a true ninja. The gray figure continued thoughtfully. How could such individuals possibly exist? Douluo found it hard to believe that someone would willingly sacrifice for the sake of the majority, engaging in what he termed self-sacrifice. Such notions only belonged in fairy tales. He protested vehemently, possessing a formidable soul power of 98. He had lived for over a century and fought countless battles. Throughout his ascent in power, he had witnessed friends perish, his wife and children succumb, and eventually, all his relatives fell victim to time. Only the Wuhan temple remained as his object of loyalty, alongside a few powerful old friends. At that time, where were those willing to selflessly sacrifice for others? He had long seen through the harsh reality of survival of the fittest, a principle unchangeable in the world of soul masters. Having lived so long, these thoughts had become deeply ingrained. Generally, an old man could be described as stubborn. A lifetime of adherence to principles rendered one's beliefs immutable. What talk of peace? Was that not a mere tale? In his 100 years of life, he had never witnessed the power struggles on the continent cease. Once Xiao Shui usurped the Tian-Do Empire, she would swiftly march against Xing Luo, knowing they would not surrender. The thought of sweeping through with such ease was exhilarating. Negotiations? Nonsense. If necessary, one would resort to assassinating the higher-ups. If that failed, they would eliminate the opposing force's strength to instill fear. Victory would be assured. They would simply advance. The notion of avoiding conflict and reducing casualties was nothing but a fallacy. Go back, he declared. Even if we were to compare with the East, we should not engage him. If this individual is truly sincere, then acting rashly would jeopardize a significant opportunity for peace on the continent. The idea of peace on the continent seemed almost laughable. However, if executed by that silver-haired outsider, it might indeed have a chance of realization. Hui Yirun, unlike Jin Douluo, was an old traditionalist. Yet he had a young granddaughter in whom he held great hope. Her insights were unquestionably correct. In the end, Jin Douluo departed with a myriad of complex emotions, pondering whether the sixth-generation Hokage genuinely harbored intentions for the continent's stability. Could that grand plan truly be executed with absolute certainty? Firstly, the Wuhan Temple could dominate the world, and secondly, he had never before heard of such a thing as peace. Thirdly, that individual, when they faced Bibi Dong in the future, would likely not side with her, as that would be an internal matter for the Wuhan Temple. If the preceding conditions of not initiating war and minimizing casualties were sincere, then that individual would surely understand that he, as an outsider, could not meddle in the internal affairs of the Wuhan Temple. However, it would be prudent to first observe his character before making any decisions. Chapter 137. Tournament Rules: The Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Tournament. Hosted by the royal families of the Tian-Do and Xing Luo empires and co-organized by the Wuhan Temple, is the most grandiose martial spirit competition in the realm of soul masters. The strength of the participants ranks just below the elite selection competitions of the Wuhan Temple. Among the rules, several must be adhered to strictly. Firstly, participants sent by the academies must be under the age of 25, and the number of competitors in each match must consistently reach 7. Secondly, the competition aims to foster friendship and skill exchange, and every effort must be made to avoid maiming opponents, much less causing fatalities. Any act of killing an opponent will result in the academy not only bearing the corresponding losses, but also being expelled from the tournament. While it is true that blades are blind and soul techniques cannot be retracted once unleashed, unexpected incidents are sometimes unavoidable. However, the purpose of the Soul Master Tournament is to select outstanding talents, not to engage in life and death struggles. Without this explicit regulation, the tournament would devolve into a battlefield for various factions, with the younger generation serving as weapons to extinguish the futures of rival forces. Such a scenario would transform the event into a gladiatorial arena, where soul masters would be reduced to mere beasts, slaughtering each other for the amusement of the audience. Apart from these two rigid rules, there are also more standardized regulations, all predicated on fairness. For instance, during the competition, no substances or foods created by non-food or non-healing soul masters may be used. Only food or healing soul masters present on the field are permitted to provide sustenance to their team members. In other words, if one wishes to obtain supplies during the competition, a support-type soul master must occupy one of the slots on the battlefield. This effectively mitigates the potential drawbacks of a team comprising food-type soul masters. Furthermore, there exists a regulation prohibiting the use of any weapon outside the realm of one's martial soul. Consequently, Tang San's unique weaponry becomes inapplicable, and Kakashi's ninjutsu, naturally, cannot be utilized either. While this may be tolerable in Sotoa City, a mere small locale where the soul arena remains indifferent, the situation changes dramatically here. Should one delve deeper, Kakashi's ruse of using herbal remedies would also prove inadequate. Though not explicitly stated, it bears the same nature as the prohibition against special weaponry. Such infractions are deemed unacceptable, leaving no room for negotiation. Between the two empires, the total number of advanced Soul Master academies approaches 100. Each academy holds a quota for participation, with both empires possessing an official advanced Soul Master academy, thereby occupying 2 slots. For instance, the Tiando Empire's Tiando Royal Academy is among these, and the quotas for the 2 official advanced Soul Master academies are divided into main and auxiliary teams. The main team will directly advance to the final round, serving as a guarantee of prestige for the royal families of both empires, while the auxiliary team will compete alongside other academies in the preliminaries. This arrangement presents a conundrum. Direct advancement to the finals is a double-edged sword. Ostensibly, it reflects the empire's grandeur, yet should the main team falter against a team that progressed from the bottom ranks, it would invite scorn and cast doubt upon the main team's prowess, thus questioning the credibility of the Tiando Royal Academy. If the empire publicly renounces the notion of direct advancement, it may even salvage its reputation. Should they possess genuine skill, they could establish their dominance by defeating opponents in a gradual ascent through the ranks of various Soul Master academies. The victors shall command the world, and who would dare oppose them? The preliminaries will be conducted in divisions. In the Tiando Empire, centered around Tiando City, all advanced Soul Master academies not affiliated with other kingdoms or duchies will compete in the Tiando City division. The advanced Soul Master academies from various kingdoms and duchies will engage in preliminaries based on their national affiliations. The Tiando Empire comprises 4 kingdoms and 1 duchy, resulting in a total of 6 preliminary divisions within the Tiando Empire when including the Tiando City division. Aside from the 1 team that has already secured a place in the finals, the 6 divisions will vie for 15 participation slots. Notably, due to the abundance of advanced Soul Master academies in the Tiando City division, which is directly overseen by the Empire, 5 slots will be allocated for advancement. Each of the other 4 kingdoms and the duchy will have 2 slots. The situation in the Xingluo Empire closely mirrors that of the Tiando Empire. A total of 30 teams will progress to the next stage following the preliminaries. All 30 teams will participate in the finals, but prior to that, there will be a qualification match. The qualification match is essentially a ranking competition among the teams that have already reached the finals, determining their order of appearance based on ranking. The formats of the preliminaries and the qualification match differ. The preliminaries will adopt a team battle format, with a single round-robin system allowing the team with the highest winning points to advance to the qualification match, which will be conducted in a unique manner. Although each participating team will still field 7 members, the matches will unfold as one-on-one duels. The winning fighter remains on the field, while the defeated side continues to send in participants until one side has lost all its competitors. Consequently, the preliminaries serve as a demonstration of team strength, whereas the qualification match becomes a display of individual prowess. The purpose of the qualification match is to allow the 2 empires and the higher echelons of the Spirit Hall to better identify exceptionally talented young Soul Masters among the participants. A total of 33 teams will compete in the finals, with a draw determining the elimination rounds. The 33 teams comprise those that emerge from the preliminaries, plus 2 seed teams from the 2 empires and 1 seed team from the Spirit Hall. The strength of the Spirit Hall is beyond question. It is the sacred ground for Soul Masters, a place where countless extraordinary talents have congregated throughout history, boasting an abundance of resources for Soul Master training and nurturing formidable young Soul Masters. The ranking of the qualification match will be conducted separately by the 2 empires, producing a list from 1 to 15. The advantages of this ranking will become evident in the finals, which will follow a knockout format. In each round, several teams will receive buys. In the first round, the 3 seed teams will be granted buys. The remaining 30 teams will compete head-to-head, with the 15 victorious teams advancing to the next round. In the second round, including the 3 seed teams, there will be a total of 18 teams. Among them, the 2 highest-ranked teams from the qualification match will receive buys. The remaining 16 teams will compete to determine 8 that will advance to the third round. By the third round, only 10 teams will remain, with the 2 highest-ranked teams from the qualification match again receiving buys. However, teams that have already received a buy will not be granted a second buy. After the third round, 6 teams will remain, representing the final 6 contenders of the competition. At this point, there will be no more buys. In the fourth round, the 6 teams will draw lots to compete against each other, determining the final 3 positions. The ranking of these top 3 will be established fairly through both team battles and individual elimination matches. Initially, individual elimination matches will take place, akin to the qualification match format, where 3 teams will engage in a contest, each sending forth 7 members to compete in turns. The losing side will be eliminated, while the victors will continue to face their next opponent until all members of the opposing teams are defeated. The winning academy will advance directly. The other 2 academies will then engage in a team battle to determine another advancing team, culminating in a final team battle between the previously qualified team and the victor of the team battle. Though the structure may seem convoluted and dizzying, it does not significantly impact the participants. The competitors need only focus on competing, leaving the complexities to the team leaders, who generally shield their members from such distractions to prevent interference with their performance. The strategy of Shrek's team is straightforward. No additional substitutes are required, leaving Oscar, the food-type Soul Master, at level 40 as their trump card. Among the 7 who will take the field, only Kakashi and Xiao Wu will engage in battle. While the others need not even manifest their martial souls, they may simply observe, conserving their strength. Xiao Wu will select an opponent, while the remaining 6 will be under Kakashi's purview. They possess immense confidence in Kakashi, whose speed and strength have never faltered against titled Douluo in combat. They have no reason for doubt. Of course, Kakashi's role will not be to secure their victory, but merely to sustain them until the final showdown. A team composed entirely of level 40 members will undoubtedly not disappoint. Observing the eager participants, a hint of a smile graces Kakashi's masked face. However, even if I wish to assist them in the final battle, I fear it may not suffice against Kai. The outcome rests in your hands. Chapter 138. The competition commences 3 days later, in the capital of the Tiendo Empire, Tiendo City. The grand opening ceremony of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition takes place, marking the commencement of the Tiendo Empire's regional event. As the most prestigious tournament in the Soul Master realm, it garners the attention not only of Soul Masters, but also of the royal family, nobility, and common folk alike, with every citizen of Tiendo City treating this competition as the grandest of festivals. The opening ceremony was held within the grand arena of Tiendo City, known as Tiendo Douluo Stadium. Remarkably, tickets for this event had sold out a month prior to the ceremony. It is noteworthy that the ticket prices were equivalent to those for entry into the Douluo Center, the main hub of the stadium. As the primary venue for the Tiendo region, the Tiendo Douluo Stadium had ceased all Dalu contests a month earlier to undergo renovations, merging all its sub-arenas with the main Dalu Center to create an immense competition space. Except for the VIP area, which remained on the northern side of the venue, the renovated stadium could accommodate up to 80,000 spectators simultaneously. Although the ticket sales yielded significant revenue, the costs incurred by the stadium were equally substantial. In the forthcoming period, all preliminary matches for the Tiendo region would take place here. In the early morning, before the sun had risen in the east, the renovated Tiendo Douluo Stadium had already welcomed a vast audience. Arriving so early, the spectators were not motivated by a desire for early entry, as each ticket featured a designated seat number. Their aim was to catch a glimpse of the young Soul Masters competing on the first day of the opening ceremony. Among them were numerous youthful maidens, as Master had remarked that the total number of Soul Masters across the continent barely reached 6 figures, with those representing advanced Soul Master academies being the creme de la creme, coupled with the age restriction of 25. These young Soul Masters undoubtedly represented the most desirable partners in the hearts of the maidens. The prospect of marrying a powerful Soul Master was indeed a lucrative affair, promising both fame and fortune. This fusion of Eastern and Western ideologies is rather disconcerting. It is said that Americans do not have the custom of treating others when dining out, nor do they expect to be treated, which carries practical educational significance. Even among the nobles who purchased VIP tickets, many gathered outside, as they were perpetually eager to attract Soul Masters. The elite competition of the advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent is a veritable cradle of talent. It is not merely those who achieve notable success that are coveted, but even those who merely participate in the grand event become objects of desire for noble families. Due to Xiao Wu not yet reaching level 40, she opted for opponents of comparable strength, while the other 6 were all Kakashis. Prior to the competition, they encountered a group of troublemakers from Tsanghue Academy. Although a confrontation was ultimately averted, Kakashi took note of their apparent instructor, a figure of malevolence known as Xinian, the Wuhuan of remnant dreams. His character was described as insidious and cruel, often tormenting opponents with illusions until they succumbed to despair. This entry was noted in the records of the Wuhuan Temple regarding contemporary powerhouses, even though the Wuhuan Temple did not lack Soul Saint-level figures. Xinian's unique Wuhuan warranted his mention in their annals. Similar to Xinian, those regarded as insignificant Soul Saints by the Wuhuan Temple included only a select few, such as Zhao Wuji, who had previously caused considerable havoc, even antagonizing the Wuhuan Temple. In essence, those recorded without sufficient strength typically exhibited questionable character, often embodying the traits of rogues. As the competition commenced, the emperor of the Tiando Empire, Shui Yi, delivered a speech from the stage, stirring complex emotions within Kakashi. Several of the emperor's sons had perished at his hands, with Shui Qinghe's remains now nothing more than dust. After eliminating his adversaries, Kakashi employed a technique known as the execution soul technique, which momentarily animated the hearts of the deceased for control. Consequently, those princes had collapsed suddenly before the gathering crowd, leading to the conclusion of bizarre deaths upon examination. The causes of death were enigmatic, with no external injuries, merely classified as sudden demise. In reality, the blood vessels surrounding their hearts had been severed, a result achievable only by a chakra scalpel. Although Kakashi was not a medical ninja, he could wield a basic chakra scalpel. He had studied assassination techniques in depth, understanding human vulnerabilities and the particulars surrounding vital areas. Causing such inexplicable deaths was not a great challenge. This was all thanks to his Sharingan, which, through its replication ability, allowed Kakashi to learn numerous forbidden jutsu. While it did not significantly enhance his overall strength, such techniques proved quite handy. Kakashi's gaze remained fixed on Emperor Shui Yi, acutely aware that this individual would likely meet a similar fate at his hands in the future. Unlike the original narrative, there was no incident of poisoning here. That was purely nonsensical. With Kakashi's assassination techniques, even if suspicions arose, there would be no evidence. The sole flaw lay in the fact that these princes had, for a minimum of 30 seconds prior to their deaths, lacked any skilled individuals nearby. Such a brief interval, devoid of curses, could hardly explain this miraculous occurrence. Even if severed blood vessels suggested homicide, no one had ever discovered such evidence, as no one possessed the skill to dissect a corpse nor the courage to do so. After all, this was a prince's body. Who would dare propose such a demand that could endanger entire families? Douluo might have had the audacity, but he was merely a killer, lacking the finesse for such intricate techniques. It could be said that soul masters stood in stark contrast to the realm of peculiar skills. Even without soul power, possessing agricultural tools such as hoes, sickles, and shovels allowed the populace to adapt. People prayed fervently, hoping that even if they could not become soul masters, they might at least receive practical agricultural tools. This mindset had, in turn, shackled the spirit of the populace, rendering them incapable of critical thought and self-development. Kakashi felt a mix of pity for the denizens of this world, while simultaneously relishing the success of his actions. The question lingered, were soul masters ultimately a boon or a bane in this world? Should there come a day when soul masters cease to exist, would chaos ensue, leading to the destruction of Douluo Continent, or would it foster positive development, awakening individuals to rely on their intellect for progress? No, such matters were not within my purview of concern. What mattered most now was the grand plan at hand, which would dictate the future of the continent and the lives of countless individuals. From his vantage point in the VIP area, Kakashi observed numerous familiar faces. During his assassination missions, Those princes were often surrounded by influential figures, and now those same individuals occupied the VIP seats. The Prince Shuexing, along with 3 committee members from the Tiando Royal Academy, as well as several other dignitaries of equal rank, sat in the second row of the VIP section. The front row, however, contained only 3 individuals. At the center sat a man clad in a gold and crimson robe, adorned with a crown of diamonds. His visage resembling that of an ancient moon, appearing slightly older than Prince Shuexing, yet bearing a striking resemblance. The difference lay in the man's demeanor, which far surpassed that of Prince Shuexing. Although he appeared somewhat aged, his poised presence commanded attention, as if everything around him revolved around him. It goes without saying that if Prince Shuexing occupied the second row, the identity of the individual seated at the center of the front row was unmistakable. It could only be none other than the emperor of the Tiando Empire. To his left sat an elder, even older than he, draped in a long red robe. Adorned with a 5-pointed platinum crown, his eyes half closed, giving the impression of slumber. His shoulders were narrow, and his slender form resembled a javelin. To the emperor's right sat someone with whom Kakashi was not particularly familiar. Tang San was not only acquainted with him, but also well-versed in his identity. He was none other than Ning Rongrong's father, Ning Fengji, the esteemed leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Today, Ning Fengji donned a flowing white robe, crowned with the regal 7 Treasures purple gold crown, a symbol of his esteemed status. As one of the 3 primary leaders of the 7 great sects, he was more than qualified to occupy such a prominent position. On the opposite side, a man clad in red caught Tang San's attention. The 5-pointed platinum crown atop his head signified that he was the platinum bishop of the Spirit Hall. The supreme ruler of the Spirit Hall was undoubtedly the Pope, with 4 bishops serving beneath him, each distinguished by their 5-pointed platinum crowns. The individual before Tang San was undoubtedly one of these bishops, likely the Lord of the Spirit Hall in Tiando City, holding a status of immense prestige. This man Kakashi was well acquainted with, having collaborated with him on numerous occasions during his assassination missions in Tiando City. He was also among the few who knew the true identity of Shuexing. Without the strength of a titled Douluo, one would typically be unaware of such secrets, but given his position as a branch leader in the Spirit Hall, his circumstances were indeed exceptional. Now, I invite our esteemed emperor to declare the commencement of this grand tournament, announced the host. I have slightly altered the address here. This event is taking place in the territory of the Tiando Empire, and the original narrative included the phrase Tiando Empire before emperor. The audacity of the host to speak so disrespectfully would likely lead to dire consequences. Seated in the central position of the front row of the VIP section, the emperor of the Tiando Empire, adorned in a crimson and gold robe, slowly rose amidst a thunderous applause. He raised his right hand, gesturing gracefully to the audience and the participating soul masters below, silencing the applause and enveloping the vast square in serene silence. His deep and resonant voice echoed through the sound amplification. Soul Guide, I, Shui, the Emperor of the Tiando Empire, representing both the Empire and the organizers of this tournament, hereby declare the opening of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament. Applause erupted once more, cheers reverberating throughout the venue. As the clamor subsided, the Emperor continued, Here, I hope that all participating Soul Masters will unleash their full potential and achieve remarkable results. You are the pride of the Empire. Let your brilliance shine for the glory of our nation. The applause resounded for the 3rd time, igniting a fervent glow in the eyes of the Soul Masters at the center of the arena. For them, this tournament represented the ultimate stage to showcase their abilities. The Emperor resumed his seat, and the host's voice rang out again. Next, we welcome Mr. Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, to deliver a speech for this tournament. As Ning Fengji rose, applause erupted once more, accompanied by the gaze of many eager spectators, keen to witness the prowess of the Soul Master World's foremost support Soul Master. With a gentle smile, Ning Fengji raised his hands in a humble gesture, expressing his gratitude for the invitation to be a guest at the tournament's opening ceremony. Participating in this Soul Master tournament are undoubtedly the finest talents of the younger generation. I hope you will bring glory to the Empire. The Empire needs individuals of your caliber, he proclaimed passionately. As the leader of the Second Sect, his words were imbued with an unwavering focus on the Empire, subtly influencing those who were impressionable. Those with their own convictions could discern the undertones of his rhetoric. Despite Ning Fengji's esteemed reputation, there were still those harboring disdain in the shadows, scoffing at his perceived subservience to the royal family. How disgraceful for a sect leader to become a pawn for the royal elite. What do those from the Royal Academy amount to? They aspire to be my masters? They muttered. The quality and reputation of the Tiando Royal Academy were well known. The Empire's name brought more than mere glory. As Emperor Shui, Yi began his address. The red-clad bishop of the Spirit Hall, Salus, who had remained motionless in his seat, finally opened his eyes. His head swayed gently from side to side. According to the instructions from the esteemed one, that individual was expected to make an appearance at this tournament. Should the task unfold as anticipated, the consequences could be dire. He contemplated. If I initiate the execution, even I lack the ability to contain him. Why must the esteemed one impose such limitations? Salus had never witnessed the true form of that esteemed individual. Only elders had beheld their visage. Nevertheless, he understood that should that individual take action, they would inevitably come to find him. Kakashi noticed Salus's peculiar behavior, observing how his gaze swept across the VIP area as if searching for something. It was likely that every participant in the arena had felt his scrutinizing gaze. Some perceptive individuals, endowed with considerable strength, furrowed their brows, pondering the intentions of this aged and powerful figure. What is Bishop Salus up to? Is he searching for something? They speculated. Could there be a talent he is particularly keen on? What kind of exceptional individual warrants such attention from a sole master of his stature? Such is the nature of influential figures. Even the slightest deviation from the norm captures the attention of countless observers. That should suffice. I have scanned the crowd, and the esteemed one should have noticed me by now, Salus mused inwardly, recalling the words of the revered figure from decades past. He was among those who held the sixth generation in the highest regard, a figure cloaked in black, imposing in stature. This was merely a disguise as the esteemed individual, while executing a clandestine mission, had sustained injuries that revealed fragments of the shrouded form beneath. Could it be that this imposing figure is merely a facade, an assemblage of hardened earth and stone? He pondered. The manner of their lethal precision, coupled with the uncanny ability to animate the deceased, rendered them nothing short of an omnipotent being. Most significantly, the intricate battle strategies devised by that esteemed figure were unlike anything Salus had ever witnessed in his lifetime. Indeed, when first conveyed, he was left utterly astonished, convinced of its potential for success. Even with intimate knowledge of the plan, he found himself at a loss, unable to comprehend its execution. Despite being unaware of the esteemed one's age, soul rings, or soul power level, Salus sensed an inexplicable awe towards them. Having lived for many years, participating in numerous conflicts between soul masters, he understood the reality of success and failure. Regardless of the means employed or the strokes of fortune experienced, such elements could not alter the undeniable fact of success. Plans reside in the hands of mortals, but their fruition is in the hands of fate. Efforts don't guarantee success. Fortune must also play its part. The esteemed one may resort to cunning tactics, eliminating evidence with a sense of meticulousness. Why not simply incinerate the evidence? Our flames are unlike ordinary fire. They leave no trace behind. Moreover, the diverse methods of demise, such as severing veins or inducing brain cell death, were utterly incomprehensible to him. What could these intricate machinations possibly achieve? Everyone may share the same thoughts. Yet only Salus understands that regardless of the complexity, the most effective solution is what truly matters. Observing the peculiar deaths of multiple princes, the Tiando royal family finds itself in a state of utter chaos, with no viable solutions in sight. They are unable to ascertain the specific causes of the princes' deaths, and apart from bolstering their guards, they are left with no other recourse. However, the consequence of this is the disappearance of the guards, while the princes continue to evade their fate, only to meet with bizarre demises. Salus seems to be searching for me. concluding that Kakashi must wait for the opportune moment. The esteemed deity once mentioned that the sixth generation would not allow me to discover his false identity. Thus Salus continues to act as instructed, closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit. Salus's behavior is peculiar, indicating a means for me to contact him without revealing my current identity. However, it is improbable that Salus could conceive such a plan alone. There must be someone orchestrating this from behind. Kakashi is startled. Could there be unforeseen circumstances at play? The original agreement was for me to return on my own, hence no communication method was established. If there were indeed an urgent matter, there are other more daring approaches, such as mobilizing the soul masters under my command. Of course, I would not mention seeking a silver-haired masked youth. It would merely serve as a ruse to prompt Kakashi's swift return. Yet, what is transpiring now? This low-profile maneuver is highly suspicious. If Salus was not acting under someone else's instruction, he would not resort to such means to seek me out. But who could be the puppeteer behind him? The six among the 7 offerings to the Pope, or perhaps the overwhelmingly powerful High Offering? These 3 types of individuals exhibit vastly different styles, and Kakashi, with decades of experience, can discern the distinctions. Such subtlety begs the question, what is the reasoning behind this? Kakashi ponders until he comprehends the situation. He will refrain from making any rash appearances. The only individuals capable of directing Salus are the Pope, the 7 offerings, and the various elders. The elders should not engage in such affairs. They have been renowned for at least 2 decades, and with such a lengthy span of time, few remember them. In other words, they have no external attachments and are wholly devoted to their cultivation within the Elder Hall. If it were a mundane matter, they could manage it themselves without urgency. Therefore, what could be the purpose of such intricate calculations? Merely to prompt my appearance and establish contact? Such triviality is unfathomable. The situation is far from simple. It is best not to act recklessly at this juncture. Kakashi resolved to employ a clone to investigate further. What then is the true objective this time? Chapter 140. The Grand Transition, word count minimal. It has always felt like I am merely padding the word count. Writing has become tedious, and I suspect it is equally dull for the readers. Following this grand transition, a significant change will ensue, which is the true theme of this narrative. Kakashi did not exercise caution and approached Salus in his true form. Subsequently, following Salus's guidance, he exited Tiendo City after the preliminary matches concluded. Upon leaving the city, he ventured into the forest, where he encountered an ambush by 6 soul sages. Kakashi did not bring Fufu along, as participating in the competition with a soul beast could lead to unnecessary complications. The ambush by the 6 soul sages was not quite an ambush. The Nine Tails had long sensed their presence, allowing Kakashi to execute a counter-ambush. However, Kakashi refrained from delivering lethal blows, avoiding vital areas. Each individual, though they had witnessed considerable bloodshed, did not lose their lives. Following this, Kakashi departed with his injuries. Even though it was a counter-ambush, the strategy employed to incapacitate the 6 soul sages was still quite tenuous. Had he chosen to eliminate them directly, Kakashi would have faced little difficulty. Killing enemies is far simpler than leaving them alive. Although he remains unaware of the identity or motives behind these actions, he has done all he could, and the remainder lies in the hands of the opposition. In the subsequent grand competition, Kakashi and Xiao Wu divided their roles, with Kakashi confronting the 6 opponents alone. Despite being injured, it had little impact, save for his dominant hand being wrapped in bandages, while others might find it daunting to face the individuals from the Xiangjia Academy. For Kakashi, even with his non-dominant hand, he still possessed the strength to wield hundreds of pounds effortlessly. It is said that he has never been accustomed to such power, which has surged suddenly, a boon from the first Hokage's strength. Of course, Obito's contribution is paramount. Without the majority of his body composed of the first Hokage's cells, Kakashi would not have attained such pure Hashirama energy. The matter of revealing one's strength is not explicitly stated in the arena. Once on stage, one must embody their martial soul and display their soul rings. Subsequently, Kakashi encountered an assassination attempt by the illusion soul sage, Shinian. In an ironic twist, Shinian, in his moment of triumph, was pierced through the heart by a blood-red chakra tail from behind. Did he truly believe that such a foolish illusion would work on anyone? Once, I would have fallen victim to it, consumed by absolute terror that I could not confront. However, one who basks in the radiance of the Hokage cannot harbor even a sliver of darkness within. Otherwise, they are unworthy of the title. Though you may not comprehend this, let me impart this wisdom. In your next life, do not assume that everyone possesses a shadowed heart. Kakashi once believed he was responsible for Rin's death. Later, Obito revealed to him that Rin had sacrificed herself for the village, colliding with his Chidori. Kakashi's failure to protect Rin haunted him, yet Obito forgave him. Ultimately, Obito lent him the power of his two Sharingan through chakra, allowing Kakashi to live without regret, never succumbing to baseless thoughts, always maintaining control. Later, during the battle against the Flame Academy, Kakashi utilized his third soul skill to convert their flames to his own, amplifying their potency before counterattacking. The opposing fighters were momentarily stunned. Employing their own tactics against them invariably incites their ire. In the contest against the Water Academy, Kakashi was reluctantly forced to retreat. The opposing captain and vice-captain executed a martial soul fusion technique, the Ice Crystal Phoenix, a move that Kakashi's abilities could not withstand. Thus, Tang San was compelled to reveal his soul ring ahead of time, resulting in astonishment throughout the arena. When the Ice Crystal Phoenix unleashed its snowfall, all but Tang San were immediately eliminated. In the end, Tang San unveiled his fourth soul skill, simultaneously revealing his immunity to ice attributes. Yet the impact was minimal, as it was merely his revelation. Kakashi triumphed through sheer strength and speed, devoid of any intricate techniques. He had already learned of Tang Hao's circumstances, and, until he was certain that Tang San could relinquish his hatred, he would not impart any further teachings. The other 6, except for Ning Rongrong, would also receive no instruction from him henceforth. Ultimately, among the 15 teams, Shrek Academy secured the top position, achieving the best ranking in the Tiendo Empire subdivision. However, from this moment onward, Kakashi would withdraw from the team, leaving the Shrek 7 to fend for themselves. At this juncture, Xiao also reached level 40, accompanied by Lu Erlong to acquire her 4th soul ring in the Soul Beast Forest. Regarding Tang San's affairs, Kakashi had met with Qianrenshua once, hoping she would refrain from intervening. He would manage this matter himself. Qianrenshua agreed without a moment's hesitation. Faced with this man, who remained obscure on the continent yet exuded an air of supernatural prowess, it seemed that no matter how challenging the task, if it was his directive, it could surely be accomplished. The finals were to take place in Wuhuan City. The individuals from one of the 4 elemental academies, Chihua Academy, appear to have made a discovery. They realized the true nature of Shrek and acknowledged that Kakashi, who had always faced adversaries alone, was highly unlikely to participate in the finals. Consequently, they allied with Shunfeng Academy to form a team of Soul Masters, all at level 40, in a bid to challenge Shrek once more. Before this confrontation, Shrek encountered Xingluo Royal Academy. In Chapter 141, titled Xingluo, Such a King is Unnecessary, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing sought assistance from the other members of Shrek 7. Subsequently, Zhu Zhuqing revealed her heritage, previously shared only with Kakashi. Both Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai were members of the royal family of the Qingdao Empire. They hailed from 2 prominent families, yet their ties were exceedingly close, intertwined by a tradition of marriage alliances. Within their families, only the most exceptional individuals could ascend to the role of future heir. Neither of them was a legitimate heir, which raised questions about the significance of legitimacy. The term refers to those born of the primary wife, while the illegitimate are those born of concubines. Typically, a legitimate heir is considered superior to an illegitimate one, as concubines are only taken when there are no legitimate offspring. Much like the brothers Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu from the Three Kingdoms era, where Yuan Shu, despite being younger, was the designated heir. The fact that Dai Mubai, being an illegitimate son, was behind in this hierarchy rendered the competition moot. A direct confrontation would suffice. It was likely that his older brother would act in the shadows without fear of repercussions. Dai Mubai's continued existence could be attributed solely to his father's status. Rather than merely being a legitimate heir, One could argue he was the eldest son, affording him a 6-year advantage. If they could triumph over their siblings, they would secure the right to inherit. Tang San remarked, "So, your siblings are part of the squad from Xingluo Royal Advanced Master Academy?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded silently. Initially, she believed they had no hope. However, upon arriving at Shrek Academy and meeting them, she suddenly realized that with their assistance, victory was within reach. Xiao could not help but ask, is power truly so vital? Even if you inherit the family, would you truly find happiness? Zhu Zhuqing offered a bitter smile, wishing it were that simple. Do you think we genuinely value power? No. Our families have exceedingly unique stipulations to ensure that future heirs are exemplary. Once the competing descendants are chosen, they are trained as rivals, cultivating animosity between them. The victor may inherit the family, but the vanquished face a grim fate. To prevent internal strife, the defeated will be eliminated. Thus, we are not just contending for power, we are also fighting for our very lives. As she spoke, Zhu Zhuqing's emotions became increasingly fervent. Do you understand why I have always been so cold towards Mubai? Because I have resigned myself to the belief that I will undoubtedly perish by the age of 25, perhaps even before reaching that age. Mubai's brother is 6 years his senior, excelling in both intelligence and strength. His sister is 7 years my senior. Competing against them, we have almost no chance. Hence, Mubai chose to indulge in a life of decadence among women after arriving in Tiando Empire. In his actions, how could we find any opportunity for survival? I am enraged by his complacency. Dai Mubai finally spoke. How can we compete? My brother is 6 years older. He is the clear choice for heir. I was selected as a backup merely to provide him with additional pressure and motivation. It was only 2 years ago, upon witnessing Xiao San, Yu Xiao Wu, and Rong Rong join the academy, that I saw a glimmer of hope. Our families have set the deadline for us by the age of 25. Beyond intellect, our strength is tested in this elite competition. Zhu Qing and I must surpass our siblings during their participation. They are nearing 25, and this tournament represents our sole opportunity. If we lose, we must excel in other areas to gain any form of recognition. However, the support they receive vastly outnumbers ours, rendering our chances nearly impossible. I despise my family, yet for Zhu Qing, I will no longer evade this challenge. In today's battle, even if it leads to death, I shall not concede. With his blood-red eyes, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. No one anticipated the immense pressure and dire background lurking behind Dai, Mubai, and Zhu Zhuqing, a threat to their very existence. Tang San extended his right hand, gazing into Dai Mubai's blood-red eyes, uttering 2 words, victory assured. Oscar stepped forward, extending his right hand to rest upon Tang San's. Then, unexpectedly, a hand clad in a black half-finger glove firmly seized Oscar's wrist. A collective gasp echoed. The audacity of such an act prompted scrutiny upon a single figure. Kakashi, what are you doing? Oscar's voice trembled as he found himself unable to move. Do you have any other intentions? The master inquired, his brow furrowing. Such actions could only be interpreted as disruptive. I oppose your attempt to defeat them, Kakashi stated. Why? Dai Mubai pressed urgently. Zhu Zhuqing interjected, calm down. Kakashi's approach may be more prudent. Resolving this through negotiation is the best course of action. Kakashi released Oscar's wrist, stating, negotiation adheres to established protocols. There is still room for discussion. Oscar rubbed his wrist and replied, you mean to say there are rules for negotiation? Kakashi did not respond but turned his gaze towards Dai Mubai. Do you seek to claim the position of heir, or do you wish to preserve your life? He asked. Without hesitation, Dai Mubai replied, I care not for the position of heir. My brother, from a young age, was subjected to the burdens of heirship, devoid of any freedom. He glanced at the other members of Shrek, stating, above all else, I wish to be with these comrades, enjoying freedom and joy. That is commendable. I hope you do not regret your choice. May I inquire if your team leader is present? At the encampment of Xingluo Royal Academy, 3 unexpected visitors arrived. You are the prince's team members, who seem to have some influence, able to recognize Dai Mubai. Please, do not make a scene. This matter is of utmost importance, and we must speak with your team leader. The visitors were Kakashi and the duo from Xingluo Royal Academy, Zhu and Bai. They exhibited the necessary decorum, aside from bowing and kneeling, leaving a reasonably favorable impression. An elderly man, nearing 80, with hair and beard entirely white, emanated an aura of formidable strength. Having reached the pinnacle of Soul Douluo, he quickly discerned Kakashi and his companion's intentions. "You seek me concerning the royal regulations, do you not?" he queried. Indeed, Kakashi acknowledged candidly. "In that case, please take your leave. You are not the first to wish to amend these long-standing rules," the elder decisively rejected, turning to depart with a flourish of his robe. "We have no intention of altering the regulations. We believe there must have been similar instances in the past." The elder turned his head, observing the serene silver-haired youth, while also scrutinizing Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing, who stood somewhat tense behind Kakashi. This elder belonged to the royal family and was of advanced age. If he is present, then we should be able to engage in a proper discussion. Chapter 141. Xing Luo. A king not needed. There is no need for protracted deliberation. It is merely a few procedures, Kakashi stated. This was a room designated for those who wished to retreat from idle chatter, devoid of any distractions, with only Kakashi and his 3 companions alone with the elder. Given the elder's formidable strength, no one could eavesdrop on their conversation. The elder, with hair as white as snow, hesitated, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon the 2 individuals behind Kakashi. After assessing what he initially believed were 2 doomed souls, he turned his attention back to the silver-haired youth. Remaining silent for an extended moment, time ticked away, and after a brief pause, he stated, "I wish to see their soul rings." Certainly. Dai Mu Bai did not unleash the roar of his martial spirit, for before him loomed a far more powerful tiger. Although this tiger had aged, its fierce presence had not diminished and remained imposing. The elder, despite not being selected for the royal succession, had merely missed the opportunity by a narrow margin. Perhaps in his lifetime, he would achieve the rank of titled Douluo. With an unspoken authority, the instinctive roar of the tiger was suppressed. Nevertheless, the soul rings emerged, 4 yellow and 4 purple, totaling 8 soul rings, which momentarily stunned the elder, who then slowly shook his head. Seeing this reaction, Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing were taken aback, fearing that this display might not suffice to satisfy the elder, and they glanced at Kakashi for assistance. "Are there any other conditions?" Kakashi inquired. "I require them to swear a toxic oath," the elder stated firmly, his tone resolute. "This is imperative." Upon hearing this, the 2 individuals became utterly bewildered. What is this all about? They had been led into a series of inexplicable events by the fervent Kakashi, believing they could resolve matters peacefully. They thought merely showcasing their soul rings would suffice to demonstrate their talent to this elder. "Yet now you shall swear that you will never set foot upon the territory of Xing Luo." Their bodies trembled violently, their heads feeling as if struck by a heavy blow, leaving them momentarily speechless. "We are of the Xing Luo royal lineage, possessing the highest bloodline and extraordinary talents. Why must we make such an oath?" Kakashi. Both turned their gazes toward the individual they deemed the architect of this predicament. "This is the best way to resolve the situation," Kakashi replied calmly. "What is this? On what grounds?" Dai Mu Bai growled, his tiger-like eyes wide with disbelief, his fists clenched tightly. Zhu Zhuqing, pale with shock, could hardly fathom that the one she had always trusted and believed in would impose such an oath upon them. "This is a grave humiliation. You may refuse. However, should you choose that path, your fate will mirror that of those who have failed." Though his words were harsh, Kakashi spoke with an unsettling calmness, devoid of pressure. "Even without you, we still have Shao San. He may not match your prowess, but he will surely lead us." Kakashi interjected. "No matter how formidable he may be, he cannot contend with the Xing Luo royal family while burdened with a group of injured comrades." It was an undeniable threat. What did he mean? Was he suggesting they should first deal with Shrek before confronting Xing Luo? What more is there to discuss? "It is already settled. Why must you treat us this way?" Dai Mu Bai asked, his demeanor one of despair. His tone lacked inquiry, instead resonating with frustration and despondency. But at that moment, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly appeared to have an epiphany, her gaze intensifying as she looked at Kakashi. "I believe this reason will not disappoint us," she asserted. her voice resolute, her expression a blend of confidence, excitement, pride, and relief. Dai Mubai opened his mouth, still oblivious to the situation, puzzled by Zhu Zhuqing's transformation. "Let us swear first," Kakashi smiled. He had not anticipated that a girl he met outside the martial soul hall would discern his thoughts. "I, Zhu Zhuqing, and I, Dai Mubai, hereby swear that for this lifetime, we shall never set foot upon the territory of the Xing Luo Empire." Zhu Zhuqing's voice was confident and resonant. Thus she took the lead. "We shall take our leave now." Kakashi, accompanied by the dispirited duo, prepared to depart. "Please stay a moment," the elder implored. "I shall borrow a term from ancient China. All capable scholars are addressed as sir, for it seems there is no such term in Douluo." Kakashi turned back, glancing around before pointing to himself and asking, "Are you calling me?" The elder clasped his hands, stating, "Sir, your talents are remarkable. I am deeply impressed. Xing Luo is vast and rich, blessed with talented individuals and a robust national strength." Kakashi understood. This was an olive branch being extended, a recruitment of sorts. "I sincerely hope that after the great tournament, you will visit Xing Luo as our esteemed guest, and my emperor will treat you with the utmost honor." Kakashi recognized the invitation for what it was, a call to serve. The previous statement lauded the strength of Xing Luo, suggesting that whether in governance or luxury, one would fare well there. Such a generous invitation is hard to decline, yet my current cultivation is insufficient. Should the emperor treat me as a distinguished guest, there will surely be dissenters. Xing Luo is solely the domain of my emperor. Once a decree is issued, none dare defy it, and no one will speak ill of you. You have my assurance. That cannot be. Those who outwardly comply, but harbor dissent within, are bound to become a threat in the future. If I were to go there secretly, it would be perilous. I must wait until my cultivation rises. Rest assured, every guard in my empire is formidable. They will ensure your safety. That is not the point. If I visit Xing Luo as a guest, I must do so openly, allowing no room for gossip. That is my own principle. Ah, sir, how can one of your caliber be concerned with such trivialities? One was determined to go, while the other was resolute not to. Thus began a debate. Initially, the conversation flowed smoothly, but soon it devolved into discussions of safety and then delved into the depths of personal dignity and self-respect. Dai Mubai felt a bit dazed. It was his first encounter with this elder, yet they seemed to share a certain familiarity. "Since you are unwilling, I shall not press the matter. But should you ever wish to visit Xing Luo as a guest, simply bear this token." On their return journey, Zhu Zhuqing pressed Kakashi once more for an explanation. "Zhuqing has such faith in you. This answer will also satisfy me." Dai Mubai, recovering some of his former spirit, added, "How did you know this could work? It seems you were aware of this unwritten rule all along." "It is merely basic reasoning," Kakashi replied. "Rules are immutable, yet humanity is dynamic. Xing Luo has existed on the continent for a long time. Such rules are likely to have exceptions. That is when one brother excels, yet their bond is exceptionally strong. The more capable brother does not wish for the other to suffer, thus willingly relinquishing the throne for the sake of the other. It is indeed impossible." Dai Mubai interjected. "However, such individuals ultimately meet a tragic end." His tone lacked conviction. Before Kakashi, his previously sound theories appeared utterly naive. After all, that side is filled with geniuses. Even if they violate clan rules, your family would not be so foolish as to directly obliterate the nation's future. Dai Mubai's expression shifted. Suddenly enlightened, he thought, no wonder in those historical texts, after these individuals were executed for decades, my Xing Luo either attracted unparalleled experts or featured a late-blooming member of the clan. I am not well-versed in your history. I can only speculate. Dai Mubai recalled something, his demeanor darkening. Kakashi, you did not intend for me to seize the throne from the very beginning, did you? Indeed, Kakashi replied affirmatively. As for your earlier question regarding seizing the throne, if you were to attempt it, I would certainly intervene. Why? Your elder brother has long been groomed as the heir. As for how he treats others, I cannot say, but his abilities as a ruler undoubtedly surpass yours at this youthful stage, especially given your frequent escapades in brothels. While I may indeed fall short compared to my elder brother in talent, I would rather decline the throne than make such a vow. At that moment, An elder of nearly level 90 in Xingluo was issuing commands. Immediately deliver this letter to His Majesty, requesting that he dispatch experts to assist me. If this silver-haired youth cannot be utilized, he must be eliminated. A shadowy figure took the letter, swiftly vanishing to fulfill the order. 2 days later, the Emperor of Xingluo received the letter and absorbed its contents. Such a talented individual must not be allowed to remain. Send assistance to ensure the demise of that silver-haired youth. Simultaneously, he scoffed at the letter's mention of that unambitious contender for the throne. With such talent, refusing to vie for the royal position, it seems he harbors no aspirations to become an emperor. How could such a person lead my Xingluo empire? We do not require such a monarch. Nonetheless, it was fortunate he did not contest the throne. Otherwise, if he were to fight and then abandon it, what face will my eldest prince and future heir have left? This would forever stain the reputation of the Xingluo royal family. Chapter 142. The withdrawal of Xingluo team Wuhuan City, this sacred land for soul masters, has recently become the focus of the entire continent. Not for any other reason, but due to the grand assembly of the Continental Youth Elite Soul Master Competition. The final showdown of this competition was designated to take place here. Usually a pilgrimage site for the continent, Wuhuan City was now bustling with activity. At this moment, numerous prodigies gathered, accompanied by countless notable figures, creating a milieu of grandeur. Yet within Wuhuan City, the most significant venue, the Papal Hall, was engaged in a covert struggle. Your Holiness, the 6th-generation master has sent a confidential report indicating that Xingluo may take action against him, requesting our support. Cloaked in darkness, the ghost Douluo reported to Pope Bibi Dong, presenting a letter. Upon Kakashi's arrival in Wuhuan City, the Pope's appointed personnel took notice and established contact with him. The ghost Douluo's unique martial spirit, intangible and formless, made him the perfect liaison. After perusing the letter and responding to Kakashi's plea for aid, the Pope readily acquiesced. The ghost Douluo provided a general overview. The specifics lay within Kakashi's correspondence. Based on the letter, the Pope began orchestrating a series of plans. Pope Bibi Dong addressed Yuguan. This time, you shall lead the team to eliminate those from Xingluo. Understood, replied the Jew Douluo Yuguan as he accepted his orders. Gui Mei informed the 6th generation that this matter is entrusted to us. However, he must exert all efforts to locate Tang Hao's offspring. The ghost Douluo dissipated into black mist, executing the command. Once the surrounding individuals departed, the Pope closed his eyes and murmured, Tang Hao and that offspring of the soul beast possessing blue silvergrass is not surprising. It could even be a twin martial spirit. 6th generation. I hope you make the right choice and do not disappoint me. The following day, shocking news spread. The Xingdo Empire's reserve team, the Xingdo Royal Combat Team, had withdrawn from the competition and returned home. The Xingluo side claimed that the emperor had been ambushed by assassins, sustaining grave injuries, and was bedridden. The royal participants from Xingluo, driven by filial piety, resolutely abandoned the competition to return home alone. The Xingluo Royal Combat Team, having suffered losses, had no choice but to forfeit. The entire incident foreshadowed one singular event. The previous day, a silver-haired youth had visited the resting place of the Xingluo Royal Academy, accompanied by 2 others. However, few were privy to this matter. Those who should not have known were dealt with by a clan elder of Xingluo. This issue pertained to internal matters of the Xingluo Empire and could not afford any mishaps. Within the Wuhuan Hall, apart from the highest-ranking pope and the title low-level elders, others remained oblivious to the circumstances. They appeared somewhat bewildered. Previously, the Shrek team had often been resolved by Kakashi. Other participants had not even revealed their soul rings. This time, the Xingluo Royal Academy was perceived as a formidable opponent. They had intended to witness the capabilities of the previously enigmatic Shrek team. Yet unexpectedly, Xingluo had made such a move. What are those people from Xingluo doing? A cowardly act. The Emperor of Xingluo attacked? Nonsense. Who possesses the audacity for such a deed? The high-ranking members of the Wuhuan Hall seethed in frustration. While they acknowledged that the hall's participants were all prodigies, they remained unaware of the specifics. Confidence without understanding the reality could not sustain their spirits. Xing Luo's actions were clearly driven by fear of their adversaries. Fortunately, before the Wuhuan Hall's team could confront Shrek, the Four Elements Academy would take the lead. Regardless of Shrek's prowess, the Four Elements would serve as a trial. Meanwhile, the team formed by the Four Elements Academy was restless. What are those Xing Luo people up to? Fire Dance, known for her direct temperament, shouted angrily to vent her emotions. The Emperor of Xing Luo was attacked? What a timely occurrence, mused her brother, Fire Wushuang, scratching his head, encountering the invincible Shrek team, and trouble arises immediately. The strongest among them, Feng Xiaotian, remained composed. The Emperor of Xing Luo is not weak. He must possess at least the strength of a soul sage and has skilled protectors. It is remarkable that he was injured. He paused, considering that those who dared to assassinate the Emperor of Xing Luo were few and far between. Even ordinary titled Douluos would hesitate, fearing the retribution of an empire. Those with powerful backgrounds would be even more cautious. Despite their influence, they would still fear imperial vengeance. Only Wuhuan Hall had the audacity to attempt such an act. However, Wuhuan Hall was not foolish enough to engage in a major operation to assassinate an emperor. After a round of complaints, Feng Xiaotian pondered deeply. In the upcoming battle against Shrek, we are the ones to face them. Currently, we know nothing about the opponent's capabilities. Those Xing Luo scoundrels have disrupted our plans. Thus, even if Shrek lacked the presence of Kakashi, they would still hold an advantage. Damn it! Dai Mubai felt a tinge of regret. Not being able to compete with my elder brother properly leaves me somewhat unsettled. Dai Mubai raised his voice, vociferously expressing his discontent. Zhu Zhuqing stood quietly beside him, yet her expression subtly shifted, revealing an air of discomfort. Perhaps she wished to compete with her sister, as they had long been overshadowed by their elder siblings. After such a prolonged period of subjugation, they finally had a chance to assert themselves, only to be thwarted in their aspirations. Despite their dissatisfaction, they managed to maintain their composure. This was precisely why Kakashi elucidated the situation to them, ensuring they did not tarnish the royal family's reputation. Both understood the gravity of the matter. Otherwise, unilateral suppression could lead to complications in the future. The corpulent Ma Hongjun also expressed his dissatisfaction, stating, "Frankly, I have no idea what Teacher Kakashi is thinking. Why not confront Xing Luo directly and diminish their arrogance?" Kakashi had not disclosed the entire situation to others, as it pertained to the internal secrets and dignity of Xing Luo. The fewer who knew, the better. Furthermore, Kakashi showcased his prowess in this competition, single-handedly battling an entire team, which earned him the title of teacher among the members of the Shrek's 7 monsters. Xiao Wu, ever eager for a fight, felt quite vexed at not being able to engage in combat this time. She had just acquired her 4th spirit ring and felt her power surging, yet found herself with no outlet for it. Her frustration was palpable. Do not speak so, for Teacher Kakashi surely has his reasons. Such empathetic words could only be uttered by Ning Rongrong, who had been influenced by Kakashi's teachings. I believe Rongrong is correct. Kakashi undoubtedly has his rationale, and it is certainly not unreasonable. Those echoing Ning Rongrong's sentiments were easily identifiable. In the Grand Hall of the Pope, a sacred place for soul masters, the esteemed Pope of the Spirit Hall welcomed a youth with the utmost decorum. With silver hair and a mask obscuring his left eye, he was Hatake Kakashi, the leader of all ninjas in this alternate realm. The tea set was meticulously arranged on the table, with 2 cups of tea emitting delicate wisps of steam. The fragrant aroma of tea permeated the air, invigorating all who inhaled it. Clad in an opulent black robe adorned with golden patterns and wearing a regal crown, the Pope exuded a dignified elegance. Kakashi had cast aside his Konoha attire for a voluminous Hokage robe, enveloping his form entirely. He initiated the conversation, remarking, "I never anticipated such a rare and thrilling battle between 2 full teams of 40-level youth. Yet your holiness remains ensconced indoors, seemingly disinterested." The Pope lifted a smooth, alabaster hand to raise his cup to his lips, gently shaking his head. The arrival of a long-anticipated guest held far more significance than a mere display of youthful prowess. With a courteous smile, the Pope replied, "What significance do 40-level teams hold? My plans are already in motion, and it remains uncertain whether these youngsters will survive. No, the plan for their survival is Kakashi's, he mused, knowing full well they were destined to perish, which aligned with her strategy. Thank you, Your Holiness, Kakashi replied succinctly, as his mind swirled with uncertainty. He recalled the words of the Nine Tails. Kakashi, be wary of this woman's deep-seated hatred. Her ability to endure until now is remarkable. What could she possibly resent? Kakashi pondered, unaware of the profound animosity the Pope harbored. He steeled himself, resolving to maintain a calm demeanor and suppress any signs of unease. If this Pope could conceal such profound hatred, then her inner thoughts were truly formidable. He decided to shift the conversation to mitigate the tension. Otherwise, the situation could become precarious. Unbeknownst to him, the Shrek team was poised to confront the combined forces of the two elemental teams. Before Kakashi could speak, the impatient Pope broached the topic first. What is it? Merely a unity of 7? The Pope's hand trembled slightly, nearly spilling the tea. Merely a unity? Such a nonchalant tone seemed incongruous. That was the fusion technique of 7, not merely a trivial matter. The combined soul power of 7 individuals concentrated in one was an immensely powerful skill. How could it be so dismissive? In truth, the techniques of soul masters, be it fusion or unity, were of little concern to him. They required time for preparation, whether it involved 2 or 7 people. The soul power must be coordinated, which was time-consuming. Seizing the opportune moment to launch a barrage of long-range soul techniques would render the opponents severely weakened. Only a fool would stand idly by, allowing the opponent to prepare their defenses before engaging. Such glaring vulnerabilities, how could they go unnoticed? This exemplified the difference between soul masters and ninjas. Ninjas typically feigned attacks to gauge their adversaries. They would engage in close combat when feasible, and if uncertain of the opponent's strategy, they would simply throw a kunai or shuriken. This was the essence of probing attacks. No one would remain stationary, waiting for the opponent to unleash their full capabilities before commencing combat. In the current game, if both sides were evenly matched, one would employ skills to deplete the opponent's health or bait them into revealing a skill before launching an assault, rather than waiting for the opponent to be fully prepared. The Pope, momentarily at a loss for words, sought a more suitable topic, determined to regain his composure after being momentarily bested. Though alone in his chamber, his dignity demanded reparation. Mr. Sixth Generation, I wonder if you have managed to locate Tang Hao's offspring? The Pope's tone grew cold. Kakashi had previously requested Qianrenshua not to report on Tang San's matter, and she had acquiesced. The Pope remained unaware of whether Tang San was truly Tang Hao's son. She knew that the hybrid produced by the fusion of Tang Hao and the blue-silver grass spirit was entirely plausible. A dual spirit possesses a distinctive characteristic. Both spirits must be exceptionally strong, or coexistence would be impossible. Much like the survival of the fittest. The same principle applies to spirits. The weaker must inevitably perish. While this was merely conjecture, such significant matters warranted extreme caution. It was better to wrongfully accuse 1,000 than to let one slip by. The Pope had already formulated her conclusion. Their ages coincided perfectly, and the spirit theory aligned, confirming her suspicions about the offspring. This was merely an attempt to embarrass Kakashi. Indeed, Kakashi recognized the implications, yet felt powerless to act. Concealment was impossible. The battle with Tianshui Academy, featuring such a large-scale fusion technique, had been unexpected. Kakashi was compelled to rely on Tang San's ice immunity ability. Tang San could utilize blue-silver grass to negate ice energy. This matter was of utmost importance, as blue-silver grass could indeed cultivate the ability to directly immunize against ice attributes, achieving level 40 by the age of 14, along with a 10,000-year spirit ring. Such revelations could not go unreported, lest the intelligence personnel face dire consequences. Moreover, this occurred after Tang San's encounter with Qianrenshua. Otherwise, there would have been no need to solicit her secrecy. Please grant me a little more time, Your Holiness, he implored, bowing his head. Kakashi could only utter such words, for it was the sole means to preserve Tang San's life. If the Pope were to act with malice and take direct action, no one would dare to speak against it. After all, he was avenging the previous Pope. What could the Emperor of Tiando say? What could Ning Fengji assert? In matters of vengeance, silence was the norm, and one could hardly deny another the right to retaliate. It was incorrect to say that the Wuhuan Palace was merely courting disaster. In truth, it was Tang Hao who was truly courting misfortune. He understood all too well the implications of 100,000 years of soul beasts. An innocent man bears the burden of possessing something precious. Furthermore, when it came to the conflict between sex and personal feelings, he resolutely chose the latter. From the very beginning, he had opted for that tragic outcome. However, those from the Wuhuan Palace were equally foolish. They held the upper hand and could have coerced him directly. They could merely observe how long the blue-silver grass soul beast could endure, especially with a child involved. Should they refuse to yield, they could eliminate one and see who could withstand it. The so-called negotiation hinged upon who was more ruthless. At that time, killing Tang Hao might have drawn the attention of the Haotian clan. But killing Tang San would attract far less concern. After all, he was merely a hybrid creature born of a man and a soul beast. What harm would there be in his demise? Others would likely feel relief rather than pity. Such was the outcome. All Kakashi could do was request for time. I agree, the Pope replied succinctly. Kakashi had already bowed deeply, his posture significantly lowered. There was no need for her to pursue the matter further and risk damaging their rapport. In the original text, the Wuhuan Palace could have acted similarly. But at that time, they were embroiled in a schism, with the worshippers' faction and the Pope's faction at odds. The worshippers were aware of the truth, and under the leadership of Qian Rinxue, they preferred to recruit rather than confront the Pope, resulting in a golden opportunity slipping away. Chapter 144. The final match, Kakashi represented the side of ninjas, while the Pope stood for the Soul Masters. Both sides were acutely aware of their positions. Ever vigilant. Occasionally, they could unite, yet at other times, retreating even a fraction was out of the question. In this manner, they found themselves bewildered, fixated on recovering what had been lost. Despite both parties being extraordinary, it was their first encounter with such a predicament. There was no alternative but to continue struggling, lest they feel at a loss. Regardless of the significance, the Pope regained her dignity, while Kakashi pondered how to persuade Tang San to relinquish his so-called hatred. Jiao Douluo arrived to report the situation. Your Holiness, the 6th Generation Master, the Shrek Academy team utilized the 7-in-1 fusion technique to triumph over the Shunfeng Academy. This outcome had long been anticipated. Any concerns were unwarranted. The Pope waved her hand dismissively. That Tang San employed the Haotian hammer. A single statement caused Kakashi's heart to tighten. The Pope had merely speculated before, which was manageable, but now. However, when he lifted his gaze, he sensed something amiss. The Pope remained astonishingly calm, hearing news that would ordinarily drive her to madness, yet she displayed no outward reaction. This matter was entirely entrusted to the 6th Generation Master. Her calm words were astonishing. In his white robe, Jiao Douluo stared in disbelief, wide-eyed. He looked at the Pope, at a loss. Yet, upon receiving a glance from her, he quickly regained his composure and withdrew. Thank you, Your Holiness. Kakashi bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude aloud. Striding forth, the Shrek 7 monsters exited their quarters. On the streets, numerous soul masters silently observed them from either side. Although these children's soul power might not seem formidable in their eyes, their youth and bravery in challenging the Wuhuan Palace Academy's team garnered quiet admiration from those waiting to spectate. Of course, such admiration was a rarity. The Wuhuan Academy's students possessed formidable strength, their renown widespread, having achieved victory multiple times in this competition. Their prestige was unparalleled. Do not presume I am consistently partial to the Wuhuan Palace. I merely state the facts, for the original text was excessively one-sided, and as someone accustomed to reality, I find it hard to restrain myself. Many scoffed, secretly mocking these children for their naivete, unaware of the vastness of the world, stubbornly refusing to turn back until they hit a wall. Previously, when the Wuhuan Academy faced the main team of the Tiando Royal Academy, they directly utilized their Wuhuan fusion technique to defeat a multitude. Such accomplishments were undeniable, leaving all but the most devoted to the quality of Wuhuan in awe. The Shrek members, however, felt remarkably relaxed at this moment, as they believed victory was assured. Even with Kakashi absent, they still had Tang San. Compared to Kakashi, Tang San was the most suitable partner for them to fight alongside. The three leaders on the opposing side were not particularly impressive either. The captain, Xiaoyu, was a rank 49 assault-type Soul King, wielding the Moon Blade as his weapon, a weapons master. One was named Yan, a rank 49 Fire-type Assault Soul King with a Wuhuan, a Flame Lord. The other, Xiaoyu's sister, was Hulaina, a rank 47 Control-type Soul King with a Wuhuan of a Fox. Adjustments to soul power levels were made for narrative purposes. The Pope's palace loomed before them, and as Tang San suddenly appeared, each step he took upon the stone steps felt remarkably resolute. He had never craved victory as intensely as he did at this moment. Those three soul bones were coveted by all, and if they could be obtained now, they would serve them well for a lifetime. The sunlight bathed the Pope's palace in a golden radiance, and the gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon everyone. As the Shrek's 7 monsters ascended the stone steps, the air around them grew increasingly tense. The Pope, Bibi Dong, along with Ning Fengji of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Jian Douluo Chenexine, and the 2 titled Douluo, Zhu and Gui, were all present. With the Pope, a total of 4 titled Douluo gathered, making it a grand assembly indeed. The 3 coveted soul bones lay quietly in a red brocade tray, emitting a faint glow. The Wuhuan Academy team stood silently, an intense and chilling killing intent bearing down on the Shrek's 7 monsters like a sharpened blade. Under this immense pressure, their pace onto the stage noticeably slowed. Although the match had yet to commence, the confrontation had already begun. The finals of the Great Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament were about to begin. Both teams prepared themselves, and the competition would commence in 15 minutes. Each side took their positions, with the Shrek's 7 monsters encircling the master. Tang San retrieved 7 emerald green leaves from his Rui 100 treasure pouch, consuming one himself and distributing the rest to each member of the Shrek's 7 monsters. The Longji leaves, capable of enhancing healing and stimulating rapid recovery of soul power, also aided in sharpening focus. Consuming them before the match was to ensure they could maintain peak condition for an extended period during the competition. Although this was somewhat unfair if no one discovered it, it wouldn't count as cheating. Dai Mubai glanced at Tang San, who nodded resolutely in reassurance, indicating that he was fine. The remainder was up to them. The master raised his right hand first, and each member of the Shrek's 7 monsters mirrored his action. 8 hands stacked together. They collectively issued a thunderous battle cry. Victory is ours. Indeed, victory was their sole conviction. With ample confidence, they felt victorious at this moment, as countless soul masters cheered for them. On the other side, the Wuhuan Temple Academy's team heard the raucous cheers from Shrek Academy. Team leader Xiaoyu sneered, questioning who had instilled such confidence in them. Yin, with his striking red hair and towering stature, shared his disdain, stating that they would soon learn that challenging them would come at a cost. Xiaoyu's sister, Hulaina, though not striking in appearance, exuded an irresistible charm and spoke calmly, instructing everyone to be vigilant and ready to retreat at the opportune moment. This command resonated with the team, prompting immediate responses from several members. They dismissed the notion of meaningless shouts, which merely bolstered the confidence of the timid. Xiaoyu rubbed his wrist and said they would proceed slowly, as he found little satisfaction in fighting those from Tiando. He expressed his desire to confront Tang San individually. Yin also made a decision, affirming that he would manage the rear command. Although Hulaina's voice was enchanting, she refrained from unveiling its full potential, showing no dissatisfaction with Xiaoyu and Yan's unreasonable demands, as if it were merely expected. They were on a mission and did not fear jeopardizing their plans. Hulaina did not attempt to stop them. Her words implied encouragement, assuring that she would oversee the overall situation. A quarter of an hour is not a long time, and soon, the teams entered the arena at the referee's signal. Today, the Wuhuan Temple Academy donned striking red uniforms embroidered with golden threads, showcasing superior quality. In contrast, Shrek Academy's drab green uniforms, adorned with numerous advertisements, appeared rather comical. However, This detail went unnoticed, as the anticipation for the upcoming match overshadowed any concerns regarding attire. The match was set to begin, allowing both sides to release their woohooing. The cardinal referee, after both teams took their positions, immediately announced the commencement. The 4 team members from each side locked eyes, and silence enveloped them, with the tension rising to an acute level. Beside the Pope, Sword Douluo Continent, a formidable soul master at level 96, sensed something amiss. He observed the Pope and Douluo nearby, noting their unusual demeanor. At their level, one could gauge a person's state through their aura. The proximity of the title Douluo made it difficult for Sword Douluo not to notice. They seemed distracted, as if searching for something or preparing for an impending confrontation. Sword Douluo keenly perceived Wuhuan Temple's intentions. 3 individuals might not suffice, recalling that it had once been 3 who ultimately fell short. He felt a flicker of reassurance. Yet a sense of dread loomed over him. Chun Xian's mind raced with possibilities, contemplating the implications of the Pope's presence. He reflected that it was not his concern, wishing the Pope good fortune while acknowledging Wuhuan Temple's earnestness. Although Sword Douluo harbored some inclination to assist, he ultimately refrained, aware of his own attachments and responsibilities. This path was his own to tread. He need not interfere, even if it cost him dearly. Chun Xian silently scoffed, recognizing that the future held significant trials, yet resolved that no tempest could shake their sect's foundation. As the Wuhuan was unleashed, both teams, comprised of 40-level soul masters, prepared for battle. Each side summoned a display of 14 yellow and 14 purple soul rings. Suddenly, a twist occurred. Captain Xiaoyu stepped away from the team, isolating himself. This maneuver effectively stifled Shrek's actions, leaving the 7 monsters momentarily stunned. Xiaoyu positioned himself at a distance, beckoning Tang San with a finger. In Chapter 145, the unfolding scene rendered the 7 monsters of Shrek momentarily speechless, unsure of how to proceed. The opportunity for a sneak attack was ripe, yet none acted on it. Whether among the agile attackers of Wuhuan Temple or the concealed individual within their ranks, all refrained, for they had other plans. The 7 monsters exchanged glances, uncertain of their next move. A duel was the most favorable option. They held immense faith in Tang San, who had previously defeated the formidable 57th level Soul King, Tainuo. To them, Tang San was an invincible figure of the younger generation, one whom even Dean Flandre could not contend with. With his teammates' consent, Tang San stepped forward to confront Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu adjusted his wrist, allowing his dual blades to float beside him, unutilized. Tang San frowned, perplexed by Xiaoyu's intentions. Battling unarmed seemed reckless. The beast Wuhuan might be acceptable, but a weapon Wuhuan was another matter entirely. It appeared Wuhuan Temple had unshakable confidence. Tang San could only conclude that he was facing a fool. "You will soon discover whether I am foolish," Xiaoyu replied with a cold laugh, his expression one of disdain. "Then I shall join. This battle is yours to command," Yin remarked, flames enveloping him as he addressed Hu Li Na beside him. "Go," she responded succinctly. Yin advanced, gesturing to Dai Mubai. Without hesitation, Dai Mubai plunged into battle. Zhu Zhuqing, far more composed, would not let him undertake such a reckless endeavor alone and followed closely behind. Meanwhile, another individual from Wuhuan Temple stepped forward, his countenance cold and filled with murderous intent. "I will test whether my fierce fists surpass that girl's soft techniques." As he emerged, Hu Li Na could no longer maintain her composure. "Mr. Kai, please do not linger. We need you." "I understand. I will end this swiftly," Kai replied before stepping into the fray. The audience erupted in excitement, having never witnessed such a team battle before. If it had been a forced 1-on-1 or 2-on-2 scenario, it would have been acceptable. However, this was a deliberate selection of opponents. What was transpiring? In a corner of the audience, a uniquely dressed spectator with silver hair, a headband sat, Kiki Mu Kakashi. Watching the formidable Mai Tai Kai prepare to enter the fray, he sighed inwardly. This was no longer the youthful and spirited Mai Tai Kai. Instead, he had transformed into a relentless killing machine. Even the 8 gates of Douluo, a technique reserved for those brimming with youthful fervor, had been mastered by him through sheer madness. The childhood of this Mitake Kai had been filled with hardship, devoid of youthful passion. His only unwavering belief was loyalty to those he deemed worthy. Kakashi wished to avert such an outcome, yet felt powerless to mend such deep-seated wounds. However, it seems that every time that fellow completes a task, he is filled with a sense of accomplishment. Never mind, I cannot comprehend the thoughts of such individuals. Let him be. It is likely that for him, only death can provide true liberation, Kakashi mused. Below, Tang San felt somewhat speechless as well. This was not what he had originally planned. He intended to hold off two opponents, confronting the combined martial spirit technique of Xiaoyu and Hulaina alone. This way, he could alleviate pressure on his comrades. Now, the situation appeared to be even more favorable. He was no longer merely holding on. He could swiftly eliminate Xiaoyu and then assist his teammates. The circumstances were indeed promising. Tang San did not bind himself to his teammates with Lonnie and grass. As it seemed futile, Xiaoyu wielded a dual-bladed martial spirit, a formidable assault type, and possessed a high spirit power level. He could not guarantee that the Lonnie grass would withstand the slicing of Xiaoyu's blades. Under such circumstances, there was no need for futile efforts. On the other side, my guy faced off against Xiao Wu, their clash of fists and soft techniques resonating. Behind the martial spirit hall, only Hulaina and a support-type spirit master remained, accompanied by two battle spirit masters. I truly fail to understand why the original work had Hulaina proceed directly to the martial spirit fusion. Had she stayed back, the Shrek team would have essentially been immobilized. Now, I find myself at a loss as to how to proceed with the narrative. It seems that it is not that Tang San is particularly clever. Rather, his opponents are simply foolish. Strangely, the remaining members of the Martial Spirit Hall Academy did not engage. They remained stationary, with Hulaina positioned at the forefront, unleashing her charm skills. The remaining three from Shrek stood at the back, none daring to take action. Ma Hongjun and Oscar closed their eyes, blocking their ears, attempting to shield themselves from the allure. Only Ning Rongrong continued to release various enhancement techniques. She was unconcerned about Hulaina's charm. For just days prior, she had absorbed a piece of a head spirit bone, greatly enhancing her mental strength. The battle between Xiaoyu and Tang San commenced. The pre-fight banter was abundant, with both sides brimming with confidence. Xiaoyu coldly laughed, "Kid, I may not be able to kill you today, but I can certainly beat you to the brink of death." "Let's talk," Tang San replied succinctly. 4 soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, emerged, surrounding him as they floated slowly. Xiaoyu showed no fear, rushing in unarmed, without even drawing his blades. Tang San was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, transforming his hands into a color that met Xiaoyu head-on. "This is a contest of strength. How foolish." The two charged towards each other, engaging in combat with bare fists. With a resounding clash, a green figure was sent flying. It was Tang San, clad in a 99 green team uniform, who had taken a heavy blow to the head. What has happened? Tang San steadied himself, feeling dizzy and unsteady, despite the prowess of his Ziji Mo Tong. The impact rendered him disoriented. The objects before his eyes were clear, yet they became blurred upon reaching his brain. The human head is, aside from the heart, the most vital part of the body. A heavy blow to the head immediately induces dizziness and a loss of control over one's limbs. "What's wrong? Come at me." Xiaoyu was in no rush. He relished in tormenting Tang San. Aware that he could not kill Tang San today, he aimed to humiliate and belittle him fully. Shaking his head to regain clarity, Tang San quickly analyzed what had just transpired. He realized that since his opponent had not pressed the attack, he would not launch an immediate offensive, granting him time to devise a strategy. Gathering his strength, he pushed off the ground, leaping backward, retreating a dozen meters. Xiaoyu did not pursue, continuing to laugh boisterously. "Haha, kid, weren't you quite impressive? With your Haotian hammer, come on, waste." The earlier punch had been astonishingly swift. Tang San paid no heed to Xiaoyu's taunts, recalling their earlier exchange. He had evaded his grappling hand, but was still struck. No, that punch did not seem particularly fast. I could see his every move clearly. What was happening? I have never encountered such a style before. Tang San was perplexed. That punch did not possess remarkable speed, nor did Xieyu's evasion. Why could he evade my attacks, while simultaneously striking me? That punch I failed to dodge, as I had no time to react. Such a contradiction. The speed of his strike was comparable to mine, yet despite possessing the ZGMO Tong, I could not evade. What could possibly be the explanation? At that moment, Kakashi and the audience observed the scene and chuckled. Hell, little San, those techniques of yours are only effective against the fools in this world who rely solely on spirit skills. Xieyou merely received a casual lesson. He is trained for a mere decade, yet is more effective than your decades of effort. The speed of the attacks is not particularly fast, yet they are inescapable. Why such a paradox? As long as one avoids unnecessary movements, the actions of an untrained individual are often random, leading to superfluous motions. Tang San's grappling techniques involve more movements than the average person, let alone the fact that this is already transformed into instinctive physical responses. However, when facing an opponent of equal strength and speed like Xieyou, he was doomed. The undefeated Muay Thai, after 5 centuries, embodies swiftness, precision, and ruthlessness, without any extraneous movements. Thus, when matched against someone of equal speed, they can be utterly defeated, unless one possesses greater speed or strength than their opponent. The outcome is never in doubt. Notification regarding opinions. If readers do not agree with my views, I will not force my perspective upon them. Yet I will not shy away from providing explanations. Without explanations, misunderstandings will forever remain unresolved. Please refer to the newly added section regarding opinions. Character insights. Tang Hao. If my perspective is incorrect, please point it out, and I will acknowledge my mistake and reflect. If you agree with my viewpoint, I would gladly accept compliments such as very insightful or similar affirmations. Chapter 146. Stalemate in Battle. With a resounding clash, each strike landed with force. Flesh meeting flesh, leaving those struck battered and bruised. Tang San found his vision blurred, tears streaming down his face. He had just been struck on the eye. That blow was not exceptionally swift, yet he could not evade it. All he could see was a fist enlarging before him, followed by the sensation of pain on his face. Never mind, this is far too devoid of pressure. Before Tang San, Xieyou wore a smug grin, resuming his taunts. Let you fight with one hand. Xieyou placed one hand behind his back, engaging in a one-arm battle. Tang San had lost count of how many times he had been knocked down only to rise again. Surely, something was amiss. I can see clearly, yet I cannot evade. Tang San pondered. Xieyou strode forward confidently, one arm extended, the other held back. With each step he took, Tang San felt an overwhelming pressure. He was reluctant to retreat, his pride refusing to allow it. His Tang Sect's ultimate techniques were by no means inferior to those of his opponent. How foolish! Xieyou's hands moved with agility, his mouth never ceasing to mock Tang San. Enraged, Tang San felt the heat of indignation rise within him. He longed to tear his opponent to shreds. That 7-in-1 fusion technique, relying on such things, would perish 1,000 times against a true master. Xieyou displayed no semblance of a true expert, constantly hurling cold jibes to provoke his adversary. You all know my identity now. Tang San's form trembled, his voice wavering. It is not due to emotional reasons, but rather the body can no longer endure. A foolish father has given birth to a foolish son, a lineage of mediocrity. Xieyou, with an air of arrogance, speaks without any hesitation or restraint. A heavy iron hammer strikes down upon Tang San's heart, deeply provoking his fragile spirit. The foolish son of a foolish father can no longer be tolerated. I will kill you, Tang San declares with fierce resolve. Xieyou bursts into laughter, disregarding this proclamation with disdain. Even in the face of Tang San, whose eyes blaze with a red fury, Xieyou remains unconcerned. Tang San, resolute and determined, has already made up his mind. This competition has become insignificant, and Xieyou must die. With a slight tremor in his body, he channels his Xian Tiangong, striving to adjust his physical condition. No matter how you struggle, I will emerge victorious, Xieyou remarks, leisurely choosing not to advance further, patiently awaiting the outcome. 2 crescent blades hover nearby, following his every move, yet he pays them no mind, either believing they are unnecessary or considering them an encumbrance. With purple light emanating from his eyes, Tang San has adjusted his body to its optimal state. Having endured relentless blows, he has recovered significantly, and the pain sharpens his senses. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu finds herself in a predicament. Her opponent is the ruthless Mai Tai Kai. No amount of graceful techniques can assist her, as she is thoroughly dominated. Having used her teleportation several times, she faces the fierce and menacing Mai Tai Kai, whose strength far exceeds her expectations. 2 yellow soul rings float around him, their weak soul power barely registering. Yet Xiao Wu, unwilling to be defeated, embodies the tenacity of a soul master who refuses to back down. Mai Tai Kai does not employ remarkable speed. With simple evasive maneuvers, he launches straightforward punches. However, this simplicity renders Xiao Wu incapable of evading his attacks. Much like Tang San, she can see Mai Tai Kai's movements clearly yet cannot escape or land a hit. Ordinary evasion proves futile. Only teleportation can allow her to avoid his strikes. With an uncanny agility, she tilts her head, allowing her scorpion braid to lash out. Xiao Wu widens her eyes, confidently scrutinizing Kai's actions, intent on uncovering his secrets. It is a straightforward maneuver, ducking to evade while launching a direct punch. This time, Xiao Wu does not retreat. The 4th soul ring that she had hesitated to use finally illuminates, radiating golden brilliance. The invincible golden body. Xiao Wu understands that her opponent's movements are too unpredictable, always managing to counterattack while evading. Therefore, this technique must be employed at the most opportune moment to block his next attack, after which she can use her graceful techniques. However, how could he retract his fist midway? This is impossible. Why can he pull back his fist after striking? Mai Tai Kai is acutely aware of this. This time, the Spirit Hall aims to crush their opponent with absolute strength, forbidding any techniques that could be comprehended by the adversary. His fist nearly connects yet can be withdrawn at the last moment. Unless he had planned this from the start, the only explanation is that his speed is extraordinary, and he is intentionally holding back. Speed encompasses reaction time as well. Mai Tai Kai, a master of physical techniques, anticipates his opponent's intentions with every initial movement. Although his speed far surpasses Xiao Wu's, he chooses not to unleash it fully. Even when facing a rabbit, a lion uses its full strength. Mai Tai Kai does not exert his utmost speed, yet his years of training have honed his reaction time. The moment Xiao Wu's body shifts, he instinctively reacts. This is particularly effective against soul masters, as their soul techniques require soul rings to activate, saving him considerable trouble. The invincible golden body proves ineffective. Xiao Wu senses the formidable nature of her opponent, her fighting spirit dwindling. The disparity in strength is overwhelming, leaving her without the inclination to confront him. Exhausted from excessive exertion, her complexion flushes and beads of sweat cover her delicate face, her eyes brimming with tears for frustration. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, engaged in battle with Tang San, realizes that even if such abilities require extensive practice, he must do his utmost to conceal any signs. Thus, he continuously provokes his opponent verbally, aiming to drive Tang San to lose his composure and rationality. Tang San, who could initially discern the situation, find himself unable to tolerate Xiaoyu's taunt. A foolish father has given birth to a foolish son. Similarly, Xiao Wu is denied any opportunity for insight, as Mai Tai Kai's attacks are methodical and precise, requiring keen perception, swift reflexes, and bodily coordination to execute. When an opponent strikes, even an ordinary person can often perceive their movements. Yet, evasion proves elusive due to a lack of training. Soul masters no longer possess this limitation, yet they have not undergone specialized training. Thus, when faced with equally skilled opponents, they often rely solely on their inherent speed to evade or block. At similar speeds, blocking is necessary. When slightly faster, evasion is required. This results in a scenario where one can visually perceive the movements but cannot react accordingly, or the body cannot keep pace. Mastery requires a significant practice to achieve seamless integration. Both Mai Tai Kai and Xiaoyu have undergone training and understand how to minimize unnecessary movements. They no longer need to rely on speed surpassing that of their opponents to evade attacks while countering. Tang San possesses the ghost shadow perplexing steps, yet lacks the ability of instantaneous teleportation, which involves manipulating space. He can see, react, suppress unnecessary movements, and coordinate his soul power with his leg rhythm. Yet he still cannot evade. Kill him, kill him, kill him, is the singular thought occupying Tang San's mind. He remains unaware of the extent of his father's failures. Even if he were to comprehend them, he would not spare those who insult his father. This could be termed filial piety, yet also borders on folly. The capacity of individuals varies, determining the differences in their personalities. The next strike cannot be evaded. He must be hit, captured, and killed. Tang San subconsciously formulates a plan, ready to execute it at any moment. He disregards the rules of the competition, the effort of the entire team, the trouble it may bring to Shrek Academy, and is willing to sacrifice everything to achieve the goal of killing his opponent. This reflects Tang Hao's character, stubbornly clinging to a path of error despite knowing better. Personal emotions take precedence over all else. Individuals of great capacity are rare, while those of small measure abound, leading to strife and conflict in the world. Thus, order is necessary. Only with order can conflicts be minimized. Once rules are established, they must be adhered to, otherwise chaos ensues. The realm of soul masters suffers from a lack of order, resulting in constant strife and bloodshed. The absence of unity means absolute order does not exist, necessitating the self-regulation of all soul masters. However, individuals with such awareness are also few. The soul masters of Dalu require unification. Xiao hesitatis, unwilling to confront my tekai. Meanwhile, Tang San prepares to execute his plan. His soul power is already in motion. With the next move, he will kill Xiaoyu. In the rear, Ning Rongrong unleashes various enhancement skills, undeterred by Hulaiina's charm techniques. Beside her, Oscar, the food system soul master, and Ma Hongjun, providing range support, remain cautious, fearful of falling victim to the charm skills. The Wuhuan temple team, with Hulaiina quietly observing the rear of Shrek, had halted their soul skills. The moment the opposing side made any rash movements, their soul abilities would be unleashed once more. Beside Hulaiina, a support-type soul master was amplifying the strength of their allies, while two soul masters of the soul zone rank remained on standby. On the other side, Dai Mubai and Yin exhibited a fierce tenacity, repeatedly engaging in powerful exchanges, reveling in the chaos of combat. Unfazed by the strength of their adversaries, they charged forward with unyielding resolve, throwing punch after punch without any inclination to evade. Both had undergone rigorous training akin to striking a sandbag, embodying an unstoppable momentum. They eschewed defense, opting instead to close the distance at the swiftest pace, delivering their mightiest blows. This reckless approach bore its own logic, as a distant ranged attack would inevitably bring them closer to their foes. With their strengths nearly equal, Dai Mubai and Yin exchanged blows joyously, the disparity in their soul power being negligible. Although Yan's strikes were immensely powerful, Dai Mubai's hands grew numb from the relentless blows. Yet he remained tireless, intoxicated by the thrill of battle, losing all awareness of the battlefield and simply savoring the fight. Yin shared a similar sentiment, his arms feeling no discomfort, only the exhilarating rush of the clash. Zhu Zhuqing watched in disbelief. These two were clearly fighting for their lives. Even if Hulaiina were to intervene, she would find it impossible to enchant them. In this chaotic frenzy, they relied solely on their physical prowess, neglecting other soul skills. Yet, they fought with such fervor that they forgot everything else, consumed only by the urge to strike. Zhu Zhuqing dared not leave, fearful of unforeseen consequences. They could not employ their martial soul fusion skill, for Dai Mubai was utterly absorbed in the battle, lacking the focus necessary. Nevertheless, she remained vigilant of the rear, aware that 3 enemy soul masters lingered, one a control type and the identities of the other 2 unknown, with 2 allies supporting, alongside Ma Hongjuan's ranged assistance. She would need to be ready to provide aid should the enemy launch an offensive. A heavy aura of murderous intent enveloped the battlefield. Tang San's eyes glowed crimson, unwavering as he fixed his gaze upon Xiaoyu. A chill ran down Xiaoyu's spine. Many would feel uncomfortable under such a stare. Unexpectedly, on another battlefield, Might Guy turned his attention towards this scene. This type of lethal aura indicated that Xiaoyu had provoked this young man. Might Guy regarded him with a cold demeanor, sensing that he intended to strike decisively. He had heard from the sixth generation that this boy possessed a secret weapon. Might Guy's keen instincts revealed Tang San's intentions, suggesting a swift resolution was at hand. His opponent, who was attempting to distract him, Xiao Wu, sensed something amiss as the pressure from the individual before her seemed to rise. She glanced towards her brother, contemplating whether to assist. Xiao Wu understood Tang San all too well. She knew that once he exhibited such a state, he was likely to unleash his full fury. Yet, her brother was clearly at a disadvantage, leading her to wonder if he intended to kill. "I'm sorry, but I must ask you to leave the stage first." A chilling voice pulled Xiao Wu from her astonishment. She turned to locate the source, Might Guy, initially hoping to compare the strengths of brute force and finesse. She realized that he relied on soul skills while she depended on her combat instincts, deeming it unnecessary to continue the battle. Might Guy remained unyielding, yet he did not unleash his full strength, instead choosing to hold back. However, the disparity between them was too vast. Might Guy possessed 2 soul rings, but had yet to activate a single soul skill. In contrast, Xiao Wu's skills proved ineffective, as she never had the opportunity to employ her charm ability. Might Guy had never even gazed into her eyes. This was a result of her training with Kakashi, designed to guard against the illusions of his Sharingan. Xiao Wu had used her charm skill in previous matches, but Might Guy, now aware, would not fall prey. "I must ask you to retreat," he stated confidently. In an instant, Xiao Wu felt a deep-seated fear. The speed at which he was rising in power was astonishing. Was this truly something a great soul master could achieve? He was merely a soul master of over 20 levels, and his soul skills seemed inconsequential and used until now, rendering him an exceptionally weak soul master. Yet, this very individual had cornered her into a near-impossible situation. Might Guy's speed reached its zenith, rendering Xiao Wu unable to track his movements. He darted forward, leaving behind a trail of afterimages, vanishing from her line of sight. "Where is he? Where is he?" She turned her head, scanning her surroundings for Might Guy's presence. A gust of wind rushed past her, indicating that something was indeed approaching from behind. The 4th soul ring shimmered, and her invincible golden body was activated, providing absolute defense for 3 seconds, during which her adversary could do her no harm. Within those fleeting moments, she needed to locate him. Yet, despite her frantic searching, she could not discern Might Guy's true form. Shadows flitted around her, but she could not ascertain the location of the man himself. The audience erupted in excitement, witnessing an unprecedented spectacle and reaping immense enjoyment from the match. Daimu Bai and Yin fought with reckless abandon, their relentless exchanges echoing throughout the arena. Yet, they felt no fatigue, only the compulsion to strike, resembling 2 frenzied warriors. No one dared to deride their ferocity. Their speed and power were beyond the reach of ordinary assault-type soul masters. Operating at the soul zone level, they exhibited strength akin to that of a soul king or even a soul emperor. They fought with primal instinct, their bodies moving in perfect harmony, delivering strikes that were swift, precise, and lethal. There was no room for error. And even the most formidable assault-type soul emperors could only contemplate whether they could match such unyielding momentum. According to the theory of evolution, humans are said to have evolved from beasts, with their minds developed while their bodies regressed. In moments when a portion of the mind is fully unleashed, there lies a return to primal instincts, radiating warmth throughout the body. This is the innate power of intelligent beings, the strength and speed of wild creatures. The innate judgment capacity of humans, when compared to ordinary thought, becomes exponentially faster and more accurate. Such is the nature of inspiration born from these very moments. The indomitable spirit ignited the power within, bolstering their confidence. They would not retreat, regardless of the countless perils that lay ahead, undaunted by any challenge. This is the essence of a warrior, the finest of warriors, charging into battle without hesitation. Among those of strength, trained in this manner, They stood nearly invincible among their peers. They witnessed an assault-type weapon soul master forsaking his martial soul entirely, as two fists systematically brought their opponent to the ground. Although the adversary had not utilized soul skills, they were merely of ordinary weapon souls. Their opponent possessed twin martial souls, one of which held the title of the most formidable, Haotian Hammer. The inheritor of the Haotian Hammer was ruthlessly beaten by the Wuhuan Temple, left utterly defenseless. Meanwhile, on this side, a man with a watermelon hairstyle, appearing quite formidable, faced off against a 14-year-old girl. One possessed the ability to ignore any attack through a soul skill of teleportation, complemented by agility techniques. The other, lacking defining traits, was merely over 20 levels, executing moves that were straightforward and uncomplicated: direct punches, kicks, elbow strikes, and knee thrusts, simple motions devoid of complexity. However, the opponent was forced to retreat step by step, and the soul skills such as instant movement and golden body proved to be of little significance. It seemed that some understanding had dawned upon them. Sweat soaked their garments. Beads of perspiration adorned the smooth and delicate forehead, and the strands of hair in the scorpion braid had become disheveled. Xiao Wu was nearly at her limit, yet continued to struggle valiantly. This individual appeared to react instantaneously to any movement on her part. Xiao Wu deduced that this person's power resided in an entirely different dimension. She had been searching for the true form of my Take High and had finally discerned a clue. "I have already seen through your tricks," Xiao Wu asserted defiantly, even as she approached her breaking point and could not hold on for much longer. Yet, she had to buy time. This was the only recourse available to her. Tang San was calculating how to deliver a lethal blow to eliminate Xiaoyu. In the rear, Oscar and Ma Hongjun were completely unable to act, whether to create sausages or provide fiery support. Every move they made was under the watchful gaze of Hulayina. A moment's carelessness could lead to being entranced while releasing soul skills. Dai Mubai was locked in a fierce contest with Yin, losing himself in the struggle. Zhu Zhuqing stood aside, hesitant to act, as there were still two battle spirit masters from the Spirit Hall who could engage. "It was only now that I see through your ruse. You truly possess a remarkable skill." My Takai's voice was ghostly, drifting, and elusive, yet laced with a tone of mockery, looking down upon Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's attempt to pierce through his facade proved futile. She was taken aback, sensing that the situation was not unfolding as expected. However, she understood that with this person present, their defeat was already sealed. "You are now continuously retreating into my blind spot, hence I cannot see you. The reason you can evade all my attacks is akin to the tactics employed by your captain, is it not?" Xiao Wu spoke to herself, having given up all resistance, ready to withdraw at any moment. "Ah, you have finally realized. It seems there is more than one clever mind within your team." My Teikai was in no hurry. He still had time. "You have undergone special training to comprehend every movement of a person. Whenever we raise our hands, you already know what actions we will take. Such an ability renders all our feints ineffective, incapable of confusing you. Indeed, even Tang San's various grappling techniques were instantly perceived by Xiaoyu. Feints are meant to mislead the opponent while simultaneously hindering one's own attacks. Each time I utilize instant movement, you can directly ascertain my position. Do you truly possess only the strength of a level 20? Xiao Wu poured forth her thoughts in one breath before collapsing onto the ground. She struggled under the pressure of my Teikai, releasing soul skills like instant movement, invincible golden body, and bowing waist, all aimed at retreating, while her energy waned in close combat. You can only blame your own foolishness. Using instant movement so openly merely signals your intent to attack, allowing me to prepare as soon as your figure vanishes. Xiao Wu and Tang San found that every close-quarters engagement was seen through. Thus, Xiaoyu and my Teikai, despite their not-so-quick speed, evaded attacks. They anticipated the trajectory of the attacks as soon as the opponent initiated their strikes, thereby avoiding them. The Sharingan can slow down the movements of others. With ordinary eyes, as long as the body can instinctively make judgments, similar effects can be achieved. This is the essence of true martial arts. Chapter 148 commenced. The supple blue-silver grass coiled around, emitting a brilliant azure light that dazzled the eyes. Tang San summoned all his soul power, preparing for the forthcoming strike. He wagered everything in one fell swoop. Failure meant certain death, even in a frenzied mental state. He understood that his team was no match for the Spirit Hall. While he could not fathom why the Spirit Hall had yet to eliminate them and rightfully claim victory, he knew that the match must end swiftly. Clearly, the Spirit Hall would not act accordingly. Thus, he had to take matters into his own hands. Channeling all his strength, he prepared to use this to slay Xiaoyu. Tang San had already noticed Xiao Wu's loss of combat capability, Dai Mubai's descent into madness, and Zhu Zhuqing's hesitation, while numerous allies remained unable to engage. The tide of battle was unfavorable. This confrontation had been predetermined from the outset. Even had Shrek not engaged in one-on-one combat initially, it would have made no difference. The disparity in strength rendered their forced separation inconsequential. The outcome had been decided from the very beginning. What did winning or losing matter? Killing Xiaoyu would force a withdrawal, and Shrek need not endure such humiliation, fabricating a poor excuse to justify their actions. On the battlefield between Mai Tai Kai and Xiao Wu collapsed to the ground, unable to maintain her martial spirit, gasping for breath, her expression one of agony. Mai Tai Kai took notice of the murderous intent emanating from Tang San. Regardless of the method, it was time to harness power and prepare for what lay ahead. The first gate of the 8 gates, open the door, open. The second gate, rest gate, open. In a corner of the spectator area, Kakashi shook his head, uncertain whether the actions taken were right or wrong. This Mai Tai Kai was exceptionally lethal, ruthless, and notorious for his bloodthirst. The only one capable of restraining Mai Tai Kai was Kakashi, who had personally trained him. Should this continue, there would be no future for Mai Tai Kai. Kakashi assessed the situation. This Mai Tai Kai had forcibly trained the 8 gates through negative emotions, using the profound pain of hatred to alleviate physical suffering. Mai Tai Kai had endured solitude. Upon discovering his prowess in martial arts, he grew to despise the world. He loathed the world of soul masters that suppressed other talents and strengths. As long as such hatred resided in his heart, he could endure physical agony. His rigorous training in the 8 gates was successful. However, managing negative emotions was no simple task. A moment's negligence could lead to losing oneself, dominated by hatred, and viewing all matters through a dark lens. Mai Tai Kai had made mistakes in the past. In a fit of rage, he had killed a teammate. Several who had passed the ninja training challenges perished at the hands of their companion. Thus, each time he employed the 8 gates, the process of opening the gates was slow. He had to control his emotions. Otherwise, he would descend into madness, slaughtering everyone around him. In the arena below, beside Hulaina, 2 battle spirit masters moved forward a distance before halting. They stood far from Mai Tai Kai's position, yet both were agile attackers, capable of swift support. This position would not be impacted by the explosive force of the 8 gates. They had invested considerable time preparing for this moment. Yin, withdraw, commanded Hulaina, her voice imbued with a unique power that surged into the mind of the frenzied Yin. Upon hearing this enchanting sound, Yin, enveloped in blinding flames, halted his swinging fist and paused his movements. A colossal tiger paw struck out with tremendous force, a staggering display of power. Yan's brilliant, fiery form was immediately forced back several paces, his previously frenzied expression momentarily faltering. Simultaneously, Dai Mubai, facing Yin, ceased his actions as well. The two, nearly devoid of thought, relied purely on instinctive reactions, their primal instincts resurfacing amidst the fierce battle. An unexpected turn of events prompted a warning from Hulaina, shattering the atmosphere of the skirmish. This also allowed them to regain normalcy. However, if this continued, their bodies would ultimately succumb to the strain and collapse. With a cough, the 2 individuals regained their senses, collapsing to the ground, emitting anguished cries. Their complexions were pallid, racked with pain, their limbs weakly thrashing about, their condition dire, and their breaths gradually growing faint. Only Zhu Zhuqing, who had been observing the situation, along with the controlling and assisting systems overseeing both sides, comprehended the madness these 2 had just engaged in. The 2 were evenly matched, plunged into a frenzied state of combat, each move imbued with an indomitable spirit. Ultimately, every punch they threw exceeded their limits, resulting in severe physical exhaustion. Yet, lost in their fervor, they remained tireless, unafraid of life and death. With each strike, they eroded their bodily functions. After such prolonged confrontation, their bodies had been thoroughly depleted. If left unattended, their current state would not endure much longer. Without hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing advanced and carried the exhausted Dai Mubai back to their rear lines. One of the Agile Attack System members protecting the 8th gate of Douluo, Mado Kai, assisted in escorting Yin off the stage. The 4th gate of Douluo, the Gate of Injury, was opened, followed by the 5th gate, the Gate of Do These Gates, which truly imposed burdens on the body, unleashed a sudden surge of energy flow within. The entire arena was affected. Energy fluctuations were intense, and the aura was overwhelming. The audience gaped in disbelief. Those who had always measured soul masters by their martial souls, the number and quality of their soul rings, and their soul power levels found their worldview shattered. What was this? A mere 20-level waste could actually contend with a 40-level soul sovereign, forcing him to retreat in panic. Moreover, the current energy fluctuations could not possibly emanate from a great soul master. The human body has 8 points that limit the flow of energy: Kai, Xiao, Sheng, Shang, Du, Jing, Jing, and Si. When these limits are breached, the body suffers tremendous impact from the overwhelming force, a pain beyond description. This agony originates within the body, not just the surface. The human body is intricate, with myriad veins and meridians intertwined. A fragile physique, ravaged, could lead to unknown consequences. It seems the moment has arrived. The battle on the other side also came to a halt. Tang San awaited Xieyu's attack, but Xieyou had already grasped Mado Kai's intentions and prepared to withdraw. Tang San had made all necessary preparations, simply waiting for Xieyou to strike. Yet, Xieyou retracted his martial soul and turned to leave, ignoring him. Planning to escape? Tang San taunted, attempting to provoke Xieyou, sensing an ominous turn. The opponents had all retreated. What were they intending? That second-ring Great Soul Master, what was he doing now? The energy fluctuations surrounding him suddenly became ferocious. The 6th gate of Douluo, the Gate of Jing, opened. A more powerful energy storm ravaged the arena, affecting even the gravely injured Dai Mubai, who coughed blood. Unable to endure, the air began to condense and press, rippling with waves of energy, oppressing the bodies of all present. Even Ning Rongrong, who had absorbed the 7-colored 10,000-year head soul bone gifted by Kakashi, now furrowed her brow. Xieyou quickened his pace, returning to Hulaiina's side. Now, the Spirit Hall's team was gathered, 5 soul masters uniting to withstand the pressure of Douluo's might. Tang San sensed an impending crisis and shouted urgently to his teammates. Hurry! You all need to retreat. Were they planning to? Zhu Zhuqing, Fatty, and Oscar were momentarily taken aback, though their energy consumption was minimal. Ningrongrong, her delicate features glistening with fine beads of sweat, had been amplifying her comrades, a considerable drain on her energy. Without the assistance of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, how could Dai Mubai contest against Yin, who had also undergone rigorous training? We must assist you, Ma Hongjun declared, unwilling to retreat. Originally eager to showcase his abilities, he found himself facing this predicament. Indeed, that fox cannot continue to distract with charm. We can help you, he added, unwilling to back down. Ningrongrong, indifferent, ceased all amplifications, wiped the beads of sweat from the corners of her eyes, and said nothing. Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow, glancing at the unconscious Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu, both having succumbed to severe exhaustion. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but ponder. Was there any significance in continuing this battle? Tang San, anxious, harbored a daunting suspicion. You all retreat first. This place is left to me. No, we cannot abandon you, Ma Hongjun resolutely countered. Oscar hesitated, then suggested, if it really comes to it, perhaps we. He could not continue, as they had only truly participated in 1 or 2 battles. In the first match, they had employed the 7-in-1 technique, originally planning to unleash all their abilities in the second match. Yet, Here they found themselves in this dire situation. No, listen to me. Tang San, employing the ghost shadow perplexing track, swiftly approached the 6 individuals, articulating his thoughts. The spirit hall may aim to annihilate us all in one fell swoop. At this proclamation, the expressions of the others changed drastically. The 3 combat type soul masters turned pale, while Ning Rongrong's brow furrowed, a look of confusion crossing her features. Gifted and intelligent, as the heir of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, could the spirit hall truly be so audacious? Hear me out. The spirit hall has yet to secure victory. They are exhausting our stamina, and that enigmatic great soul master has inexplicably grown stronger. Is it possible they are employing a final self-destruct secret technique, sacrificing a great soul master to take us down with them? Perhaps it truly is the case they considered. Recognizing the possibility, the energy storm source, Mado Kai, had stabilized and was now prepared to act. In the VIP section, Ghost Douluo Gue Mei, Ju Douluo Yuguan, and Pope Bibi Dong exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a shift in demeanor. The aura of killing intent began to permeate the air. Ning Feng He, the sect master of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, frowned, adversely affected by the menacing aura emanating from several titled Douluo. Beside him, Jian Douluo Chanxian wore a slight smile, emanating a protective aura around Ning Fengji. In a corner of the audience stands a robust man clad in tattered clothing emerged from the shadows. His murky eyes fixed upon the elevated VIP section, a grave expression manifesting. Subsequently, he shifted his gaze to another direction. There stood an individual in peculiar attire, with silver hair and a mask. Seemingly sensing something, the masked figure turned, locking eyes with the robust man. Indeed, you have arrived. Chapter 149, The Appearance of Haotian Turbulent Waters. The remaining 6 members of Shrek withdrew from the arena, leaving Tang San alone on the field. The secretive Xian Tiangong activated, countering the rampant energy within the arena. Mado Kai stabilized his state, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Tang San felt an emptiness within, unwilling to perish in such a manner. Is it time for the inevitable? What a pity. I have yet to see my father once more. A shroud of killing intent enveloped Tang San, a chilling sensation coursing through his entire being, causing the operation of Xian Tiangong to falter. This was Tang San's skin prickled, even his sensations dulled as his martial soul trembled, yearning to retreat within. Was this killing intent? So potent, imbued with a frenzied malice, this individual had surely taken lives before. On the audience platform, a rugged man clad in tattered clothing took a step forward. Nearby, the silver-haired masked figure turned and began to exit. He anticipated the events to unfold, feeling no need to remain. Even now, he finds himself incapable of withstanding the immense pressure within the titled Douluo battlefield, a realm where the numbers approach double digits. There is no need to subject oneself to such torment. Within the hall of the Pope, for venerable elders with white hair opened their eyes as their soul power surged forth. The aura emanating from these 4 titled Douluo enveloped the hall in a stifling atmosphere. Upon the VIP platform, Pope Bibi Dong, alongside titled Douluo Ju and Gue, prepared for action. The sword Douluo Chanxian, with sharp eyes, recognized that his task was to protect Ning Fengji amidst the battlefield dominated by near double-digit titled Douluo. Besides safeguarding Ning Fengji, he also aimed to rescue Ning Rongrong, a mission far from trivial. As for the others, their fates were of no concern to him. The notion of talent was irrelevant. The Spirit Hall's intentions to strike would only bring trouble to the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Mai Tai Kai remained poised, waiting. High above, Pope Bibi Dong surveyed the ordinary audience, locating the individual she sought. The command was given. This form of communication could only be executed by soul masters of level 60 and above. Responding to the command, Mai Tai Kai acted instinctively, moving like a shadow. His speed was unparalleled as he charged towards Tang San, yet he refrained from immediate attack, instead circling Tang San with a furious sprint, the wind howling, the sound of the air cracking resounding. Surrender now, or you shall perish. This clear voice echoed throughout the arena, reaching the ears of nearly every spectator. It belonged to a woman, Hulaina spoke, her tone imbued with formidable spiritual and soul power, having absorbed a 2,000-year-old head spirit bone. Her mental prowess rivaling that of a soul emperor. Tang San, hearing her words, felt a flicker of hesitation, yet he could not retreat. He remained for the sake of his trivial pride, believing that the Tang Sect's ultimate techniques were not inferior to others. He recognized my Taikai as a true embodiment of the ninja's physical arts. Tang San yearned to defeat him personally, to wash away the humiliation he had just endured. Even a clay figurine possesses some temper. The repeated insult from the evil moon had driven Tang San nearly to the brink of madness. At this moment, he could not stabilize his emotions. He genuinely desired to kill. To take a life would constitute a rule violation. Thus, Shrek Academy would not be seen as foolishly challenging the Spirit Hall, resulting in a catastrophic defeat and becoming a laughingstock. Such notions might be deemed absurd, merely the product of selfishness. A mistake remains a mistake, and defending oneself or shifting blame is futile. Hulaina's words served as a final ultimatum. No, this ultimatum was intended for public consumption. Tang San could hear her voice, yet he was powerless to act, as my Taikai's murderous intent enveloped him entirely. A chilling aura penetrated his heart, seizing control of his limbs and body, forcing his Xian Tian Gong to cease its operation. In his heart, fear was compounded by overwhelming terror as he envisioned his own gruesome demise. With a dominating presence, my Taikai radiated intense energy fluctuations. As he circled Tang San, pressure from all directions bore down upon him, causing his martial soul to tremble, destabilizing his very being. Hulaina spoke once more. Since you were so obstinate, be prepared for the consequences. The facade for the public had been established. Now it was time to delve into the main event. The Soul Master Tournament had seen the Spirit Hall consistently holding back, discarding numerous competitors, yet still reducing Shrek to a state of devastation. In the face of such pressure, Shrek's members wisely chose to avoid the limelight, save for one individual who, stubbornly clinging to his trivial pride, wagered his life. The Spirit Hall commanded its strongest to present a formidable front, issuing a final ultimatum. One lone member of Shrek remained oblivious, foolishly courting death. This was the narrative the Spirit Hall wished to project to the world. Their actions were justified, while the dual martial soul members of Shrek remained oblivious to their peril. Dare to touch my son? Have you sought my permission? A deep voice suddenly resonated, akin to an explosion in the air. The volume was not loud, yet the contained authority made every person tremble involuntarily. Tang Hao could no longer restrain himself. His overwhelming soul power erupted, sweeping across the arena, stirring profound awe. Retreat. The Spirit Hall's team withdrew, with all but my Taikai retreating to the periphery of the arena. My Taikai too ceased his actions, stepping back, his skin flushed and appearing feral, his eyes glaring at the imposing figure of Tang Hao. Tang San broke free from manipulation, his vision clouded, succumbing to unconsciousness. Having been battered by the evil moon and tormented by my Taikai's murderous aura and energy, Tang San was left nearly incapacitated. A dark silhouette materialized silently in midair, hovering as if it were meant to be there. It was a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, tall and robust, yet his attire was far from commendable. He wore a tattered robe with no patches, revealing his bronze-colored skin beneath. His features, once somewhat dignified, were now obscured by a layer of waxy yellow, giving him a drowsy appearance, his hair a disheveled mess resembling a bird's nest. His beard had grown wild, indicating it had been ages since he last groomed himself. Behind him, a massive black hammer floated effortlessly. "Tang Hao!" Pope Bibi Dong exclaimed sharply. Her gaze filled with venom as she fixed her eyes upon the airborne figure of Tang Hao, nearly spewing fire. Title Douluo Ju and Title Dogue rose, their gazes fixed on the sky, their soul power surging, their presence suddenly palpable. The sword Douluo Chun Xin seized the moment, enveloping Ning Fengji with his soul power. Swiftly moving several dozen meters away, simultaneously, he dashed downwards, retrieving Ning Rongrong and her 5 companions, bringing them back to Ning Fengji's side. At that moment, The Spirit Hall had yet to overtly strike against all of Shrek by rescuing Ning Rongrong and her teammates. He could at least avoid implicating the Seven Treasure glazed tile school with accusations of ruthlessness. From the Hall of the Pope, the four elderly men stepped forth. Rushing towards the exit, the audience erupted in excitement as the Pope's commanding voice revealed Tang Hao's identity. The long-absent Haotian Douluo had re-emerged, stirring up a commotion. Haotian, at long last the esteemed name, the youngest titled Douluo, indeed, exuded an incredible aura. Observers marveled, expressing admiration for Tang Hao's prowess. What does Haotian mean? Does he harbor a personal grudge against the Spirit Hall? Is he here to create chaos during the Soul Master Tournament, intending to drag everyone into his turmoil? After years of tranquility on the continent, was he attempting to incite another wave of bloodshed for his personal vendetta? Among the audience were numerous influential figures, well-versed in the events of the past. Years prior, the Spirit Hall and the Haotian Sect had clashed, creating a significant uproar. In those chaotic times, they remained inactive. Who would dare to act first? Once they did, who would refrain from joining the fray? Amidst the turmoil, countless individuals sought to profit from the chaos of war. Yet, such opportunities required timing. The conflict between the Spirit Hall and the Haotian Sect presented the perfect moment. As the Soul Master world descended into chaos, all sects stirred, save for the two great empires, which maintained their power. Soul Master sects clashed while unaware of the countless lives lost. Some reveled in the thrill of battle, while others mourned for the loved ones lost in war. Among them were many prominent figures who had survived. However, following that great upheaval, the dust eventually settled, leading to a clearer delineation of power among the Soul Master sections. In the end, the Haotian Sect sealed its doors, retaining only direct descendants, while the Soul Masters were predominantly under the control of the seven major sects and the Wuhuan Hall. If this situation persists, the realm of Soul Masters may remain tranquil for decades, even a century. Minor personal disputes may arise, yet large-scale conflicts will likely be absent. At the very least, the loss of life will be minimized, allowing common folk to live in peace. Smaller factions may thrive steadily, and larger powers will face no renewed threats. During the tumultuous times of the Soul Master realm, countless smaller sects perished, and many families were obliterated. However, after a brief period of stability, those with ambition will find little motivation to reignite warfare. Now, the origin of past calamities has resurfaced, causing all factions to become increasingly anxious. While much of the above is speculative, it is reasonable to infer that all peace is bought with blood and tears. Only through the experience of war can true peace be achieved. Prolonged peace inevitably leads to conflict, as both are inseparable. This passage could seamlessly integrate into the original narrative. Among the seven major sects, the top three are robust, boasting a multitude of affiliated Soul Masters. In the event of battle, these affiliates would bear the brunt of the conflict. The lower four sects differ significantly, with their direct descendants and affiliates nearly evenly split, sometimes with more direct descendants. They are brothers, cousins, fathers and sons, uncles and nephews, grandfathers and grandsons. Should war break out, Kim will undoubtedly perish. This scenario is starkly different from that of the top three sections. Peace is scarcely settled before the drums of war begin to beat again. What is the Haotian sect's true intent? Do they seek to pave their path to resurgence with countless corpses? Chapter 150. The might of Haotian Tang Hao made a formidable entrance, suspended in mid-air, a colossal black iron hammer floating behind him. Mai Tai Kai did not engage in verbal sparring. Instead, he retreated with an almost ethereal swiftness. The Pope and the two titled Douluos, Ju Gui and Gui Do, reacted instantaneously, their martial souls manifesting, revealing a staggering 17 soul rings. Unfazed, Tang Hao summoned all 9 of his rings. The sight of his and the Pope's 10,000-year soul rings astonished the audience, creating a sensation. The renown of 10,000-year soul rings spread far and wide, their rarity and power bordering on legend in the Soul Master world. Below, the Master, one of the Golden Iron Triangle, stood in shock. This youngest title holder had always been his idol. Yet, if only the master's knowledge could be harnessed. Its impact on the Soul Master realm would far exceed that of any Haotian Douluo, regardless of age or strength. It can only be said that society's relentless pursuit of power blinds them to the true nature of right and wrong. In one corner of the arena, an elderly man in green hesitated, uncertain whether to intervene. He was the poisoned Douluo, considered the weakest among the titled Douluos. In direct confrontation, his prowess paled in comparison to many souled Douluos. With 4 titled Douluos vying for dominance, taking a step back seemed the most prudent course of action. Yet, his bond with Tang San made the decision difficult. Tang Hao's combat prowess was astounding, having once defeated 3 titled Douluos single-handedly. However, this was Wuhuan City, the headquarters of the Wuhuan Hall, where countless ancient elders remained unseen. Despite Tang Hao's apparent invincibility, the situation was perilous. The Golden Iron Triangle, aware of their insufficient strength to assist, chose to retreat and preserve themselves rather than complicate matters. After a moment of internal conflict, Douluo ultimately decided to withdraw. Facing multiple titled Douluos head-on was beyond his capacity. Sword Law Chan Xen closely observed the unfolding battle, eager to see how Tang Hao, who had thrown himself into danger, would ultimately fare. Ning Fengji was equally attentive, recognizing that the outcome of this confrontation could significantly influence future developments. He focused not only on the individuals present, but also on the retreating factions, for they were the true architects of the future. With fierce determination in his gaze, Tang Hao bellowed, "Do you wish to avenge your master, Bibi Dong? Do you think you can contain me?" The Pope, Bibi Dong, abruptly gestured, unleashing a piercing cry from her hand. In response, for simultaneous shrieks echoed from within the Pope's hall. Tang Hao regarded this with a calm smile, exuding an extraordinary air of indifference, as if he faced an army of thousands with ease. The 7 titled Douluos of the Wuhuan Hall were indeed formidable. Yet what could they achieve collectively? The 7th soul ring gleamed, and the massive black Haotian hammer behind Tang Hao suddenly erupted with a powerful surge of black light. The enormous hammer expanded in the wind, transforming into a massive head that resembled a small mountain, adorned with crimson patterns. Tang Hao's 10,000-year red soul rings ignited, enveloping the black hammer in a radiant scarlet hue. "What a magnificent Pope's hall!" he exclaimed, laughter echoing with arrogance. With a swift motion of his right hand, the colossal hammer plummeted not towards the 3 titled Douluos before him, but rather aimed directly at the Pope's hall behind them. Instantly, the atmosphere within Wuhuan City twisted, rendering every non-titled soul master immobile. "Tang Hao, how dare you?" Bibi Dong seethed with fury, launching herself alongside Douluo and Douluo towards the descending hammer. Concurrently, 4 additional figures surged forth from the Pope's hall, a total of 7 figures converging on the enormous hammer. The impact was cataclysmic. Soul masters below level 70 found their minds blank as they collapsed under the overwhelming sound. The thunderous noise reverberated like divine retribution, causing the entirety of Wuhuan City to tremble. The 7 figures suspended in midair were simultaneously struck down, and the hammer vanished. Spitting blood, Tang Hao's manic laughter persisted. "Bibi Dong, await your reckoning. The Wuhuan Hall owes me a debt, and one day I shall reclaim it all. That day is drawing near. What in truth does the Wuhuan Hall owe him? It was responsible for the death of his soul beast wife, the demise of his father, and for preventing him from returning to his roots, leaving him in despair for over a decade. It destroyed his sect. These grievances stemmed from his own choices. He seemed unwilling to bear the weight of his mistakes, casting blame onto others. This mindset is all too human, akin to that of any ordinary individual. Yet, he appeared oblivious to his true identity as the heir of the Haotian Sect, the Haotian Douluo. Such an identity, combined with his temperament, resembles that of a jester. The Haotian Sect should consider itself fortunate that he has not assumed the role of sect leader. Otherwise, the clan would face a bleak future. Driven by possessiveness, he failed to ensure his wife returned to the soul beast forest to hide, opting instead to shoulder everything alone. For the sake of personal feelings, the so-called love led to his father's untimely death. The Haotian Sect is not merely a single clan, but a collective of innumerable families. The choice between the sect and a beloved was foolishly evaded. To protect one thing, one must be prepared to lose another. He did not grasp this fundamental truth. Was he truly a so-called strongman? Ultimately, he preserved nothing, gained power, and lost everything. With a flicker, Tang Hao vanished, taking with him the unconscious Tang San and Xiao Wu. Sword Douluo Chen Exine hesitated, for Tang Hao had spirited Xiao Wu away right before his eyes, and he was intent on intervening. However, ultimately giving up, it is better not to seek trouble. Tang Hao is akin to a mad dog, biting anyone he encounters. His deep voice gradually faded into the distance. Master, Fu Londa, you have taught this child for many years. Your kindness cannot be repaid in words. I owe you much. He owed not only these few individuals, but also countless families of those who perished in the battles between Wuhuan Temple and Haotian Sect. His only means of atonement is death. Yet it is evident he has no intention of pursuing such an end. After all, he is but a worthless being. How could he regard the lives of those he does not care for with any seriousness? When the body of Pope Bibi Dong fell to the ground, a flush of crimson appeared on her face. Taking a deep breath, that flush slowly dissipated. Behind her, alongside Douluo and Douluo, stood 4 individuals clad in long red robes, their faces obscured by a faint glow. All 4 bore white hair, indicating their advanced age. Tang Hao's hammer struck, not at the Pope, but rather at the Pope's palace, a symbol of the Wuhuan Temple. Had the Pope, Douluo, and Douluo attacked him at that moment, Tang Hao would have undoubtedly sustained severe injuries, yet the Pope's palace would have been lost as well. The might of the Haotian hammer, wielded by Haotian Douluo, could not be accurately assessed without first-hand experience. The 7 who confronted him only managed to injure Tang Hao. Her Majesty the Pope was not the only one incensed. The 6 individuals behind her were equally furious. There is no need to pursue. It would be futile. A sense of despondency colored Bibi Dong's voice. Over the years, she had tirelessly honed her skills, finally attaining the rank of titled Douluo. In her mind, her imagined adversary had always been Tang Hao. Yet today, faced with him, she realized that despite their soul rings being identical, her aura was woefully inferior. Tang Hao remains Tang Hao, the Haotian Douluo, indeed a formidable presence. Possessing great strength, yet exhibiting such disgraceful demeanor, is truly a calamity for the spirit master world. That scoundrel Tang Hao is unbearably arrogant. Your Majesty, this concerns the dignity of the Wuhuan Temple. Rebirthto could not help but remind Bibi Dong. Now is not the time to deal with him. Worrying is futile. Yuguan inquired, what shall we do with these individuals? Gesturing towards the Shrek group, Ning Fengji understood and said nothing more, stepping forward to clarify. The strength of the Wuhuan Temple's team was evident. Shrek could not compare. And this match was a decisive loss for them. Acknowledging this was the first step toward clarity, making many matters easier to address. The individuals from Shrek could only concede, as the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Tang Hao's disruption had marred the reputation of the Wuhuan Temple, yet he could change nothing. After restoring order, the Wuhuan Temple proceeded with the award ceremony as planned. It was straightforward for him to take 2 individuals. However, if he were to tamper with the spirit bones, he would find it impossible to leave, as the Elder Hall and the Hall of Offerings still had individuals who had yet to act. In Chapter 151, the grand competition concluded. Despite Tang Hao's interference, the Wuhuan Temple still held a splendid awards ceremony, distributing spirit bones under the gaze of thousands. On Shrek's side, Master and Fu Londa appeared quite grim. Dai Mu Bai was severely depleted in physical function and was receiving treatment. He might survive, but his future was uncertain. Tang San and Xiao Wu had been taken by Tang Hao, leaving the remaining 5 of the 7 monsters. In the final competition, Kakashi did not make an appearance, and they even thought that the undefeated war god, Hatake Kakashi, had perished. Ning Rongrong, for reasons unknown, had undergone significant changes during this period. It was a naturally exuded aura that affected those around her. Oscar and Ma Hongjun felt extremely frustrated, continuously repressed, and unable to make their moves. This competition had little to do with them. They gritted their teeth, watching the triumphant Xiaoyu and Hulaina receiving their awards. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, sensing something amiss. The strategies employed by the Wuhuan Temple were remarkably unique, unparalleled in Douluo Continent. Yet she sensed recognition, as if she had encountered something similar before. One must admit that a woman's intuition is often quite accurate. Ning Rongrong did not think much of it. During the time of Kakashi's ambush, he had gifted her the 1,000-year-old head spirit bone, making her participation in the competition worthwhile. The teachers of the Shrek group felt a profound unease following the competition. The students had been significantly impacted. Tang San and Xiao would have been taken away. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing displayed unusual expressions. Dai Mu Bai had sustained injuries, and his future remained uncertain. Ma Hongjun and Oscar were fervently agitated, filled with discontent, unsure of what repercussions awaited them. After the awards ceremony, Shrek had to make plans. Throughout the competition, they had fought valiantly, undefeated, culminating in the awe-inspiring fusion technique of the Seven, which had captivated the audience. Yet by the end, they were left in such a state, suffering a grievous defeat. A loss is a loss. Regardless of unexpected circumstances, the failure to unleash their full potential, or the strength of the opponent. These are mere excuses, as victory and defeat are firmly established, and excuses will always be a means of evading responsibility. Ning Zhongzhu, please take Rongrong away, Fu Landa addressed Ning Fengji. A small temple cannot house a great Buddha. Those destined to leave will do so. And his proactive statement at least preserved some of his dignity. Should any enemies be present, they would undoubtedly mock him mercilessly. With the conclusion of the competition, these children have graduated. As you can see, we have now offended the Wuhuan Temple, and our future days may be challenging. Ning Fengji nodded, stating, Rongrong has been away from home for many days. It is time for her to return with me. Ning Fengji was adept at social dynamics, avoiding offending anyone. However, the Wuhuan Temple would not go so far as to trouble your academy. In the future, as long as Shrek Academy remains low-key, all will be well, Ning Fengji advised. Ning Zhongzhu, may I inquire if I may join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Oscar mustered his courage to ask Ning Fengji. Ning Rongrong, with hair cascading like a waterfall and a slender figure, her eyes glimmering like autumn waters, appeared ethereal, untouched by the mundane world. She exuded an air of nobility, which inadvertently placed pressure on Oscar. Oscar felt perplexed. The past Ning Rongrong was adorable and charming, evoking affection, and he could hardly resist her. Now, she seemed to radiate an indescribable nobility and rationality, eliciting a sense of conquest within men, yet also creating a distance. Oscar, who possessed only talent but no background, could not help but feel inferior, struggling to approach that increasingly distant, unparalleled figure. Upon hearing Oscar's words, Ning Fengji was initially taken aback, but his expression soon brightened. Of course you may. Anyone among you who wishes to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is welcome. As he spoke, his gaze also shifted toward Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun. Dai Mu Bai had not yet awakened, but Zhu Zhuqing could substitute for him. Zhu Zhuqing replied, Our situation is unique. We have yet to determine our future course. Originally, without the appearance of Hatake Kakashi, she and Dai Mu Bai would have returned in glory. However, with Kakashi's emergence, their return was rendered impossible. They had sworn never to set foot in Xingluo again. Yet she did not regret it. Had Kakashi not appeared, she would have been unaware of how her previous actions would stain her family's history. Before the eyes of the masses, she had defeated the most promising heir of Xingluo, and Xingluo could not conceal this reality. She was also aware that Dai Mu Bai, who spent his days frivolously, was not suited to be a ruler. If Xingluo were to unify the world, it would be acceptable for him to be an unremarkable emperor without stigma. Yet in this tumultuous era, the empire requires a capable and enlightened leader. In this age, elevating Dai Mu Bai to kingship would spell doom for Xingluo's future. Dai Mu Bai is not suited for the position and has naturally withdrawn. However, how should the history of the Xingluo royal family record this act of seizing a position only to relinquish it? This is a disgrace added by foolish clansmen. Ning Fengji then turned his gaze toward Ma Hongjun and inquired, What about you? Ma Hongjun chuckled softly and replied, I shall also take my leave. I cherish my freedom. Having finally graduated, I wish to traverse the continent and broaden my horizons. I might return to Shrek Academy to assist my teacher. Flender was somewhat astonished, gazing at his only disciple. All along, Ma Hongjun had presented himself as a rather foolish individual, showing great interest in women but little concern for other matters. He did not expect this disciple of his to articulate such sentiments, causing a whirlwind of emotions within him, as if something was lodged in his throat. Ningfeng Ji smiled slightly and said, "In that case, I shall not press you. Just remember, the doors of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect are always open to you. Dean Flender, we must take our leave. Rong, Oscar, let us be on our way." In a flash, a shadow darted forward like the wind, racing down the rugged path without the slightest deceleration. Suddenly, a foot came crashing down, halting the figure. Ahead, a tall silhouette obstructed the road. One hand held a pen, while the other grasped a small notebook, as the silver-haired masked man rapidly scribbled something. "Finally, you have arrived," he said without lifting his head, his voice emanating from beneath the mask. He was Hatake Kakashi, who had departed the Soul Master competition venue early to await their arrival here. The paths leading away from Wuhuan City are not limited to this one. And you know I'm Shadow Clone. This individual had previously caused quite a stir during the Soul Master competition in Wuhuan City, confronting 7 titled Douluo, including the Pope of the Wuhuan Palace, head-on. Following that, he left with resolute words that were surely unfounded, sustaining injuries as he departed. He had firmly slapped the face of the supreme Wuhuan Palace of the Douluo Continent. Such actions were indeed audacious. Yet, many forces became anxious. For this person was the root cause of the previous chaos. After the turmoil, peace was sought, and various factions have now stabilized. The Wuhuan Palace and the 7 major sects command numerous soul masters, and none can easily disrupt their positions. The continent has finally ushered in a brief period of tranquility. However, this peace was fleeting. A decade or so later, the source of calamity reemerged. Do not be deceived by Tang Hao's seemingly favorable reputation as the Haotian Douluo, the youngest titled Douluo, or his feats of defeating 3 titled Douluo simultaneously and killing the Pope. In truth, his image among various factions is abysmal, akin to a rat crossing the street, universally reviled. Without his formidable strength, he would have perished countless times. Kakashi put away his notebook and pen and said, "I have come to pose a question to you. Please take a moment to peruse my new book, Miyuki Ji Run Xing Isho. It matters not if you have not read Naruto. The protagonist begins without complete knowledge of the plot, as that era merely mentioned it vaguely. I am confident in my ability to write well. Once again, I must clarify that I am seeking to express elements of Douluo Dalu that have not been reflected due to unilateral perspectives. Some readers have accused me of disparaging the work. Now, I shall elucidate the differences between Naruto and Douluo. I am comparing the capacities of the 2 worlds. Should Kakashi Hatake descend upon Douluo Dalu, the continent would not be devoid of a future as it is in the original text. Douluo Dalu has existed for countless millennia, yet it lacks the advancements we have achieved over mere thousands of years. My protagonist, Kakashi Hatake, ascends through rigorous cultivation, ultimately not achieving godhood or immortality, but utilizing his abilities to benefit humanity. Had I chosen the former path, I would not have written about Kakashi Hatake. I could have invented a character at will. No, that would render writing Douluo fanfiction meaningless. The protagonist and Tang San venture forth together, culminating in an ending akin to the original narrative. Or perhaps I shall first gather a harem before concluding. As a reader, I naturally enjoy seeing the protagonist amass a harem. Yet when I set pen to paper, I found myself unable to craft such narratives. After consuming all of Naruto, I grasped its values and could not maintain fidelity to the original work, resulting in an unsatisfactory conclusion. Let's compare the lives of individuals in Douluo Dalu with our own. We possess electric lights. They do not. We have washing machines. They do not. We have gas and natural gas. They do not. We enjoy electric fans and air conditioning. They can only rely on handheld fans. We have televisions and computers. They are without. We no longer bear the burden of excessive taxes, while they still contend with various taxations not articulated in their settings. This bears resemblance to our ancient ancestors, devoid of any advanced technology. I deliberately designated the protagonist as the sixth Hokage, Kakashi Hatake, to aid in the development of the Douluo world. Our nation does not emphasize ideological education, leading to a predominantly narrow-minded populace. Upon entering another world, the protagonist battles monsters to grow stronger. This is sufficient. Such ideologies are common among readers of transmigration literature. As an admirer of Japanese manga, I wish to contrast the breadth of vision of Japanese manga artists with that of many of our novelists. Let us not speak of traitors. During the initial phase of reform and opening up, we had nothing, no talent, no technology, no money. It was only through the relaxation of policies, coupled with the education we received abroad and the opening of our doors to foreign enterprises, that we propelled our nation forward. I am utilizing the ideological focus of Japanese manga artists to highlight our shortcomings, resonating with national policy. In the isekai manga I consume, talented individuals leverage their abilities to foster cultural development in retro worlds, providing great convenience to the populace. We merely know how to slay monsters and bosses. Yet what is the actual significance? The protagonist becomes powerful, ascends to godhood, and achieves immortality. Ultimately, what substantive meaning does this hold? Even if this protagonist is the strongest, unbeatable in the world, if he merely lives with his family in carefree enjoyment, he pales in comparison to the historically vilified Sui Yongdi. Sui Yongdi constructed a grand canal, which, despite its toll on contemporary society, benefits future generations. With the canal, transportation becomes more accessible. One could traverse hundreds of miles in a day via waterways, facilitating trade. Goods from the south can swiftly reach the north, and vice versa. During droughts, there is no need for concern, as the Grand Canal boasts innumerable branches, ensuring water accessibility for irrigation. In times of flood, the canal's branches prevent water accumulation, thereby negating flooding. That supreme protagonist, in the end, may merely enjoy life with his family, indifferent to the world. Much like Tang San and Dalu. What has he truly left behind aside from the empty titles of Sea God and Blue Haotian? Has he crafted intricate tools through ingenious manufacturing techniques, benefiting the populace and ensuring their peaceful existence? Let us not even mention groundbreaking inventions such as diesel engines. He has yet to develop even basic agricultural technology. He waged wars, fought battles, and ultimately ascended to the heavens with his family, achieving immortality, yet leaving nothing behind. In this world, there exists a person whose influence is overshadowed by the likes of Sui Yongdi. His sins are condemned in contemporary times, yet the benefits he has bestowed upon posterity remain largely unrecognized. Few are aware of his contributions. However, the emergence of more individuals like him would be of no harm and perhaps even advantageous to our present circumstances. Some individuals may still wish to emulate figures such as Tang San, believing that eternal life, along with familial prosperity, outweighs the fates of others. I find myself at a loss to address such sentiments. The capacity of individuals varies significantly. Some possess a limited breadth of understanding, while others, lacking exposure to such education, may not even contemplate these issues. With a gentle nudge, they may ultimately realize the extent of their vision and the true measure of their character. My writings evoke diverse reactions from readers of various dispositions. Whether they choose to abandon my work or remain to witness the evolution of my narrative is entirely their own decision. I penned this novel from the perspective of Japanese manga, creating a unique tapestry within the realm of Chinese literature. It is possible that inquiries regarding my nationality will arise. To such questions, I affirm that I am indeed Chinese, though it seems this may not be the answer they seek. I elucidate my reasoning within the pages of my book, and should they persist in their inquiries, I may find myself at a loss for words. I recall reading Douluo during my elementary years, finding it quite enjoyable at the time. The conclusion was splendid, allowing for a comfortable immersion into the narrative. However, after becoming an aficionado of Japanese manga and experiencing Naruto, my perspective underwent a profound transformation. It is crucial to note that without fully engaging with Naruto, one cannot truly grasp its underlying values. Only true fans can appreciate its essence. Yet, many who have not completed the series may glean fragments of the story through fan works. Unfortunately, those crafting Naruto fan fiction often lack a comprehensive understanding of the series, leading to uncertainty regarding whom to believe. Some readers may have encountered various Naruto fan works, yet it is essential to remember that if the protagonist ascends to greatness without any significant achievements, merely engaging in conflict that results in mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, one can discern a lack of depth in those who have not fully experienced Naruto. To fervently support such individuals is to show disrespect to this educational anime. Regrettably, its length discourages many viewers from completing it, resulting in a scarcity of those who comprehend its values. However, there is no need to invest excessive time in watching Naruto. My Douluo fan fiction and my new work, Muiji Renshing Isho, will allow readers to experience its core values. If one is interested in discovering the extent of their capacity and vision, I invite you to read and cherish my writings. Thus concludes my discourse. Chapter 152. Fruitless Conversation, Speak Plainly, Tang Hao stated, his tone frigid as he cast a cold gaze upon the youth before him. In the face of the formidable presence of the Haotian Douluo, Kakashi opted for a nonchalant smile. It seems you have sustained considerable injuries. If you do not depart swiftly, you may encounter unforeseen dangers, and your current abilities are insufficient to handle them. One person standing against 7 titled Douluo may appear as a trivial endeavor, yet the reality is that he bears significant wounds, having coughed blood several times during his journey. Tang Hao was taken aback, realizing that his imposing aura failed to intimidate his opponent and achieve the desired effect of subduing without conflict. Are we to engage in combat? Even now, you cannot defeat me with just a single clone, he scoffed, though internally he was wagering. There are multiple routes leading out of the Martial Soul Hall, all equally accessible, allowing for a casual departure. The individual before him must be a clone, blocking several paths simultaneously. Kakashi remarked, "Ah, you have seen through my ruse. I was nearly frightened. Yet do not wear such a serious expression. It only conceals your true thoughts. I have followed you for years, but each time, you have eluded me. It appears you possess a wealth of intriguing possessions." Tang Hao, with one arm around Tang San and the other embracing Xiao Wu, found his hands occupied. Yet, some matters do not require physical touch. In an instant, an intensely chilling aura surged from him. It was cold, sinister, malevolent, and terrifying, a powerful killing intent that could instill tremors, akin to a ferocious beast lunging forth to devour its prey. Tang San and Xiao Wu, nestled under his arm, trembled involuntarily, awakened from their slumber by the frigid killing intent. Kakashi stated, "Do not flaunt your killing intent before me. Such behavior is rather ludicrous. You are indeed no ordinary child." Tang Hao sighed softly, contemplating that his attempt to depart was likely in vain. The pitch-black Haotian hammer materialized between them, exuding a palpable bloodthirst. Must you constantly display a combat stance? Can you not simply listen? Kakashi, exasperated, noted that he had merely issued a playful taunt and had not declared a desire for battle. "I find the situation to be more secure for myself," Tang Hao replied, remaining vigilant as the Haotian hammer emitted powerful waves of soul force, harboring distrust towards Kakashi. He was acutely aware of his own vulnerability and deemed it prudent to exercise caution regarding Kakashi's words. The unknown is indeed the most formidable of adversaries. He knew nothing of Kakashi. Engaging in combat with him would be troublesome. Very well, let it be as it is, Kakashi conceded with a resigned shake of his head, settling himself cross-legged. With such a display of sincerity, Tang Hao remained unchanged, the Haotian hammer hovering ominously, its killing intent aimed directly at Kakashi. "First, allow me to pose a question." Kakashi initiated, his gaze sharp. "Let us discuss your capacity. With thousands of soul masters affiliated with the Haotian Sect, do you not regard them as less significant than your own wife? Is the sense of responsibility toward your sect not as important as your personal emotions?" Kakashi, undeterred, spoke boldly, understanding that this was merely a clone, and should Tang Hao's ire lead to its destruction, it would bear no consequence. He was eager to discern the weight of Tang Hao's sense of responsibility. Within the Haotian clan resided Tang Hao's father, brother, uncles, and hundreds of kin. Yet, in the end, he chose to flee with his partner, inciting his father's wrath and leading to the sect's ruin. Soul beasts, true to their nature, failed to comprehend the essence of love, lacking the resolve for self-sacrifice. Had that soul beast possessed the foresight to either depart or make a sacrifice, the Haotian sect would not have met its current fate. Indeed, this illustrates the chasm that separates humans from beasts. It appears that neither individual comprehends the meaning of love that entails sacrifice. It is spoken with such sanctity. Itachi, in an effort to preserve his clan and village, slaughtered his entire family, bearing the weight of infamy. Engaging in a civil war against the formidable Uchiha clan would surely bring turmoil to Konoha. The enemy would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. The village's stability ensured that the enemy could not invade, while the Uchiha bloodline continued through his younger brother. Itachi Uchiha is undoubtedly a hero, sacrificing everything for his brother and village, perpetually deceiving his sibling until his final breath. Even in the face of hatred from his brother, he was determined to ensure his survival. Such is the essence of brotherhood. When comparing the love between the two, the former appears utterly laughable. Can it even be deemed love? What do you mean? Tang Hao inquired. This is a classic case of asking a question with the knowledge of its answer, implying that you are worthless. With hundreds of direct descendants and thousands of subordinates, as the future of the sect, you have chosen to abandon them all for mere personal feelings. Tang Hao frequently returns to see Tang San and has heard the tale of Uchiha Itachi, which has made him aware of his own shortcomings. His father, elder brother, and uncles paid no mind, all for the sake of a soul beast. This compromises human morals and invites disdain from the world. Perhaps it is not so much about the world's disdain, but rather that the Wuhuan Palace has set its sights on him. The might of the Wuhuan Palace is unparalleled, and although Haotian clan may be able to confront them, it is an unjust cause. Tang Hao tarnishes moral standards outside, fighting fiercely with the esteemed titled Douluo of the human race, breaking one of his legs. Who could absolve him? The reputation of the Wuhuan is justifiable, united in purpose, standing against common foes. Within Haotian clan, there exists a sentiment of why should the entire sect bear the burden for Tang Hao's misdeeds? How does one fight under such circumstances? Throughout history, wars have sought a righteous cause to uplift morale, thus securing the initiative. One can claim victory even before the battle begins. The principle of to repel external threats, one must first stabilize internal affairs holds true, without internal stability. How can one withstand external enemies? Tang Hao realizes that the two parties have reached a breaking point, and a confrontation with Kakashi is likely in the future. The Scarlet Sharingan fixates on the target, its gaze sharp yet filled with disdain. You understand my meaning clearly. Your feigned ignorance is far worse than my initial transgressions. His expression darkened, surprised that this renowned figure before him is such a coward, unwilling to acknowledge his own mistakes. Regardless of who the opponent may be, I must seek justice if I am insulted, Tang Hao declared with resolute conviction. Despite the cost of jeopardizing the Haotian clan that raised him, Kakashi regained his composure. Understanding the nature of this person, such character would never be found imparting formidable techniques in Konoha. Personal emotions superseding collective responsibility will ultimately lead to a grim fate in a place like Konoha. Tang Hao remained silent. He had not even contemplated the cost. In his eyes, he merely wished to live a harmonious life with his beloved, questioning why fate would not allow it. The Wuhuan Palace, driven by insatiable greed, has led to the plight of his wife and the Haotian clan. An immense aura erupted from Tang Hao, exuding a palpable pressure, imbued with a murderous intent. The domain of the god of death manifested, a chilling aura enveloping the air, causing temperatures to plummet. The burly man, his tiger-like eyes fixated on the figure ahead, brandished a massive black hammer. He felt compelled to move, reminded of the past that deeply wounded his heart. The imprint of the unknown solidified chakra to resist the oppressive murderous intent and soul power. This was merely a shadow clone, incapable of withstanding the pressure of the Haotian Douluo. It seems I cannot extract any information from you. Let this matter be addressed by Xiao San himself. In a casual tone, Kakashi's shadow clone dissipated into smoke, vanishing from sight. Chapter 153, Parting Nightfall. A refreshing breeze rustled the leaves, casting a dappled shadow on the ground under the moonlight. Xiao Wu gradually awoke from her stupor, instinctively sitting up and surveying her surroundings. The campfire blazed vigorously, flames dancing excitedly. Beside the fire, in addition to her, sat two individuals, an elderly man and a young Tang Hao, father and son. Now that you are awake, it is time to make a decision. Tang Hao's deep, resonant voice echoed in Xiao Wu's ears. Silently nodding, her gaze remained fixed on Tang San. At this moment, Tang San was in a state of meditation, having awakened earlier than Xiao Wu, yet his physical condition was poor, necessitating the use of Tang Sect techniques for self-restoration. Currently, Xiao San lacks the ability to protect you. Your presence will be detrimental to you both. Understand. At this point, Xiao Wu was no longer an ignorant child. The story of Itachi had profoundly impacted her. Regardless of its truth, I hope you both do not reach that outcome. Tang Hao spoke sparingly, his heart heavy at the mention of that tale. The step he referred to could lead Xiao Wu to the same fate as Tang San's mother. Perhaps the final result would differ, for Itachi's story has already influenced these children. Should they reach that step, it may not be so bad. At least under different circumstances, we could be together forever. Xiao Wu smiled, her expression gentle, unlike her usual playful demeanor, evoking warmth yet tinged with sorrow. The actions of Tang San's mother in the end remain uncertain, yet I am certain I was wrong. Tang Hao's eyes clouded, his expression somber. His wife's sacrifice may have been motivated by a simple unwillingness to part from him, devoid of any desire for revenge. Yet, he knows he is undeniably at fault. Perhaps his wife's intentions were to seek peace, though unexpressed. To quell conflict, Tang Hao could return to the sect with overwhelming might, despite the grave mistakes made. Such strength might earn forgiveness. Tang San would enjoy a blissful childhood, free from suffering. A sect with two titled Douluos, one holding the title of the world's strongest. The Haotian clan might ascend to the pinnacle. However, with personal emotions taking precedence over all else, Tang Hao inadvertently reversed the situation. He never contemplated the true meaning behind his wife's actions. He only sought to vent his pent-up hatred. He had never considered her feelings until he encountered the tale of Uchiha Itachi. Xiao Wu gracefully rose, approaching Tang San, who sat cross-legged on the ground. Gazing lovingly at her beloved, she reached out with delicate hands, caressing Tang San's cheek tenderly. If I ultimately find a resolve, I will become a great support on your path to strength, without causing you trouble. Her voice trembled, tears cascading down her cheeks. As the night wind blew, the campfire flickered wildly, and the leaves rustled in the forest. Until you become a peak expert, we cannot walk together under the sun. The harshest aspect of this world is time. It neither grants nor takes away a second. The road to becoming an unparalleled master will be arduous and lengthy. Yet with my presence, time will be significantly shortened. Tang Hao could not bear to close his eyes. He truly wished for this not to unfold for his son. Unmindful of Tang Hao's presence, Xiao Wu bowed her head and gently kissed Tang San's lips, leaving behind a saline trace of tears and her unique essence. Suddenly rising, she sprang forth, vanishing into the distance with a few leaps. Tang San, still in a meditative state, trembled, his eyelids twitching as if on the verge of opening. Tang Hao gazed in the direction Xiao Wu had vanished, his heart in turmoil. He murmured, perhaps, even if you share a similar fate as ours, you may have a different future. For now, all that remains is to await Tang San's awakening to conduct his special training. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Oscar was troubled, uncertain of what to do next. Ning Rongrong's previous outburst allowed him to release his inner turmoil, invigorating him. Although saddened by Ning Rongrong's plight, he encouraged himself. Since Ning Rongrong had confided in him, it meant she had opened her heart. She already held him dear. If he persevered, he would surely rescue Ning Rongrong from her suffering. However, he discovered that after being introduced to the inner circle by Ning Fengji, Ning Rongrong became distant and elusive towards him. His efforts were evident, and as a mere food-type spirit master, he surprisingly managed to maintain closeness with teammates who were equally talented. This was no small feat, yet despite his sincere intentions, Ning Rongrong remained indifferent. He longed to clarify the situation, but felt it would be too rude to ask directly. As night fell, the Qibao Liuli sect gradually quieted down. He stood outside Ning Rongrong's door, gently tapping on the window. Oscar was uncertain of how to express himself. He didn't even know how he had arrived there. All he knew was that he desperately needed an answer. Previously, Ning Rongrong always welcomed him with a polite "please come in," her voice gentle and inviting, instilling a sense of closeness. As a daughter of a prestigious sect, she had received a fine upbringing, and although she later appeared witch-like, she had retained these courtesies. Upon entering the warmly decorated pink room, which exuded a youthful charm, he called out, "Rongrong, are you still awake?" His concern was palpable, yet his tone betrayed his troubled state. Ning Rongrong turned to him, smiling warmly, but Oscar felt a palpable distance between them, a chasm that seemed insurmountable. Clad in a white dress, she appeared ethereal under the moonlight. "The moon is beautiful tonight. Shall we take a walk?" Ning Rongrong suggested. Oscar, entangled in his thoughts, readily agreed, needing time to sort through his emotions. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a serene and gentle light that enveloped the night in tranquility. Stars twinkled mischievously, their light flickering in the vast sky. They wandered along cobblestone paths, through lush bamboo groves, remaining silent for a long while. Ning Rongrong's delicate features, bathed in the pure moonlight, radiated an otherworldly beauty. She walked slightly ahead, silent and unperturbed, her serene demeanor creating an unshakable calm. Oscar trailed half a step behind, brow furrowed. He attempted to speak several times but ultimately held back, swallowing his words. Eventually, after an undetermined amount of time, they arrived at a cliff on a mountain peak where the path ended, leaving them standing still. The night breeze howled, unimpeded, enveloping them. Ning Rongrong's flowing garments danced in the wind as she ascended to the summit, her figure appearing ethereal. Oscar lagged behind, sensing his own predicament. A full moon hung in the night sky, its pure light cascading over the enchanting figure before him. He gazed up, captivated by her presence. The bright, silvery moonlight rendered Ning Rongrong's form hazy, as if she were ready to ascend into the heavens. Indeed, it was this sense of distance that weighed on Oscar. Despite his handsome features and charming eyes that endeared him to many, he felt diminished in the face of her celestial grace. True elegance transcends mere physical appearance. Even if one were as unattractive as a pig, possessing a commanding aura could elevate them above others. Such presence compels a sense of submission. Oscar contemplated the essence of such a demeanor, reflecting on how to bridge the distance between them. Ning Rongrong remained atop the mountain, basking in the moonlight, exuding an aura of sanctity. He did not avert his gaze, his enchanting eyes serious and focused. After a long moment, she descended from the peak and locked eyes with him. "Do you understand anything?" Ning Rongrong inquired. Oscar shook his head. Even if he felt something, he was unsure of how to proceed. Yet, with earnestness, he said, "We share a certain distance, but I will find a way to close that gap." "Perhaps." Ning Rongrong smiled, her expression blooming like a flower. "I do not have the answer, but I sense that remaining here will not lead me to it." Oscar met her gaze directly, unflinching. "So what will you do?" Ning Rongrong asked. The situation appeared to be developing positively, everything seemingly within her grasp. She stood gracefully in her white dress, her smile enchanting, truly a vision of beauty. "I may have no choice but to leave in search of answers," Oscar declared without hesitation, turning resolutely to depart, his steps firm and steadfast. This decisiveness truly reflected the demeanor of a remarkable individual. He pondered how to measure the depth of what one carries within. Having emerged from a small village, he had little experience with the wider world and lacked understanding of grand philosophies. Initially, he had no grand ambitions, content to rely on his innate talent and high-level food-type spirit to garner admiration. However, after meeting Ning Rongrong, he felt his heart filled with purpose. Striving for her sake, even now, he was determined to eliminate the distance that, while seemingly close, remained frustratingly far. Watching Oscar's retreating figure, Ning Rongrong sighed softly, her thoughts tangled. "Do you regret it?" A shadowy figure appeared behind her, whispering. Ning Rongrong nodded slightly, a hint of a bitter smile gracing her lovely face before she shook her head. There was no need to deny it. A girl would undoubtedly hope for a man who was devoted, handsome, and willing to face hardships for her. The figure stepped closer, the moonlight reflecting off the silver adornments in his hair. His crimson left eye slowly rotated with 3 tomo. I have failed, Kakashi lamented, having attempted to activate his Mangekyo Sharingan without the death of someone close. He had read numerous tragic tales and observed the separations of humanity. Yet those experiences had not stirred him deeply enough to awaken his eyes. As a ninja with a rich life experience, he was not prone to excessive sentimentality. Once again, he was confronted with the reality that lovers could not always be together, and even familiarity failed to evoke substantial emotion. Announcement. Currently, due to viewing Douluo from a different perspective, I have been criticized by fervent fans. Some readers have suggested that this book cannot continue due to Kakashi's identity being revealed. Admittedly, my thoughts are rather muddled due to dual updates, resulting in a decline in the quality of new chapters. Thus, I have resolved to embark on 2 significant transitions. I shall conclusively address the book tomorrow, and the day after, another volume shall resume its regular updates. I kindly request the attention of readers who cherish Huaying. In chapter 154, the grand finale unfolds. Ayasaka departs from Chibao Liuli Zone, and Ning Rongrong feels a considerable lightness in her heart. Having only recently embraced the teachings of Kakashi, she remains ensnared within the confines of an ordinary girl's heart, wavering occasionally in response to Ayasaka's earnest affections. The sect leader of Chibao Liuli Zone, Ning Fengji, comprehends the path his daughter has chosen. Although he dotes on her, as the sect leader, he bears the weight of expectations from the entire sect and family, rendering any abandonment utterly inconceivable. This is the mark of a competent leader. Moreover, with Ning Rongrong's extraordinary talents, she is destined to ascend to the position of sect leader in the future, which is an agreeable outcome. Kakashi thus assumes the role of a guest, or rather, is acknowledged as Ning Rongrong's mentor. However, this very action provides Bibi Dong with an opportunity to find fault. She places immense trust in Kakashi, believing in his integrity. Kakashi has thoroughly indoctrinated his subordinates, who heed not his words, but only those of the Pope, Bibi Dong. She envisions a world beneficial to both sides, free from the continuous strife that plagues the continent. Yet, she refuses to accept the notion of enduring her own suffering for the sake of a better world. Once a prodigy, she had devoted herself to the teachings of the previous pope, a rare talent within the Spirit Hall. The previous pope intended for her to become the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall and ultimately its pillar. Having received guidance from the pope since childhood and nurtured by the Spirit Hall, she felt a profound sense of obligation. Yet, in her youthful ignorance, she sought to forsake everything for the sake of so-called love, wishing to abandon it all to be with her beloved Xiaojiang. Love, for such a trivial matter. She disregarded the gratitude owed to her mentor and the nurturing of a formidable power. If one were to insist upon it, this could be deemed a form of karma. One might initially feel sympathy for Bibi Dong, but upon deeper contemplation, it becomes clear that few within Douluo are virtuous, and ironically, each one ultimately ascends to sainthood. Her dedicated mentor painstakingly imparted knowledge, and the Spirit Hall invested its resources in her, all in hopes that she would serve this formidable force. This was predestined from the very beginning, requiring little contemplation. Yet, ultimately, who reneged on their commitments? At times, this world retains its fairness. In the end, the previous pope, with no other recourse, resorted to the ultimate gambit, rendering his disciple unconscious and committed acts of profound affection. This was indeed remarkable. Although the previous pope had aged, he warranted a thumbs up for his audacity. In a single encounter, he inadvertently caused his disciple's predicament. Bibi Dong could no longer face Xiaojiang, spinning a web of lies to deceive her beloved. Xiaojiang, heartbroken, departed in despair, only to encounter Lu Erlong, resulting in further tragedy due to blood ties. Bibi Dong harbors deep-seated animosity towards her mentor, the Spirit Hall, and the world itself. Thus, her objectives stand in direct opposition to Kakashi's. Having endured the tumultuous eras of the continent, she understands the devastating consequences of factional struggles. Hence, while Kakashi strives to unite various factions for a harmonious future, she adamantly opposes it. Why should she endure the world's torment? Why should she collaborate with Kakashi to restore peace? Lacking a suitable pretext, she finds no opportunity to eliminate Kakashi. She is keenly aware of Kakashi's formidable abilities. An ordinary person could not hope to vanquish him. And those of exceptional strength are accompanied by the astute Fufu, ever vigilant. Kakashi had previously infiltrated the Pope's palace undetected, a feat attributed to the prevailing fear of unleashing spiritual energy within the sacred halls, which even the esteemed titled Douluo failed to discern. However, at merely 10 years of age, he managed to breach the defenses of a guardian knight of level 60 and infiltrate the Pope's palace, subsequently controlling a competent spirit master through illusion. Thus, she must approach him with utmost caution. Nevertheless, she recalls her initial disbelief upon encountering Kakashi, doubting that a single individual could traverse such challenges. The 7 great offerings would undoubtedly share her skepticism. As Kakashi drew closer to her, it became evident that he had delineated himself from the 7 great offerings. While he had aided Rinshue in vanquishing the Tiendo prince, this was merely his obligation, and the offerings had yet to place complete trust in him. Now, with his proximity to Qibao Liuli Zong, regardless of the reasons, Bibi Dong perceived an opportunity to cast aspersions. The relationship between Kakashi and Ning Rongrong effectively establishes a connection with Qibao Liuli Zong. Though this plan is intertwined with the aforementioned matters, it does not necessitate such closeness. Seizing this chance, Bibi Dong began to sow discord among the offerings. Given Rinshue's admiration for Kakashi's abilities and her lack of inquiry into his origins, she had entrusted him after he sustained injuries while assisting them. Bibi Dong, astute as ever, discerned this shift. Rinshue's support stemmed from the 7 great offerings. Should they succeed in swaying them, the tide would turn. The offerings, wary of Kakashi's unique powers and rapid advancement, found themselves apprehensive. The great offering harbored suspicions regarding potential reinforcements from Kakashi's side and their subsequent actions. The recent developments in Kakashi's relationship with Qibao Liuli Zong intensified their unease. What was he plotting? You serve the Spirit Hall and possess boundless prospects, yet you seek alliances with Qibao Liuli Zong? Is there a hidden agenda? Are you attempting to establish a reliable ally before ushering your people into our domain? The Spirit Hall reigns supreme. Why would it require uncontrollable entities? Thus, the 2 parties reached a temporary consensus, united by their shared animosity towards Kakashi and the influx of outsiders he may bring. On another front, Tang San's power grows. Tang Hao imparts the authentic cultivation methods of Haotian Zong and bestows upon Tang San a head spirit bone of commendable quality, at least over 40,000 years old. Since uncovering Kakashi's ulterior motives, he has felt a tinge of unease regarding him and has formed hypothetical scenarios. Should Kakashi indeed conspire with the Spirit Hall, the prospects for the Soul Master competition would be bleak. He has meticulously devised a plan. Unable to procure spirit bones from the Spirit Hall, he has resolved to assist Tang San in his quest. With the might of Haotian Douluo, even if he must operate secretly, opportunities will arise. Through various leads, he has sought out a former adversary, wielding the Haotian hammer to achieve swift resolution. In the past, he had fled with spirit beasts, and it was not solely the Spirit Hall that sought to exploit them. The rarity of a 100,000-year spirit beast, especially one that is transformed into a humanoid form, is priceless. Tang Hao has numerous foes, and this is merely a means of reclaiming some interest. Tang San, too, feels the impact. The tale of Uchiha Itachi has stirred significant discourse regarding worldviews. Ultimately, however, he has steadfastly resolved that, regardless of circumstances, he shall never permit his family to be harmed. Uchiha Itachi's massacre of his entire clan ultimately spared his brother, a testament to the significance of familial bonds over village allegiances. Thus, yet another individual emerges, misinterpreting Uchiha Itachi's true intentions. Furthermore, Tang San comprehends that in this world, no absolute dichotomy of good and evil exists, It is solely strength that defines one's standing. Was it to forsake the self for the greater good? The so-called Uchiha Itachi is but an ethereal notion, entirely non-existent. The spirit hall owes them a debt that must be repaid. It is truly lamentable that one's own mistakes are ultimately attributed to others. Such individuals, like the Shrek's 7 monsters, ultimately disperse. Oscar wanders the world in search of answers while continuing his training. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing depart, embarking on their own journeys of cultivation, having vowed not to return to Xingluo unless summoned by the emperor. They ponder their future paths, contemplating the necessity of becoming stronger and aiding their homeland at the appropriate moment. Ma Hongjun leave for the vibrant world, unshackled, seeking enjoyment in the mundane. Xiao Wu returns to the starred Do Great Forest, accompanying the 2 forest kings while enhancing her own abilities. Ning Rongrong does not have it so easy. She must learn the various skills befitting a master while not neglecting her training. Yet she finds joy in having a competent teacher who focuses on the essentials, discarding the superfluous. A teacher's role is to guide students towards the critical points. Self-study, on the other hand, requires time and patience. If one could excel independently, what need would there be for a teacher? A single supervisor suffices. There is no need for further instruction. Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo are astonished, pondering how this young man is so devoted to the little princess, with such talent, and with Rongrong seemingly harboring a fondness for him. He might just become a son-in-law of the family. Gu Douluo once extended an olive branch to recruit Kakashi, but was met with refusal. He had once harbored murderous intentions toward Kakashi, a man without connections, but it now seems unnecessary. Years have passed, and each has achieved their own accomplishments. Kakashi, having abandoned the conventional training of ninjutsu, has focused solely on cultivating his soul power, making remarkable progress. His cultivation of Shansu has been set aside, as the Nine Tails has informed him that the time is not yet ripe. Once the power of Hashirama is fully restored, Kakashi will be able to draw natural energy into his being from anywhere. With the Nine Tails' assistance, Kakashi's soul power training progresses rapidly, ultimately breaking through to level 70, achieving the rank of Soul Sage. He no longer worries about the stability of his foundation. What he urgently requires now is power. He senses that the Pope's demeanor has become somewhat abnormal, marked by a disingenuous air. Subsequently, Qian Rinxue approaches him with a peculiar inquiry. Have you done something? This leaves Kakashi perplexed, for he has done nothing amiss. Qian Rinxue maintains her disguise, still appearing as the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe. She discreetly informs Kakashi that the High Priest has instructed her to keep an eye on his movements, reporting any anomalies immediately. Kakashi realizes he is no longer trusted. He feels time is of the essence and does not wish to linger. He enters the soul-hunting forest of Tiando, returning Fufu to her rightful place. He senses he has become a target, though the reasoning remains elusive. Yet he recalls a saying about Gonggao Zhenju. His situation is perilous, and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School may also encounter issues, as it is affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Thus, returning Fufu to this location is the wisest course of action. Fufu sighs softly, reluctant to part. Though Kakashi shares her sentiment, he knows this is the best decision. The soul-hunting forest lacks formidable experts, ensuring Fufu's safety, and she has developed her own intelligence over the years, acquiring various ninja techniques for self-defense. Following this, he visits the Tiando Royal Academy and encounters a remarkable individual. With cascading blue hair and a graceful figure, her face shrouded in black veil. She exudes an air of mystery. I require your assistance, Kakashi candidly requests. I shall oblige. She responds without extraneous words or questions. It is worth noting that she is the world's soul 9-heart sea butterfly soul master, Yi Lingling. The Shrek team gathers, aside from Xiao Wu, who remains hidden in the Star Do Great Forest. Everyone else returns. It must be mentioned that during these years, the Xingluo Empire has repeatedly dispatched experts to eliminate Kakashi. Initially, a few attempts were thwarted by the Spirit Hall, but as Kakashi faced ambush after ambush, he narrowly escaped each time, ultimately retaliating with the power of the Nine Tails. The Pope has since ceased to care for Kakashi's well-being, perhaps even wishing for his demise, and thus refrains from sending anyone. Now, she cannot act personally, for such impulsiveness might reveal her intentions, especially given Kakashi's significant contributions. Consequently, she resolves to eliminate those who assist her, fearing exposure, as Kakashi's achievements are not to be underestimated. Soon after, Kakashi's nightmare descends. The plan is rejected, and the soul-hunting operation commences. He is reassigned without knowledge, joining a mission to hunt Xiao Wu. The Spirit Hall is perplexed as to why Tang Hao eventually takes Xiao Wu away, but after investigation, they uncover the truth. They access Xiao Wu's records, revealing that the origins of all her soul rings are unknown. The Spirit Hall possesses extensive information, quickly deducing these characteristics to be attributed to soul beasts. The Pope tears off the facade, revealing these findings to Kakashi and demanding his participation in capturing Xiao Wu. Kakashi sighs, having already suspected Xiao Wu's extraordinary nature, but upon confirmation, he cannot help but shake his head. He never anticipated that the act of killing a companion would once again unfold before him. This time, aside from Douluo and Rebirthto, there is an additional title, Dalu, ostensibly assigned to protect Kakashi. This fool thinks he understands the situation. This is merely an excuse, a pretext. Kakashi cannot refuse. Even if he tried, it would be futile. Perhaps with some effort, he could send this individual back, but doing so would only worsen their relationship, leaving no room for reconciliation. Such hopes are futile, for Bibi Dong has long harbored murderous intent towards Kakashi. Although Kakashi senses this, he could never have foreseen the melodramatic events of decades past. This time, however, Kakashi experiences an unexpected gain. He remains at a distance with the elder beside him, merely observing from a vantage point without participating. The elder, a formidable titled Douluo, has the task of monitoring Kakashi. Ultimately, Kakashi is unable to effect any change. Xiao Wu sacrifices herself, staining her white robes with blood, her smile hauntingly beautiful. Kakashi is moved, for through his Sharingan, he discerns the words Xiao Wu forms with her lips to Tang San. He reads her lips, "Live well, and do not seek revenge for me." The Scarlet Sharingan undergoes a transformation, 3 tomo spinning rapidly into a pattern. At the same time, a stream of blood tears flows from Kakashi's left eye. Amidst the blood and tears, he activates the Mangekyo Sharingan. Yet, he remains powerless to alter the outcome. Xiao Wu's sacrifice cannot be undone. Wiping away the blood and tears, he recognizes there are still matters to attend to. The elder beside him remains patient, his spiritual energy continuously scanning, observing Kakashi's anomalies. Watching as the Spirit Hall members fall to Tang San, he remains unmoved. Until at last, with Xiao Wu's sacrifice, he can no longer contain himself and rushes forward. Yet, he too cannot change the course of events. It has come to this, and he must utilize the spirit fusion technique to restrain Douluo and Rebirthto, the 2 kings of the forest. The 2 individuals had long confined the 2 mighty 10,000-year soul beasts, their soul power depleted and on the verge of collapse. At this moment, the 2 forest kings disregarded them and instead roared at the sacrificial figure of Xiao Wu. The elder rescued the person and departed immediately. His mission had always been singular. As long as Kakashi remained passive, his task would be deemed a resounding success. Kakashi, who believed he had everything under control, was ultimately revealed to be a mere jest. The Pope had misled him, and his nightmare was just beginning. Upon returning to the Wuhuan Temple, Kakashi received the news. The soul-hunting operation had succeeded, and 2 of the 3 major sects among the 7 had perished. Hearing this, Kakashi's vision darkened, and he nearly fainted. In Chapter 155, the conclusion, after the soul-hunting operation, Kakashi weakly sought answers, only to find the Pope completely unavailable. He never expected that his earnest intentions would culminate in such a result. However, there was still room for redemption. Qianren had yet to fail. It was supposed to be like that. With his assistance, Qianren would surely not falter. To a certain extent, he felt invincible. Yet, Bibi Dong denied him this opportunity. Initially, the Pope had tasked him with participating in the hunt for Xiao Wu, ostensibly to confirm whether Kakashi harbored ulterior motives. As an outsider, Kakashi was evidently still not trusted. After the hunting operation concluded, Kakashi did not succumb to despair. Xiao Wu's final words left a profound impression on him. Instead of calling for vengeance, she encouraged Tang San to release his hatred. This admiration surprised him, as Xiao Wu ultimately considered the future. This instilled him with confidence. He believed there were still those in the Soul Master community who longed to withdraw from the chaos of the world. Thus, Kakashi held firm to this conviction. In his past life, the great ninja villages had united to establish communication, ceasing their conflicts. Unlike in the past, where loss led to retribution, mutual trust eventually prevailed. The inhabitants of Douluo were also human, familiar with the tribulations of turmoil, yearning for peace and tranquility. However, he was left without the chance to assist Qianren. Following the conclusion of the hunt for Xiao Wu, Kakashi continued to be branded with accusations. The offering temple was puzzled. Had they not appeared quite close? Why had Bibi Dong transformed into a rabid dog, relentlessly attacking the outsider? Nevertheless, this was of little concern to them, as Kakashi was never truly one of them. If he perished, so be it. As for Bibi Dong's actions, they were inconsequential as long as they did not hinder their main objectives. The soul hunting operation had been meticulously planned and prepared for a long time. Although Kakashi proposed alterations, they permitted him, yet the implementation was ultimately their prerogative. As merely an outsider, whether he harbored ill intentions mattered little, for he had never been genuinely trusted from the outset. Subsequently, Bibi Dong continually urged Qianren to act swiftly. Qianren hesitated, believing it necessary to deliberate further, having secretly investigated Kakashi. His talents were evident, and with the upper 3 sects destroyed, the lower 4 sects were merely the lackeys of the Wuhuan Temple. Kakashi had no allies left to rally. However, the Pope discovered this and immediately communicated with the offering temple. The fact that she regarded him with such trepidation, repeatedly seeking out the very temple she typically despised, indicated Kakashi's influence was considerable. The offering temple could no longer remain passive, swiftly taking action. Qianren was expected to be a future leader after Bibi Dong. Yet she sought advice from an outsider. This was unacceptable. The young man could not be allowed to live. The high priest personally declared that Qianren must take action immediately, while several elders mobilized to pursue Kakashi. Moreover, they even dispatched a level 96 offering to personally eliminate him, demonstrating their lethal intent. Kakashi fled, pursued by several titled Douluos, including a few who had once been allies. Qianren sought to reason with him, despite having been defeated by Kakashi multiple times. Her initial impression was far from favorable. Yet she understood the distinction between public and private matters. Her involvement, however, only added 2 more offering-level figures to Kakashi's pursuers. He escaped into the Shingdo forest, leveraging the terrain to entangle them. During this time, with the aid of his Mangekyo Sharingan and the immense chakra of the 9 tails, he activated Susanoo once more. This absolute defense deflected multiple assaults from offering-level powerhouses. Yet, it was incomplete, merely a skeletal frame with insufficient strength. Under the full force of an offering strike, the first form of Susanoo was destroyed. He could not utilize Kimui to escape, as there were no suitable opportunities. Using the space-time ninjutsu Kimui on himself would slow his escape significantly. Moreover, leveraging the element of surprise with this space-time ninjutsu, he captured a titled Douluo. However, he did not kill him. Instead, he absorbed the elder into the space-time realm and subsequently released him. Of course, he compelled the elder to swear a toxic oath to cease all pursuit. The elder, lacking motivation, thought to himself that this young man had committed no grave error. Why must he die at the behest of his superiors? Although he felt some hesitation regarding the orders, he ultimately acquiesced. Under his influence, many elders also tempered their fervor in the chase. They too were puzzled as to why they suddenly sought to eliminate one of their own. This outsider was not their concern. They were merely serving their master, and this foreigner was indeed one of them, a colleague. Kakashi's Kimui required mastery of spatial coordinates to move to another location. However, he had yet to experiment with arbitrary movement. The forces dispatched by the Wuhuan Temple were extensive, and this was his affair. There was no need to entangle others. He even contemplated using the pursuers to maintain communication with the Pope and the offering temple. Yet, it was futile. He continued to be hunted, and the three offering figures pursuing him offered no opportunities for respite. Hiding within the space-time realm was not a viable solution. Misunderstandings would remain unresolved, rendering it meaningless. But where could he go? He possessed the divine technique of space-time ninjutsu, yet ultimately discovered that there was no refuge for him in this world. Hiding anywhere would be no different than concealing himself within the space-time realm. Furthermore, if the pursuit continued, it might even appease the offering temple. At the very least, this effectively meant he was under their control. Before long, Qianrenchue's situation was exposed, and over a decade of covert efforts were in vain. The offering temple regarded the offspring of Tang Hao and the soul beast as a nuisance. Yet they did not take it to heart. It was merely luck. Who knew that the four major single-attribute families had also been drawn to him? Upon her return, Qianrenchue realized that she could no longer involve herself in Kakashi's affairs. Since she could not prevent it, she would not exacerbate the situation, but focus on what she could accomplish. Soon after, Qianrenchue began to accept the inheritance of the angel god, while Tang San, accompanied by a group of companions, journeyed to Sea God Island. As for revenge, it need not be spoken of. That vendetta must be repaid. Xiao Wu advised against seeking vengeance, and Tang San fully understood her intent. She wished for him to live without undue hardship. However, if he does not avenge Xiao Wu and his mother, he will forever be tormented by his conscience. Revenge is imperative. Years later, Tang San returned with formidable strength. Kakashi remained hidden in the Qingdao Great Forest, feigning compliance with the elders. The offerings had long departed, and the Spirit Hall constantly dispatched powerful individuals to constrain Kakashi. The Spirit Hall, revealing its fangs, established the Spirit Empire. With a single call, all corners yielded, and various Soul Master sects pledged their allegiance, while some kingdoms also sided with them. Tiandou and Xingluo were displeased and quickly formed an alliance, mobilizing armies to unite all forces opposed to the Spirit Hall. They intended to strike first and ignite the flames of war. Kakashi rapidly grew in strength within the Qingdao forest, entering the domain of the two forest kings, where he cultivated amidst their vast energies. The two forest kings hesitated, sensing an aura from him that was not of humanity. It was the essence of the Nine Tails. They speculated whether he was a soul beast that had taken human form. The Nine Tails' power, purified of its malevolence, radiated a vibrant life force that made the two forest kings feel at ease. Thus, Kakashi settled among them, employing a mix of flattery and deceit. Indeed, 100,000-year soul beast possesses the intelligence of an adult, yet they had never been educated in matters of deception, rendering their minds rather naive. Isolated from the world and devoid of human interaction, even true humans could become simpletons. Kakashi ventured out multiple times, hunting soul beasts over 50,000 years old. The two forest kings were puzzled. If he truly was a kindred spirit, what was his purpose? Kakashi continued to deceive them, claiming an accident during his transformation led to an unusual outcome. The two forest kings, though curious, were reassured upon witnessing his dual-spirited weapon, realizing it was indeed an anomaly. 100,000-year soul beast was already rare, and one that had transformed into human form was even scarcer, with scant records passed down through generations. Kakashi played the role of a swindler, leaving the two forest kings bewildered. Ultimately, however, he could not escape his fate. The Pope personally led a team of 7 or 8 titled Douluos to hunt the two forest kings. He attempted to explain himself, but before he could utter a word, Zhu Doa and Ge Doa unleashed a fusion technique, granting him no opportunity to defend himself, merely imprisoning him alone. Yet Kakashi would not sit idly by. The chakra of the Nine Tails surged forth as he attempted to struggle. The two forest kings also sprang into action to assist him, but their efforts proved futile. Kakashi's heart was ruthlessly extracted, blood gushing forth. It was only with the help of the two forest kings that he remained intact. Otherwise, there would have been nothing left of him. The two forest kings roared in fury, but recognized that a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. They quickly fled. After their departure, Kakashi exerted all his strength to activate the space-time ninjutsu, Shunwei. A youthful woman emerged, her flowing blue hair cascading down, a black veil concealing her face, and her bright eyes sparkling with life. With his heart removed, even the chakra of the Nine Tails could not fully heal him. At this moment, 8 seals of the Nine Tails had been released, but the last remained unbroken. Remarkably, Kakashi's white-toothed spirit had nearly undone the Nine-Tailed seal even before reaching level 90. The woman extended her delicate hand, and a wondrous flower materialized, vibrant with life, 7 soul rings swirling around her. She was named Yi Lingling. Despite the calamity faced by the 2 forest kings, even the now empowered Tang San could not change their fate. Chapter 156. The grand conclusion, Yi Lingling was a contingency left by Kakashi. His Mangekyo Sharingan allowed him to perceive spatial coordinates, thus enabling him to utilize space-time ninjutsu to relocate himself. With the assistance of the Nine Tails, his perceptive range was remarkably vast. He employed the space-time ninjutsu, Shunwei, to locate Yi Lingling and beseech her aid. This was fraught with risk. Should Kakashi perish, Yi Lingling would also be trapped in the space-time realm. Yet, he was left with no options, yearning to understand why his sincere intentions still warranted the Pope's intent to eliminate him. The Spirit Hall had already established itself as a nation, and the 2 empires had begun to mobilize. War was imminent. He felt powerless to intervene. Yi Lingling, without hesitation, willingly allowed Kakashi to transport her into the space-time realm. The gaping wound in his chest began to heal slowly, albeit at a glacial pace, perhaps before recovery was complete. Kakashi would succumb to his injuries. This healing was a result of the Nine Tails chakra, augmented by the power of the first Hokage. Initially, it was insufficient to sustain Kakashi's life. However, with the assistance of the 9 Hinata, Yi Lingling, the prospects shifted. The 2 empires, sensing a threat, saw no recourse but to engage in battle. The Spirit Hall, ambitious and eager for dominance, had long harbored such aspirations. They had a significant opportunity, yet ultimately, they would be their own undoing. The 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile School, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan need not be annihilated. A show of overwhelming force could yield opportunities for alliance. These sects were not foolish. If the Spirit Hall exhibited absolute confidence and displayed formidable strength, they would not risk annihilation by opposing it. Tian-Do and Xing-Luo were nations, and should the Spirit Hall establish itself as such, it would also become a nation, possessing a significant advantage over the majority of Soul Masters. The reasons for allegiance were twofold. First, did the opposing side possess the qualifications to warrant your support? Second, what would be the terms of allegiance? The strength of the Spirit Hall was undeniable, thus validating the first reason. As for the second, they would not annihilate your clan. Furthermore, when the first assault involved B-spirits and the foremost support-type weapon spirits, the terms would differ greatly. Moreover, once the Spirit Hall established itself, it would do so under the guise of the Soul Masters, leading all Soul Masters to gravitate toward it without shame. The rhetoric of loyalty and patriotism is often directed toward those who perpetrate violence against your kin. They had not yet engaged in battle, nor had they inflicted harm upon you. This was not merely about loyalty to one's country. Aligning with them would not tarnish one's reputation. No one would brand you as treacherous or disloyal. Such reasoning was entirely justifiable. Why annihilate opposing sects and eliminate potential future allies? There was but one reason left. Bibi Dong intended to do precisely that. Why add more enemies to her list? Her goal was to plunge the continent into chaos, directly opposing Kakashi's wishes. The only force capable of inflicting suffering upon all was war. Previous conflicts were mere skirmishes, battles among Soul Masters that, while impactful to civilians, were constrained by their numbers. Thus, she sought a grand conflict, a war encompassing the entire continent, from which neither Soul Masters nor civilians could escape. Yet, the Spirit Hall held significant advantages, necessitating a strategy to weaken them. By annihilating 2 of the top 3 sects, the possibility of them becoming formidable allies was eradicated, while simultaneously imposing a great cost upon the Spirit Hall. On the side of Qian Rinxue, Bibi Dong initially aimed to thwart her, at least to some extent exposing her identity, preventing Tian Do from being fully controlled. Additionally, there was Kakashi, a potentially troublesome figure who possessed intricate and unpredictable combat skills, making him a source of concern. Thus, she dispatched individuals to pursue him. Her ideal outcome was for Kakashi to eliminate several elders before ultimately meeting his demise. Thus, the strength of Wuhuan Temple and Tiando Xingluo is kept in a state of equilibrium. When the clash ensues, regardless of the outcome, chaos will inevitably engulf the world. The empire shall fracture, calamities of war shall arise, and corpses will be cast into rivers, consumed by fish, leading to a widespread aversion to consuming fish among the populace. How shall those who depend on fishing for their livelihood cope? Perhaps large-scale battles will devastate levees, causing floods and plagues. This is the outcome of her vengeance upon the world. The two great forest kings were ultimately rescued by Tang San, yet their fate of demise remained unchanged. Kakashi lay on the brink of death, unconscious. Soon after, war erupted. It is worth noting a brief interlude. After Kakashi was marked as a target for assassination, Might Guy resolved to depart from Wuhuan Temple. However, he was already being watched and was obstructed. Realizing he had lost the trust of others, he understood that if he delayed any longer, he might meet a mysterious and untimely end. Might Guy possessed certain limitations in his abilities. As long as he was closely monitored, he would not be able to stir any significant upheaval. The Pope hesitated, sensing that Might Guy's abilities could still be of use. Administering poison directly seemed futile. Thus, shortly after, Might Guy, for reasons unexplained, severed ties with Wuhuan Temple. The specifics of the reasons are unnecessary to elaborate. Accusations can always be fabricated. Moreover, Bibi Dong was exceedingly cautious, dispatching only a few lower-ranked soul masters to seek retribution. The result, of course, was that Might Guy was afforded an opportunity to unleash the Sixth Gate. Over the past decade, Might Guy had made considerable progress. Upon realizing that the Sixth Gate was insufficient to contend with the emerging title Douluo, he decisively opened the Seventh Gate. Consequently, Bibi Dong's expectations were met, resulting in casualties among the title Douluo of Wuhuan Temple. One severely injured, two lightly injured, and one deceased. The remaining supporting minions suffered significant losses. After exhausting himself, Might Guy's body was obliterated, leaving no remains. Bibi Dong expressed her satisfaction, as this further depleted the strength of Wuhuan Temple. As the hostilities commenced, Kakashi made an enigmatic appearance, yet he did nothing but observe the battlefield from a high mountain. However, a transformation occurred in his eyes. It should be mentioned that during his near-death unconsciousness, he encountered the progenitor of ninjas, sage of the Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Although Kakashi was an outsider, he bore the powers of both Uchiha and Senju, both granted to him. This was a first in history. The sage, utilizing the chakra residing within Kakashi, grasped the entirety of the situation. Faced with such circumstances, he felt helpless. To be frank, this world appeared beyond salvation. Thus, he entrusted his power to Kakashi, leaving the resolution of these matters to him. As he himself was unable to act, Kakashi quietly observed the battlefield, witnessing the deaths of countless souls. His once ordinary right eye transformed into a crimson Sharingan. His originally crimson left eye morphed into the ripple-patterned Rinnegan. Eventually, Tang San ascended to the position of Sea God and returned for the final showdown. Once again, countless souls perished, and Kakashi did not intervene, for he had already devised a plan in his heart. These were all warriors, with 99% being males. Following 2 battles, nearly 1 million men had perished. They were fathers, husbands, brothers, and sons. Wives lost their husbands, brothers lost their siblings, children lost their fathers, and the elderly lost their children. After this great war, would the world be draped in mourning? No, it would not. Even with so many lives lost, the impact of a single monarch's death would eclipse it, for that would truly signify a world in mourning. Only their families would feel sorrow. Others would revel in the triumph of the empire, especially the monarchs and nobles, their power assured. Additionally, there was Tang San, revered as the Blue Hao King, along with his companions. His glory was accompanied by the bones of countless individuals. These souls bore no direct relation to him, yet their remains became the platform that elevated his divine stature. In future discussions, it would invariably be mentioned that during that great battle, 1,000,000 lay dead, rivers ran red with blood, and the valiant Blue Hao King stood alongside his companions. What began as a personal vendetta ultimately ensnared so many. The deaths of these individuals magnified his influence. Originally, it was intended for Tiando and Xingluo to pause, gathering a cadre of unparalleled experts to march directly towards the Pope's palace. The cannon fodder would fall swiftly, their emergence proving futile. Wuhuan Temple would not naively gather the Soul Master legions intended for future conquests here. The assembly of tens of thousands of Soul Masters was no trivial feat. Tang San merely needed to lead the elite and annihilate the higher echelons of Wuhuan Temple. Wasn't he the Haotian Sect's dispersal due to the self-preservation and self-sealing of their clan, leaving others without hope? Who said Wuhuan City must gather all the elite forces of Wuhuan Temple, regardless of their prowess, if they were not on the same level? The elite would be mere fodder. The 6 elders of the Haotian Sect were all titled Douluo, complemented by Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, 8 titled Douluo wielding the Haotian hammer. Following them were Sword Douluo Chonexin, Bone Douluo Gurong, and the Shrek Academy itself. With such a lineup, one could not be assured. Why insist on engaging in such a battle, leading to unnecessary casualties? The outcome remained the same. God Tang San clashed with the angel god Qian Renshue, ultimately facing defeat. However, Kakashi intervened, employing space-time ninjutsu to remotely transfer Qian Renshue into the space-time continuum. The Pope, Bibi Dong, soon arrived, hidden in the shadows, taking note of Kakashi. She had become the Rakshasa god, her power fearsome. She attempted to directly eliminate Kakashi, only to discover that no matter how she attacked, her strikes passed through his form. Instinctively, she assumed he was a specter, an incorporeal entity beyond reach. Perhaps his soul was unique, impervious even to a god. After some time spent healing Qian Renshue, the 3 gods engaged in battle. Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai, capable of merging to become the divine-level netherworld White Tiger, had ventured to Xingluo to support the Xingluo Empire. It was merely a performance. They would feign being their elder siblings, merging to establish a godlike image. However, they were intercepted midway. Their opponent was formidable, and they were slain in mere exchanges. That opponent was, of course, Kakashi. With the might of Kimui, a space-time ninjutsu, he could appear anywhere at will. The outcome of the 3-god battle was that Tang San met his demise, facing 2 opponents, with death as his only fate. Yet Kakashi acted. Although Tang San perished, he managed to exhaust Bibi Dong, rendering her incapable of further action. Kamui, Kakashi seized the moment, drawing the sluggish Bibi Dong into the space-time continuum. Subsequently, as Kakashi absorbed Tang San's remains, an anomaly occurred. From within Xiao Wu, a blood-red demonic sword, the Shura sword, emerged, instantly piercing Kakashi's body. Yet, it failed to impede anything. Tang San's remains were still transferred into Kakashi's space-time. The Shura sword soared towards the heavens. In the divine realm, the sea god and the Shura god exchanged cold glances. This boy truly deserves death, a fine successor lost in such a manner. The sea god's expression darkened. Nevertheless, having waited for so many years, perhaps a more suitable candidate would appear next time. The Shura god, inherently indifferent, cared little for who perished. Below, Kakashi's life hung by a thread. Although Qian Renshue was gravely injured, she retained some strength amidst Kakashi's intermittent interventions in the battlefield. Kakashi, with his last ounce of strength, entrusted a book to her. I beg of you, follow these instructions. Hatake Kakashi, the ninja who awakened the Rinnegan and Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, fell victim to treachery and met his demise. In the aftermath, Kakashi left behind a book, his life extinguished by the Shura demon sword. However, the events were far from concluded. Although Qian Rengshu was gravely wounded, she was not easily subdued by mere mortals. It is noteworthy that an unexpected turn of events occurred. The god of food and the nine-colored fairy did not select their respective successors. They were well aware of the circumstances surrounding Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Such a direct choice would ensure that Ning Rongrong would never accept the mantle. Just moments ago, to assist Tang San, both Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo perished, leaving the seven-treasure glazed tile school without support. Already on the brink of annihilation, they had now lost two titled Douluo protectors, despite possessing immeasurable wealth. A commoner bears the burden of possessing a treasure. Educated as she was, Ning Rongrong would forsake her clan for the chance at godhood and immortality, leaving no one to hinder her retreat. With the might of an angelic deity, no one dared to obstruct her. And the Tiando Empire did not even consider engaging in battle, retreating shortly thereafter. Yet Qian Rengshu did not grant them the opportunity for respite, launching a ferocious assault. The brothers Tang Hao and Tang Xiao fell in battle, and Dugu Bo could not escape. The Tang clan's army of 10,000 met with complete annihilation, and all of Tongmin's hidden weapons were destroyed. Subsequently, she hastened to Tiando City. The 6 elders of the Haotian clan understood the gravity of the situation and acted decisively, confronting her with 6 Haotian hammers. However, the outcome was inevitable. Mere mortals could not withstand the divine might. The 6 titled Douluo perished, but Qian Rengshu pressed on toward the location of the Tang men. She had grown numb, unaware of how many lives she had taken. All who had joined Tang men were slain. Every hidden weapon was obliterated. Only then could a proper discussion commence. The high-ranking officials of the Tiando and Xingluo kingdoms convened, with both emperors in attendance. They displayed sufficient strength and assertiveness, thus providing her with leverage for negotiation. No outsiders knew the details of their discourse. What was evident, however, was the emergence of a peculiar phenomenon shortly thereafter. Cities began to rise at the peripheries of every soul beast forest. The Spirit Hall issued a summons, calling upon all soul masters to join, or else face persecution as heretics. Yet, a loophole was established. Imperial nobles and royalty were exempt. All other soul master sects were summoned. Thus began a massacre. Countless lives were lost, and the few remaining soul masters on the continent were coerced into joining the Spirit Hall. Of course, not all were compelled. The 7-treasure glazed tile school serves as a prime example. They were in dire need of protection. Aligning with the 2 great empires would be tantamount to courting disaster. As long as a formidable leader emerged, the 7-treasure glazed tile school would not abandon their own interests. Regarding the incidents involving Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, there are no eternal enemies. They had perished. It was not worth sacrificing the entire 7-treasure glazed tile school for the sake of 2 deceased individuals. Wise individuals understood the course of action to take. What deep-seated grudges existed could wait. It was more prudent to focus on preserving the remaining clan members. The 4 single-attribute sects of Tang men, those foolishly fixated on vengeance, had left no survivors among the elderly, women, and children, all slaughtered. It is also pertinent to mention the situation surrounding Shrek Academy. The master, upon learning of Tang San's demise, was consumed by despair, yearning for death, and his partner, Lu Erlong, chose to accompany him in his fate. Flinder, in a fit of rage, clashed with Qian Rengshu, resulting in his comrades, who had intended to bide their time for vengeance, being mercilessly slaughtered, with no opportunity granted for reprisal. Oscar, with a cold demeanor, was filled with animosity, and his fate, too, would culminate in death. As a level 90 food system soul master, allowing him to survive would yield endless troubles. Xiaowu ventured into the Sunset Forest. This once mischievous girl was the only one in Shrek who understood the greater good, and she harbored no intentions of revenge. In the Sunset Forest, Tang San's mother, Ain, upon Xiao Wu's persuasion, merely shook her head in resignation, having no thoughts of vengeance. The remaining 3 members of Shrek 7 were all killed by Kakashi's own hand. That year witnessed rivers running red with blood as the continent descended into chaos. Yet, these events could not hinder the grand design. Years later, the 2 great empires unveiled some remarkable innovations. The origins of these inventions lay in a book held by the newly appointed Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Rengshu. The advent of movable type printing, gunpowder, and other inventions gradually emerged. These concepts were simple. The world began to see the rise of various theories. Agricultural tools improved, leading to increased harvests. From that year onward, an era where machines supplanted human labor commenced. The steam engine was developed, heralding the arrival of the steam age. As society transitioned into the steam age, modern technologies began to emerge. Although roads were still under construction, automobiles were finally fully developed after nearly a century since the inception of the bicycle. The introduction of diesel engines also catalyzed advancements in agricultural technology, with various inventions gradually being created. Naturally, not everything stemmed from that book. Human intellect played a pivotal role, albeit requiring time for development and evolution. The steam age persisted for over a century before coming to an end, giving way to the electrical and electronic ages. Fans, televisions, air conditioners, computers, and mobile phones were rapidly developed. An era that had languished in primitive conditions for countless millennia was propelled forward by a single book, resulting in a remarkable leap in technology within a mere century. The second epilogue concludes here. It was a brutal war, resulting not only in the loss of nearly 1 million lives, but also the fall of deities. A silver-haired man succumbed to the blood-red magic sword, collapsing before the angelic god. Before subsequent events unfolded, this man's body was taken away by a blue-haired woman, with her face obscured by a veil. Her eyes shimmered with brilliance, and her graceful figure was framed by cascading blue hair. Her name was Yi Lingling. 2 days later, she appeared hundreds of miles away, for she had already prepared a carriage. No one impeded her departure. As the first line of the book Kakashi left, for Kian Rinksha read, "Do not stop her from taking my corpse." The body of the silver-haired masked man, Hatake Kakashi, was gently laid down by her. The timing was impeccable. A familiar voice resonated behind her. Before her, the corpse of Kakashi, once lying on the ground, had vanished. Behind her, a silver-haired masked man materialized out of thin air. One eye shimmered like ripples, while the other gradually closed. Yi Lingling rose and turned to face the man, inquiring, "What has happened to your eye?" She noticed the crimson right eye and wondered why it was closing. Perhaps it is worth mentioning this man's name, Hatake Kakashi. Izanagi, a forbidden technique of the Sharingan, alters any unfavorable fate, including death, at the cost of losing one eye. This means that by utilizing this forbidden technique and sacrificing one Sharingan, one can be resurrected even after being killed. I had no opportunity for experimentation. It seems the duration lasts only a few seconds, Kakashi remarked. Izanagi, the duration of this technique varies from person to person. Within that time frame, no matter how many times one is killed, resurrection is possible. Only a few seconds have passed, yet several days have already elapsed, Yi Lingling questioned. However, there is no doubt that this man is nothing short of legendary. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan possesses the ability to configure certain parameters, enabling the release of ocular power, including a timing mechanism. Uchiha Itachi infused his brother's eyes with the power to activate the Amaterasu technique upon sighting the masked man. Meanwhile, Kakashi set a timer for the forbidden technique. I had foreseen that calamity would eventually ensue. When I vanquished the divine-level spectral white tiger, the celestial beings above had begun to feel apprehensive. Naturally, the entities Kakashi referred to were those dubbed as gods. "Then, what are your intentions?" Yi Lingling inquired. He opened his right eye, revealing a lifeless, ashen orb. This, I had become utterly useless. The power of this Rinnegan is quite unique, capable of constructing a void space. This Rinnegan cannot revert to a kaleidoscope Sharingan. No one can access Kakashi's spatio-temporal realm anymore. Thus, Bibi Dong, confined within, and Tang San, now a lifeless corpse, shall remain there eternally. Kakashi gazed upward at the sky and remarked, "Humanity is on the brink of entering the technological era. Those celestial beings will not tolerate such uncontrolled evolution. The existence of martial souls has shackled human thought, rendering minds lethargic. I possess a home martial soul, enabling me to till swiftly. I wield a sickle, cutting wheat with great speed. Alas, we are not soul masters, yet perhaps our descendants shall be. Martial souls have engendered a populace of ignorance, constraining their intellect. What other tools do we require? Heaven has provided us with hoes, shovels, and sickles. We need not more. However, once they tasted the fruits of prosperity, they began to comprehend the significance of technology. We are not soul masters. May the heavens bestow my children with soul power. This relentless prayer to the heavens, without the understanding of self-creation, illustrates the martial soul's impact on human thought. As the two realms intertwine, spatial nodes must exist. I shall wield the power of the Rinnegan to exert influence, and those beings will likely intervene to hinder human advancement. Kakashi turned to Yi Lingling and stated, "The tranquil pastoral life, I promised you, may require a bit of patience." Yi Lingling gently shook her head, saying nothing. Throughout the developmental journey of Douluo at Dalu, warfare has yet to emerge. The spirit hall has restored its vitality after decades of nurturing. In the divine realm, some are becoming restless, eager to interfere. However, after traversing numerous pathways, they discovered only dead ends. Qian Rinxue devised a secret technique, liberating herself from the angelic deity position. I'm a native of this continent, with profound affection for it, and I shall not permit your disturbances. She cast the divine artifact, the angel's sword, into the heavens. An interception occurred, perpetrated by a silver-haired man. The Rinnegan's ocular power activated, transferring the angel's sword into the void. My journey is not yet complete. I shall quietly observe the world's evolution, unearthing all the marks left by the gods and obliterating them entirely. Moreover, I shall seek to uncover the secrets of their immortality and eradicate them, ensuring that no one possesses the gift of eternal life. Those gods appear to have achieved little of worth, yet they revel in everlasting existence. Countless injustices abound in this world, yet there exists one certainty that all share equally: death. Summary: the collision of soul masters, Tang Sect's hidden weapons, and ninjas determines the future of Douluo Dalu. Kakashi Hatake, in the name of Hokage, repudiates all aspects of the original narrative. Characters of great renown, such as God Tang San, Haotian Douluo, Poison Douluo, and the gentle and virtuous Ain, Tang San's mother, are belittled by Kakashi, rendered as worthless as refuse. With a life illuminated by the glory of Hokage, he bears the weight of all darkness. This is Hokage Kakashi Hatake,